Chapter 1, A New Beginning. I apologize. This time, I have failed you. Being the boy's severely injured body was gradually fading away. The girl facing him simply uttered, I will wait for you. The wheels of fate began to turn when he opened his eyes once more. He heard a man desperately shouting, Third sister, do not leave me. Third sister. He turned his head and saw someone who resembled him 5 years later. Brother. Slow down. The young boy gasped for breath as he watched his brother, who was now a distant figure ahead. He was Tang Nan, the younger brother of the Tang family. Due to their resemblance as twin brothers, the villagers could easily distinguish between the two. This distance was merely a few steps for his brother, but for him, it was a challenging journey. By the time he reached the peak, his brother had already been practicing for a quarter of an hour. When will I be able to match my brother's prowess? Without further ado, he began to cultivate in the same manner as his brother, regulating his breath. After half an hour, feeling completely relaxed, he opened his eyes to check the time. Brother, we should head back. His brother opened his eyes, a faint purple aura seemingly rising from them. Yes, let's return to the village, his brother replied gently. To what stage have you progressed with your Shintian skill? On their way back to the village, his brother inquired, his brow furrowed as if still lost in thought. I haven't made much progress. Brother, I didn't quite understand what you explained. It's all right, you are just beginning your cultivation. Take your time, I will explain everything to you gradually. Just as he finished speaking, they spotted the village elder waving at them from the village entrance. Little Tang San, where is your father? Father is at home sleeping. We came out to gather firewood. Upon returning home, his brother went to prepare dinner, while Tang Nan helped with cleaning and assisted his brother. After all, if they did not work, they would go hungry. Since their mother passed away, their father had been in a state of despair. The only time Tang Nan had seen him anxious was a few months ago, when he suddenly fell ill with a high fever. The family had to work tirelessly for days to ensure his survival. Since then, Tang Nan had begun to follow his brother in practicing the Shintian skill. He spoke of dinner is ready. Brother, go call father to eat. Tang Nan hurried to his father's bedside and shook his lethargic form. Father, it's time to eat. At his son's call, Tang Hao lazily got out of bed. The family gathered around the table to share their meal. Little Nan, have you been feeling unwell lately? The man asked in a somber tone. No, father, recently. I have been exercising with brother. That's good. Little San, I will take a rest. Now, please handle any orders that come in after finishing dinner. The man lazily inquired before returning to sleep. Their father was a blacksmith, spending his mornings resting and working in the afternoons. Not long ago, Tang Sen had approached his father about learning the art of forging, and after a few days of observation, his father agreed to teach him. Tang Nan continued to watch them, as his frail body did not permit him to practice Hansen or even lift a hammer with ease. As the days passed, the time for the soul assessment arrived. Led by the village elder, they made their way to the nearby spirit hall. With a magnificent architecture left Tang Nan in awe, he sat in the carriage, gazing around, occasionally pointing out the buildings to Tang San. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the spirit hall, where the captain welcomed them to elucidate the principles of the martial spirit. The captain transformed, giving them a thorough lesson. Consequently, Tang Nan hid behind Tang San. The assessment commenced. Martial spirit. Cooking utensil, soul power, 0 martial spirit. Cloth, soul power, 0 martial spirit. Hoe, soul power, 0. By the time it was the turn of the Tang brothers, the captain's expression had soured. He merely wished to conclude the process swiftly. At that moment, Tang Sen stepped forward to begin his assessment. Go for it, brother. Tang Nan cheered excitedly from below. The result was announced. Martial spirit. Blue silver grass. Upon seeing this, the captain was inclined to skip the soul power evaluation and hasten to the next. However, the assessment device suddenly radiated a dazzling light. What's happening? The village elder was at a loss. Innate full soul power? The captain, astonished, trembled as he explained that this child possessed innate full soul power. A promising future indeed. They then turned their expectations toward Tang Nan. Thus, Tang Nan tremulously approached the platform and placed his hand on the device. What is this? Martial spirit assessment. Blue silver grass, soul power level. For the captain visibly expressed disappointment, he closed the record book with a sigh and patted the shoulder of Jack. The village elder. Luck was on your side this time. Thank you, sir, thank you. Jack bowed joyfully toward the captain, who waved them off, signaling it was time to leave. Upon returning home, Jack eagerly relayed the good news to Tang how the Tang family is thriving. Both children can become soul masters. However, Tang Hao's response irked him. What use is becoming a soul master? It's better to be a blacksmith. Besides, we have no money. As he spoke, he took another swig of alcohol. You needn't worry, they can use the village's student labor quota without costing you a penny now. Enough talk, get ready, we leave tomorrow morning. After giving Tang Hao a scowl, Jack cheerfully dashed home to prepare the items needed for Tang San and Tang Nan. At that moment, Tang Nan leaned against a large tree, pondering everything he had witnessed. He had not only seen the blue silver grass, but also a colossal dragon and a mysterious figure. The dragon's gaze radiated death as it spoke softly. One day, you shall be stained with the blood of your kin, and you will be forsaken, left to solitude in your old age. This is your destiny. Yin Nan, another figure, materialized, shorter in stature, yet resembling him closely. It said, "If you seek power, simply call for me. My name is Sure Mo." Upon awakening, he found the day had grown late and hurried home. Upon his return, he was met with an unusual sight. His father, whose demeanor had shifted dramatically, the once languid movements now exhibited a newfound swiftness and strength. In that moment, he noticed Tang Nan, who was secretly watching him from the doorway, expecting a reprimand for his tardiness. Tang Nan heard only a single phrase from his father: "You're back, my boy." The following morning, Tang Nan chose not to join his brother for training, opting instead to indulge in a leisurely slumber. However, when he heard the bustling noises outside, he mistakenly believed it to be his brother's return. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his father, busy with chores, and a home that appeared rejuvenated. "Tang Nan, I tidied up the house a bit. The meal is ready. After you and Xiao San eat, you should set off. I must, father. Please don't go. I promise to be good. Don't leave. Okay?" Tang Nan cried, clinging to his father's leg, as if sensing the impending separation. Tears streamed down his face in desperate supplication. Hearing this, Tang Hao merely crouched down to wipe away his son's tears, gently reassuring him there's no need to cry. "I'm only off to attend to some matters that a man must handle. I will return soon." "Really?" "Of course," Tang Hao replied with a smile. Gazing at his youngest son in Tang Nan's tear-streaked face, he saw reflections of his own past. "Indeed, compared to Xiao San, Tang Nan resembles me a bit more." He then imparted some final words of guidance when I'm away. "Listen to your brother, train diligently, and remain cheerful. All right?" "Okay." Upon hearing his father's comforting words, Tang Nan extended his pinky, understanding his son's sentiment. Tang Hao hooked fingers with him, declaring, "A promise made must be kept. This is our pact. When we meet again, you must be a true man." "Yes, I will, father." With that, Tang Hao stepped out of the door. When Tang San returned in a flurry and discovered the letter left by Tang Hao, Tang Nan could no longer contain his emotions and threw himself into his brother's embrace, wailing, "Brother, father has left." Chapter 2. Teacher? Training? The two brothers, accompanied by Grandpa Jack, arrived at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. After completing the necessary formalities, Tang Nan bid farewell to the village elder with a heavy heart and followed his brother to their dormitory. It was a vast space with neatly arranged beds. "Wow, it's enormous." Just as Tang Nan was about to express his admiration, a towering figure blocked their path. His imposing stature and fierce expression softened upon learning they were work-study students, and he began to explain. It turned out that work-study students, often hailing from impoverished backgrounds, were prone to bullying from others in the dormitory. Upon seeing them burdened with large bags, he initially mistook them for students from a rival dormitory, which had caused his initial apprehension. Upon hearing that Tang San possessed innate full soul power, he expressed a desire for him to assume the role of dorm leader. "I don't wish to be the leader." "Tang San, you should just agree." "Yeah, brother, just go along with it. It's not a bad deal." "Fine." Relenting to the collective pleas, Tang San acquiesced. At that moment, a bright voice chimed in. It belonged to a lively girl. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" "Indeed. Did someone just assert that the strongest among us can become the leader?" The girl spoke with a smile, her declaration exuding an impressive confidence that momentarily left Tang San and his companions speechless. Realizing this was their chance to establish dominance, they promptly pushed Tang San forward. "He is the strongest. Defeat him, and you shall claim the title of leader." Initially, they anticipated a straightforward victory, yet what unfolded astonished them. The young girl matched Tang San's prowess, and both engaged in an intense battle, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, she employed a unique agility to throw Tang San out of the ring. Upon her victory, she placed her hands on her hips and proclaimed her authority to the dormitory. "I am Xiao Wu, the dancer, and from this day forth, I shall be the leader of this dormitory." That night, Tang Nan slept soundly, as did Xiao Wu, but Tang San found no rest, for he was caught in the middle, unable to move. He had assumed it would be an ordinary night with his brother, yet Xiao Wu had taken a liking to their soft blankets and had combined 3 beds into one. Thus began an insomniac night. When Tang Nan awoke the next morning, he not only felt sore all over, but also noticed an inexplicable line drawn across the bed. "Oh, it hurts. What on earth happened yesterday?" Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he was greeted by a surprising sight. His brother was brushing Xiao Wu's hair. At that moment, the academy was welcoming an elderly gentleman in the dean's office, with a dean personally attended to him. "Pray tell, esteemed elder, what brings you here?" "Please do not stand on ceremony. I wish to assist you with a matter, if you would permit it." The dean, initially apprehensive, relaxed slightly. "Speak freely. Just refrain from dismantling my academy." "Very well. I shall be direct. I wish to select a disciple." Cough. Cough, what did you say? The dean nearly choked on his tea. You intend to nurture another little demon? Old Yang, I cannot withstand your disruptions. Do not be hasty. Consider our many years of friendship. It has been 48 years indeed. After all this time, you must assist me. With that, the elder handed the dean a piece of paper. Upon glancing at its contents, the dean fell silent, contemplating for an extended period before responding. Very well, but your choice of disciple must receive my approval. Agreed. Thus, the two reached a consensus to organize a special recruitment event. Wow, there are suddenly so many people here. After class, Tang San and Tang Nan noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly engrossed in discussion. Eager for excitement, Tang Nan squeezed his way in and found a prize guessing game. What is it that you can see yet cannot see? What is it that you cannot fathom? What is the most precious of all? To discover the answer, please visit the dean's office for verification. Mysterious prizes await. Prizes? Really? Tang then became particularly excited upon hearing about the rewards and hurried back to share the news with his brother. Brother, help me. Gazing into his younger brother's bright, sparkling eyes, Tang San found himself with no reason to refuse. Consequently, he divulged the answer, albeit withholding the final piece of information, encouraging his brother to ponder it himself, for he recognized that only the last answer held the key. What is the most precious thing? Tang Nan murmured as he turned to his brother, an instant realization dawning upon him. He then inquired about the location of the dean's office before hastily making his way there. Seeing his brother's exuberance, Tang San felt a sense of relief wash over him. I thought he might not have ventured out yet, father. I will take good care of him inside the dean's office. The dean and an elder had assessed all the candidates, yet none met the satisfaction of both parties. Just as they contemplated enjoying a cup of tea, an exuberant Tang Nan rushed in, stumbling clumsily. Ah, how amusing. Young one, what brings you here? Report, Dean. My name is Tang Nan, and I am here to provide the answer. The elder was entertained by the boy's enthusiasm, and upon learning that he was there to claim a prize, he prompted him to reveal his answer. The first is wind, the second is the human heart, the third, most importantly, is family. Upon hearing this answer, the dean and the elder exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, years of unspoken understanding passed between them. In an instant, Tang Nan looked at them, questioning, did I answer correctly? Of course, my child. What is the prize? With a confirmed response, Tang Nan eagerly inquired, wishing to bring the prize back to show his brother. The prize is to become my direct disciple. What do you think? The room fell into an unexpected silence, filled with excitement from the elder, confusion from Tang Nan, and amusement from the dean. Does it mean to be a direct disciple? The elder found himself momentarily speechless, contrasting sharply with the dean's hearty laughter. After a brief pause, the elder rephrased his question. Do you wish to grow stronger? Yes. Do you want your family to look upon you with admiration? Yes. Then follow me, and I shall make you the strongest soul master. Is that true? Of course it is. Do I look like someone who would deceive you? Observing the elder's earnest expression, his sparkling eyes, and bushy beard, Tang Nan agreed. Recognizing that there was no reason to decline, the dean commenced the arrangements for Tang Nan's transition. Tang Nan, from today onward, you will attend your morning classes as usual. In the afternoon, you will study diligently under his guidance, with all expenses covered by him. Do you understand? Understood. Dean, following this, Tang Nan accompanied the elder to his chamber, where the elder began to speak slowly. Since you have become my disciple, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yang Hong. You may call me Teacher Yang or Grandpa Yang. What we shall study has the potential to alter the future of the continent. It is Yang Hong is a renowned adventurer across the continent and an exceptionally skilled physician. It is rumored that he once unraveled the poison of the notorious poison Douluo simultaneously. He is a theoretical researcher in the realm of soul masters and a prodigious alchemist. No one knows the origin of his multifaceted talents. They only recognize that he has never ceased his relentless pursuit. He is the man destined to transform the continent. Is there more? Xiao Wu anxiously inquired, shaking Tang Nan's body for further details. Oh, I forgot. My master spoke so much that I couldn't remember everything. Tang San responded, intrigued, all the while reviewing the knowledge imparted by their teacher. The following afternoon marked the beginning of Tang Nan's first class, where Teacher Yang presented an assortment of herbs before him, instructing him to categorize them while offering a piece of advice. Experiencing it firsthand will yield a more profound understanding. With a hint of skepticism, Tang Nan selected a herb resembling a lightning bolt depicted in a book. Upon tasting the first bite, an intense sting enveloped him, swiftly followed by a numbing sensation in his limbs. He collapsed onto the ground. Remember, this is called anesthetic grass. When juiced, it can serve as an anesthetic, and consuming it in large doses may lead to cardiac arrest and death. To counteract its effects, One must either wait for the effects to wear off or consume this small crimson flower as he spoke. Yang retrieved the flower and placed it in his own mouth, kindly assisting Tang Nan in chewing and swallowing it. The moment it entered his system, he experienced a sensation akin to ecstasy. His numb nerves were jolted back to life, yet they seemed excessively invigorated. Now, his senses were heightened to an extreme degree, where even the slightest stimulation would amplify infinitely. Yang, ever considerate, added mint leaves to the mix with unforeseen results. How frigid it is! Come, let us drink some water. Gulp, gulp, cough. Master, what is that flower? It is known as the fire hibiscus, possessing exhilarating properties that primarily stimulate your neural network to enhance vitality. When consumed in moderation, it serves as a potent stimulant. Furthermore, it is imbued with the essence of fire elemental energy, making it an excellent remedy for frostbite. Elemental energy? At first glance, it appears elusive. Just as the moment of opportunity arises, old Yang clapped his hands. Do not rush. I shall now instruct you. First, take a deep breath to relax. Guide your soul energy outward, and then, akin to inhalation, absorb the soul energy released from your surroundings. Repeat this process. It is the method of cultivating soul energy. Whoosh. Whoosh, bang. Ouch. Discovering his disciple in slumber, old Yang mercilessly delivered a sharp rap to Tang Nan's head. I instructed you to relax, not to fall asleep, you rascal. Now, follow my directions. Tang Nan commenced his cultivation under the guidance of his master. Indeed, this young lad, though lacking a solid foundation, possesses commendable insight. His absorption may be gradual, yet it remains remarkably stable, and his pace of progress is steadily accelerating. Elder Yang observed his disciple's every movement while basking in the warm sunlight. Before long, evening descended, and Elder Yang leisurely called his disciple. All right. Let us begin today's most crucial lesson. Delightful aroma. A pinch more salt, and a dash of soy sauce. Excellent, excellent. This boy has talent. Half an hour prior, the master had asked, what is this? Cooking? In response to his disciple's hesitation, the master offered a clear reply. Why only carrots? No questions, just get to work. Tang Nan was about to pose a question when his master interrupted him with a swift chop of the hand. Enough chatter, let's get to work. Yes, master. Half an hour later, a feast of fresh radishes was served on the makeshift dining table. After indulging in the delicious meal, Tang Nan patted his belly and asked, Master, where did you conjure these cooking tools from? This, his master replied, revealing a bracelet on his left hand, I retrieved from my soul guide device. After providing a brief explanation, he summoned his soul power to tidy up the area. All right, let's head back. Tomorrow we shall continue. Remember to reflect on what I have taught you. But master, you haven't yet taught me how to identify elements. Old Yang feigned an air of mystery and replied, Your abilities are still insufficient. Now, hurry back and get some sleep. As he watched his apprentice depart, the old man chuckled to himself, silly boy. He then opened a rift and stepped through. Inside the dormitory, someone exclaimed, delicious. Truly delightful. Xiao San, your brother's culinary skills are impressive. Sister Xiao Wu, take your time. No one is competing with you. There is plenty more to enjoy. Tang Nan returned with a selection of delicacies, earning unanimous praise from the residents of the dormitory. After finishing her meal, Xiao Wu declared that henceforth, Tang Nan would be under her protection. Observing the ravenous group, Tang Nan turned to her brother with a question. Has everyone become like this? Tang Sen explained that the friction between the work-study students and the other students had intensified, advising Tang Nan to exercise caution. He finally reminded him that he would be going out in a few days and asked him to keep an eye on little Wu to prevent any mishaps. In the stillness of the night, the slumbering Tang Nan once again dreamt of the colossal dragon, this time discerning its appearance with clarity. It was a pitch-black dragon, resting upon the ground. The thunderous sound of its snoring reverberated through the air. Just as he intended to approach for a closer observation, the dragon, sensing his proximity, opened its eyes and coldly uttered, Get out. Without granting Tang Nan a moment to inquire, the dragon unleashed a breath of fire, engulfing him completely. Startled awake, he inadvertently frightened his brother, who was in the midst of his cultivation, prompting an immediate inquiry about what had transpired. As Tang Nan casually reassured himself, he posed a question to his brother. Brother, do dragons truly exist? Chapter 3. Family. The first soul ring. Fear not, for dragons, those soul beasts, are not easily encountered, and they are generally quite amicable towards humans. With his brother's response, Tang Nan felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. During class, Tang Nan remained eager to learn how to discern elements, and Elder Yang did not hesitate to elucidate. Concentrate your mind and guide your soul power to form a membrane. This will enable you to distinguish the elements. This is known as the elemental vision. With proficiency, it can also be employed to unveil disguises, among other applications. Now, give it a try. Understanding the principle, Tang Nan commenced his attempt to concentrate and guide his soul power into a membrane. In the instant his eyes opened, he noticed a transformation in his surroundings. Curiosity ignited within him as he surveyed the area, yearning to uncover more. Observing his reaction, Elder Yang recognized that the lad had succeeded. He retrieved the assortment of herbs from the previous day, prompting Tang Nan to examine them for any changes. He noticed a bluish glow, resembling deep azure. Is this the anesthetic herb? Indeed. And this one? The peppermint leaves from yesterday. And this? The fire hibiscus. Correct. Now, it's time to sample the new herbs. Must I consume them again? In response to his apprentice's bewilderment, Elder Yang explained, as a physician, one must personally experience the efficacy of each herb to understand how to utilize them for healing others. However, enough chatter, open your mouth. Without allowing Tang Nan to protest further, Elder Yang promptly filled his mouth with a handful of herbs. The hours of study swiftly passed, and soon it was evening. Tang Nan, exhausted, dragged himself back to bed, his stomach churning with the various herbs he had ingested. All he desired was a peaceful slumber. Unaware that this was merely the inception of his arduous training, days slipped by, and before long, the semester drew to a close. At last, Tang Nan's soul power had ascended to the 8th level, although he increasingly found himself lagging behind his brother. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already acquired their first soul rings, far ahead of their peers, and gained notoriety following a notable conflict, elevating Xiao Wu to the status of the academy's formidable figure, as no student could withstand her 3 moves, save for his brother. As the vacation approached, Elder Yang's sole instruction for Tang Nan was to rest well and practice his vision whenever possible. Brother, do you think father will be waiting for us at home? Perhaps. While he and his brother deliberated on their return home, Xiao Wu, intrigued, approached and joined the conversation. May I be invited to your home? Well, very well. Tang San reluctantly acquiesced to his companion's request. Throughout their journey, Tang Nan and Xiao Wu engaged in playful banter, while Tang San remained sullen, yearning for his father's return. Upon arriving home, he was the first to rush inside when he heard sounds emanating from within. How he longed for the person inside to be his father. To his dismay, it was Grandfather Jack. Seeing Tang San and the others return, Grandfather Jack explained that he was assisting them with some cleaning. Noticing his brother's disappointment, Tang Nan suggested that Tang San take Xiao Wu out for a stroll while he prepared dinner. To lift his brother's spirits, Tang Nan employed the culinary skills he had acquired over the semester and procured ingredients from Grandfather Jack to create a sumptuous feast. Just as he laid the dishes on the table, the two returned. Their expressions hinted that something significant had transpired. Tang San ran his fingers through his hair and took a deep breath, saying, Nan, Xiao Wu and I have become siblings. Henceforth, she will be your sister. It took a moment for Tang Nan to process this. You could have at least given me a heads up, brother, he exclaimed. From now on, I shall protect you, Nan. All right, sister, Tang Nan joyfully replied, taking a deep breath. Welcome back, brother and sister. Instantly, the household was infused with new vitality, laughter filling the air. Thus, the three enjoyed a delightful holiday together. As the new semester commenced, under the nearly indifferent tutelage of Elder Yang, Tang Nan developed a preliminary understanding of the effects of herbs, while his physical condition improved, granting him some resistance to basic toxins, perhaps due to the blue-silver grass. He exhibited an extraordinary sensitivity to wild herbs. His culinary skills saw remarkable advancements in the preparation of carrots, and his other dishes were equally commendable. To the extent that Elder Yang wished to dine solely on his apprentice's creations, dismissing all others. Although his cultivation progressed slowly, his sensitivity to soul power and elements significantly increased. He could now sense objects imbued with soul power within a 5-meter radius. Elder Yang felt immense pride in his apprentice's advancements, yet he was also troubled by the slow progress of soul power absorption. Despite Tang Nan's cultivation of the Xiantian skill under Tang San's guidance, the pace remained frustratingly sluggish. In Elder Yang's eyes, the boy's absorption of soul power was at times voracious, akin to a ravenous beast, and at other times calm, resembling a seasoned angler steadily reeling in his catch. His fondness for this apprentice grew with each passing day. As time passed, during a training session, Elder Yang noticed that Tang Nan's absorption of soul power had essentially halted, signaling that the moment had come. At that moment, Tang Nan also recognized the stagnation in his soul power absorption. Elder Yang clarified, once a soul master reaches level 10, they must acquire a soul ring to progress to the next stage. Now, rest well after class. We shall seek the soul ring first thing tomorrow morning. What about tomorrow's lessons? Tang Nan inquired. I will inform the school on your behalf. Now go home and rest. Brother, could you lend me a weapon? Having concluded his classes early, Tang Nan arrived at the blacksmith shop where his brother, Tang San, worked, hoping to procure some weapons. Previously, reassured by Master S' praise of Yang Hong as an exceptional teacher, Tang San had entrusted his younger brother to him for further learning. Upon hearing his brother's request, Tang San prepared a hand crossbow tailored to Tang Nan's physical capabilities and instructed him on its operation, as well as on the swift replacement of bolts. He also provided him with a small knife for self-defense. That evening, when he relayed the news to his sister, Xiao Wu, she insisted on assisting her brother in acquiring a spirit ring. After a series of persuasive arguments from both brothers, she reluctantly conceded. The following day, after bidding farewell to his siblings, Tang Nan embarked on the journey to obtain his first spirit ring. Meanwhile, a figure observed him from afar, perched atop a tree trunk. As they traversed the forest, the master explained the intricacies of their surroundings, while also foraging for fresh herbs along the way. Their target was a wood spirit deer, a creature characterized by its light green hue, commonly found across various forests. Due to its affinity with nature, it possessed remarkable vitality, rendering its medicinal properties extraordinary. Thus, this expedition promised to be mutually beneficial. Just as they pondered how to locate the deer, a wolf's howl captured their attention. Yang Hong swiftly urged Tang Nan to navigate through the branches, and they followed the sound to discover a pack of wolves encircling a cave. At the entrance, a mature male wood spirit deer stood vigilantly, its body marred with scars, yet its presence exuded unwavering strength. The wolves sent several of their number to launch an assault, but the deer brandished its antlers, ensuring they would pay dearly for their attempts. With the cave's width permitting only 3 wolves to enter simultaneously, the deer charged mercilessly at the central wolf, impaling it with its antlers. As the 2 flanking wolves swiftly maneuvered to encircle it, the deer, having dispatched the middle wolf, swept its antlers to the side, toppling the wolf poised to pounce. However, one of the wolves seized the opportunity to sink its teeth into the deer's neck. Utilizing sheer strength, the deer managed to shake it off, though it sustained a significant injury. Yang Hong contemplated reaping the benefits after the wolves had completed their hunt. At that moment, his apprentice pointed out that the wound on the deer's neck seemed to be healing. Master, look. Following Tang Nan's lead, Yang Hong noticed something amiss. The deer's form began to shift to a deep green, and its wounds healed rapidly. Yang Hong realized they had stumbled upon a treasure, a mirage spirit deer. A mutated variant of the wood spirit deer, perfectly suited for Tang Nan. Yet, Tang Nan remained somewhat indifferent, puzzled as to why the deer had chosen to remain within the cave despite having the opportunity to escape. He sensed that something was amiss within. Activating his elemental vision, he discovered similar creatures residing inside. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he resolved to take action. As he donned his protective gear and reached for the hand crossbow, his master restrained him. Turning to face Yang Hong, he received the admonition, if this is your choice, then give it your all. Understood. Tang Nan resolutely responded and grasped the vine, leaping downwards. The relentless assault of the wolf pack continued unabated. Even the deer's remarkable regenerative abilities could not sustain it indefinitely. Gradually, the speed of the deer's wound recovery began to diminish. At that moment, a famished wolf lunged directly for the deer's throat. A mournful howl pierced the air as an arrow struck the wolf's head, causing it to writhe in agony upon the ground. Meanwhile, Tang Nan executed a graceful roll midair before landing steadily. The wolf pack, confronted by this unexpected intruder, did not succumb to panic. They aimed to resume their attack. Yet the threat posed by the crossbow bolt instilled a sense of trepidation within them. It was only after the loss of several wolves that the pack ceased their assault. Tang Nan swiftly replaced the crossbow bolt, his gaze fixated upon them, which afforded the stag a moment to recover. At that instant, a towering and robust wolf emerged from the pack. With a fierce howl, he commanded the wolves to part, revealing himself unmistakably as the Wolf King. He proposed a transaction, seeking to exchange a path to survival for their departure. In response, Tang Nan asserted his stance with the crossbow, aiming directly at the Wolf King and pulling the trigger. The Wolf King, infuriated by the near miss, charged at Tang Nan with astonishing speed, reaching him before he could reload the crossbow. Left with no option, Tang Nan raised his left hand to shield himself from the impending bite. Despite wearing protective gear, the wolf's sharp fangs sank deep into his hand. a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. In a desperate move, he pulled the trigger again, the bolt embedding itself into the Wolf King's neck at close range. The Wolf King, now in agony, released his grip, allowing Tang Nan to create some distance. Yet, the scent of blood ignited a fierce resolve within the Wolf King. Banishing any fear of pain, the second wave of the assault commenced. The injury to Tang Nan's left hand hindered his reloading speed, leaving him no time to replace the bolt as the menacing wolf approached. Tang Nan was brought down. Faced with the imminent threat of the wolf's fangs at his throat, he summoned every ounce of strength to resist. Just as he was on the brink of being devoured, the rejuvenated stag charged forth, using its antlers to hurl the Wolf King aside. However, in the next moment, a ferocious battle erupted between the two. Struggling to rise, Tang Nan immediately recognized this as his final opportunity. He sought to replace his crossbow bolt, but the injury on his left hand rendered him immobile. With his right hand, he retrieved some anesthetic herb from his pouch, intending to crush it with his teeth and apply it to his left hand. The pain subsided, and he swiftly replaced the crossbow bolt. At that moment, the Wolf King had already seized the stag by the throat. And just as it prepared to deliver a fatal blow, whoosh, Tang Nan's bolt struck the Wolf King's left eye. The sudden darkness and pain engulfing that eye plunged him into a momentary confusion, allowing the stag to muster its final strength and ram the Wolf King to the ground. The fallen Wolf King attempted to rise, but at that moment, Tang Nan, gripping his dagger tightly, surged before him. As the blade descended again and again, the Wolf Lord's breath ceased, and a moment later, the emergence of a yellow halo signified his demise. Yet, the wolf pack did not disperse. Several wolves lunged forth, seeking to rend the human before them. However, Tang Nan seemed to transform, effortlessly dispatching them one by one with his knife, moving through the pack with a spectral grace. Evading their assaults, he delivered lethal blows, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. Amid the relentless carnage, he finally instilled fear within the pack, prompting their retreat. Yet, Tang Nan was nearing his limit. He knew he must endure until they had completely withdrawn. In that moment, he was oblivious to a wolf stealthily approaching from behind. By the time he became aware, it was too late, and the wolf pounced, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Was this the end? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. The wolf collapsed, lifeless. It was over. Tang Nan closed his eyes. When he awoke, his wounds had been meticulously bandaged. His master was nearby, skillfully skinning a wolf. Beside Tang Nan, a young deer gently licked his hand, while a doe lowered her head, softly nuzzling him and gesturing towards a certain direction. Upon glancing in that direction, he noticed a stag lying there. Tang Nan hurriedly rushed over to investigate, only to find the majestic stag lying on the verdant grass, its breath shallow, as if the flicker of life was about to extinguish. A pang of anguish gripped Tang Nan's heart. He yearned to do something to save it, yet felt utterly powerless. Beside him, Elder Yang observed the scene and softly remarked, "Xiao Nan, it is beyond saving. Let it suffer less, grant it a merciful end." With that, Elder Yang slowly picked up a small knife, a flicker of helplessness and resolve crossing his gaze. However, just as Tang Nan was about to raise the blade, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately lowered his hand gently. No, this should not be the way, Tang Nan murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with a resolute light. He extended his right hand, focusing intently, channeling his meager soul power into the majestic stag, attempting to heal it in this manner. The magnificent creature seemed to comprehend something in that instant. It slowly opened its eyes and emitted a low, mournful call. Yet, following that cry, it closed its eyes forever, falling into an eternal stillness. After a brief silence, a resplendent yellow light radiated from the stag's antlers, coalescing into a colossal centennial soul ring. This soul ring flickered with a mysterious and formidable power, as if it bore witness to the stag's lifetime of bravery and resilience. The doe stood quietly nearby, silently observing the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the stag's serene departure, she turned and led her fawn away from the scene. However, as they receded into the distance, the doe suddenly looked back and let out a long, mournful call towards the horizon. That sound seemed to bid farewell to the departed stag and to proclaim to the world that they had once graced this place. As the silhouettes of the doe and her fawn vanished from view, the forest once again fell into tranquility, with only the luminous yellow soul ring remaining, suspended in the air. At this moment, only Tang Nan and his master were present. Tang Nan felt lost, an unsettling turmoil arising within him, as though a multitude of ants were gnawing at his insides. Yet, at that moment, his master's words pierced through his confusion like a clarion call, grounding him in reality. "Weep, my child. All has come to an end. Upon hearing these words, Tang Nan's heart instantly relaxed, and all the pent-up emotions surged forth like a torrential flood. Tears blurred his vision, cascading down his cheeks and pooling on the ground, creating a small puddle. Elder Yang remained silent, gently embracing him, offering quiet comfort and support. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed, and as Tang Nan's emotions began to stabilize, Elder Yang finally spoke, guiding him to absorb the soul ring. Following his master's teachings, Tang Nan extended his right hand, drawing the soul ring of the illusionary spirit dear towards him. As he commenced the absorption, the power of the soul ring flowed into his body, imparting a profound warmth and comfort. After an hour, he opened his eyes, feeling as if he had been reborn. Information about his first soul skill materialized in his mind. The first soul skill, entanglement, with a range of 100 meters, allowing for effortless manipulation. Through experimentation, he discovered that the resilience of his blue-silver grass had been significantly enhanced, now possessing a certain degree of healing efficacy. Finally, after laying the stag to rest, the two embarked on their journey home. Chapter 4. Entrustment, Partnership, Mission. Upon acquiring his first soul ring, Tang Nan resumed his training, which remained intricately linked to medicine. When he inquired about further guidance, Elder Yang, evading his question, merely suggested that he should practice steadily for the time being. Thus, several years passed, until a visitor's arrival disrupted the status quo. On that day, Elder Yang was busy preparing a new training regimen. The atmosphere was gray, tranquil, yet heavy. Without warning, a knock resounded at the door, which was presumably unlocked. Upon hearing a response, the door swung open to reveal an individual clad in a black robe. Sensing something amiss, he unleashed a formidable spiritual force, instantly summoning 4 figures in dark attire to encircle him, their weapons poised at vital points. Just as tensions escalated, Elder Yang calmly sipped his tea and spoke slowly. Lower your weapons. He is merely a friend visiting from afar to share a cup of tea. You may all withdraw. At his command, they vanished in an instant like shadows. Noting the visitor's continued vigilance, Elder Yang lifted his teacup and reassured, rest easy. There is no one else here. Only my guards. Relax, please, enjoy your tea. Upon receiving the offered cup, the visitor finally felt at ease, taking a seat. Elder Yang also settled down across from him, gesturing with his fingers to conjure a barrier that enveloped the entire house. As the visitor shed his robe, Elder Yang, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, it has been ages. My dear Tang Hao, Uncle Yang, who are those people? Tang Hao unexpectedly inquired. Oh, them. They are my shadow guards, assisting me in gathering intelligence and resolving certain troubles. They do not belong to the organization, I assure you. Not affiliated? Indeed, they are my personal forces. Why delve into such heavy topics upon our first meeting? How is your sister-in-law these days? I trust you are aware. Yes. Apologies for the somewhat leading question. So, what brings you here? To see my son. Is that all? Tang Hao's demeanor darkened. He mumbled to himself, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Finally, he spoke. What do you think of Xiao-san? Ah, Tang-san. He is composed, decisive in action, kind-hearted, and can be considered a genius in pharmacology, especially in the realm of toxins. And what of Xiaonan? From various perspectives, he may be seen as a fool, yet he possesses a kind heart. He is simply too attached to Tang-san. Elder Yang's assessment of Tang Nan elicited laughter from Tang Hao, restoring his composure. Just like the old days, isn't it? Indeed, just as before. I still recall our first meeting vividly. You and Xiao Chao bound me up without a word, only releasing me after I recounted several stories. The atmosphere gradually lightened, and the two reminisced about the past for nearly half an hour. Eventually, Tang Hao made his final request. I wish for you to take care of Tang Nan. Oh, why? Upon hearing this, Elder Yang furrowed his brow, puzzled by the request. I have resolved to declare war against the Spirit Hall. Consequently, they will also be drawn into this conflict. That child resembles me in appearance, but possesses his mother's kind nature. He is far too gentle. Fortunately, he has not inherited my martial spirit, so no one will suspect a connection to me. As long as he can live peacefully, I will be satisfied. Even if the one you entrust him to comes from the Spirit Hall? If you intend to harm me, why assist us in evading the repeated pursuits of the Spirit Hall? I have faith in you, Uncle Yang. You will undoubtedly be an excellent teacher, and I entrust Nan to your care. In response to Elder Yang's inquiry, Tang Hao's remarks seemed to lighten Elder Yang's spirits considerably. They truly are cut from the same cloth, so simple. He then posed his final question. How do you wish for him to live on? This question momentarily stumped Tang Hao, as well as himself. After a brief pause, Tang Hao appeared to find clarity and confidently responded, "Identity, I have no right to define it for him. That should be for him to decide." Having received the desired answer, Elder Yang rose and retrieved some premium healing ointment from his medicine pouch. Handing it to Tang Hao as he prepared to depart. "Take this. It may save your life in a critical moment. I am quite satisfied with your response. And I promise you, I will devote all my efforts to help him carve his own path." Hearing this, Tang Hao excitedly grasped Elder Yang's hand, expressing his gratitude. After bidding farewell to Tang Hao, Elder Yang let out a sigh of relief, pleasantly surprised that Tang Hao would willingly entrust him with Tang Nan. With this permission, Elder Yang updated his training regimen, expanding Tang Nan's program significantly. This included agility training, combat techniques, weapon forging and modification, the combination and application of soul skills, and even the entirely new subject of firearms. When Elder Yang first introduced firearms, he picked up a metal tube resembling an iron pipe, aimed it at a large tree, and pulled the trigger. A thunderous bang resounded, and in an instant, a massive hole appeared in the tree. Witnessing its formidable power, Elder Yang proceeded to explain its workings. "This is a flintlock pistol, a type of firearm. You see, when the trigger is pulled, the flint ignites the powder inside, creating the force necessary to propel the projectile. I'll let you observe for now, and when you are a bit older, I will teach you more." Anticipating his pupil's thoughts, Elder Yang promptly silenced any further inquiries. Among these new subjects, Tang Nan excelled most in weapon forging and modification. He seemed to absorb new knowledge with fervor, employing his imagination to innovate. It could be said that he was a prodigy in this domain. Elder Yang marveled at his fortune in discovering such a gem. Thus, a year passed, and upon Tang Nan's breakthrough to level 20, he, accompanied by his elder siblings, acquired his second soul ring. As they approached graduation, Elder Yang recognized that it was time for his pupil to embark on some practical experience. At this moment, a letter from the Shadow Guard presented him with an opportunity. That day, not long after training commenced, Elder Yang instructed Tang Nan to return and rest. Confused, Tang Nan inquired of his master. Elder Yang stroked his beard, feigning an air of mystery, and replied, "Rest well. Tomorrow we shall venture out for a few days. When you arrive tomorrow, we will inspect our weaponry and equipment. Where to? You will find out tomorrow." That night, in his dreams, Tang Nan once again encountered the Black Dragon, who this time did not exhale dragon breath, but merely uttered, "They are coming," before vanishing. The following morning, after gathering, Elder Yang recited a passage, then struck the ground with his staff, causing a portal to materialize. Before Tang Nan could comprehend what was happening, he fell through in a state of panic. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, a figure awaited the arrival of something. At that moment, a rift appeared before him. As the fissure opened, the elder descended gracefully, while the younger generation, unprepared, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. "You are late, Uncle Yang," the man remarked, tinged with a hint of complaint. "You didn't inform my grandfather, did you?" "Rest assured, young ancestor, Uncle Yang's promises are never broken. Allow me to introduce my disciple, Tang Nan. And this is..." "I am Xue Qinghe. There is no need for excessive formalities," he interjected before stepping into the teleportation array. Yang Lao waved his hand and intoned a spell, opening a new fissure. "Wait, I haven't recovered yet." In the city of Grol, situated on the border of the Tiando Empire, the Shadow Guards awaited their leader. To their surprise, he had brought along 2 children. Before they could react, Yang Lao instructed them to join Lei Hao's team for a mission to apprehend fugitives, leaving no room for refusal. "No need for further discussion. We depart in half an hour." "Understood. Lei team?" "Yes." Just as he finished speaking, Yang Lao opened the rift and departed, leaving Lei Hao in a state of bewilderment. The dark-haired youth finally came to his senses, only to realize everyone had left. 15 minutes later, while Lei Hao drank in solitude, a tall woman with waist-length hair approached him, offering a cup of sobering tea. He glanced at her with impatience, saying, "I am not drunk yet. There is no need for meddling, Deputy Captain Yi." "Indeed, Lei team, do not overindulge. Our operational funds for the month depend on this mission." She replied, "I know, I don't understand why they were suddenly thrust upon me. What use are those little brats?" Ouch. Yi Qing seized his ear in reprimand. "Before you speak, take a look at yourself. You are merely in your early 20s. Lei Hao retorted immediately, "Aren't you just a few years older than me?" "Old hag, what did you say?" Yi Qing's grip tightened significantly. I was wrong. Please spare me." "Sister Yi." The increasing pain prompted Lei Hao to plead for mercy. Once she sensed he was sufficiently sober, she released him, and his ear turned nearly crimson. Gather at the camp entrance in 10 minutes, she instructed before departing, leaving Lei Hao to rub his ear in Tang Nan, who had witnessed the entire exchange. What are you doing here? The sudden seriousness in Lei Hao's tone startled him. I came to see how effective the sobering tea is, Tang Nan replied. What did you see just now? Before he could finish, Lei Hao's gaze sharpened. Report, I saw nothing. Tang Nan quickly amended. That is good. Lei Hao's demeanor softened. Observing this, Tang Nan cautiously shifted his position. Lei Hao, smiling, added, that is well. But if you dare to speak of it, your fate is sealed. Yes. Faced with that murderous glare, Tang Nan hurriedly replied and fled. Perhaps this would remain a secret he would never dare to reveal. 10 minutes later, Lei Hao arrived at the meeting point, where Yi Qing was briefing Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe about their mission objective. Their target this time is the local gang leader, Zerodi, whose skeleton gang has recently experienced rapid growth, causing significant disturbances to public order. In response, the authorities have issued a substantial bounty for his capture. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, both of them nodded immediately. It was at this moment that Lei Hao and Tang Nan exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. An awkward silence ensued, and Tang Nan even sensed Lei Hao's formidable aura, gradually retreating behind Xue Qinghe. Noticing Yi Qing's discomfort, Lei Hao discreetly threatened Tang Nan with a glance before leading them to the target location. Half an hour later, they arrived in the Black Market District. Yi Qing provided a brief explanation to Tang Nan and the others. This area is known for its black market activities, thriving on the illegal trade that flourishes due to its proximity to the border. It has become the prime location for disposing of stolen goods, where one can find items typically unseen elsewhere. As Yi Qing elaborated, Xue Qinghe raised a question, his vigilance evident as he scanned the surroundings, asking, what are we doing here? The reason for their presence was based on intelligence from the information team, which indicated that a recent batch of human trafficking would be exchanged here. Human trafficking? This illicit trade has reportedly been ongoing for about a year, with the exact purpose unknown, but certainly nefarious. Here we are. They arrived at a grand hall. Tang Nan was captivated by the opulence, while the others remained unfazed. After presenting forged passes to the guards at the entrance, they were granted entry into the hall, which was adorned in splendor, filled with the sounds of haggling and commotion. Lei Hao began assigning tasks. I will team up with Yi Qing. You two will pair off and operate separately. Do you understand? Understood. They chorused. Wait, you and him. The two expressed their astonishment at the captain's decision, clearly taken aback. Just as Yi Qing was about to voice her concerns, Lei Hao pulled her away, leaving them no choice but to accept the situation. Xue Qinghe regarded the individual, who was a head shorter than himself, with contemplation. I suppose I must temporarily partner with him. I hope Uncle Yang's judgment is sound. Tang Nan, don't hold me back. Humph. Who's holding who back is yet to be determined. Speaking of which, what should we do? After a moment of thought regarding human trafficking, Xue Qinghe devised a plan. Let us find this trafficker. He must have valuable information. Recognizing the merit in this idea, Tang Nan agreed, and the two immediately set off in search of the trafficker. Meanwhile, from a distance, Yi Qing turned to Lei Hao, sharing her perspective. Xue Qinghe is quite intelligent, a promising candidate. Yet, why delegate the task to the two newcomers while you observe from afar? Lei Hao, with a serious demeanor, replied, if they cannot complete such a simple task, they will meet their demise in more challenging circumstances. We have our own responsibilities. Let us move. With that, the two vanished into the shadows. After extensive inquiries, Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe arrived at the slave trading area, where they deliberated on a series of meticulously crafted plans at the entrance. Your plans had better succeed, or I shall take drastic measures. Do not regard me with such disdain. Believe in yourself. Hee hee. In response to Xue Qinghe's look of utter disdain, Tang Nan adopted an exceedingly serious demeanor. Xue Qinghe found himself at a loss, as he had initially proposed the plan. He promptly initiated action. Upon reaching the entrance, the receptionist requested a deposit. After hearing this, Xue Qinghe extracted a token from his soul guide and presented it to the receptionist. The receptionist examined the token with great care, then glanced at the two individuals before him. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned a colleague and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon receiving the message, the colleague hurried inside, while the receptionist gestured for the two to wait a moment. 5 minutes later, the colleague returned. Upon hearing the response from above, the receptionist immediately led them to the luxurious VIP room, respectfully stating, please wait a moment. Mr. Steele will be here shortly. He then handed them 2 masks to conceal their identities. 10 minutes later, a jovial voice rang out. Apologies, my apologies. I have arrived late, and I regret any inconvenience caused to you both. Mr. Steelwill appeared before Tang Nan and the others, his figure rotund, with an unkempt beard and a boisterous demeanor. Yet his eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. The receptionist quickly leaned in to whisper a reminder, to which Xue Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter. I have not waited long. It is indeed a surprise that Mr. Steelwill has taken time out of his busy schedule to attend to us." "Ah, not at all. It is an honor to host someone of your stature. How could I possibly neglect such a distinguished guest?" With that, he gestured for his subordinates to leave the room. He then sat opposite Xue Qinghe and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, esteemed guest? Life has become rather mundane. I was hoping to find some unique curiosities or delightful companions to entertain myself," Xue Qinghe replied. Observing the exaggerated performance of Xue Qinghe, Tang Min could not help but stifle a laugh, yet he remained focused on his task. Mr. Steelwill, with a beaming smile and rubbing his hands together, replied, "You have indeed come to the right place. I have everything you could desire, far surpassing those imperial auction houses." While they engaged in conversation, Tang Nan concentrated on channeling his soul power, carefully guiding the blue silver grass from behind to stealthily approach and extract the key from Mr. Steelwill's waist. However, Mr. Steelwill's occasional movements made it challenging for Tang Nan to proceed. Noticing this, Xue Qinghe feigned seriousness and asked, "Might I inquire if you possess any information regarding the skeleton gang?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Steelwill's expression shifted. The joviality vanished, replaced by an air of gravity. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "My lord, this is not a matter you should concern yourself with. Forgive my impertinence, but for your safety, I cannot provide you with such information. As compensation, allow me to offer you this." He glanced at his watch, retrieved a red pass from his waist, and placed it on the table. Rising, he stated, "This will grant you access to any trading area and ensure priority service. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Enjoy your time." With that, he departed, once assured of his absence. Xue Qinghe's face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled their earlier conversation and immediately turned to look at Tang Nan. Tang Nan, sensing the intensity in his gaze reminiscent of Lei Hao's murderous intent in the camp, quickly responded, "I saw nothing. Yet, for reasons unknown." Upon gazing at the visage of Xue Qinghe, he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. To divert the conversation, he produced the key he had just acquired and declared, "We have the item, let us proceed." With the aid of their pass, they encountered no hindrance, moving forward without obstruction. However, upon reaching Mr. Will's office, they were struck by a dilemma. "My goodness, how on earth are we to get through all these people?" Xue Qinghe exclaimed. "It's simple. I can eliminate them all." He unsheathed his sword, ready to charge, but Tang Nan quickly restrained him, urging, "Calm down, brother. If you don't take them out at once, it will be troublesome when they call for reinforcements." Recognizing the validity of this advice, Xue Qinghe sheathed his sword, and the two began to contemplate a strategy for entry. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, followed by chaos. Most of the guards at the entrance, having received orders, rushed to restore order, leaving only a handful stationed at the door. Observing this, Tang Nan said, "Let us go. We only need to incapacitate them. Killing would leave a bloody mess to deal with." He activated his first soul skill, Entanglement. By the time the guards realized they were ensnared, it was too late. They were met with Xue Qinghe's swift and lethal sword sheath, falling one after another. Subsequently, Tang Nan used blue silver grass to bind them like mummies and tossed them into a shadowy corner. With agility, he opened the office door, revealing a plethora of luxurious items that astounded both men. Golden artifacts adorned the space, and exquisite medicinal materials were displayed as curiosities. Wow, the opulence here rivals that of the grandest establishments, Xue Qinghe mused internally. As they searched for useful information, hurried footsteps accompanied by harsh curses grew louder, originating from Mr. Will, who, after resolving the turmoil and discovering his key was missing, rushed back, vowing to capture the thief and exact vengeance. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the two men dared not linger and quickly concealed themselves. Upon discovering the door ajar, Mr. Will would undoubtedly burst in, only to find the room vacant. To be cautious, he immediately checked his safe, and upon ensuring nothing was amiss, he reset the combination. The two men hidden in the wardrobe witnessed everything, and through a slight gap, they discerned their objective. At that moment, Mr. Will suddenly sensed something amiss and began to search the vicinity with caution. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe prepared to draw his sword to eliminate him, but Tang Nan hurriedly restrained him, urging calmness. Just as Mr. Wu was about to open the wardrobe, one of his subordinates rushed in, breathless, reporting that someone had released all the slaves imprisoned underground. Upon hearing this, Wu promptly abandoned his search and dashed out, allowing the two inside to breathe a sigh of relief. Xue Qinghe sheathed his sword, and Tang Nan released his grip. They hurriedly emerged from the cramped wardrobe, with Xue Qinghe attempting to open the safe. Tang Nan, observing him, remarked, "He can't possibly be some nobleman, can he? His entire being exudes such an extravagant fragrance. What are you dawdling for? Come help." Xue Qinghe's shout snapped him back to reality. They hastily unlocked the safe, only to discover it was further protected by a box inside. "You little rascal, I knew you hadn't tea left. Dare to plot against me? You seek death." They turned to find Mr. Wu had returned, and seeing he was alone, the two resolved to deal with him. A sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, as a horde of ruthless guards surged forth. Observing their formidable presence and contrasting it with their own predicament, the decision was unanimous: flee. With a sharp crack, the two men broke through the window, clutching their box. "Capture them," Tang Nan shouted, swiftly employing the blue-silver grass to swing from the eaves, reminiscent of a pendulum. Just before landing, he activated his second soul skill, Natural Form, enhancing his perceptive abilities and his control over the blue-silver grass. He quickly crafted a cushion from the grass, ensuring a soft landing for both. However, as soon as they touched down, their pursuers were right on their heels. There was no time for contemplation, they had to run. During their escape, Tang Nan attempted to impede their pursuers with the blue-silver grass, only to realize it was futile, as it hindered his own speed. He promptly abandoned that notion. "Quick, dive into the alley," urged Xue Qinghe, who was leading the way. He called for Tang Nan to follow him, and once Tang Nan passed, he immediately toppled nearby goods to block the path, before hastily pursuing his companion. The duo temporarily evaded capture, but it wasn't long before their pursuers were hot on their trail again. "What are you waiting for? Run," Xue Qinghe urged Tang Nan. A new chase commenced, with the gap between them narrowing. Just as they felt their strength waning, a sudden explosion resonated behind them, with two barrels erupting, releasing a cloud of smoke. Not far ahead, someone was beckoning them. Without a second thought, they sprinted towards the figures of Lei Hao and Yi Qing, who were making their swift exit from the area. Once in a safe haven, Xue Qinghe confronted them, questioning why they had left. To him, it seemed as though Lei Hao and his group were merely spectators. With a sardonic smirk, Lei Hao responded, feigning profundity, "Had we not created chaos, would you have secured that box so easily? You'd likely have been captured by that rotund fellow." "Chaos?" Tang Nan, still perplexed, looked to Xue Qinghe for clarification. Realization dawned on Xue Qinghe as he explained, "The commotion in the hall when we were at the office entrance was orchestrated by them, allowing the released slaves to escape." "Impressive. Our captain is truly remarkable." They laughed. "Indeed," Lei Hao interjected, "but enough of the self-congratulation. Let us focus." Yi Qing, who had opened the box, observed Tang Nan's adoration and Lei Hao's relish in the attention. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she approached and lightly tapped Tang Nan on the head, saying, "Have you had your fun? Come, take a look at this. It's the transaction record with the skeleton gang." The others gathered to inspect the record, which was notably detailed. "This will save us a great deal of trouble. Observe, their transaction locations are mostly fixed. That's where they must be based. Why is the skeleton gang purchasing ritualistic items?" Someone pondered. "Regardless, we should strike decisively," Lei Hao suggested. However, Yi Qing, after a moment of contemplation, voiced a contrary opinion. "No, we must return to the camp and regroup first." "Why?" Lei Hao pressed. To which Yi Qing articulated her reasoning. "I believe the current situation cannot be resolved solely by us. We need to request support from Commander Lei. And these two youngsters also require a moment to recuperate." "Very well," Lei Hao conceded. Reluctantly, Lei Hao acquiesced, and upon uttering those words, the four of them promptly set off. Upon returning to the camp, Lei Hao and Yi Qing proceeded to the office of Officer Lei, while Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan were directed to Old Wei in the maintenance area to collect some protective gear. Xue Qinghe, for personal reasons, opted for solitude and asked Tang Nan to assist him instead. Upon arriving at the maintenance area, the incessant clang of metal filled the air. "Excuse me, could you tell me where Master Wei is?" he inquired, but received no response. Taking a deep breath, he amplified his voice. "Could you please direct me to Master Wei?" Hearing someone seek Old Wei, A nearby blacksmith gestured towards a white-haired elder at the end of the room, saying, "That's old way over there, young one. By the way, next time you need to find someone, just ring the bell at the entrance." The elder, observing the flushed face of the young boy, couldn't help but chuckle. Gratefully, Tang Nan approached Master Wei's table, where the gear was already laid out. It turned out Old Wei had anticipated the arrival of the newcomers and had promptly prepared the items. "Hello, I'm here to collect the protective gear. Here it is. This gear can effectively withstand attacks of 30 levels of soul power. How impressive. Of course, my craftsmanship is renowned throughout the continent." Back in the day, the elderly man, as if a switch had been flipped, began to recount his past with fervor. Tang Nan chose not to interrupt, but instead listened quietly, pondering. "I wonder how Grandpa Jack is doing now." Meanwhile, Lei Hao and Yi Qing arrived at Officer Lei's office. Upon reviewing the task briefing and the newly submitted intelligence, Officer Lei fell into deep contemplation. Beside him, Lei Hao waited anxiously. After perusing the documents, the officer simply uttered, "Wait." "Why, sir?" Lei Hao exclaimed in frustration. Officer Lei, unyielding, slammed his hand on the table and retorted, "Because this task has escalated to a demon-hunting mission. Do you think you and Yi Qing can handle it? It isn't the same as before. I cannot recklessly put the lives of two newcomers at stake." Listening intently, Lei Hao's eyes burned with determination, his fists clenched. Realizing the gravity of his resolve, Officer Lei finally relented. The Lei Hao team will undertake a tactical reconnaissance mission to locate the target. If danger arises, retreat immediately. After hearing this, Lei Hao silently turned away, pausing only at the threshold as he relaxed his clenched hand, saying, "Thank you, father," before hastily departing. "Such a rascal," Officer Lei muttered, shaking his head with a resigned smile as he sat down. He still can't let go of his pride. Yi Qing shrugged, teasing, "Have they reconciled yet?" "They actually forgave each other long ago. It's just that neither is willing to reach out first. You know how it is, each one too proud." "I see, I'll handle it. Keep this safe." Listening to Yi Qing's report, which was tinged with helplessness, Commander Lei expressed his intention to address the situation and handed her a firework flare. "If you find yourselves in peril, signal upwards. The team stationed nearby will provide immediate support." "Understood, father. You are the best," she replied as she took the flare, swiftly placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. With a playful tone, she added, "You really ought to shave properly. Farewell." As Commander Lei watched her depart, he touched his cheek and, glancing at the pocket watch in his left hand, let out a wry smile, exclaiming, "What a fine daughter you have raised, my old friend." He then reverted to his authoritative demeanor and set off towards the encampment of the third squad. "Old man. Hey, kid, wake up." Master Wei, engrossed in his storytelling, noticed his young audience dozing off and promptly snapped his fingers. The boy, startled awake, immediately prepared to apologize for his slumber. Master Wei, however, calmly reassured him that there was no need for such apologies. On the contrary, he was grateful for the boy's willingness to listen to his lengthy tales. Just then, Lei Hao and the others arrived to summon Tang Nan for departure. Upon hearing Tang Nan's name, Master Wei's expression shifted as he scrutinized Tang Nan for a moment. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead as if recalling something and promptly bent down to retrieve a bundle of arrows from beneath. "I almost forgot. These are prepared for you by Old Yang. Inside, you will find 3 explosive arrows and 3 smoke arrows. The explosive arrows possess the capability to breach walls up to 20 centimeters thick, though their effectiveness against spirit masters may be questionable. Maintain a safe distance of 5 meters when using them. This is your master's instruction." "Thank you, master. Farewell. Safe travels." After bidding Tang Nan goodbye, Master Wei returned to his seat, stretching lazily. "How long has it been? What have I heard thus far?" A crack appeared in the shadows, and Yang Hong emerged, remarking, "Just arrived, reminiscent of my own youthful days. I never anticipated you to be so self-absorbed." As he stepped out, he deftly sidestepped the flying hammer thrown by the irate Old Wei, who had veins bulging on his forehead. "Calm down and see what I've brought." Sensing Old Wei's anger, Yang Hong quickly produced a flask of liquor and tossed it over. Upon receiving the flask and inhaling its aroma, Old Wei's demeanor softened. "Now that is more like it. Come, let us drink together. Then I shall graciously comply." The assembled squad reached their target location under the cover of night. It was a secluded area near the corner of the city walls, eerily quiet in its solitude. To avoid alarming any potential adversaries, Yi Qing pulled back Lei Hao, who was ready to charge forward, and along with Xue Qinghe, they took a position in a nearby corner to observe. "Wait a moment, let me listen for any ambush." With that, she closed her eyes, focusing her spirit power. After a brief moment, Yuqing opened her eyes, having gathered the necessary information. There were only 2 individuals inside the building, and outside, each of the 2 haystacks concealed a person. The target location was the 2nd floor, 3rd window from the left. Lei Hao, Xue Qinghe, you handle the individuals in the haystacks. The rest is entrusted to me. Tang Nan, be on standby, and remember to leave at least one alive. A living person is worth more than a dead one. Understood. Xue Qinghe, let us move. The 2 swiftly ascended to the rooftop, navigating the eaves with agility until they reached their target's rooftop, now awaiting the signal to commence their operation. Yuqing knocked an arrow, its shaft glowing with a cerulean light. The wind rose, a swift whoosh, and in an instant, 3 sharp arrows were released, followed closely by 2 figures descending from the heavens. Their precision was lethal. After binding the corpses of 5 individuals, they commenced their inspection. One particular empty room drew their attention. Yi Qing, do you sense anything? There is wind. This place must conceal a hidden chamber. We should search for a switch. How do you know that, Yijia? My martial soul allows me to perceive the essence of the wind. This room, devoid of windows and airtight, still harbors a faint current, indicating something amiss. Finding a switch in the vacant room proved not to be a challenge. As Tang Nan pulled a lever, a concealed passageway emerged. For safety's sake, they deliberately stripped the clothing from the deceased and donned it, with Lei Hao leading the way. Xue Qinghe and the other 4 followed in an orderly fashion through the passage. The sight that awaited them on the other side left them astonished. Before them lay an expansive cavernous space, its surrounding rock formations marred by signs of excavation. Undoubtedly, the skeleton gang had thoroughly expanded the city's sewage system, converting it into their stronghold. This also elucidated their extensive purchase of slaves. Tang Nan, stop daydreaming. Let us move, commanded Lei Hao. Oh, wait for me. Thanks to their disguises, they aroused no suspicion along the way, allowing them to gather ample information from others. Upon reaching a corner, they paused to confirm their target, the church. Who would have thought? These ruffians actually constructed something quite impressive, remarked Tang Nan. If someone from above were to descend and lay eyes on this, they might not believe their own sight. As they approached the church, Lei Hao and Yi Qing exchanged banter about the building before preparing to enter. At that moment, Yi Qing sensed something. She hesitated and quickly instructed Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe to wait outside for 15 minutes before entering. The 2 complied without question. To pass the time, they began to scrutinize the structure before them. When Tang Nan's gaze fell upon the octagram atop the church, a voice echoed in his mind, "Do not give up when death approaches." What does that mean? He murmured to himself, attracting Xue Qinghe's attention. To assuage her concern, he quickly reassured her that nothing was amiss. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and Lei Hao ventured inside the church, where death and blood were omnipresent. Unfazed, they traversed through a screen, arriving at the central hall where a sacrificial ritual unfolded. A gaunt man was bound to a wooden table, incessantly pleading for forgiveness, while the priest before him seemed to revel in the moment. Reciting incantations, the priest raised a dagger high, poised to strike. Suddenly, a swift arrow pierced through the air, impaling the priest against the wall. The sound of the dagger clattering to the ground jolted everyone present from their stupor. Turning their gaze forward, they beheld Yi Qing and his companions emerging from the shadows. Swiftly, 3 arrows were loosed, disarming the adversaries before them, who, in fright, turned to flee. Yi Qing and his group chose not to pursue. Instead, they untied the man who had been bound. "You are safe now. Do you remember your name?" "Toluca." Speaking took all the strength he had, and upon noticing this, Yi Qing offered him some water and provisions. Upon seeing the food, Toluca ravenously devoured it. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously. "How many are there?" "Around 30. Proceed with caution." Lightning began to flicker around Lei Hao as he drew his Tang Dao and surged into the throng. The appointed time had arrived. Glancing at his pocket watch, Xue Qinghe quickly stowed it away and turned to Tang Nan, who appeared dazed. A sense of unease washed over Xue Qinghe as he approached Tang Nan. When his hand made contact, an image flashed in Tang Nan's mind, a golden-haired girl, bruised and battered, standing atop a pile of rubble, her sword already cracked. Confronted by a monstrous creature, blood-red in hue. "Hey, are you all right?" Xue Qinghe's inquiry brought Tang Nan back to reality, where he began to gasp for breath, pushing back his hair in an effort to compose himself. I'm fine, really." After a deep breath, he finally regained his composure, and the 2 pushed open the grand door. However, they were immediately struck by the horrific scene before them. Shattered bodies littered the ground, and rats feasted on the gruesome banquet. with murals painted in blood depicting a series of atrocities. A wave of nausea, fear, and dread surged through Tang Nan, who quickly covered his mouth to stifle the impending vomit. In contrast, Xue Qinghe clenched his fists, rage boiling within him. We must act. That beast shall pay for this. In the hall, electricity crackled as Lei Hao swiftly dispatched his foes. Observing the groaning cultist sprawled at his feet, he scoffed. Is there truly no one stronger? At that moment, the iron door on the second floor creaked open, revealing a burly man bearing a massive sword. Tang Min scanned the figure with disdain. So you are their leader? Indeed, I am. You have but one choice. Join us, or else. Or else what, you scoundrel? A hearty laugh morphed into a cold judgment. In an instant, the man vanished from Lei Hao's sight. What? Look out above. Yi Qing's warning prompted Lei Hao to swiftly retreat. The man descended like a hammer, crashing into the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, his form was clad in formidable armor. Remember this well. Taking your lives is my prerogative. I am Xerath. Drawing his great sword, Xerath lowered his stance, his thighs coiling with power, and propelled himself toward Lei Hao like an arrow released from its bow, aiming a fierce downward strike at his head. The clang of metal echoed as Lei Hao raised his weapon in time to block, but the force was so great that he found himself kneeling. Damn, this brute possesses immense strength. Contemplated the dire situation, swiftly creating distance before the next strike could land. Zalot attempted to pursue, yet was suppressed by Yi Qing's arrows. Caution was paramount. Complacency was not an option. As Yi Qing restrained Zalot's movements, he assessed Lei Hao's condition. He was fine, albeit somewhat surprised. What was this fellow's martial soul? You clearly didn't read the briefing. The latest intel indicated his soul power was around level 56, with a martial soul of an iron-armored bear, and a soul ring configuration of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. During their exchange, Zalot charged through the rain of arrows with a sweeping strike, prompting both to leap aside. Observing their evasive maneuvers, Zalot's arrogance began to swell. Is this all you can do? Prepare to meet your end. He must have activated his 4th soul skill, enhancing his strength and speed. Upon hearing Yi Qing's analysis, Lei Hao felt a growing sense of ease as he sheathed his tang knife, realizing the initial swiftness was due to this enhancement. Hey, foolish bear. Is this all you've got? Lei Hao's taunt incited Zalot's fury. However, as Zalot raised his sword to strike, Lei Hao preemptively seized his hand. Too slow. A punch landed squarely on Zalot's face, followed by a flurry of blows to his abdomen. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Enraged, Zalot unleashed his 2nd soul skill, Giant Bear Crush, aimed squarely at Lei Hao, but the attack missed. Too slow, a voice echoed from behind. Zalot turned, only to hear. Is this truly your best? How can you dare call yourself the leader? As Lei Hao continued to mock him, he nimbly dodged Zalot's assaults, gradually wearing down the latter's patience. Zalot dispelled his true form armor, and in that fleeting moment, Lei Hao drew his blade, employing his 1st soul skill. With thunderous might, he struck at Zalot's abdomen, blood splattering as his flesh was rent apart. Yet, the assault did not cease. Lei Hao's relentless strikes continued, leaving Zalot to defend desperately against the blows aimed at his vital points. Suddenly, Lei Hao's attack faltered, and Zalot seized the opportunity to counter. However, he coughed blood, a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen as a blade pierced his back. His assailant was Xue Qinghe. While Lei Hao pressed his offensive, Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe arrived. As Tang Nan assessed Toluca's injuries, Xue Qinghe charged forward. Noticing this, Lei Hao feigned vulnerability, luring Zalot into a trap. Caught off guard, Zalot suffered a severe blow. Just as Xue Qinghe prepared to deliver a fatal strike, Lei Hao instinctively pushed him aside. Immediately followed by a barrage of arrows raining down from above, Zalot's reinforcements had arrived. Dozens of archers and crossbowmen unleashed a relentless hail of arrows, forcing them to retreat in search of cover, while the severely injured Zalot seized the opportunity to escape. Eliminate them. With the target slipping away, Xue Qinghe opted to pursue, unleashing his martial soul and sprouting wings for the chase. The arrows that rained down pierced through his form without inflicting harm. What a remarkable ability! Lei Hao gazed at the retreating figure of Xue Qinghe, contemplating a rush to her side, but a hail of arrows swiftly compelled him back into the cover. Their priority now lay in neutralizing the archers before they could render assistance to Xue Qinghe. Severely injured, Xerath had fled to the prayer chamber, where he was greeted with news that the ritual preparations were complete. Overjoyed, he promptly ordered its execution. Numerous slaves were positioned in various corners, and as the incantations were chanted, They transformed into torrents of blood, filling the chamber with anguished cries and desperate wails. The blood coalesced towards the center, forming an octagram ritual circle. Upon his arrival, Xue Qinghe rushed forward to interrupt the ceremony, only to be thwarted by a barrier. By the time Lei Hao and his companions arrived, the ritual had concluded, restoring Xerath's health entirely. He slowly turned to face them, proclaiming, "Behold, this is the power bestowed upon me by the divine, and your head shall serve as my inaugural offering to the Lord of the Bronze Throne." Xerath ominously announced their impending demise. Chapter 6. Guardians of each other beneath the flickering candlelight, two elderly men savored fine wine by the hearth, the rhythmic clanging of the blacksmith's hammer resonating like a symphony. "Tell me, are you truly at ease with your precious apprentice participating in this mission?" one queried. "Oh, what troubles you?" Yang Hong, poised and unruffled, swirled the wine in his glass, tranquility and leisure etched upon his visage. "I have perused their mission brief. This target poses no challenge for them," he replied dismissively. Master Wei sighed heavily, voicing his concerns. "Typically, demon hunting missions require either 2 Shadow Guard teams or 1 seasoned hunting party. With 2 youths and 2 fresh recruits this time, I harbor reservations." He took another sip of his wine. Swish, swish, swish. "Damn it, do these rascals have an endless supply of arrows?" Lei Hao and his companions remained pinned behind their cover, under relentless fire from the archers. "We must eliminate them. Lei Hao, wait for my signal." As Yu Qing readied her bow to spring forth, another volley of arrows drove her back. The situation appeared to have reached an impasse. At that moment, Tang Nan recalled the equipment Master Wei had provided him, swiftly drawing a smoke arrow and launching it towards the archer's position. With a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke erupted. Immediately, Tang Nan tossed the remaining 2 smoke arrows and his crossbow to Yi Qing. "Sister, use these." Understanding his intent, Yi Qing activated her wind whisper, instantly discerning the positions of all adversaries. Swiftly, 2 bolts soared from the smoke, aimed directly at the archers' heads. The second floor was soon engulfed in smoke, causing the archers to falter in disarray. "Lei Hao, got it." Thunderous roars echoed as Lei Hao unleashed his third soul technique, dashing forth like a bolt of lightning. Upon plunging into the smoke, he efficiently dispatched all foes. As the haze dissipated, only Lei Hao remained. All done. He wiped the blood from his blade and leaped down from the second floor. The trio regrouped for a brief respite. Tang Nan noticed the wound on Lei Hao's arm and promptly prepared to bandage it. "It's nothing. I don't need a bandage." Lei Hao attempted to protest, but a fierce glare from Yi Qing silenced him. Recognizing the futility, he began the treatment himself, expertly disinfecting, applying medicine, and finally using his blue-silver grass to bind the injury. "I didn't realize you were so adept," Tang Nan exclaimed, momentarily coughing in surprise. Upon witnessing the blood he coughed up, Tang Nan placed a hand upon his back, simultaneously activating his natural form. He began to furrow his brow, assessing the extent of the internal injuries sustained, particularly the fissures that had appeared in his arm and knee. "Captain, you must speak, Nan. My advice is to refrain from enduring any more high-intensity attacks. I thought it was nothing significant." "Thank you, Doctor," Lei Hao responded calmly, his gratitude evident in his steady gaze. As if recalling something, he turned towards Yi Qing with a sense of guilt. "I should find an opportunity to speak with them properly." Yi Qing smiled knowingly, and after a brief respite, they swiftly resumed their pursuit. Within the corridor, the 3 of them continuously accelerated. "Let us hope we can still catch up." Yi Qing fervently prayed for the safety of Xue Qinghe. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, followed by anguished cries and screams echoing from ahead. Realizing the imminent danger, the 2 hastened their pace. "Hey, wait for me." By the time Lei Hao and his companion arrived, the ritual had already concluded. The demon had descended, empowered. Xerath pronounced the death sentence of the 3 before him as if he were an executioner. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Hao and his companions observed the prayer chamber. Despite its name, the structure bore a striking resemblance to an arena, with totems fashioned from bones adorning the walls. On the second floor's viewing platform, they glimpsed a familiar silhouette. No time for discernment remained, as Xerath charged at them, and they dispersed instantaneously. He collided with the wall, which crumbled under the impact. "Damn it," Lei Hao thought grimly, noting the destructive force. Xerath's body had begun to decay. His right arm had grown unnaturally powerful. He seized stones from the wall and hurled them at them. Boom, boom. 2 arrows exploded upon impact, scattering debris. "Create distance, Lei Hao," he commanded, unleashing his martial spirit. First soul skill, Wind manipulation, wind vortex arrow. An arrow infused with wind elements soared toward Zerit. Thud. Ridiculous. Zerit deflected it with his right hand. Upward. What? The wind element embedded in the arrow erupted, reducing his right hand to a pulpy mass, yet his arm began to mend slowly. The light blade, thunderstrike, and wind vortex arrow followed in quick succession. They would not grant him a moment to recover. As he attempted to counterattack, he was met with an even more relentless barrage. Ultimately, Zerit's confidence was shattered. Fear and despair enveloped him. He sought to flee, but he collapsed, ensnared by the blue-silver grass. Die! Xue Qinghe descended from above, plunging the light blade into his heart, his form resembling that of an avenging angel. In his final moments, a voice echoed in his mind, a voice from the one who had once inspired him to brave any peril, but now it brought him despair. Foolish wretch, you do not deserve this power. Kashuer entrusted it to you. Do not let me down. Yes, my lord, no? He let out a final, desperate roar. Xue Qinghe immediately distanced himself. Then, a transformation began. His body restructured, and a blood-red magic circle emerged beneath him. As the circle dissipated, a demon strikingly similar to Zerit materialized before them. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cashel. As the demon spoke, he conjured a pitch-black longsword. Very well. Now you may meet your demise. A smile graced his lips as he emanated an overwhelming aura of dread. In that moment, they were enveloped by the chilling breath of death. The first to regain their senses were Yi Qing and Lei Hao, who immediately charged forth to engage him in combat. At this juncture, Xue Qinghe found himself in a state of paralysis, the unfolding events surpassing his comprehension. Hey! Xue Qinghe awakened. Tang Nan noticed something amiss with Xue Qinghe and hurriedly moved him to a secure corner. At that moment, a resonating echo reverberated in his mind. How will you choose in the face of death? He had no time to ponder this further. He retrieved an explosive crossbow bolt, glancing at the arrow and then at his captain, disregarding any lingering thoughts. Captain, move. Having replaced the crossbow bolt, Tang Nan pulled the trigger, sending the bolt flying, while the others instinctively withdrew. Yet, the arrow ascended, ultimately detonating against the ceiling, creating a fissure. He continued to reload. Get out of the way, Tang Nan. As he looked up, he beheld a surge of sword energy. He attempted to flee, but his legs refused to obey. Am I to perish here? Suddenly, Xue Qinghe regained his composure, swiftly grasping Tang Nan to execute an emergency lift. Now we are even. He hurled Tang Nan to safety and rejoined the fray, requesting to engage in battle. His gaze hardened, a golden aura of soul power enveloping him. Oh, I hope you won't bore me. The balance of combat had not shifted with Xue Qinghe's entry. The tide remained heavily in favor of Cashel, with Lei Hao and the others nearing exhaustion. Yi Qing, summoning her last reserves of soul power, released a vortex arrow, which veered off course, piercing the fissure in the ceiling. How tiresome, this futile struggle. I have had my fill. Cashel expressed his disappointment, swiftly appearing before Yi Qing and delivering a punishing blow that sent her sprawling. Gasping, she coughed up blood, attempting to rise only to discover her ankle had twisted painfully. Witnessing Yi Qing being struck down, Lei Hao surged forward in fury, but Cashel paid him no heed. With a deft twist of his body, he evaded the attack and retaliated, driving his sword into Lei Hao's form. Yet, undaunted, Lei Hao clutched the blade fiercely. Xue Qinghe emerged from the right, delivering a devastating slash across Cashel's body, catching him off guard. A human had managed to inflict harm upon him. While the lightning from Lei Hao dissipated into nothingness, Thunder Shadow, create a lightning doppelganger. The doppelganger can absorb a certain degree of damage without vanishing. Cashel touched the blood oozing from his wound, a thrill of excitement igniting a smile upon his face. How delightful. Come, let me savor more. They charged at one another, a tempest of steel flashing in the air. Their movements became a blur, accompanied only by the clashing of blades and the ever-deepening scars upon the battlefield. As their speed escalated, so did their fervor for battle. In the midst of the clash, Lei Hao seized an opportunity to deflect the sword toward Cashel's heart, only for Cashel to grasp it tightly with his right hand. Demon energy explosion. With his left hand gathering strength, he struck fiercely at Lei Hao, who was then forcefully embedded into the wall, momentarily losing consciousness. In an instant, Kashuer appeared before Xue Qinghe, launching a direct assault to his face, knocking him unconscious. Witnessing the one who had caused him injury, Kashuer's expression twisted further, unable to suppress the urge to sever his head. As he raised his sword to deliver the fatal blow, a wind vortex arrow pierced through his chest. He turned to see the direction from which the arrow had come, revealing Yi Qing. As she struggled to rise, she was met with the fury of Kashuir. Seeking death, a massive scarlet sword aura surged toward her. But thud, a gigantic shield materialized in front of Yi Qing, blocking the sword energy. Behind it stood a robust young man, his muscular arms showcasing his formidable strength. It appears I have arrived just in time. Yi Qing, you've worked hard. Upon hearing that bold voice, Yuan Wenj finally arrived, and Yi Qing sighed in relief, promptly collapsing backward. He quickly supported her, gently laying her down. Observing the newcomer, Kashuir was already impatient. He discarded his sword and clenched his fists, readying himself for a fight. Yuan Wenj immediately understood his intentions, stepping forward and adopting the same stance. Come on, can you make this a bit more exhilarating? Rest assured, I will make you weep. No sooner had he spoken than Kashuir landed a punch squarely on his chest. Oh, really? Cough, of course. They began to exchange blows in a fierce melee. Old Wei, do you know about the Lan team? Of course, it's a unique existence among the Shadow Guards. Typically, a team would have 1 or 2 veterans to lead the operations, but this team consists entirely of young individuals, yet they have remarkably accomplished all assigned tasks. I remember Yi Qing and Lei Hao were among them, but a few months ago, Lei Hao took Yi Qing away from the team, and the squad entered a period of rest. Such a pity. After speaking, Old Wei finished his drink. Ouch. It feels like all my bones are about to shatter. Awakening. Lei Hao struggled to open his eyes, seeing Yi Qing receiving treatment from Tang Nan. He breathed a sigh of relief, but was halted as someone pressed down on him. That's enough. You need to receive treatment first. The one restraining him was a cold-faced youth, his tall frame emanating an icy aura. Su Xiao, I don't need it. I. Cough, cough, cough. He attempted to prove his worth, but his body refused to comply. Truly, had he known such recklessness would ensue, he should never have allowed you to take Sister Yi Qing away. A vibrant girl brought the unconscious Xue Qinghe over. Thank you for your efforts, Nia. Could you please stop talking with that poker face? He chose to ignore her retort. How did you arrive? We came using the fireworks. About half an hour after you entered, we also entered that passage. Due to the tremors, the outside was in chaos. Fortunately, thanks to the fireworks, we were able to pinpoint your location. In response to Lei Hao's inquiry, Nia interjected before Su Xiao could answer, a form of retribution for his earlier words. Do not move, Captain. I am about to administer your treatment. After completing the care for Yi Qing, Tang Nan hurried over to examine Lei Hao's condition. Following emergency measures, Lei Hao's injuries had been alleviated, but further treatment could only be undertaken back at their base. He must remain still for now. Tang Nan firmly warned the captain, who still attempted to rise. You are Tang Nan, correct? Surely you have some painkillers on you? Su Xiao discerned Lei Hao's intent and made a request on his behalf. No, that's out of the question. He cannot fight any longer, Tang Nan replied with resolute finality. Please, Nan. The captain's unwavering gaze left him with no option but to sigh in resignation, administering the painkiller. Phew, thank you. Once we return, I'll treat you all. What? Are you serious? Have you lost your mind? Is the sun rising from the west? The two exchanged incredulous looks, which only heightened the awkwardness of the situation. Of course, I keep my promises. If he could, he would prefer to find a hole to hide in at that moment. Well, if possible, how about you assist that big brother first? Cough, cough, cough. You are quite something. Likewise. With that, the two resumed their vigorous sparring, while the three fell into contemplation. Perhaps we should discuss where to dine after our mission concludes? Let us visit Old Man Kite, or we could head to Tiando City. I recall there being a fantastic barbecue place there. Hey, Captain, this is not the time for such discussions. Tang Nan interjected, unable to contain himself. At that moment, Yi Qing rose and cleared her throat. All is well now. Everyone, our primary objective is to eliminate this demon. Nia, you and Lei Hao will execute a feint, while Su Xiao will be responsible for the kill. Understood, sister, leave it to me. Electric Rat, we move. Do not call me that. Understood, leave it to me. My sword shall not disappoint you. At that moment, Kashur, invigorated by the battle, seized his black sword and struck with ferocity, simultaneously conjuring a dagger in his right hand for a surprise attack, which Yuan Wen effortlessly deflected with a shield. The relentless onslaught continued, with all strikes aimed at the shield, forcing Yuan Wen to retreat step by step. At this juncture, the three launched a simultaneous assault from different angles. Yuan Wen swiftly countered with a powerful shield bash, while activating his third spirit skill, Rock Smash. The immense force caused even a robust demon like Kashur to momentarily lose his balance. Next, the second spirit skill, Lightning Lock, ensnared his right hand with several chains of lightning, while Nia employed her third spirit skill, Infernal Binding, to restrain his left hand as he attempted to free himself. Following this, Su Xiao advanced with swift strides, unleashing his martial soul, revealing a silver longsword in his grasp. This is yours, Cold Frost. With the fifth spirit skill, Ice Oblivion, the blade emanated an aura that instilled dread in the heart of its opponent. As Cold Frost pierced through, Kashur felt his strength waning. In a sudden surge of desperation, he violently threw Nia aside, forcing her to release the infernal binding, and with his liberated left hand, he hurled the chains at Lei Hao, sending him crashing towards Yuan Wen, who quickly retracted his shield to catch Lei Hao. Thank you, brother. Meanwhile, Nia was caught mid-air by the swiftly approaching Su Xiao. Damn it, my strength is fading. I have no choice but to resort to this technique. Suddenly, Cassier plunged his sword into the ground, channeling his energy into the earth, causing a magical explosion. The entire structure began to tremble, cracks widening ominously. The building was on the verge of collapse. Yuan Wen sensed the impending disaster. Hoisting Lei Hao onto his shoulder, he turned back to grasp Yi Qing. Breaking through a gap, Su Xiao soon caught up, and in no time, the cathedral was reduced to rubble. That was close. We almost became entombed alive. Lei Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, lamenting the escape of that demon. Not a chance. The demon-esque corporeal form can no longer withstand its own power and will soon disintegrate, Su Xiao replied with a stoic expression. By the way, have you gained some weight? Shut up, Nia retorted, delivering a playful jab to his chin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yi Qing, counting the heads, noticed something was amiss. Where are Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe? This statement alerted everyone, and they quickly scanned their surroundings, collectively gazing at the debris of the collapsed structure. Oh no, we forgot about them. It's all your fault, Electric Rat. Why didn't you bring them along? What? Blame me? Why didn't you pull them along when Su Xiao was running so fast? The three engaged in a heated argument, just as Yi Qing and Yuan Wen returned with both good and bad news. The good news was that they were alive. The bad news was that they were buried deep. Why not have brother Yuan Wen use his powers to lift them with a stone pillar? Yuan Wen scratched his head at this suggestion. If I do that, they might turn into meat patties before they even emerge. Thus, they had only one option left, to dig. However, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. The minions of the skeleton gang were pouring in incessantly. It seemed they could not begin their rescue until these foes were dealt with. Same old rule, the one with the most heads gets to order food. Charge. Nia led the charge into the throng, declaring, I won to lose to you. Lei Hao activated his thunderous powers and surged into the fray. Su Xiao soon joined the chaotic battle, while Yuan Wen safeguarded Yi Qing in the conflict. That day may well become the most harrowing memory for the skeleton gang. Wake up, Xue Qinghe, please wake up. After relentless calls from Tang Nan, Xue Qinghe finally opened his eyes. Seeing him regain consciousness, Tang Nan exhaled in relief. Where are we? It hurts. Xue Qinghe looked around, noticing the surroundings were filled with blue-silver grass. Well, to be precise, we are beneath the ruins of the cathedral. 10 minutes earlier, Yuan Wen had shouted, the building is about to collapse. We must flee. He then led Lei Hao and the others out, but Tang Nan, supporting Xue Qinghe, could not move quickly enough. As the ground continued to collapse, they fell through. Watching the ground approach rapidly, Tang Nan immediately activated his natural form, channeling all his soul power to guide the blue-silver grass into forming a cushioning zone, significantly reducing the impact. However, upon landing, he still suffered considerable pain. Ouch, I really pushed myself too hard. By the way, where's Xue Qinghe? He quickly checked on Xue Qinghe's condition, but he remained in a state of unconsciousness. This left Tang Nan deep in thought. Something is not right. His body shows no severe injuries, and his breath is steady, yet why is he still unconscious? As he pondered the situation, Xue Qinghe suddenly rose, exclaiming in confusion. However, he paid no heed to it, merely advancing slowly ahead. Tang Nan quickly discerned something amiss and hurried to his side, only to find his gaze vacant. It became clear that during the assault by Kashur, he had also been cursed. This curse would plunge him into the depths of his most dreaded memories, ultimately leading him to contemplate self-destruction. Faced with such a predicament, Tang Nan felt utterly powerless. For the moment, he could only follow him in search of an escape. At that time, they found themselves in the basement of a church, where Kashuer's power was not sufficient to bring the vast structure crashing down entirely. As they sought a way out, Xueqinghe suddenly clasped his head in both hands, a grimace of anguish crossing his face. He was ensnared in a painful recollection, unable to extricate himself. Simultaneously, the ground began to tremble once more, and the collapse recommenced. Observing this, Tang Nan attempted to pull Xueqinghe away, but he was ensnared in his memories, resisting Tang Nan's efforts. With no other option, Tang Nan began to draw upon the last remnants of his soul energy, activating the blue-silver grass to envelop both himself and Xueqinghe. Debris rained down upon the blue-silver grass, and Tang Nan gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught. After what felt like an eternity, he sensed the tremors cease, allowing him to divert his attention to Xueqinghe's plight. "No, grandfather, I don't want to," Xueqinghe cried out, his expression one of profound agony. In that moment, all Tang Nan could do was care for him, fulfilling his duty as a healer. He recalled what old Jack had once said in the village: if one felt unwell, they should sing, for song could alleviate suffering. Gently, he laid Xueqinghe's head upon his knee and began to sing. To be honest, Tang Nan had not retained many songs, but a memory surfaced from a time when he had been gravely ill, beset by a relentless fever. One night, he had heard a melody, and gradually, his discomfort had faded, allowing him a peaceful slumber, after which his condition had miraculously improved. Thus, he hummed a tune reminiscent of that night. "Sleep, sleep. My dear little one, do not fear, do not be sad. Listen, listen, it's the fairies at play." Gradually, Xueqinghe's expression shifted from torment to relaxation, as if the circumstances were turning for the better. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. "So, we are still trapped underground, are we?" he queried. Are you all right?" Tang Nan inquired. "I'm much better, thank you for your assistance, and for the song, though your singing leaves much to be desired." Xueqinghe replied with a weak smile. "All right, as long as you're okay." With their combined efforts, they began to clear the rubble that had buried them, resuming their search for an exit. Considering Xueqinghe's body was still in a recovery phase, Tang Nan took the lead. "By the way, why did you choose to become a doctor?" Xueqinghe asked suddenly from behind. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Nan responded, "Perhaps it was when I was 5 years old, after suffering a severe illness, that I had this notion." "And you? Why did you venture out?" "Well, life at home was exceedingly dull, so I arranged for Uncle Yang to sneak me out for a bit," Xueqinghe explained. "So, you're from the city? What wonders are there to behold?" There was nothing particularly novel. If anything, it was Uncle Yang who possessed more intriguing elements. As their conversation meandered, an unexpected thought struck him. He slowly drew his sword and inquired, "Why do you wish to save me?" Unaware of the impending danger, Tang Nan promptly replied, "You are my patient. As your doctor and partner, it is only natural for me to save you." "Partner?" he scoffed. "I never acknowledged you." With that, he sheathed his sword and hastened ahead. "I will scout the path. You rest for a moment." "No, that's unacceptable. You must take care of yourself." Suddenly, Xueqinghe halted, slowly unsheathing his sword. "What is happening?" As Tang Nan approached, Xueqinghe pushed him away. "Get back." In an instant, a crimson sword aura surged toward them, and a figure emerged, one they recognized all too well, Kashuer. The two drew their weapons, steeling themselves for the confrontation. At that moment, Kashuer's strength was waning, his body deteriorating. He had set his sights on Xueqinghe. The previous curse was devised for this very purpose. Originally, he intended to annihilate her soul through the curse, allowing him to usurp her body. However, just as he was about to lead Xueqinghe to her demise, she was roused by a discordant melody. The thought ignited his fury. "You little brat, perish." Fueled by rage, he unleashed a lethal strike towards Tang Nan, sending him tumbling away, while swiftly inscribing a magical array to bind Xueqinghe, preparing for possession. Tang Nan, hurled through the air, rolled several times before laboriously regaining his footing. His crossbow lay in ruins from absorbing much of the blow, his protective gear was tattered, and blood streamed from his forehead. The pain in his chest intensified. After urgently administering a painkiller, he retrieved the hand crossbow crafted by his brother and replaced it with an explosive bolt, taking aim. "I promised my father I would become a man, so I will not allow you to harm him, demon." He fired without a trace of fear, unbeknownst to Kashuer. Engrossed in his ritual, he was utterly oblivious to Tang Nan's actions until a thunderous sound erupted. The bolt struck his back, disrupting the ceremony once more. Furious, he turned to glare at Tang Nan, this persistent nuisance, and resolved to eliminate him in the most brutal manner. He approached Tang Nan, who fired bolt after bolt, each one missing its mark. Upon reaching him, Kashur seized Tang Nan by the throat, tightening his grip. Tang Nan gasped for air. "You little wretch. I promise. Once I kill you, I will find your family and present them with your severed head before exterminating them as well." Hearing this, Tang Nan slowly raised his right hand, aiming the hand crossbow with its final explosive arrow. In a mocking tone, he declared, "Let us see if the arrow can still miss at this distance. Do you dare?" Before he could finish speaking, Tang Nan pulled the trigger once more. Bang. "Ah, bastard." Kashur hurled Tang Nan away, clutching his face and wailing in agony. His half-face was a gruesome mess, and Tang Nan was not in a better state. His right hand was severely injured from the explosion, and the protective armor he wore lay shattered. Blood stained his visage, accompanied by severe burns. Kashur harbored a deep-seated hatred for Tang Nan. Just as he contemplated tearing him apart, he suddenly coughed up blood, realizing that his body was on the verge of collapse. Consequently, he hurried back to Xue Qinghe's side to resume the ritual. Tang Nan, witnessing this, attempted to rise, only to find himself devoid of strength. An overwhelming chill, drowsiness, and fatigue washed over him. "Father, have I succeeded?" He slowly closed his eyes. Upon shutting his eyes, a voice resonated in his mind. "You have worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Luas began to heal him. "On what grounds?" "Very well. I shall grant you this favor and conduct the basic restoration." With great difficulty, he managed to stand, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue. At that moment, Kashur's ritual was nearing completion when Tang Nan's sudden appearance interrupted it once more. A powerful strike sent Kashur staggering several meters back. "Who are you?" Kashur demanded, but Tang Nan paid him no heed, reciting an incantation. "Break." With those words, the binding array restraining Xue Qinghe was instantly dismantled. Freed from his constraints, Xue Qinghe prepared to charge forward, only to be halted by Tang Nan. "Xue Qinghe, do you believe you can eliminate him in one strike?" "I can, but..." Noticing his hesitation, Tang Nan inquired what was needed of him. 3 minutes. "By me 3 minutes." With determination, Xue Qinghe relayed his request. "Understood. Now watch me. Can you hold on?" He smiled calmly, showcasing his hammer. "Trust me, partner." "Got it. I believe in you." He then began to gather his strength for a decisive blow. As Tang Nan turned, he faced Kashur's assault. Too slow. He effortlessly swung his hammer, repelling Kashur, and swiftly followed up with a strike to his left cheek, followed by a knee kick. At this point, Kashur began to regain his composure, silently enduring Tang Nan's onslaught to gather his strength. Suddenly, a blood-red colossal sword manifested. Tang Nan quickly raised his hammer to block, forcing Kashur into the wall. "Look at you, weren't you acting tough? Go on, shout." "Ha ha." Tang Nan joined in the raucous laughter. "It's fine. After all, I'm not the protagonist. Your demise is imminent." "What?" A dazzling light emerged behind him. Turning around, Xue Qinghe unveiled his disguise, revealing golden hair and piercing blue eyes, with 3 pairs of wings particularly drawing Kashur's attention. "An angel? Demon, prepare to face your judgment." As the words left his mouth, the sword in his hand transformed into a massive light blade, the Judgment Blade, and Kashur immediately concentrated all his power to resist. Just as he attempted to raise his hand, he found himself ensnared by blue-silver grass. As he struggled to break free, it was too late. The Judgment Blade had descended, its radiant edge cleaving him in two. "Cursed!" he wailed in despair as he gradually dissipated. At that moment, Tang Nan's eyes shifted back to blue. Gazing at the approaching Xue Qinghe, he smiled. "An angel? So beautiful." With that, he collapsed heavily. "Disciple? Wake up." At his master's call, Tang Nan opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered and confused. He observed his master seated on a nearby chair, gazing at him with an expression of anticipation. Weakly, he surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Master, how did I come to be here? What transpired?" The master elucidated. "You sustained severe injuries, and I have already administered treatment. Now, it is imperative that you rest and recuperate." Upon saying this, he turned to the outside and remarked that he had awakened. "Is it true? Let me see. Hey, Lei Heizi, don't crowd me. Nia, you ought to lose some weight." Silence. As he beheld the raucous group before him, Tang Nan could not help but smile. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced at his master, who nodded with a smile and gestured in a particular direction. "He is enjoying the scenery by the small lake outside. Go seek him out." Xue Qinghe sat by the lakeside, the tranquil waters reflecting her graceful silhouette. She gently caressed the cat perched on her knees, yet her heart remained heavy with unexpressed thoughts. Tang Nan appeared beside her, having just regained his health. Shuqinghe, are you well? He inquired softly, his tone imbued with concern. Shuqinghe nodded and offered a faint smile. Thank you, Tang Nan. I am all right. Tang Nan settled beside her, his gaze drawn to the lake's surface. How beautiful it is. Reflecting on the past, it truly feels as though I have traversed the gates of the underworld. Shuqinghe turned her head to look at him. Why did you not flee when you knew you could not defeat him? Tang Nan met her gaze with unwavering resolve. To run away and abandon you? I could never do that, nor would I want to. As a doctor or as a companion, I have no justification for such an action. Shuqinghe fell silent for a moment, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. You are right. Partners. A brief silence enveloped them. The gentle breeze whisked away Shuqinghe's worries and his solitude. He slowly spoke, Can we become friends? Of course, we already are, aren't we? Tang Nan replied without hesitation. Indeed. Thank you, my friend. The lakeside under the moonlight was exceptionally beautiful, evoking a sense of tranquility and harmony. The moonlight danced upon the water's surface, rendering it exceptionally clear, reflecting the beauty of the moonlight and creating a picturesque scene. They sat together, quietly admiring the view. Chapter 7. Getting back on track within the office of Commander Lei, he meticulously reviewed the mission report submitted by Yi Qing. Just then, Yang Hong arrived, and the two engaged in a discussion regarding the demon cashier that had emerged. Commander Lei's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke in a low voice. Yang Hong, what is your perspective on this demon cashier? Yang Hong smiled slightly, clearly having anticipated this question. He replied, from the report submitted. It appears that Cashier is an exceedingly powerful demon. His strength rivals that of Lei Hao's speed, and he seems to possess some ability to warp the surrounding space. Fortunately, they managed to exhaust him. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. Oh, and you should take a look at this. With that, Commander Lei retrieved a large box from the right side cabinet and opened it to reveal a long sword. Its blade was a deep black, emanating a chilling and mysterious aura. The hilt of the sword is crafted from a peculiar white crystal, resembling frozen flames, both resilient and smooth. The breath of death. Yang Hong gazed at the sword, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, from whence did this sword originate? It is said to have fallen from the disintegrated body of Kashur. For specific details, I suggest you consult the two little fellows you brought along, Commander Lei replied, carefully wrapping the sword and handing it to him. Thank you, Lei Hui. By the way, are you not attending the celebration banquet for Lei Hao and the others? Yang Hong remarked. To be honest, Lei Hao performed commendably this time. I merely fear that my presence might render the atmosphere awkward. Observing his old comrade scratching his head in exasperation, Yang Hong refrained from further comments, only uttering a profound remark before his departure. Go and take a look. He might be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Will he? Lei Hui pondered quietly. In the maintenance area. I sincerely apologize for damaging the protective gear crafted by my master. Relax, it's no great matter. Your well-being is what truly matters. Let me take a look. Master Wei said, seated in his luminous and tidy workshop, the twilight casting a warm glow upon his face and elongating his shadow. As Tang Nan fervently expressed his apologies, Master Wei quickly reassured him while scrutinizing the crossbow brought in for repair. His eyes sparkled with intensity, captivated by the mysterious craftsmanship of the weapon. He meticulously examined every detail of the crossbow. The intricate mechanisms and unknown techniques presented an unprecedented challenge. Such craftsmanship was unfamiliar to him, even absent from the ancient tomes of the village. Frowning, he fell into deep thought. The enigma of the crossbow's creation puzzled him, yet he remained undaunted. Instead, a glimmer of determination and confidence shone in his eyes, trust in his repair skills and curiosity for the unknown. Tang Nan. This is the first time I have encountered such craftsmanship in a crossbow. It may take some time for me to study it, Master Wei conveyed to Tang Nan, his tone imbued with caution and focus. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan's expression revealed a hint of concern. Noticing this, Master Wei continued, do not lose heart. Rest assured. With your Grandpa Wei around, there is nothing that cannot be repaired. However, I shall need a few days to study it. May I return it to you in a week? Of course, but why a week? Tang Nan sighed with relief, a grateful smile gracing his face. That sounds fine. I will first head over to the intelligence hall to submit a commission. Once the materials arrive, I shall commence work. Master Wei let out a hearty laugh. A commission? What is it? Oh, just a bit of star silver ore, needed for the repair of your protective gear. Observing the young man's puzzled demeanor, Master Wei took the opportunity to explain further. to secure the operational funds required by the organization and ensure suitable teams are deployed. The Shadow Guard Intelligence Hall collects requests from the city and nearby friendly villages. The hall then adjusts these requests based on specific circumstances, creating commissions for the Shadow Guard to undertake. Provided the price is appropriate, the Shadow Guard will address their needs. Naturally, if there are internal demands within the organization, those can be addressed as well. However, if the commission is too ostentatious, the Intelligence Hall is unlikely to accept it, so rest easy. Oh, upon hearing this, Tang Nan gained a new understanding of the situation. Suddenly, he glanced at the time and remembered that he was late for the celebration banquet. After bidding farewell to Master Wei, he hurried to the cafeteria. As Tang Nan exited, Yang Hong approached him. Seeing him arrive, he quickly beckoned him over. Look at the craftsmanship of this crossbow. It differs significantly from our standard model. I estimate its lethality can penetrate the protective soul power of a level 30 soul master within 20 meters. If I am not mistaken, its prototype should have been a repeating crossbow, modified into a single-shot version, but this alteration has resulted in a doubling of its range. Remarkable. Yang Hong nodded in agreement. Expressing his approval, he proposed, Old Yang, you should bring him in. If we could equip this, our operational efficiency would see a tremendous boost, and with modifications, it could be directly deployed for military use. This fellow is a genius. Such a splendid notion, but unfortunately, I am powerless to assist. That individual is unlikely to choose to join us, so you should give up the hope. As Yang Hong praised the crossbow enthusiastically, he shrugged his shoulders in resignation. However, as for its modifier, you have already met him. Tang Nan? Master Wei responded with a large question mark. Receiving Yang Hong's affirmative reply, Master Wei praised him for having struck gold. Suddenly recalling an important matter, Yang Hong hastily produced the Breath of Death. Is this the Breath of Death? Upon recognizing it, Master Wei's brow furrowed tightly, disbelief washing over him. He looked up at Yang Hong, and upon seeing his serious demeanor, he understood the gravity of the situation. He reached out, attempting to grasp the sword, but as he drew near, he felt a force resisting him. When Master Wei endeavored to approach closer, a ghostly blue flame erupted from his hand, the searing sensation causing him to withdraw swiftly. Hiss. Cursed be this sword, for it must harbor his remnants. Go seek Fanis. She should currently be offering medical guidance in the infirmary. Understood. Should I also fetch some burn ointment while I'm at it? No need. Just hurry along. After Master Wei sent Yang Hong away, he looked at his burned hand, perplexed, and asked, Is there truly a need for such animosity towards me, Lawas? In the bustling dining hall, Lei Hao and his companions were engaged in a lively celebration. The table was laden with a plethora of delicacies and fine wines. As laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Hey, Lei Hao, let us raise a toast. Lei Hao glared at Nia, his eyes glinting with a challenging spark. Nia, dare you indulge in a drinking contest with me? Nia, undeterred, retorted, Electric Rat, of course I dare. Let us not forget who last succumbed at my feet. That was merely a mishap. Let us see how it goes this time. Very well. The old rules apply. The old rules dictate that whoever falls first shall foot the bill. Lei Hao smirked with satisfaction before turning to Su Xiao, inviting, Su Xiao, you should join us too. Su Xiao, somewhat resigned, chuckled and waved his hand. Lei Hao, is this really necessary? Nevertheless, he picked up a glass to partake in the revelry. Observing this scene, Yuanwen was eager to join in as well. Watching the raucous four, Yi Qing chose not to partake in the drinking game. Instead, she sat beside Tang Nan, engaging in conversation. Her tone was calm and gentle, her face adorned with a soft smile. Yi Qing inquired, Tang Nan, who do you think will triumph in this drinking contest? Tang Nan shrugged helplessly and replied, It is difficult to say. They all seem like quite the drinkers. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. By the way, Sister Yi Qing, is your usual work centered around exterminating demons? Tang Nan inquired, sipping his drink. Yi Qing pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, that is not the case. Such events are merely incidental. Throughout the year, there may be at most a dozen demon extermination missions that require the Shadow Guard's intervention. In most instances, our work revolves around fulfilling commissions to earn funds. Tang Nan quietly nodded in response, and they continued their conversation, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Just as Lei Hao was preparing to toast in merriment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. It was a tall, resolute man, Lei Hao's father, Lei Wan, who also served as their commander. His arrival instantly silenced the entire cafeteria, with all eyes drawn to him. Dressed in a dark coat, his hair slightly disheveled, His eyes sparkled with a weary yet steadfast light. As Lei Wen gazed upon his son, warmth and pride filled his eyes. He lifted his glass and spoke. I believe this moment calls for a toast to my son. Lei Hao. His voice trembled, clearly reflecting his infrequent public speaking. The gathering fell into a hush, all waiting in anticipation. Lei Hao, you are my pride, Lei Wen declared, his voice thick with emotion. I recognize that I have harbored misunderstandings and mishandled certain matters. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he awaited his son's response. Lei Hao looked at his father, a flicker of emotion crossing his features. He understood that his father's apology was sincere. With a gentle smile, he stepped forward, raised his glass, and clinked it against his father's. Their gazes locked, and both recognized that this was a moment of reconciliation. Dad, Lei Hao spoke softly. Thank you. Their glasses met with a clear chime, prompting the crowd to erupt in applause, blessing the reconciling father and son. Come on, everyone. 3, 2, 1. Cheers. With Yuqing's countdown. Everyone lifted their glasses to commence the celebration. Observing this heartwarming scene, Tang Nin felt a mix of emotions, perhaps stirred by memories of his own family. Xueqinghe, noticing his distress, approached him with 2 cups of drink in hand, offering one to him as they began to chat. Xueqinghe, I miss home, Tang Nin said dejectedly. I want to go back and find my brother. All right, don't cry. Here, have a drink, Xueqinghe quickly reassured him. However, after taking a sip of his own beverage, he realized something was amiss and hastily attempted to intervene. Wait, don't drink that. Huh, what did you say? By that time, Tang Nin had already taken a sip, his cheeks flushing. You know, Xueqinghe, when we were fighting the demons, I think I saw. Hick. A golden-haired big sister. Hick. She was like an angel. He began to ramble incoherently. I like her. These were the last words he uttered before succumbing to inebriation, and for reasons unknown, Xueqinghe's face also flushed at this declaration. In stark contrast to the clamor of the cafeteria, the medical room exuded an aura of profound silence. Yang Hong, bearing the aura of death, quietly entered the infirmary. His presence was akin to a shadow in the darkness, evoking a sense of dread. Meanwhile, Fanez was inside the infirmary, instructing students in medical procedures. Her bright eyes sparkled with wisdom, reminiscent of a deep starry sky, harboring endless mysteries. Her hands resembled the healing spring breeze, gentle yet powerful, imbued with reverence and respect for life. When Fanez beheld the sword in Yang Hong's grasp, a flicker of astonishment crossed her gaze. She set aside her task, donning a serious expression, and followed Yang Hong into the back room of the infirmary. Was this the breath of death? Fanez approached the sword slowly, her eyes brimming with confusion and trepidation. Gently, she grasped the hilt. The mere touch sent a shiver coursing through her. She gazed at the blade, observing the unique engravings that emanated a chilling aura. Her heart raced in an instant. Her hands began to tremble, the subtle quivers transmitting through her fingers to the blade, causing it to vibrate slightly. Her eyes fixated on the sword, as if attempting to glimpse its past through the cold, unyielding metal. Her brow furrowed, a flicker of anguish illuminating her eyes. Fanez inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. She began to caress the blade meticulously, feeling each intricate line, akin to scars that chronicled its trials and growth. Her fingers glided over the surface, as though deciphering an ancient language known only to her. Tears welled in her eyes. Yet Fanez endeavored to restrain them. Lifting her gaze, she spoke with tranquility. This sword harbors fragments of his essence. Yang Hong, he is still alive. Are you certain? Where is he now? Yang Hong inquired anxiously upon hearing this news. I do not know. I can only sense that his soul should be here. Yet I cannot perceive him. She embraced the breath of death, her body radiating a powerful vitality. Calm down, Fanez. Did you not just assert that he is alive? Indeed. He lives, but why did I not appear by his side then? In that moment, her emotions surged forth, and she clutched Yang Hong's garment tightly, weeping like a child. Her tears cascaded down her face, tracing the deep scar, as if narrating her suffering and struggle. The sound of Fanez's sobbing reverberated through the air, a haunting melody of boundless sorrow intertwined with infinite hope. With Yang Hong's comforting presence, Fanez gradually regained her composure. Restoring her former demeanor, she said, You may leave now. Take good care of this sword. Understood. I shall take my leave. As Yang Hong departed with the sword, Fanez gazed out the window. Louis, I will find you. I promise. The following day marked the time for departure, as the group prepared farewell gifts for Tang Nan, expressing their intent to show him a good time upon his next visit. Receiving the gifts, Tang Nan joyfully accepted. All right, Tang Nan, it's time to go. Shuo Qinghe reminded him as he understood the hour had come. Tang Nan followed him to their master's side. As the teleportation array activated, the two waved their hands. Farewell, everyone. A beam of light descended upon Nodding Academy, and the three landed safely. Tang Nan, see you soon. I will accompany you for a while. The master, while speaking, cast a glance at Shuo Qinghe, who remained silent. Suddenly inspired, he turned back and called out, Hey, Shuo Qinghe, shall we join forces next time? Partner. Indeed. Shuo Qinghe replied, a glimmer of warmth flashing in his eyes as the magic array resumed its operation. On the journey, Yang Hong observed Shuo Qinghe with deep concern. How are you feeling? Did you gain anything from this? His brow furrowed slightly, as if awaiting Shuo Qinghe's response. Shuo Qinghe offered a faint smile. His tone calm as he replied, I feel quite well. He lifted his chin slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of stubbornness and resolve. Upon hearing Shuo Qinghe's answer, Yang Hong's brow relaxed, and his gaze softened. He nodded in approval, expressing satisfaction with Shuo Qinghe's response. Shuo Qinghe's fingers gently caressed the crescent pendant that Tang Nan had given him at the camp, warmth blossoming in his heart, his eyes shimmering with gratitude and reverence. When they arrived at the imperial garden of the Tiando Empire, a figure strikingly similar to Shuo Qinghe rushed over in a state of agitation. Perfect timing. Hurry up. Saying this, he pushed the bewildered Shuo Qinghe forward and swiftly dashed into the magic array to escape. Goodness, this is truly. Shuo Qinghe turned, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the approaching guards. Contemplating the pendant that Tang Nan had entrusted to him, a surge of indescribable emotion welled within him. He took a deep breath to steady his feelings and slowly articulated, Let us return. In unison, the guards responded, Yes, Your Highness. Their expressions serious, they escorted him back. Tang Nan excitedly pushed open the schoolhouse door and leapt into his brother's embrace. Tang San held him tightly, his eyes shimmering with affection and concern. Brother, I have missed you so much. Tang Nan buried his head in Tang San's chest, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. Tang San gently caressed Tang Nan's head and said, I miss you dearly, please do not cry. His tone was imbued with affection and tenderness. I'm not crying. Tang Nan quickly replied, wiping his face and lifting his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He eagerly shared his experiences from the past 2 days, recounting the activities he had engaged in and the new friends he had made. Tang San listened intently to Tang Nan's narration, a smile and a look of concern gracing his face. He occasionally nodded, signifying his approval and support for Tang Nan. Brother, I believe I have discovered my true path. Tang Nan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Tang San's gaze softened as he firmly grasped Tang Nan's hand, gently stating, Very well, Nan. I believe you will become an exceptional individual. Their conversation was profound and sincere as they shared their experiences and emotions with one another. Their bond deepened through this exchange, providing mutual support, encouragement, and inspiration. As they spoke, the sun gradually descended, casting a golden glow through the windows of the school building. Their silhouettes appeared particularly warm and harmonious in the twilight. In a side story, Star Silver, or Lei Hao, exhausted, slumped to the ground in protest, exclaiming, How much longer must we search? All right. Let us put in a little more effort. We're just one marking point away. Yi Qing consoled, glancing at the map cluttered with red crosses. Nia sarcastically remarked, If it weren't for a certain fool, who, hearing it was for helping a little brother, rushed to take on the task without hesitation, we wouldn't be here scrambling to catch up. She cast a disdainful glance at Lei Hao. Seeing this, Su Shao quickly positioned himself between them to ease the tension, preventing a potential altercation. At this moment, their group had reached the depths of the Stardow Forest. Their objective was to find Star Silver ore, but the difficulty of the search had caught them off guard. Scouring through dozens of caves had yielded no results until they arrived at the last cave marked on the most recent map. Upon entering the cave, they were immediately enveloped by a chilling and damp atmosphere. Yi Qing signaled for everyone to remain vigilant. Their footsteps echoed within the cavern, creating an eerie and tense ambience. A fork appeared ahead, and to maximize efficiency, Lei Hao and Nia teamed up with Su Shao, while Yu Qing partnered with Yuanwan. The trio continued forward, bickering as they navigated the complex passageways, until they arrived at a rocky area strewn with debris. They quickly dispersed. Lei Hao found a spot he deemed most promising for ore extraction and began to dig. Not far behind him, a pair of azure eyes quietly observed. As he struck a stone with his pickaxe, preparing to break it open, he suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. He glanced around but saw only his companions digging elsewhere, so he turned back and chiseled the stone. The moment it cracked open, it emitted a faint, shimmering light. "Well, I found it," he exclaimed, thrilled. "Hey, Nia, Su Xiao, come here." Lei Hao raised the oar triumphantly, beckoning the two to approach. Nia and Su Xiao hurried over, curious about the commotion. "What happened?" Nia asked, bewildered by Lei Hao's excitement. "The oar. It's in my hands." "In your hands? Are you sure?" Nia pointed at his now empty palms. Realizing his mistake, Lei Hao looked down, only to find the oar had vanished, just as he was at a loss. Su Xiao noticed something unusual and urgently warned, "Listen, what is that?" Following his gaze, they turned to see a small tiger lounging atop the oar. Its fur a deep purple-black, and its large azure eyes appeared utterly adorable. "It's so cute," Nia exclaimed, completely captivated by the charming little creature. She crouched down to caress his fur. The little tiger, sensing no malice, allowed her gentle touch and began to gnaw on a mineral. Upon witnessing this, Lei Hao, without uttering a word, lunged forward and kicked it away. "Don't gnaw on my treasure." Nia hurriedly caught the little creature, soothing it softly while scolding. "What are you doing? Don't scare him." "Oh, it's all right, little one. Don't be afraid." A speechless Lei Hao picked up the mineral and conducted a further inspection with Su Xiao. After confirming everything was in order, the three of them commenced their work, unaware that true danger was looming. While Nia was amusing the little tiger, perhaps a bit too vigorously, it let out a cry that seemed inconsequential at first. However, the sound unexpectedly drew the attention of all three present. As a colossal figure materialized before them, the little tiger sensed something amiss and began to howl. Nia, noticing this, froze in place when she recognized what was before her. Su Xiao, too, turned to look and found himself paralyzed with fear. Only Lei Hao, oblivious to the situation, continued to labor under the sweltering heat. "Su Xiao, hand me the hammer." Lei Hao gestured, and after a significant delay, Su Xiao slowly passed it to him. Without noticing anything awry, Lei Hao took the hammer and continued digging. When he attempted to pass the hammer back to Su Xiao, noticing his lack of response, he turned to see what was amiss, only to be rendered speechless. An adult blade tiger was glaring at them menacingly. "We're doomed." Lei Hao's first thought echoed in his mind. He gradually turned to face the others, questioning them with his gaze as to why they hadn't warned him. The two responded in confusion. "Did you not notice all this commotion?" Striving to maintain his composure, Lei Hao attempted to project a friendly demeanor, offering a smile as he tried to communicate with the great beast through his eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He cradled the little tiger from Nia's arms, gently caressing it as he approached her, aiming to convey goodwill. However, the little tiger was not so accommodating and promptly bit him, swiftly retreating beneath its mother. Seeing her child unharmed, the blade tiger pointed a claw at the mineral and let out a low growl, signaling them to drop their belongings and leave. Understanding the implication, Lei Hao was not inclined to comply. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, drawing his blade in preparation for a confrontation. The blade tiger, sensing the impending threat, began to lower its body. "Nia, Su Xiao, we should," he began, only to realize that neither responded. A glance to the side revealed they had vanished without a trace. Cowardly companions, he thought. Upon realizing they had both fled, he promptly sheathed his sword and donned a friendly smile once more in a bid to express his goodwill, leaving the great beast perplexed. The blade tiger observed the strange behavior of the human before it, tilting its head in confusion. Seizing this opportunity, Lei Hao began to inch away while babbling nonsensically. Just as he managed to create a sufficient distance, the little one scampered to its mother's ear, chattering away and gesturing with its paws. As the blade tiger listened, its brow furrowed, casting a glance back at Lei Hao. With the creature's gaze fixed upon him once more, Lei Hao's heart raced with anxiety. This beast seemed to harbor a grudge. After a brief moment, a plan hatched in his mind. Hey, don't be angry. Look over there," he exclaimed, executing a clever distraction. As she turned her head to look, he swiftly turned and fled, only to find the tricked tiger roaring with a fury akin to thunder. It charged forward, and the blue and purple figures dashed back and forth within the cavern. Unable to shake off the pursuit, Lei Hao darted into the rocks to hide, finally evading her relentless chase. He exhaled in relief as he watched the tiger leave with her cub after an unsuccessful search. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind, startling him into a yelp. Nia and Su Xiao were also startled, jumping in surprise, while Lei Hao quickly retreated, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. "Don't come any closer. I'm not afraid of you." he declared, though his hands trembled with apprehension. Upon realizing it was Su Xiao and the others, he finally relaxed and sank to the ground. The magic blade tiger returned to its previous digging site, lying down to rest, while the trio hid behind a nearby rock, observing the serene presence of the two tigers. It appears we inadvertently constructed our operation right above their den, Su Xiao calmly deduced. Indeed, should we relocate our digging site? Nia suggested. I strongly opposed that. Finding a new excavation point would consume too much time. Su Xiao promptly dismissed her proposal. You two are such ungrateful companions, Lei Hao lamented, casting a disappointed glance their way. In that moment, both felt a ghostly aura of discontent emanating from him, turning their heads away. Nia even whistled in response, while Lei Hao continued to grumble beside them. Overcome with guilt, the two eventually apologized and promised to treat him to a meal upon their return. Seeing their sincere contrition, Lei Hao accepted their apology. The three of them cautiously peered out from behind the rock towards the tigers, observing the colossal creatures in the distance. They retreated back behind the stone and began to strategize. What if we directly confront it? Lei Hao proposed, only to be met with a resounding rejection from the others. No, absolutely not. Is there anything besides fighting that you can think of? Nia exclaimed, striking his head in frustration, leaving a sizable bump. Ouch. Then what do you suggest? Lei Hao retorted angrily. How about using firearms? Nia suggested. That won't work. The power of firearms against such ancient spirit beasts is akin to a mere tickle, and we lack high-caliber ammunition. However, Su Xiao interjected, I believe she poses no malice towards us. We could stealthily approach, gather sufficient ore, and then make our escape. The other two found his idea appealing, and they quickly set to work on their disguises. Upon seeing the rudimentary camouflage gear they had fashioned, Nia scoffed, it looks terrible. Nevertheless, the trio donned the makeshift outfits and prepared to proceed. At that moment, the magic blade tiger and her cub were resting on the ground. The little one, shielded by its mother's paw, heard a sound and, driven by intense curiosity, quietly slipped out to see three shadowy figures moving stealthily. Excited, it scampered over. As Lei Hao and his companions approached clumsily, the little tiger suddenly let out a yowl, startling Lei Hao and causing Nia to collide into him. Ignoring their pain, they glanced towards the mother tiger, relieved to see she was still asleep. Nia gazed at the adorable little creature tugging at her pant leg and gently said, Enough of this mischief, little one. We have matters to attend to. We shall play another time. With that, she resumed her path. However, the little rascal persisted in its grip. Unable to bear the sight, Lei Hao delivered a mild electric shock to the creature. In pain, the little one shot a fierce glare at Lei Hao, who, in turn, waved his hand dismissively. I have no time to indulge you. Be off, he said, continuing onward. The furious little tiger lunged at him, sinking its teeth into Lei Hao's backside. Startled, Lei Hao leapt up, only to be met with the small tiger pouncing on his face, scratching wildly. The commotion roused Mama Tiger from her slumber. Upon seeing her child awake, Su Xiao hurriedly took Nia and fled. The awakened tiger approached Lei Hao, appearing still drowsy and observing the chaos before her. Do you believe me, little one? Just as Lei Hao managed to catch the creature to teach it a lesson, a sudden breath from Mama Tiger rendered him speechless. Like a robot, he slowly turned to face the now-awake mother. With utmost respect, he set the little one down and hastily explained his presence on the path before turning to flee. Mama Tiger, adhering to the notion of seeing off a guest, swatted him away with a powerful paw. She then picked up her child and returned to her slumber. Lei Hao, propelled through the air, crashed into a wall. Emerging from the impact, his head spinning, he defiantly declared to the approaching duo, I'm fine. Yet, moments later, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. Upon hearing Nia's explanation, Yi Qing looked helplessly at the unconscious Lei Hao, bemused by his ever-erratic behavior. That rascal. I ought to teach him a lesson, he thought. Upon regaining consciousness, Lei Hao's first intention was to capture that pesky little tiger who had repeatedly thwarted his plans. To give it a proper reprimand, he devised an ambitious scheme. Producing a large chicken leg, he secured a rope to one end and tossed it forcefully before the tiger. Is this your grand plan? Nia asked, regarding Lei Hao with disdain. Of course. I refuse to believe this little one won't take the bait. Soon enough, enticed by the aroma of the meat, the little creature emerged, immediately pouncing on the food. Huh, gotcha, Lei Hao exclaimed, yanking both the leg and the tiger toward him. With a mischievous grin, he approached the small tiger, a jolt of electricity crackling in his hand. Don't be angry. There's no need to contend with a spirit beast, is there? Yuan went interjected, restraining Lei Hao from his mischievous intent, convinced by his elder's reasoning. Lei Hao momentarily abandoned the idea of shocking the creature. However, when he observed the little one nuzzling against Yuqing, a fire of jealousy ignited within him, prompting a surge of murderous intent. Yuan quickly intervened, urging him to remain calm. The little one, sensing his agitation, grew increasingly audacious. Nia and Su Xiao, witnessing Lei Hao's escalating fury, could no longer contain their amusement and burst into laughter. Who knew this electric rodent was such a jealous little king? They chuckled. Ha ha! Nia exclaimed joyfully, and even Su Xiao, unable to suppress his laughter, voiced his agreement. Ah, I shall have my revenge on you. Lei Hao shouted. Calm down. Ha ha. Today, the electric rodent has met his match. They laughed heartily. Observing the sulking Lei Hao and glancing at the little creature in her arms, Yuqing conceived a solution. Lei Hao, isn't your fourth soul skill capable of transforming into someone else's appearance? Upon hearing this, the others seemed to grasp her intent, collectively turning their gaze towards Lei Hao. Humph, of course it can, so what? He retorted, only to find the mischievous expressions of his companions directed at him. As if they had discerned something, he discreetly retreated, exclaiming, I don't want to. Eventually, Lei Hao bore the brunt of the situation, stepping forward and casting a glance back at the few who had encouraged him. After receiving disdainful looks, he inhaled deeply and shouted, Hey, big silly cat. Come see what this is. The drowsy blade tiger merely glanced at him before turning away to resume its slumber, completely disregarding Lei Hao. Frustrated by the lack of response, Lei Hao resorted to his ultimate technique. He unleashed his fourth soul skill, Thunder Shadow, summoning the little blade tiger. With the creature in his right hand, he continued to call out. Annoyed by the commotion, the blade tiger swatted its paw, sending a wave of air that sliced toward him like a razor. Lei Hao swiftly dodged, swallowing hard as he beheld the deep impressions left on the ground. As Lei Hao struggled to succeed, Yuqing resolved to assist him. Albeit feeling slightly guilty, she snatched the chicken leg from the little creature's mouth. Upon having its meal taken, the little one cried out. Seeing the commotion, Yuqing promptly returned the chicken leg to it. Take care, Lei Hao. Upon hearing its offspring's cries, the blade tiger immediately turned to its embrace. Realizing the child was missing, in a flurry, it spotted the child in the hands of a human in the distance, mistakenly believing the child was in its possession. The blade tiger sprang into action. Come on. My goodness, that was fast. Lei Hao thought, having just noticed the blade tiger rising and now witnessing it have the distance between them in an instant, prompting him to activate Thunder Shadow and flee. The blade tiger pursued closely behind, leaving deep tracks upon the ground. All right, let us get moving. With the creature distracted, the group immediately set to work mining the ore. Yuqing held the little one to prevent it from wandering off, as this was, according to their plan, Lei Hao's life-saving strategy. She cast a hopeful glance in Lei Hao's direction, praying for his safety. Goodness, this creature is exceptionally swift. Watching the gap between them diminish, Lei Hao had no choice but to alter his course, diving into a more treacherous, rocky terrain. Utilizing his agile movements and smaller stature compared to the blade tiger, he successfully maneuvered around it, becoming ensnared by the interspersed stone pillars. Just when he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, the blade tiger suddenly roared, unleashing tremendous force that shattered the surrounding pillars, then crouched low, legs tensed for a rapid charge. The interlaced stone columns did nothing to impede its speed as it surged directly toward him. My goodness, is it cheating? A stunned Lei Hao hastily took off running. Watching the relentless ticking of time, he fervently wished, can this thing move any faster? All right, that's settled. This should be sufficient. The group wiped the sweat from their brows and collapsed onto the ground to rest. I hope that Electric Rat is all right. In response to Nia's anxious inquiry, Su Xiao comforted her. It should be all right. Just then, Lei Hao dashed past them, pursued by the furious mother of the blade tiger. Realizing the urgency, the group hurriedly packed the ore and followed. Haha, I can't run anymore. I need to find a place to hide. Lei Hao gasped as he surveyed his surroundings and spotted a cave entrance, which seemed quite spacious. Perfect. At that moment, the blade tiger charged in, prompting Lei Hao to quickly dive inside. The enraged creature collided with the cave entrance, driven by fury, and began to frantically claw at it, attempting to widen the opening. As the cracks expanded, Lei Hao understood that he could not remain there for long. He summoned his soul power, preparing for a final effort. Just as the last blow struck, the entrance burst open, and Lei Hao activated his last lightning shadow, darting out from beneath the creature. However, he was too swift and was knocked down by a sweeping tail, pinned to the ground by one of the blade tiger's paws. Noticing the still form of the cub nearby, the blade tiger attempted to check on its condition. As her claws drew near, the cub vanished in a flash of lightning. Roar! Realizing she had been tricked, the blade tiger turned her gaze towards Lei Hao, who was about to explain himself when her massive jaws approached menacingly. Help! Stop! Look at this! Just as the blade tiger prepared to devour him, Yi Qing and the others arrived in the nick of time. With Yi Qing lifting the cub to catch the creature's attention. Hearing the cub's cries, the blade tiger indeed halted, turning her head with a fierce growl. Understanding the implication, Yi Qing set the cub down and quickly distanced herself. Only then did the blade tiger lift her paw off Lei Hao. The well-fed cub bounced over to its mother. And after confirming the child's safety, the blade tiger picked up her cub, suddenly pausing to glance back at Yi Qing, slightly lowering her head in a gesture of gratitude. Before giving Lei Hao a warning swat with her tail, the mother and cub then returned to their cozy den. Thus, this task was successfully completed. Su Xiao animatedly recounted the mission to Commander Lei Wan, who erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing it. Meanwhile, the infirmary buzzed with lively chaos. Nia, could you be a bit gentler? Shut it. This is my method. If you have a problem, find someone else. TCH. If it weren't for the little brother not being here, would I need you? Ouch, 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 be gentle. Sorry, Captain. Nia, don't be too rough. I know. Sister Yi, I have my own measure. Hee hee. Yi Qing, save me. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dr. Fannas smiled at the cheerful scene before him. Such vitality. Chapter 8. Farewell time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed, drawing close to graduation. At this moment, Tang Nan's soul power reached level 22, while his siblings approached level 30. Frustrated by his mere one-level increase over the year, Tang Nan scoured records of various ailments throughout history, but scarcely any matched his current predicament. Why? Observing his disciple's unwavering determination, Master Yang Hong felt compelled to intervene. He approached his pupil and gently tapped his head with his cane. Unnecessary, he remarked. Master, Tang Nan exclaimed, rubbing his head as he looked up at his mentor, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I merely seek an answer. Ah, foolish disciple, what answers are there to be found? In my eyes, the speed of a soul master's cultivation does not determine worth. You have already surpassed the majority. With that, he lifted his cane and tapped again. How long do you intend to procrastinate on the tasks I assigned? Ah, I completely forgot. I will attend to it right away. Upon hearing his master's urging, the sorrowful tears vanished instantaneously, replaced by a flurry of anxiousness. He hurriedly returned all the books to their rightful places, but in his haste, he stumbled and fell. Seeing his disciple return to his usual self, Elder Yang settled back into his seat, watching with interest as he sipped his tea. How painful. Master, what is that? Tang Nan, having fallen, looked up to see the sword called Death's Breath displayed on the shelf, and he inquired with curiosity. Oh, that is merely a sword meant to instill fear. To instill fear? Really? Master, may I touch it? Well, all right. Yang Hong hesitated briefly but soon acquiesced. After receiving permission, Tang Nan approached Death's Breath. As he extended his hand, he noticed it trembling uncontrollably. Just as he contemplated giving up, a voice resonated in his mind. Pick it up. Suddenly, a colossal black dragon materialized behind him, growling and urging him closer. As Tang Nan grasped the sword, he whispered, Thank you. The black dragon, shedding its previous harsh demeanor, responded with a gentle, Thank you. What? Coming back to his senses, Tang Nan realized he had indeed lifted the sword. It's so beautiful, he murmured, instinctively examining it. As he lightly caressed the blade, it seemed to respond, emanating a faint azure glow. At that moment, he noticed inscriptions on the sword and whispered, Listen to the voice of the soul. Life is born from this. Meanwhile, Elder Yang furrowed his brow, calmly observing Tang Nan. When the disciple's hand drew near the sword, he felt no expected repulsion. This outcome sent ripples of profound disturbance through Yang Hong's mind. His thoughts surged like waves upon a stirred lake, echoing deep within. He pondered, is this real? Why does Death's Breath not reject him? Yang Hong's gaze remained fixed on the sword in Tang Nan's hand, his heartbeat resonating like a drum, echoing relentlessly in his chest. Upon hearing his disciple's murmurs, astonishment filled his heart, tinged with disbelief. How is this possible? An answer began to crystallize in his mind. Tang Nan. He called out to his pupil calmly. Master, what is it? Tang Nan turned to face his mentor, his one emerald green eye particularly striking. However, the emerald green of his eyes swiftly faded back to blue. Observing his apprentice's peculiar condition, Elder Yang discerned that he was not mistaken. He then beckoned Tang Nan to return the sword to its rightful place, instructing him to continue his studies, while he himself ventured into a rift that had opened before him. Following this incident, life seemed to return to normal, and after several months, Tang Nan finally celebrated his graduation ceremony, successfully completing his studies at Notting Academy. The three of them returned to St. Soul Village, filled with laughter and joy, where Grandpa Jack had prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. The home was seldom filled with such merriment, and after the meal, Tang San and Tang Nan stepped outside to relish the gentle evening breeze. They made their way to the grassy expanse, where the night wind softly caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing and pleasant aroma. Sitting on the grass, their backs resting against an ancient phoenix tree, they savored the beauty of this splendid evening. Tang San turned to Tang Nan and smiled, saying, "Do you know? I have never seen the outside world. Yet, I do not regret it, for here lies our home and our loved ones." Tang Nan gazed at his brother, his heart brimming with admiration. He comprehended his brother's sentiment. The two had traversed countless joyous moments and faced numerous challenges together, forging a profound bond between them. "Indeed, I too hold a deep affection for this place," Tang Nan softly remarked. "Though the world beyond is captivating, it is here that our roots lie." The brothers sat in serene silence, savoring this ordinary yet exquisite moment. In the evening breeze, they seemed to hear the croaking of frogs in the fields and the distant sound of cowbells, familiar echoes that stirred within them a profound sense of contentment. Tang San gently closed his eyes, allowing the evening breeze to caress his cheeks, and his mood seemed to lighten. He could almost feel the breath of nature, the tranquility and serenity enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. "Tang Nan, do you know?" Tang San spoke softly, "My greatest wish is to protect this home and safeguard our loved ones." Tang Nan silently listened to his brother's heartfelt thoughts, aware that this was the most sincere emotional exchange between them. The two gazed quietly into the distance. After a long pause, Tang Nan suddenly spoke, his tone resolute and sincere. "Brother, I have made my decision." Tang San lifted his head to gaze at Tang Nan, his eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and concern. "What have you decided?" he inquired. "I wish to continue my studies under the guidance of Elder Yang. I aspire to become a great physician." Tang Nan's tone was imbued with determination and hope. Tang San fell silent for a moment, their gazes meeting beneath the moonlight, as if they could sense each other's care and trust. Then, he gently nodded and, with a smile, said, "I support your decision, Tang Nan." Upon hearing her brother's endorsement, Tang Nan's eyes sparkled with gratitude and joy. She understood that this decision was not solely about her personal aspirations, but also intertwined with the profound bond she shared with Tang San. His support served as a formidable pillar in her pursuit of dreams and a testament to their unspoken understanding as siblings. "Thank you, brother." Tang Nan's voice trembled slightly but was filled with determination. "I will strive to realize my dreams and live up to your expectations." Tang San grasped Tang Nan's hand tightly, his gaze filled with unwavering encouragement. "I believe in you, Tang Nan. You are destined to become a remarkable physician." On that night, the hearts of the two brothers were closely intertwined, their ideals and convictions shimmering in the moonlight. They understood that no matter how rugged the road ahead might be, as long as they trusted and supported one another, they could surmount any obstacles together. A few days later, the soft dawn light crept through the gaps in the window, gently illuminating Tang Nan's sleeping visage. Still ensconced in dreams, he drowsily listened to the sounds around him. Suddenly, a polite yet urgent knock on the door shattered the morning tranquility. Tang Nan furrowed his brow, reluctantly rising from his bed and trudging toward the entrance. Upon opening the door, a beam of morning sunlight flooded his face, compelling him to squint. In the glow, a hazy figure stood at the threshold, a venerable elder. Though the passage of time had etched deep lines upon his face, his posture remained upright and his spirit vibrant. "My dear disciple, I have come to fetch you, Mr." Yang's voice, though somewhat hoarse, resonated with warmth. Tang Nan blinked, and at last, he discerned the visage of Elder Yang. A wave of anticipation surged within him, yet simultaneously, a tinge of reluctance settled in his heart. He understood that the moment had arrived. Turning his gaze back towards the dwelling, he beheld his family, his brother Tang San and his sister Xiao Wu. They were the dearest to him, an unbreakable bond he could not easily forsake. "I must depart." Tang Nan's voice quivered, laden with the uncertainty of the future and the sorrow of leaving home. Upon hearing his words, Tang San and Xiao Wu hurried to his side, their hearts heavy with emotion. Tears glistened at the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes as she bit her lip, striving to hold back her tears. With a forced smile, she tenderly ruffled her brother's hair, urging him, "Do remember to write to us and let us know you are safe. And if anyone dares to bully you, do not hesitate to inform us. Both Xiao San and I will seek retribution on your behalf." Tang San grasped Tang Nan's hand firmly, his gaze resolute and warm. "You must be brave." Tang San's voice trembled slightly. Tang Nan took a deep breath, aware that he must depart. He could no longer linger in the past. It was time to pursue his dreams and forge his own path. He bowed deeply to his elder brother and sister, then straightened up, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. He understood that Elder Yang would guide him toward uncharted territories, and he would bravely embrace the challenges that lay ahead. Tang San and Xiao Wu stood at the entrance, watching as Tang Nan gradually followed Elder Yang into the distance, their hearts heavy with reluctance. Tears streamed down Xiao Wu's face uncontrollably, while Tang San furrowed his brow, clenching his fists tightly. When Tang Nan's silhouette completely vanished from sight, the two slowly turned to head back. At that moment, a final shout echoed from afar. "Goodbye, brother and sister, I will write to you." The voice was imbued with genuine emotion and sorrow. Upon hearing the call, both of them broke into smiles, responding in unison. "Safe travels." Observing his disciples' heartfelt outcry, Elder Yang spoke slowly. "Tang Nan, it is time to depart." He then recited an incantation to activate the teleportation spell. Coming to his senses, Tang Nan quickly shouldered his pack and fell into step. "Master, where is our next destination?" "Humph, you'll find out after a while," Elder Yang replied, feigning profundity, which filled his disciple with anticipation. Their next destination was Shrek Academy. Chapter 9. Entrance Examination. I am Tang Nan, a young man determined to become an excellent doctor. Not long ago, I bid farewell to my brother and sister and embarked on my journey with my master. Arriving at the esteemed Shrek Academy, before me stood a tall, handsome young man with golden hair, named Daimu Bai, who was currently rushing towards me. What should I do? I am anxiously awaiting guidance. Upon closer inspection, he truly is quite dashing. Keep it up, disciple. Hold steady against the sands of time. But why must I engage in a fight? 1 hour earlier. Alas! Successful landing. Is that Shrek? Master? The youth gazed at the village before him, filled with anticipation as he looked towards his master. "No, that is not it. We must venture further in," Elder Yang replied with a shrug. Descending the hillside, the two walked through the village, arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy. However, the initial impression left Tang Nan somewhat incredulous that this was the esteemed institution his master had described. "Master, is this truly our destination?" Tang Nan asked, incredulously pointing at the dilapidated school gate, the crumbling sign, and the leisurely old man basking in the sun at the entrance. Elder Yang stroked his beard, scrutinizing the scene before him. It seems the sign requires some repairs." "That is not the point, master." The commotion awakened the old man, who lazily opened his eyes, glancing over the two with indifference. "Apologies, but you two should leave. Enrollment will not commence for several months. You have arrived too early." He then resumed his position, lounging in the sun. "Apologies. We are here to see Dean Flander. Here is a letter," Elder Yang politely stated, producing the correspondence. Upon learning they were there for the dean, the old man nearly toppled over. After carefully inspecting the letter and confirming the dean's handwriting, he gestured towards the large building behind him. "The dean is over there." "Thank you, young man." "Thank you, old sir." Scattered buildings, worn yet tidy houses. This place does not seem too bad after all. Tang Nan admired the scenery along the way, and his impression of the academy underwent a significant transformation. Soon, they arrived at a house where Elder Yang knocked on the door. Upon receiving permission from within, he pushed it open to reveal a man, seemingly in his 50s. Leisurely reclining in a chair, draped in a dark robe. Even with his eyes closed, one could discern a hint of cunning in his countenance. Upon seeing Elder Yang, the man promptly rose, a smile gracing his face as he welcomed him to take a seat. "Ah, Uncle Yang, you've arrived so swiftly. You remain as decisive as ever. Now, what about the items I requested?" The man exhibited an unusual excitement, his hands fidgeting restlessly. Noticing his reaction, Tang Nan instinctively retreated behind his master, trembling slightly. For reasons unknown, he found the man somewhat intimidating. In response, Elder Yang quickly retrieved a bag of money from his storage device and handed it over. "Flander, mind your demeanor. Don't frighten my disciple," Elder Yang admonished. Flander cleared his throat, attempting to salvage his image. Ahem, welcome to Shrek Academy. I am the principal, Flander. Greetings, principal. Tang Nin politely acknowledged Flander. The boy's obedient demeanor left a favorable impression on Flander. Oh, allow me to introduce my disciple, Tang Nan. Elder Yang calmly presented his apprentice. Ah, excellent. Tang Nan. A fine name indeed. I presume this is the reason for your visit, Uncle Yang? Flander observed keenly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Elder Yang remained silent, calmly sipping his tea, as if tacitly agreeing with Flander's implication. Very well. Uncle Yang, you are aware of my regulations, are you not? Principal Flander resumed his seat, adopting a serious demeanor while gazing at them. I recall them well. Shrek Academy only cultivates monsters and admits those over 12 years of age with soul power exceeding level 20, Elder Yang remarked, placing his teacup down and casting a glance at Tang Nan before bringing his hands together. My disciple should meet your requirements. With a gesture from his master, Tang Nan revealed his martial spirit along with his soul rings, which manifested as 2 yellow rings behind him. Ah, impressive. I did not expect blue silver grass to be cultivated to such a degree. Now, place your hand here, Flander instructed, pointing to a nearby detector, indicating for Tang Nan to place his hand upon it. Following the instruction, Tang Nan placed his hand on the device. As the instrument conducted its analysis, he noticed a slight disappointment flicker across the principal's face. Level 23? A bit low, yet still commendable, Flander remarked as he moved to the window, calling out. Oldly, summon Dai Mubai and inform him his first task has arrived. He then turned to Elder Yang. Both of you, step outside for a moment. The two followed the principal to an open area, where not far off, a figure rushed towards them in haste, standing around 6 feet tall. With broad shoulders and a handsome visage touched by determination, his long golden hair cascaded down his back, nearly reaching his waist. What is it, principal? ISNT enrollment still some time away? And who might this be? With a languid expression, Dai Mubai inquired, casting his gaze at a boy hiding behind an elderly man. He is Tang Nan, your examination target. Do not go easy on him. Flander introduced Tang Nan to Dai Mubai, who, at that moment, had retreated further behind his master, overwhelmed by fear upon seeing the imposing figure before him. This sentiment was reminiscent of the last time he witnessed his captain being reprimanded by Sister Yi Qing. This fellow is quite terrifying. But what on earth does he consume to grow so tall? Let the contest begin. With Flander's authoritative command, Dai Mubai leaped back, assuming a fighting stance. This action snapped Tang Nan from his reverie, and he realized that his master and the academy head had distanced themselves, seated comfortably while sipping tea. Very well, little brother, let us commence, Dai Mubai declared. In an instant, his martial spirit manifested, radiating a pale glow. His muscles swelled dramatically. His golden hair transformed into a striking black and white, a kingly pattern materializing on his forehead. From his palms extended claws akin to short daggers, and his eyes morphed into a deep, mesmerizing blue. He surged towards Tang Nan. I am Tang Nan, a young man aspiring to become a distinguished physician. Not long ago, I bid farewell to my siblings and embarked on this journey with my master, arriving at the academy known as Shrek. The towering, handsome young man charging towards me is Dai Mubai. What should I do? Yet, upon closer inspection, he looks quite impressive in his martial form. No, what am I thinking? Stay strong, my apprentice. Maintain your distance. Master Yang called out, shaking an hourglass in his left hand. Tang Nan, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by his master's words. Upon witnessing the formidable figure rushing towards him, he quickly activated his martial spirit and entered the natural form of his second soul skill, his body adorned with azure patterns and his eyes turning deep blue. He summoned a multitude of blue-silver grass to ensnare Dai Mubai. Trapped? Tang Nan observed the stillness within, disbelief etched on his face. Nevertheless, he dared not act recklessly, maintaining his distance. Suddenly, a white light emanated from the white tiger's protective barrier, followed by the blue-silver grass being shredded by Dai Mubai's claws. From the resulting opening, Dai Mubai emerged, his 3 soul rings sending a chill down Tang Nan's spine. Little brother, brace yourself, Dai Mubai announced, preparing for an earnest bout. However, upon seeing Tang Nan turn to flee, he exclaimed, Why are you running? We are in the midst of a test. Of course, a great soul master would not chase after a soul respect. Tang Nan retorted, sprinting away from Dai Mubai, who was hot on his heels. Moreover, the rules did not explicitly state that combat was mandatory. There was no counterargument to this. The regulations indeed did not impose such a requirement. Yet, no one had ever chosen to act in this manner before. Uncle Yang, your disciple is breaking new ground, Flender remarked, observing the amusing chase between the two while savoring his tea. At this moment, only a third of the time had elapsed, thanks to his agile movements. Tang Nin was barely able to maintain a responsive distance from Dai Mubai. However, the disparity in their physical capabilities and martial spirits was insurmountable, and the gap between them steadily diminished. Ultimately, Dai Mubai caught up with Tang Nan, firmly holding him in his grasp. Damn it, I must create some distance. Tang Nan, hindered by the blue-silver grass, struggled to evade Dai Mubai's relentless assault, attempting to create distance between them. However, his efforts proved futile as Dai Mubai steadfastly pursued him, leaving Tang Nan with no choice but to retaliate. As he deftly dodged an incoming strike, he swiftly closed the gap and aimed a punch at his opponent's face, only for Dai Mubai to effortlessly intercept it. Now you cannot escape. Dai Mubai scoffed disdainfully at the diminutive figure before him. It is over. Realizing too late that he had fallen into a trap set by his adversary, Tang Nin attempted to retract his hand, but the attack had already commenced. Dai Mubai's full force strike landed squarely on his chest, sending him hurtling several meters away. Old Yang observed the blow with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, the timing and angle of that attack were impeccable. Flander, you've taught him well. Ha ha ha, too kind. Too kind. This lad has much further to go," Flander responded with hearty laughter, then turned his gaze towards Tang Nan. "Aren't you going to check on your disciple?" Remaining composed, he sipped his tea and confidently replied, "Fear not, it is not yet finished." TCH, is this all he can muster? Dai Mubai, feeling disheartened, withdrew from his martial spirit transformation and turned to leave, only to discover that his legs had been ensnared by blue-silver grass that had appeared unbeknownst to him. What? Dai Mubai stared incredulously at Tang Nin as he attempted to free his legs, only to find his hands similarly ensnared. Cough, cough, cough. Where do you think you're going? Do not underestimate me, I have yet to concede. Tang Nan struggled to rise, his right hand controlling the blue-silver grass to bind Dai Mubai, while his left hand pressed against his chest, trembling in pain. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Ouch! Had I not fashioned a buffer garment from blue-silver grass within my clothing before the fight, I doubt I would have been able to stand. Tang Nan mused, feeling the persistent ache in his chest, which made him furrow his brows. Perhaps I have fractured 2 ribs. I certainly cannot endure another blow. Fixated on Dai Mubai, he recognized that he could not afford to take another hit. I must devise a plan. As he tended to his wounds, Tang Nan's mind raced, contemplating solutions while casting a glance at the hourglass, which still contained nearly half of the allotted time. Dai Mubai, bound and determined, attempted to break free using his first spirit ability. But Tang Nan would not grant him that opportunity. With the full force of his second spirit ability in its natural form, the newly sprouted blue-silver grass quickly filled the gaps, firmly restraining Dai Mubai. Hold on, Tang Nan thought. It seems I must resort to this technique. The 1,000-year spirit ring behind Dai Mubai shimmered with a purple light as he transformed into the white tiger's diamond form. His muscles swelled rapidly, and dark stripes appeared upon his skin. No way, he can still transform. Tang Nan hurriedly summoned more blue-silver grass to ensnare him. But Dai Mubai unleashed a mighty roar, exerting his strength to shatter the binding vines before charging directly at Tang Nan. Tang Nan observed Dai Mubai charging towards him and swiftly commanded his blue-silver grass in an attempt to obstruct the assault. However, the transformed Dai Mubai, now endowed with the might of the diamond transformation, was evidently beyond the capacity of the current blue-silver grass to impede. As the attack loomed once more, Tang Nan resolved to take a gamble. He directed his hands towards the ground, channeling his soul power. In the fleeting moment before the strike landed, Tang Nan was propelled upward by an explosion of rapidly growing plants beneath him. He had narrowly escaped. With a sigh of relief, Tang Nan glanced downward as vibrations reached him. He beheld Dai Mubai ruthlessly attacking the plants, which began to teeter precariously. Panic surged within him. What to do? Think. Ah yes, I seem to remember there was no prohibition against using weapons. He retrieved a crossbow, but then hesitated. Observing the bulging muscles of Dai Mubai, he promptly dismissed that notion. He needed to contemplate further. He began to rummage through his storage, seeking a solution to his plight. Meanwhile, 2 onlookers in the distance erupted into laughter at his frantic state. The improvisational skills displayed were beyond imagination. This child has proven himself. Perhaps we should end this now. Flender reached out to halt the match, but was restrained by Elder Yang beside him. Patience, let us observe a bit longer. I believe the real spectacle is yet to come. As Dai Mubai intensified his assault, the plants were on the verge of collapse. Hurry, hurry. Tang Nan continued to search, and at that moment, he spotted a vial of anesthetic and a smoke bomb lying nearby, inspiration striking him. Forgive me. Senior. He gathered all the anesthetic he possessed and infused it into the smoke bomb, shaking it vigorously to ensure an even mixture before hurling it directly at Dai Mubai's head. Noticing the small sphere descending, Dai Mubai, ever vigilant, employed his second soul skill, the White Tiger's luminous wave, to shatter it, unleashing a dense cloud of smoke. Simultaneously, he disrupted the plants, causing Tang Nan to lose his footing and fall to the ground. At that moment, Dai Mubai inhaled a considerable amount of smoke. However, due to the effects of the diamond transformation, his resistance to adverse conditions rendered the anesthetic's effects rather sluggish. As Tang Nan regained his footing, he found Dai Mubai standing before him. With a respectful gaze, he extended his right hand and declared, "It's over." Tang Nan, feeling a surge of anxiety, instinctively closed his eyes and extended his left hand for defense. In an instant, with a resounding clang, a sword materialized from his hand, successfully parrying Dai Mubai's assault. This sword was none other than the Breath of Death. It unleashed a formidable power that dispelled Dai Mubai's diamond transformation and sent him reeling backward. Stunned, Dai Mubai gazed at Tang Nan, only to find that the sword had vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a bewildered Tang Nan, who had just opened his eyes. Their gazes locked. Both were left pondering the bizarre turn of events. Observing this spectacle, Flander pointed at Tang Nan in astonishment. Turning to Elder Yang, "Did you teach him this?" Elder Yang shrugged, spreading his hands with an innocent expression and replied, "What do you think?" Meanwhile, the effects of the anesthetic from Dai Mubai's transformation began to wane, and realizing the shift, he promptly rose to conclude the skirmish. Tang Nan, sensing the unusual state of his opponent's body, recognized this as his final opportunity. He extended his right hand to manipulate the blue-silver grass, only to discover that his soul power was nearly depleted. Dai Mubai slowly approached, preparing to deliver a finishing blow, while Tang Nan lowered his head, resigned to his fate. However, after a moment, he heard Dai Mubai's voice praising him. "Well done, Tang Nan. Welcome to Shrek. I am Dai Mubai, and I will look out for you." He lifted his gaze to meet Dai Mubai's outstretched hand and quickly grasped it. "Thank you. I appreciate your guidance, Boss Dai," he said with a grin. Just as Tang Nan attempted to rise, the anesthetic's effects overwhelmed Dai Mubai, causing him to collapse onto Tang Nan. "Help! Master!" Tang Nan cried out for assistance. Pinned beneath Dai Mubai, the two onlookers broke into laughter at the scene before them, too amused to intervene, and resumed their pleasant tea drinking. "Master! Dean! Boss Dai is so heavy." Chapter 10. Life at the Academy Shadow Guard Camp Infirmary. Fanas, that encapsulates my thoughts, Yang Hong said. "I understand, my apologies. I need you to take it slow." Fanas, listening to Yang Hong's account, pinched the bridge of her nose, attempting to ease her taut nerves. "So, you mean to say that Luoz is currently residing within your disciple?" Fanas sought confirmation from Yang Hong, her voice trembling slightly. "To be precise, his primary consciousness is housed within Tang Nan, while the majority of his power resides in the Breath of Death. I suspected this when there was no resistance upon his contact with the Breath of Death. It was only when this child uttered the dragon language inscribed upon the sword that I solidified my conclusion," Yang Hong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Fanas. "Moreover, based on Tang Nan's instinctive summoning of the Breath of Death to defend against Dai Mubai's attack, coupled with his brief moment of confusion afterward, it appears that Luo's soul has not fully awakened. The defense was likely an automatic reflex." Upon hearing his explanation, Fanas felt a weight lift from her heart. She gently closed her eyes and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank you. I am glad to hear this news." However, in an instant, her tone shifted to one of seriousness, her gaze sharpening. "What are your thoughts regarding him?" "My thoughts on the matter are to observe gradually, to be candid. I personally prefer not to intervene directly." Yang Hong sensed the underlying meaning in Fanas's words and expressed his thoughts. Fanas continued to gaze intently at him, her expression darkening with each passing moment. "What is going on? Did I inadvertently say something offensive? I don't recall anything." Yang Hong anxiously reflected on his recent utterances. Noticing his nervous demeanor, Fanas broke into a hearty laugh. All right. I was just teasing you. You looked so frightened. Honestly, your expression was akin to someone ready to devour me." Yang Hong helplessly scratched his head in complaint. By the way, what is your opinion of him? As for me, perhaps if the opportunity arises, I might have a proper conversation with him. Or maybe I should just give him a good thrashing upon our first meeting. She gestured as she spoke, then added, "Oh, by the way, do you have some free time? Let us spar a little. I want to see if you've made any progress during your time away. I actually have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. We can spar another time. Goodbye." Sensing an ominous premonition, Yang Hong hastily concocted an excuse and made his exit. "TSK, it seems you haven't changed at all," Fanas remarked, her gaze drifting to a photograph resting on the table. It was a group photo featuring several individuals, including herself. In the image, Fanas radiated youthful joy, while a boy with dark hair beside her appeared visibly anxious. Meanwhile, the boy to her left, with white hair, was absorbed in a book. As she gazed at the photograph from the past, she turned her eyes toward the window. Time indeed spares no one. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher? A student knocked at the door and entered. What is it? There is an urgent medical request that requires your attention. Understood. Please place it here. Got it. Just call for me if needed, the student said as he placed the request on the table and then departed. Observing the document before her, Fanas realized it was time to get to work. She deftly tied her hair into a ponytail, donned her glasses, and slipped on her white coat, picking up her surgical kit as she stepped out the door. The student from earlier had been waiting patiently and promptly took the surgical kit, closely following her. Guahui. Where is our destination? It is located 50 kilometers east, in a village. All right, it seems we must hurry. In Raven's office. Yang Hong seized the opportunity to slip away and hastily made his way to Raven's office, where Raven was engrossed in his daily duties. Upon lifting his gaze, he startled Yang Hong. Are you all right? I'm fine. Yang Hong noticed two deep dark circles under Raven's eyes, bloodshot and weary, yet he maintained an impressive level of concentration. Really? No, it's a ruse. The officer has been working overtime for 2 consecutive days. Here is your tea. The aide who brought the tea mercilessly exposed the lie. Seeing this, Raven ceased to argue and calmly accepted the beverage. Thank you, Lin. Not at all, sir. Perhaps after you finish these tasks, you should rest properly. Let me handle these matters first. Please deliver these documents to the intelligence department. Faced with the obstinate commanding officer, Deputy Lin could only helplessly accept the files. After watching his companion depart, Raven lowered his head, preparing to resume his work. At that moment, Yang Hong could no longer contain himself. He pressed down on Raven's writing hand, exclaiming, "Enough. Raven, you must take a break." In response to Yang Hong's reprimand, Raven could only shake his head in resignation. He then retrieved a stack of letters from a nearby drawer and handed some of them to Yang Hong. Upon opening the letters, Yang Hong was instantly petrified. What is this? Indeed, we are currently facing a financial crisis. Raven candidly reported the situation to Yang Hong. Our available funding channels are exceedingly limited. Even the rewards from private commissions and black market bounties are insufficient. Coupled with the influx of newcomers over the years, the costs associated with weapons and training materials are depleting the funds we had amassed in earlier years. Hearing this news, Yang Hong slumped into his seat. Unable to regain his composure for some time, he felt utterly at a loss regarding the current predicament. However, Raven's next words spurred him into action. Yet, there are solutions, though I do not believe they are particularly favorable. Upon hearing of a potential breakthrough, Yang Hong immediately urged Raven to elaborate. Raven pulled out 3 documents from the table and handed them to Yang Hong. These are from the Spirit Hall. They wish to deepen our cooperation. These documents contain their commissions, and according to them, if we complete these tasks, they will provide us with ample funding. However, noticing Raven's hesitation, Yang Hong surmised the nature of the tasks presented. He opened the envelope, finding that the content was not dissimilar from Raven's summary, yet when he read the specific tasks, he gasped in shock. Investigate the personnel arrangements at key military locations in the Tiando Empire. Monitor the movements of the Tiando Emperor and his children. Locate the Haoyan sect. And finally, confirm Tang Hao's whereabouts. Yang Hong shook his head with a sardonic smile. How despicable. Our esteemed Pope truly knows how to exploit every available resource and has set his sights on me. His demeanor shifted from playful to grave as he pondered for a moment before stating, in that case, assign the first 3 tasks to the intelligence department, allowing them to delegate these to the shadow guards. As for locating the Haoyan sect, do not pursue it too aggressively. Merely conduct a cursory search. Even if we find it, we must feign ignorance. I will personally approach the Pope to discuss the specifics of our collaboration. Just as Yang Hong prepared to rise, Deputy Lin burst through the door in a flurry, breathlessly handing Yang Hong a letter marked as urgent. Upon receiving the letter, Yang Hong hurriedly opened it, and after reading, he couldn't help but smile. The eager little rascal. Just wait, he remarked, leaving the other two present in a state of confusion. However, seeing his expression, they could surmise the situation and chose to remain silent. As Yang Hong prepared to depart, he glanced back at the towering pile of documents, suddenly overcome with a sense of embarrassment. Are you ready to leave? Yes, I need to have a word with her soon, but Yang Hong averted his gaze, not feeling an urgent need to rush, deciding instead to tackle the accumulated tasks first. Upon uttering these words, he noticed the two individuals staring at him with a look of astonishment, leaving him somewhat flustered. Why are you looking at me? It's nothing, really. After all, this is your responsibility, leader. Subsequently, the trio hastened to resolve their work. After half an hour, all tasks were successfully completed. Exhausted, Yang Hong slumped over his desk. I'm utterly spent. At this moment, he resembled a restless, impassioned youth. Lei Wan, accustomed to soothing his superior, reassured him. All right, leave the rest to us. You should go check on your apprentice. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong quickly rose to prepare for his return. Before leaving, he noticed the dark circles under Lei Wan's eyes, a wave of guilt washing over him as he sheepishly scratched his head. Old Lei, next time I come back, drinks are on me. All right, you better remember that. Goodbye. Take care and rest well. As he watched the door close behind him, everything seemed to revert to its previous state. However, Lei Wan glanced at his pocket watch, smiled, and resumed his work. At Shrek Academy, in the newly established infirmary, he declared, Done. At last, it's all cleaned up. Tang Nan wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing proudly at the immaculate room he had tidied. He then stretched lazily. By the way, where is Master? He left me a note this morning, mentioning he had matters to attend to, yet it is already noon, and he has not returned. Just as Tang Nan pondered this, Dai Mubai appeared behind him. Still busy, I see. It's time for a meal. Shall we go together? I'll also introduce you to others. Sure. Wait, when did you arrive, Boss Dai? Probably when you were lost in thought. Suddenly, Dai Mubai glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, his expression shifting dramatically. Without uttering a word, he hoisted Tang Nan onto his shoulder and dashed towards the cafeteria. Boss Dai, what is happening? Tang Nan was bewildered by this abrupt action. There is no time. No time for what? 5 minutes later, they reached the entrance of the cafeteria. An anxious Dai Mubai swung open the door, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he was instantly disheartened. Behind him, Tang Nan was engulfed by a large question mark. Is all this food meant for him? Tang Nan pointed at the rotund figure voraciously devouring his meal, surrounded by a mountain of empty bowls and utensils. Dai Mubai, with a resigned expression, acknowledged the reality and began his introduction. This is also your senior, Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing his name, Ma Hongjun turned around, greeted them with a cheerful, Boss, you finally made it. Come join us for a meal. Before returning to his feast, the two, finding their seats, soon discovered a disheartening truth. There was no food left. All the bowls before them were utterly devoid of sustenance. Nearby, a teacher shrugged his shoulders and shook his head before departing the cafeteria. You glutton. Eating so much will be your undoing. Dai Mubai glared at Ma Hongjun with evident displeasure. In response, Hongjun whistled, avoiding Dai Mubai's gaze, which only served to infuriate him further. Grabbing Hongjun by the collar with his right hand, Dai Mubai poised his left hand, ready to strike. A crimson flame flickered ominously around Hongjun. Tension filled the air as both sides braced for confrontation. Observing the escalating situation, Tang Nan rushed over to mediate. Gentlemen, let us remain calm. Keeping his distance, he added, today, I intend to teach him a lesson. Little brother, step back. I wish to avoid any accidental harm to you. Just as a brawl seemed imminent, a rather cocky voice echoed from the entrance. A modestly dressed man, his beard bushy and hair graying, pushed the door open. Excellent. Over here, huh? Believing he had found a savior, Tang Nan turned to the man at the door, but upon seeing him, blurted out, Who are you, old man? Old man. The man leaped up in excitement. What old man? I'm only 14. 14? Tang Nan's disbelief was palpable as he regarded the man, suddenly recalling his role in defusing the conflict and hastily pulled him aside. My apologies, senior. Could you think of a way to calm them down? I seem to be at a loss as well, he said, raising his hands in surrender as he surveyed the two. The atmosphere quickly deteriorated as the two were on the verge of unleashing their martial spirits. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Tang Nan shouted, I'll check the kitchen to see what remains. He dashed into the back kitchen. Inside, Tang Nan anxiously scoured for ingredients, gathering a few items but only managing to find seasonings. As he cautiously peeked out, he noticed that while the two combatants had separated, the tension remained palpable. What should I do? Can I help in any way? The bearded man appeared behind Tang Nan, startling him so much that he nearly threw a punch in defense. Recognizing his senior, Tang Nan quickly apologized and explained the dire situation. Oh, I see. Well then, Junior. You wouldn't mind if The abrupt shift in his tone left Tang Nan feeling perplexed. Senior, if you have a solution, please share it. It's fine. Very well. Taking a deep breath, he recited the soul incantation, delightful, fragrant, tender tofu. As soon as the words left his lips, a piece of tofu materialized at his fingertips. Wow. Gazing at the tofu that had seemingly appeared out of thin air, Tang Nan's face radiated joy. However, as he approached, the pungent odor emanating from the tofu caught him off guard. To his dismay, it was stinky tofu, and the smell was quite overwhelming. Tang Nan instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his hand, yet he did not ask his senior to stop. Instead, he encouraged him to continue. As the tofu continued to flow forth, he quickly called for a halt when he deemed it sufficient, exclaiming, "That's enough." He then carried the tofu to the cutting board and began to cook. Senior, could you help me with the chili? And keep an eye on the oil temperature over there. Under their combined efforts, a delightful array of tofu dishes emerged: stir-fried tofu with chili, crispy fried tofu, and tofu skin. Attracted by the enticing aroma, the two changed their previous demeanor and eagerly picked up their chopsticks to taste. However, just as Dai Mubai's chopsticks were about to descend, he suddenly paused, seemingly lost in thought. Yet, upon witnessing the gluttonous display of his companion, he disregarded his hesitation and grabbed the tofu to eat. Delicious. With the first bite, Dai Mubai's taste buds were swiftly captivated. And while he continued to savor the flavor, his companion beside him was practically shoveling the dishes into his mouth. Hey, take your time, there is plenty more. If it's not enough, I'll have my senior conjure up some more. The two, incredulous, exchanged glances between Tang Nan and each other. Oscar, did he really make this tofu using your ingredients? Indeed, Oscar replied calmly. The two were taken aback, rushing to confirm with Tang Nan. What's wrong? Is there something off about my senior's tofu? Suddenly, they were overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness brimming in their eyes as they savored the delicacies. This is wonderful. Finally, we don't have to endure the stench while eating tofu. Oscar felt a profound sense of disappointment. After the meal, Dai Mubai formally introduced Tang Nan to the two, and Hong Jun expressed his delight in meeting such an adorable junior. As evening descended, the four followed Dean Flander to Soto City. The city was ablaze with lights and bustling with life. Soon, they arrived at the Soul Arena. At the entrance, Flander guided Tang Nan to register. Dean, what are we here for? For the soul fighting. Soul fighting? Soul fighting refers to battles between soul masters, primarily consisting of 3 formats: 1v1, 2v2, and 7-person team battles. Victory is achieved by either knocking an opponent out of the arena, incapacitating them, or surrendering. Winning will accumulate points. Dai Mubai kindly explained everything to Tang Nan, adding, the graduation requirement for the academy is to earn a silver soul badge. So give it your all. After speaking, he patted Tang Nan on the shoulder. The next match would see Tang Nan face off against the battle axe. Please have both contestants proceed to the preparation area. The match will commence in 10 minutes. As the broadcast commenced, Tang Nan embarked on his inaugural battle of soul combat. Upon entering the arena, he was met with a sea of eager spectators. Spotting the dean and others cheering him on, Tang Nan felt his fervor rise uncontrollably. His opponent, with a physique of formidable muscle and a menacing battle axe, would normally be intimidating. However, for one who faced demons, such obstacles were trifling. Come forth, martial spirit. The cacophony of the audience's roars escalated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Strike with the axe, tear that little weed apart. Victory belongs to the axe. I have wagered on your triumph. Rip him apart, shred into pieces. As the crowd recognized Tang Nan's martial spirit, the cheers began to overwhelmingly favor him. Observing this, Dai Mubai chuckled coldly at the self-assured Tang Nan, sensing that the spectacle was about to unfold. With the referee's proclamation to commence the match, the battle axe lunged toward its adversary, executing a devastating horizontal slash that grazed perilously close to Tang Nan's neck. The audience erupted once more. Did you see that? The lad didn't even move and still evaded the attack. Incredible, this fellow is astonishing. Huh, the axe must be seething with frustration. No, it can't be. The battle axe itself was incredulous at the turn of events. Meanwhile, Tang Nan remained calm, remarking, "Your technique leaves much to be desired, my friend." Provoked, the battle axe swung wildly, yet failed to connect. In a fit of anger, he unleashed his first soul skill, Earth Shatter. Gripping the axe handle, he struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to fracture. Tang Nan quickly jumped aside, and as he surveyed the ravaged ground, he began to take the situation more seriously. Natural form, activate. Instantly, verdant patterns emerged upon his visage, heightening his perception. With a flick of his fingertips, the blue-silver grass ensnared the battle axe in an instant. Roar! The battle axe bellowed, summoning all his might to snap the blue-silver grass apart. Little weed, perish. The confrontation reached a stalemate, leaving spectators like Hong Jun and Oscar in a state of anxious anticipation. This is bad. Tang Nan's blue-silver grass lacks resilience. We're doomed. If this continues, my little brother will lose. Stay calm, Dai Mubai interjected, delivering a sharp rap to Hong Jun's head. Don't fret. His abilities extend beyond this. As the battle axe struggled to land a blow, he swiftly altered his strategy, pressing Tang Nan into a corner of the arena. Realizing he had no retreat, Tang Nan exclaimed, "This is troublesome." Yet, observing the battle axe's labored breaths sparked a plan within him. Let us take a gamble. He reverted from his natural form and brazenly pointed at his own head. Come, strike here. How arrogant. Chop him down. Strike him. The audience incited. And the rivals' taunts resonated as the battle axe unleashed its second soul skill, Flame Strike, without hesitation. In an instant, the blade was enveloped in flames. Here it comes. You little rascal. Channeling all his strength, he swung with ferocity. This was the moment. Tang Nan seized the opportunity, dashing forward in a swift slide beneath the battle axe. Oh no. Simultaneously, the battle axe comprehended his intention, but it was too late. The blow had already been delivered. The ground shattered, leading to a collapse. And for a fleeting moment, the battle axe wavered unsteadily. Just as it attempted to regain its balance, Tang Nan offered an apology from behind. I'm sorry. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a rapidly growing blue-silver grass surged from behind, propelling the battle axe away. As it tumbled out of the arena, an eerie silence enveloped the audience, soon followed by an eruption of cheers akin to a volcanic explosion. What a splendid maneuver. I never imagined victory could be achieved this way. This kid is remarkable. My money. It's all gone. Exiting the arena, Tang Nan made his way to the preparation area, where the director and others had been waiting for some time. Well done, Tang Nan, the director acknowledged his performance. Dai Mubai patted him on the shoulder with a smile. However, what astonished him more was the battle axe leaning against the wall, awaiting him. Mr. Battle Axe? Yes, it is I. Approaching Tang Nan, he appeared calm and extended his hand. You performed admirably. That was quite a bold idea. Hiki, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thought. The praise from his opponent made Tang Nan feel somewhat bashful. However, remember this. The arena is no playground. Negligence can lead to dire consequences, young one, he said, lightly tapping Tang Nan's chest with his fist. After these words, he turned and departed. Until we meet again. I'm so tired. After a long day, Tang Nan jumped onto his bed and began to relish the warmth of the blankets. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he quickly drifted into slumber. A while later, Yang Hong emerged from the shadows, having just completed his tasks. Noticing his disciple asleep, he was about to call out but quickly stifled his voice. Observing the tidy room, Yang Hong had long since put aside thoughts of the spirit hall. He tenderly tucked the blankets around Tang Nan and extinguished the candle. Good night, Tang Nan. Chapter 11. An unexpected reunion. Let me see. So many ingredients to purchase. Tang Nan exclaimed in astonishment at the lengthy list his teacher had given him. Why is it me who has to go? Perhaps it was because the individual with the best rapport with the surrounding villages was none other than the traveling physician and his young apprentice, who made daily rounds. Through these visits, Tang Nan had the opportunity to put his medical theories into practice, earning some commission and establishing goodwill with others, a win-win scenario that his master and the director had envisioned. The canteen supplies had run low, and in an effort to economize, Dean Flandra decided to enlist Tang Nan for the procurement of ingredients from the surrounding villages. Young doctor, what brings you here on such a fine day? Greeted the village elder, basking in the sunlight at the entrance. I am here to purchase some food, Tang Nan replied. How is your wife's health? Thanks to you. She is nearly recovered. Do try some of my freshly harvested radishes. They are delicious. The enthusiastic elder turned and fetched a basket of radishes from his home. Noticing this, Tang Nin quickly interjected, "There's no need for so many. My funds are insufficient." "Nonsense. Consider these as payment for your medical services. If you refuse, I shall be quite upset." The elder feigned annoyance, prompting Tang Nan to graciously accept the radishes out of respect for his kindness. As he placed the radishes into the soul guide storage device, he heard footsteps approaching from deep within the village, growing increasingly louder. He turned to see villagers voluntarily offering their homegrown produce as a token of gratitude for the divine doctor's assistance. Thus, Tang Nin effortlessly gathered an ample supply of food. Upon returning to the academy, the sight of Tang Nin pouring out a mountain of food, taller than Dai Mu Bai, left everyone astonished. When they learned that he had spent not a single coin, Dean Flandre joyfully patted his shoulder, celebrating his good fortune. After all, who could resist the charm of a polite and endearing young man? In the Spirit City, the tranquil lake mirrored the serene beauty of nature, with the fragrance of tulips perfuming the air. In a pavilion by the lake, a venerable elder, clad in simple attire and with silver hair, was enjoying a peaceful afternoon. His brows arched and a sword beside him occasionally gleaming with golden light. At that moment, a fisher appeared outside the pavilion, and Yang Hong emerged, a serene expression gracing his face. "You seem quite leisurely," he remarked. "What is the matter? Is it so bothersome for someone like you to be idle?" The elder opened one eye slightly, chuckling softly. "Don't even start. It's all because of your good daughter-in-law." Yang Hong's irritation flared as he animatedly gestured with his hands. "Look, she is already thinking of me." He handed over a letter. The elder glanced at it before closing his eyes again, savoring the gentle breeze and even whistling. "Ah, the weather is delightful." Yang Hong, frustrated by such trivial diversions, retorted sharply, "Qian Daolu, you insufferable martial fanatic, why must you torment me?" Observing his agitation, Qian Daolu merely stretched and yawned lazily. "Young man, having aspirations is commendable. I see no reason to stifle them," he replied, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Besides, as an elder, I have no authority over the Pope of the Spirit Hall, do I? What say you, my young friend?" Fuming, Yang Hong clenched his fists, resisting the urge to strike him. With a mischievous grin, he threatened, "Do you believe I would take your precious granddaughter far away? You wouldn't dare." With merely a couple of words, a tempest was unleashed in an instant. In a heartbeat, Qian Daoliu's hand, poised as a blade, halted a mere 5 centimeters from Yang Hong's face, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Yang Hong firmly grasped that hand, then, with a playful twist of his tongue, responded with a cheeky grin. "Why stop pretending, martial enthusiast?" "Haha." With a swift motion, Qian Daolu transformed his hand into a fist, delivering a sharp blow to Yang Hong's face before retreating to his original stance, reaffirming his position. "Old friend, if you wish for me to exert pressure on her, I regret to inform you that I am powerless. Our relationship is, well, you know how it is. After all these years, has the young lady still not forgiven you? She is, after all, your son's child. Let us not dwell on that. It has been over a decade. Time to turn the page. She is a capable and ambitious individual. Perhaps only she can unify this continent under the Spirit Hall. Yang, my dear brother, perhaps you should lend her your assistance. So, this is your counsel? Indeed. Very well." Upon hearing this, Yang Hong felt compelled to acquiesce, as a gesture of goodwill. "I shall instruct the shadow guards to undertake intelligence work for the Spirit Hall, but only in terms of information. I have no intention of sending my young men to their demise." After discussing this matter, a brief silence enveloped them until the sound of a wild goose broke the stillness. Qian Daolu slowly inquired, "How has Xiao Shui been lately?" "She is well. Actively engaged in executing her plans. I meant her training." "Oh, rest assured, she hasn't fallen behind. You know, being the beloved granddaughter of that old coot. Can't you show her a bit of affection?" With that, Yang Hong reached out to caress his sword, which lay beside him. "Humph. Isn't it you who dotes on her? All right. Truly, am I to become your household caretaker?" With no retort available, Yang Hong shifted his gaze toward the sword, intending to draw it, but Qian Daolu pressed his hand down firmly, stopping him. "Do not move, my friend. Her brilliance is too radiant. Honestly, you do nothing to assist, yet demand this and that. What a bother." Yang Hong pouted, preparing to leave. Just before he departed, Qian Daolu called out, tossing a wine flask his way, which Yang Hong caught effortlessly. Weighing it in his hand, he felt a surge of joy as he smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Thanks." As he took his final step into the rift, Yang Hong caught the old man's suppressed words. "Take her out for a stroll, and help her unwind. And remind her not to harbor hatred for her mother. Understood. He raised the flask high, shaking it as he replied, "Next time, do remember." With that, he vanished into the rift. Upon returning to the academy, Yang Hong gazed at the wine flask and sighed with a wry smile. "Old friend. Matters like these are best handled by you. Hey, teacher Yang, come lend a hand." The distant instructors waved him over. "Oh, coming," Yang Hong responded, casting one last glance at the wine flask. What does it matter? He tucked away the flask and approached his colleagues. Thus, over a month slipped by, and the academy's enrollment commenced. However, the situation diverged greatly from what Tang Nan had anticipated. Oh, how dreadfully dull. Why hasn't a single injured person appeared? With boredom consuming him in the infirmary, Tang Nan yawned. 3 days had passed since the enrollment began, yet no one had qualified. Either their soul power was insufficient, or they fell victim to a swift defeat by Chief Dai. I wonder what my master is up to. Meanwhile, in the office of Shadow Guard Raven. Oh dear. The frantic Yang Hong was immersed in a frenzy, tackling paperwork with a manic energy, while Lieutenant Yi enjoyed tea with Dr. Fanis, seemingly unbothered. Isn't it risky for Chief Yang to act this way? Lieutenant Yi inquired anxiously. Rest assured, he has sown the seeds of his own chaos. Now it is time for him to reap the consequences, Fanis chuckled, stifling laughter at Yang Hong's frenzied demeanor. The origin of this chaos lay in Yang Hong's collaboration with the Spirit Hall. Although the financial issues had been resolved, the complexity of the work increased significantly, compounded by Yang Hong's reluctance to engage. Consequently, his diligent subordinate Raven had unfortunately collapsed from exhaustion. To allow Raven some well-deserved rest, Yang Hong, in a show of bravado, declared he would complete the tasks in his stead, though not out of genuine willingness. Thus, this explained Yang Hong's current state of perspiration and toil. Is everything truly all right? Everything is fine. Come, have some tea. Oh, thank you. Could you two not lend a hand to your poor colleague? Yang Hong's desperate plea fell on deaf ears. Tang Nan, your turn has come. Awakened by the call, Tang Nan jolted upright. Spotting Dai Mubai supporting a strikingly aloof woman clad in black and a charming girl with pink hair, carrying someone with a familiar silhouette. Instantly alert, Tang Nan sprang to his feet to assess their injuries. Nothing serious, just a bit too much force during the attack. Your name? He inquired of the enigmatic beauty while casting a glance at Chief Dai. Did you do this? Upon seeing the scene, Dai Mubai hastily clarified it wasn't me. It was the vice principal. As their conversation unfolded, the beauty spoke, Zhu Zhuqing. Her calm response instilled a sense of caution in Tang Nan, a silent warning not to provoke her ire. Very well, Miss Zhuqing, just apply this ointment. Tang Nan retrieved a salve from the cabinet and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing before turning to the other person. And you? Lin Rongrong. I'm fine. You should check on her first. Lin Rongrong gestured to the figure she was carrying. All right, please lay her on that bed. As Tang Nan approached the bed, recognition struck him almost instantly. His pupils dilated in shock, and he trembled involuntarily. Sister? The person before him was none other than Xiao Wu. Tang Nan dared not relax for a moment and immediately proceeded with an examination. After confirming that the injuries were not severe, he breathed a sigh of relief, reassuring himself that it was merely the backlash of soul skills. Wait a minute, if my sister is here, then my brother must be. Before he could finish his thought, Oscar burst in, carrying the unconscious Tang San. Xiaonan, come quickly, he exclaimed. Tang Nan, resigned yet unsurprised, approached his brother. After the examination, a complex and terrifying expression crossed his face, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. It's nothing serious, just exhaustion from depleting his soul power. He just needs a good sleep, Tang Nan stated with a facade of kindness, although his expression remained calm, even smiling. The tension in his grip on the table revealed his underlying anger. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing stepped outside for a stroll, leaving only 3 individuals and 2 patients on the beds within the room. Noticing Tang Nan's anger, Oscar tentatively inquired, what is your relationship with Tang San? Rivals? No. He is my brother, my biological brother. This declaration struck the 2 present like a thunderclap. Dai Mubai grasped Tang Nan's shoulder and asked again, are you certain? Witnessing Dai Mubai's intense reaction, Tang Nan affirmed while questioning what had transpired. Consequently, Dai Mubai recounted the recent exam battle against teacher Zhao Wujia and the subsequent one-on-one challenge Tang San undertook. After absorbing all the information, Tang Nan sighed in exasperation at his brother. Though I suspected my elder brother would fight fiercely, I never imagined he would go to such lengths. At that moment, he heard his sister calling for him. Nan? Is that you? It turned out that Xiao Wu, who had been lying nearby, was roused from her slumber by the commotion. Slowly rising, the backlash from her soul skills left her still quite weak. She glanced around the unfamiliar room and then at the unconscious Tang San. Memories of recent events flooding back to her mind. It hurt so much. Why am I here? She thought, clutching her aching head as she struggled to discern the figure before her. Gradually, her vision cleared, and she recognized the person. Nan? Is that you? Hearing his sister's voice, Tang Nan turned with a smile, responding excitedly, Yes, it's me, sister. Welcome to Shrek. Seeing her brother return, Xiao Wu joyfully embraced Tang Nan, leaving him momentarily flustered. Sister. You're too close, he murmured shyly. It's all right. Let me see you. You've grown taller in these few months, Xiao Wu observed affectionately, gently caressing his cheek. Although Tang Nan protested, he did not resist his sister's touch, merely lowering his blushing face. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Oscar, who had been watching the scene unfold, found great amusement in witnessing the transformation of the once furious brother into a bashful young man. Wow, I didn't expect Tang Nan to have this side to him, Oscar chuckled. Perhaps he is a bit sister-dependent, Dai Mubai added, both of them sharing a laugh until they suddenly sensed an ominous aura surrounding them. With his head lowered, Tang Nan cast a sidelong glance at them, revealing 3 slender needles in his hand. Upon seeing this, the two felt a shiver run down their spines and hastily concocted an excuse to leave. Xiaonan, how's your brother? Oh, my elder brother. Tang Nan said nonchalantly, glancing at his brother lying on the hospital bed. He's fine. He's not going to die. Once he wakes up, he'll be as lively as ever. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who saw through her younger brother's facade, gently patted his head and comforted him. All right. Don't be angry with your brother anymore. Tang Nan turned her head away defiantly, insisting, I didn't do anything. Who would be angry at him? All right. I'm not angry, she huffed. Oh, by the way, how did you all end up here? With your credentials? Aren't those prestigious academies easy to enter? Well, it's because your brother's teacher sent a letter requesting him to come here, so I had no choice but to accompany him. I see. The two continued to chat about the events of the past few months, unaware that the sun was about to set. At that moment, Ning Rongro, who shared a dormitory with Xiao Wu, came to visit her. Upon seeing her lively demeanor, she remarked on Tang Nan's impressive skills. After smiling and seeing her sister off, Oscar arrived. Tang Nan coldly gestured towards her brother, saying, Hurry up, take him away. After bidding farewell to Oscar, Tang Nan finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a fissure opened beside her, and Yang Lao emerged with a look of utter despair. Having just completed his work for the day, he immediately flopped onto the large bed, surrendering to its comfort. Master, are you all right? Hey, Jia, why don't you help the officer? Humph, it's unnecessary. Just look at how beautifully he completed his tasks. While happily reviewing Young Hong's work, Naz responded to the deputy officer's inquiry. Taking the documents handed to him by Naz, the deputy officer glanced at them and was astonished. The analysis and handling of the matters were both spot on and succinct. Did the officer write this? Yes, unless you think I did. But he was working at the time. That was just that kid getting anxious and flustered. Naz laughed heartily at the deputy officer's incredulous expression. Is that so? The officer truly is an extraordinary person. Hearing this, the deputy officer could only offer an awkward smile. A few minutes later, after Naz finished his review, the deputy officer gathered the documents and prepared to head to the intelligence hall. Before leaving, he asked with a significant tone, Jia, do you know what kind of person the officer was in the past? Well, let me think. Naz pondered before replying. In the past, he was a hot-blooded youth, prone to messing things up and easily losing his temper. Oh, is that so? And what about now? Why ask so many questions? Seeing her poised to inquire further, Naz gently pushed her out. Wait, Jia, you haven't tea. Before she could finish, the door was shut again. What about my question? Back in the room, Naz looked out at the luminous moon and answered to herself, still a fool, just like before. Master, get up. It's time for dinner. Let me sleep a bit longer, my dear disciple. In response to her lazy master, Tang Nan lamented, fearing she would miss a meal. Chapter 12. A night of terror in the forest. Tang Nan slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself by a tranquil lakeside. He surveyed his surroundings, attempting to ascertain his location. An elderly fisherman, noticing the confusion etched upon his face, inquired gently, Young man, what troubles you? Meeting the kind gaze of the old man brought Tang Nan a modicum of comfort, and he asked, Sir, do you know where this place is? The elder chuckled softly, lightly tapping Tang Nan's forehead, and enigmatically replied, "You ought to know that yourself." As the old man's words resonated, Tang Nan's memories began to crystallize. He recalled everything that had transpired. 10 hours earlier, he had been gasping for breath, urging his companions to slow down. Just days prior, after a collective attempt to savor Oscar's tofu, the dean discovered that Oscar had surpassed level 30. To assist him in obtaining his third spirit ring, Tang Nan, along with Zhao Wujia's vice dean, led a group of 9 into the Stardow Forest. Originally, Elder Yang was to join them, but upon arriving at the inn, he received word from Lady Fanas that a mountain of paperwork awaited his attention, although Elder Yang had hoped to find an excuse to avoid it. The gentle smile of Lady Fanas quickly dispelled that notion. Reluctantly, he complied and set off to attend to his duties. However, before departing, the contemplative Elder Yang, foreseeing potential challenges for his disciple, handed Tang Nan a pistol, cautioning him that the weapon was effective against opponents below level 40 and within a range of 4,000 years. Hastily, he disappeared into the fissure, understanding his master's predicament. Tang Nan could only wish for his mentor's well-being. He carefully stowed the pistol away and began concocting potions he might need. The following day, the group finally arrived at the Stardow Forest, embarking on their adventure to locate a suitable spirit beast. Zhu Zhiqing took on the role of scout while the others closely gathered around Tang San, following his lead through the wilderness. Tang San, akin to a living encyclopedia, enlightened the group about various spirit beasts and plants along the way, earning their admiration. Meanwhile, Tang Nan busily gathered herbs to craft restorative medicines, soon filling his pouch with an assortment of botanicals. Just as he reveled in his bounty, he heard his sister call out, "Hey, Nan, hurry up and catch up." It was then that he realized he had fallen behind. He hastily quickened his pace to rejoin the main group, arriving breathless and exhausted. "Is this the distance you can manage?" Dai Mubai teased. Though Tang Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment, he had no retort. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing, still on scouting duty, seemed to have detected an approaching spirit beast. After careful identification, it was confirmed to be a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed snake. Truly, a treasure found without a quest. Zhao Wujia assigned Tang San to coordinate their strategy, and the group began plotting how to hunt the phoenix-tailed snake. Within the dense forest, the snake darted like a flash of lightning, weaving swiftly among the trees. Under Tang San's direction, Ma Hongjun activated his second spirit skill, the Fire Phoenix. A stream of flames burst forth from the sky, driving the snake into their encirclement. As it entered the ambush zone, Tang San and Tang Nan ensnared it instantly with their blue-silver grass. Tang San released the barbs from the blue-silver grass, attempting to ensnare the coiling serpent. However, just as they believed they had succeeded, the serpent swiftly evaded the trap upon sensing the ambush. The group immediately began to pursue and corner it. But it became evident that this cunning creature was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Their attacks appeared to inflict minimal damage on the serpent. Observing from a distance, Oscar discerned the cause. The serpent's scales were exceedingly smooth, causing their strikes to miss their mark and significantly reduce their impact. To capture it, they needed to devise a clever strategy. Frustrated, Tang San suddenly recalled the highly adhesive sap he had recently gathered. He promptly retrieved it, fashioned a lasso from the blue-silver grass, and coated the inner surface of the loop with the viscous substance. Pleased with his ingenuity, he noticed that Dai Mubai, having temporarily incapacitated Zhu Zhiqing due to her accidental intake of the serpent's anesthetic mist, transformed into the white tiger form, leaping into the air to catch Zhu Zhiqing before delivering a powerful blow that sent her crashing back to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San hurled the lasso, which perfectly ensnared the coiling serpent's head and adhered firmly. However, he overestimated his strength. Upon realizing it was trapped, the serpent began to flee at astonishing speed, easily overpowering Tang San. He was flung into the air, crying out for his life. As he soared, he crashed into a large tree, momentarily dazed and losing consciousness. When Tang San regained awareness, he found that the coiling serpent had been effortlessly captured by Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, who had been observing the commotion. Oscar had already begun absorbing the spirit ring, but upon seeing Tang San meditating, he inquired about the commotion. Learning that a beautiful girl had challenged Tang San and was subsequently defeated by Tang San, who had surpassed his own limits. Soon after, Oscar completed the absorption of his spirit ring, and the group decided to return home. At that moment, Tang San, rejuvenated from his meditation, announced that they could not depart just yet, for he too had broken through to the 30th level and required a spirit ring. This declaration instantly ignited excitement among the group, gathering around him to celebrate. An elated Zhao Wujia promptly declared that they would continue deeper into the forest to find the most exceptional spirit ring for Tang San. The group journeyed tirelessly and finally arrived at their destination by nightfall. The forest was enveloped in tranquility, and for safety's sake, they sought a secure location to set up camp. The girls were tasked with preparing dinner, while the boys were responsible for erecting the tents. As the captain, Dai Mubai allocated the tasks, instructing, Oscar, Tang San, you both join the girls. Why should we? Oscar retorted in dissatisfaction. All right, Oscar, come help me. Tang San reassured him and beckoned Oscar to assist. While they were busy, Xiao Wu suddenly recalled something and asked Oscar, Little A.O., what is your third spirit skill? Can you add a dish? Upon hearing this, Oscar adopted a sarcastic tone. Do you really want to see it? Xiao Wu, sensing the shift, quickly replied. If it's too strange, let's forget it. At that moment, Ma Hongjun leaned on Oscar's shoulder, whispering something. And Oscar's complaints vanished as the two began to share a private conversation, their camaraderie evident. What are these two scheming? Tang Nan, observing the two before him, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The onlookers chimed in, urging, Come on, Xiao Ao, let us see your third soul skill. Indeed, it's too dark, we can't see anything. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, Oscar grew quite proud. Watch closely. My soul skill is extraordinarily powerful. However, just as he was about to recite the soul incantation, he froze. What are you doing? Why the theatrics? Ma Hongjuan's enthusiasm waned considerably. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly. Zhao Wujia initially thought the moon was obscured. Suddenly, the earth trembled, the ground shattered, and countless stones came hurtling towards them. The crowd was momentarily stunned by this unforeseen occurrence. Zhao Wujia, the first to react, activated gravity compression, creating a barrier to shield everyone from the falling debris. Tang San summoned the blue-silver grass to lead everyone to safety. Dai Mubai scooped up the still-dazed Oscar and retreated. Oscar gazed at the sky, bewildered. Are there two moons up there? Meanwhile, an indignant Ma Hongjun unleashed his phoenix fire, shooting a blazing fireball towards the rear. Mid-flight, the fireball collided with something and exploded. As the moon, previously shrouded by clouds, gradually became visible, the group discerned their adversary, a colossal ape. Its immense figure loomed ahead, leaving Tang Nan in awe. Team leader Zhao Wujie clenched his fists, determination etched on his face. He commanded Dai Mubai to lead the others away, apologizing to the giant ape in a calm tone. Forgive us, King of the Forest, we mean no harm. Please allow us to, however, before he could finish, the giant ape swung its fist towards the humans. Zhao Wujie, enraged, retorted, How dare you mock me? He immediately activated his martial spirit, manifesting his true form, and shouted to Dai Mubai and the others, Dai Mubai, take them away. Just as Dai Mubai and the others were about to engage in battle, Zhao Wujie repelled them with gravity compression. Utilizing the power of gravity enhancement and compression, he charged at the giant ape. Meanwhile, the others, having been knocked back, landed on the ground. Dai Mubai entrusted the leadership to Tang San and rushed to offer support. Tang San had no intention of retreating. The others stood resolutely alongside him. However, when Tang Nan and Xiao Wu wished to join, Tang San firmly declined. He pointed to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, saying, You must protect them. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. Though she understood her limitations in battle, Xiao Wu could only silently lead her brother and Oscar to safety. The struggle between the group and the giant ape was overwhelmingly one-sided. Their attacks were mere tickles to the beast. In a critical moment, Zhao Wujie revealed his last trump card, activating his martial spirit's true form, transforming into a colossal diamond bear and plunging into the fray. In astonishment, Tang Nan beheld the Weistein's epic display of martial spirit, feeling profoundly moved. Beside him, Xiao Wu appeared anxious, hesitating as she gazed at the battlefield, her hands clenched tightly. Tang Nan noticed this and approached her, offering encouragement. Go on, sister. I'm here for you. Determined, Xiao Wu met her brother's beaming smile and couldn't help but chuckle. Yet she reminded him, You mustn't get hurt. Otherwise, I'll hear it from brother. After she assured him, she made her way to the battlefield alone. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, transformed into the indomitable diamond bear, unleashed a full-force strike against the colossal ape, while Ning Rongrong seized the opportune moment to enhance his power. The 7 treasures, renowned for their abilities, bestowed strength as their first gift. With her assistance, Zhao Wujie's might surged to the level of a Soul Douluo, astonishing even himself. The auxiliary capabilities of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower proved to be formidable. However, due to the excessive enhancement, Ning Rongrong's soul power was nearly depleted, leading her to experience a brief moment of dizziness. At that instant, Tang San realized that a single blow from his mentor would not suffice to fell the giant ape, prompting him to launch a side attack. Observing Tang San's actions, Ning Rongrong wished to assist, but was restrained by Tang Nan, who cautioned, "Sister Rongrong, you cannot afford to expend any more soul power." Nevertheless, she disregarded his warning and exerted her utmost to bolster Tang San, invoking the first and second gifts of the Seven Treasures, strength and speed. Exhausted, she subsequently collapsed. Why do people never heed the doctor's advice? Tang Nan lamented, while tending to her injuries. At that moment, the Diamond Bear's full force strike, distracted by Tang San, connected squarely with the ape's visage. Yet, as the dust settled, the struck giant merely mocked the towering bear, before unleashing a deafening roar that threatened to eliminate everyone present. The sudden turn of events on the battlefield caught Tang Nan off guard, causing the vial in his hand to slip and fall. Just then, the giant ape abruptly turned and departed, leaving him without time to ponder the reason as he hurried back to the battlefield alongside Oscar and others. There, he was met with the most unwelcome news. Upon returning to the fray, Tang Nan swiftly assessed their injuries and began treatment, while Tang San remained silent, merely requesting more tofu from Oscar. Noticing the absence of his sister, Tang Nan sought an explanation from his brother. "Brother, where is sister?" However, his brother remained unresponsive, engrossed in his meal. When he turned to others, he found them equally mute, heads bowed. Tang Nan surmised the situation, his heart swelling with confusion and anxiety. "No, I refuse to believe it." Tang Nan collapsed to the ground, his eyes void of spirit, as guilt and regret consumed him. Yet, he could not afford to neglect his duties. He rose to continue his healing efforts, though his distracted demeanor sparked concern among the others. As Zhao Wujie resolved to return to the academy for rest, Tang San ingested the flight mushroom crafted by Oscar's third soul skill. He apologized to everyone, declaring his intent to retrieve Xiao Wu. These words invigorated Tang Nan, who rallied himself. While others debated Tang San's departure, he quietly approached Oscar, pleading, "Brother Oscar, grant me a mushroom." Oscar hesitated at this request, but upon seeing Tang Nan's firm grip on his arm and the hopeful glimmer in his eyes, he recited the soul incantation once more, flying together as one true mushroom. Tang Nan accepted the mushroom and swiftly consumed it. Only then did the others notice his actions, with Zhao Wujie exclaiming, "Quick, stop him." Wings sprouted from Tang Nan's back as he activated high-speed flight, pursuing his brother. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Forgive me, teacher. I must take responsibility for my mistakes and apologize to you." His words resonated with unwavering determination and resolve. "Hurry, faster," in a bid to enhance his speed. Tang Nan channeled a significant portion of his soul power into the wings upon his back, elevating his velocity to remarkable levels. At last, 3 minutes later, he caught Tang San just as he was about to plummet. "Hey, I've got you. What brings you here? Go back." However, he rejoiced too soon, for his temporal enhancement was at an end. With the disappearance of his wings, both fell into the forest. Fortunately, they tumbled down, cushioned by branches and the meager blue-silver grass that Tang Nan had managed to conjure, escaping with only minor injuries. "That hurts," Tang Nan groaned, supporting his dizzy head as he gradually rose to his feet. Before he could fully recover, Tang San approached and seized his sleeve, admonishing him, "What are you doing here? This place is perilous. Don't you realize that? And what about you? What difference is there between your state and mine?" Tang Nan retorted, "I must retrieve Xiao Wu. She is also my sister." With that, his voice rose in anguish, tears falling onto Tang San's hand as Tang Nan pushed aside his grip, expressing his distress. Stop thinking you can brave these dangers alone. If something were to happen to you, what would sister think? What would father think? Have you considered that? Just what? Do you believe you can resolve everything? Look at your hand." Tang Nan grasped his brother's hand, which continued to bleed profusely, and shouted, "Look at yourself. What distinguishes your condition from a death wish?" He then retrieved ointment from his pouch, intent on treating him. "I will not allow you to refuse. Do you hear?" Tears fell incessantly, yet his hands did not falter. "You're crying." "I am not." Tang Nan stubbornly wiped his face. Observing the bandages wrapped around his hand, Tang San realized that his previous actions had indeed been excessively harsh on his younger brother. "I am sorry, Nan. Do not speak of it. Save your words for when we find sister." Indeed, with his anger dissipating, Tang Nan once again beamed, extending his hand to signal Tang San to help him up. Grasping his hand, Tang San assisted him to his feet. Just as they prepared to set off, rustling sounds emerged from the thicket to their right. Suddenly, a colossal spider charged forth, its entire body a striking purple, with a human face on its abdomen that was particularly eye-catching. This was the face spider. Tang San instantly recognized the adversary before them and urgently instructed Tang Nan to maintain their distance and avoid entanglement. Yet the face spider roared and lunged at them, spitting webs to obstruct their path. As Tang Nan attempted to tear through the webbing, Tang San quickly warned, "It's poisonous. Stay away." At that moment, the face spider had reached behind them, extending its sharp legs to strike. The two brothers swiftly dodged in opposite directions, encircling the creature. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, the spider targeted the panting Tang San and launched a fierce assault. Utilizing the Tang sect's secret techniques, Tang San evaded its attack while binding two of the spider's legs together with blue-silver grass. Tang Nan followed suit, ensnaring the beast with his own blue-silver grass. Is it over? Upon seeing the face spider cease its movements, the brothers chose not to linger and turned to depart. However, upon seeing the two let down their guard, the monstrous spider immediately secreted a copious amount of venom onto its legs. In an instant, the ensnaring blue-silver grass was utterly corroded, and it launched a new wave of assault against the two. Get away! As the elder brother, Tang San sensed the danger and hurriedly pushed Tang Nan aside, only to find himself ensnared by the spider's silk, firmly adhered to the trunk of a tree. Tang Nan rushed over to check. "Don't touch it. It's poisonous." He turned around to discover the face of the monstrous spider charging towards him. "Brother, hurry. I'll distract it first." With that, he dashed towards the open space on the right. However, the spider paid him no heed and instead advanced slowly towards Tang San. Realizing that the spider was intent on devouring his elder brother, a desperate Tang Nan recalled the handgun his master had given him. He swiftly drew it from his waist and aimed at the creature's eye. "You bastard, look over here." As he pulled the trigger, flames erupted from the firearm, followed by the anguished wails of the spider. The bullet struck one of its eyes with precision, causing it to lash out in agony against the surrounding trees in an attempt to alleviate its pain. Ultimately, it let out a low growl and turned towards Tang Nan, brandishing its pincers as it charged at him. With the plan succeeding, Tang Nan immediately fled backwards. Tang San was also struggling to free himself from his bindings. However, given that Tang Nan had already exerted much of his stamina, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Seizing the opportunity, the spider shot out a web that ensnared one of Tang Nan's feet, causing him to stumble. By the time he regained his footing, the spider was already upon him. With no time to sever the web, Tang Nan activated his natural form, enveloping himself in a thick protective barrier. The enraged spider frantically jabbed its front legs towards him. At that moment, Tang San, having freed himself, witnessed the scene before him, his heart boiling with uncontainable fury as he beheld the ravaged blue-silver grass. "Beast, take this." He swung the Haotian hammer with wild ferocity at the monstrous spider. Just then, he heard his brother's voice from above. "Brother, I'm fine. Be careful." A jolt surged through him at the sound of his brother's voice. "You're all right?" "Of course. Why do you doubt me?" Tang Nan leaped down to his brother's side, his right arm visibly bandaged with the blue-silver grass. "Do we have any good ideas?" "Yes. Can you use hidden weapons?" "Of course. You taught me." "All right. Let's go." Tang San handed over the concealed weapons he carried. Recognizing his brother's strategy, Tang Nan steeled himself. "Okay, let's do this together." The two brothers moved in a coordinated dance around the spider, stealthily affixing the hidden weapons to the joints of its legs. Once completed, they utilized the blue-silver grass to intertwine the weapons, suspending the spider in midair. They anxiously observed the spider's movements, and upon confirming safety, their taut nerves began to relax. However, they were soon met with warnings of physical overload, and the two brothers leaned on each other, barely able to stand. Just as they prepared to leave, the spider launched another attack, ensnaring their legs in webbing and forcing them to the ground. Confronted with the spider's relentless assaults, they knew they must put an end to it. Tang Nan loaded his firearm with double ammunition, while Tang San retrieved the Zhuge divine crossbow. Together, they roared in unison, pulling the triggers as the crossbow bolts and bullets ruthlessly hurtled towards the monstrous spider. After a moment of struggle, the demon spider ceased its movements, revealing a purple soul ring. However, the joy of victory was overshadowed by the fatigue that enveloped their bodies. They managed to rise, only to collapse once more. Tang San gazed upon the lifeless body of the demon spider, and Tang Nan understood his intent. Utilizing the remnants of his soul power to draw Tang San toward the creature. As Tang San entered the soul ring absorption phase, Tang Nan seized the opportunity to rest. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and he realized that his right hand had already turned purple, the poison having spread throughout his body. Initially, during a moment of evasion, his right arm had been pierced, and in a bid to enhance his reflexes, he had injected a strengthening serum to accelerate his heart's power, trading it for greater strength. Now, the toxin spread at a visible pace, prompting him to shift to a more comfortable position as he watched his brother absorb the soul ring. Hearing the calls of Zhao Wuzhui and the others, a sense of release washed over him as he smiled and closed his eyes. Am I already dead? Reflecting on everything, Tang Nan calmly regarded the old man, observing him as he continued to fish, seemingly lost in his own world. Tang Nan approached and sat beside him, picking up a fishing rod to join in. Old man, shall we have a chat? Oh, what shall we discuss? Anything really. Chapter 13. Rebirth. By a tranquil lakeside, the environment was somewhat dim. An elderly man and a young man leisurely fished by the water's edge. The young man effortlessly cast his line, the fishing line tracing a graceful arc through the lake. The old man remained composed nearby, his gaze revealing profound contemplation. Breaking the silence, the elder posed a question. Why have you chosen to stay? After a moment of reflection, the young man shrugged and replied, I don't know where to go, so I opted to stay and chat with you. The old man chuckled softly, gazing at the lake, expressing, life inevitably harbors regrets. How we perceive and release these regrets requires considerable time and introspection. He turned to the young man, Tang Nan, and inquired, do you have any regrets? Tang Nan fell into deep thought, recalling past experiences while intermittently weighing the fishing rod in his hands. I don't know, he said with a wry smile. I feel quite content with my life. However, the elder seemed to see through his heart and shook his head, indicating dissatisfaction with this response. Suddenly, the old man snapped his fingers, and a door materialized behind Tang Nan. With a smile, he said, step inside. Therein lies your answer. Once you find it, come back and answer me one question. Tang Nan, puzzled, approached the door, a faint light seeping through the crack. Grandfather, he began to ask. But the elder's question reminded him of a voice he had heard before at the church entrance. What will you do before death arrives? He suddenly realized that the voice of the black dragon in his mind seemed connected to this elder. The door swung open, and Tang Nan was drawn inside. Minutes later, the door opened again, revealing a figure who resembled Tang Nan yet appeared more mature and composed. He sat back in Tang Nan's place, as if nothing had ever transpired. The old man remained silent, merely gazing at the fish bladders in the lake. After a while, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, what is the situation outside? The young man replied, it is quite favorable, handled impeccably. His companions merely believe he is asleep from exhaustion. The toxins in his body have been entirely neutralized. The old man nodded in acknowledgement. That is good. With a vigorous flick of his fishing rod, the young man caught a large fish, which arched beautifully through the air. He caught the fish and tossed it into a nearby basket. Then he glanced towards the door and remarked, you hold this young lad in such high regard? I haven't even let you intervene, yet you acted on your own. The old man smiled gently and replied, it is nothing. I am merely repaying a favor to this little fellow. Oh, is that so? The old man dismissed the young man's scornful smile with indifference, continuing. Among all the individuals I have encountered, their reactions upon realizing their impending death, while varied, share common threads. Some struggle in agony, unable to accept the reality of their imminent departure, desperately searching for a way to survive. Others plead with me for their lives, even resorting to threats for a greater chance at survival. Yet others face death with composure, accepting the cycle of their own demise. However, this individual accepted his fate yet chose not to depart, instead remaining by my side to engage in conversation. As he spoke, the old man trembled slightly. It has been ages since I had a meaningful conversation with the youth of my clan. His words conveyed a sense of warmth and nostalgia that had long been absent. Do you not have me? The young man nudged the old man's shoulder with his elbow. Then, shifting the tone abruptly, he coldly asked, do you intend to pass on your power to him? The old man let out a knowing snort as if he had anticipated the question. Let us observe his performance. In the enveloping darkness, Tang Nan suddenly felt the illumination around him intensifying, revealing that he stood amidst a battlefield. Soldiers on both sides wielded swords and daggers. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere, with cries of anguish resonating in the air. In terror, Tang Nan raised his hands to shield himself, only to realize that arrows pierced through his body. At that moment, a soldier dashed past him, charging toward the enemy. Tang Nan was engulfed in profound shock. Is this what war entails? The scenery accelerated, the chaos of battle unfolding at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was littered with dismembered limbs, the fallen soldiers of both sides, and vultures poised above, ready to feast. Tang Nan observed the war from a bystander's perspective. Fearless soldiers shouted slogans for their homeland as they charged at the enemy, while those awaiting death murmured the names of their loved ones. A defeated general knelt before the fallen soldiers on this battlefield during his retreat. Ultimately, the battlefield fell into silence. Tang Nan wandered through the desolate scene, suddenly hearing faint cries for help. He focused his gaze and saw a hand emerging from a mountain of corpses, waving frantically as if seeking assistance. Fortunately, his cries for help were met with a response. A figure clad in white, with a hood obscuring their face, emerged into view. They spotted a flailing arm and swiftly rescued the injured soldier from the heap of corpses. The individual in white adeptly hoisted the wounded soldier onto their back and carried him to a makeshift camp they had established. Within the camp, several soldiers from various factions had already received medical attention. After gently placing the soldier down, the hooded figure promptly examined him, discovering a dislocated right arm. They handed the soldier a piece of bread, and while he was eating, executed a sudden maneuver, pushing, pulling, pressing, and resetting the dislocated arm. Startled, the soldier instinctively reached for his weapon, only to realize, to his astonishment, that his right arm had regained its mobility. Overcome with gratitude, the soldier knelt to express his thanks, while the hooded figure, accustomed to such reactions, helped him to his feet and secured his arm. Pointing to a vacant area, they gestured for him to rest there before plunging back into the silent battlefield. The healer's medical prowess was remarkable, captivating Tang Nan, who found himself irresistibly drawn to follow in his footsteps. At that moment, time seemed to accelerate, and he witnessed the hooded figure placing another injured soldier beneath a banyan tree. This soldier appeared to be a general. His armor was battered and worn, and although unconscious, he clutched his weapon tightly. Observing the blood streaming from the general's forehead, the healer extended his right hand, pressing it against the wound. As he released his spiritual energy, the bleeding gradually ceased. The general slightly opened his eyes, sensing someone before him, and questioned the identity of the stranger, leveling his weapon at him. He was reluctant to accept aid from an unfamiliar person. Seeing the soldier aiming his sword at him, the hooded figure raised both hands in a gesture of peace, then removed his hood to reveal his features. His face was neat and composed, adorned with short, snow-white hair. A pronounced scar marked his right cheek, and his eyes were an unusual mix of red and blue. His visage struck Tang Nan as oddly familiar, with a gentle and amiable demeanor. The healer elicited awe from the general, who, upon recognizing him, reverently referred to him as a divine envoy. The general, moved, disarmed himself and expressed his highest respect. The healer calmly explained, "Allow me to clarify. I am not the divine envoy you speak of. I am merely a wandering medic on this continent, and this place happens to be a stop on my journey." He approached the general, continuing his focused examination of the injuries. After scrutinizing the wound, he remarked, "May I take another look?" The injury is not severe. With a brief period of rest, approximately 3 days, you shall fully recover." He then retrieved a tube of ointment from his medical kit, presenting it to the general while detailing the application method and precautions for the recovery period. He earnestly advised, "Please take care of yourself and avoid strenuous activities. Should you experience any discomfort, simply apply this ointment to the affected area." As the healer prepared to depart, the general inquired about his destination. He paused briefly, his deep gaze locking onto the general's eyes, and replied, "I will go where I am needed." As he watched his benefactor's retreating figure, the general asked for his name. After a moment of contemplation, the healer responded, "Nan, my name is Nan." Upon hearing this name, Tang Nan was profoundly shaken. He stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. The physician exclaimed, "Are you astonished?" Tang Nan widened his eyes. Gazing at the physician, disbelief etched across his face as he stammered, You can see me?" The physician smiled and nodded. Taking a deep breath, Tang Nan pressed on, "Who exactly are you?" At this question, the physician's laughter grew even heartier. He approached Tang Nan, bent down, and gently poked his forehead with a finger, replying with a smile, "I am you, a part of you." "Wait, I need a moment," Tang Nan exclaimed, clearly struggling to comprehend the revelation. He turned in circles to process the information, oblivious to the fact that he bumped his head against a banyan tree nearby. Nin observed him with amusement, realizing, I used to be rather charming, didn't I? Hearing this, the physician chuckled softly and remarked, Time's up. You may leave now. No sooner had he spoken than his form began to gradually dissipate. Confusion washed over Tang Nan as he failed to grasp the meaning of this. He hurriedly called out, Hey, wait, clarify your words. Alas, the physician left behind only an encouraging good luck, before vanishing completely. At that moment, the surroundings darkened once more, and a door materialized behind him. Hey, Luowas, how long do you intend to keep this young man confined? The youth inquired, casting a glance at the elderly figure beside him. Once he figures it out, the space will open automatically, the elder explained calmly. This realm will reveal to him the past, future, and present possibilities that may unfold. If he becomes too enmeshed in it, he will perish. A chill ran down the young man's spine upon hearing this. So, is that why no one wishes to study under you? He mused. Not at all, Luo replied, seemingly unfazed, though inwardly his grip on the fishing rod tightened in frustration. After suppressing a chuckle, the young man quickly diverted the topic. Actually, I've never understood why they refuse to learn from me. Is it really that difficult to pass through? Well, have you ever taken on an apprentice? Never. At least you possess some self-awareness. With such high standards, who could possibly succeed? Not everyone is as wooden as you. The young man's candid remark struck a nerve, causing Luo to turn away in irritation once more. The boss is acting like a child. Isn't that embarrassing? Hearing this, Luo immediately bristled. I'm not old. By your standards, I'm merely 28. The moment those words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, and both fell silent, returning to their fishing. What secrets lay hidden behind that door? Standing before it, Tang Nan felt an unsettling wave of anxiety wash over him. Hesitating, his hand hovered in the air, as if sensing that what lay beyond was something he was reluctant to confront. With trepidation, he pushed the door open, and as he crossed the threshold, the surrounding darkness gradually brightened once more. To his surprise, he found himself in what appeared to be a bedroom, with the continuous shouts of vendors echoing from outside. The room was arranged with meticulous order, and as he gazed upon the multitude of medical tomes lining the shelves, a sense of anticipation began to blossom within him. A melodious female voice pierced the silence, capturing his attention. Nan, you're back. A poised young lady emerged from behind the bookshelf, her lustrous golden hair cascading down to her waist. Her slender figure was clad in a simple white dress, exuding an air of understated elegance. Opposite her stood a gentleman in a white coat, adorned with a black top hat, who had just closed the door and set down his medical bag. Upon hearing her inquiry, he gently replied, Yes, my work has concluded for now, and I thought I might take a brief respite. He approached the table and began to write, but just as he immersed himself in his task, a pair of hands obscured his view. Understanding her intent, he delicately peeled away the hands from his face, tilting his head to meet her pouting, indignant expression. I'm sorry, but I must finish this work quickly. How about we go out together afterward? His words, laden with remorse, failed to appease her. She seized his chubby face, expressing her dissatisfaction. Just the other day, you promised to try my new meat pie, yet an emergency call whisked you away. Yesterday, you said you would accompany me shopping, and in the blink of an eye, you vanished, leaving only a hasty excuse of an urgent matter. What do you mean by this, Dr. Nan? Beneath her amiable smile, he sensed her mounting frustration. He began to defend himself, while Tang Nan nearby found a seat to enjoy a snack. That day, there was no choice. The patient was in a life-threatening situation, and I had to rush back, he explained, spreading his hands in exasperation, oblivious to her growing ire. As for yesterday, Mr. Yang contacted me with an urgent document that required my immediate attention, so I had to return. It was at this moment he finally recognized the undercurrent of her fury, masked behind her smile. Dr. Nan, I would like to ask you about. Just then, an assistant entered, holding a document and seeking to inquire how the gentleman would resolve a matter. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he quickly retreated, muttering, I'm sorry for the interruption. I shall return another time. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, revealing his understanding of the awkwardness of the situation. The pressure now rested squarely on the man, as her grip on his face intensified. In that instant, his instinct for survival ignited. He swiftly retrieved 2 concert tickets from the drawer, waving them enticingly before her, which successfully diverted her attention and allowed her to release her hold. Upon examining the tickets, she discovered they were for a concert of her favorite band, and her excitement was palpable. Did you buy these? She exclaimed. Yes, they were a gift from the Duke. He believed I would appreciate them. Wonderful. Then let us depart at once, she declared. But I still have, he began, gesturing towards his unfinished work, only to be silenced by her glare. Now accompanied by a dagger in her hand. What were you about to say? She delicately caressed the sword with her fingertips, casting a smile towards the man. It's all right. It's all right, let us set off now. You should change into some proper attire first. What do you say, my princess? Humph, now that's more like it. With that, she sheathed her short sword and joyfully dashed to the back to change her clothes, leaving behind a helpless man and Tang Nan, who was merely an onlooker. How long are you going to keep watching? The man remarked, glancing at the boy beside him for a reminder. I can see you, Tang Nan responded, feeling a bit embarrassed. He shyly scratched his head and stood up. That is, I didn't mean to witness this scene. I was just searching for a way out. At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to come to a standstill. The man pointed towards a door on Tang Nan's right. There lies the way out. Enter. And you shall discover your path to freedom. Eh? What? This left Tang Nan momentarily bewildered, as he had expected a riddle rather than such a straightforward answer. As he approached the door, the environment once again transformed into darkness. He was not mistaken. Just as the man assumed Tang Nan would leave without further ado, Tang Nan suddenly turned and called out, that beautiful sister, will I meet her again in the future? Huh? Upon hearing this question, the man burst into laughter, covering his face with one hand, before revealing a knowing smile. Who knows? Suddenly, the doors swung open, and Tang Nan was drawn inside. The man gazed at the closed door, letting out a light chuckle as if a burden had been lifted, before following his princess to enjoy a concert. Ouch! That hurt. Surprised by the door's abruptness, Tang Nan stumbled in, landing face first and rubbing his sore nose. As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he realized, isn't this my home? Just then, a rough yet familiar voice rang out. Hey, little Nan's back. Following the sound, Tang Nan spotted Tang Hao, who was hammering away at a piece of iron he was forging. Noticing Tang Nan standing there in a daze without uttering a word, Tang Hao set aside his work, removed his gloves, and approached him. Tang Nan was still lost in thought regarding the current situation when, unexpectedly, his father tapped him on the head. What are you daydreaming about, you little rascal? Eh? Dad, were you calling me? Who else would I be calling? Is there another son named Tang Nan? Observing his son's unusual demeanor, Tang Hao was equally perplexed. However, he attributed it to the trials of adolescence. Have you been lost in those comic books? No. Well, perhaps I did stay up too late reading last night. Originally intending to deny it, Tang Nan for some reason found himself conceding. Oh, I need to tell Xiao San to keep an eye on you. What have you gained from staying up late every night reading such useless things? Understanding the reason behind his son's behavior, Tang Hao said little more and turned back to finish his work. What just happened to me? Tang Nan felt an unsettling sensation. He touched the surrounding furniture. Everything was so vividly real, as if the experiences he had just undergone were mere fantasies of the future. In that moment, he suddenly recalled his elder brother, as though they had made some sort of pact. He hastily inquired of his father regarding his brother's whereabouts. Ah, that little rascal. The young lady you invited is currently browsing the market on the other side of town, his father replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan ceased his inquiries and dutifully took his seat, perusing the books laid out on the table, patiently awaiting his brother's return. Time passed, and soon the entrance was graced by the cheerful voices of two individuals, seemingly discussing plans to include Tang Nan in their activities the following day. As they pushed open the door, they placed all the fascinating items they had purchased onto the table. Wow, sister, you bought so much, Tang Nan exclaimed, momentarily filled with admiration for his brother upon seeing the plethora of treasures before him. At that moment, Tang San glanced at the time and abruptly remembered a pressing matter. Mother will be home soon. I need to wash the vegetables. Nan, why don't you keep little Wu entertained for a bit? With that, he rushed into the kitchen, leaving Tang Nan and Xiao Wu to play with the trinkets on the table. Yet, Tang Nan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt as he gazed at his sister. He reflected on his past memories, unable to recall any wrongdoing toward her. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely the beginning of his trials. Upon entering this realm, he had transitioned from a mere observer to an active participant. His memories were gradually being altered, and should he remain oblivious to this fact, he would be doomed to remain here for eternity. This was also the reason why so few could successfully pass the trials. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air, and sensing someone's return, Tang Nan sprang up to open the door. They're here, he exclaimed. Upon opening the door, He was greeted by a gentle and intelligent woman. Recognizing Tang Nan as she entered, she affectionately patted his little head and expressed her gratitude. In his memory, this woman was his mother, yet he felt an unsettling unfamiliarity. Just then, a tear fell to the ground. Xiaonan, why are you crying? I am crying. Only upon his mother's gentle prompting did he become aware that his cheeks were streaked with tears. What has happened? Have you been wronged? His mother's anxious inquiries left Tang Nan at a loss. He merely stared at her, bewildered by her concern. Mom, I'm fine. He softly shook his head, indicating that he had not been bullied. He smiled at her, saying, Thank you, Mom. Suddenly, he wondered why he was expressing such words of gratitude. His mother chuckled at his remark, but then a chilling realization dawned upon him. But mother has long since passed. As Tang Nan trembled while uttering this phrase, the surrounding space abruptly froze, gradually reverting to the initial darkness. He had succeeded, yet he could not fathom why his tears continued to flow uncontrollably. As tears streamed down his face for reasons unbeknownst to him, he recalled everything. The collision of memories brought him to his knees in anguish, his hands clutching his head as he cried out in despair. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Luo was and his companion sensed the anomaly in the space. Ah, it seems your first disciple is approaching, remarked the young man with a faint smile. As if he had foreseen this outcome, Luo was, however, remained unfazed, stating, This is merely the first trial. Should you attempt to cheat again, we'll see if I refrain from punishing you. As the creator of this realm, Luo was understood that just before Tang Nan's entry, modifications had been made to the space, which explained why the initial scenes were observed from a spectator's perspective. Acknowledging that the other party had detected this, the young man felt a tinge of embarrassment. My apologies. Rest assured, there won't be a next time. You wish for another chance? Seeing Luo's restless right hand, the young man hastily made his escape. Just then, the portal opened, and Tang Nan emerged, weary and tear-streaked, gazing vacantly at the elderly fisherman still casting his line. Speak, what is it that you desire most? Home. I long for a complete home, Tang Nan declared with his remaining strength. Oh, I expected you to ask for power or knowledge, Luo was replied, turning to face Tang Nan. Intrigued by his response, would you be willing to become my disciple? Faced with this unexpected question, Tang Nan remained silent, observing the elderly man's eager smile before finally responding. I refuse, and promptly collapsed. At that moment, a wisp of ghostly fire caught him. Humph, you have no reason to reject my power, you insolent boy, Luo was mused. Recognizing the young man's insight, he began to chant an ancient incantation. I, Luo was, hereby seal this contract. As the ritual concluded, Tang Nan's left hand bore a projection of himself. With a grand gesture, blue flames enveloped him entirely. Minutes later, Tang Nan awakened, feeling a newfound lightness. What is this? He noticed the pattern on his left hand. This is my mark, a testament to my discipleship, Luo was explained, startling Tang Nan. You are that black dragon? Indeed. But now, you must awaken. There are those awaiting you outside. Until next time. Hey, wake up. Tang Nan, can you hear me? Please, awaken. As the calls around him grew louder, he opened his eyes to find the worried expressions of his companions. You're all right. How wonderful. In a surge of emotion, Xiao Wu and Tang San embraced Tang Nan fervently. The three of them intertwined, exuding profound familial love. Initially taken aback by this sudden warmth, Tang Nan's gaze flitted between his brother and sister. But soon he immersed himself in the comforting embrace of home, a smile blossoming upon his lips. I'm back, brother, sister. He spoke tenderly, his voice imbued with the joy of returning home. In a side story of amicable collaboration, what transpired? Fanis. Yang Hong followed Fanis back to the Shadow Guard office, where a mountain of documents left him utterly speechless. Fanis gestured towards the paperwork before them. This is the reason. Yang Hong sighed heavily and, with a spirit of resignation, stepped inside. As he busied himself with the workload, the door suddenly swung open, and the recently recovered Raven entered. Commander, you're back. Raven greeted Yang Hong, who was engrossed in his tasks. Yes, I've returned to handle the paperwork, but since you're here, Yang Hong beamed at the arrival of his savior, ready to offload his responsibilities, when Fanis interrupted him. Raven, you need not assist him with the tasks for now. Your health still requires ample rest. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Hong? Fanis turned to Yang Hong, and with no way to evade the truth, Yang Hong forced a wry smile and replied, Indeed, for the time being. You should return to the intelligence hall. I will manage everything. Oh, understood. Then I'll take my leave. Take care, Commander. In the end, Yang Hong reluctantly watched Raven depart. His eyes filled with reluctance. Walk slowly, my good brother, he whispered softly. His work continued until the following afternoon, nearing dusk when the aide, Yi, rushed in, breathless, and presented an urgent report. This is an emergency situation report from the Starry Forest. Upon hearing the aide's words, Yang Hong hurriedly opened the document, which stated, a significant number of personnel from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School have appeared on the outskirts of the Starry Forest, suspected of a major personnel mobilization. A formidable dragon snake has been detected in the outer regions. The ancient Titan giant ape residing in the center of the Starry Forest has left its domain, seemingly moving towards the outskirts. Reconnaissance teams are currently pursuing the Titan ape as unexplained movement towards the periphery. What could its intentions be? Yang Hong pondered intensely over the Titan's motivations, yet everything felt amiss. At that moment, the intelligence hall delivered a notification indicating that the negotiating representatives from the Martial Soul Palace had been waiting in the assembly hall for some time. All right, I understand. I will head there immediately. Yang Hong pinched the bridge of his nose to alleviate his fatigue and then rose to make his way to the assembly hall. Inside the hall, personnel from the Intelligence Bureau were engaging with representatives from the Martial Soul Palace. Salus, serving as the Platinum Bishop and representative of the Martial Soul Palace, was presently enraptured by the magnificent scenery. His gaze followed Fanis, who had arrived first. From the moment she stepped into the hall, Salus found himself captivated by her graceful presence, unable to look away. Mr. Salus, the commander has arrived. It was only upon the aide's reminder that the entranced Salus regained his composure, clearing his throat and adjusting his attire to restore his authoritative demeanor. As Mr. Yang Hong took his seat, both parties engaged in a dialogue concerning their collaboration. Mr. Yang Hong, allow me to reiterate, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, our requests. We wish to incorporate the Shadow Guard into the Special Operations Unit of the Spirit Hall to gather intelligence across the continent that we require. With a scoff, the esteemed Bishop Saroth replied, regarding the affiliation of the Shadow Guard, I believe we have previously articulated our stance with clarity. The relationship between the Shadow Guard and the Spirit Hall is merely one of partnership, not of superior and subordinate. I hope you can acknowledge this distinction. Your Excellency, your organization boasts a wealth of talent and formidable strength. Why not consider joining the Spirit Hall and contributing to the grand ambitions of the Pope? I must apologize, as I personally lean towards a more conservative and cautious approach. In my view, the precious resources I hold should not be carelessly squandered. I reject any form of detrimental transaction, such as my principle and my bottom line. Sensing the underlying implications in the other's words, Saroth let out a cold chuckle, applauding in agreement with the sentiment. Mr. Yang Hong, I have noted a hint of skepticism in your words. Your demeanor suggests a lack of respect towards us. I would appreciate it if you could articulate your position more clearly so that we may engage in a deeper exchange. To put it plainly, we need to witness your sincerity. If you can demonstrate the strength that should be inherent in your position, perhaps I may reconsider your prior requests. Yang Hong smirked derisively at Saroth, his gaze brimming with provocation, eager to observe the other's reaction. Very well, Mr. Yang Hong, as you wish. Saroth then exhibited his formidable power, unleashing an oppressive aura with a mere wave of his hand, which instantly enveloped the room. Tension thickened as both parties gripped their weapons tightly. In stark contrast, Yang Hong appeared remarkably composed, casually toying with a coin, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere. Witnessing this, Bishop Saroth was consumed by rage, interpreting Yang Hong's actions as a personal affront. He began to channel his soul power, intending to launch an attack, when an even more potent pressure suddenly descended, akin to a colossal dragon surveying the insignificant humans below. The overwhelming sense of dread sent shivers down Saroth's spine, and for a fleeting moment, thoughts of retreat crossed his mind. Yet, the dignity of representing the Spirit Hall extinguished that notion, compelling him to feign calm and maintain his composure, while his mind raced to devise a solution. Observing Saroth's anxiety, Yang Hong realized he had achieved his objective. He promptly retracted his oppressive aura and applauded, saying, Excellent, Bishop Saroth. It is evident that you are a man of great aspirations. He then gestured for the other to take a seat. Still reeling from the earlier shock, Saroth returned to his chair only after being reminded by his subordinates. Under Yang Hong's guidance, the intelligence personnel presented a document to Saroth and his associates. After a meticulous review, Saroth's pupils dilated noticeably, and his hands began to tremble. What is written on this? This document meticulously details the personnel allocation and material reserves of the significant military facilities within the Heavenly Do Empire. Yang Hong succinctly encapsulated the essence of the document. Observing the flustered demeanor of Bishop Salas, he turned to his accompanying aides and inquired meaningfully, "Bishop Salas, what is your perspective on this?" The genuine Bishop Salas stepped forth from the crowd, a smile adorning his face. He offered a slight bow to Yang Hong, signaling for his substitute to depart. "Permit me to extend my sincerest apologies. I trust my subordinate's earlier conduct did not offend you," he said respectfully. "The Shadow Guard has demonstrated its worth admirably, and I believe His Holiness would be amenable to further collaboration with all of you." With that, he gestured for his aide to place a substantial bag of gold spirit coins upon the table. "Consider this both a reward for the current endeavor and a deposit for our next engagement." Upon witnessing such forthrightness, Yang Hong let out a hearty laugh. Retrieving a bottle of fine wine and a pair of goblets from his soul guide, "Shall we celebrate this moment?" "Absolutely," Bishop Salas replied, raising his glass. "To the Spirit Hall, to the Spirit Hall," they echoed, the sound of clinking goblets ringing through the air. "Ah, delightful, Mr. Yang Hong. I look forward to our next toast in the Spirit City. Here's to you." Just as Bishop Salas was about to down his drink, one of his aides hurriedly approached, whispering an urgent report. After listening intently, the joy on Bishop Salas's face gradually shifted to a serious expression. He turned to Yang Hong and explained, "I apologize, Mr. Yang Hong, but our celebration must be postponed until next time." "What has transpired?" Yang Hong inquired. "Just a minor incident that requires my personal attention. You can manage the ensuing matters independently, correct?" "Of course, Bishop." Bishop Salas glanced at his substitute, stepping forward to pat his shoulder. "I leave it in your hands. Do not let me down." "As you command." With that, Bishop Salas led the majority of his entourage away from the Shadow Guard camp, leaving behind a few individuals to continue negotiations regarding pertinent affairs. In the stillness of the night, after concluding the collaborative matters, a weary Yang Hong returned to his office, closely followed by Dr. Fanis. "You appear rather fatigued," Fanis remarked with concern. "Spare me the interruptions, sister," Yang Hong replied, his voice weary as he slumped into a chair, embodying the very picture of exhaustion. "If you truly care for my well-being, assist me with the remaining tasks." "I cannot." "Very well," Yang Hong responded, disheartened, as he laid his head upon the desk, entirely devoid of the confidence and composure he had exhibited during negotiations. "By the way, how did you discern that he was a substitute?" Fanis inquired as he approached the window. "Well, from the very beginning, when that lad effortlessly released his soul power, I harbored some doubts. As the foremost individual under the Pope, the Platinum Bishop serves as His Holiness's spokesperson. His actions and demeanor are intrinsically linked to the Spirit Hall. Thus, regardless of the provocations he faces, he would not easily reveal the entirety of his prowess. However, his demeanor is remarkably impulsive and overly ostentatious. Therefore, I deduce that this is not the true Platinum Bishop." "Ah, I see. What are your thoughts on this Platinum Bishop?" "Given his abilities, he is undoubtedly qualified for this position. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that this fellow seems to be quite a libertine." "What?" Fanis appears somewhat perplexed. Whether as a substitute or the genuine Platinum Bishop, their gaze often drifts toward you. Even while indulging in libations, they seem to be watching you. "Sister, you truly exude charisma. What do you wish to convey?" Fanis shivers, and the windowsill she leans against suddenly fractures. "It's nothing. Merely a reflection on the delightful weather today." Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Yang Hong hastily redirected the conversation. Fanis did not pursue the matter further and instead posed another inquiry. "With the Titan Great Ape suddenly departing from the heart of the forest, do you harbor any conjectures?" "At present, I am at a loss. According to reports, that Titan Great Ape appears to be moving outward without warning." "Wait, outward?" Yang Hong abruptly rose, realizing his disciples were outside, and could not help but feel anxious. Surely this creature isn't targeting them? It is unlikely. As a soul beast nearing 10,000 years of age, its consciousness is much closer to that of a human. Coupled with the restraint of the great serpent, it should not easily harm others, Fanis calmly assessed. However, we must still deliberate on what its motives might be. Both of their brows furrowed, clearly troubled by this question. At one moment, a faint blue light emanated from the storage device on Yang Hong's wrist, resembling a tranquil lake, imparting a sense of calm. Fanis, with her keen observance, promptly detected this subtle change. In a steady tone, she inquired, "Does your storage device harbor anything else?" Prompted by Fanis, Yang Hong also became aware of the anomaly within the storage device. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I recall not placing anything inside." His voice carried a hint of confusion and contemplation. Subsequently, Yang Hong began to meticulously inspect the items within the storage device, scrutinizing each one without exception. Ultimately, he discovered that the breath of death was emitting a strong radiance from within the storage device. The light shone like a meteor streaking across the night sky, dazzling and brilliant. Faced with this phenomenon, both were somewhat bewildered, yet they speculated that something significant might have transpired on Tang Nan's side. Suddenly, the blue light from the breath of death intensified, followed by a resounding dragon's roar that resonated within their souls. Upon opening their eyes, they found the breath of death had vanished without a trace. He has awakened. It seems there is no doubt now. Yang Hong, your insight appears quite commendable. I must take my leave. With that, Yang Hong rose, a rift appearing behind him. At that moment, his eyes were filled with unease, and his hand trembled as it gripped the chair. He will be fine. I know. He took a deep breath and stepped into the chasm. Chapter 14. The Gathering. Rise and shine. It's time for breakfast. The raucous voice of Hong Jun stirred Tang Nan from his slumber, marking the second day since they concluded their adventure in the starry forest. Exhausted, Tang Nan found himself reluctant to leave the comfort of his bed. All he desired was to indulge in a prolonged rest. Just as he turned over, preparing to drift back into sleep, the voice of Luo's reached his ears. Young man, it is time to awaken. Tang Nan reluctantly opened one eye, and through the haze, he seemed to see an elderly gentleman calling for him. Rubbing his eyes, he opened them wide again, only to find the old man's face alarmingly close to his own, prompting a startled scream that propelled him out of bed. The ethereal presence of Luo was also startled into levitation by his sudden outburst. You foolish boy, have you completely lost your wits in your slumber? Who are you, sir? Tang Nan stammered. Infuriated by his amnesia, Luo was delivered a sharp rap to his head. Have you already forgotten your savior after just one day? Who? Tang Nan winced. Confronted with his forgetful apprentice, Luo was deemed that the best method of instilling memory was through a little discomfort. In his frustration, he delivered several more thumps to Tang Nan's head. After a brief ruckus, Tang Nan finally recalled the identity of the man before him. Lu Di? Upon hearing this, Luo was slowly raised his right fist, clearly displeased with the title. Sensing the tension, Tang Nan quickly revised his address. Old Lu, or, never mind. Let's stick with that. Luo was sighed in resignation, interrupting Tang Nan before he could continue his speech. Looking at the bewildered youth, he began to question whether it was indeed wise to have taken him on as a disciple. Just as Luo was about to speak, Ma Hongjun kicked open the door. Nan, rise and shine. It's time for the feast. Hongjun's sudden intrusion interrupted Luo who, upon seeing someone come for Tang Nan, could only manage a wry smile before vanishing, leaving a perplexed Tang Nan behind. Hello, little brother? Are you all right? Hongjun waved his hand in front of the dazed Tang Nan. Oh, I'm fine. Then let's go? We're just waiting on you. Swiftly dragged along by Hongjun, Tang Nan barely regained his senses before being whisked out. Amidst the throng at the entrance, he noted the conspicuous absence of his brother and sister Rongrong. Inquiring among the crowd yielded no information about their whereabouts. Tang Nan glanced at his sister, who appeared troubled, and felt a surge of concern. Surely, his brother wouldn't do anything reckless, would he? Perhaps. As the group entered the bustling commercial street of Sotoa City, they were met with a shocking scene at the food stall. Ning Rongrong and Tang San had arrived first and were indulging in the local delicacies. Tang Nan quickly scanned the area where his sister stood, only to find her seething with anger, while Oscar looked utterly despondent. Rongrong, spotting them, greeted them with enthusiasm. Oblivious to the tense atmosphere that had settled around the table, the mood felt unusually heavy, perhaps due to the earlier incident or perhaps stemming from deeper, unresolved matters. The situation is dire. It seems his brother remains unaware of Rongrong's emotional turmoil, teetering on the brink. At that moment, Tang Nan pondered his brother's future. Reaching a solemn conclusion after a few minutes of contemplation, brother, may you seek your own fortune. Just then, the host of the gathering, Ning Rongrong, announced a significant matter. She expressed her desire to collaborate with Tang San to procure concealed weapons for their sect. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu understood immediately, and the brief crisis seemed to dissipate. However, when Ning Rongrong revealed the sample crossbow bolts provided by Tang San, Xiao Wu's joyful expression instantly faded. Disappointed, she declared her desire to take a breath of fresh air and left the table without heeding Tang San's inquiries. Brother, You've truly dropped a bombshell. Tang Nin quickly gestured for his brother to comfort their sister. Watching his brother hastily depart, Tang Nin finally sighed in relief. Due to the abrupt departure of Tang San and Xiao Wu, the rest at the dining table remained unmoving. Dai Bai and Zhu Qing were engaged in lively conversation, while Ning Rongrong expressed concern for the dejected Oscar. In this atmosphere, two light bulbs quietly made their presence known. Ma Hongjun angrily gazed at the vacant seat. As an unwanted third wheel, he could no longer endure the situation. He picked up his chopsticks, ready to eat, only to find several pairs of chopsticks forming a barrier around him. What are you doing? Hongjun inquired, perplexed. Not everyone is here yet. Don't even think about starting without Fatty. People will starve if we don't eat. Unable to tolerate their procrastination any longer, Hongjun furiously left his seat to bring them back. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed, and Xiao Wu rushed back, breathless, exclaiming, "There's trouble. Fatty." In Principal Flinder's office, Flinder and Yang Hong were intently listening to Zhao Wujia's detailed report on the recent operation. Once the report concluded, Flinder's hand trembled uncontrollably as he sipped his tea. Thank heavens, such a significant event has ensured everyone's safety. It is indeed astonishing, he remarked. Indeed, everyone concurred. How did Xiao Wu escape? Yang Hong inquired with curiosity. At that time, they were preoccupied with attending to Tang San, who was absorbing his soul ring, and the unconscious Tang Nan, leaving no one to witness Xiao Wu's escape. According to her account, the giant ape had captured her but did not inflict any harm. While advancing toward the heart of the forest, a sudden bellow echoed, causing the giant ape to confront it with a roar, which left Xiao Wu stunned. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered that many soul beasts around her had also been rendered unconscious by the roar, allowing her to seize the opportunity to select and absorb a suitable soul ring. Indeed, no one had anticipated that the Titan giant ape would allow her to return safely and successfully obtain her third soul ring. Yang Hong feigned surprise, shaking his head. He had gathered a general understanding of the situation and formed a preliminary judgment regarding Xiao Wu's identity, yet he chose not to disclose it for the sake of caution. In truth, he had descended into the forest through a rift the previous dawn, and after a thorough search, he had located the group. He did not approach them, but rather kept a silent watch from the treetops. It was only when the group was fully assembled and prepared to return that he quietly departed. However, this was exceedingly bizarre. How could the mere sound of a cow's call frighten away a 10,000-year-old Titan giant ape? How could it possibly be? Zhao Wujia's doubts lingered regarding Xiao Wu's explanation. Just as they were embroiled in debate, a plainly dressed scholar pushed open the door. I can vouch for Xiao Wu. She did not lie. As Zhao Wujia was about to scold the seemingly nonsensical intruder, Flinder timely intervened. Hold your tongue, Lao Zhao. This man is my friend. Tang San's mentor, and the foremost scholar of the entire continent, Master Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wujia hastily offered his apologies. The four of them sat in an awkward silence, the atmosphere lingering for several minutes, during which only Flander and Yu Xiaojiang engaged in riddles, observing the tense environment. The timid Zhao Wujia promptly inquired about the earlier comments made by the master. It was then that Yu Xiaojiang began to eloquently recount the hidden ferocious beast of the forest, the formidable 10,000-year soul beast, the azure bull python. The revelation left both men utterly astonished. At that moment, the clamor from outside seized their attention. Ma Hongjun had been poisoned. What had transpired half an hour ago? Was this poison from a face-devouring spider? When Tang Nan rushed over to assess Hongjun's condition, he immediately recognized that Hongjun had been afflicted by the lethal venom of the face-devouring spider. Without a moment to spare, he instinctively reached for his waist pouch to retrieve an antidote, only to realize, to his dismay, that he had not brought it along for their meal. Seeing the poisoned and unconscious Ma Hongjun, Tang Nin resorted to using a small knife to make a slight incision, allowing some of the toxic blood to flow out in an attempt to slow the spread of the poison. He then hoisted Hongjun onto his back and hurried towards the school, prompting the others to follow suit. By the time they returned to the school, the poison had already spread halfway through Hongjun's body. Tang Nan quickly set him down and raced to the infirmary. Upon locating an antidote capable of mitigating the toxin, he was astonished to find Hongjun standing there as if nothing had happened. What was going on? After rubbing his eyes to confirm it was indeed Hongjun, Tang Nan was left speechless, utterly bewildered as if nothing had transpired. What had truly occurred? Soon after, Dean Flander announced that Yu Xiaojiang would be guiding their training. All right, little monsters, prepare yourselves for devilish training. In Tang Nan's recollection, Master Yu Xiaojiang was an erudite scholar, rivaling his own teacher in knowledge. His mentor described him as a mad and lost in the sea of learning. He was the teacher of Tang Nan's elder brother and possessed a unique insight into soul master training. In their first lesson, the master produced a porcelain bowl and instructed each of them to attempt to shatter it using their soul power. During the testing phase, only Tang San and Xiao Wu succeeded in their objective. When it was Tang Nan's turn, he recalled the technique his elder brother had just taught him. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "All right, here we go." He focused his soul power, concentrated it in his hand, and released it all at once. The bowl remained utterly unaffected. Unwilling to concede defeat, Tang Nan attempted once more, but was stopped in time by Tang San. "Hold on, look." In no time, the porcelain bowl shattered into tiny fragments, leaving the others in awe. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this family truly so extraordinary?" Subsequently, the master tailored a training regimen based on their actual performances, which, while not what they had anticipated, proved to be quite unique. Daimu Bai's training involved kneading dough, but with bowls as fragile as thin ice. Tang San's task was to build a house with all activities, including normal movement, executed using the newly acquired 8 spider lances. Zhu Zhiqing was to catch fish, but while donning a training suit that severely hampered her mobility. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were assigned to cultivate vegetables, but during this time, they were required to continuously seal the jars of pickled vegetables with their soul power. Xiao was given a more casual assignment. Tang Nan was entrusted to his master, Yang Hong, for personal training. Thus began the grueling regimen known as the Devil's Training. Chapter 15, The Warm-Up of Special Training Don't Die, was the last admonition from the mentor to Tang Nan before the training commenced. As the master outlined the training plan for the group, only Tang Nan was left without a schedule. The master elucidated that he would be directly guided by Yang Hong. In the afternoon, Yang Hong took Tang Nan to the secluded mountains behind the academy. The dense woods enveloped them, casting a serene shadow that offered a moment of tranquility to those within. "Master, what does my special training entail?" Tang Nan inquired eagerly, his face a canvas of anticipation reflecting his fervor for the impending challenge. "Do you truly wish to know?" Yang Hong replied, gazing at his inquisitive disciple with a knowing smile. The master's enigmatic demeanor sparked a fleeting thought in Tang Nan's mind, a sense of foreboding. Without delay, Yang Hong tossed a sword to Tang Nan. "Catch it." Tang Nan hurriedly grasped the blade. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Hong declared, "Only by defeating me will you be deemed qualified." Before the words had fully left his lips, Yang Hong charged at him. In an instant, he was upon his disciple, seizing the sword sheath and delivering a swift horizontal strike to the still-dazed Tang Nan. It was at that moment Tang Nan realized the training had commenced. He swiftly retreated a step, assuming a defensive stance to face his master. Observing his disciple entering the fray, Yang Hong chuckled softly, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Where did he go? Tang Nan frantically searched for his master's whereabouts, activating his natural form to sense the surroundings. No one to the left, none to the right, nor behind him, thus he must be above. With renewed confidence, Tang Nan looked up to find Yang Hong diving down from the sky. Quite perceptive. Yang Hong acknowledged as he noticed Tang Nan's awareness and immediately hurled the sword sheath towards him. Clang! Where did he disappear to again? After deflecting the sheath, Tang Nan lost sight of Yang Hong once more. At that moment, he sensed an approaching presence from behind, prompting him to swing his sword backward. It was Yang Hong, attempting to launch a surprise attack. He struck true. However, just as Tang Nan believed the outcome was settled, Yang Hong surged forward as if disregarding the blade, passing through like a mere illusion. It was a mere afterimage. In that instant, Yang Hong materialized behind Tang Nan and lightly tapped his head with the sword sheath. "Your development and application of soul skills are commendable, yet you rely on them too heavily." With that, Yang Hong seized one of Tang Nan's hands from behind and, using his waist's strength, flung him away. Stumbling from the impact, Tang Nan rolled several times before regaining his footing. Just as he prepared to rise, Yang Hong's next wave of assault followed, delivering a kick that sent Tang Nan hurtling once more. Tang Nan crashed against a towering tree, which splintered loudly under the force of his collision. "Ouch! Master, you were serious." As he rose again, Tang Nan clutched his chest with one hand while wiping the blood from his lips with the other. He then unleashed his first soul skill, Entanglement, summoning a multitude of blue-silver grass around his master, aiming to ensnare him. As Yang Hong observed the ever-emerging blue-silver grass surrounding him, he leapt forth, breaking free from its entanglement, and swiftly approached Tang Nan, assuming a stance poised for a kick. Indeed, it was a right kick. In an instant, Tang Nan anticipated his opponent's attack and quickly adopted a defensive posture. He fixated intently on Yang Hong, unwilling to relent for a moment, for he understood that this adversary was formidable. Success. After successfully misleading Tang Nan. A slight smirk graced Yang Hong's lips as he promptly transformed his kick into a knee strike, targeting the very chest that Tang Nan had previously sustained a heavy blow to. Taken by surprise, Tang Nan was struck once more, the pain causing him to furrow his brow. Without pause, Yang Hong launched an elbow strike directly at Tang Nan's waist. "Don't die," Yang Hong shouted, as he pivoted and unleashed a powerful kick that sent Tang Nan flying. In midair, Tang Nan traced an arc before crashing down heavily onto the ground, rolling several times before he managed to prop himself up with his sword. At that moment, his vision was awash in crimson. As he struggled to speak, a surge of congealed blood abruptly filled his mouth. Gazing at his bloodied hands, Tang Nan was enveloped in confusion, unable to comprehend the implications behind his master's actions. Yet he was acutely aware that if he continued on this path, his life would inevitably come to an end. "I will die." Tang Nan gritted his teeth, laboriously uttering those 3 words. He realized that he must muster his resolve to conquer the dire predicament before him. However, the agony in his body and the turmoil in his heart rendered him more fatigued than ever. Yet he knew he had no reason to retreat. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he stood tall, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Witnessing his disciple's refusal to surrender, Yang Hong smiled knowingly, adopting a stance for the final clash. At that moment, Yang Hong noticed the faint mark appearing on his disciple's left hand, realizing that he had been observing the broader scenario all along. Thus, he resolved to take a calculated risk. He gathered his energy and unleashed a sharp wave of sword chi aimed directly at Tang Nan. Faced with the approaching onslaught, Tang Nan's resolve intensified. Just as the collision was imminent, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Do you wish to live?" When he regained his senses, he found himself inexplicably back at the lakeside, where Master Lu remained leisurely fishing nearby. "How have I returned here?" he pondered. But his bewilderment was abruptly interrupted by Lu Huasi. "Fool, stop overthinking. This place is your sea of souls, or perhaps better described as the sea of spirit. You are not dead. Your consciousness has merely been drawn in." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Huasi raised his right hand and gently tapped Tang Nan on the head. "Listen, kid, if you wish to survive, you cannot afford to show mercy. Do not be lenient towards your master, understand? But he is still my master. I cannot." Tang Nan intended to argue against Lu Huasi's admonition. Yet another voice captured his attention. "Tang Nan, I need you." "Huh? What is happening?" Following the voice, he discovered a colossal sword embedded in a mound of earth. Approaching it, he realized it was the very sword he had seen in his master's room. "Are you calling for me?" he inquired. The sword responded, "Of course. My apologies for involving you in such a tense moment." It then posed the question once more. "Do you wish to survive?" "Certainly." "Very well. Grasp me and draw me forth. I shall bestow upon you the strength to endure." Meanwhile, Luo was observed in silence. Following the sword's instructions, Tang Nan gripped the hilt with both hands, attempting to extract it, when a wave of despair emanated from the fissure and surged toward him. What is happening? In an instant, feelings of hopelessness flooded his mind like a tidal wave. "No, I must." He yearned to release his grip. Yet, at that moment, his hands seemed ensnared, unable to break free. With no other recourse, faced with the dire situation, he resolved to take a gamble. Clenching his teeth, he shouted, "Lift for me." The mighty sword was gradually drawn forth. As it emerged, Tang Nan felt the suffocating sensation begin to wane. With renewed determination, he fully extracted it. Upon his success, a name surged into his consciousness, and he involuntarily uttered it, "Breath of Death." In an instant, his awareness was yanked back from the illusion. A thunderous sound erupted. And as the dust settled, Tang Nan was astonished to find the breath of death manifest before him. Remarkably, his injuries appeared to have healed significantly. He wiped the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth, revitalized, and gripped the breath of death tightly as he resolutely charged toward his master. "Let us commence the next round, master." Meanwhile, within the ocean of Tang Nan's spirit, Luawas observed everything unfold. Beside him sat a young man strikingly similar to Tang Nan, who leaned back and let out a relaxed sigh. "It seems my guiding efforts have borne fruit. TCH, such petty tricks merely deceive that foolish boy," Luawas retorted with annoyance. Casting a disdainful glance, the young man's sudden actions had nearly disrupted his plans. According to my original scheme, he should have waited until he matured further. He currently lacked the ability to wield the breath of death. You know, how can one know unless they try? The young man gestured toward the ongoing battle. At that moment, Tang Min swung the great sword in a haphazard attack against Yang Hong, who effortlessly evaded the strikes and retaliated. This could be described as a one-sided annihilation. The young man, witnessing the scene, felt a twinge of embarrassment and could only offer an awkward chuckle. It does seem so. Ha. Luo sighed in exasperation, muttering, "You fool. Hey, too slow. Your strikes lack power. Move your feet quicker." Yang Hong, while dodging the slashes, seized opportunities to tap his disciple's head with the sword sheath, correcting his movements. However, Tang Nan's innate physical limitations made these corrections quite challenging. In a short span, he found himself battered and bruised. Ha. Tang Nan gasped for breath, the relentless blows prompting him to calm his mind and contemplate the key to breaking through. His master must have anticipated his attack pattern through the observation of his initial movements, if that were the case. With this thought, Tang Nan summoned the blue-silver grass to form an impenetrable barrier around Yang Hong, enveloping him entirely. Humph, a clever tactic. Do you intend to launch a surprise attack? Yang Hong was quite pleased with his disciple's ingenuity. However, this was equally advantageous for me. Subsequently, having pinpointed Tang Nan's location through his soul power, he unleashed 3 consecutive waves of sword energy aimed directly at him. Outside, as Tang Nan prepared for his assault, he caught sight of the incoming attack and hurriedly raised his sword to block. Just as he managed to deflect the first strike, the second followed closely behind, accompanied by a third wave of sword energy, collectively driving Tang Nan back several meters. Observing the disparity in their combat, the young onlookers in the sea of consciousness couldn't help but express their concern. "Aren't you going to assist him? Why should I care?" Lewis flatly rejected the request, even turning his head away. It was evident that his anger had not yet subsided. Ha. This is hopeless. The gap in strength is too great. Tang Nan lamented the disparity in power between them. Meanwhile, Yang Hong effortlessly sliced through the blue-silver grass and emerged unscathed. "It seems that broken sword has only granted you this level of power." The mention of the broken sword ignited Lewis's temper instantly. "How dare you speak so?" "Oh, I didn't expect that to provoke me." As Lewis was visibly agitated, the young onlookers stifled their laughter. Just as Tang Nan pondered his next move, Lewis's voice reached his ears. "Hey, kid, do you want to win?" "Hey, Lewis? What do you mean?" "Don't ask unnecessary questions. Just answer me. Do you want to?" Tang Nan hesitated, unsure of how to respond to Lewis's inquiry. Sensing his indecision, Lewis took a moment to compose himself before continuing. "Do you trust me, kid?" "I trust you, Lewis." "Good. Relax your body. Leave the rest to me." "Is that so?" As Tang Nan gradually eased his muscles, a white mist began to emanate from his form, his gaze transforming into a clear, luminous hue. "Humph. This feels rather pleasant." Taking control of the body, Lewis flexed his limbs slightly. From a distance, Yang Hong noticed the change in Tang Nan and realized that the provocation had succeeded. He continued to taunt. "Hey, are you still going to fight, or do you need a break?" Hearing this, Lewis's expression darkened, a smile creeping onto his lips, brimming with unspoken fury. "So, you're the one who spoke of the broken sword, are you? Who else could it be, if not me?" Just as Yang Hong was about to retort, Lewis, adhering to the principle of action over words, charged forward with his sword, closing the distance to Yang Hong in an instant. "Enough chatter." Lewis, in a fit of fury, swung his weapon, the breath of death, which traced a silvery arc through the air towards Yang Hong. The strike landed upon the protective soul energy, producing a faint crack. Such a commotion could potentially attract Tang San and the others, which would be difficult to explain. However, Yang Hong seemed unfazed by the fissure in his shield. Instead, he began to worry that this disturbance might summon others. Thus, he commenced the incantation for his domain. In an instant, a simple domain enveloped the two combatants, ensuring their actions would not affect the outside world. With no concerns to hinder him, Yang Hong was now free to engage in battle earnestly. In the serene arena, Lewis and Yang Hong faced each other, the tension palpable as if time itself had come to a standstill. A look of disdain crossed Lewis's features, clearly questioning Yang Hong's demeanor. Perhaps out of pride, he coldly tossed back the sword that Tang Nan had previously wielded. Yang Hong accepted the blade, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes, and promptly assumed a standard combat stance. "Is this truly fair?" he remarked, his tone laced with provocation and disdain. The air seemed to thicken, the tension between them escalating. Lewis's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden bellow, he reversed his grip on the sword. He took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into the breath of death. In a sudden burst, he unleashed 3 silver streaks of sword energy towards Yang Hong. each imbued with an undeniable force, as if intent on utterly defeating him. Following this, Luo's movements flowed seamlessly. He adjusted his grip once more and, utilizing the cover of the previous sword energy, lunged directly at Yang Hong. Faced with the oncoming sword energy, Yang Hong displayed no signs of panic. He wielded his sword with grace, deftly deflecting each of the 3 strikes. However, as he parried the last wave of sword energy, he finally grasped Luo's true intent. The distance between them had closed to mere inches, and with no time to evade. Yang Hong had no choice but to exert all his protective soul energy to withstand Luo's thrust. At that pivotal moment, Luo unexpectedly altered his attack. The sword, initially aimed to pierce, spun with ferocity, transforming into a slashing blow aimed at Yang Hong's flank. This strike, imbued with astonishing power and speed, seemed poised to cleave Yang Hong in two. The icy brilliance of the attack inflicted considerable harm upon Yang Hong. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly retreated to create distance. But Luo relentlessly pursued him, plunging them back into fierce combat. During the fray, Yang Hong seized an opening, intercepting the breath of death and closing the gap, intent on forcing Luo to relinquish his weapon. Yet, Luo adeptly released his grip, evading the strike, and delivered a powerful punch to Yang Hong's face. In that fleeting moment when his opponent lost sight, Luo unleashed a series of masterful punches, compelling Yang Hong to drop his weapon. Without hesitation, he followed up with a formidable kick, sending Yang Hong flying. Seizing the moment while his opponent remained airborne, Luo skillfully retrieved the breath of death and swiftly charged toward Yang Hong's landing point. In midair, Yang Hong immediately conjured several missiles, launching a fierce assault against Luo. However, confronted with the incoming missiles, Luo let out a cold laugh, remaining composed as he wielded the breath of death, dismantling each projectile with precision. "Is that all?" he scoffed. "Certainly not," Yang Hong replied, tightening his grip with his right hand. Suddenly, Luo found his feet ensnared by a binding array. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of missiles rained down upon him. Amidst the swirling dust, a dragon's roar reverberated, "Long Shao Tian." At that moment, Luo surged toward Yang Hong like an arrow released from a bow. With a deafening boom, a vast expanse of ground behind Yang Hong shattered instantaneously. Yet, the blade of the breath of death halted mere centimeters from Yang Hong's head. "Why do you not strike further?" Yang Hong provocatively gazed at Luo, clearly having anticipated this scenario. Observing the cunning smile on his opponent's face, Luo remained silent, merely redirecting the blade's tip. Instantly, the gust of air generated from his sword's edge rendered Yang Hong's eyes unable to open, revealing a massive pit behind him. Coldly, he gestured toward himself, stating, "Were it not for this brat, I would have long since reduced you to fragments." With that, he retracted the breath of death, preparing to relinquish control. However, a single remark from his adversary plunged him into silence. "Just like before, that reassures me," Yang Hong said, settling onto the ground with a calm tone tinged with relief. "You have worked hard these past few centuries," Luo. "It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it," Luo replied, separating from Tang Nan's body to manifest before Yang Hong in the form of his spiritual essence. "How is my sister?" At that moment, he appeared as a white-haired youth, reminiscent of their last memories before parting. His face remained as cold as frost, yet his eyes bore a hint of compassion. "Ah, the same as always, unable to outmatch, outtalk, or outrun." He gently touched his forehead, unable to suppress a bitter smile. "Well, that brings me comfort." "Haha," Luo responded, understanding the sentiment and chuckling in return. Just then, the weakened Tang Nan regained consciousness, lying feebly on the ground, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness, and could only helplessly shout, "Master, Lord Lu, help me." Chapter 16. The Devil's Training. At noon, sunlight bathed the earth, casting a golden glow upon all creation, draping the world in a luminous mantle. The sky was a deep, captivating blue, enchanting to behold. Occasionally, a few white clouds drifted lazily by, akin to guardians of this pure expanse. The air beneath the sunlight felt warm and sweet, with a gentle breeze carrying a touch of coolness. In the distance, the mountains appeared even more majestic and awe-inspiring under the sun's rays, while nearby, the flora and fauna thrived, vibrant in the radiant light. In this serene moment, the world was tranquil, punctuated only by the soft whispers of the breeze and the occasional chirping of birds. Everything appears so harmonious and beautiful. It is a midday moment that brings a sense of tranquility and appreciation for the splendor of life. Of course, there is one exception. 1, 2, 3. I can't go on. Master, No, continue training. Shall we allow him to rest for a while? Absolutely not. Merliage, Yang Hong's real name, is in this state precisely because you always do this. That is why his stamina is so poor. Luawas chastised Yang Hong for his negligence while casting a fierce glare at Tang Nan. I did not say you could stop, so keep going. Yes. For 5-10 minutes ago. What? Master and Lu are longtime friends? Upon hearing this, Tang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the two men. Faced with the starkly different appearances of the two, he found it hard to comprehend the master's explanation. Yes. I share a bond of life and death with old Lu. Isn't that right, brother? Yang Hong smiled affirmatively while nudging Luawas with his elbow. Humph. Luawas rolled his eyes in silence and replied through clenched teeth, of course, we were comrades in the same team. And this reckless fellow has caused us no small amount of trouble. Oh, what kind of person was the master in the past? Upon learning of the friendship between Master and Lu, Tang Nan's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned closer to inquire. Well, let me think. Luawas observed Tang Nan's eager expression and revealed a mischievous smile. Noticing this, Yang Hong promptly called his disciple to take a break, preparing for the next phase of training, and then discreetly pulled Luawas aside. Hey, Luawas, what do you wish to say? I warn you not to speak carelessly. Yang Hong cautioned Luawas in a threatening tone. However, Luawas paid no heed, turning to shout at Tang Nan. Hey, little. Before he could finish, Yang Hong hurriedly covered his mouth. I beg you, don't do this. I have only one disciple. Please don't strip me of my authority as a master. Yang Hong pleaded. Yet, Luawas disregarded him. Stepping forward to propose his own condition, you may not let me speak, but I have a condition. What condition? Yang Hong inquired, puzzled. I want full responsibility for this kid's combat training. Is that permissible? Luawas asked. Absolutely, of course. Yang Hong was taken aback by the unexpected response. Observing Yang Hong's astonishment, Luawas was left speechless. What's wrong? Didn't you previously beat your disciple mercilessly just to force me to intervene? What's with this surprised expression now? He queried. It's nothing. I simply did not expect you to propose it yourself. Yang Hong feigned calmness with a cough. Secretly thinking, I initially intended to have him down before commencing the formal training. So, are you implying? Yang Hong asked. Agreed. With a martial arts master like you, I feel at ease. A somewhat guilty Yang Hong quickly acquiesced. However, I would like to ask what your reasoning is. Yang Hong inquired again. I simply like it. Luawas replied succinctly, leaving Yang Hong speechless. Following their amiable exchange, Luawas, with his undeniable authority, assumed the role of mentor for Tang Nan's combat skills. Thus began Luawas's training regimen for Tang Nan. Start with 100 push-ups. Upon Luawas's command, Tang Nan managed to sustain himself for a brief moment before collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Get up. You've only completed 12. The sternness in Luawas's tone did little to motivate Tang Nan, who was utterly drained. I can't go on, Master Luawas. Please let me rest. Tang Nan lay on the ground, struggling to raise a hand in supplication. Reluctantly, Luawas permitted him a 5-minute respite. This young man's physical condition is truly abysmal. He was so spirited during the fight, yet now can barely manage 10 push-ups. Yang Hong could only remain silent in response to Luawas's complaints. At that moment, an idea struck Luawas. He patted Yang Hong on the shoulder and inquired gravely, Are there any particularly treacherous mountain paths around here? Indeed. There is a perilous route known as the Devil's Path leading to Soto City, fraught with danger and rugged terrain. As Yang Hong spoke, he suddenly grasped Luawas's intentions. Slowly turning to face him, You can't be thinking precisely. According to our previous training methods, we shall subject this young man to comprehensive physical training. I vehemently oppose this. Yang Hong interrupted, agitated by Luawas's suggestion. Do you realize that Tang Nan is an ordinary person? Following our training regimen could cost him his life. In his fervor, Yang Hong momentarily forgot that Luawas was now in a spectral state. You know well that this child has brushed with death on multiple occasions. If he continues training like an ordinary individual, his future will be nothing short of perilous. With these words, Luawas's own emotions became heated. Faced with Luawas's fervent retort, Yang Hong found himself at a loss for words. The predicament Luawas articulated was indeed the challenge Tang Nan currently faced. In terms of martial spirit, he was already at a disadvantage. If he faltered in physical prowess as well, his prospects would be dire. Yang Hong cast a glance at his resting disciple, a sense of guilt permeating his heart. He turned to Luawas and gravely conceded, Let us proceed with your suggestion. Moments later, Yang Hong led Tang Nan to the entrance of the Devil's Path. Master, what brings us here? Tang Nan inquired curiously. Training. Your task begins now. Yang Hong handed him a map and turned away. Your mission for today is to traverse the Devil's Path. Understood. I shall set off immediately, Tang Nan replied. His demeanor lightened, thinking to himself, I was worried it was something serious, but it seems I was mistaken. Yang Hong, have you forgotten something? Luo's, with a piercing gaze, fixed his eyes on Yang Hong, penetrating the depths of his indecisive thoughts. In response to Luo's urging, Yang Hong finally made up his mind. With a snap of his fingers, an outfit materialized before him. He donned it. After Tang Nan changed his attire, he suddenly felt an unusual heaviness in his body, as if burdened by a weight of 10 kilograms. This unexpected sensation nearly caused him to falter. This is a weighted garment, currently weighing 10 kilograms. Your task is to traverse the Devil's Path while donning it, with no time constraints. Do you understand? I understand. Tang Nan sighed, staggering as he stepped onto the Devil's Path. Observing his disciple's diminishing silhouette, the two traversed through a crevice to reach a mountain peak, at which point Luo could no longer restrain his inquiry. What exactly are you hesitating about? Luo's tone conveyed both anger and a hint of understanding. I merely feel it is too soon. Nonsense. Tell me, what is the true nature of your relationship with this child? Don't speak in riddles. He is simply my friend, and I am merely helping to look after him. Yang Hong replied with a wry smile. Let me guess, you owe him a significant favor, and thus, during an escape, he entrusted his child to you for safekeeping, correct? Ha ha ha, more or less. Yang Hong, caught in the revelation, smiled awkwardly, then sat down to admire the breathtaking scenery before him. Navigating through life, one inevitably encounters human emotions and social intricacies. Understanding this, Luo was settled beside him. You, still the same as ever. I thought that the preliminary mission would inspire some transformation in you. As he spoke, Luo gazed at the cerulean sky, a relaxed smile gracing his features. Now, tell me about what you have been up to lately, Marek. The map given by the master should be accurate, right? Walking along the Devil's Path, Tang Nan examined the map in his hand, then looked up at the steep cliff before him, lost in thought. Although he had previously been warned by villagers about the perils of the Devil's Path, the actual danger exceeded his imagination. Watching the stones occasionally tumble from above, Tang Nan swallowed hard, mustering his courage to begin the ascent. Initially, the steep rocks provided him with ample footholds, allowing him to climb cautiously, step by step. However, as he ascended, the surfaces became increasingly smooth, escalating the difficulty of his climb. Tang Nan's strength gradually waned, his breath becoming labored as he glanced down at the distant ground, gasping in trepidation. If I were to fall, I would likely be incapacitated for months. There is no turning back now. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. He could only grit his teeth and continue upward. Tang Nan exerted every ounce of his strength, his fingers firmly gripping the crevices of the rock while his legs pushed against the cliff to seek stable support. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that his master had not explicitly forbidden the use of soul power. With this thought, he swiftly fashioned a pair of gloves from blue silvergrass to enhance his grip. Ah, what a genius I am! Just as Tang Nan reveled in his moment of pride, his right foot unexpectedly slipped, causing him to lose his balance. He attempted to steady himself, but the spot where his other foot rested could not bear his weight, and the stone crumbled beneath him. With both feet airborne, Tang Nan struggled for a time before beginning his descent. Well, he exclaimed, watching the ground grow increasingly clear. In a panic, he immediately attempted to use the blue silvergrass to save himself, clearly underestimating both his weight and the speed of his fall. The grass snapped under the force of gravity. I'm doomed. Tang Nan gasped in horror, his hands flailing wildly in search of anything to halt his descent. Just then, in his frenzy, he summoned the breath of death, and a great sword materialized before him. Without a moment to ponder, he grasped the hilt tightly and plunged it into the mountainside. As the blade sank deeper, sparks flew, mirroring his despair and struggle. His fall finally ceased, granting him a moment to breathe. That was close. Regaining his composure, Tang Nan continued his ascent, vowing to proceed with greater caution. So, was your original intention in establishing the Shadow Guard to traverse this continent without restraint? Indeed. Upon my arrival in this world, the situation was tumultuous, engulfed in warfare. Due to the demon's assault, the captain and the others fell into a dormant state, leaving me, a mere rookie, to seek safety for them. Although the shift in power had minimal impact on me, I was still but one person and could not afford to draw too much attention. Thus, as I began my journey across this land, I discreetly assisted the locals with their troubles. Gradually, many homeless civilians sought refuge with me. So you took them in? Not exactly. I imparted knowledge to them and cleared a safe area, then moved on. A century passed before I returned to that place, only to find it had developed into a budding village. You know, they even erected a statue of me in the village center. At this, Yang Hong let out a hearty laugh. Enough of your boasting. Is there anything else? After that, I continued my travels, witnessing the rise of two great empires, the ascendance of the Spirit Hall, and the competition among three factions. Along the way, rumors about me reached the ears of their high-ranking officials. Initially, they merely believed I was a soul master who enjoyed acts of chivalry. However, as time passed, the plausibility of me being a soul beast gained increasing acceptance. Consequently, both empires organized forces to hunt me down. Those were truly difficult times. I seized the opportunity to feign death, narrowly escaping calamity. Taking advantage of this chance, I transformed my appearance and established a personal rule. Whenever all my acquaintances from this life depart, I shall assume an entirely new identity and embark on a fresh journey. Several centuries have elapsed, and Fairness has awakened. After another decade or so, we took in a group of individuals rendered homeless by war. Initially, I intended to act as I had before. However, I felt it was time for change. Thus, they became the foundational members of the Shadow Guard. Indeed. Yang Hong chuckled with satisfaction. Always the one to say, "It's your turn now. How fares our homeland?" Meanwhile, on another front, oh dear, I finally made it. After much effort, Tang Nan had finally reached the mountain summit. Before he could catch his breath, the setting sun reminded him that time was fleeting. He glanced at the map in his hand, realizing that roughly two-thirds of the journey remained. He carefully adjusted his stance, preparing to descend, when suddenly his foot slipped. Tang Nan exclaimed in astonishment. Help! Following this, he swiftly descended the mountain. Help! It seemed as if Yang Hong, upon hearing his disciples' cries for aid, turned to Lovas beside him and inquired, "Hey, Lovas, did you hear Xiaonan's call for help?" "I did not," came the reply. "Oh, perhaps it was just my imagination." Assuming he had merely experienced an auditory hallucination, Yang Hong chose not to probe further. He sat quietly, awaiting old Lu's report. "Let me think. Ever since you departed, the global situation has maintained a delicate equilibrium. This has persisted for over a century." "Wait, a century?" Yang Hong's expression was one of astonishment. The disparity in the passage of time was rather significant. "I cannot elucidate on this matter. You may pose your inquiries to your captain once he regains consciousness." Lovas gently tapped Yang Hong's head, then continued. "Subsequently, the clan has determined the future heir, who is a girl, with the assistance of a certain fool. The Dragon Clan has merged with neighboring nations, and she consequently ascended to the throne." A smirk escaped Lovas at this point, his tone ambiguous as to whether it was laced with derision or acknowledgement. "And what of you? How did you arrive here?" "Me? I was brought here by a fool." Just as Yang Hong was about to press further, he was silenced by Lovas's piercing gaze and the imminent unsheathing of death's breath. All right, no more questions. Please, sheathe your sword." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Hong hastily reassured Lovas, which finally prompted him to retract death's breath. Tang Nan emerged from the thicket, limping slightly. Just moments ago, he had been skillfully wielding the sword as he descended the mountain, but in the blink of an eye, the sword he held vanished, causing him to tumble into the woods. Fortunately, the foliage was thick enough to cushion his fall, allowing him to climb out of the underbrush unscathed. What on earth happened to that sword? Confounded, he summoned the breath of death once more. Strange, isn't it? Unable to comprehend the situation, he gazed at the rising moon and pressed on with his journey. By the time he reached Soto City, it was already the early hours of the following day. As he arrived at his destination, Yang Hong and Luo was emerged from a crevice. "Let me check the time. 12 hours for the first attempt. Not too shabby." Luo was remarked, observing his exhausted disciple. Rather than feeling disappointed, he was pleasantly surprised that this young man's initial performance surpassed that of his own master. A faint smile graced his lips before he resumed a serious demeanor. "You should rest well. Tomorrow we continue our journey." "What? Master Lu, we have to continue tomorrow?" "Of course, that's part of your training regimen. By the way, if tomorrow's time is slower, there will be consequences," Luo was warned, flashing a knowing smile. Before Tang Nan could seek clarification, Luo was retreated into the sea of consciousness. Tang Nan turned his gaze to his master, who gently shook his head and then gave a thumbs up, smiling encouragingly. "Keep it up. Please, no." Thus began Tang Nan's rigorous physical training. Chapter 17. Assessment of results. As the ancient adage goes, the plan for the day is made in the morning. In the dawn's first light, the sun rose gradually, casting warm and comforting rays into the infirmary. Lying on the bed, Tang Nin slowly awakened from his slumber, his drowsy eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue. He rubbed his eyes and stifled a yawn. After a quick wash, he donned the specially prepared weighted clothing and stepped out of the infirmary, embarking on the arduous path ahead. Since Luo had tailored a grueling training regimen for Tang Nan, his daily rhythm had undergone a dramatic transformation. Each morning, he traversed the Devil's Path in weighted gear, participated in intense soul-fighting competitions in the evening, and listened to Yang Hong's theoretical lectures late into the night. This constituted Tang Nan's daily existence. As time passed, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the final day of training, Tang Nan, panting heavily and clad in his weighted attire, arrived at the gates of Soto City before sunset. Eagerly, he inquired about his performance. "Master Lu, how did I do this time?" "Just barely 9 hours," Luo was replied. Completing the Devil's Path while carrying 40 kilograms for 9 hours. This young man's physique appears stronger than anticipated. Luo was observed Tang Nan, drenched in sweat, astonished at his endurance. He had initially thought the young man would struggle, but he had proven otherwise. "Master Lu, have I passed?" Tang Nan gasped, filled with anticipation. "Ah, you have passed the test," Lu Yi nodded with a smile. "Whoa, I am utterly exhausted. Oh dear." Upon learning of his success, Tang Nan exhaled in relief, only to forget he had not yet removed his weighted clothing, resulting in him tumbling head over heels. How did I ever come to admire this fellow? Lu was observed Tang Nan's clumsy reaction, covering his face with his hand in disbelief, questioning whether he had been blind to his shortcomings. "All right, get up now." With a snap of his fingers, Lu was dispelled the gravity of the weighted attire. He patted Tang Nan on the head, speaking earnestly. "Rest well, for in a few days, it will be time for your master to assess your progress. Let your brother see how much you have improved." Yes, a few days later, the month of intensive training had finally concluded, and everyone had made considerable gains. To evaluate the results of their training, the master had prepared a special test. That morning, he gathered everyone together. "All right, everyone, after this month of training, I trust you have all reaped significant benefits. Today, we shall engage in a practical exercise to see what you have truly learned," the master said solemnly. Amidst the tense atmosphere of the scene, Xiao Wu approached Tang Nan and curiously inquired, "Hey, Xiao Nan, where is your master? I haven't seen him around these past few days." "Ah, my master." Tang Nan pondered for a moment before explaining. He mentioned he had matters to attend to and would be away for a few more days. "What's the matter, sister?" Tang Nan asked Xiao Wu with concern. "It's nothing. I simply wanted to hear him finish the story he started telling," Xiao Wu replied, smiling shyly. Meanwhile, in the bustling commercial street of Soto City, a gentleman dressed in peculiar attire captured the attention of passers-by. His stall was adorned with an array of rare treasures. Drawing the gaze of many, he called out loudly, "Come, come, come and take a look. Unique treasures at bargain prices." His voice boomed like a gong, resonating through the street and instantly attracting a throng of onlookers. They gathered around, curiously inspecting the wares displayed on the stall. Among them, a lavishly dressed lady picked up a star-shaped pendant, her eyes sparkling with interest. "Excuse me, sir, how much for this sparkling star-shaped pendant?" she inquired with curiosity. Seeing her interest, the gentleman immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Ah, dear lady, you truly have an eye for beauty. This ornament is carved from the finest essence of starlight ore, making it highly collectible. I sense a connection between us. How about I let you have it for 50 gold soul coins?" Without hesitation, the lady replied, "Done. Here's your payment." She then pointed to another treasure and asked, "What about this one?" Thus, one after another, more and more passers-by were drawn in, eagerly inquiring about prices and purchasing their desired treasures. Half an hour later, all the items had been sold, and Yi Qing looked at the now pristine stall and the hefty bag of gold soul coins he had amassed. Respectfully, Yi Qing expressed his gratitude to Uncle Yang, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Yang, for your assistance. Without you, I truly would not have known how to manage these goods." A grateful smile adorned his face. Yang Hong humbly chuckled, as if relishing the recent joy of hawking goods. "Not at all. It was no trouble. In fact, I rather enjoyed it." Curiously, he then inquired, "By the way, what brings you here to set up a stall?" Yi Qing offered a wry smile, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Well, our original commission was to escort the goods here. Upon arrival, when we were prepared to receive the final payment, we were informed that the client was experiencing financial issues and could not disburse the cash. In our predicament, we had no choice but to select some goods as collateral." Yang Hong could not help but laugh, exclaiming, "Unable to pay the final payment? What an unusual situation, he remarked thoughtfully. Yu Qing continued, indeed, we found it surprising. As for Lei Hao and the others? Oh, they, Yu Qing replied, Lei Hao Mia and Su Xiao have gone to the soul fighting arena, while Yuan Wen has gone to purchase books and procure items that Wei had entrusted us to buy before our departure. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong chuckled and remarked, young people are indeed full of energy, always unable to sit still. He then glanced at the time, noting it was approaching noon. Remembering he needed to evaluate his apprentice's training results, he quickly added, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Uncle Yang, Yu Qing replied. Yes, goodbye. With that, Yang Hong swiftly disappeared into the fissure. Within Shrek Academy, the first practical training match featured Tang San against Dai Mubai. Initially, both sides exchanged blows evenly. But during the battle, Dai Mubai seized an opportunity to close in on Tang San, only to be firmly immobilized by Tang San's instant third soul skill, resulting in his defeat. Dai Mubai was careless, huh? Did he not anticipate that Little San's third soul skill was instantaneous? I never expected it to be an instant soul skill, he remarked. The master patted his shoulder solemnly, saying, remember to be more vigilant next time. All right. Next match, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Tang Nan versus Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Hearing he would fight against his older brother, Tang Nan trembled with excitement. Come on, brother. Ready. Begin. At the master's command, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu charged towards Tang San and his companions like arrows released from a bow. Seeing their aggressive approach, the trio promptly consumed flying mushrooms and successfully took to the air to evade Dai Mubai's attack. Observing their inability to ascend, Ma Hongjun instantly became arrogant. Hey, come and fight me, big brother Dai, he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of phoenix flames toward Dai Mubai. Forced to retreat under the relentless flames, Dai Mubai could only curse as he fell back. Damn it, you fatso, I'll make you pay when you come down. You don't need to wait for them to come down. Just go up, big brother, came the reply. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive, continuously growing blue-silver vine sprouted beneath Dai Mubai's feet, controlled by Tang Nan. Well played. Delighted, Dai Mubai advanced towards Ma Hongjun and the others, stepping on the vines. Behold my prowess. Ma Hongjun, observing the rapidly growing vines, promptly unleashed his phoenix fire line in an attempt to incinerate them. However, Dai Mubai was unwilling to let his opponent succeed. He retaliated with the White Tiger Light Wave, determined to thwart Ma Hongjun's efforts. The disparity in soul power made it effortless for the light wave to shatter Ma Hongjun's flames. I'm at a loss. Xiao San, lend me your assistance. With no other option, Ma Hongjun turned to Tang San for help, only to find that Tang San had already been flung away by Xiao Wu. Oh no. Is this really happening? Ma Hongjun was left dumbfounded by the sight, turning back to see the furious Dai Mubai drawing closer. We must retreat, Oscar. Ma Hongjun urgently called to Oscar to hasten their escape, but to his dismay, Oscar pointed resignedly below. You might want to take a look at this. Following Oscar's gesture, Ma Hongjun glanced down and was immediately taken aback. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San's blue-silver grass had ensnared their feet. You fat fool, prepare to meet your end. As Dai Mubai approached them, treading on the vines, the two were inevitably subjected to a severe beating under his wrathful smile. Boss, your blows are truly too harsh this time. Ma Hongjun, nursing his swollen cheek, lamented in pain. Beside him, Tang San applied some ointment, offering comfort. Had you not been so arrogant, perhaps the boss would have gone easier on you. Just as they prepared for the next test, the master's furious roar startled everyone present. Enough. Is this the pride of Shrek Academy? He chastised them sternly. After delivering a thorough reprimand, the master solemnly announced, I declare that none of you have passed this test. He then led them to the school gate. Upon arriving, the group found 8 baskets bearing their names, leaving them perplexed. The master then explained, listen closely, your punishment is to carry these baskets and traverse the Devil's Road before dusk. You are not permitted to use soul power, and any student who fails to arrive by evening will be expelled. But why must Yu Qing and I be punished? We did not participate, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, clutching the basket with her name. The master retorted, are you not a member of this team? This question left Ning Rongrong speechless. Seeing Yu Qing silently lift her basket, she reluctantly followed suit, embarking on their journey. The Devil's Road was fraught with peril, the path treacherous, and each step was taken with utmost caution. However, one among them was an exception. Alas, Tang San moved effortlessly along the Devil's Road. This mountainous path was second nature to him. Moreover, with only a 15-kilogram load, compared to the intensity of their previous training, it felt like a mere trifle. Without hesitation, he distanced himself significantly from the main group. Observing Tang San growing ever more distant, the exhausted Ma Hongjun panted, "Haha, Xiao San, did you employ soul power? How can you run so swiftly?" In response, Tang San simply waved his hand, indicating his lack of knowledge. As Tang Nan and his companions stepped onto the devil's path, Yang Hong, in a state of panic, rushed back to the school. Upon learning that they intended to traverse the devil's path, he exhibited no concern for their safety. Rather, he mysteriously inquired of Yu Xiaojiang, "What is the load you assigned to Tang Nan?" 15 kilograms. I believe this weight is just right for him. Is that so? I think it might be a bit too easy for him. Yang Hong's unexpected reply left everyone perplexed. He then feigned mystery, saying, "We should head over early. There will be a surprise." Chapter 18. Acceptance of Results 2. With several teachers arriving early at the foot of Sita City under Yang Hong's urging. It was only about 2 hours after their departure that Tang Nan, burdened with a backpack, came into view. Zhao Wujie remarked, "Wow, this kid must be cheating." Uncertain how to approach the subject, Flander asked, "Where are Tang Nan and Tang San?" "Oh, those guys." Based on past experience, they should have already descended the mountain by now. It should take them about an hour. Descended? What do you mean? Climbing the mountain. What's the matter? Huh? What? After comparing maps, they were astonished to discover that the route Tang Nan had taken was nearly halved in distance, yet the level of danger had increased exponentially. Aside from Yang Hong, the other teachers gazed at Tang Nan in disbelief. "Tang Nan, I think you should explain yourself. Are you certain you did not utilize soul power?" The master inquired sternly, his piercing gaze unsettling Tang Nan, who instinctively fidgeted and averted his eyes. At that moment, Yang Hong interjected to clarify for his disciple. "Don't be too nervous. After all, this kid has only been training for a month. Achieving this result is quite reasonable, isn't it?" He casually draped an arm over Zhao Wujie's shoulder, attempting to appear relaxed. Upon hearing this explanation and recalling Yang Hong's earlier cryptic remarks during lunch, the teachers began to find it all plausible, thus refraining from further questioning. They continued to wait at the entrance for Tang San and his companions. And their wait extended until dusk, when the 7 of them, exhausted, collapsed at the entrance. The master smiled knowingly, thinking, mission accomplished. I believe they now understand the importance of unity. Indeed, there are signs that the stones in the backpack have been shifted. These little fellows have worked hard. Hey, Tang Nan, help them to the bathhouse for a wash. Understood, Teacher Zhao. Where to? Tang Nan, carrying Tang San, inquired about their destination. Well, let's go to. Flander began to speak, but Yang Hong quickly proposed. I have a splendid place in mind. Glorious years. In the renowned bathing center of Soto City. As the staff prepared for opening, a sudden loud crash echoed through the establishment. The door was kicked open, startling everyone inside, entering with grave expressions. Flander and his companions carried several unconscious individuals. The staff, taken aback by the sight, hesitated to approach. Yang Hong cleared his throat and called out, "Where's the owner? Come out for a moment." Upon hearing his calm tone, the manager timidly peeked out from behind the counter. "I'm here," he stammered as he hurriedly approached. "What brings you esteemed guests to our humble establishment?" He spoke weakly, attempting to quell the trembling of his legs. "It's a lucrative deal," Yang Hong remarked, gesturing towards the unconscious Tang San and his companions. "Arrange a medicinal bath for them to recuperate and prepare some food and drinks. What do you think?" All right. But about the payment, the manager hesitated, his fear palpable. "Just put it on the account of Shrek Academy." "Hey," Yang Flander began, but was swiftly silenced by Yang Hong covering his mouth. "Does our guest wish to say something?" Yang Hong waved dismissively. No, it's fine. Carry on." "All right then. A few of you come over and help escort them to the bath." Once the manager took Tang San and his companions away, Yang Hong led Flander and Yu Xiaojiang to the lounge to wait. It was only then that Yang Hong released his grip, and the moment he did, Flander erupted in anger. "Do you wish to kill me, Yang? Calm down. This is Soto City's finest bathing center. Isn't your educational philosophy about providing the best for students? Couldn't you choose something a bit more affordable? Look at these prices." Flander pointed to the exorbitant figures on the menu. "You might as well sell the academy." He then turned his ire towards Xiaojiang. "And you, Xiaojiang? Why didn't you stop him?" Unfazed, Yu Xiaojiang sipped his tea and calmly replied, "I was thinking the same." "Damn it." Flander slammed the table in frustration, only for the next moment to be met with a resounding crash as a large hole was blasted into the wall. Wrapped in bathrobes, Zhu Zhuqing emerged. Stepping over Ma Hongjun while carrying Daimu by an Oscar, casually explaining to the bewildered teachers they were peeking. Well, Yang Hong clapped in admiration at the scene. Yu Xiaojiang smiled and complimented, "You've recovered quite well." Meanwhile, Flanders stood in shock, before lamenting, "How much will this cost to repair?" "Don't worry, my dear Flander. There's always a solution." "Then do share some ideas." In response to Flanders' inquiry, Yang Hong pointed out the window. "How about that?" Flander followed his gesture, and the enormous sign of the Fighting Soul Arena came into view. Now that's more acceptable. A few hours later, the revived group gathered in the lounge, awaiting the master's instructions for the next phase of training. The master leisurely sipped his tea, confidently announcing the next phase of training. The forthcoming training plan was singular. All participants were to engage in the soul duel competition, accumulating 20,000 gold soul coins to repay the school's debts. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd as they absorbed his words. Furthermore, every participant was required to attain a silver soul badge. Do you recall the graduation standards of the academy? Before the age of 18, one must surpass level 40 and secure the silver soul badge. As the realization dawned upon them, the expressions of the gathered individuals grew somber. Noticing their readiness for the challenge ahead, the master proceeded to outline the arrangements for their upcoming matches. Dai Mubai would team up with Oscar, Tang San with Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong with Zhu Zhuqing. Due to Yang Hong's prior indication, Tang Nan would not partake in the 2-on-2 matches, leaving Ma Hongjun to compete solo. Thus commenced a new round of training. The Soul Duel Arena was particularly raucous that evening, with the host fervently enhancing the atmosphere. Esteemed audience, you have just witnessed the astonishing performance of the twin-winged white tiger. And I trust you yearn for more. If the recent display of the evil white tiger culminated in a dazzling sword strike that vanquished its opponent, the ensuing match promises to ignite your passions. This is a confrontation between the bloodthirsty Iron Hand and the rapidly rising newcomer, Nan Mu. This charming newcomer not only possesses an endearing visage, but also boasts combat skills that are nothing short of spectacular, sparking great anticipation. We cannot help but worry for Iron Hand, fearing he might accidentally mar the face of this young prodigy during the fierce battle. However, the intensity of the fight often bears no relation to the emotional entanglements between the contestants, so let us await this smoky clash with bated breath. Now, let us welcome the contestants to the arena. In the preparation area, Tang Nan was meticulously wrapping his hands in bandages when Lu Waz made his entrance. "Listen well. Young one, this is your first match in front of your older siblings. Do not disgrace yourself," he admonished. Tang Nan, common response to Lu Waz's concern, reassured him. "Do not worry, Master Lu. I shall not falter. However, I have decided to raise the stakes this time." Abruptly, Lu Waz changed his tone, swiftly sealing Tang Nan's blue-silver grass martial soul. "In this battle, you may only employ Death's Breath. Do not rely on your natural form. Understood?" "Understood, Master," Tang Nan replied, showing little surprise at the imposed restriction, as it was far less burdensome than competing in weighted attire. As the host called for both sides to enter the arena, a prepared Tang Nan hoisted Death's Breath onto his back, donning a half-mask resembling a malevolent spirit before stepping into the competition grounds. Upon entering the center of the arena, his new appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere. Clearly, our newcomer comprehended the formidable nature of his opponent, yet the ferocity of Iron Hand surpasses what a mere mask can convey. The commentator's voice resonated powerfully and passionately, rallying support for the imminent fierce duel. Indeed, a formidable adversary awaits. Tang Nan spoke while carefully scrutinizing his opponent before him. Iron Hand, possessing a soul power of level 29, excelled in tormenting adversaries with brutally cruel attacks that did not lead to immediate death. This name resonated throughout the martial world, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Tang Nan observed the prominent scar on his opponent's right arm, as well as his robust physique, and understood that a fierce battle was inevitable. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, with the audience collectively holding their breath in anticipation of the match's commencement. "Hey, kid, clean your neck. You're going to die. You're finished." Iron Hand's sinister grin made Tang San and his companions, who were watching from the sidelines, break into a cold sweat. "Enough talk. Competitors, take your positions." The referee's voice thundered, piercing through the charged atmosphere. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the host fervently declared the start of the intense competition, Iron Hand instantaneously became the focal point of the arena. His muscles swelled dramatically within mere minutes, nearly doubling in size. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Iron Hand's arms gradually became enveloped in a deep, dark substance, as unyielding as steel. His eyes glowed crimson, reminiscent of a harbinger of doom, as he bellowed at his opponent, Tang Nan. To hell with you. In the blink of an eye, Iron Hand charged at Tang Nan with astonishing speed that left onlookers astounded. Tang Nan raised his sword to defend, but at the critical moment, he could only deflect Iron Hand's claw strike. Almost immediately, Iron Hand unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, overwhelming Tang Nan. Well, it's evident that Iron Hand has, unusually, entered his martial spirit state right at the start of the match, launching an assault on the contestant Nanmu. Wow, it seems Nanmu never anticipated such a rapid escalation. Although he managed to block the initial attack, he has now fallen into Iron Hand's rhythm, the commentator excitedly remarked. Iron Hand's assaults grew increasingly forceful, and Tang Nan began to struggle to keep pace with his opponent's tempo. Every time he attempted to counterattack after blocking an assault, Iron Hand's next strike would already be upon him. This isn't good. I can't find an opportunity to retaliate, Tang Nan thought anxiously. Oh no. Iron Hand is a clever adversary. Tang San sensed that something was amiss. Beside him, the anxious Xiao Wu quickly inquired about the situation. Iron Hand was acutely aware that Nan's weapon could not match his own in terms of agility during close-quarters combat. Therefore, as long as he maintained a sufficiently close distance, he could firmly seize the initiative in the attack. Tang Nan attempted to create some distance, but Iron Hand clung to him like a famished tiger, refusing to let go. With no opportunity in sight, Tang Nan was forced to resort to desperate measures. He roared, unleashing a powerful horizontal sweep. This grand and sweeping attack made the audience hold their breath in suspense. Iron Hand, witnessing this, secretly reveled. Finally, he could not hold back. He swiftly retreated to evade the sweep and then closed in on Tang Nan, targeting his chest for an assault. With his first soul skill, Steelbreaker Flash, a sinister grin spread across Iron Hand's face as he believed victory was within his grasp, ready to begin tormenting his opponent. However, at that critical moment, the claws aimed at Tang Nan's chest were suddenly thwarted by a formidable protective soul power. The trap was set. A glimmer of something peculiar flashed in Tang Nan's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he activated his trap, and Iron Hand sensed the impending danger. Looking up, he saw Tang Nan's sword swinging fiercely towards his head. Startled, he hastily stepped back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Tang Nan also utilized this moment to retreat, creating distance between them. What a splendid display! Contestant Nanmu opted for a do-or-die attack, luring Iron Hand into his trap, but the quick-witted Iron Hand dodged the attack, and the two once again distanced themselves. The commentator praised the intensity of the match. The confrontation between Iron Hand and Tang Nan grew increasingly tense as both sought to exploit each other's weaknesses, striving to emerge victorious in this fierce contest. The outcome of the battle would undoubtedly determine their fates. Who would emerge as the victor? We shall await the revelation. Why did I feel as if I could perish just then? Iron Hand, astonished, touched his neck, incredulously gazing at the boy before him, who was equally breathless. There was something amiss with this lad's weapon. Iron Hand's gaze shifted to the obsidian sword. This boy had yet to manifest his martial soul. Could that sword be his martial soul? It was a possibility. As Iron Hand contemplated whether to maintain his aggressive strategy, he suddenly noticed blood dripping from his claws that had pierced Tang Nan's chest. Realizing his opponent was injured, his furrowed brow relaxed. With each drop of blood, his fighting spirit reignited, and he lowered his stance, preparing to initiate a new wave of assault. On the other hand, Tang Nan was also analyzing his opponent. His martial soul likely allowed parts of his body to harden, and he must release the hardened areas to reharden. This could explain Iron Hand's overly eager retreat moments ago. If that were the case, then there was a way to counter. Just as Tang Nan pondered his strategy, he felt a surge of blood rising in his mouth and quickly swallowed it back down. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it was a reckless gamble. Tang Nan feigned nonchalance, cautiously observing his opponent. Although he had narrowly escaped, Iron Hand's earlier attack had still injured his lung, leaving him breathless as he placed a hand on his wound. Ready to heal. It was precisely this maneuver that prompted Iron Hand to launch a new wave of attacks. Observing Iron Hand's apparent shift in strategy, it became evident that he began to circle relentlessly around the contestant Nanmu. Witnessing his lightning-fast speed, it is difficult to fathom that he is indeed an offensive-type soul master. Let us see how Nanmu shall respond. How infuriating. The swiftness of the assault left Tang Nan utterly at a loss. At that moment, he resembled a deer caught in the headlights, ensnared within the confines of an encirclement, unable to advance or retreat. Whenever he sought to heal his wounds, Iron Hand would strike, only to retreat at the first sign of danger. This tactic rendered it exceedingly difficult for Tang Nan to mend his injuries. It appeared that there was but one recourse. He began to focus intently, remaining ever vigilant to Iron Hand's movements. A group of spectators in the stands, witnessing Tang Nan's predicament, grew increasingly anxious. "Brother, is he going to be all right?" "Fear not, you shall be fine. This is troublesome, little brother. It seems we are bound to lose. Enough of your sarcastic remarks, you overweight fool." "Oh, I merely speak the truth. Why hasn't Tang Nan utilized his martial spirit yet? Perhaps it was arranged by Elder Yang? Arranged by him?" In contrast to the students' incessant chatter, the teachers maintained a far more composed demeanor. "This is troublesome," Frank remarked, glancing at Tang Nan's plight and turning to Yang Hong. "Is Tang Nan going to be all right?" However, upon noticing Yang Hong calmly sipping his tea, his irritation flared. "You still have the leisure to drink tea while your disciple is on the verge of defeat? He will be fine. He won't perish." And although Iron Hand's tactics prevent Tang Nan from healing, such speed is a substantial burden for him as well. Now both parties awaited an opportunity. Yang Hong leisurely took a sip and patiently explained, "An opportunity." Frank, upon hearing this, began to repeat the words, suddenly grasping their meaning. Indeed, a moment of negligence. Having found it, the instant he noticed Iron Hand's speed falter, Tang Nan dashed forward, initiating a counterattack with a flurry of slashes. Iron Hand, not daring to let his guard down, promptly unleashed his second soul skill, Steel Stance, further augmenting the already formidable strength of his hands. He calmly absorbed each strike, clang, 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 as the blows continued to rain down upon Iron Hand's unyielding arms. His patience began to wear thin. He yearned to pierce the chest of the individual before him. Finally, he spotted an opening. Seizing the moment as the opponent's sword recoiled, he lunged forward, aiming the deadly steel breaker directly at his foe's chest. "Die!" Iron Hand roared with exhilaration, while Yang Hong in the stand smiled knowingly at the unfolding scene. The opportunity has arrived. Faced with the incoming assault, Tang Nan sneered, biting down on his resolve. He then deftly sidestepped the lethal steel breaker. The fierce claw strike merely left a superficial scar on his body, while Iron Hand was about to face a full-force blow from Tang Nan. Alarmed, Iron Hand realized it was another trap. He intended to retreat, but at that moment, the impending death breath was already gathering momentum. As the strike hurtled towards his forehead, Iron Hand, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly released the hardening of his arms and redirected it to shield his head, precisely as Tang Nan had anticipated. Bang! The death breath struck Iron Hand's head with a deafening sound, and he was propelled backward by the tremendous recoil. Just when the audience believed the outcome was certain, they were astonished to see that Tang Nan, with empty hands, had evaded his opponent's attack. Iron Hand stood motionless, wildly attacking the surroundings like a headless fly. It turned out that Tang Nan had infused his soul power into the death breath, transforming it from a sharp sword into a heavy hammer, delivering a blow that left Iron Hand with a concussion. His mind was in disarray. "Seize the opportunity, Tang Nan," Lu was immediately urged. "Understood. Don't let his head stop moving." "All right." As Iron Hand fell into confusion, Tang Nan pressed the attack, unleashing a relentless barrage aimed at Iron Hand's head, igniting the audience's fervor. "Go on, bring him down. Hey, Iron Hand, counterattack." The arena erupted with cheers and jeers. Thud, thud, thud. With Tang Nan's unyielding assault, Iron Hand was gradually pushed closer to the edge of the arena. Despite his stubborn attempts to retaliate, his dizziness and confusion rendered his strikes ineffective, leaving only minor bruises on Tang Nan's face. Ultimately, Tang Nan delivered a final spinning kick that sent Iron Hand tumbling out of the ring. The host, still exhilarated, announced the result of the match. "The victor of this contest is Nan Mu. Let us all cheer for him." "Ha, ha, ha. I'm so exhausted." After the match, Tang Nan leaned against the wall, laboriously returning to the preparation area. "Not bad, kid. It seems I didn't teach you in vain. Master Lewis, let us avoid such thrilling matches next time." We shall see." Lewis bluntly dismissed his disciple's request, just as Tang Nan contemplated resisting further. Xiaowu had already appeared before him, scrutinizing his injuries closely. "Nan, are you all right? Is it serious?" "Sister, I'm fine. It's already healed. Next time, don't be so reckless, understand?" "Understood, sister." Tang Nan smiled in response to her concern. Turning to his brother behind her, he inquired, "Brother, how did I perform?" After a brief contemplation, Tang San replied with satisfaction, "Not bad at all. A day in Soto City, An epilogue due to the necessity of selling all their goods to acquire funds. The Leihao team decided to linger in Soto City for a few days. Considering that both Leihao and Nia were utterly inexperienced in trade and prone to mishaps, Yi Qing, with the intention of maximizing everyone's contributions, allowed them to roam freely as long as they did not cause any trouble. To avert unforeseen incidents, Yi Qing instructed Su Xiao to keep an eye on the duo. Before letting them go, she specifically cautioned Su Xiao. Su Xiao, please watch over them, especially Leihao. Ensure he does not attract too much attention. Understood. After sending the three off, Yi Qing gazed at the mountainous pile of goods, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. All right, let me see how long it will take to sell all this. However, just as the curtain was lifted, a familiar voice abruptly echoed. It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. Do you require assistance, young lady? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing immediately sighed with relief. Of course I do, Uncle Yang. On the streets of Soto City. How dull. What are we supposed to do, Leihao? Don't ask me. Why are you following me? Do you think I want to follow you? Sister Yi Qing just said we should stick together. Damn, I forgot. Do you have any ideas? The two exchanged glances and simultaneously blurted out, a tavern. A tavern? What indecent activities are you planning? Believe it or not, I'll tell Sister Yi Qing to give you a good beating. Please. That's a petty thought. I'm merely going to gather intelligence. What do you think? Besides, our dormitory's wardrobe is already overflowing with your purchases. No more buying. It's not like a Haven Tea contributed. I don't care. If you dare go to the tavern, I will tie you up. Do you believe me? Bring it on, little one. With that tiny chain of yours. In no time, the two were embroiled in a heated argument over their intended destination, drawing the attention of onlookers who speculated on how this couple would resolve their dispute. Noticing the growing crowd, Su Xiao, accustomed to such scenes, swiftly intervened, delivering a chilling glare that immediately silenced the bickering pair. He then hurriedly pulled them away, leaving a crowd of spectators behind. What a complicated relationship. The trio halted around a corner. Just as they stopped, before Su Xiao could speak, Leihao and Nia voiced their concerns simultaneously. Su Xiao, what do you want? The two glared at each other as if they were rivals, in pursuit of a peaceful respite. Su Xiao pointed to the most conspicuous arena sign outside. How about we resolve this there? Half an hour later, at the arena, amidst the astonished gazes of the host and the audience, the battle concluded in a manner both overwhelming and theatrical. No one anticipated that this seemingly lethargic individual would emerge victorious. Even until the final moments, everyone had believed otherwise. All done. As Leihao casually brushed off the dust from his clothes, he turned his back on the competition arena, leaving the audience and the host in a state of stunned disbelief. I thought he was a formidable fighter, someone murmured. 20 minutes earlier, he had scoffed. Just wait until Nia sees me knock you down. TCH, who forgot their training? Came the jeering retort. You. The two had just registered their personal information when they immediately began to bicker, prompting Su Xiao to shake his head in resignation as he explained. That competition does not allow for specified opponents. All matches are randomly assigned. What? The two stared in astonishment upon learning the situation. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed businessman emerged from the shadows, approaching the trio with a deep bow, leaving them perplexed by this strange behavior. Who are you, old man? Nia was the first to voice her inquiry, catching the businessman off guard just as he was about to speak. Ahem, my apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Kroll, one of the managers of the Seoul Arena. I have a lucrative proposition that I wonder if you would be interested in. Kroll smiled, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light, as if he could see into their very souls. What kind of proposition? Leihao's curiosity was piqued, although he remained vigilant, secretly observing Kroll's movements. An opportunity that could secure you wealth and prosperity for a lifetime. Kroll's tone was earnest, even somewhat exaggerated. Yet Leihao sensed something hidden beneath those words. Instinctively, he placed his hand on the dagger at his waist, but just as he was about to draw it, Su Xiao pressed down on his hand from behind. What are you doing? Leihao silently inquired with his eyes. Don't rush, just observe, Su Xiao replied, stepping forward to accept Kroll's invitation. Following Kroll's lead, the trio navigated through the crowd and arrived at a private chamber. Please come in, Kroll said, pulling a candle on the wall, which triggered a series of gears to reveal a staircase leading underground. Phew. As they descended the stairs, the three beheld a multitude of elegantly dressed individuals engaged in animated discussions about the recent match. However, the information they exchanged raised suspicions among the trio. Nia leaned in to quietly ask Su Xiao, Hey, something feels off here. In the midst of her words, She sensed that someone had been watching them intently. What are we afraid of? We can stir up a storm if we need to, she said defiantly. Still, better to be cautious and leave them something, Su Xiao advised. Okay, they replied in unison. Here we are. Everyone. Kroll ushered them into a waiting area. He began to introduce them. Welcome to the Seoul Coliseum. Following this, Kroll unveiled the opportunity he had mentioned, pointing toward a formidable figure currently boasting on the arena floor. Defeat him, and you shall earn 5,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing the figure of 5,000, Lei Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. In an instant, he appeared before him, solemnly grasping his hand. While the two bystanders could not bear to witness the scene, was this statement sincere? Of course, as long as you can defeat him. By any means necessary? Indeed. Whether through weaponry or soul techniques, as long as you can achieve it. Excellent. I shall participate. Are you certain? This could lead to death. Kroll emphasized the final words with a weighty tone, yet Lei Hao remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of fear upon his face. Ah, then I wish you good fortune. Young man. With a simple blessing, Kroll ushered him into the arena. As Lei Hao stepped into the competition space, both the audience and his opponent scrutinized the somewhat eccentric youth before them, hoping he would provide an entertaining spectacle. Seizing the opportunity as the host built the atmosphere, Lei Hao posed a question to his adversary. Brother, what do you fight for? Clearly taken aback by this inquiry, the opponent furiously swung a heavy fist toward Lei Hao's face, unable to articulate a coherent response after much contemplation. Wow, impressive speed, my friend. You've trained well. Lei Hao effortlessly dodged the attack and continued to bombard his opponent with a series of irrelevant questions. Naturally, the opponent ceased to acknowledge him. As the pace of the attacks quickened, the spectators could only perceive the fleeting shadows of the punches. This relentless barrage gradually forced Lei Hao toward the wall, yet not a single hair on him was harmed. How dull. Yawn, completely aware of his opponent's level of strength, Lei Hao felt utterly unmotivated. Thus, to conclude the bout, he seized the moment to deflect a punch and delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's jaw, swiftly ending the encounter. And all within just 5 minutes of the match's commencement. Disappointed, Lei Hao departed the scene. Honestly, I expected a more formidable opponent. Upon returning to the preparation area, Lei Hao promptly approached Kroll to claim his prize. All right then, thank you for the reward. Rubbing his hands together, Kroll was left speechless by Lei Hao's effortless victory over his adversary. As he contemplated uttering a few words in response to the assertive Lei Hao, he recalled the young man's impressive prowess and hastily presented the prize with both hands. Thank you. Lei Hao graciously accepted the bag, expressing his gratitude to Kroll. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Kroll's subordinates were poised to act. Just as Kroll raised his right hand to signal, Su Xiao and Lei Hao suddenly enveloped him in their midst. Su Xiao's low voice prompted Kroll to abandon any thoughts of aggression. If you wish to avoid this place being blown to smithereens, refrain from any rash actions, Mr. Kroll, or should I refer to you as Mr. Tada? He gazed in astonishment at the calm figure before him, his pupils dilating, affirming Su Xiao's words. He lowered his poised right hand, subsequently being politely pushed aside by the two, only to discover that his exposed subordinates no longer concealed themselves, surrounding them from all directions. The group led by Lei Hao swiftly brandished their weapons, initiating a tense standoff. At that moment, Tada, having readjusted his meticulously cleaned glasses, shed his earlier panic. Now exuding an air of calm elegance, he adjusted the frames on his nose and arrogantly declared, "How intriguing. I wonder when you all discovered my presence? When you extended your first invitation, your reputation was already notorious on the black market's bounty list, wasn't it? Huh, I appreciate the compliment." Now, with the sound of applause echoing, more guards rushed in, some even possessing the strength of a soul emperor. You have two choices, relinquish your wealth and serve me, or meet your demise here. Tada's icy demeanor betrayed an imminent threat as a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Oh, is that so? It appears Mr. Tada has overlooked my previous warning. Nia. With her voice, a sudden tremor shook the room, as outside, the dust-covered subordinates rushed in, visibly distressed, to deliver ominous news. It's bad. A circle of strange runes has inexplicably appeared in the center of the hall, and then it exploded. This revelation plunged the atmosphere back into a stalemate. This is impossible. Even as his subordinates reported the incident, Tada seethed with rage yet remained obstinate, convinced it was merely an illusion. Do not be skeptical. Our lady here has quite the temper. If frightened, she might reduce this place to rubble. Lei Hao mockingly pointed at Nia, indicating her as the architect of the recent explosion and mimicking an explosive gesture. Tada immediately glanced at the young woman beside him, noticing her fingers weaving intricate motions. Just then, another subordinate rushed in, urgency evident, reporting that those peculiar runes had also appeared around the hall. Upon hearing this, Tada could only gesture for his men to clear a path. Seeing their adversaries yield, the trio sauntered forward. Upon reaching the staircase through which they had entered, they made a hasty retreat. As they fled, Lei Hao couldn't resist taunting, "What a bunch of dimwits, frightened to the core by a trivial rune. Farewell." All of this transpired moments earlier while the trio followed Tada. Nia had discreetly planted explosives in the hall's center amidst the bustling crowd, and the runes merely served to ignite them. Curse it! Realizing he had been outsmarted, Tada's fury erupted as he bellowed, "After them! Eliminate them! On the streets of Soto City, Master, take my brother and the others over there." Almost there, just a short distance away. At that moment, Tang Nan, having just completed his trial, was carrying his brother while following his master toward their destination. Meanwhile, a spectacular chase unfolded just a few streets away. Lei Hao and his companions, having sensed the impending danger, dashed down the deserted street, their pursuers, Tada's subordinates, hot on their heels like a relentless tide. "Well, idiot Lei Hao, why did you give them a final warning? Haha, you should have seen that guy's face, gritting his teeth in rage. It was hilarious." Quiet down. 100 meters ahead, they turned left into an alley. The three individuals ventured into the narrow passage, but their pursuers swiftly divided, flanking them from the sides. A thrilling chase ensued once more within the alley. Realizing they could not shake off their assailants, the trio was compelled to emerge onto another street. Not far ahead, they spotted a familiar figure. "Let me see, it seems I have procured almost everything." Yuan meticulously checked off the items on his shopping list, placing each into the soul guide. It was nearly time to rendezvous with Yuqing and the others. "Hey, brother Yuan." The voice belonged to Lei Hao. Upon hearing Lei Hao's call, Yuan turned towards the source, only to see a stream of angry people surging behind him. Even if he wished to retaliate, evading confrontation was the only option. As Lei Hao and his companions rushed to his side, Yuan swiftly unleashed a punch, shattering a large section of the ground before making a hasty retreat. Though the pursuers were temporarily hindered, others were closing in from both sides. "What have you gotten yourselves into this time?" Yuan exclaimed. "Well, that's a long story," Lei Hao replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Su Xiao interjected, explaining to Yuan. "We encountered the local underground fighting arena's head during our visit to the Seoul Fighting Arena. Lei Hao engaged in a wager with him, and well..." Su Xiao paused briefly to formulate his thoughts. "We had a minor altercation, which incited their wrath, leading to the chase." "Ah, I see." Yuan sighed in relief. It was hardly surprising that the three of them would find themselves in trouble together. However, there was no time to dwell on accountability. The pursuers were closing in fast, and their immediate concern was how to escape. Just then, Yi Qing's voice rang in their ears. "Make your way to the intersection ahead." The four, not daring to hesitate, sprinted to the location Yu Qing had instructed. As they arrived, a circular magic formation materialized around them, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Much to the astonishment of their pursuers. "Where did they go? They can't have gone far. Search for them. If we don't find them, we'll all be in trouble." As the four mysteriously disappeared before their eyes, the pursuers scattered in a frantic search. 5 kilometers outside Soto City, in the outskirts. "Ouch! My backside. Stop whining. Nia, hurry up and get off me. Are you trying to crush me?" The group had been transported through the magic formation and landed unceremoniously on the ground. As they brushed off the dust, Yuqing appeared behind them, a broad smile on his face. "Now, who will explain what exactly transpired?" The three knelt as if they were children caught in mischief, recounting the events that had led them there, while Lei Hao sported several new bumps on his head. "Ah, so that's how it is. I never expected the supervisor of the underground fighting arena would actively seek you out." Understanding the situation, Yuqing refrained from making things difficult for the three individuals, allowing them to rise. However, she could not fathom why Tada would take the initiative to seek them out. Perhaps it was due to the fabricated strength we reported during our application, as we had claimed to be at the level of newly initiated members of the Soul Sect. Indeed, Su Zhao's reasoning was not without merit, yet it seemed unnecessary to dwell on it at this point. Yuan clapped his hands, signaling the conclusion of this matter, and the group embarked on their journey back. "Hey, Yi Qing, when did you learn to teleport over short distances?" one of them inquired. "Oh, that was thanks to Uncle Yang's assistance," she replied. Chapter 19. The calm before the storm deep within the Shadow Guard camp. Commander Raven was busily addressing an overwhelming stack of documents. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if capable of perceiving all truths. Yi, the aide, stood beside him, holding several files ready to present to the commander. Raven calmly sipped his tea and began to review the documents. He had long accustomed himself to such tasks. Yet he maintained a high level of focus and dedication with each endeavor. He understood that as the commander of the Shadow Guard camp, each of his decisions bore significant implications for the safety of the entire camp. At last, he finished processing all the paperwork on his desk, stretching and loosening his muscles. Just then, Yi presented him with a freshly brewed cup of tea, smiling as she said, "Commander, this is a new batch of tea. It should be quite pleasant." Raven accepted the cup, savoring a sip and remarking, "Thank you. This tea indeed has a delightful flavor." However, at that moment, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility. A shadow guard from the intelligence department burst through the door, nervously reporting, "Commander, there is a task delegation from the Martial Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this, Yi quickly approached to take the document, her brow furrowing, indicating that the task was far from simple. Noticing her expression, Raven inquired with concern, "What does it say?" Yi handed the document to Raven, briefly summarizing, "This is quite a predicament. The Martial Spirit Hall requests our support against the rebel forces currently inciting a rebellion in the Dragon Lo Principality within the Tiando Empire." Raven meticulously read through the commission report, his brow furrowing further. He recognized that this was not a straightforward assignment. The composition of the rebels was complex, and the current state of the principality required thorough investigation. He looked up at Yi and asked, "Are there any operational teams available right now?" After reviewing the reports, Yi responded, "At the moment, none are available. Most elite teams have already departed for long-term reconnaissance missions across various regions. However, according to recent updates, the Lei Hao team is expected to arrive at the camp in a few days." Upon hearing the name Lei Hao, Raven couldn't help but chuckle. He patted his chair and remarked, "It's him again? That lucky fool really has it too easy. Very well, let them handle it." He nodded in understanding and added, "I will inform them upon their return." Subsequently, Raven inquired about the recruitment status of the new soldiers. The deputy officer Yu reported that the current number of recruits was rather meager, as most soul masters had been enlisted by the two great empires. Upon hearing this, Raven contemplated for a moment and proposed an idea. There was no necessity to pursue those who remained untamed. They could simply source recruits from the Spirit Hall. He further elaborated, suggesting that they should select some fresh recruits from there, as they would be far easier to train than seasoned veterans. Yi nodded in understanding and promptly set out to execute the order. Subsequently, Raven inquired about the status of the maintenance area. Yi replied, "The situation is rather grim. The numerous orders from the Spirit Hall have compelled the craftsmen to work against the clock to fulfill them. When I visited, the craftsmen's faces were not pleasant. They were evidently quite irate." Raven let out a sigh and remarked, "They are working hard. During these trying times, it is only natural for them to feel the pressure." Just as Raven was about to savor his new tea, a tremendous noise erupted, splattering tea across his face. The nearby Yi quickly handed a handkerchief to the officer and rushed to the window to assess the situation. After a brief evaluation, their anxious hearts eased when they confirmed that the noise originated from the infirmary. With a hint of unease, Yi inquired, "What has transpired with Dr. Fanis?" Raven responded with calm composure, "I suspect she may have gotten a bit too enthusiastic during her teaching and accidentally brought down a wall." Upon hearing this, you could not help but feel curious. Is that so? By the way, who is more formidable, Dr. Fanis or Commander Yang? At this question, Raven shuddered slightly, recalling the moment he witnessed Commander Yang being yanked by the collar and thoroughly reprimanded by Dr. Fanis, which sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his composure and replied, "Well, I would imagine it is Lady Fanis, as a healer must win others over through virtue." "Are you certain that idiom is applied correctly, sir?" He waved his hand, signaling Yi to return to work. "Enough of that. Let us proceed with the tasks at hand. Deliver this to the intelligence department." With Ye's departure, the office returned to its tranquil state. Raven lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam as he immersed himself once more in the world of work. At that moment, a familiar face entered the maintenance area. Yang Hong, brimming with excitement, strode in with a broad smile, calling out, "Hello, old Wei, I've come to see you." However, what greeted him was a heavy and swift flying hammer. Quick on his feet, Yang deftly dodged the incoming hammer, which then struck the wall, creating a sizable din in an instant. This scene left Yang in astonishment. Silently grateful for his timely escape, he gazed curiously at the busy Master Wei, feeling a ripple of confusion. This typically lethargic old fellow, why was he so irritable today? Unable to restrain his curiosity, He turned to a nearby craftsman and asked, "What is the matter with Old Wei? Why is he in such a foul mood?" The craftsman glanced up at him and, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "Master Wei has been working overtime for 3 consecutive days. His temper is understandably a bit frayed. Commander, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution and avoid provoking his ire." With these words, Master Wei resumed his diligent work, listening to his Minares advice. Yang Hong quietly approached his side. The robust muscles of Master Wei's arm glistened in the sunlight, each swing of the hammer resonating with formidable strength. The rhythmic clanging of the forge echoed throughout the workshop, seemingly narrating Master Wei's passion and dedication to his craft. Yang Hong stood silently beside him, observing with rapt attention as Master Wei immersed himself in his labor. After a considerable passage of time, Master Wei finally acknowledged Yang Hong's presence. He gently set down the hammer and submerged the newly forged weapon into a nearby basin of cold water, producing a hissing sound as it cooled. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, he bore a look of weariness mingled with resolve. "Ah, what brings you here, Commander?" he inquired, his tone laced with a subtle hint of reproach, as if chiding the uninvited guest for interrupting his work. Yang Hong, well aware of the displeasure in Master Wei's voice, understood how to respond. With a smile, he produced a pair of exquisite gourd-shaped wine flasks from behind him, raising them high as an invitation for a drink. Upon hearing this and seeing the wine flasks in Yang Hong's hands, Master Wei's expression softened immediately. He set aside his tools and, with a jovial demeanor, swiftly made his way to a corner of the workshop, clearing a space with great haste before gesturing for Yang Hong to sit. Thus, the two men enjoyed a brief respite in that cleared area, sipping their drinks and engaging in light conversation. "Master Wei, how goes the progress of your work?" Yang Hong inquired. "Fairly well. I will meet the deadline," Master Wei replied. "That is not what I meant." Yang Hong pointed to the Soul Guide storage device resting on the workbench. "How is the research on the Soul Guide device progressing?" "Oh, that," Master Wei responded, "is nearing completion, thanks to the little ones. They often bring me soul guides excavated from ancient ruins during their missions. With their assistance, I have gained a fundamental understanding of the device's structure. Once I finish this batch, I'll begin attempting to replicate it. I certainly do not wish for this craft to be lost to time." With that, Master Wei downed a gulp of wine, instantly feeling revitalized. Refreshing, at that moment. For reasons unknown, Yang Hong quietly cast a soundproof barrier. Observing this, Master Wei raised his wine glass in a mock gesture as if to smash it, exclaiming, "What are you up to, acting all mysterious?" "It's nothing. There are too many people here, and some matters are best kept discreet," Yang Hong replied. "Look at you. Avoiding your duties to come here and slack off?" Master Wei teased. "Not at all. I simply wish to discuss a few things with you," Yang Hong admitted, sheepishly scratching his face, clearly aware that Master Wei had struck a chord. "What do you think the Martial Soul Palace aims to achieve by suddenly ordering such a large quantity of weapons?" "Huh. What could their intentions be but to prepare for war?" Master Wei scoffed. "It's quite a rarity to hear such a question from your lips. Do you have any doubts?" "Yes, or perhaps no." Yang Hong appeared to be ensnared in a web of contradictions, unable to fathom the actions of the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. After much hesitation, he finally voiced his thoughts. Firstly, although the Star Luo Empire is currently embroiled in turmoil regarding the issue of the royal heir, its formidable military strength remains an undeniable force. The Emperor of the Tiando Empire, despite advancing in years, can still be considered a benevolent ruler, uniting the entire empire as one. Even though the Spirit Hall possesses a multitude of soul masters, facing the two flourishing empires would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Thus, I am deeply curious about what the Pope is concealing. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would not be preparing to instigate a series of wars amidst the current tripartite standoff. Yet, did they not send someone to infiltrate the Tiando Empire long ago? Wasn't that person the granddaughter you once cherished? Xiao Xue? Indeed. She has successfully replaced Xue Qinghe and is gradually moving towards becoming the future heir. As this thought crossed his mind, Yang Hong abruptly clenched his fists. Even if Xiu Xue can succeed, witnessing the current emperor in good health means that, according to the initial plan, it would still require over a decade. He slammed his fist on the table, clearly agitated. After regaining his composure, he continued, "So I truly cannot understand why she would act this way, as it could potentially unravel all our previous arrangements. Ultimately, you are concerned about your precious granddaughter, aren't you?" Old Wei pierced through the veil of deception as he observed the weary expression on his junior's face. "You worry that the current Pope's actions may render her years of effort futile, and you dread witnessing that little girl in tears. Am I wrong? Yang Hong chose silence, merely pouring himself a glass of wine and consuming it in one gulp. Witnessing this, Master Wei chuckled heartily. Ah, you young one. It seems you remain unchanged despite your time in the world. Wei, why was I summoned back then? Surely Luozi would have been a more suitable candidate for the expedition team. At this moment, Yang Hong, having succumbed to inebriation, mumbled his thoughts before collapsing onto the table. Goodness, has there yet to be a drink in this world that can intoxicate us? Noticing Yang Hong's dazed state, Old Wei promptly leaned in to sniff the wine chuck. Why does this aroma seem so familiar? Goodness, you little rascal, when did you sneak into my cellar to pilfer my wine? Is master not back yet? Tang Nan, while waiting for his teacher, gazed out at the setting sun. As the sun gradually descended, he rose from the counter to begin tidying up. After the victory over the Soul Master team from the Tiando Royal Academy, the entire academy was preparing to relocate to the Royal Academy at the invitation of Senior Qin Ming. While organizing his belongings, Tang Nan occasionally felt a sharp pain in the palm of his left hand, which would soon dissipate. Upon careful inspection, he found no apparent issue and dismissed the sensation. After nearly finishing his packing, he stepped outside to commence his daily sword training. Regarding this, Master Lu provided an explanation. As a physician, possessing a robust physique allows one to traverse any perilous location, aptly described as walking through the martial world. Subsequently, Master Lu spoke for approximately 5 minutes, though the latter 4 minutes predominantly focused on the legendary prowess of his sister as a physician. One might wonder, is there truly a doctor capable of such astounding feats? The thought elicited an incredulous chuckle from Tang Nan. Nonetheless, he found himself filled with curiosity about Master Lu's sister, pondering who might be more formidable, she or his mentor. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, yawn. I truly cannot fathom you. If you cannot handle your own strong liquor, then do not force it. Fanas admonished the dazed Yang Hong, who lay on the sickbed. At that moment, Raven hurriedly arrived at the infirmary, inquiring about the situation. Sister Fa, what has happened to Uncle Yang? Nothing serious, he simply overindulged. Are you certain? Raven pointed to the swollen bump on Yang Hong's head. Oh, that? He brought it upon himself. He was caught stealing liquor and received a sound beating. At this time, Yang Hong, nearly sober, opened his eyes and spoke. Hey, little Lei. What brings you here? Commander, you're awake. Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. It doesn't seem serious. Is there something significant to report? Yes. A letter has arrived from the Tiando Empire, specifically addressed to you. What does it say? The Emperor of Tiando wishes to summon you. Chapter 20. Tiando Imperial Palace to participate in the Soul Master competition. All Shrek Academy students and teachers proceeded to the Tiando Royal Academy. Concurrently, Yang Hong, also a teacher, received a summons from the Tiando royal family. Given the complexity of the situation, Yang Hong found no excuse to decline. So he took Tang Nan with him under the pretense of an official outing, temporarily separating from the main group. The rationale for bringing Tang Nan was twofold. Firstly, to broaden his horizons, and secondly, to secure a potential escape route for himself. After traversing the rift, they successfully arrived before the Imperial Palace. Yang Hong gazed in awe at the resplendent Tiando Imperial Palace. As the heart of the empire, the palace stands as one of the most magnificent structures to date. Its exterior exudes solemnity, characterized by high walls of interlacing gold and stone, and towering spires, resembling a majestic and beautiful fortress that vividly displays the empire's authority. The interior boasts grand and opulent halls, palaces, and gardens, with every corner radiating a profound royal ambience. The sight left Tang Nan, who followed closely behind, momentarily speechless. At merely a teenager, he had never encountered such imposing architecture. How much must it have cost to construct such edifices? Just as Tang Nan marveled, Yang Hong and his companion were obstructed by dozens of royal guards clad in golden armor before the resplendent gate. The members of the royal guard, clad in armor that shimmered under the sunlight, seemed to embody the majesty and nobility of the crown in every gleaming metal plate. The captain of the guard, a formidable man with a stern countenance, issued a grave warning. This is a royal precinct. Commoners are prohibited from approaching without permission. Those who defy this order shall face dire consequences. In the face of such a stern admonition, Yang Hong displayed no trace of fear. With a faint smile, he performed a courteous bow, his voice clear and resolute. Commoner Yang Hong has come in response to His Highness's summons. As he spoke, he produced a letter bearing the royal seal from his bosom. The captain, momentarily taken aback by Yang Hong's calm demeanor and the royal insignia, instructed his subordinates to report this development, while also expressing his apologies. I sincerely apologize for any oversight. Esteemed sirs, please forgive us. During their wait, Yang Hong engaged the captain in casual conversation. He inquired, seemingly nonchalantly, with such stringent security, has something significant occurred within the palace? The captain clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he recounted, that was several years ago when an audacious assassin attempted to strike at His Majesty during a hunt. Fortunately, the Crown Prince sensed the danger and thwarted the attempt. His emotions flared as he spoke, as if the memory remained vivid in his mind. Upon receiving the summons, Yang Hong and Tang Nan were personally escorted to the grand hall of the palace by the captain. Along their path, they marveled at the palace's magnificence, the towering walls, intricate carvings, and splendid architecture all conveyed the royal dignity and grandeur. They also noted the stringent security within the palace. Every corner was patrolled by members of the guard, ensuring the safety of the realm. Observing the distribution of the guards, Yang Hong mused that the previous incident had indeed heightened their vigilance. It seemed that future endeavors would require careful planning. He glanced at his apprentice, who stood speechless, overwhelmed by the sights before him. Yang Hong regarded his Na'vi disciple with a slight smile, thinking, well, it won't be my trouble to deal with later. Passing through the imposing gates, the trio finally entered the resplendent hall of the palace. The atmosphere was dazzling, resembling a celestial realm, showcasing the royal opulence and glory. Just as they steadied themselves, the robust captain approached swiftly, kneeling on one knee, gripping the hilt of his sword, and bowing respectfully toward the front of the hall. His voice rang out, deep and unwavering, Your Majesty, the guests have arrived. Following the captain's gesture, they beheld an elder seated upon the throne. He bore a gentle expression, framed by a warm smile, yet his profound gaze betrayed an undeniable authority. With a subtle wave of his hand, his voice calm yet imbued with strength, he commanded, That will be all. You may withdraw. The captain responded with a respectful acknowledgement and promptly rose, departing the hall with purposeful strides. This venerable figure was none other than the Snowy Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire, sovereign of this vast land and beloved by the people. Though he has surpassed the age of 60, he remains vigorous and remarkably wise. He is acutely aware of the arduous responsibilities of governing a nation, which is why he consistently embodies humility and caution, tempered with decisiveness. Under his reign, the country flourishes, and the populace enjoys peace and prosperity. Your Majesty. Yang Hong immediately knelt on one knee to express his respect, and behind him, Tang Nin quickly followed suit, echoing his master's words. Your Majesty. His movements were careful and swift, for he feared that any misstep might embarrass his master. Observing Tang Nin's forced composure, he could not help but smile faintly. Gently stroking his beard, and amiably said, No need for such formalities, rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two responded in unison and then stood. Yang Hong was the first to speak. May I inquire what matter prompted Your Majesty to summon me with a personal letter? Noting the directness of the inquiry, the Snowy Knight Emperor promptly addressed the purpose of the meeting. I wish for you to assume the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this request, Yang Hong quickly realized whose idea it was and began to decline. I apologize, Your Majesty, but I fear my abilities may not suffice for the role of Grand Tutor. I kindly request that Your Majesty seek someone more capable. The Emperor, unfazed, casually waved his hand, saying, There is no need for such modesty, Mr. Yang. My son holds you in high esteem and specifically wishes for your guidance. I ask that you consider this. Yang Hong, hearing this, smiled yet spoke with a hint of irritation. Ha ha, His Highness the Crown Prince overestimates my abilities. I have merely engaged in a single discussion with him and have had little further interaction. The Emperor's brow furrowed slightly, yet his smile remained unchanged. There is no need for such reluctance. Your reputation has long since spread across the continent. I believe your knowledge could indeed assist Qinghe in guiding the empire toward a greater future. Your Majesty is too kind. I have simply lived long and seen much. This era should be led by the youth. Individuals like myself, being of advanced age, may prove to be counterproductive. However, if Your Majesty is willing, I do have a suggestion. Oh, what is it? The Emperor, intrigued, turned his attention to Yang Hong, whose proposal seemed to pique his interest. Ning Fengji, the head of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Though he is young, he has ascended to the position of leader. He appears both handsome and cultured, yet his words convey a sense of grandeur. I believe he would be a more suitable candidate for the Grand Tutor position. And Yang Hong paused slightly. I am confident he would agree. How so? He inquired. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School due to the nature of its martial souls, possesses relatively weak combat capabilities. As its leader, Ning Fingji would undoubtedly seek a reliable ally for his sect, inquiring who else, besides the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire, could provide such steadfast support in this realm? Oh, what makes you so certain that Ning Fingji would consent? Yang Hong explained, in his view. The Spirit Hall is overly ostentatious, while the Star Luo Empire's policies are notably exclusive towards outside sections. Thus, should the Tiando Empire extend an olive branch, I believe Ning Fingji would readily accept. After all, this represents a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon listening to Yang Hong's analysis, the Emperor of the Snowy Night nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Qinghe had stated, Yang Hong is a rare talent. It was only by witnessing it firsthand that I comprehended the truth of Qinghe's words. Since Mr. Yang has presented me with a commendable proposal, I ought to offer some form of compensation. I wonder if he would be willing to accept the title of honorary advisor to the Empire. Your Majesty, I believe I should have. Mr. Yang, please do not put me in an awkward position. The Emperor of the Snowy Night, with narrowed eyes yet a smile, spoke with a hint of threat. Realizing that refusal would lead to dire consequences, Yang Hong had no choice but to acquiesce. Thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty. After bowing to the Emperor and preparing to depart, the Emperor of the Snowy Night suddenly remarked that there was no need for such haste. As Qinghe wished to meet him, why not stay a few more days? Initially inclined to decline, Yang Hong reconsidered and deemed it a splendid idea, thus he readily agreed. In that case, I shall humbly obey. As the night deepened, the palace lights illuminated the weight of time. Following a lavish banquet, they proceeded, guided by a servant, to the residence of Xue Qinghe. The servant walked briskly, seemingly proud of the familiar surroundings, while the pair marveled at the palace's scenery, continually awed by its unique atmosphere and intricate details. Yang Hong's gaze sparkled with wisdom as he noted the various flowers and plants along the way. And he could not help but inquire, these flowers are truly distinctive. Who possesses such refined taste to cultivate such a variety here? A proud smile appeared on the servant's face as he explained, these were personally planted by His Highness the Crown Prince. Whenever he finds leisure, he comes here to tend to the flowers. Under the servant's guidance, they finally reached their destination. At this moment, Yang Hong gently grasped the servant's hand, cheerfully stating, I shall take care of the matters ahead. You may return to your duties. The servant nodded in agreement and respectfully withdrew. Yang Hong lightly knocked 3 times on the door, which was soon met with a flurry of commotion from within. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing Xue Qinghe. His previously composed demeanor and the book in his hands seemed to veil his earlier disarray. However, the slight dishevelment of his attire hinted that he had been preoccupied with other matters. Yang Hong regarded Xue Qinghe with a glimmer of jest in his eyes and teased. Your Highness, you are indeed a man of immense responsibilities, tirelessly pursuing knowledge even in the late hours. I am deeply impressed. Upon recognizing Yang Hong's voice, Xue Qinghe immediately relaxed, setting down his book and stretching as he began to grumble. Had I known it was you, Uncle Yang, I would have spared myself this fuss. It was then that he noticed Tang Nan, who followed closely behind Yang Hong. Their gazes met in the air, and after a few seconds of mutual surprise, both were startled by the unexpected encounter. Xue Qinghe widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, What are you doing here? Tang Nan wore an expression of astonishment, as if he had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yang Hong stood nearby, embodying the role of an amused bystander, quietly observing the reactions of the two. He secretly chuckled to himself, finding this encounter rather unexpected. However, he refrained from interrupting their conversation, opting instead to watch the unfolding events in silence. Tang Nan, what brings you here? When those words floated from the other party's lips, a colossal question mark erupted in Tang Nan's mind. He blinked, filled with confusion. Wasn't it only natural for him to accompany his master in learning? Why did the other person display such a look of surprise? Soon after, Tang Nan's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but voice his question. Are you the prince? Xue Qinghe's expression instantly turned somewhat speechless, as if Tang Nan's inquiry had caught him off guard. He curled his lip and replied, You're not in a much better position yourself. At that moment, Xue Qinghe suddenly remembered something and turned to Uncle Yang, asking, Uncle Yang, why didn't you notify me when you all arrived? Yang Hong tilted his head in confusion, replying, What? Didn't you see my letter? It was included with that summons. Xue Qinghe pressed further, Are you sure? Yang Hong scratched his head, reflecting for a moment before responding uncertainly, was there? Meanwhile, within the Shadow Guard's camp, Vice Officer Yi anxiously pushed open the door to the medical room, inquiring of Dr. Finasai, who was busy filling out a medical report. Dr. Finasai, do you know when Commander Yang will return? Finasai looked up, contemplated for a moment, and replied, it should take a few days. Why do you ask? We found a letter that had fallen out among the documents. It seems to be for the commander, Vice Officer Yi said nervously. Finasai glanced at the label on the envelope, then slowly gestured for the vice officer to place the letter on the table beside him. He reassured Vice Officer Yi. Don't worry, this letter is unlikely to contain any significant matters. You may go now, and please deliver this medication to Raven, reminding him to take it before bed. Understood? After receiving the medication, Vice Officer Yi bid farewell to the doctor, saying, understood. Farewell, Dr. Finasai. Finasai smiled and nodded, watching as Vice Officer Yi departed. He silently reflected, young people are truly wonderful, before resuming his work. Oh, how disheartening. Xueqing sulked by the window. Miffed that the letter he had painstakingly written had not reached its destination. Yang Hong, well aware of Xueqing's feelings, dismissed Tang Nan and approached Xueqing. Wearing an apologetic smile, gently patting Xueqing's shoulder, he spoke softly, all right, don't be sad. I know you want to go out and have fun. Once I finish my tasks, I will find a reason to take you out for a stroll. Initially, Xueqing had intended to maintain his composure. But upon hearing Yang Hong's words, his eyes inadvertently welled with tears. He turned away, hoping to conceal his weeping from Yang Hong. Yet his emotions did not escape Yang Hong's notice. Yang Hong's heart softened as he recognized that Xueqing was a kind and sensitive child. What he needed was not only comfort but also understanding and companionship. Thus, Yang Hong feigned indifference and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. As anticipated. At the last moment, Xueqing grasped his hand with a tone laced with both playfulness and pleading. Please, Uncle Yang. I was wrong. I beg you, take me out. Seeing the glimmer of tears in Xueqing's eyes melted Yang Hong's heart. He quickly reassured him. All right, my little darling, do not cry. Once I settle down, I promise to take you out to play, all right? Upon hearing these words, Xueqing's face, which had been on the brink of tears, instantly brightened with a smile. He clung to Yang Hong's arm, playfully exclaiming, hee, Uncle Yang, you are the best. With a hint of exasperation, Yang Hong shook his arm gently, reminding him, ahem. Do mind your image. You are now the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. This remark caused Xueqing's mood to dampen considerably, releasing his hold on Yang Hong's arm. He gazed out the window with a forlorn expression, asking, how much longer must I stay here? Yang Hong sighed softly and replied, perhaps another 10 years. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment and confusion passed through Xueqing's eyes. He continued to inquire, does he know about these matters? Yang Hong paused briefly before responding. He does not know now, but he will know in the future. Xueqing pressed on with another question, will he become our enemy? Yang Hong shook his head. I do not know. Xueqing followed up, will he become our ally? Yang Hong again shook his head. I do not know. Taking a deep breath, Xueqing seemed to be striving to compose himself. Ultimately, he asked one last question, will we succeed? Yang Hong hesitated for a moment, then firmly patted his shoulder, offering encouragement, we will, undoubtedly. We shall not fail. I promise. Chapter 21. Hello. My name is Xiao Shui. As the first rays of the morning sun gently pierced through the curtains, they softly awakened Tang Nan. He slowly opened his eyes, emerging from a profound and sweet dream. Today marked the second day of his arrival here. Stretching lazily, a satisfied smile graced his face. Ah, what a delightful sleep, Tang Nan mused. Just as he prepared to drift back into slumber, savoring another moment of rest, Luo suddenly appeared at his bedside. This stern master uttered no superfluous words and swiftly delivered a precise chop to Tang Nan's side. What are you sleeping for? Get up. Luo's voice, though deep, resonated with undeniable authority. The unexpected pain jolted Tang Nan awake. He shot up from the bed like a bullet, only to inadvertently tumble to the floor. Laziness is not a habit befitting my apprentice, Luo sternly remarked, observing Tang Nan's disheveled state. Rubbing his sore side with one hand while steadying himself with the other, Tang Nan wore an innocent expression and retorted, but Master Lu, didn't you say yesterday that we would rest today? At this, Luo paused momentarily, recollecting his earlier words. After half a second, he recalled that he indeed uttered those words yesterday, and the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Realizing his blunder, Luo cleared his throat heavily, striving to maintain a stoic expression as he remarked, let this be a lesson. Lounging in bed is not a commendable habit. It would be far more beneficial to engage in other pursuits during this time. With that, he turned and retreated into the realm of his mind, denying Tang Nin any opportunity for retort. Meanwhile, the roommate in the mental realm had already collapsed in laughter. Upon seeing Luawa's smile and prepare to draw his sword, he immediately fled in haste. Forced to rise, Tang Nin pushed open the half-closed window, gazing into the distance as he pondered what to do next. Master, do you have any thoughts? He mused. Noticing the silence, Tang Nin turned to survey the surroundings, realizing there was no sign of his master. Where could the master be? Unbeknownst to him, while he was still asleep, Yang Hong had long since risen and departed to respond to the emperor's invitation for breakfast. In the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, the emperor inquired with a smile, "Mr. Yang Hong, are you accustomed to this breakfast?" Yang Hong set down his chopsticks and gently nodded, expressing his gratitude. "This can be considered the most sumptuous meal I have ever had." The emperor laughed heartily. Ha! Ha! Mr. Yang Hong, you are too polite. As a distinguished guest of the empire, there will be ample opportunities for us to savor fine delicacies together. After a moment, the emperor shifted the topic. By the way, where is your young apprentice? I have not seen him. Yang Hong smiled slightly. Oh, he is still asleep. No worries. He has prepared provisions and shall not go hungry. The emperor frowned slightly. That will not do. Since he is here as a guest, how can we allow him to eat provisions? I shall send someone to deliver some food to him. Suddenly, the crown prince interjected. Perhaps I should handle this matter. Your Majesty. The emperor contemplated for a moment and replied, that makes sense. I shall trouble you with this. The crown prince respectfully responded, thank you, father. He then turned to a nearby attendant and instructed, prepare some exquisite pastries and hot beverages to be sent to my residence for his young apprentice. The attendant nodded in acknowledgement and promptly withdrew. The crown prince turned back to Yang Hong. Please wait a moment. I will arrange this. Yang Hong smiled and nodded in appreciation. Before long, the crown prince returned and continued to accompany Yang Hong during breakfast. After they finished their meal, the emperor proposed, Mr. Yang, would you care to accompany me in reviewing the army? Without hesitation, Yang Hong replied, since your majesty has requested it, how could I refuse? Please lead the way. Thus, the emperor escorted Yang Hong to the military camp. Within the camp, the emperor asked, Mr. Yang, what are your thoughts upon seeing this army? Yang Hong observed carefully for a while before responding, well, they are well trained and present of fine appearance. They truly embody the elite forces of the empire. However, the emperor, intrigued, asked, however what? Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you. Yang Hong pondered for a moment before stating, however, the number of guards is still rather excessive. If the intention is to protect the royal family, it seems somewhat extravagant. The emperor fell into deep contemplation. Acknowledging the validity of the gentleman's assertion, he too harbored similar thoughts. Subsequently, the emperor inquired, Mr. Yang Hong, do you believe in the existence of the divine? Yang Hong appeared momentarily taken aback before responding, Your Majesty, the question of whether God exists is profoundly intricate. I cannot assert complete belief, nor can I claim total disbelief. However, I do believe in a power within the human heart that enables us to transcend ourselves and pursue a higher realm. This power might be aptly referred to as divinity. Upon hearing Yang Hong's response, the emperor descended into profound thought. He turned to glance at the silently standing Xue Qinghe, intending to seek his opinion, but hesitated. His words caught in his throat. Finally, he shook his head and said, Let us depart. It is late. We must return. He walked ahead in silence, accompanied by Yang Hong and Xue Qinghe back to the palace. During their return, the emperor remained preoccupied with Yang Hong's words, as if he had grasped something profound, yet felt even more bewildered. Let me see what Xue Qinghe usually reads. Tang Nin tiptoed to retrieve a book with a pitch-black cover from the shelf, perhaps drawn to it due to its stark contrast with the other volumes. The book's title, Derived from a Witch's Curse, piqued his interest. Eagerly, he flipped through its pages, and the first line he encountered was a warning for an optimal reading experience. Please read this story in a dimly lit environment. What is this? Tang Nin felt inexplicably perplexed by the warning, yet he obediently followed the book's instructions, moving to the window to close it. After creating a suitably atmospheric setting, he suppressed his eager anticipation and hurriedly turned to the next page to begin reading. In a distant, ancient kingdom, there lay a mysterious and deep forest. Legends spoke of numerous ancient magics and taboos concealed within. One day, a curious and adventurous young man inadvertently trespassed into this forbidden realm, inadvertently awakening the slumbering witch. This witch possessed formidable powers, her presence akin to a guardian spirit of the forest, revered and feared by all. However, her slumber was disturbed by the young man's reckless actions, and in her fury, she resolved to impart a profound lesson to him. Thus, the witch extended her long and powerful fingers, gracefully tracing a mysterious symbol in the air. Immediately, a terrifying curse descended upon the young man. On each full moon night, the silvery light would transform him into a bloodthirsty beast, stripping him of reason and unleashing chaos. The young man was filled with terror, swiftly realizing his folly and yearning to flee this dreadful place. With all his might, he dashed from the forbidden realm, recklessly heading towards home. When he finally arrived, breathless and exhausted, the sky had darkened significantly. He anxiously gazed out the window, his heart brimming with fear and unease. In an effort to calm his frayed nerves, he hastily seized a wooden board and a hammer, securing his house with meticulous care, leaving no crevice unsealed. He then curled up in a corner, trembling, waiting for the dawn to break. The night crept in silently, while the young man remained paralyzed in the corner, paralyzed by dread. Just then, the wardrobe door swung open unexpectedly. Who goes there? Tang Nan heard the rustling and glanced toward the entrance, only to find it empty. He quickly reassured himself, attributing the noise to the wind. Nothing to worry about. He resumed reading the unfolding tale. Cautiously, he approached the wardrobe, each step laden with trepidation. As he gingerly nudged the wardrobe door open with a wooden stick, a gust of cold wind surged forth, carrying with it an indescribable sense of terror. It's nothing. That old witch is a fraud, he thought. But just as he believed the scare was unfounded, a whisper of wind brushed against his ear, sending his heart racing. After ensuring no one else was present, he turned his gaze back to the story. In a moment of sheer fright, the young man glanced to his right. Outside the window lay an abyss of darkness. Summoning his courage, he stepped closer, witnessing an astonishing sight. His eyes fixated on the scene beyond the window, a woman nestled against a grand tree, her white gown starkly illuminated by the moonlight. Her complexion was ghostly pale, resembling a lifeless figure crafted from paper. It seemed she sensed his gaze as her head twisted unnaturally in his direction. Blood began to seep from her eye sockets, resembling two crimson beads rolling forth. Tang Nan was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground and scrambling backward in terror. Just then, a pair of feet appeared before him, accompanied by a steady drip of blood. He yearned to flee, yet an invisible force bound him, rendering him immobile. Helplessly, he watched as the bloodied feet drew closer, until a pair of blood-stained hands cradled his head. At last, he discerned the face of his captor. It was the fabled sorceress. Her visage, illuminated by the blood's reflection, appeared even more pallid, as if painted with the hue of death. In an eerie tone, she inquired, "Are you waiting for me? Are you waiting for me?" A chilling whisper echoed in his ear, and Tang Nan's heartbeat quickened. Already on edge, he was now thoroughly startled, abruptly springing up as if propelled by a spring. Losing his balance, he tumbled helplessly to the ground. Just then, a burst of laughter rang out beside him. He glanced up to see a golden-haired maiden, clutching her stomach in mirth, laughing uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha. I never expected someone would be frightened to this extent." Her laughter chimed like a string of silver bells, clear and melodious, yet it left Tang Nan feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the girl's laughter subsided, Tang Nan gradually regained his composure. He struggled to his feet, supported by a chair. Though still somewhat weak, his vigilance remained undiminished. He fixed his gaze intently upon the young girl and asked, "Who, exactly, are you?" Upon hearing Tang Nan's inquiry, the young lady retracted her smile and gracefully performed a curtsy. Her demeanor exuded an air of nobility, reminiscent of a young aristocrat hailing from a prestigious lineage. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Xiao Xue, the personal maid of His Highness Sui King. I look forward to your guidance," she introduced herself. Xiao Xue's self-introduction took Tang Nan by surprise. He had initially assumed that this golden-haired maiden belonged to some noble family, only to discover she was indeed a maidservant of Prince Sui King. This revelation piqued his curiosity about his former partner even further. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Tang Nan asked politely. Perhaps due to shyness, he instinctively placed a hand behind his head, avoiding direct eye contact with her. Xiao Xue observed Tang Nan's reaction, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She seemed to revel in the enigmatic aura surrounding their interaction, akin to a clever little fox. He remains as adorably oblivious as ever. I must tease him a bit more, she thought. Deciding to provoke him further, she leaned closer, maintaining her enchanting smile, but this time her gaze seemed to conceal a deeper significance. "Would you care to take a guess? There's a reward for a correct answer," she whispered. "What should I say? Why did Zui King summon her?" She is so delightful. Tang Nan, faced with Xiao Xue's playful provocation, appeared somewhat flustered. His mind swirled in confusion, utterly at a loss for a response. He stared blankly at Xiao Xue, his eyes darting about, his hands fidgeting restlessly. Finally, he managed to stammer out 3 words, "So adorable." Then, in a state of panic, he covered his mouth and glanced anxiously at Xiao Xue. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Xue could not suppress a soft chuckle. Her initial intention was merely to tease Tang Nan, but his endearing reaction compelled her to continue her playful antics. Consequently, she revealed a more mysterious smile and said, "How about I grant you a chance?" "What opportunity?" Tang Nan inquired, his spirits lifted as if he had found a lifeline. Xiao Xue, observing his eager expression, found the situation even more amusing. With her hands on her hips, she declared triumphantly, "If you call me Sister Xiao Xue, I shall divulge the secret." Upon hearing the question, Tang Nan's mind became instantly overloaded. He felt a sense of confusion. Why? Xiao Xue looked at him, blinked her eyes, and said, "What is the matter? My height and age surpass yours, so why shouldn't I?" As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, exuding an air of confidence. Faced with Xiao Xue's relentless questioning, Tang Nan hesitantly admitted, "Xiao Xue, Jia." His face had turned crimson, and tears were nearly spilling from his eyes. Observing his reaction, Xiao Xue finally broke into a satisfied smile. With the flair of a magician, she produced a large array of packed meals from behind her and placed them on the table. "Here, these have been personally arranged by His Highness. Try them and see if they suit your palate." Her bright eyes and angelic smile seemed to possess an enchanting power, deeply captivating Tang Nan's gaze. He stared at her, lost in thought, until Xiao Xue waved her hand in front of his face, snapping him back to reality. "What's wrong? Have you never seen royal cuisine?" he asked. "No, I just find your smile truly adorable." "Well, speaking like that may earn you some dislike, you know, but it really is adorable." Faced with his straightforward response, Xiao Xue couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. She turned her head away, feigning seriousness as she said, "Hurry and eat. Otherwise the dishes will cool down and lose their flavor." Yet, the corners of her mouth betrayed her, curling into a playful smile. With his stomach protesting, Tang Nan finally regained his composure. After performing a courteous bow, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. His polite demeanor caught Xiao Xue's attention. She was pleasantly surprised by his etiquette, realizing that despite his seemingly clumsy exterior, he had been well taught by Uncle Yang. Before long, the table was cleared of all remnants. Xiao Xue inquired with genuine concern whether the meals were to Tang Nan's liking. His face radiated a satisfied smile as he replied, "Yes, it's delicious. There are many more varieties than what I have at home." This piqued Xiao Xue's curiosity, prompting her to ask, "Oh, what do you typically eat at home?" Tang Nan smiled shyly and replied, "Well, typically, I mainly have carrots as the main dish. And only after receiving my scholarship each month do I indulge in a few meat dishes." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xue expressed surprise and inquired, "Huh? Carrots?" Tang Nan quickly clarified, warmth flickering in his eyes, "Yes, carrots. My sister loves them, and so does my brother." Intrigued by Tang Nan's family, Xiao Xue continued with curiosity, "What are your brother and sister like?" A proud glimmer sparkled in Tang Nan's eyes as he began to describe his family. "My sister is a lively and carefree person, always generous in her actions, and she tends to think things through carefully when it comes to conflicts. As for my brother, he is knowledgeable about everything and can swiftly find solutions to any problem." However, towards the end of his description, Tang Nan's tone seemed to shift towards self-doubt. Xiao Xue, perceptive to the subtle change in his emotions, gently asked, "Wow, it seems you hold your family in high regard. But why do you appear a bit downcast?" Tang Nan attempted to mask his feelings, yet his expression betrayed him. Xiao Xue playfully teased, "You are truly unsuitable for lying. Your face reveals everything." In an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Tang Nan abruptly changed the subject, asking, "Where is my master? When will he return?" Xiao Xue replied, "Uncle Yang will likely be back shortly." Upon hearing this, Tang Nan paused, then looked at Xiao Xue in astonishment and asked, "Are you a shadow guard?" Xiao Xue tried to conceal her identity, but her fluster only drew more attention. Tang Nan boldly exposed her disguise. "Only members of the Shadow Guard refer to our master as Uncle Yang." With a resigned sigh, Xiao Xue admitted her true identity, saying, All right, I didn't expect to be discovered. You are correct, I am indeed a Shadow Guard. However, there is no need for you to know anything further." Tang Nan seemed inclined to inquire further, but was interrupted by Xiao Xue. With a playful yet threatening tone, she cautioned, "Some matters are best left unknown." Otherwise, I might just reveal your dark past to His Highness. Her teasing demeanor left Tang Nan feeling somewhat helpless. He shrugged, deciding not to press the issue any further. Observing his compliance, Xiao Shui eagerly engaged him in an array of conversations about the happenings beyond their immediate surroundings. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as though the wonders of the world were dancing upon her tongue. Tang Nan was captivated by her enthusiasm, and the two conversed with great delight. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst their laughter, until Xiao Shui suddenly realized that it was growing late. She hurriedly rose, waving goodbye to Tang Nan. It was a pleasure meeting you. Let's chat again next time if we have the chance. Bye. With that, she breezed out of the room like a gust of wind. However, as soon as Xiao Shui exited, she collided with Yang Hong, who was returning. He regarded her with a smile, though his furrowed brow betrayed his dissatisfaction. Xiao Shui understood that she could not evade this encounter. Attempting to feign cuteness, she hoped to distract him, but Yang Hong saw through her antics. Cuteness won't work, he admonished, lightly tapping her head with his hand. How did you get along with him? Yang Hong inquired. After a moment's thought, Xiao Shui replied, well, he's quite an amusing fool. I actually like him. Yang Hong's lips curled into a smile at her words. Ah, a fool. Indeed, you are quite right. Curious. Xiao Shui asked. Hee, Uncle Yang, when did you realize I was missing? Yang Hong chuckled. Oh, I suspected it the moment you got up to take on tasks. Xiao Shui awkwardly laughed, knowing her little schemes never escaped Uncle Yang's keen eyes. Yang Hong gazed seriously at her, saying, let me be clear, do not make things difficult for Chun. You may be casual, but she bears significant pressure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui immediately sobered, nodding earnestly, understood. Uncle Yang, it won't happen again, hee. Yang Hong sighed. Cough, this isn't the first time for you. Be mindful. By the way, in a few days, pack your bags, we're going on a trip. Xiao Shui perked up at this news. What is happening? Yang Hong replied with a smile. Your desired vacation has been approved by the Emperor of Snowy Night. I applied for a month under the pretext of taking you for an NF field study. And he consented. He raised his eyebrows with satisfaction. Overjoyed by this announcement, Xiao Shui leaped into Yang Hong's embrace, nearly catching him off guard. Thank you, Uncle Yang. You're the best, she exclaimed. Yang Hong affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, oh dear, are you trying to knock me out? He then stood up and stretched. Once I settle in Shrek, I'll come to pick you up. Shrek? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Shui suddenly remembered something and awkwardly retrieved a letter from her waist. Uncle Yang, you might have to sleep on the streets. She spoke awkwardly. Yang Hong, utterly bewildered, took the letter and opened it, revealing the message. All faculty and students of Shrek Academy have left the Royal Academy for reasons unknown. He was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, what the hell? Are they playing with me? Chapter 22, An Unexpected Task at the Shadow Guard Camp. After a brief exchange of supplies, the Lei Hao team, consisting of Lei Hao, Yu Qing, and Yuan Wan, returned to their dormitory for a respite. Upon opening the door, they discovered that a messenger from the intelligence department had been waiting for them. The unexpected presence of this individual intrigued them, as their missions were typically assigned directly by Lei Wan, making this encounter a novel experience. With excitement, Lei Hao whistled and jested, wow, welcome, beautiful. How may I serve you? Thank you for your compliment. But such praises are better reserved for others, the messenger replied with a smile, casting a discreet glance at Yi Qing, who was silently polishing his arrows. For a fleeting moment, Yi Qing's aura of menace surged forth before dissipating. The unfazed messenger continued, I apologize for the interruption, but there is a formidable task that requires your attention. Her words drew the collective gaze of the trio. She continued, unhurriedly, this is a mission that requires an elite team to complete. And upon successful execution, you shall regain your elite status. As she spoke, she handed them a mission briefing and added, take a good look. You have approximately 30 minutes to prepare. Until then, the insurgents of the Gallic Duchy, the Spirit Hall has set a trap for us. Yi Qing sighed after perusing the briefing. Yuan Wan, observing, offered consolation. Regardless, this is an opportunity. Yi Qing, with a worried expression, covered her face. Perhaps it is an opportunity, or maybe a snare. Let us not forget. We are aware of the Gallic Duchy's strength. Does the Spirit Hall not know? Encouraging a rebellion in a stable situation merely provides the opposition with leverage, does it not? Yuan Wan chuckled. Here, we have someone who remains oblivious. Both turned their gaze to the exuberant Lei Hao, who was eagerly packing his belongings, mumbling to himself. Observing his state, Yu Qing quipped, if he knew, I do think the sun had risen in the west. You know they often skip theory classes. Thinking about their opponent, Yi Qing resolved to seek Master Wei for some equipment. 1. Please inform Nia and the others. I will find Master Wei. Before departing, Yuan suddenly remembered Master Wei's commission and retrieved a large bag from his soul guide, handing it to Yi Qing. Weighing the bag, she sensed its heft. What is this? As we set forth to Soto City, Master Wei instructed me to procure certain materials. Understanding his request, Yi nodded and turned towards the maintenance area. In the maintenance zone, the seldom-seen old Wei, having completed the commission from the spirit hall, reclined in a rocking chair while sipping a modest drink, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. Upon rising to investigate, he saw Yi standing at the counter, calling out to him. Master Wei, are you free? Upon noticing this unexpected visitor, Master Wei sprang to his feet with an air of nonchalance and approached cheerfully. Isn't this the darling of Raven? It has been quite some time since our last encounter. How did this mission go? It went well, Uncle Wei. Here is the item you requested. Yi replied with a smile, handing over a bag along with a bottle of wine. Accepting the bag, Master Wei lifted the wine bottle to his nose, inhaling its bouquet. Ah, fine wine, he declared, contentedly accepting it. What brings you here? Tell me, where will you be executing your mission? Seeing Uncle Wei accept her gift, Yi proceeded to voice her request. Uncle Wei, we are headed to the Gallus Kingdom to aid the insurgents there. Do you have any good suggestions? Old Wei stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment before his eyes suddenly brightened. Uh-huh. When do you depart? In half an hour, Yi answered. The time is a bit tight, but it should suffice. As he spoke, Old Wei turned back to the hearth, beginning to busy himself. Half an hour later, he produced a meticulously crafted item and handed it to Yi. This should assist you. Yi accepted the object, her face alight with gratitude. Thank you so much, Uncle Wei, she exclaimed, gathering her belongings in preparation to rendezvous with the others at the assembly area. Watching Ye's departing figure, a satisfied smile spread across Old Wei's face. He lifted the wine bottle once more, savoring its taste as if reminiscing about days gone by. Indeed, she is cut from the same cloth, he murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, the child has grown so much, increasingly resembling her. The team led by Lei Hao embarked on their journey to the Gallus Kingdom. After a week of arduous travel, they finally reached the border city of Hobian, adjacent to the Gallus Kingdom. Following the map delivered by the previous messenger, they successfully located the insurgent stronghold. However, upon arrival, they were greeted by an unexpectedly desolate camp, which left them bewildered. Why is there no one here to greet us? Lei Hao remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire while jesting at the barren camp. Could it be that they have all dozed off? Yet, Yuan crouched down to examine the nearly extinguished firewood, shaking his head after careful observation. By the degree of charring, this fire was lit several days ago. A battalion cannot be without sentries, especially under the guidance of the Spirit Hall. Such a blunder is unlikely. Yi also surveyed the surrounding terrain, comparing it with the map in her hand, her expression turning troubled. Indeed, it should be here. Could it be that we have misidentified the landmarks? She speculated that it might be a matter of identifying the markers, so she called Lei Hao to prepare for a reassessment at the highest point in the area. The others dispersed to search for any clues. Just as Lei Hao and Yi Qing were about to set off, they suddenly heard Nia shout, "There is something here." The group quickly gathered, witnessing Nia intently manipulating a chain of infernal flames. Shortly thereafter, she pulled a person from the rubble. Yi Qing rushed forward to examine his injuries. Discovering that he was still alive, Yuan swiftly produced first aid supplies to administer basic emergency treatment, while Lei Hao, Nia, and Su Xiao remained vigilant to ensure safety. After urgent care, the severely injured individual was momentarily out of immediate danger, yet full consciousness would take some time to regain. Faced with the pressing predicament, Yu Qing sought the opinions of others. Does anyone have any good ideas? However, everyone expressed their uncertainty. In light of this situation, Yu Qing felt equally helpless. Reluctantly, they could only wait for the patient to awaken while utilizing the remaining materials in the camp to construct a temporary shelter to ensure everyone has safety. After approximately 3 hours, the man slowly opened his eyes after a fit of heavy coughing. "Am I still alive?" he murmured, surveying his surroundings. Noticing he was alone, panic surged through him as he glanced at his injuries. Upon seeing that his wounds were meticulously bandaged, he muttered in astonishment, "I'm still alive? Is this a dream?" Suddenly remembering something, he hastily threw off the covers, attempting to rise. However, his frail body felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on his chest. He endeavored with sheer willpower to stand, yet regardless of his efforts, his body seemed reluctant to obey his command, leaving him to lean against the bedside, barely supporting himself. At that moment, Yi Qing entered the tent upon hearing the commotion. The man, startled by the unfamiliar presence, instinctively seized a wooden stick and pointed it at Yi Qing. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" he questioned warily. In response to his inquiry, Yi Qing remained composed, raising her hands in a gesture of goodwill, and explained in a calm tone, "There's no need to be alarmed. We are not your enemies. We are here to help you." Hearing her claim of assistance, the man's tone gradually softened, though he still aimed the stick at her, harboring doubts as to whether he could trust these self-proclaimed helpers. At that moment, Yi Qing calmly produced a token from her waist and tossed it to him. The man caught the token and scrutinized it closely, repeatedly murmuring, "Yes, yes, this is it." Once he confirmed the authenticity of the token, his tense body relaxed in an instant. He knelt on the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." However, at that moment, his body once again succumbed, and he fainted. Observing this, Yi Qing quickly summoned the wind to support him, muttering, "Don't faint again." When he next awakened, it was close to noon. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a tall, robust figure indulging in food while engrossed in a book. "Who are you?" the man inquired. The response came promptly as Yuan closed the book and turned to face the man lying on the bed, offering him a piece of bread with a warm smile. "Don't be anxious. Have something to eat first." The man accepted the bread and devoured it ravenously. Observing his voracious appetite, Yuan immediately handed him several more pieces of bread, and when the man began to choke, he thoughtfully offered him a bottle of water. "Take your time. There is plenty more." Gulping down the water, the man finally regained some strength after finishing all the food before him. At that moment, others had gathered, drawn by the commotion, and they were in dire need of the information this man could provide. "All right, what shall I call you, brother?" "Bien," from the reconnaissance unit of the rebel army. With that, the man earnestly bowed once more to Lei Hao and his companions, who had rescued him. "Thank you for your timely assistance." "No need for thanks, it was a mere act of kindness." "Now, Bien, what transpired here?" Yi Qing gently helped him sit up and began to inquire about the events that had unfolded. Bien recounted the events leading up to his unconsciousness. "We had just achieved a significant victory. We successfully ambushed a supply convoy of the Gallic Duchy and repelled the approaching reinforcements. When we opened the cargo hold to reveal a dazzling array of supplies, our joy blossomed like flowers in spring. These provisions were undoubtedly the richest spoils we had acquired in weeks. To boost morale, Commander Rubio decided to host a grand celebration with this bounty. That night, the moonlight shimmered like water, and the stars twinkled brilliantly. We sat around the bonfire, laughter and merriment echoing in the air, each of us reveling in the joy of our triumph. Commander Rubio raised his goblet, extending his heartfelt gratitude and blessings to us. He proclaimed, "Today's victory is the result of our collective efforts. Let us raise a toast to future victories." However, just as we were lost in the euphoria of our success, danger quietly descended upon us. At midnight, when hundreds of Gallic troops encircled us and launched an attack, we suddenly realized that we had fallen into the enemy's trap. In a state of panic, we seized our weapons to resist. Initially, we effectively held our ground, relying on the treacherous terrain for defense. Yet, when the Gallic cavalry burst forth from our rear like divine warriors, panic struck us all. They descended upon us like tigers, unstoppable, and swiftly tore apart our previously impregnable defenses. To preserve our strength, Commander Rubio decisively ordered a scattered retreat. Amidst the chaos, I was tasked with covering the commander's escape. Unfortunately, during the fierce battle with the cavalry, I was injured and fell to the ground. The subsequent events elude my memory. When I awoke again, I found myself lying in a tent at the camp. Upon hearing Bien's account, the expressions of Lei Hao's team turned grave. They had not anticipated that the once formidable rebel army had been so thoroughly scattered. However, at this moment, they could only accept this harsh reality. In order to gather more intelligence, Yi Qing suggested they venture to the nearby city of Hobian to investigate. There might be clues, and considering the urgency of time, the six of them promptly set off for Hobian. The city of Hobian, situated on the border of the Gaul Duchy, is adjacent to the Spirit Hall. This city serves not only as a vital supply center for the elite forces of the Gaul Duchy to conduct military exercises and training, but also as their garrison. Due to Gaul Duchy's profound military tradition, Hobian's military and entertainment industries thrive exceptionally well. Every corner of the city is infused with an atmosphere of military and commerce, all complicated by the shadow of the rebel forces. Lei Hao and his companions encountered strict scrutiny upon entering the urban area due to the presence of the rebels. Their documents were meticulously examined, and only after verification were they allowed to enter this vibrant, yet perilous city. Once inside, the six quickly dispersed into pairs as per their plan. Before parting ways, Yiqing specifically reminded them, "We must act discreetly. Our safety is paramount. Do you understand?" The group nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Yiqing and Lei Hao proceeded to the Lord's mansion, while Su Xiao and Nia headed to a local tavern. And Bian and Yuan sought support at a contact point within the city. The grandeur of the Lord's mansion astonished both Lei Hao and Yiqing. They had not anticipated that it would be designed akin to a small fortress, safeguarding the security of Hobian. Faced with this impressive edifice, Lei Hao could not help but exclaim, "The Lord is truly well prepared." In front of the mansion, Yiqing assigned Lei Hao the formidable task of creating a topographical map of the Lord's residence. Upon hearing the task, Lei Hao instinctively shivered. But upon seeing Yiqing's serious demeanor, he realized this was no jest. Taking a deep breath, he began to survey the mansion's surroundings. Just as Lei Hao was engrossed in his measurements, Yiqing suddenly issued a warning. "Be careful. 2 individuals are approaching you." Alerted by her caution, Lei Hao immediately became vigilant. He scanned his surroundings in an attempt to locate the 2 figures. At that moment, 2 blades unexpectedly appeared at his throat. Lei Hao raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, trying to communicate with the assailants. However, they remained unfazed by his words. One of them scoffed. "No need for pleasantries. If you have something to say, you can discuss it in prison. I warn you not to harbor any ill intentions." As he spoke, both individuals unleashed their soul rings, revealing to Lei Hao's astonishment that their configurations were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Realizing that both were soul kings, Lei Hao broke into a cold sweat. He feigned composure and inquired, "What are you 2 gentlemen talking about? I don't quite understand." In response to Lei Hao's act of ignorance, one of them impatiently shouted, "Enough." Turning to his companion, he added, "Stop wasting time with him. Throw him in prison and let the captain teach him a lesson." Just then, Lei Hao let out a sudden, cold laugh, causing the 2 captors to become instantly alert. They barked, "Don't try any tricks." Yet, Lei Hao mockingly taunted the 2, "You think you can capture me? Perhaps in your next life." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a sharp arrow suddenly zipped through the gap between Lei Hao's hand and head, exploding into a cloud of dust as it reached the space between the 3 individuals. In an instant, the air was filled with swirling smoke, enveloping them all. When the haze finally began to dissipate, they discovered that Lei Hao had vanished without a trace. Just then, their comrades arrived, shouting urgently, to the east. They ran east. One of them furrowed his brow, then relaxed with newfound confidence, declaring, "Don't worry, he won't escape." Chapter 23. Narrow escape. Hobian City was alive with bustling markets, filling the air with vibrant energy. In stark contrast, the skies above the city were tranquil and serene. Due to the limited land within the city, residents constructed their homes in a remarkably compact manner. Centuries of continual development had resulted in rooftops that appeared almost seamless from a distance, a style that enticed many to navigate between the rooftops to avoid the throngs below. Of course, this was only viable if one did not fall prey to the patrolling guards who might mistake them for a spy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn it. Are these guys really that relentless? Lei Hao, sprinting across the rooftops, glanced back at the 2 persistent pursuers trailing closely behind him. At this moment, he wished to evade them without engaging in a confrontation. To achieve this, he cranked the power of his lightning abilities to the maximum, transforming his entire being into a bolt of lightning as he surged forward with a thunderous roar. In mere seconds, he successfully shook off his pursuers. Ha ha ha. Have I escaped? Yet, just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, a shadow suddenly lunged at him from the side, attacking fiercely. Receive this, Bear Crush. A massive palm strike hurtled towards Lei Hao. Reacting swiftly, he drew his Dao sword from his waist and raised it defensively. Clang. The clash of their soul energies erupted violently between the sturdy hand and the sharp blade. Put down your weapon, and you shall suffer less, the man taunted. Huh. What if I refuse? Lei Hao retorted defiantly. Then I am sorry. With that, the man unleashed a powerful close-range attack that sent Lei Hao flying. He tumbled several times, mitigating some of the damage before regaining his footing, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The man, surprised that his opponent could still stand after such a blow, felt a pang of sympathy. He lowered his stance once more, reiterating his offer of surrender. Put down your weapon, young brother. It is rare for anyone to withstand my strike with so little injury. Abandon your resistance, and once everything is clarified, the lord of the city will grant you absolution. Seeing the man's continued attempts at persuasion, Lei Hao's impression of him began to soften slightly. However, he knew he must extricate himself from this situation immediately. I'm sorry, uncle, but surrender is not an option. The only way for me to lay down my weapon is to defeat you. He assumed a fighting stance. Understanding the resolve in his opponent's eyes, the man ceased his insistence on surrender and returned to a combat stance. Tell me your name, young brother. Lei Hao. Chen Feng. In a bid to swiftly conclude the battle, Lei Hao once again unleashed a lightning charge towards Chen Feng. However, the latter adopted a purely defensive stance, refraining from any offensive maneuvers. The clash of steel resonated as Lei Hao's every strike was deftly parried by Chen Feng, who, after deflecting an attack, seemed to anticipate Lei Hao's subsequent moves, positioning himself accordingly. Throughout this exchange, Chen Feng remained immovable, resembling a steadfast rock. Frustration began to mount within Lei Hao as he realized his attacks were futile. What on earth is this man? Yet, amidst the turmoil, a revelation struck him. Why must he engage in a relentless fight? Upon this realization, Lei Hao feigned a movement to deceive Chen Feng and promptly retreated. Sensing the intent to flee, Chen Feng pounced like a cheetah, his form becoming lithe as he darted in front of Lei Hao. I have warned you. Lay down your weapon and cease this futile resistance. Lei Hao, taken aback by Chen Feng's unwavering presence, thought, what manner of creature is this? With no escape in sight, he launched another attack. The clashing of blades echoed once more. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng expertly grasped Lei Hao's blade during a spinning slash and unleashed a powerful strike known as the Giant Bear Crush. Lei Hao instinctively released his grip to defend against the blow. The impact sent him sprawling several meters away, and as he struggled to rise, he felt a sharp pain radiate from his left hand, which had sustained a fracture. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Lei Hao knew he must remain undetected, otherwise he would completely lose the initiative. Observing that his opponent could still stand, Chen Feng's determination to subdue this formidable adversary intensified. He tossed his Tang Dao back to Lei Hao and provocatively beckoned him to come again. This man, what kind of martial spirit does he possess? Lei Hao's frustration grew as he found himself trapped. He could neither overpower nor escape Chen Feng. If this continued, he would face utter defeat. Resolving to regain his composure, Lei Hao slapped his face, urging himself to think clearly. What could this man's martial spirit, blending both strength and speed, possibly be? Where was its mark? As he pondered, Chen Feng shifted his stance, his limbs swelling with newfound strength, his hands morphing into razor-sharp claws. With a powerful leap, he shattered the ground beneath him, creating fissures across the rooftop. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng was upon Lei Hao, delivering a swift claw strike that tore open a gash across his chest. Astonished by the speed of the attack, Lei Hao seized the opportunity to counter with his Tang Dao enhanced by lightning blades. Chen Feng pivoted to dissipate much of the force, delivering a kick that sent Lei Hao flying backward to create distance. Though he mitigated the impact, Chen Feng's right arm bore a fresh wound. Unexpectedly, Lei Hao had managed a significant counterattack under such dire circumstances. You truly are becoming increasingly intriguing, my young brother. Chen Feng mused, a spark of admiration lighting his eyes. With a fierce determination, he charged once more at Lei Hao, launching a tempest of attacks. Cursed be it. This man's martial spirit is certainly peculiar. Lei Hao struggled to withstand Chen Feng's onslaught. The initial strike was the most powerful, followed by a lighter force during the subsequent defense. The recent assault combined both strength and swiftness, yet it was lacking in comparison to the higher echelons of power. Could it be that? At that moment, Lei Hao noticed that the opponent's sharp claws had vanished, replaced by robust arms bulging with terrifying muscles. The massive bear crush. Again with that move. He must evade. Realizing the danger, Lei Hao swiftly kicked towards Chen Feng and leaped back, creating distance to narrowly escape the attack. However, this also allowed Lei Hao to deduce his adversary's capabilities. His martial spirit must have the ability to transform into various soul beasts, yet cannot switch forms in rapid succession. Oh no. The persistent pain in his left hand and chest sent jolts through Lei Hao's nerves. He needed a swift resolution. Currently, his opponent had sacrificed speed for enhanced strength. Thus, all he had to do was adopt a stance of unwavering resolve, briefly numbing his own pain with a surge of electricity. If he did not escape within the next 10 minutes, only humiliation would await him. Qin Feng, observing that his opponent had yet to concede, felt a certain admiration. This was the spirit of a true man. Come on. With a respectful demeanor towards his rival, Qin Feng prepared to deliver a decisive conclusion. Just then, two dark shadows emerged behind Lei Hao, launching a surprise attack. Bang! Bang! Two orbs of light struck Lei Hao's back, sending him hurtling away. After absorbing the blows, Lei Hao crashed heavily to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. What have you done? Qin Feng shouted, clenching his fists at the two figures before him. They merely shrugged, displaying an attitude of complete indifference until they caught sight of the injury on their right arm, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, who would have thought, old man, that such a little rascal could injure you? You ought to retire soon to avoid further embarrassment. Hearing this, Qin Feng instantly teleported in front of him, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. Fan Hade, are you looking for trouble? Unfazed by the threatening tone, Fan Hade retorted, I'm simply speaking the truth. What's the matter? Not satisfied? The two men locked eyes, tension rising, as their companion Su Tai rushed to intervene. I say, gentlemen, let us remain calm. To his surprise, both men simultaneously shoved him aside. Su Tai, be quiet. Old Su, stay out of this. I'm going to teach this old fool a lesson. Oh dear, really now? Must you choose this moment to argue? Silence. They both roared in unison at Su Tai. Meanwhile, the unconscious Lei Hao, gradually awakening to the rising pain, realized this was his chance to retreat. He opened his eyes to see the three bickering and seized the opportunity to stealthily move towards the edge of the rooftop. However, his actions did not escape the notice of Su Tai, who was still trying to mediate the conflict. Upon discovering Lei Hao's intent to flee after being struck by two luminous orbs, Su Tai immediately rushed forward, conjuring several feathered arrows to launch at Lei Hao. Clang, clang, clang. Lei Hao, sustaining injuries, desperately attempted to deflect the incoming arrows, but Su Tai seized the opportunity to position himself before Lei Hao, ready to pierce his heart with another arrow. At that moment, a flurry of arrows suddenly flew in from Su Tai's right side. Reacting swiftly, Su Tai summoned his soul power to construct a defensive barrier. As the arrows collided with the barrier, the wind attribute's soul power within them erupted violently, sending Su Tai flying several meters away. Meanwhile, Fan Hade and Qin Feng, who were prepared to engage, immediately halted their conflict and dashed toward Lei Hao upon hearing the sudden commotion. However, they were met with a rain of arrows unleashed by Yi Qing. Quick go. I'll hold them off. Recognizing the familiar voice, Lei Hao allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He cast a challenging glance back at the three temporarily restrained individuals and leaped down. By the time Qin Feng and the others hurried to look below, Lei Hao had vanished into the vast crowd, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing their quarry escape, Qin Feng and Fan Hade fell back into a cycle of mutual blame. Su Tai, on the other hand, picked up an arrow from the ground, his expression grave as he directed his gaze toward the nearby buildings. Excellent, I've caught up. Yi Qing, perched atop the clock tower approximately 1,000 meters away, sighed in relief upon witnessing Lei Hao leap from the rooftop and successfully blend into the crowd. Prior to this, she had just evaded her pursuers and intended to use the wind's voice to assess Lei Hao's condition, only to discover he was embroiled in a perilous siege. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she resolutely chose to provide support. After successfully repelling Su Tai with 3 wind vortex arrows, Yi Qing swiftly unleashed her 4th soul skill, Windstorm, manifesting a dense barrage of arrows that effectively suppressed Qin Feng and his companion. Confirming that Lei Hao had escaped danger, she immediately concealed her presence to ensure her safety. Next, I shall retreat. Just as Yi Qing prepared to withdraw, she was suddenly assailed by several feathered arrows that nearly struck her. Quickly assessing the direction from which the arrows were fired, she discerned they originated from Su Tai and his group. Cursing inwardly, she thought, damn it, their reaction is alarmingly swift. Realizing her position had been compromised, Yi Qing made a decisive choice to relocate immediately. At that moment, Qin Feng's shout caught her attention. Found him. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating intently, and finally detected a series of ragged breaths, sounds that could only emanate from someone gravely injured. This crucial discovery allowed the trio to re-establish Lei Hao's location and swiftly spring into action. Yi Qing, who had also observed this development, keenly sensed that Lei Hao's whereabouts might have been exposed. However, just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from beneath her. Due to the earlier assault, the beleaguered city defense forces had regained hope and swiftly zeroed in on Yi Qing's position surrounding the clock tower. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, Yi Qing couldn't help but mutter an expletive in frustration. She swiftly utilized the voice of the wind to convey information to Nia and Su Xiao. Following this, she unleashed a wind spiral arrow that obliterated the corridor, then leaped down, escaping the scene from the outside and vanishing from sight. Lei Hao adeptly blended into the crowd and turned into a narrow alley. He dispelled the undesirable elements therein in a relatively calm manner, subsequently tending to his wounds. How unfortunate. He found himself in such a predicament. After bandaging his injuries, he cautiously peeked out to observe the surroundings. It seemed they had not pursued him. Once assured of his safety, Lei Hao hastily moved toward the city gate, following the flow of people. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and the other two had tracked him to this location based on earlier coordinates. From their elevated position, they quickly spotted Lei Hao concealed among the crowd. When Lei Hao inadvertently locked eyes with Chen Feng, an expletive escaped his lips, and he quickened his pace. Seeing this, Fan Hade gathered his soul power to launch an attack, but was promptly halted by Chen Feng. "What do you think you're doing?" Fan Hade retorted angrily. "Are we to allow him to escape?" He pointed at the retreating Lei Hao. "Do you not fear harming the numerous innocent civilians here?" Chen Feng countered. "It is far better than letting him flee and cause greater harm to others," Fan Hade insisted. "You are being unreasonable," Chen Feng scolded. Fine. Go ahead and use your compassionate heart to persuade those rebellious insurgents, and see if they will be moved to kneel and beg for mercy," Fan Hade mocked. As their argument escalated, Su Tai could no longer endure the discord and shouted to silence them. "Enough. Save the fighting for after the mission. What purpose does this clamor serve? If we fail to capture him, we will all be held accountable by the captain. Do you understand?" He waved his hand to disperse the soul power Fan Hade had gathered and commanded, "We will descend directly. He is severely injured and poses no threat. Conceal your presence and corner him before we proceed with the capture." Upon hearing Su Tai's reasonable plan, the two finally calmed down and followed Su Tai down from the rooftop. As Chen Feng and his companions drew nearer, Lei Hao's movements became increasingly swift. He darted through the crowd like an agile eel. However, fatigue steadily eroded his strength, and each shift became more laborious. A surge of unwillingness welled up within Lei Hao. "Damn it, I must give my all." He took a deep breath, reached for the soul guide storage device at his waist, and retrieved a sidearm. He understood that this was his only chance. Thus, gripping the pistol tightly, he approached Fan Hade with unwavering resolve. Just then, Yi Qing's voice echoed once more, guiding him forward. "Proceed down the second alley on your left." Without hesitation, Lei Hao abandoned his original plan and swiftly turned to dash into the alley. Chen Feng and the others followed closely behind. Yet, upon reaching the alley's entrance, they found it empty save for Lei Hao. Elation surged through them. Su Tai was the first to strike, launching several arrows directly at Lei Hao's knees. As Fan Hade and Chen Feng prepared to charge forward, a circle of crimson runes suddenly manifested around them. Shortly thereafter, a wall of fire erupted into existence, severing their connection to Lei Hao. Realizing that reinforcements had arrived, the trio felt a surge of excitement. Fan Hade took the lead, attempting to breach the fiery barrier. However, he was met with a torrential downpour of arrows and a fierce onslaught of sword energy that surged through the flames. In an instant, he found himself immobilized. Su Tai and Chen Feng also encountered difficulties, as they were surrounded by a multitude of runes. A careless step could trigger an explosion, though individually weak. Their sheer number rendered the two unable to concentrate on pursuing Lei Hao. After approximately 10 minutes of intense combat, Fan Hade, in a disheveled state, finally emerged through the firewall, only to discover that Lei Hao had vanished without a trace. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "It's all your fault, Chun. You scoundrel. I swear, I'll never team up with you again. I'm like a dog." With that, he shoved aside Su Tai, who had come to offer comfort, and stormed off. Chen Feng, with a look of disdain, watched Fan Hade's departing figure and muttered, "I feel the same way, you idiot." Meanwhile, Su Tai, leaning against the wall with a hand over his face, sighed, "How am I supposed to explain this to the city lord?" As Chen Feng and Su Tai returned to report back to the city lord, the alley fell silent once more. Just before the sun dipped below the horizon, a head peeked out from one of the trash bins, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Once assured of safety, it whistled. Following the whistle, the trash bin toppled over, and Lei Hao emerged. Cough, cough. This hiding method is indeed clever, but perhaps I should consider a different approach next time. Nia, helping him up with a teasing tone, remarked, "Don't wish to use it? Next time, run sooner and don't get half-beaten to a pulp, requiring rescue." With a playful slap on Lei Hao's back, she continued, "Ouch. I was wrong, dear lady. Thank you for your assistance. Please, have pity on this ailing soul. Nia nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that is more like it. And with that, another playful slap followed. Thud, hey, are you still alive, electric rat? Hello. Chapter 24. Breaking through the siege. Attention, please, for your safety. After parting ways with the others, Yuan Wen and Bean ventured into the bustling commercial district of the city in search of assistance. Navigating through the lively streets, they paused in front of a dilapidated weapon shop. Is this our destination, Bean? Yuan Wen inquired, eyeing the shop whose sign was barely hanging on. Bean sheepishly scratched his head. I hope I didn't misremember. Haha. Yuan Wen fell into contemplation. The atmosphere grew quiet for a few seconds. To alleviate the awkwardness, Bean decided to investigate further. He cautiously pushed open the shop door, which creaked ominously. Inside, the silence was palpable, save for the ringing of the doorbell. There was hardly a sound. Is anyone there? Bean queried nervously, stepping into the dimly lit interior. Observing Bien's overly cautious demeanor, Yuan Wen directly gave him a gentle push. Hey! Bien wobbled momentarily, but managed to regain his balance. Just as he sighed in relief, a long spear lunged at him from the shadows. Ah! Bien shrieked at the sight. In the next instant, with remarkable quickness, Yuan Wen intercepted the spear just in time. Are you all right? Bien, now aware of the spear that had narrowly missed him, slumped to the ground, relieved. Thank goodness. I just need a moment to catch my breath. Well then, it's time for the two of us to have a word, old man. With a sudden force, Yuan Wen yanked an elder from the shadows. This person? Struggling to recall any details about the elder, Bien exclaimed. Yuan Wen, quickly put him down. He is the Zhao Gang we've been searching for. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wen promptly released the elder, apologizing profusely. My apologies, elder. I meant no offense. No harm done, young man. You have impressive skills, Zhao Gang responded, seemingly unperturbed. Even praising Yuan Wen heartily. He patted Yuan Wen's sturdy abdomen before turning his attention to Bien. By the way, which faction do you belong to? I don't recall seeing you before. As he spoke, Zhao Gang had already gathered his soul energy aimed at Yuan Wen. Should this young man utter a single incorrect word, he would be swiftly dealt with. With a serious expression, Zhao Gang uttered a single phrase, Robin Hood. Upon hearing this, Bien immediately understood that it was a code phrase. Unsure if the code had been altered, Bien nervously replied, Freedom, Justice. After confirming the code, Zhao Gang recognized Bien as an ally. Consequently, he relaxed his soul energy and returned the fallen spear to its original place. In a calm and official tone, he then inquired, what new directive does Rubio have for us? He turned to tidy up his gear. Commander Rubio. Bien's voice revealed a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang methodically organized his equipment, soothingly remarking, Take it easy, rookie. Has Rubio assigned me another extraordinary task? Don't be nervous, just speak your mind. No matter how formidable the task, I am confident I can accomplish it. Commander Rubio has gone missing. A soft clatter sounded as a short knife inadvertently fell to the ground. Zhao Gang failed to notice this detail. He paused for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. Missing? Ha ha, this is truly. As his laughter gradually subsided, Zhao Gang took a deep breath to compose himself. He bent down to retrieve the short knife, securely sheathing it at his waist. Now tell me, what exactly transpired? After listening to Bien's account, Zhao Gang was profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated that they were not exaggerating this time. It was indeed unexpected. Turning to Yuan Wen, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Based on Bien's narrative, it seemed that the Shadow Guards might be able to alter the situation. Realizing this, he regained his composure, looked at the pair, clapped his hands, and, filled with resolve, declared, So, what is your true purpose for being here? We seek a means to contact our fellow comrades. Upon hearing this request, Zhao Gang found himself in a quandary. Well, I cannot say much, as I merely serve as an information nexus, and my knowledge of external organizations is equally limited. Nevertheless, Zhao Gang stepped into the room and emerged with a box containing what appeared to be documents. These should be of assistance to you. The two skeptically unfurled the scrolls, and the contents left them astounded. What is this? What you hold are the marked maps of the military supply depots of Hobian City, while this one is the internal blueprint of the Lord's Mansion. This document details the personnel structure of the Lord's Mansion along with comprehensive intelligence on those individuals. Zhao Gang methodically laid out the scrolls, elucidating their significance. The level of detail in the maps granted Yuan Wen a newfound respect for this resistance leader. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside. Initially, the three believed it was merely passers-by, but the unmistakable sound of clashing armor heightened their vigilance. Shu, remain silent. I will investigate, Yuanwen whispered, discreetly making his way to the window to peer outside through a narrow gap. A contingent of city defense troops had surrounded the shop. Reporting, sir. According to the scouts, those two have been inside for over an hour. Should we? The officer stroked his scruffy beard, weighing the dilapidated shop before him. A glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Better to err on the side of caution. Having made up his mind, he raised his hand. Archers, prepare. Fire. Get down. Yuanwen shouted to the others. As the three dropped to the ground, a torrential downpour of arrows rained through every window. Yuanwen swiftly summoned the power of the earth to erect a stone wall, sealing the window. Having accomplished this, he hurriedly helped Bien to his feet. Quickly gather these items. We must leave this place. The trio immediately set to work, racing against time to collect all the usable information. Meanwhile, after 3 minutes of relentless arrows raining upon the shop, the city defense troops ceased their barrage. The officer, observing the silence within the shop, fell into contemplation. Could it be? Go check. Yes. As a scout cautiously pushed open the shop door, the officer kept his hand poised on the hilt of his weapon, awaiting a signal. Upon hearing from the scout that a stone wall obstructed their way, the officer promptly issued orders. Assault-type soul masters, step forward and breach the stone wall. The rest? Prepare for combat. Additionally, to be on the safe side, he dispatched one soldier to seek reinforcements from the barracks. He then cast another glance at the shop, commanding, once the breach is made, unleash all our might. Understood? Yes, sir. With the continuous onslaught of the assault-type soul masters, the fissure in the stone wall gradually widened. Fortunately, Yuanwen and his companions had completed their gathering. Now, their task was to eliminate any obstacles in their path and make their escape. Gentlemen, prepare for battle. We must leave this place in the shortest possible time. Yuanwen gazed at the recently recovered Bien and urged, stay close to me. Do not lag behind. He promptly donned his shield and grasped a long spear, preparing for battle. With a thunderous roar, he declared, unleash the full force. The two warriors positioned themselves behind him. As the stone wall's breach opened, they shouted in unison, and an unrelenting torrent of soul power surged forth from the gap, rushing inward. At this critical moment, Yuanwen stood resolute, his unwavering spirit akin to an indomitable mountain, deflecting every assault with his shield. He then secured the shield in his left hand, while firmly clutching the spear in his right, rising steadily to his feet. Everyone, follow closely behind me. Damn, is this man a monster? We need reinforcements. Where are the offensive soul masters? Quickly, halt their advance. It's no use. They fell before they even reached the attack range, pierced by that man's spear. Archers, fire arrows now. Amidst the soldiers' frantic exchanges, the so-called monster, Yuanwen, wielded his spear, toppling every soldier that dared to obstruct his path. He swung the spear with the grace of a dragon, rendering nearby soldiers either unconscious from shield blows or incapacitated by his sweeping strikes. Observing the trio on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement, the commanding officer swiftly altered his strategy. All units, cease fire. Maintain distance. Ranged soul masters, continue suppressing fire. Others, form a shield wall. Block their escape. Upon receiving the orders, the city defense soldiers hastily retreated to reconfigure as instructed by their commander. Trouble loomed large. The moment the city defense forces completed their redeployment, Yuanwen and his companions were besieged by relentless assaults from all directions. While Yuanwen could activate a soul power barrier to shield them, it would render him immobile, allowing the city defense to secure victory upon reinforcements' arrival. In an instant, the situation tilted drastically in favor of the city defense. Whoosh. Enemy archers. Protect the commander. Suddenly, a precise arrow struck the commander, who was directing the soldiers. Directly in the chest. The commander fell to his knees in agony, followed by several arrows raining into the city defense ranks, exploding upon impact and throwing them into disarray. Yuanwen looked up to see Yiqing standing atop a rooftop. Yiqing, what are you doing here? I'll explain later. We must move quickly. I will cover you. Yiqing swiftly released a flurry of arrows, reopening the recently sealed breach. Seizing the opportunity, Yuanwen and his companions dashed through the gap, escaping the city defense's encirclement. Once they had evaded their pursuers, the four obtained a brief respite. Yiqing, how did you come to be here? What of Lei Hao? Well, it's a long story. Lei Hao and I encountered some trouble at the Lord's mansion, and then, before Yiqing could finish, hurried footsteps approached them. The group turned to see the reinforcements of the city defense marching towards them with great vigor. Instantly, they readied themselves for battle. Observing the breathless Bian, Yi Qing contemplated for a moment before issuing a command to Yuan 1. Take them and go ahead. I will divert their attention. However, let us not dwell on that. One cannot expect a recently recovered, severely injured soldier to continue fighting, can they? Yuan 1 glanced back at Bian, understanding his responsibility. It dawned upon him to exercise greater caution. After uttering these words, he led the two others in retreat. As the trio departed, Yi Qing unleashed 3 successive wind vortex arrows to stall the city defense troops before hastily making his own escape in another direction. While the battle raged fervently on one side, Nia and Su Xiao strolled leisurely along the streets on the opposite end. Su Xiao looked at Nia, a resigned smile gracing his face. Nia, the gains this time are indeed substantial. He shook his head gently. However, this method is perilously risky. Perhaps we should consider an alternative next time. In response, Nia simply stretched nonchalantly, brushing off his concerns with a carefree remark. Oh, don't worry about it. This approach has always proven effective, has Tia? After all, who doesn't adore a lively and charming young girl? She winked playfully, a mischievous grin adorning her face. Su Xiao sighed and began to enumerate Nia's various antics, charming the blacksmith with her cuteness, pretending to be a thief to attract the guards' attention, and then luring them into an alley to incapacitate them. Were these truly the actions befitting a shadow guardian? His tone betrayed a hint of helplessness and confusion. Nia, observing Su Xiao's expression, giggled. Oh, come on, don't fret. You didn't stop me at the time, did you? Perhaps you found this method quite agreeable too? Or perhaps... She stepped closer to Su Xiao, playfully winking as if she could see through everything. Su Xiao remained noncommittal, silently shifting his gaze elsewhere. His demeanor indifferent as he stated, a reminiscence of the departed? This is indeed the location provided by the master blacksmith. He surveyed the surroundings. The tavern's decor was opulent yet retained a classic charm, an exquisite fusion that undoubtedly made it an ideal gathering place for officers and soldiers alike. Just as he was admiring the architectural style of the building, Nia suddenly reached out and gently turned his head back. Her expression slightly annoyed. Let us not change the subject. The two shared a moment of eye contact before Su Xiao raised his hand in a gesture of concession, gently saying, All right, you've won. Shall we go in for a drink? It's on me. Really? Nia asked, her curiosity piqued. Certainly. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Splendid. It's a promise then. Don't you dare regret it. With that, Nia enthusiastically kicked open the tavern door, instantly capturing the attention of everyone inside. Su Xiao followed closely behind, wearing an apologetic smile as he sincerely addressed the patrons. My deepest apologies, everyone. Subsequently, he guided Nia to a quiet corner to sit. As they awaited their drinks, a group of merchants from other caravans at the adjacent table raised their glasses in celebration, discussing their recent triumphs. Hey, have you heard? The once rampant rebels have been completely eradicated. Is that true? Can we trust this news? Absolutely reliable. The rebel faction was decisively defeated by the Lord's elite forces, even leading to the capture of their highest commander. Can this source of information be trusted? Absolutely. I invested a considerable sum to indulge those officials in revelry for this intelligence. I must inform you that we need to swiftly procure items related to the upcoming celebration. Why, you ask? To commemorate the eradication of the rebels, the Lord has resolved to host a grand banquet to showcase his achievements. Thus, we must hasten to stock up. A significant profit awaits us. The two were immersed in dreams of future riches, blissfully unaware that all they uttered was overheard clearly by Su Xiao and Nia in the adjacent room. This has turned out to be quite effortless. Now the situation has become much simpler. Indeed, who would have thought the highest commander was still alive? Just as the two prepared to indulge in fine wine, Yi Qing's voice carried through the wind, delivering a disconcerting message. Nia, Su Xiao, can you hear me? Lei Hao is in danger. I am currently entangled and cannot extricate myself. You must rush to the eastern city gate to assist Lei Hao. Upon hearing Yi Qing's message conveyed through the wind, the two immediately set off towards the eastern city gate. Upon their arrival, they selected an optimal vantage point to observe Lei Hao's movements. Minutes later, they spotted Lei Hao amidst the crowd, along with Fan Hade and his pursuers. At that moment, Yi Qing, having successfully extricated herself, joined Su Xiao and the others at the city gate. Just then, Yi Qing noticed Lei Hao abandon his escape and turned towards Fan Hade. Time was of the essence. Recalling an empty alley she had just passed, which would serve as an excellent ambush point, She promptly instructed Nia and the others to conceal themselves there. Simultaneously, she used her voice to the wind to signal Lei how to approach that area before making her way there herself. As Lei Hao and Fan Hade entered her line of sight, Nia, hidden in a secluded corner, keenly observed their approach. Just as Lei Hao was about to pass her position, Nia decisively sprang into action, instantly conjuring a wall of fire to obstruct the view from behind, while simultaneously activating the soul energy talismans set beneath Chen Feng and the others. With the firewall rising, Su Xiao and Yi Qing swiftly revealed themselves, executing a series of maneuvers to subdue their adversaries. After this sequence of actions, Nia quickly dragged the weakened Lei Hao to a nearby refuse heap. "TCH, he is still alive," she muttered. After checking Lei Hao's vital signs and confirming his survival, she swiftly wove a flowing fire cloak from soul energy to conceal his presence. Subsequently, she tucked Lei Hao into a garbage bin and signaled Su Xiao and Yi Qing to retreat. Nia then concealed herself in the garbage bin as well. When the adversaries burst through the firewall and found the alley deserted, Nia, hidden in the refuse, overheard their furious exclamations. "Chen, if I ever embark on a mission with you again, I'll be a dog." This was followed by a tremendous rumble of agitation. "TCH, I feel the same." Cough. How shall I explain this to the city lord? Once the footsteps outside diminished, Nia cautiously opened a narrow slit to observe the situation beyond. After ensuring it was safe, she proceeded to check on Lei Hao's condition. Although there were minor setbacks, at least they had salvaged a life. Under the cover of night, the three of them carried the unconscious Lei Hao back to the camp. Meanwhile, Yuan Wen Squad successfully returned to the camp after escorting Zhao Gang to a new intelligence point. Upon their return, Nia, Lei Hao, and their companions chose a relatively sturdy structure and swiftly established a makeshift medical station within. Given Nia's prior battlefield medical training from Dr. Fanis, she assumed the primary responsibility for the medical point. Throughout the treatment process, the air was filled with anguished cries due to the handling of wounds and the application of medicine. "Nia, be gentle. Don't move around. Do you understand?" Nia scolded. "I am trying to save your life, so you should show some gratitude and cooperate." With that, she delivered a punch that subdued Lei Hao. It seems I arrived at an inopportune moment," Yuan Wen remarked as he entered, witnessing Nia's somewhat rough treatment style, causing Bian to hide behind him. Yuan Wen awkwardly chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. "Don't be nervous. It may look a bit rough, but Nia is quite meticulous in her work." Thud. "Quiet down and behave." "Really?" Perhaps." Haha. In the temporary command area, Yi Qing surveyed the various pieces of intelligence laid out on the table, shaking her head in frustration. Although this operation had yielded considerable information, the current predicament still left her without a clear vision for the future. The task at hand had surpassed their initial estimates, and they now needed to call for reinforcements. Thus, she entrusted a letter of appeal for aid to a carrier pigeon. "How long do you think it will take for reinforcements to arrive?" Su Xiao, returning from patrol, happened upon the scene and kindly offered a drink he had procured from a tavern. "It's hard to say. It could be a few days or perhaps several weeks." Yi Qing replied, taking the drink but shaking her head in uncertainty. The current situation was no longer simply about seeking support for the rebels. Gathering the scattered forces would require considerable effort, not to mention rescuing hostages. This would be quite challenging. "Oh, by the way, have you gathered any intelligence regarding the Spirit Hall?" "None. To be honest, their intelligence operations are quite effective. We have scarcely found any information related to the Spirit Hall. If it hadn't been mentioned in the briefing, I wouldn't even know they were involved." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing drained her drink, glanced at the empty cup, and shrugged. "For now, we can only take it one step at a time." Chapter 25. Reinforcements in the Shadow Guard camp, within Raven's office. He was reviewing the distress signal sent by Yi Qing. His brow furrowed, revealing a hint of concern in his gaze. The situation described in the letter was far more dire than he had anticipated, plunging Raven into deep contemplation. He gazed up at the ceiling, seemingly in search of answers. After a few moments, he resumed his seat, preparing to discuss strategies with Officer Yi. "Are there still any elite squads available for action within the camp?" Raven's voice betrayed a hint of urgency. Officer Yi adjusted his glasses and meticulously perused the documents in hand, then shook his head in resignation. "Currently, the training regimen for the squad has not yet concluded. Although the number of recruits meets the requirements, their combat experience and overall quality still need improvement. Commander Xiao has yet to authorize the relevant mission certifications to ensure a higher success rate." Upon hearing this news, Raven pinched the bridge of his nose, a wave of frustration washing over him. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, yet found himself devoid of suitable forces at his disposal. He looked up at Officer Yi and inquired, "What of the Spirit Hall? Have they responded in any way?" Officer Yi sifted through the complex bureaucratic correspondence from the Spirit Hall, striving to extract useful information. They seem to still hope for our support of the local resistance forces, even willing to go to great lengths to diminish the influence of the Gaul Empire in the area, at the mention of at any cost. Raven couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation. He clenched his fists and struck the table in anger, voicing his discontent. These people treat the Shadow Guards as mere expendables. We are not their pawns. Nevertheless, he understood that calling Yi Qing and the others back directly would undoubtedly provoke the Spirit Hall. And based on the demands raised by Yang Hong in a recent strategic meeting, restraint between the Shadow Guards and the Spirit Hall was imperative to avoid igniting fierce conflict. Just as Raven was enveloped in frustration, a crack appeared behind Officer Yi. Yang Hong, having just concluded his work in the adjacent room, emerged with Tang Nan. Dragging his weary frame, Yang Hong stretched lazily and yawned, clearly appearing exhausted. Following them was Xue Qinghe, now donned in a more agile white casual outfit, who stepped through the crack with a beaming smile to greet Raven and Officer Yi. "Hello, Uncle Raven, Sister Yi, it's been a while." "Indeed, it has been a long time. Have you grown taller?" "Hee, Sister Yi, you noticed? This slight change is still perceptible to me. You haven't given Chin too much trouble, have you? She complained about your capriciousness in the letters she sent back." Hey. At this moment, Xue Qinghe gently patted the despondent Tang Nan beside him. "Cheer up. What's wrong?" Noticing the vacant look in Tang Nan's eyes, he waved a hand in front of him to regain his attention. Tang Nan, roused by Xue Qinghe's call, ruffled his hair and responded, "It's nothing. I'm just thinking about my brother." He gazed out the window, worry etched on his face, wondering where he was now and why he left without so much as a word, not even informing his sister. Not long ago, Tang Nan and Yang Hong reunited with Flanders and others at the Blue Tyrant Academy. However, during the evening banquet, he discovered that his elder brother had not appeared for quite some time, although he was informed that Tang San was taken by the master for secret training. At a certain moment, a sharp pain pierced Tang Nan's heart, filling him with unease. Similarly, Xiaowu felt a profound sadness due to Tang San's sudden departure. Observing Tang Nan's troubled expression, Xue Qinghe gently reassured him, "Do not fret too much. Perhaps by the time we return, your brother will have come back. Cheer up. A frown will not attract the affections of any girl, my friend." Tang Nan nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he endeavored to cast aside his worries. Meanwhile, Yang Hong, after listening to the report from Lei Wan and his team, presented his own proposition. In that case, why not adopt a different perspective? A different perspective? Indeed. Since the Spirit Hall merely requests our assistance for the local resistance forces, why not seize this opportunity to transform them into fresh recruits for our cause? Are you suggesting we treat them as a selection of new soldiers? Precisely. And what about reinforcements? Fear not, for the personnel are right behind me. Yang Hong gestured towards the two individuals flanking him. Their combat prowess is just right. This statement left Lei Wan somewhat perplexed. He was well aware of Xue Qinghe's combat capabilities. Even elite shadow guards rarely gained the upper hand against him. However, what about Tang Nan? A mere novice who had only participated in a single demon extermination operation. Although he had survived a direct encounter with demons, he was still just a teenager. Lei Wan scrutinized Tang Nan for a moment before shifting his gaze back to Yang Hong, observing the confidence gleaming in his eyes. Understanding his superior's temperament, he recognized the significance behind that gaze. He shrugged slightly in acknowledgement and said, "Very well, I shall prepare the supplies they need to carry." With that, he turned and led Vice Officer Yi away. Before departing, he clenched his fist and gently tapped Yang Hong's shoulder, whispering, "I hope your judgment remains as astute as it has always been, Commander." My goodness, is this truly the amount? Tang Nan gaped at the towering pile of supplies, his jaw nearly unhinged in astonishment, while Xue Qinghe observed his reaction with keen interest. "Fear not. We have a storage device. We need not carry them ourselves." "But this is far too much." Vice Officer Yi chuckled at Tang Nan's astonished expression, offering an explanation. "Do not feel hesitant. This is the standard configuration for a Shadow Guard division. Everything is neatly packed now." As he spoke, he stored all the items into the storage device and handed it to Xue Qinghe. Medical supplies, construction materials, ores, gunpowder, as well as the necessary funds are all contained within. Additionally, I must remind you, Xue Qinghe, to exercise caution upon your arrival. Do not sustain any injuries. He then took a step back and nodded at Yang Hong. All right, you too, farewell, Yang Hong declared. With a resounding crack, a fissure opened beneath their feet. Startled, Tang Nin plummeted into the abyss, letting out a terrified scream. Observing this, Vice Officer Yi inquired, why not simply open a fissure for them to walk through? I believe this method is swifter. Approximately 15 kilometers outside Hobian City, a fissure unexpectedly opened in the air above the forest. Suddenly, a terrified cry echoed as Tang Nin fell through the opening. Just as he was about to make a rather intimate acquaintance with the ground, Xueqing has swiftly unfurled his wings and caught him securely. Just in time. How's that for promptness? Thank you for your rescue. I hope that next time, your assistance will be even swifter. After Tang Nin expressed his gratitude to Xueqing, he landed steadily, only to kneel and retch uncontrollably. After resting for a while, the two resumed their ascent into the sky to ascertain their location. Upon assessing the surrounding landmarks, they realized that they were still 5 kilometers away from their destination. Consequently, they returned to the ground, preparing to set off on foot. As they traversed the silent forest, an unusual stillness enveloped them, devoid of even the chirping of birds. Suddenly, Xueqing halted, her keen instincts sensing something amiss. She anxiously placed her hand on the sword at her waist, scanning the area with vigilance. Tang Nan. I feel something is off, she murmured. What is amiss? As Tang Nan turned, arrows suddenly rained down from all directions, catching him unprepared. Fortunately, Xueqing, having anticipated trouble, swiftly pulled him aside, averting a tragic fate of being riddled with arrows. Are you all right? Xueqing asked with concern as she drew Tang Nan behind her. I'm fine, but we are surrounded. Enemies lurk in the woods ahead, on the left and the right, and more are approaching from a distance. Tang Nan immediately activated his natural form to sense the movements of the adversaries. At that moment, a battalion of heavily armed soldiers emerged from the thicket before them. The commanding officer aimed his sword at the two, sternly demanding to know their purpose. What business do you, members of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, have here? He questioned coldly. What? Both of them looked bewildered and hurriedly explained. We are not from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. You must be mistaken. Mistaken? The officer scoffed. We witnessed the rift you appeared from in the sky. Who but a bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect possesses such teleportation abilities? Speak the truth quickly, or do not blame me for being impolite. Tang Nan, we cannot linger with them. Reinforcements seem to be arriving swiftly, Xueqing warned. Understood, hold on tight to me, she declared decisively. Tang Nan, following Xueqing's instructions, grasped his waist. In the next moment, he exerted tremendous force, launching vertically into the air with Tang Nan. As they soared, the officer remained unperturbed, slowly extending a hand and forming a fist. Descend. Suddenly, both Xueqing and Tang Nan, suspended in midair, felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping their bodies, a sensation that continued to intensify. Their immediate thought was to land without delay. Thus, they activated their soul power barriers and plummeted towards the ground. Cough, cough. Are you all right, Tang Nan? Xueqing inquired with concern. Cough, I'm fine. The two landed safely, cushioned by the blue-silver grass that Tang Nan had conjured earlier. It was then they realized they were completely surrounded. Tang Nan, stay close to me. Xueqing grasped his sword, his expression grave. Tang Nan silently summoned the breath of death. Just then, the ground began to tremble, the disturbance growing increasingly pronounced. The soldiers encircling them occasionally glanced over their shoulders. Tang Nan, sensing their trembling hands, perceived their unease. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he retracted the breath of death and shouted, "Help!" His cry echoed through the forest, leaving Xueqing momentarily flustered. What are you doing? Charge! Rescue the civilians! Following the blaring of horns, a contingent of heavily armored cavalry burst from the woods, launching a deadly charge towards them. Retreat! Curse it! Why are they here? Help me! In an instant, the soldiers surrounding them were paralyzed with fear at the sudden onslaught of cavalry, dropping their weapons and fleeing in all directions. Observing their panicked retreat, Xueqing taunted, Cowards, come back if you dare. At that moment, a knight approached them, pointing his long sword in a specific direction. If you travel that way for about an hour, you will reach Hobian City, where assistance awaits you. With that, he led his cavalry onward in pursuit of the fleeing soldiers. Tang Nan caught sight of the flag on his back, emblazoned with a dragon motif, which seemed vaguely familiar. However, considering the urgency of their situation, the two expressed their gratitude with a wave and continued on their journey. Several hours later, they finally reached their destination, only to find that the very group that had attacked them had also arrived. Having regrouped after being scattered, they unexpectedly encountered each other. The two factions stared at one another, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just then, a bird's cry shattered the silence. How could they be here? Drawing swords, what? We meet again. Tang Nan, hide behind me. Both sides, regaining their composure, took stances to confront one another. At that moment, a fierce storm swept in, raging winds making it difficult for either side to keep their eyes open. Then, a voice broke through the chaos, momentarily halting the conflict. It was a frantic shout from Yi Qing. Stop. It's all a misunderstanding. With that sound, Yuanwen, Su Xiao, and Nia appeared and intervened between both parties. Yuanwen attempted to explain, everyone, please remain calm. They are not our adversaries. However, his words seemed to fall on deaf ears, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Some questioned, not enemies? Yet they just summoned those ruffians from the city defense army to attack us. Shuai Qinghe, agitated, retorted, that was only because you acted unreasonably first. What do you expect? As he prepared to engage physically, Su Xiao and Tang Nan swiftly restrained him. With great effort, Tang Nan managed to hold Shuai Qinghe back, urging him to remain composed. Shuai Qinghe, please, calm down. It may truly be a misunderstanding. After several minutes of negotiation, they recognized their actions had been rash and solemnly apologized to Shuai Qinghe and Tang Nan, observing the sincerity in their apologies. Shuai Qinghe chose not to pursue the matter further. Very well. Since apologies have been exchanged, I shall let it go, he conceded, subsequently leading Tang Nan inside. After delivering all the supplies to Yi Qing, Tang Nan proceeded to the infirmary to assist with the treatment of the wounded. Meanwhile, Shuai Qinghe began conversing with Yi Qing. Everything is listed here. Please review it, he stated, handing over the inventory. Thank you for your hard work. We can now establish our foothold in this area. Upon receiving the list, Yi Qing inquired, by the way, who were those people earlier? Oh, they are the local insurgents. Previously, they were dispersed by the city defense army. But with the recent lull in activity, they resurfaced. We managed to successfully contact them through a commander we knew from before. Our first reconnaissance mission coincidentally encountered you. Yi Qing remarked with a wry smile. The insurgents had joined the cause driven solely by their fervor. In terms of combat capability, only their leader had reached level 50. While the rest, well, that was another story. Listening to Yi Qing's grievances, Shuai Qinghe nodded in agreement. Indeed, with proper training, they could potentially develop into a formidable fighting force. He then posed a question of utmost importance to him. What shall we dine on tonight? Meanwhile, in the makeshift infirmary, upon learning of the captain's severe injuries, Tang Nan anxiously pushed open the door. However, to his astonishment, he found Lei Hao, bandaged but spirited, demonstrating a set of boxing techniques, the fluidity of which made Tang Nan question the validity of the captain's injury report. Had it not been for Nia subduing Lei Hao with a bar of soap, Tang Nan might have proceeded directly to attend to the next patient. Captain, it seems your injuries are healing remarkably well, Tang Nan complimented while examining Lei Hao. After about a minute, he confidently delivered his assessment. Most of your injuries have nearly healed. You merely need to rest for a few more days. However, he pointed to the back of the captain's head, adding, I am curious, Captain, did you happen to use the back of your head to absorb a few blows during the fight? I perceive several fissures upon the back of your head. Should you endure any further blows, your life may hang in the balance. While listening to Tang Nan's report, Nia feigned indifference and began to whistle. Subsequently, Tang Nan approached Bien's bedside to conduct a physical examination. Name? He inquired. Bien, came the reply, followed by a series of coughs. In his natural form, Tang Nan placed his hand upon Bien's chest to commence the examination. However, as Tang Nan's brow furrowed deeper, Bien's heart raced to his throat, prompting him to ask anxiously, Doctor, is there something wrong with me? Noticing Bien's distressed expression, Tang Nan quickly reassured him, Fear not. Brother Bien, your injuries have largely healed. However, due to the prior damage to your lungs, it is advisable for you to, how shall I put it? Avoid strenuous activities for the time being, as it may take several months for a full recovery. He then retrieved a small bottle from his satchel, handing it to Bien with a caution, if you feel unwell this evening, simply take one pill. With that, Tang Nan moved on to the next patient. After an hour had passed, all the injured had been examined, and Tang Nan's assessments aligned perfectly with Nia's earlier treatments. Following this, Nia enthusiastically patted Tang Nan on the back, exclaiming, Well done, Tang Nan. I believe you should consider joining Dr. Fanaz's medical department. Your talent would surely impress Aunt Fanaz. Tang Nan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and humbly replied, No, I merely made good use of what my master has taught me. At that moment, an overly excited Nia patted him vigorously on the back, causing him to nearly cough up blood. Well, I suppose I have an inkling of how the captain's injury came about. As time passed, it was already midnight, and with concern for his older brother weighing on him, Tang Nin gazed melancholically at the luminous moon. Just then, Louis appeared unexpectedly, startling him. Master Louis? What brings you out here? Tang Nin inquired, puzzled. I noticed your troubled demeanor and wanted to see how you were doing. Do not fret over the unknown. Taking one step at a time can be a prudent approach. Louis replied with a serious tone. He added, In the time to come, you must train diligently and not slack off. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath upon waking. Oh, huh? Tang Nan stared at Louis in astonishment. What do you mean? Louis, slightly impatient, responded, There is no need for such alarm. I merely needed to rest for a while. He further cautioned, Remember, do not allow hatred to cloud your vision, for you may miss the opportunity for victory. With that, he returned to the sea of consciousness. Tang Nan, feeling that his master's words held great wisdom, obediently went back to sleep. In the sea of consciousness, Louis prepared to rest, yet a wave of unease surged within him. He glanced at his languid neighbor and said in a reproachful tone, While I am resting, please take good care of him, would you? The neighbor squinted, a broad smile gracing his face as he replied, Do not worry, leave it to me. However, once Louis entered slumber, he slightly opened his eyes, observing the breath of death embedded beside him, provided that I desire it. Chapter 26. Preparations. A week after Tang Nan and his companions arrived at the rebel camp of Yiqing, carrying supplies from headquarters. A meeting was convened in the central tent regarding the future plans of the rebel forces. Present were Lei Hao's team from the Shadow Guard, along with Tang Nan, Xue Qinghe, and Chun Xiao representing the rebels. As the relevant personnel entered, Yiqing, acting as the host, cleared his throat and announced the commencement of the meeting. Everyone, we now need to formulate a detailed plan for the future actions of the rebels. Hearing Yiqing's words, Chun Xiao, as a representative, scoffed derisively. Formulate a plan? Why should we heed your arrangements? He arrogantly surveyed everyone present. Observing his defiance, Lei Hao and his companions remained silent, but Xue Qinghe would not indulge him. He slammed his hand on the table and pointed an accusing finger at Chun Xiao, berating him. You better show some respect. This is not your former home. You are now merely a stray dog without a master. Xue Qinghe's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing Chun Xiao's heart. As the captain of Commander Rubio's personal guard, the disappearance of Commander Rubio was a wound that would never heal, a stain he could never wash away. He was consumed by an uncontrollable fury, a blazing fire igniting within his chest. One hand gripped the blade with the tenacity of a vice. His eyes ablaze with wrath as he fixed his gaze intently upon the slightly irate Xue Qinghe. Dare to repeat that? Chun Xiao's eyes bulged with anger, veins protruding on his forehead, his expression a vivid amalgamation of rage and provocation. Stray dog. A hint of disdain flickered at the corners of Xue Qinghe's mouth as he offered a cold, unwavering repetition of his words, enunciating each syllable with deliberate precision. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chun Xiao drew his weapon, his hands firmly clutching the hilt as he aimed it at Xue Qinghe, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. At that moment, Chun Xiao's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling slightly. He yearned to articulate something, yet found himself rendered speechless. Instead, he could only point his weapon at Xue Qinghe, as if that gesture alone could convey his indignation and discontent. The others present remained unfazed, with the exception of Tang Nan, who glanced between Xue Qinghe's confident countenance and Chun Xiao's agitated demeanor, feeling utterly at a loss. He had intended for the captain to mediate between the two, but the captain and others were engrossed in fervent discussions regarding the distribution of subsequent reconnaissance tasks and training arrangements for weapon maintenance, exhibiting no inclination to intervene. Reluctantly, Tang Nin resolved to handle the situation himself, although it seemed that intervention was unnecessary. Xue Qinghe fixed his gaze on Chun Xiao, noting his unwavering stance, which only deepened his own sense of gravity. He slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions. Upon reopening his eyes, they shone with a sharpness akin to a finely honed arrow, radiating strength. In an instant, Chun Xiao's blade was sent flying through the air. The sound of metal striking the ground rang clear, jolting Chun Xiao back to reality. He stared in terror at the blade poised against his throat, paralyzed with fear. Seeing Chun Xiao in such a disheveled state, Xueqinghe couldn't suppress a smirk. Grip it tightly, lest you drop it again, the next time. It might be your head that falls. With that, he retrieved the fallen weapon and tossed it back to Qin Shao, adding mockingly, remember, do not let it slip again. He then watched as Qin Shao silently exited the tent, weapon in hand. Ugh, Yi Qing, why did you call this guy to the meeting? Xueqing had turned to complain to Yi Qing after dismissing Qin Shao. Listening to his grievances, Yi Qing calmly studied the markings on the map and explained, after all, he holds the highest position among the insurgents. His presence was necessary to gauge their stance. It appears that what Elder Zhao Gang said was indeed correct. Without Rubio, no one can command them. Rubio? Upon hearing the name, Xueqinghe recalled it mentioned in yesterday's mission briefing. Is he still alive? He inquired with curiosity. Yes, Yi Qing nodded in response. According to prior intelligence analysis, the city defense forces should have captured Rubio alive. However, the location of his detention remains unclear. Yi Qing stared thoughtfully at the Lord's mansion, circled prominently on the map, lost in contemplation. The intelligence from other locations has been confirmed. Yet the information from the Lord's manor remains a significant dilemma. After Lei Hao nearly got caught during a reconnaissance mission last time, they attempted another exploration, but were discovered almost immediately. Fortunately, they managed to escape thanks to Yi Qing's timely warning. Thus, they now need to devise a means to infiltrate the manor. While several of them were deep in thought, Xueqing has stumbled upon an intriguing piece of information in the intel. He inquired, Sister Yi Qing, when is the banquet hosted by the Lord? In a few days, Yi Qing replied. Oh, how about we sneak in? A spark of excitement flickered in Xueqinghe's eyes. Sneak in? That seems rather implausible. Lei Hao shook his head in response to Xueqinghe's suggestion. Such high-profile banquets are reserved for royalty and nobility. Where would we find a token to signify our identity? Lei Hao coldly outlined the situation, intending to extinguish Xueqinghe's enthusiasm. However, to his surprise, a smile appeared on the latter's face. Acquiring a token is simple. I will handle it. With that, he took the still oblivious Tang Nan and departed the tent, leaving Lei Hao in a state of bewilderment. What just happened? Did he not just say he could sneak in? Lei Hao asked in astonishment. Indeed. The others nodded in affirmation. Wow, I'm so tired. Tang Nan yawned as he looked at the design sketches while trimming the fabric for the garments. He was adept at sewing, so creating the dresses did not pose much difficulty for him. Keep it up, keep it up. While Xueqinghe encouraged his partner, he meticulously examined the first gown crafted by Tang Nan. You might not excel in combat, but you certainly hold your own in other areas. Haha, after all, I mostly assist my brother and sister in mending clothes, so I have become quite skilled at needlework, Tang Nan replied, squinting while yawning. Yet his hands moved deftly with the needle and thread. His perception and precision in his natural form had greatly enhanced, though maintaining this state was quite exhausting. After a prolonged effort, Tang Nan finally completed the second exquisite gown, but at that moment, he was utterly fatigued and could no longer continue. His body gave way, and he collapsed. Just then, Yi Qing and Nia, who happened to be passing by, rushed over to support Tang Nan before he hit the ground. Nia inspected him carefully and said, Rest assured, he is not seriously harmed. He merely fainted from exhaustion. I will help him regain consciousness. Just as Nia prepared to cast her healing spell, Tang Nan stirred awake. Upon noticing Nia ready to use her abilities on him, memories of that terrifying power surged back, jolting him awake. He quickly sat up and grasped Nia's hand tightly. Sister, there's no need for concern. I'm feeling much better, truly, Tang Nan exclaimed, attempting to free himself from Nia's grasp. Meanwhile, he noticed Yi Qing standing beside him and promptly inquired, Oh, dear sisters, have you come to see me today for an important matter? The two exchanged a glance, their lips curling into faint smiles as they replied in unison. We came to see if there is anything we can assist you with. With that, their gazes converged on the exquisite gown behind Tang Nan. Did you make this yourself? Nia's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression reflecting astonishment, which stirred a small wave of pride within Tang Nan. Hee, indeed, I crafted it all by myself, Tang Nan exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement, his voice tinged with a hint of pride. Upon realizing that the beautiful gowns before them were the handiwork of Tang Nan, Nia and Yi Qing wasted no time in handing over their respective design sketches, urging, We entrust this to you, little brother. No problem. Tang Nan replied with a confident smile, taking the sketches with eagerness and immersing himself wholeheartedly in the garment-making process. After 2 full days and nights of relentless effort and dedication, Tang Nan finally completed all the gown-making tasks as scheduled. However, Just as he was meticulously inspecting each piece of clothing, he suddenly noticed an anomaly. Why is there an extra women's outfit? Chapter 27. The eve of the banquet, I refuse to wear it. Tang Nan's excited shout echoed through the conference room, accompanied by his frantic cries. Half an hour earlier. Wow, did you really make these garments? Lei Hao and the others gazed in awe at the splendid gowns, their jaws dropping. Although they had recently heard about them from Yi Qing and Nia, witnessing them in person left them utterly astonished. The fabric was soft to the touch, adorned with luxurious embellishments, and they couldn't wait to try them on. After donning the outfits, their praises flowed freely. Not bad at all. Lei Hao marveled at his reflection in the mirror, barely able to believe that he had transformed into a prince of the night. His entire demeanor altered. His posture became increasingly upright, as if he had melded with the profound blue of the gown, emanating an air of mystery and elegance. The exquisite tailoring hugged his physique, showcasing his robust form. The neckline was simple yet distinct, subtly revealing his well-defined collarbones, adding a touch of allure. Lei Hao then turned his attention to the others. Yuan would don the brown gown, and his entire aura shifted dramatically. His naturally tall stature now appeared even more dignified. The gown's deep, understated hue complemented his calm demeanor perfectly. Meanwhile, Su Xiao slipped into the sky-blue gown, its fresh color harmonizing flawlessly with his essence. His skin appeared even fairer against the backdrop of the gown, reminiscent of warm jade. The meticulous tailoring embraced his elongated figure, the lines flowing gracefully and showcasing his refined charm. His hair was neatly styled, glimmering subtly in the light. His facial features were distinct, his sculpted features reminiscent of a masterpiece, and his deep-set eyes radiated confidence and gentleness. A faint smile graced the corners of his lips, as if the entire world had brightened in his presence. The sky-blue gown boasted a uniquely designed neckline, subtly revealing his sturdy collarbone, exuding an aura of both restraint and allure. The sleeves flowed loosely and gracefully, swaying gently with his movements, as if imbued with a touch of poetic elegance. A belt of the same hue cinched his waist, artfully accentuating his slender figure. Meanwhile, Xueqing had donned her customary court attire, resplendent in pure white adorned with delicate golden threads. The highlight of the evening arrived as Yu Qing and Nia emerged from the bedroom, having changed into their exquisite gowns. In that instant, the gentlemen present were left utterly spellbound. Yi Qing's gown shimmered in hues of teal, reminiscent of tender spring buds, fresh and graceful. The meticulous tailoring and flowing lines perfectly showcased her delicate silhouette. The ingeniously designed neckline, embellished with intricate lace, added an air of softness and romance to the ensemble. Nia's gown, in striking red, radiated warmth and vivacity, akin to a flickering flame. The fashionable and dynamic style of the skirt danced with her every step, resembling the playful notes of a melody. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, glimmering with an enchanting sheen. Her exquisite features were complemented by flawless makeup, her eyes sparkling with confidence and charm. Together, they formed a breathtaking tableau. Yi Qing's elegance harmonized beautifully with Nia's vivacity, akin to green leaves accentuating a red blossom, each emanating their unique allure. Their entrance seemed to illuminate the entire space, drawing the attention of all present. What a dazzling sight it was. Yi Qing's lips curved slightly, her eyes shimmering with self-assurance as she softly inquired about Lei Hao's opinion of her. However, at that moment, Lei Hao was completely entranced by Yi Qing's alluring figure, his gaze fixated, lost in a trance. Sensing his unusual stare, Yi Qing's smile transformed into a teasing smirk. She lightly punched his shoulder, playfully scolding, "You rogue, where are your eyes wandering?" The sudden impact jolted Lei Hao back to reality, and he offered an awkward smile, hastily diverting the conversation. Just then, Nia, lifting her skirt, fluttered towards Su Xiao like a joyful butterfly. With eager anticipation, she gazed at him, urgently asking, "Su Xiao, do I look beautiful today?" Su Xiao met her gaze, his eyes softening as he smiled gently. He reached out to stroke Nia's hair, his voice tender as he affirmed, "You look truly beautiful, so fitting for you, absolutely charming." Upon hearing his praise, Nia's cheeks flushed with a shy crimson, and she lowered her head, bashfully giving Su Xiao a light punch in the stomach, murmuring, "Humph, you only know how to sweet talk to make me happy. Who compliments like that?" "Well, it appears everyone is dressed quite appropriately," Tang Nan murmured softly as she began to move slowly but resolutely toward the door. As he approached the door, Xueqing has suddenly extended his hand, firmly gripping his shoulder. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, dear partner. It seems you have forgotten to change into your attire." A mischievous smile, enigmatic and teasing, adorned Xueqing's face, causing Tang Nan to feel a surge of fear. He took a swift step to escape, but alas, he was effortlessly pulled back by Xue Qinghe, much like a helpless little chick. The onlookers were utterly perplexed, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. However, when their gazes finally settled on the solitary evening gown, all doubts dissipated, replaced by an expression of sudden realization. Who would have thought that little Nan would enjoy donning women's clothing? It was indeed a shocking revelation. Lei Hao squinted, casting a meaningful glance at the resplendent gown hanging on the rack, his face a mask of righteous reproach. This is not what it seems. I merely crafted it according to the design. There was no ulterior motive. Tang Nan hurriedly defended himself, though his voice lacked conviction. Faced with the increasingly piercing gazes of the captain and his teammates, he anxiously reached for the design sketch that Xue Qinghe had handed him, attempting to use it as a shield. Yet, Xue Qinghe appeared unfazed, whistling nonchalantly. He then solemnly patted Tang Nan's shoulder and said earnestly, "Now is the time for you to step forward, my friend. I have faith in your abilities. Hey, could you refrain from treating this as if you are entrusting an important mission to me?" Tang Nan couldn't help but complain about Xue Qinghe's words. However, no amount of his protests proved effective. Xue Qinghe turned with a casual wave, leaving behind the words, "Then I shall leave it to you too, Yi Qing and Nia," before striding away. Upon hearing those words, Tang Nan felt as if he were facing a formidable foe, and he turned to flee. However, in a flash, Lei Hao and Su Xiao swiftly advanced, flanking him and promptly restraining him. "Captain, please let me go," Tang Nan pleaded desperately, writhing in an attempt to break free. "Alas, my dear brother Nan, the situation has reached this point. It is best for you to accept your fate. After all, this calamity is of your own making." Lei Hao sighed helplessly, patting Tang Nan on the shoulder and offering gentle counsel. "Exactly. Rest assured, with Nia and her companion's exceptional makeup skills, you will undoubtedly emerge transformed." Su Xiao chimed in enthusiastically, expressing his support. Yet, Tang Nan remained ungrateful, continuing to scream in a frenzy, "I absolutely refuse to dress like that." Despite his vehement resistance, he was ultimately no match for the brute strength of Lei Hao and Su Xiao, who forcibly dragged him into the room. His pitiful cries echoed hauntingly in the air. "Wow, your skin is extraordinarily fair and tender, truly envy-inducing," one remarked. "I never anticipated that your waistline would be so slender and elegant. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. Do not move, as I am about to begin your eye makeup. Nia, you are in charge of styling his hair." In this room filled with laughter and cheer, the two ladies engaged in light-hearted conversation while skillfully and meticulously applying makeup to Tang Nan. As time passed, after a full hour of dedicated effort, the makeup session finally reached a successful conclusion. Nia and her companion cautiously peered out, their faces adorned with playful smiles, their gaze fixed on the anxious Lei Hao and others waiting outside. Then, they gently nudged the now-dressed Tang Nan and ushered him out of the room. Tang Nan lowered his head, his steps somewhat awkward, resembling a bashful crab as he slowly emerged from the room. He kept his gaze downcast, seemingly unable to meet the eyes of those around him. However, as he stepped out of the changing room, a collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. He donned a magnificent black tuxedo, impeccably tailored with flowing lines. The garment resembled a pearl in the night, emanating a mysterious and alluring sheen. "Don't be shy. Lift your head and take a look. Indeed, let us admire you." Encouraged by their words, Tang Nan finally summoned the courage to slowly raise his head. In that fleeting moment, all the gentlemen present were left utterly dumbfounded. Tang Nan's visage is exquisitely charming, as if meticulously sculpted. His skin, fair as snow and delicate as silk, possesses the smooth, lustrous quality of fine porcelain. His large, bright eyes shimmer with a lively brilliance, yet betray a subtle hint of insecurity. The faint blush on his cheeks adds an extra touch of bashfulness. His hair is neatly styled, secured at the back with a black bow, harmonizing beautifully with his elegant black attire, which exudes an air of sophistication and grace. At this moment, Tang Nan resembles a petite, exquisite princess, radiating an irresistible charm and captivating aura. "Oh, how adorable." This was the collective reaction of the onlookers upon catching sight of Tang Nan. Their eyes widened in astonishment, mouths agape in an O shape, as though they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Among the crowd, Lei Hao was particularly exhilarated. He hurriedly approached Tang Nan and, without hesitation, embraced him tightly, murmuring, "You are simply too adorable. You should dress like this all the time." However, Lei Hao was unprepared for the effect of his sudden action on Tang Nan. In an instant, Tang Nan's face flushed crimson, his mind going blank from overwhelming nervousness. Instinctively, he threw a punch, which landed squarely on Lei Hao's chin. With a resounding thud, Lei Hao was sent sprawling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The spectators were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the seemingly delicate Tang Nan possessed such formidable strength. Glancing at the time, which indicated that the banquet was imminent, the crowd hastily boarded the prepared carriage, embarking on their journey to the banquet in Hobian City. Still brooding, Xue Qinghe, seated in the carriage, slightly turned to one side. Resting his chin on one hand, his gaze unabashedly fixed on the sulking princess before him, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, seemingly pleased with her indignant demeanor. Tang Nan shot a fierce glare at the instigator, exclaiming with irritation, "Have you had your fill of looking? What is this? Even when angry, you still look quite charming." Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, his tone laced with playful teasing. "Who asked you to look?" Tang Nan turned her head away, still simmering with indignation. "Why must I be forced to dress this way? This is beyond your control." Xue Qinghe straightened up, earnestly explaining. "I specifically noted the arrangement of 4 men and 3 women on the invitation. If anyone fails to comply, it will undoubtedly raise the suspicion of the city lord. So, bear with it a little. But why must it be 3 women?" Tang Nan still did not understand, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Xue Qinghe smiled mysteriously, placing his finger gently on his lips and lowering his voice. "That's a secret for now. However, rest assured, everything is for the smooth execution of the plan." With that, he suddenly stood up and gracefully moved to sit beside Tang Nan, softly asking, "In that case, let us change the subject. What do you think of the outfit designed by Xiao Shui?" At the mention of Xiao Shui, Tang Nan's gaze softened slightly, yet she stubbornly retorted, "It's just SOSO." Xue Qinghe, well aware of her disingenuousness, continued to tease her. "How about we let Xiao Shui wear the same attire? I believe her beauty and grace would add a unique charm." At this suggestion, Tang Nan felt a flicker of interest. After a moment of hesitation, she turned to gaze out of the carriage window, feigning nonchalance as she replied, "Suit yourself." An hour later, as the sun gradually descended, its afterglow kissed the earth. Lei Hao and his companions finally arrived at the city gates of Hobian. Due to prior unexpected incidents and the grand banquet currently underway, the city defense soldiers had received orders to conduct thorough inspections of every individual entering the city. When it was Lei Hao's turn, a commanding officer led his team towards the carriage in which Xue Qinghe was seated at the front. "Greetings. Please present your identification and state your purpose for being here," the officer said with a serious expression. Xue Qinghe gently pulled back the carriage curtain, smiling calmly, exuding an air of composure. He retrieved an invitation from his bosom and handed it to the officer. "Do not be anxious, officer." His voice was calm and gentle, yet it carried an unspoken authority. The officer received the invitation, carefully opening it. Upon seeing the royal seal from the Tiando Empire on the envelope, he felt a jolt of surprise within. The royal insignia. This is not something I can dismiss lightly. However, despite this, the experienced officer remained vigilant, scrutinizing Xue Qinghe closely before letting out a soft sigh. "Very well. Let us leave this tricky matter to the higher-ups." Having come to this conclusion, the officer returned the letter to Xue Qinghe and waved to signal his subordinates to allow passage. Thus, Lei Hao and his companions successfully passed through the city gate and entered the city of Hobian. Armed with the letter crafted by Xue Qinghe and his composed demeanor, they effortlessly gained access to the lord's mansion. Upon entering the mansion, they traversed the path that allowed them to behold its opulent interiors. Flanking the sides of the pathway stood formidable warriors in black armor, each boasting a level of 30 or above. Xue Qinghe cast a glance at these warriors and could not help but commend. Clearly, the lord had indeed fulfilled his responsibilities, with hundreds of soul lords present. It appeared the lord had not initially dealt a lethal blow to the rebel forces. Such warriors, if placed within our ranks, would undoubtedly be regarded as significant military assets. Noticing Tang Nan beside him still wearing a puzzled expression, Xue Qinghe smiled gently and patiently elucidated, under normal circumstances. The combat capabilities of soul masters far surpass those of ordinary soldiers by multiples, even tens of times. They possess unique soul power skills that can wield tremendous influence on the battlefield, potentially determining the outcome of a war. While the rewards of cultivating a high-level soul master are indeed substantial, the corresponding investment costs escalate exponentially. Therefore, Only affluent empires or certain powerful duchies have the requisite resources to meticulously nurture high-level soul masters. In contrast, smaller duchies and towns typically opt to concentrate their efforts on mass-producing lower-level soul masters as a supplementary force. Just as Xue Qinghe was about to continue his detailed explanation to Tang Nan, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Realizing they had arrived at their destination, Xue Qinghe elegantly extended his hand to Tang Nan, saying, "Now, may I assist you in disembarking, Your Highness?" "Oh, very well. I suppose I must endure a little longer." Tang Nan muttered in resignation, reluctantly taking hold of Xue Qinghe's hand. However, just as he was about to emerge from the carriage, Xue Qinghe seemed to recall something and retrieved a pair of exquisitely crafted high-heeled shoes from his soul guide, presenting them to Tang Nan with a playful expression. "Ah, I almost forgot about these. Do remember to wear them, and do not let my kind intentions go to waste," Xue Qinghe remarked with a half-smile. "Xue Qinghe, just wait and see, this matter is far from over." Chapter 28. The Banquet. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. At the entrance of the banquet hall stood the elegant and dignified Countess Kroll, her smile radiating warmth. Her beautiful visage and enchanting demeanor captivated all who beheld her. As the Lord of Hobian, she had been patiently awaiting their arrival. "Hey, Xue Qinghe, slow down. I truly cannot walk quickly in these shoes," Tang Nan exclaimed, tightly gripping Xue Qinghe's hand while struggling to take each step. The delicate high heels were quite unfamiliar to him, as it was his first experience attempting to navigate in such footwear. Xue Qinghe carefully assisted Tang Nan, wary of any misstep that might lead to a fall. As he approached Lady Crowell, he paused and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, Lady Crowell. I sincerely apologize for our impromptu visit without prior notice. I hope it has not caused you any inconvenience." Lady Crowell smiled in response. "It is of no consequence. Your presence graces my humble abode. However, I am curious as to the purpose of your unexpected arrival." Xue Qinghe politely replied, "I am traveling with my mentor for exploration and research. Along the way, I heard of Count Crowell's recent triumph in quelling the long-standing rebellion in this region, and I have come to convey my heartfelt congratulations on behalf of the imperial family." With that, he presented the envelope to Lady Crowell. Earlier at the city gate, Lady Crowell had already been informed of the relevant news. Now, seeing the royal connection with her own eyes, her cautiousness began to wane. She slightly nodded and signaled to a nearby maid, who understood instantly and turned away, discreetly gesturing with her hand. The hidden soldiers, receiving the cue, silently returned to their posts like phantoms. Lady Crowell then leisurely opened the envelope, and upon seeing the royal seal emblazoned on the letter, her last shred of doubt dissipated. After meticulously reading the contents, she lifted her gaze to regard Lei Hao and the others. However, her eyes lingered momentarily on them before hesitating, ultimately refocusing on Tang Nan, who was closely following Xue Qinghe. The young girl elicited a subtle smile from Lady Crowell, as if a sudden understanding had dawned upon her. She gently covered her lips and offered a quiet smile before turning and leading the group towards the reception room. As they proceeded, Tang Nan felt as if he had suddenly grasped an elusive insight. Elated, he attempted to withdraw his hand, but Xue Qinghe held on tightly, unwilling to release him. "All right, Xue Qinghe, please let go. I feel I have nearly mastered it," Tang Nan exclaimed, confidence radiating from his expression as he addressed Xue Qinghe. Yet, Xue Qinghe ignored his plea, steadfastly keeping his grip. Tang Nan was growing increasingly anxious, attempting to break free from Xue Qinghe's grasp with all his strength. Yet the latter's grip was overpowering, rendering him immobile. In his helplessness, he could only glare at Xue Qinghe, inwardly musing, "What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Why won't he simply release my hand?" Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe paid no heed to Tang Nan's protests or silent signals, his gaze unwavering and resolute, seemingly conveying some unspoken message. However, in a fleeting moment, a new idea dawned upon him. "Really?" Xue Qinghe scrutinized Tang Nan with a look of skepticism. His eyes filled with doubt, but after a brief hesitation, he gradually loosened his grip. "Let go already." Tang Nan could no longer contain the urge to demonstrate his own capabilities. He summoned all his might and abruptly flung his arm, striving to escape Xue Qinghe's control. Unexpectedly, without the support, his body lost its balance, stumbling forward like a drunken man, on the verge of crashing to the ground. Just as disaster loomed, Xue Qinghe, almost as if foreseeing the event, swiftly extended his hand, securely steadying the faltering Tang Nan. "Be careful." Xue Qinghe's lips curled slightly, forming an elusive smile as he gently advised, "Remember the key points? Always maintain your balance. Keep your back straight, draw in your abdomen, and bend your knees slightly. Hey, didn't Tiyu just tell me all this? Tang Nin muttered indignantly under his breath, feeling quite unsatisfied. I'm not a genius. How could I possibly learn it all at once? Precisely because of that, you should refrain from showing off. Allow me to support you. Xueqing, his tone was unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Fine, you win. Tang Nan, though reluctant, understood the necessity of the assistance and begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Thus, half-heartedly, he took hold of Xueqing's arm and continued his practice, their every move observed by Mrs. Krolov, who led the way ahead of them. Mrs. Krolov regarded the two with a contemplative expression, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Oh, youth, she gently shook her head, seemingly reminiscing about her own past, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of nostalgia and sentiment. Minutes later, they arrived at the reception hall. The spacious and well-lit chamber was already filled with nobles from various regions, alongside high-ranking military officials and government dignitaries, engaging in lively and graceful conversations. Adorned in splendid attire and dazzling jewels, they exchanged smiles and pleasantries. Some nobles gathered together, savoring exquisite pastries and tea while discussing topics of politics, economics, and culture. Others stood by the windows, admiring the beautiful scenery outside, occasionally exclaiming in awe. A relaxed yet dignified atmosphere enveloped the reception hall, setting the stage for the formal commencement of the banquet, with wishes for all to enjoy their time. Upon finishing her words, Lady Crowell gracefully turned and departed. Seizing this opportunity, several individuals began to exchange opinions regarding the current situation. Indeed, there are quite a multitude of people, Lei Hao exclaimed, gazing at the incessantly conversing nobles around him. It was evident that Duke Crowell had invested considerable resources into this banquet. Yu Qing then turned to Xueqing, inquiring, what other information have you gathered? Let me think. Xueqing pondered, striving to recollect his past impressions of Count Crowell. He articulated his conjecture, I believe this may pertain to Crowell's political stance. Ever since he ascended to nobility, he has been a staunch advocate of war within the Gallia Principality. However, due to the populace's fervent yearning for peace, there is scarce support for him among the higher echelons of the principality. Thus, I surmise that the purpose of this banquet is likely to consolidate alliances with other factions, in hopes of securing greater influence in future parliamentary discussions. But why would he seek to do this? Is he contemplating the initiation of war? At this point, Xueqing furrowed his brow in concern. Suddenly, a subtle yet nearly imperceptible cough resonated throughout the hall, as if wafting down from an ethereal realm. Though faint, the cough stirred ripples across the tranquil atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention towards the viewing platform on the second floor. At that moment, the focus of the banquet, Count Crowell, stood proudly before the assembly. Clad in a solemn and archaic military uniform that had accompanied him through countless tumultuous years, he embodied both glory and grandeur. The uniform was adorned with an array of medals that sparkled like stars, each bearing witness to his illustrious achievements. The Count's visage bore the marks of time, a long, jagged scar traced from his forehead down to his cheek, adding an air of authority and dominance. He stood tall and resolute, his left hand resting lightly upon a meticulously carved cane, while his right hand gracefully raised a goblet, his movements fluid and dignified. My dear friends, Count Crowell proclaimed with a resonant voice, tonight, under the brilliance of the stars and the allure of the moonlight, we gather here to celebrate this extraordinary moment. We are currently basking in a rare tranquility, yet there are those with nefarious intentions who cannot abide by this sight. They employ insidious and cunning tactics, ruthlessly disturbing innocent lives, attempting to drag us back into the chaos of war. As he spoke, his keen gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the gallant officers beside him. However, in the face of the enemy's vile actions, our brave and fearless warriors have not flinched an inch. They have poured forth their fervent blood and valiantly fought, sweeping through the enemy ranks like a tempest, forging their own unparalleled glory from the enemy's ignoble and sordid deeds. Upon finishing his words, Count Kroll raised his wine glass with fervor, as if he intended to infuse all the aspirations and ambitions of his heart into the chalice. Following suit, the attendees raised their glasses in response. Long live Gaul! Long live the heavenly Dou Empire! The deafening cheers reverberated throughout the banquet hall, lingering in the air. Accompanying this rousing rallying cry, Count Kroll tilted his head back and drained his goblet of fine wine. Thus, the grand banquet officially commenced. In pursuit of gathering comprehensive and accurate intelligence, Lei Hao and his companions commenced their prearranged plan and dispersed. Lei Hao, you on one. and Su Xiao chose to meander among the officers, attempting to unearth crucial information from subtle clues. Meanwhile, Nia and Yi Qing adeptly navigated among the nobility, hoping to glean some insider news from them. Simultaneously, Xue Qinghe and Tang Nin enjoyed a degree of freedom, allowing them to organize their actions according to the circumstances. However, due to the inadvertent rumors spread by Countess Kroll, Xue Qinghe swiftly became the focal point of the gathering. The ambitious nobles, eager for promotion and fortune, all turned their attention to this likely successor to the throne, each vying to establish a connection with him. In an instant, a cacophony of flattery ensued. "Your Highness, might I have the honor of your attention? Your Highness, I wish to." One after another, those with ulterior motives surged forth like a tide, enveloping Xue Qinghe in a dense throng, leaving no room for escape. Faced with such a scenario, an unmistakable look of disdain finally crossed Xue Qinghe's countenance. Observing from the sidelines, Tang Nan could not help but feel a surge of delight. "Xue Qinghe, it seems you are in quite the predicament." The thought of Xue Qinghe's discomfort brought him considerable amusement. Just as Tang Nan was reveling in his self-satisfaction, a nobleman clad in splendid attire, exuding an air of grandeur, appeared before him as if descending from the heavens. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, he softly inquired, "Might this enchanting maiden grant me the honor of sharing a dance?" Caught off guard by this unexpected situation, Tang Nan stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining his composure. Upon recognizing the nobleman, he looked around in confusion, then pointed to himself and stammered, Are you speaking to me?" "Indeed, dear lady," the nobleman affirmed, maintaining his elegant smile and nodding assuredly. "I apologize, but I truly cannot dance." Tang Nan replied candidly. "Oh, what a pity." The nobleman expressed a fleeting moment of regret, though it quickly vanished. "But fear not, we have ample time to practice together. Do we not?" As he spoke, he advanced toward Tang Nan without waiting for a reply. Feeling an inexplicable sense of pressure wash over him, Tang Nan's heart raced, leaving him at a loss for words. He hurriedly cast his gaze towards the nearby Xueqing River, silently praying that someone might perceive the peculiarities surrounding him and come to rescue him from his dire predicament. Unfortunately, fate had other plans at that moment. The Xueqing River was encircled by a throng of individuals, leaving him with no means of escape. As the imposing figure of a burly man loomed ever closer, Tang Nan felt utterly isolated and defenseless, with retreat being his only option. Just as he found himself cornered, on the brink of despair, a strong and sturdy hand landed upon the nobleman's shoulder. "Sir, it seems you have indulged a bit too much in your libations. I suggest you step outside for some fresh air to regain your composure." The voice emanated from behind the nobleman as a young officer stepped forward. His military uniform, impeccably tailored, was adorned with resplendent golden insignia that sparkled brilliantly. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" The inebriated noble, lost in his intoxication, erupted in fury, swiftly turning to reprimand the audacious interloper. However, upon recognizing the officer, his arrogance and bravado evaporated instantaneously, replaced by fear and obsequiousness. The nobleman hastily covered his head with one hand, feigning a drunken stupor, and stammered, "Ah, yes, you are correct. I have indeed had too much to drink. My sincerest apologies for the disturbance." With that, he scurried away, much like a chastised dog with its tail between its legs. As the trouble dissipated, Tang Nan, who had been prepared to counterattack, discreetly retracted the concealed weapon from his sleeve. He exhaled in relief and turned gratefully towards the young officer who had rescued him from peril. "Thank you for your assistance," Tang Nan murmured, genuine gratitude shining in his eyes. "There's no need for such formality. I merely happened to pass by and noticed the situation," the officer replied, seemingly wishing to say more. Yet apprehensive of complicating matters, Tang Nan hastily turned to leave. In his anxiety, however, he inadvertently twisted his ankle, causing his body to lurch forward. In that critical moment, the officer swiftly intervened once more, extending a hand to firmly grasp Tang Nan and drawing him into an embrace. "Are you all right?" Faced with this unexpected concern, Tang Nan, engulfed in pain, managed to utter, "Could you please assist me to a nearby chair for a moment of respite?" "Certainly," the officer responded, carefully supporting Tang Nan as they made their way to a nearby seat. During this process, he stole glances at Tang Nan, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingering in his mind. Once Tang Nan was settled comfortably in the chair, he wasted no time engaging in his healing practices. As he released the blue silver grass for bandaging, astonishment washed over the officer's face. "So that's how the blue silver grass can be utilized," he mused, stroking his chin. his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and contemplation, as if he had stumbled upon an entirely new realm of discovery. He murmured to himself, "It is indeed remarkable that the blue silver grass can be cultivated to such a level." Upon hearing this, Tang Nan's expression shifted dramatically, her brows furrowing slightly as she responded with a hint of irritation. "What do you mean by that?" Her voice carried a trace of anger, clearly displeased by the officer's words. Realizing he may have misspoken, the officer promptly raised his hand in apology, saying, "I meant no offense. Please do not misunderstand. I simply find your use of the blue-silver grass quite unique, which brings to mind some past memories." Pausing briefly, he continued, "However, miss, I can't shake the feeling that we have crossed paths before." He fixed his gaze intently on the woman, attempting to glean some insight from her expression. "Friend, such advances towards a lady might not be well received." Su Qinghe's voice cut through from behind the officer, laced with discontent and reproach. He quickly approached Tang Nan, his face betraying a hint of anger. As Su Qinghe reached Tang Nan and prepared to assist her, the officer unceremoniously blocked his way. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Su Qinghe, stating, "I apologize, sir, but I must verify your identity." Su Qinghe frowned, perplexed, and inquired, "What do you mean? Do you think I would harm her?" The officer shook his head, clarifying, "This young lady clearly does not wish to be approached by strangers. As a guardian here, it is my duty to ensure everyone's safety." With a scoff, Su Qinghe retorted, "Ha, approach? That is entirely unnecessary. She is mine." With that declaration, he gestured emphatically, as if to showcase the bond he shared with Tang Nan. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Yet, the most stunned of all was Tang Nan herself. Her eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. "Ah, ah." Two exclamations rang out in unison, ignoring the reactions of those around him. Su Qinghe resolutely pulled the bewildered Tang Nan into his embrace, proclaiming loudly, "Miss Tang Nan is my fiancée." This unexpected revelation struck the onlookers like a thunderbolt, rendering the previously lively atmosphere silent as they gawked in shock at Su Qinghe and Tang Nan. Meanwhile, Tang Nan was left utterly bewildered, her mind a blank slate. "Su Qinghe, you?" Tang Nan began to question, but before she could finish her thought, Su Qinghe leaned down, his lips confidently meeting hers. This moment incited envy among the gathered nobles, their eyes betraying their jealousy. At that juncture, the officer recognized the awkwardness of the situation. Swiftly, he intervened, declaring, "Have you all seen enough of the spectacle? Please disperse." He helped clear the crowd of nobles that had gathered around Su Qinghe and Tang Nan. Finally, he smiled at Su Qinghe and said, "Wishing you both happiness, your highness." Then he turned and left, leaving Shui Qinghe and Tang Nan behind. This method proved effective. During the latter half of the banquet, almost no one dared to instigate trouble. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Qinghe engaged in pleasant and profound conversations with several high-ranking officials. However, matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. "Shui Qinghe, what exactly transpired at the banquet?" Upon returning to the camp, Yi Qing observed Tang Nan's disheveled demeanor and felt a surge of concern, prompting her to inquire. Shui Qinghe smiled and, attempting to appear nonchalant, replied, "Oh, it's nothing of great consequence, just a minor setback." Yi Qing, clearly skeptical of his words, furrowed her brow and pressed, "Are you absolutely certain?" Shui Qinghe patted Tang Nan's shoulder, forcing a smile as he reassured, "Don't worry, Sister Yi Qing, he might just be exhausted. I'll take him back to rest. See you tomorrow." With that, he guided Tang Nan into the room and casually closed the door. Yet, as soon as they entered, before the sound of the door closing had fully dissipated, a sudden noise akin to arrows being released echoed from within, followed by Tang Nan's anguished roar, "Shui Qinghe, I will kill you." The intensity of his voice seemed capable of shattering the very room itself. Ahem, the youth. Chapter 29. A chaotic scene. Drip, drip. Rhythmic droplets fell from the ceiling, occasionally splattering on the man's forehead. With great effort, he raised his hand to wipe away the cold water, then turned over, attempting to steal a moment of rest. However, at that moment, an ear-piercing sound pierced the air. The guard outside the cage was striking the iron bars with a long spear, creating a cacophony. Simultaneously, he spat a few curses, seemingly to alleviate the tedium of his monotonous duty. Within the endless darkness of the cell, the man had long lost all sense of time. He was unaware of how many days and nights he had spent there, feeling as though each day stretched endlessly, tormenting him. The weariness of his body and the mental anguish had rendered him utterly numb. He slowly closed his eyes, disregarding the disturbances from the outside world. allowing his thoughts to drift far away. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated as if to tear the very world apart. The blast jolted him from his slumber, causing his heart to race to an extreme. Immediately after, a chaotic uproar erupted outside. Intruders! Little grass, quickly hide behind me. The man's ears were filled with the sharp clashing of swords and the piercing cries of agony. These sounds grew fainter, seemingly indicating that a bloody massacre was drawing to a close. What on earth was happening? The man's mind was awash with confusion and fear as he attempted to piece together the truth behind the scene before him, but his thoughts were tangled like a knot. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a voice suddenly called out from outside the cell. Hey, you inside, if you're still alive, hurry and move to the wall. The man had yet to regain his composure when another deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The prison door was shattered to pieces, and amidst the swirling smoke emerged a young man and a woman. Are you all right? The young man quickly crouched down, extending a hand with genuine concern. May I inquire if you are Mr. Rubio? 12 hours prior, after several arduous days of relentless intelligence gathering at the Lord's estate, Lei Hao and his companions were fully prepared, awaiting only the opportune moment to rescue Rubio, with all plans meticulously arranged. However, just as everyone was poised to spring into action, Lei Hao, do you not feel that the atmosphere seems rather peculiar? The keen-eyed Su Xiao was the first to sense the oddity, casting a suspicious glance around until his gaze settled on the two individuals across from them, Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe, who appeared dejected yet still held a spark of vitality. Well, now that you mention it, it does seem that way, Lei Hao replied, echoing his sentiment as he exchanged puzzled glances with Su Xiao, both men sensing a shared bewilderment. Moments later, as if struck by a sudden thought, Lei Hao dashed over to Xue Qinghe's side, lowering his voice in urgency. Hey, tell me right now, what exactly transpired between you two last night? At that moment, Tang Nan remained silent, calmly nibbling on a piece of bread. Yet, despite her composure, the displeasure was unmistakably etched on her face. It seems that only Xue Qinghe feels a bit awkward. He scratched his head, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Tang Nan, who coincidentally met his eyes. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe quickly interjected, There's nothing going on. TCH, how utterly mundane. Lei Hao, having gleaned no useful information, wore a disheartened expression and muttered a complaint as he reluctantly returned to his seat. Hey, are you still upset? Xue Qinghe asked softly, a hint of a conciliatory smile on his face. Why should that concern you? Tang Nan retorted coldly, not even lifting her head, her tone heavy with resentment. Didn't I already apologize? Xue Qinghe chuckled helplessly. If you bring it up again, I swear I'll pull the trigger. Tang Nan shot back, raising her crossbow menacingly at Xue Qinghe's forehead. All right. Next time I'll be sure to give you advance notice. But could you please lower the crossbow for now? Xue Qinghe cautiously indicated to the weapon poised against his head. Humph. Tang Nan scoffed dismissively, retracting the crossbow. However, their antics had not gone unnoticed by the four onlookers nearby, who were thoroughly entertained by the exchange and increasingly curious about the tale from the previous night. The bewildered Yi Qing, just entering the scene, stood confused by their antics. What are you all doing? Bang, 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 bang. Indifferently, Yi Qing delivered a sharp reprimand to each of them, bringing the farce to an abrupt end. All right, let us convene. With Yi Qing's proclamation, the meeting concerning the rescue of Rubio officially commenced. Lei Hao began their report. The current military strength of the Lord's Manor had been thoroughly investigated. Their foundational force was the black armored battalion stationed to the east of the Lord's residence. Clad in impenetrable black armor, these soldiers resembled indestructible fortresses numbering approximately 800, each possessing a soul power exceeding level 30. Commanding this elite unit was a mysterious team known as the Blackguards, though comprised of only about 8 members. Their prowess ranged between levels 40 and 50. 6 of these Blackguards would split into 2 groups, each consisting of 3 individuals. One group would remain constantly by the side of Count Kroll, ensuring his safety. The other would be tasked with patrolling the vicinity of the Lord's Manor, vigilant against any potential threats. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing furrowed her brow, pondering silently. Such a formidable defense would undoubtedly make a breakthrough challenging. Pressing her lips together, she promptly inquired, and what of the remaining 2 individuals? We're uncertain, Yuan Wen replied, exasperation etched on his face. It appears that those high-ranking officers are completely oblivious to their whereabouts. Despite our efforts to intoxicate several of them, we could not extract any useful information. He spread his hands helplessly after recounting the events. What transpired next? Someone impatiently pressed. The good news is, we have likely pinpointed Rubio's location. However, the bad news. Su Xiao paused dramatically, teasing the revelation. Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Everyone urged. Their hideout is directly beneath the encampment of the Black Armored Battalion. This revelation dropped like a heavy bombshell, leaving all present in a state of bewilderment. Oh dear, this complicates matters greatly. Yi Qing, equally troubled, proceeded to divulge another critical piece of intelligence. Outside Hobian City, a military force dispatched from the capital, Lion, is stationed, reportedly tasked with escorting the rebel leader back to headquarters. Moreover, those officials hinted that they would soon take action. This information undoubtedly intensified the anxiety of the already beleaguered group. Why don't we simply storm in? Lei Hao suggested, his impatience leading him to propose a straightforward and reckless plan. To his surprise, it was promptly dismissed. Rejected. That would be far too rash, even disregarding soul power consumption. It would take us a considerable amount of time to engage over 800 individuals. By then, reinforcements from outside the city would have arrived. Hey, Su Xiao, is Rubio truly being held within the military camp? Indeed, according to reliable intelligence, he is imprisoned underground, though there is more than one route leading there. One path lies within the military camp, while another is rumored to be concealed within Count Kroll's chamber. However, the veracity of this latter route still requires further verification. Upon hearing the news, Xueqing had gazed intently at the meticulously drawn map in her hands, her eyes fixating on a particularly marked location, the Lord's Mansion warehouse. A thoughtful frown creased her brow, as if she were concocting a plan in her mind. After a moment, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, and addressed the assembly. Perhaps we could make astute use of this warehouse. Yi Qing followed the direction of Xueqing's finger and indeed spotted the conspicuous warehouse symbol on the map. In an instant, a flash of inspiration surged through his mind, igniting a fervor within him. I have thought of a solution. Everyone, we can. In the stillness of the night, the Lord's mansion lay enveloped in tranquility, intermittently disrupted by the yawns of weary soldiers. Some remained vigilant, patrolling the surroundings, while others could not suppress glances back, eagerly anticipating the changing of the guard. The sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer, prompting the soldiers to instantly sharpen their focus, filled with a mix of tension and anticipation for the shift change. Change of guard. With a command from the officer, the previously stationed soldiers felt a wave of relaxation wash over them. Some stretched their numbed wrists while others gathered to discuss their upcoming activities. Meanwhile, the officer gazed at the night sky, intending to indulge in a cigarette for relaxation. Suddenly, a piercing bird call shattered the air, akin to the clarion call of battle. Lightning quick, Lei Hao and his compatriots sprang into action, launching an assault on the unsuspecting soldiers. The troops, momentarily lost in the bliss of finishing their shift, were thrown into disarray by the sudden onslaught. The commanding officer, regaining his composure, swiftly organized a defense and attempted to sound the alarm. Yet, as he commanded his soldiers to resist, a cold arrow suddenly whistled through the air, striking him squarely in the chest. At the same time, as the soldiers endeavored to form a line, blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring them tightly. By the time they managed to extricate themselves, the enemy's assault had already commenced. In a matter of mere minutes, Lei Hao and his team swiftly eliminated the two small squads. Without lingering, they advanced deeper into the Lord's mansion, adhering to their predetermined plan. Action, my lord. It is time for bed, the steward softly remarked from the lofty heights of the mansion, his tone imbued with respect and concern. He stood by, patiently awaiting Count Kroll's response. Count Kroll slightly furrowed his brow, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the impenetrable darkness outside the window. He seemed lost in contemplation, showing little reaction to the steward's reminder. After a while, the steward cautiously added, "My lord, the lady has already fallen asleep." "Yes, I understand. Let us wait a little longer," Count Kroll replied, still staring into the distance, as if some unsettling secret lay hidden there. Though his body felt the weight of fatigue, his mind was far from slumber. At that moment, Count Kroll suddenly turned to the steward, a flicker of doubt and alertness in his eyes. "Lao Su, for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss tonight." The steward's ears twitched slightly. He keenly sensed the unusual tone in his master's words. He slowly stepped forward, casting his gaze out of the window. After a brief moment of silence, he replied, "Indeed, my lord. I too have sensed an unusual presence surrounding us, akin to a swarm of insects stirring in the shadows." No sooner had he spoken than a dark figure, like a bolt of lightning, shattered the window and lunged directly for the heart of Count Kroll. The assailant was none other than Lei Hao, his movements swift as a tempest, wielding a sharp weapon, clearly harboring murderous intent. However, in the face of this sudden assault, Count Crowell remained remarkably composed. He swiftly drew the exquisite blade at his waist, effortlessly parrying Lei Hao's fierce onslaught. The clash of blades resonated throughout the room, producing a crisp sound. Commendable courage. Yet, alas, it is still far from sufficient. Count Crowell scoffed, evading Lei Hao's subsequent strike with a flicker of his form. Oh, how about this? A glint of cunning flashed in Lei Hao's eyes as he spun backward with sudden force, his body whirling like a cyclone. In that fleeting moment of his roll, countless sharp arrows materialized ominously just 5 meters before the Count. Oh, in the face of this unexpected barrage, the Count stood firm, exuding an air of calm. The swiftly approaching arrows seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, halting abruptly a mere meter from him, as though impeded by an invisible barrier. Lei Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Just as he grappled with the surreal spectacle before him, a faint rustling sound reached his ears, reminiscent of someone delicately slicing wood. A sense of foreboding gripped Lei Hao's heart. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength, leaping backward to the window like a startled bird. Seeing Lei Hao's nimble reaction, Count Crowell's face broke into an appreciative smile, and he couldn't help but applaud. Well done. Few can perceive the fluctuations of Old Su's soul technique. What a pity. Eliminate him, Old Su. Yes, my lord. Butler Su replied respectfully, his fingers commencing a rapid and agile dance. It was as if his fingertips possessed infinite magic, each movement conjuring fierce gusts of wind. As he moved, fissures began to form in the surrounding space, shimmering with an eerie light that sent chills down the spine. Witnessing this, Lei Hao dared not delay for an instant. He immediately summoned the soul power within him, launching a formidable strike forward, unleashing a tremendous slash imbued with unparalleled might. Lightning crackled along the blade, igniting dazzling sparks as if intent on tearing the very fabric of reality apart. At that moment, illuminated by the flickering flames, Lei Hao caught sight of something peculiar. Was that a thread? His eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with astonishment, observing Lei Hao's incredulous expression. Butler Su smiled faintly and began to introduce his martial soul. My martial soul is merely a tattered strip of cloth. It was only when I inadvertently discovered my ability to manipulate the threads within this fabric, to control them at will, that everything transformed. With these words, Steward Su gently waved the silk threads in his hand, instantly weaving them into a vast and invisible net that descended upon Lei Hao with overwhelming force. This net appeared ethereal, yet the power it contained was profoundly unsettling. In the face of Steward Su's assault, Lei Hao exhibited no trace of fear, rather, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Oh, you wish to kill me? Perhaps in your next life, my good sir. Before his words faded, a crisp snap echoed throughout the venue. Suddenly, the arrows that had been firmly secured sprang to life, agitatedly stirring and emitting sharp whistling sounds. At that moment, with the safety of the Count weighing heavily on his mind, Steward Su reluctantly relinquished his attack on Lei Hao and swiftly redirected the silk threads, attempting to ensnare the arrows before they could detonate. His technique was deft and precise, the threads weaving through the air like agile serpents, promptly binding each arrow tightly. Prepare to meet your end. With a furious roar, Lei Hao charged at the elderly figure occupied with the arrows, wielding a tang knife that shimmered with brilliant blue electricity, crackling ominously. Just as the tension reached its zenith, the black guards stationed outside finally sensed the disturbance and rushed in. Among them, one guard was particularly swift, moving with ghostly agility to seize the glimmering tang knife with a powerful grip. Impudence! Upon closer inspection, Tang Nan was taken aback to discover that the obstacle in his path was none other than one of his relentless pursuers, Chen Feng. Humph! What a narrow road for enemies. Lei Hao smirked slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes before he composed himself. How audacious of you, traitor, to attempt an assassination on the lord of the city. Chen Feng's eyes widened with fury, his aura formidable as he unleashed his strength, forcefully sending Lei Hao sprawling several meters away. However, contrary to expectations, Lei Hao remained composed and unfazed. Upon landing steadily, he surveyed the encroaching adversaries with unwavering resolve, his countenance devoid of fear. This should suffice. With that, Lei Hao gently blew on a whistle. In an instant, 3 sharp sounds of piercing air rang out, followed by 3 arrows that shot in like lightning from the window. These arrows struck the ground with impeccable accuracy and erupted, sending clouds of dust and smoke swirling into the air. As the haze gradually lifted, The onlookers were astonished to find that the audacious assassin had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of the assassin, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, and in a state of panic. They all knelt before Count Kroll, pleading, "We have failed in our duties. Please punish us, my lord." However, Count Kroll stood remarkably composed, gently waving his hand as he spoke in a calm tone. "Enough. This matter is not your fault. Please, rise." With that, he lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside, the noise escalating as if something significant had occurred. Observing the situation, Qin Feng decisively led a group of soldiers to swiftly exit the premises and investigate the matter. Meanwhile, Count Kroll, who had been wide awake due to the unexpected assassination attempt, slowly bent down to retrieve the remnants of the arrow that had fallen to the ground. He scrutinized the fragment in his hand, a flicker of curiosity and intrigue crossing his eyes. Interesting. As time ticked away, when the black guard responsible for scouting the situation returned to report to Count Kroll, the nobleman was seated calmly in his chair, his right hand tightly gripping the remains of the recently shot arrow, lost in contemplation. What transpired outside? Count Kroll inquired, his voice steady. Yet his gaze was laced with a hint of coldness as he observed the trembling black guard before him. After a moment of hesitation, the guard finally mustered the courage to lift his head. "My lord, the military warehouse is ablaze." Upon hearing this, Count Kroll's expression instantly turned grave. But he swiftly masked it, feigning calmness as he reassured, "Do not panic, speak slowly." However, the grip of the arrow in his hand betrayed his true feelings. Due to overwhelming tension and fury, his palm had already begun to bead with perspiration, and the once formidable arrow had been crushed into countless fragments. Qin Feng's team had already engaged the enemy, and in addition, Van Hade's team was hastening to provide support. Furthermore, the Black Armored Brigade had also mobilized entirely. The Black Guard lowered his head, his voice quivering slightly as he responded. "Good. Very good." Count Kroll's brow furrowed tightly, visible veins surfacing on his forehead, clearly indicating his mounting fury. How many adversaries do they face? According to the intelligence gathered thus far, the enemy consisted of merely 4 individuals, the Black Guard reported truthfully. What? Only 4? Count Kroll was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice brimming with disdain and mockery. "Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. Only 4 people, and you lot have taken so long to deal with them? Are you all merely passing the time?" In his rage, he slammed his hand down on the armrest of the chair beside him, producing a sharp crack as the robust wooden chair shattered into pieces. At that moment, a deafening roar resounded once more from outside, as if attempting to tear the very heavens apart. The direction of that sound. Could it be? The Count pondered to himself. When he realized that the noise originated from the east, enlightenment dawned upon him, unveiling the opponent's intentions. "Ha ha 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 ha." The Earl threw back his head and laughed uncontrollably, his laughter echoing with boundless confidence and authority. He gently crushed the remnants in his hand, which instantly transformed into countless fine particles, scattering into the air. Turning to face the Black Guards who were kneeling in readiness, he commanded in a stern voice, "Immediately mobilize all available forces and hasten to the barracks. At the same time, send an alert to the city defense army. But be careful not to disturb the troops at Lyon. Do you understand?" Understood. The Black Guards, well aware that the Earl's wrath had been ignited, did not dare to delay for even a moment. After acknowledging, they swiftly departed like phantoms. The Earl slowly returned to the window, extending his right hand to let the particles slip through his fingers, cascading outside. He gazed into the distance, his expression resolute and cold. "Let me see just how much capability you still possess." Chapter 30. A ruckus. Thank heavens. I have finally managed to escape. Leho leaped out of the window and clung to the wall like a gecko, cautiously and silently sliding down to the ground. The moment his feet touched solid ground, he exhaled a sigh of relief, but immediately became vigilant again. He glanced up at the window he had just jumped from, pondering to himself, "I must not take such risks again. I need to find a way for Master Wei to help me craft some specialized climbing tools. Relying solely on handholds is not a sustainable plan." Just as Leho was deep in thought, a sharp command pierced the air. "Don't move." The sudden warning startled him, causing his whole body to tremble. He spun around to see a group of heavily armored soldiers steadily advancing toward him, their sharp spears clutched tightly in their hands, forming an orderly line that closed in step by step. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Leho wasted no time and began to run towards the prearranged warehouse. How can this guy run so fast? The black armored soldiers were taken aback as they saw Leho vanish from sight in an instant, on his way to the destination. Lei Hao displayed remarkable courage and audacity. Not only did he unhesitatingly attack a passing patrol, but he also audaciously humiliated the soldiers. Infuriated, the soldiers shouted curses. Yet they relentlessly pursued him, unwilling to let him escape easily. When Lei Hao finally reached the warehouse, Yuan Wen and Su Xiao, who had been lying in ambush, could not help but comment, what on earth did he do to earn such animosity? They gazed at the hostile soldiers swarming behind Lei Hao, their eyes fierce like wolves, as if they intended to devour him whole. All right, let us hide for now and observe the situation, Yuan Wen suggested. Just as they prepared to conceal themselves and assess the circumstances, Lei Hao shouted in exasperation, where is everyone? After a difficult journey to reach this place, he lingered at the door for quite some time, yet he still could not detect any signal from Yuan Wen and the others. A profound sense of betrayal surged within him, prompting a low curse to escape his lips as he turned to flee. Yet, at that very moment, a familiar figure materialized before him like a ghost, none other than Van Hade. With a sudden burst of energy, Van Hade lunged forward, launching a surprise attack on Lei Hao. Instinctively, Lei Hao raised his knife to block the oncoming strike, and in an instant, both were locked in a stalemate. A smirk of disdain curled upon Van Hade's lips as he provocatively taunted his opponent, "Oh dear, who might this be? Have you truly forgotten your brush with death at Yama's hands?" With that, he aimed to use his imposing stature to overpower Lei Hao. However, Lei Hao was equally unyielding, retorting, "I may have forgotten, but you shan't enjoy such luck again." With that, he suddenly retracted his strength, taking a large step back. At that moment, Van Hade was unable to respond, continuing to exert force forward, his body losing its support and leaning precariously, teetering on the brink of imbalance. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Hao surged forward like a hungry tiger, delivering a fierce kick directly to Van Hade's face. The impact was thunderous and unstoppable, striking him squarely on the jaw. Reeling from the blow, Van Hade clutched his face in agony, his weapon flailing wildly in his hands. Lei Hao deftly sidestepped, easily evading Van Hade's retaliatory strike, and circled behind him. As soldiers gasped in astonishment, Van Hade, roused from his daze, swiftly turned to unleash a powerful spinning slash. Regrettably, this maneuver had already been anticipated by Lei Hao, who preemptively seized Van Hade's wrist. "Farewell," Lei Hao coldly declared, channeling all his strength into a fierce twist, resulting in a sharp crack as Van Hade's right wrist was audibly fractured. Without mercy, Lei Hao hurled Van Hade aside, who crashed heavily to the ground, spewing a copious amount of blood that stained the earth beneath him. Struggling to rise and open his eyes once more, he was met with the terrifying sight of Lei Hao brandishing his long knife, poised to strike. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of arrows rained from the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. Countless gleaming feathered arrows descended upon Lei Hao, akin to a relentless deluge, as Su Tai, albeit belatedly, unleashed his fifth soul skill in a desperate bid to rescue his comrade from peril. The barrage of arrows swept towards Lei Hao like a swarm of locusts, instantly disrupting his attack. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Lei Hao had no choice but to retreat hastily, evading the deadly onslaught. "Hey, are you all right? Can you hold on?" Su Tai exclaimed anxiously as he rushed to Van Hade's side, carefully supporting the battered and breathless figure. Van Hade struggled to lift his head, coughing a few times before weakly uttering, "Cough, I am fine." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Su Tai felt a tightening in his chest and quickly checked for Van Hade's breath, finding a faint sign of life, which offered him a slight sense of relief. "Humph, another one heading to their doom." Lei Hao sneered at Su Tai, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. In the next moment, he swayed and charged towards the enemy ranks like a tiger descending from the mountains, launching a new wave of ferocious assaults. Su Tai, witnessing this, dared not delay for a moment and immediately shouted, directing the soldiers beside him to confront the enemy. The clash of blades echoed as the two sides engaged fiercely, the atmosphere thick with the sounds of battle. On the battlefield, Lei Hao moved like an agile dragon, weaving between the flashing swords. His weapon danced in his hands, each strike infused with overwhelming force, sending enemies sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, the opposing forces, wary of injuring their allies, found themselves restrained, their combat effectiveness significantly diminished. With eyes as sharp as a hawk's, Lei Hao seemed to perceive every weakness. He focused intently on the battlefield's shifting dynamics, not allowing any detail to escape his notice. Gradually, he maneuvered closer to his target, Su Tai's position, as the distance shortened to a point where he could launch a surprise attack. Lei Hao suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy, instantly knocking surrounding soldiers away. Following this, he executed the soul technique Thunder Flash, appearing before Su Tai in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Su Tai barely had time to react, hastily grasping an arrow in a futile attempt to defend himself. Yet, it was all too late. Lei Hao's blade, crackling with lightning, descended at astonishing speed, effortlessly severing the fragile arrow and leaving a horrifying gash on Su Tai's chest in the same breath. Reeling from the grievous injury, Su Tai collapsed to his knees, unable to rise. Just as Lei Hao intended to press his advantage for a fatal blow, Chen Feng and his team members arrived just in time. Acting in perfect unison, they forced Lei Hao back. Witnessing his companions gravely wounded and on the brink of death ignited a fierce rage within Chen Feng. His eyes widened, and his arms swelled with muscle, becoming as robust as a bear's paw. With a mighty roar, he lunged at Lei Hao, crashing into him with unparalleled force, propelling them both into the warehouse. The other two teammates, seeing this, did not hesitate and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the black armored brigade prepared to advance as well. The next moment, they were obstructed by a massive stone pillar. Apologies, but you must remain here, Yuanwen leaped down from the pillar, landing directly amidst the crowd. Humph. I did not expect you to be so furious. Lei Hao continued to provoke those engaged in the battle within the warehouse. The adversary remained entirely unaffected by his influence, and the speed of the attacks continued to escalate. Soon, his movements became so swift that they left behind afterimages, raining down relentless blows upon Lei Hao's protective soul force. Faced with such an onslaught, Lei Hao could only maneuver within the confines of the warehouse to evade him. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's companions were not faring any better. The moment the two stepped into the warehouse, a chilling, bone-piercing aura enveloped them, instantly freezing their legs. Just as they were taken aback, several razor-sharp, sword energies surged forth from the shadows like phantoms. Realizing the imminent danger, the two dared not hesitate. They quickly summoned their inner soul power and executed their protective techniques, bracing themselves to withstand the unexpected assault. Simultaneously, in a display of unspoken coordination, they launched a counterattack towards the source of the sword energies, their formidable strength converging into a shockwave that surged directly towards the shadowy figure concealing their foe. With a resounding crash, Su Xiao, hidden in the darkness, was finally forced to reveal himself. Upon seeing that their opponent was but one, the two felt a surge of joy and, breaking free from the icy shackles binding their feet, charged forward without hesitation, intending to swiftly subdue Su Xiao through a flanking maneuver. However, faced with such a fierce offensive, Su Xiao remained composed, deftly wielding his frost blade with increasing finesse, effortlessly parrying their onslaught. Just then, the warehouse doors burst open, and a continuous stream of black-armored warriors surged inside. To Su Xiao's surprise, these adversaries were not lacking in cunning. As he silently admired their cleverness, he activated his fifth soul skill, Ice Oblivion. In an instant, an icy chill permeated the air, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. Under this overwhelming pressure, the two opponents could not help but retreat repeatedly. Observing the growing crowd around him, Su Xiao felt a pang of anxiety within. He understood that without adopting some extreme measures, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, this was the very course of action he most wished to avoid. Reluctantly shaking his head, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He swiftly swung his frost blade with great force, slicing through the air and sparking against the ground. These sparks, akin to embers, landed upon the prepared strips of cloth and flammable materials, igniting a fierce blaze in an instant. The flames rapidly spread, engulfing the entire warehouse in a sea of fire. Thick smoke billowed upward, and the flames soared, capturing the attention of all who beheld it. Yet, amidst the chaos, Su Xiao remained remarkably composed, gripping his frost blade tightly, his gaze resolute and unyielding. The second round had officially commenced. Quick! All personnel, proceed to the warehouse to extinguish the fire. The inferno raging within the warehouse resembled a ferocious beast, clawing and gnashing as it devoured everything in its path, with billowing smoke rising into the heavens. The magnificent spectacle successfully captured the attention of all the soldiers, and the once tranquil Lord S residence instantly transformed into a cacophony of shouts, commands, and the clamor of hurried footsteps. Simultaneously, the black-armored soldiers stationed in the barracks sensed the anomaly. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly assembled and raced towards the warehouse, poised to offer support. Observing the soldiers depart, Nia, Tang Nan, and Xue Qinghe, who had been concealed in the grass, finally exhaled in relief. Cautiously, they peered out, surveying their surroundings for any signs of danger. Once assured of their safety, Nia whispered, "Okay, they've all left. Let us commence our mission." No sooner had she spoken than the trio darted out like arrows released from a bow, weaving through the expansive military camp. Their movements were light and agile, resembling three phantoms silently searching for the entrance to the dungeon. Fortunately, the veteran Zhao gang from the insurgents had provided them with a detailed topographic map. Armed with this invaluable resource, Nia meticulously deduced the approximate location of the entrance after careful consideration and analysis. Thus, they advanced along the predetermined route and soon reached their target. Standing before the massive and formidable iron door, a wave of intense apprehension surged within them. The iron door stood closed like an impregnable shield, exuding a chilling aura. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Nia cautiously approached and gently tapped on the door. Each knock reverberated, echoing the strength and resilience encapsulated in the thick metal. She listened intently to the resounding sounds, relying on her years of experience and keen intuition to assess the situation behind the door. After a thorough observation and analysis, Nia estimated the door to be approximately 2 meters thick, yet this did not deter her or instill fear. On the contrary, her eyes sparkled with confidence and determination. "Little grass, little white face, retreat to the back," Nia commanded decisively, signaling the two to find a relatively safe hiding spot. Once they were positioned, Nia swiftly retrieved a package of specially designed explosives from her pocket, expertly securing it to the iron door. After completing the deployment, Nia turned without hesitation and sprinted towards a safe distance. Her steps were nimble and light, akin to an agile leopard. Upon reaching her designated spot, she snapped her fingers with a sharp, resonant sound. With a piercing noise, the fuse was successfully ignited. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Mere seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted, reverberating like thunder. Thick smoke billowed, and dust ascended. Nia covered her mouth and nose with her hand, enduring the acrid smoke as she anxiously awaited the outcome of the detonation. As the haze gradually dissipated, she focused her gaze and beheld that the once indestructible iron door had been shattered into two halves. Beholding her handiwork, a slight smile of triumph graced Nia's lips. However, she did not dwell in joy for long, swiftly regaining her composure and issuing the next set of instructions. "Shuqinghe, you remain outside to keep watch. Such a commotion will surely attract their attention. You must hold your ground for 5 minutes. And Xiao, stay close behind me, understood?" Nia's tone was resolute and serious. "Understood." Shuqinghe and Tang Nin responded in unison. Thus, Nia led Tang Nin deeper into the shadows, while Shuqinghe unsheathed his sword, standing guard at the entrance. After traversing a lengthy, dimly lit corridor, Nia and her companion finally reached the dungeon. However, just as they crossed the threshold, they encountered a group of guards who were making their way upstairs to investigate the cause of the recent explosion. Both parties were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected encounter. But Nia quickly regained her wits. She swiftly whispered to the person behind her, "Xiao, hide behind me." With that, she pulled Tang Nan protectively behind her, simultaneously summoning her formidable soul, the burning heart mystic bird, which she transformed into an incredibly sharp scythe, and without hesitation, charged forward. Within the confined passage of the dungeon, wielding her compact scythe and aided by Tang Nan's blue-silver grass skill, they became an unstoppable force, effortlessly toppling all incoming adversaries. The air was soon filled with the echoes of anguished cries. Once she confirmed that all enemies had lost their fighting capability, Nia seized one guard who still had a flicker of strength left to speak, compelling him to divulge the information she sought. "Speak quickly. Where is Rubio imprisoned?" Nia glared fiercely at the guard, the chains in her hands tightening around his body. "I truly don't know." The guard attempted to resist, but Nia's strength was overwhelming, rendering him unable to escape. Ultimately, he could only keep his lips sealed, resolutely refusing to disclose any information. Yet, Nia was not one to concede easily. With a cold smirk, she remarked, "No matter, I have ways to make you talk." With that, she directed her finger to a specific part of the guard's waist and squeezed with force. Instantly, his face contorted in agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Despite this, he gritted his teeth, showing no signs of yielding. Seeing this, Nia decided to escalate her methods. Just as she prepared to apply more pressure, the guard, unable to withstand the torment any longer, pointed tremblingly towards the depths of the corridor. At the very end of the passage, he gasped. "Thank you," Nia said, a slight smile gracing her lips. Having acquired the information she desired, she gently struck the guard's neck, granting him a fleeting and tranquil dream. Subsequently, Nia, accompanied by Tang Nan, hastened towards the end of the passage. Is this the privilege afforded to the highest officials? It seems the Count truly treats everyone equally. Nia jestingly called out as she approached the iron gate, shouting, "Hey, inside. If you're still alive, quickly move to the wall." With that, she began to inscribe runes upon the iron door with one hand, as if it were a pen. Once the runes were completed, a sharp snap of her fingers caused them to explode, propelling the door outward. Cough, cough, Nia, can you really do that on your own? Of course. This is a technique I've painstakingly developed. Then why did we need explosives for that door? It consumes too much spirit energy, and besides, it's not cost-effective. As the duo cleared the smoke, they spotted a man lying on the ground, gazing at them with confusion. Tang Nan stepped forward first, extending a friendly gesture. "Excuse me. Are you Mr. Rubio?" "Yes." Upon receiving a confirmed response, Tang Nan noticed the man's frail condition and quickly retrieved a water bottle from his bag, offering it to him. The man accepted the flask and began to drink deeply. Gulp, gulp. Seizing the moment, Tang Nan performed a quick medical assessment. "Well, thankfully, it's just malnutrition. Mr. Rubio, can you get up?" Tang Nan lifted his gaze and saw a figure reflected in the man's eyes, standing ominously behind them. "Nia, watch out behind you." Tang Nan exclaimed urgently, but it was too late. Just as Nia turned around, she was seized by a hand as unyielding as iron, gripping her neck and ruthlessly slamming her against the wall, rendering her unconscious in an instant. "Don't move. If you dare to make a single move, I will end her life right here." Count Kroll threatened viciously, his left hand tightly gripping Nia's throat. Though Tang Nan had aimed his crossbow at Count Kroll, he hesitated, fearing for Nia's safety. Observing the hesitation and turmoil in Tang Nan's eyes, Count Kroll smirked coldly, fully aware that this young man would never disregard his companion's safety. Thus, he intentionally tightened his grip, causing Nia's complexion to grow increasingly pale. Indeed, witnessing this scene, Tang Nan's heart tightened, and he reluctantly lowered his crossbow, anxiously pleading, "Don't harm her. I beg you. At least you're sensible." But alas, it's all too late. Count Kroll's gaze darkened with a chilling malice that sent shivers down the spine. With a crisp snap, the assassin in his grasp ceased to breathe. Subsequently, as if discarding a useless object, he carelessly tossed the corpse into the corner of the room. "No." Tang Nan let out a heart-wrenching roar, his face contorted with despair and fury. He raised the crossbow high, his finger firmly pressing against the trigger. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull it down. Why? Why is this happening? Tang Nan's eyes brimmed with hopelessness, as if a flame were igniting within his heart. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. "Do you seek vengeance? Do you desire power?" Tang Nan was utterly astonished, unable to discern the origin of the voice that resonated around him. At that moment, he was taken aback to find himself in an entirely unfamiliar space, confronted by a woman whose features were obscured by a veil of shadow, rendering her visage indistinguishable. The woman softly responded, "Your Highness, how could you have forgotten the incantation I just taught you?" "Ahem. Well then, let us recite it once more together, with the homeland as the guide." I succumbed to slumber. Her voice was melodious, akin to celestial music, imbued with an enchanting quality. The Count approached, disappointment etched upon his face as he coldly remarked, "It is truly regrettable. You have not transformed into a true warrior." With that, the Count lifted his great sword, poised to extinguish Tang Nan's life. However, his right hand was ensnared by heavy chains, rendering him immobile. Just then, a firm and furious voice emerged from behind him. "If you wish to harm my comrade, you must first reckon with me." Nia stood resolute, her once jet-black hair now shimmering with vibrant crimson at the edges. Simultaneously, ethereal blue flames began to manifest around her form. With the homeland as the guide, I succumbed to slumber. As Tang Nan uttered those words, a delicate violet glow blossomed from his left hand. Upon hearing this incantation, Count Kroller suddenly appeared drained of all strength, his entire being succumbing to frailty as his consciousness began to fade. His body became utterly uncontrollable, and Nia seized the moment, hurling him against the wall as if he were a mere puppet. "Get up. Run quickly." Before Tang Nan could fully comprehend the situation, Nia unhesitatingly hoisted Rubio and firmly grasped Tang Nan, propelling them toward the exit with urgency. "Sister, you're alive?" "But I just..." Tang Nan stammered, his face a mask of disbelief. "Enough chatter. Preserving our lives is paramount." Nia interrupted, breathless yet resolute. "Do not worry. I possess my fifth soul skill. which allows me to execute an instantaneous healing in critical moments. However, each use necessitates a 6-month recovery period. How infuriating. Fortunately, I had set a triggering mark for myself beforehand. Otherwise, we would truly be doomed. Curse it, my neck is starting to ache again. As they fled, Nia could not suppress her curiosity about what Tang Nan had uttered to render him defenseless. Yet, Tang Nan furrowed his brow, deep in thought, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. I cannot recall. He strained to extract any semblance of clarity from the chaos of his memories, but to no avail. Forget it, there is no time for that, Nia decisively urged, rallying them to hasten their escape. The trio raced through the tunnel, emerging above ground, where Xueqinghe had been entangled in a fierce battle with the returning black-armored soldiers for some time. Prepared to implement Plan B. Nia spoke with urgency as she swiftly entwined the blue silvergrass around herself and Rubio. Simultaneously, having received the signal, Xueqinghe ceased his entanglement with the enemy, instantly repelling the surrounding foes with remarkable speed, racing to their side. Are we all set? Then let us take flight, Xueqinghe exclaimed, unfurling his powerful wings with great force, soaring towards the lofty sky like a shooting star. Oh my! Nia cried out, exhilarated by the thrilling rush of high-altitude sprinting. Her voice echoed throughout the air. Gripping the blue silvergrass tightly, she reveled in the exhilarating sensation of speed. Amidst the heights, Nia remained focused on her mission. Turning to Tang Nan and shouting, quickly signal that the operation is complete. Tang Nan nodded and promptly fired a signal flare. A magnificent display of fireworks erupted above the Lord's mansion, illuminating the night sky with resplendent colors. At that moment, the three engaged in fierce combat within the warehouse also took notice of this extraordinary occurrence. It seems the plan has succeeded. Now, only the final step of our escape remains. A cunning smile appeared on Lei Hao's face as he continued to provoke Chen Feng, seizing the opportunity to swiftly place a smoke bomb beneath his feet, igniting the fuse without hesitation. With a dull explosion, thick smoke billowed, instantly filling the already cramped space. Caught off guard by the sudden fog, Chen Feng found his vision completely obscured. Su Shao retreat. In the midst of the smoke, Lei Hao, guided by Yi Qing, successfully located Su Shao and joined forces with him. Together, the two broke through the enemy's defenses, successfully reuniting with Yuanwan, who awaited them outside. As the trio came together, Yi Qing, from a distance, took a deep breath and conveyed the final command through the voice of the wind. Everyone, do what you do best, and fight with all your might to carve a path through. As the words fell, the three exchanged knowing smiles in response, affirming, understood. When the first light of dawn pierced the darkness, a quiet morning arrived. The golden sunlight streamed through the cracks, caressing the resolute face of Count Kroll, gently beckoning him from slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening. The first sight that met his gaze was that of his wife, elegantly clad in a delicate nightgown, quietly seated beside him. "You're awake," she softly remarked, her voice melodious and enchanting, imbued with a hint of gentle mirth. "Does it feel different to sleep in a new place?" Hearing her words, the corners of Count Kroll's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a rare smile. "Indeed, I have never slept so comfortably." Then Count Kroll turned his gaze towards the silent, watchful butler at his side, inquiring, "What are our losses?" 2 black guards are severely injured, and over 100 black armored soldiers have sustained varying degrees of injury. 3 black guards have minor wounds. Material losses: they absconded with a plethora of weaponry, armor, and healing potions. Listening to the steward's report, the Count nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. He then lowered his gaze to the gruesome scar etched upon his hand, a remnant of the chains that had seared his flesh, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. The Countess, standing nearby, observed the scene with keen awareness, her heart already discerning her husband's thoughts. She gently approached the Count, picking up some herbs to tenderly tend to his wound. During this process, she could not help but chide, "You, being no longer in your youth, ought to exercise more caution. Do not exert yourself as you did in your younger days. After all, health is of paramount importance." The Count, upon hearing her words, nodded in agreement, yet soon replied with a smile, "Indeed, but there are occasions when certain matters must be addressed." With that, he lifted his head, his gaze resting upon the ceiling above, which bore cracks from the recent assault. At that moment, a beam of warm sunlight filtered through the fissures, illuminating his face. Gazing at the ray, the Count's eyes softened, as if recalling cherished memories. He gently remarked to the Countess, "Do you not think this resembles the scene of our first encounter?" The Countess, upon hearing this, let out a soft hum, teasingly responding, "How fortunate that you still remember." Yet, a hint of joy lingered in her tone. So, would you care to indulge in a special breakfast here? Of course. Could you add a bit more salt? Humph. Absolutely not. Chapter 31. The anomaly. Ever since Lei Hao and his companions successfully liberated Rubio from his prison, the insurgents had finally embarked on a true path. Upon returning to the camp, Rubio immediately delivered a passionate and invigorating speech, rekindling the spirits of the previously demoralized soldiers. Subsequently, Yiqing publicly declared that he would fully transfer command of the camp to Rubio. This act significantly alleviated the tension between the insurgents and Lei Hao's faction. However, to everyone's surprise, Rubio graciously declined the offer. He earnestly proclaimed to the assembly, "The insurgents and the shadow guards shall forever remain inseparable comrades." He then extended a sincere invitation to Yiqing, expressing his desire to serve as his deputy. After careful consideration, Yiqing agreed, believing this arrangement would facilitate future operations. Thus, the assembly concluded successfully. Following the assembly, Lei Hao and his group convened an internal meeting. "I never anticipated this. Rubio is quite impressive," Lei Hao exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide as he stared ahead. "That is the art of oration. Take your time to learn it." Electric Rat. Nia, lying on her sickbed and receiving treatment, though physically weakened, did not relent in her teasing of Lei Hao. "TCH, TCH, TCH. With a disdainful expression, Lei Hao retorted, "How dare you speak of me? Weren't you close to losing your own life as well? I wonder how you will continue to act so arrogantly in the second half of the year." After delivering his words, he couldn't resist making a face at Nia. However, amidst their banter, Lei Hao found himself pondering deeply. "To be honest, when I first encountered Rubio, I could not discern any connection between him and the commander. Who exactly is he? What grants him such formidable influence?" He began to recall the moment of their initial meeting. At that time, the four individuals tasked with diverting the enemy's attention had arrived punctually at the camp entrance to join the others. Subsequently, the seven of them, including Lei Hao, hastily approached to assess Rubio's condition. "Tang Nan, could it be that this guy has already kicked the bucket?" Seeing Rubio lying motionless on the ground, Lei Hao felt a tightness in his chest and hurriedly inquired of Tang Nan beside him. Tang Nan did not respond immediately. Instead, she crouched down to examine the situation closely before speaking. "He should still be alive. I suspect that the series of complex events from last night, along with prolonged malnutrition, have left Mr. Rubio somewhat incapacitated, causing him to lapse into temporary unconsciousness." As her words hung in the air, Tang Nan extended her hand gently to rest just beneath Rubio's nose, confirming his breath. A moment later, she exhaled in relief, saying, "Indeed, he is not dead." Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Rubio's eyes shot open, springing up as if resurrected, and in a flash, he seized Tang Nan's neck with a fierce grip, confronting those around him. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Rubio demanded, his eyes wide with fury and desperation. In response to this unforeseen turn of events, Yiqing stepped forward, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Do not be alarmed. We are the reinforcements you contacted earlier. You are safe now." Upon hearing this, a look of skepticism crossed Rubio's face, though disbelief still flickered in his eyes. Moments later, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously, as if rejoicing in his second chance at life. However, just then, brother, could you please let me down?" Tang Nan managed to choke out, his face turning crimson from the constriction around his throat. Her words struck Rubio like a thunderclap, abruptly snapping him back to reality. Awakening from his reverie, Rubio hastily released his grip. With no support, Tang Nan fell to her knees, gasping for air. "Ha ha ha ha." Rubio erupted in hearty laughter, one hand shielding his face, yet it could not mask the relentless joy emanating from him. After a considerable time, he gradually ceased his laughter and began to tidy his somewhat disheveled appearance. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. After this simple grooming, Rubio's entire demeanor underwent a remarkable enhancement. He appeared radiant and dignified, exuding an unparalleled confidence. Standing tall, he fixed his passionate gaze upon those around him and declared loudly, "I am Rubio, the current commander of the Hobian City insurgents. I am immensely grateful for your formidable assistance today." As the sun rose slowly from the east, golden rays bathed Rubio, making him appear as a valiant god of war. He gestured grandly to the crowd, exuding an air of magnanimity. "Come, dear friends. It is time to announce the return of the insurgents." Recalling this vow, Lei Hao could not help but chuckle. "Ah, things are becoming intriguing." Yiqing approached and playfully tapped Lei Hao on the head. "Still laughing? Prepare to set off. We have much to attend to." Within the Lord's residence, A bustling scene unfolds, teeming with a continuous stream of people. In the Count's office, the atmosphere is even more frenetic, with individuals entering and exiting in a ceaseless flow, all coming to report to Count Kroll. The information they bring, without exception, pertains to the troublesome rebel forces that have resurfaced. Mere days have passed since Rubio's escape. Yet these insurgents seem to have emerged like mushrooms after rain, reappearing in various towns surrounding Hobyan. They're elusive and unpredictable, frequently launching surprise attacks on local garrison troops and pillaging military supplies. Confronted with a mountain of reports, Count Kroll exhibits signs of impatience. His brow furrows slightly, and with a dismissive air, he turns his gaze to the window, murmuring to himself, "Humph. This unreliable fool, having just tasted freedom, cannot wait to cause chaos." He is nothing short of a madman. At that moment, the silent butler speaks up, inquiring, "My lord, shall we summon the army to eradicate them?" The Count gently shakes his head, maintaining his composure as he replies, "No need for haste. Let us first assess their true capabilities." Just then, a hastily dressed officer strides into the room, approaching the butler with a salute and respectfully presenting an envelope. "Reporting, my lord. There is an individual outside claiming to be from the Hall of Souls, who entrusted me with this letter for you." With that, the officer stands at attention, awaiting the Count's command. With an impassive expression, the Count accepts the envelope, slowly unsealing it to peruse its contents. After reading, a cold smirk graces his lips, and he leisurely reseals the envelope. "Humph, utterly ludicrous. To think they would so underestimate me." He dismissively tosses the letter aside, allowing it to flutter to the corner of the room like a fallen leaf. A heavy pall seems to envelop the space, suffocating with an air of tension and oppression. Everyone falls into silence, their eyes fixated on the Count in the center, as if fearing the slightest misstep or utterance. Yet, in the face of this chilling atmosphere, the Count remains remarkably composed. He gestures slightly with his right hand, signaling the officer to withdraw. Once the officer departs, the Count turns to the butler, inquiring calmly, "What news from the forces in line?" The butler responds with utmost reverence, "My lord, according to the latest intelligence, they are conducting military exercises in the southwestern region, expected to conclude in 3 weeks." The Count nods slightly, acknowledging the update. He then adds with a grave demeanor, "Ensure that all information related to the rebel forces, especially concerning Rubio's escape, is meticulously contained. There must be no leaks." The butler promptly replies, "As you command. I shall do everything in my power to ensure the secrecy of this information." With that, he hastily departs to execute the Count's orders. Meanwhile, the rebel forces, after several successful operations, have managed to liberate a significant number of captured comrades and have declared their return to the neighboring towns. As the news spread, the previously fragmented and concealed insurgents began to emerge in response to the call. The number of insurgents surged to the scale of thousands. The collaboration between Rubio and Yi Qing was notably harmonious. However, there were moments when their opinions diverged, as the insurgent forces grew exponentially. The pressing challenge of swiftly enhancing the overall combat effectiveness of the troops loomed before them. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Rubio proposed a bold suggestion to recruit the notorious bandits and outlaws from the black market near Hobyan City. He argued that although these individuals were of questionable character, they were seasoned warriors, and if they could be brought under their banner, it would undoubtedly bolster the strength of the insurgents significantly. However, this seemingly enticing proposal was met with an unequivocal rejection from Yi Qing. "Forgive my candor, Commander, but I cannot accept your proposal." She firmly declined Rubio's suggestion, her expression solemn. In her eyes, those outlaws were mercenaries, driven solely by profit and likely to betray their allies at a critical moment. "No, Miss Yi. Do you truly understand what we most urgently need right now?" The answer is simple: combat power. Furthermore, you should be well aware of the current state of our forces. Members with substantial combat experience are exceedingly rare. What we lack most is time. Faced with Rubio's compelling and reasoned argument, Yi Qing ultimately relented. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall take responsibility for arranging personnel to negotiate with those individuals." "No need for that. I will handle this matter personally." "Well, if that's your preference, I will promptly inform Lei Hao and the others to prepare accordingly. What I mean is, I can go alone." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him in shock, her mouth agape but unable to utter a word. She could scarcely believe what she had heard. Going alone? Surely you jest. Yet, as she met his unwavering gaze, it became clear to her that he was utterly serious. After weeks of working closely together, she had come to understand his character well. Though anger simmered within her, She recognized that further argument would be futile. So she slammed her hand on the table in protest and turned to leave, leaving behind an empty conference room and a composed Rubio. What transpired next was entirely beyond Yi Qing's expectations. In just a matter of days, Rubio not only successfully completed the recruitment, but astonishingly, the newly integrated members exhibited combat proficiency that was far removed from that of ordinary thugs. They resembled a well-trained regular army. Even more crucially, they seemed to heed only Rubio's commands. No one knew what methods Rubio employed to earn their unwavering loyalty and commitment. However, with the arrival of this fresh contingent, the rebel forces finally attained the audacity to confront Count Kroll. Consequently, Rubio's actions grew increasingly audacious. The rebels received intelligence revealing that Count Kroll had concealed a cache of crucial supplies in Chestertown, situated east of Hobian, and had dispatched hundreds of black-armored soldiers along with 2 blackguards to escort them. After a thorough reconnaissance, the rebels were astounded to discover the formidable combat prowess of the enemy escort. Upon learning this news, Rubio unhesitatingly issued the command to seize the supplies. Thus, a breathtaking battle ensued. To confound the enemy and induce a sense of complacency, the rebels had to make significant sacrifices. A group of valiant warriors charged headlong into enemy lines, exchanging their lives for precious time and opportunities. Subsequently, Lei Hao, leading his comrades, seized the moment and launched a decisive surprise attack. In the midst of the fierce combat, they successfully eliminated 1 blackguard and captured another. The remaining black-armored soldiers, bereft of their leader, ultimately surrendered in despair. However, during the process of securing the battlefield, Yi Qing's inner fury ignited. She approached Rubio directly, confronting him with a question. "Commander Rubio, forgive my candor, but is it not excessively cruel to sacrifice our comrades in such a manner?" In response to Yi Qing's reproach, Rubio solemnly replied, "These sacrifices were inevitable. They were all heroes who volunteered to step forward." Yi Qing's anger intensified upon hearing this, as she retorted, "But these sacrifices were entirely avoidable. Why must they be sent to their deaths?" The atmosphere between them became charged with tension, igniting a fierce debate. Was it not our plan to allow them to attract some attention and then withdraw? Why did they choose to fight to the last? Yi Qing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, her voice strained by anger, and her body trembling with emotion. They proved themselves to be noble warriors. Rubio squinted, slowly bowing his head in a gesture of mourning. Yet, Yi Qing's anger did not subside. She clutched Rubio's sleeve tightly, her emotions escalating further. "What proof? It's all nonsense. Their sacrifices were meaningless and proved nothing." As she spoke, Yi Qing's voice began to break, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She bit her lip, striving to contain her profound sorrow, yet her hands trembled uncontrollably. "They had only just joined the rebellion a few days ago, and you led them to their doom. Do you still deserve to be a commander?" Her voice quivered with evident grief, filled with lament for the lost lives and discontent with Rubio's decisions. At that moment, the rebel forces had gathered all the captured soldiers. Some were gravely injured, while others appeared despondent. Tang Nan, Nia, and the accompanying medic were administering basic treatment to the wounded. "Don't be anxious. It will be all right soon. Take a deep breath." Tang Nan was diligently tending to the wounded soldiers who had been captured. Although his actions initially aroused their suspicion, they eventually lowered their guard, swayed by the sincerity reflected in his gaze and the efficacy of his treatment. "Sir, everyone is gathered." Upon hearing the report from the sergeant, Rubio furrowed his brow slightly, nonchalantly brushing aside Yi Qing's hand. He rose slowly, his steps resolute as he approached the group of prisoners of war. Rubio halted, raising his right hand, a glimmer of determination evident in his eyes. "Proceed." His voice was calm and grave, as if the unfolding events were entirely inevitable. With the issuance of his command, the rebels encircling the captives brandished their sharp blades, unhesitatingly unleashing a horrific slaughter. The black-armored soldiers, who had laid down their arms, gazed fearfully at the advancing rebels, their eyes filled with despair and dread. They understood that only merciless carnage awaited them. Yet, despite the overwhelming sense of helplessness, they found themselves unable to escape the clutches of fate. "Stop!" Tang Nan exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror as he shouted with all his might. He endeavored to halt the bloody atrocity and save his patients. However, the rebel soldier disregarded him entirely, roughly shoving Tang Nan aside before mercilessly swinging his axe down upon the black-armored soldier who lay on the ground receiving treatment. In an instant, blood splattered, staining Tang Nan's face. He stood frozen, helplessly watching as the wounded man writhed in agony, ultimately closing his eyes in resignation. Rubio, with an indignant roar, Yi Qing dashed towards Rubio like a swift leopard, gripping a powerful bow in her hands. The bowstring taut, a razor-sharp wind arrow was aimed directly at Rubio's head. Meanwhile, Rubio's guards swiftly reacted, raising their weapons and aiming warily at Yi Qing. In this tense moment, Lei Hao and several companions rushed to Yi Qing's side, their expressions grave and their gazes filled with hostility. The rebels who had not participated in the slaughter stepped forward without hesitation, aligning themselves behind Yi Qing in a show of support. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Yet, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Rubio finally broke the silence. He slowly turned to face the crowd, an inscrutable smile gracing his face, one that sent chills down Lei Hao's spine and ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Miss Yi Qing, I certainly comprehend the sentiment you wish to convey. However, alas, this is the nature of war. Rubio's voice was calm and resolute. Yet the chilling cruelty beneath it was enough to instill fear. He appeared wholly absorbed in his own world, reveling in the sensations brought forth by this brutal conflict. Gazing at the triumphant enemy before him, Lei Hao could not help but recall a figure from the past who had left a profound impact on him. Fury burned within him as he instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, slowly drawing the blade. However, just as he was poised to act, Yi Qing extended a hand to push the weapon back. You are absolutely correct, Commander. War is inherently flawed, perfection is unattainable, and sacrifice is inevitable. I acted in haste and failed to contemplate the situation calmly. I beg for your forgiveness. Yi Qing gradually lowered the bow in his hands, his expression sincere as he bowed his head in contrition, conveying profound remorse. Witnessing this, Rubio chose not to be confrontational, offering a path of retreat, given the circumstances. There is no need for excessive self-reproach. We must prioritize the greater good and focus on completing the task at hand. Thus, both parties sheathed their weapons and turned back to their urgent duties. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant, as if nothing had ever transpired. I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. Tang Nan stood before the dying figure clad in black armor, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by boundless regret and self-recrimination. The black-clad warrior emitted faint, barely audible gasps, as if lamenting his suffering and unfulfilled desires to the world. Tang Nan slowly crouched down, trembling hands gently brushing against the warrior's chest, feeling the heartbreaking sorrow emanating from the fading heartbeat. Perhaps this is the only thing I can do for you, Tang Nan murmured, channeling the last remnants of his soul power, continuously infusing it into the black armor. However, what he wielded was not a healing technique, but rather a toxin capable of inducing paralysis. The black-clad warrior seemed to sense the impending fate that awaited him, yet he lacked the strength to resist. Summoning the final vestiges of his energy, he struggled to raise a hand, yearning to touch the angel before him, who inspired both pity and profound affection. His lips parted, attempting to articulate something, but only fragmented, indistinct sounds escaped. Thank you. Nevertheless, in his final moments, the black-clad warrior endeavored to maintain a smile upon his lips, extending his hand with all his might. Alas, his strength was far too limited. His hand merely managed to leave a vivid trace of blood on Tang Nan's beautiful, yet weary face before it fell limply to the ground. As Tang Nan gazed upon the warrior's face, serene as if merely asleep, with a smile frozen at the corners of his lips, he felt his heart racked with unbearable agony, as if pierced by 1,000 knives. The pain penetrated to the marrow, leaving an indelible mark. Finally, unable to bear such immense sorrow and suffering any longer, his body collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, a lifeless shell devoid of spirit. Then, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from Tang Nan, resonating throughout the space, as if he sought to pour forth all the grief of the world. The wailing echoed like the final lament of a broken-string lute, akin to the desperate flicker of a candle on the brink of extinguishment, imbued with boundless despair and desolation. The cries reverberated through the air, lingering indefinitely. Tang Nan, are you all right? Xue Qinghe approached Tang Nan with a face etched in concern, softly inquiring. She extended her hand, tenderly caressing his back, hoping to offer him a modicum of solace through her gesture. Tang Nan slowly turned his head, his eyes clouded and hollow, seemingly devoid of focus. When his gaze met Xue Qinghe's, she was momentarily taken aback, for at that very moment, she beheld an odd smile gracing Tang Nan's face. That smile appeared so bizarre, sending chills down one's spine, yet it seemed to harbor an inexplicable sense of relief and liberation. Staring at this familiar yet alien version of Tang Nan, Xue Qinghe found herself at a loss for how to respond. Let us go. It's time to return. Tang Nan spoke with an impassive expression, then gradually rose to his feet. Together with Xue Qinghe, he departed from that place. Next time, it will not happen again. Chapter 32. The ever-widening rift. Time flowed inexorably. And a week had elapsed since the tragic and heroic events at Karst. Yet, the uprising showed no signs of abating, like a wildfire. The insurgents swiftly spread their flames across various locales, with actions against Count Kroller emerging like mushrooms after the rain. They brazenly executed local government officials and liberated long-imprisoned captives. These former prisoners, without hesitation, embraced the insurgents' cause. However, as their numbers swelled, two distinct ideologies gradually emerged within the ranks of the insurgents. One faction, led by Zhao Gang, comprised seasoned members of the uprising, steadfastly adhering to the original principles of the Rogue's Creed, upholding justice and fairness. Conversely, the other faction, represented by Rubio and his followers, embodied a new generation of insurgents who resorted to bloody massacres to instill fear in their enemies. Such barbarity not only terrified their adversaries, but also left Zhao Gang, once a close ally, feeling profoundly disheartened. Ultimately, during a pivotal meeting, Zhao Gang resolutely led his followers away from the insurgency. From that moment forth, they referred to themselves as the Rogues, continuing their struggle on their own terms. Zhao Gang's departure transformed Yiqing's perception of Rubio dramatically. Within a mere 3 weeks, the image of the once benevolent commander had vanished, replaced by that of a merciless, tyrannical executioner. Is this truly the essence of this man? No. Perhaps even worse. Meanwhile, the situation for Count Kroller grew perilously dire. The insurgents dealt him a heavy blow during the actions at Karst, resulting in substantial losses. Hundreds of black-armored soldiers and 2 blackguards perished, with none surviving. The disheartening news was unbearable for Count Kroll. Upon hearing of the complete annihilation of his forces, he retreated into his chamber, engulfed in solitary contemplation. As time ticked away, it was not until his anxious wife commanded the steward to forcibly open the door that they discovered the Countess' hair had turned white with worry. He had paid a grievous price for his hubris. Now, the insurrection spread like wildfire, and if it was not extinguished swiftly, all he held dear would be lost in an instant. Bowing his head, he pondered the solutions to his predicament. Yet, time was of the essence. And the situation was dire. He needed to devise a strategy without delay. On a particularly restless night, Count Kroll remained sleepless. He stood by the window, gazing into the distant darkness, his heart heavy with anxiety and unease. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, flinging the window open and rousing his drowsy mind. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the crisp night air, which seemed to grant him a flicker of clarity. At that moment, a thought surged forth. Perhaps he needed to seek new allies to combat the insurgents. This notion ignited a glimmer of hope within him, while simultaneously plunging him into deeper contemplation. What should be his next course of action? It was time. Count Kroll retrieved the envelope he had previously cast aside in a corner, having made a decision. The following day, within the confines of his chamber, Count Kroll summoned Officer Rex from Lyon. At merely 20 years of age, Rex had already ascended to the rank of commander of the 3rd Gaulish Cavalry, a distinguished representative of the youthful generation. "My lord, you appear quite worn lately," Rex jested upon their meeting. However, as he noted the Count's unusual pallor, his playful demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "What troubles you?" he inquired with genuine concern. The steward promptly briefed Rex on the recent series of events. After listening intently, Rex's gaze fixed firmly on the battle map, where the insurgents' headquarters had already been marked, his expression growing increasingly grave. "I understand. I shall lead my brothers to eradicate them completely, making them aware of the consequences of provoking Gaul," he exclaimed through gritted teeth, suddenly drawing his dagger and plunging it fiercely into the map. With that, Rex turned and exited the room. Just as he stepped beyond the gates of the Lord's Manor, he brushed past an enigmatic figure. Rex instinctively glanced back, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the person who had just crossed his path. Yet, in an instant, he hurriedly mounted his horse, racing back to the barracks to prepare for the impending expedition. Meanwhile, in Count Kroll's chamber, he was engaged in a meeting with a mysterious guest, the very individual who had just brushed past Rex. The stranger slowly retrieved a badge from his cloak and carefully placed it upon the table. The badge glimmered faintly, adorned with the emblem of the Hall of Souls. Looking at Count Kroll, the mysterious figure spoke softly. "This is the emblem of our Hall of Souls. I come on behalf of the Hall to propose a transaction." Count Kroll raised the badge, scrutinizing it for a moment before lifting his gaze, a flicker of perplexity evident in his eyes. "What is it that the Spirit Hall desires?" The enigmatic figure smiled and replied, "Our demands are quite simple. There is but one condition." Upon hearing this, Count Kroll's expression turned grave, and he began to pace restlessly around the room, gently tapping his chin with his fingers as if pondering deeply. After a brief interval, he halted, casting a glance at the self-assured envoy before him, ultimately nodding in agreement to the stipulated terms. As Rex's army embarked on its campaign, the Rangers promptly relayed this crucial intelligence to Yi Qing. At that moment, the rebel forces were diligently gathering various supplies, actively preparing to relocate to a new stronghold. After careful consideration, Yi Qing resolutely decided to convene an emergency meeting. In the assembly, she solemnly presented a detailed report regarding the troop movements in Hobyan City, repeatedly emphasizing that the adversary they faced was fundamentally different from those encountered in previous skirmishes. However, unexpectedly, Rubio, a pivotal figure within the rebellion, remained distressed and silent. His head bowed as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. In stark contrast, his soldiers roared and bared their teeth, akin to insatiable beasts, fervent in their bloodlust and longing for battle. We must leave this place at once, abandoning all remaining supplies and retreating with all our might. As Yi Qing proclaimed this, Rubio slowly lifted his head, his gaze shifting to her, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes, only to vanish in an instant. He cleared his throat and replied, "No. Every item here is an invaluable treasure to us. We cannot allow the enemy to gain even the slightest advantage. At such a critical juncture, you dare to speak such nonsense?" Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief and anger as she confronted him. "Miss Yi Qing, you must lead your forces to intercept the enemy and buy us 2 days." His tone was unwaveringly resolute, yet his eyes sparkled with an inscrutable light. 2 days? What exactly are you planning? Yi Qing's voice rose in pitch, unable to acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. However, in response to her inquiry, Rubio remained silent, his demeanor grave as he reiterated his previous command. 2 days, can it be done? Yi Qing sensed the fury radiating from him and realized she had no room for negotiation. Despite her heart brimming with questions, she found herself compelled to concede in the face of the tense circumstances. "Very well, I understand. I will lead the troops to the best of my ability to delay the enemy, but I require your personal guard, Commander." She clenched her jaw and released her tightly balled fists. After receiving his approval, Yi Qing felt no relief. Instead, a profound sense of disappointment surged within her. She silently turned and left the conference room, her silhouette radiating profound desolation. What? 2 days of ambush, and Rubio has gone mad. Upon hearing this news, Lei Hao displayed an expression of incredulity. "A lunatic? What should we do now?" Nia shook her head in agreement with Lei Hao's sentiment and then directed her gaze towards Yi Qing. "What else can we do? We shall take it one step at a time." Yi Qing also shook her head in resignation, regretting her initial acceptance of the invitation to be the deputy. "When will they arrive?" Yi Qing, "In 10 hours. Yuanwen, so long? Isn't it merely a few hours' journey from here to the city?" Lei Hao, "Indeed. I believe it is due to the terrain." Su Shao effortlessly unraveled the confusion that lingered in Lei Hao's mind. He extended his finger towards the map, meticulously analyzing. "Look here, the northwest, south, and east of Hobyan City are all densely forested and hilly, making it impossible for cavalry units to fully deploy. Therefore, I surmise that the enemy commander has certainly taken this into account, opting to circumvent through the eastern flatlands to launch a direct assault on our rear." That makes a great deal of sense. As Yi Qing listened to Su Shao's analysis, her gaze fixated on a narrow gorge depicted on the map behind them. "Let us hold them here." Yi Qing elaborated. "This gorge is their inevitable passage. Should they choose to take a detour, it would cost them at least another day to reach their destination. In this manner, we can prepare thoroughly in advance, provided our tactical arrangements are sound. Even with a significant disparity in strength, we possess the means to engage them." Time was of the essence, and everyone promptly gathered their weapons to set forth. Just before their departure, concerned about her partner's state, Xueqing had decided to speak with Tang Nan. "Nan, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm doing well." Tang Nan replied coldly while packing his belongings, yet as his hand hovered over the bandages on the table, the involuntary trembling of his fingers and the uncertainty in his eyes did not escape Xueqing's keen observation. "You still can't let go," Xueqing has softly remarked, assisting him in placing the bandages into his backpack. However, at that moment, Tang Nan tightly grasped her hand. "Why?" Tang Nan's voice suddenly became agitated, filled with pain and confusion. "Why must we kill them? They clearly are you still in pain?" Xueqing was momentarily taken aback by Tang Nan's unexpected question, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Tang Nan, a fleeting sadness crossing his face, soon replaced by determination and resolve. He embraced Tang Nan tightly, pulling him into a firm embrace. "Do not suppress yourself any longer. I know you need to vent." Xueqing whispered softly in Tang Nan's ear. his voice imbued with boundless tenderness and concern, as if a warm spring breeze had caressed Tang Nan's shattered heart. Tang Nan could no longer suppress the tumultuous torrent of emotions within him. Tears streamed from his eyes like a breached dam. Being but a child, he cried out unabashedly, each sob resonating with the piercing agony of 1,000 blades deep within his soul. I cannot save him. I cannot save him. Shuqinghe, I cannot save him. His voice trembled, laden with despair and self-reproach, as he helplessly witnessed his friend depart in anguish. Shuqinghe listened silently to Tang Nan's lamentations, offering no words of consolation. Instead, he gently placed a hand on Tang Nan's back, providing silent comfort and support. He understood that at this moment, any spoken words would be futile. Only by allowing Tang Nan to fully express his sorrow could the wounds of his spirit begin to heal. As time passed, Tang Nan's cries gradually softened. His body trembled slightly, as if all strength had been drained from him. Shuqinghe remained steadfastly by his side. For it was clear that one should never force a child to endure such pain. In the deep of night, Rex led his troops to camp 20 kilometers within the canyon. Inside Rex's tent, he continued to deliberate on battle strategies. Glancing at the tactical map, he pointed to the canyon and inquired of his adjutant, "This may prove pivotal to our operations." "Sila, have the scouts reported back?" The situation had been thoroughly assessed. Reaching the enemy's stronghold necessitated traversing the canyon, which spanned no more than 3,000 meters and was wide enough for 2 to 3 riders to pass side by side. The heights on either side towered approximately 50 meters above. "Are there alternative routes to cross the canyon?" Rex asked. "The scouts have identified a narrow path," Sila replied. "But it is fraught with peril. Should we send men to secure it in advance?" Rex paused, resting his finger on the table, then shook his head. "No. In the past we would have acted preemptively, but this time is different." He picked up a pawn representing a soldier, clenched it tightly in his palm, and crushed it to dust. "This time, we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate every last remnant of the insurgents, leaving none behind. Inform the entire army to rest well. Tomorrow will bring a fierce confrontation." Afterward, Rex rose slowly, his steps heavy as he exited the tent. He stood quietly beneath the night sky, gazing up at the moon. The luminous orb hung high above, casting a cold, silvery light, akin to a gleaming disk suspended in the heavens. Moonlight fell like a delicate veil upon the earth, illuminating the surroundings. As Rex stared at the radiant disk, the turmoil within him gradually subsided. He silently prayed, "May the heavens protect us. Grant us the strength to overcome the challenges ahead and keep our warriors safe." He then returned to the tent and extinguished the candlelight. At the insurgent headquarters, a subordinate respectfully reported, "Sir, all matters have been arranged appropriately." "Very well," came the response. "Remember, once the opportune moment arises tomorrow, act immediately according to the plan. There must be no mistakes. Do you all comprehend?" Rubio's voice was remarkably calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. His gaze slowly swept over the assembly before him, finally resting upon the disordered pile of draft papers on the table. He extended his hand, casually picking up one of the sheets and scrutinizing the chaotic runes inscribed upon it. As time progressed, the serene expression on his face gradually transformed into a sinister grin. "This time, should we succeed in our endeavor, I shall present His Highness with a most gratifying gift. At that moment, both power and glory shall belong to us." Rubio murmured, as if he could already envision a splendid future beckoning him. Finally, he lifted his head, steadfastly gazing at the kneeling crowd, and proclaimed in a deep, resonant voice, "For the brass throne! For the brass throne!" Chapter 33, 10 out of 10. Hurry. 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 Prepare everything. The enemy approaches. Yi Qing and his party arrived at the canyon just before dawn, positioning their defenses 300 meters from the canyon's end. The high slopes on either side were manned by Rubio's elite guards, supplemented by several soldiers trained by Yuanwan. The canyon's defenses were entrusted to Yuanwan, Su Shao, Shuqinghe, and Yi Qing, while a concealed medical post was established in the rear to accommodate the wounded, manned by Nia, Tang Nan, and less combat-capable soldiers. Observing the rows of barricades being set up in the canyon, Yi Qing gradually felt reassured. Now, they awaited the reconnaissance team led by Lei Hao to return with the latest intelligence, enabling them to proceed with the next phase of their plans. Meanwhile, Lei Hao led several soldiers stealthily to the outskirts of the Rex military camp. Unexpectedly, one of the squad members inadvertently snapped a twig, the sharp crack drawing the attention of the guards. "Who goes there?" The sentinels called out, swiftly aiming their weapons at the rustling bushes, cautiously advancing while summoning their comrades. The guards drew nearer to the thicket, causing Lei Hao's team to feel a surge of anxiety. Just then, a horn sounded from within the camp, prompting the vigilant guards to abandon their search and hastily return to their posts. "Phew, that was close," Lei Hao muttered, sheathing his knife and peering cautiously to assess the situation inside. What he beheld left him utterly astonished. "What the hell?" Lei Hao exclaimed, witnessing a regiment of soldiers in gleaming silver armor assembling within. Even the cavalry horses were clad in heavy armor, the ranks swelling to an estimated 1,000 men. Realizing the imminent danger, Lei Hao disregarded all else and promptly decided to retreat with his team. Their defensive arrangements would require immediate reevaluation. Upon returning to the position and relaying the news to Yi Qing, she too gasped in disbelief. An entire battalion in silver armor, their discipline impeccable. This could not possibly be the work of Count Kroll. Silver armor, cavalry could it be? Lei Hao, do you remember their military banner? Upon hearing Lei Hao's description, Xue Qing has suddenly recalled something and promptly inquired about their military banner. After reflecting on the details, Lei Hao responded, "A dragon. The emblem features a dragon." Realization dawned on Xue Qinghe as he confirmed their adversaries for this encounter. They were to confront the proud Gallic Dragon Knights of the Gallic Duchy. In the distant past, during the chaotic era of continental warfare, the Gallic Duchy emerged as a formidable power, rising swiftly to prominence. At that time, the Duke of Gaul, commanding an exceptionally elite cavalry unit, charged through the fray, vanquishing formidable foes and expanding vast territories for the Tiando Emperor. As the fierce conflict drew to a close, the Duke graciously accepted the Emperor's rewards and successfully established the Gallic Duchy. From then on, the cavalry became the cornerstone and steadfast pillar of the duchy's foundation. However, it was a protracted and breathtaking battle that truly elevated the reputation of the Gallic Dragon Knights. During a bloody clash on the Irma Plain between the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire, both sides deployed hundreds of thousands of troops across the expansive battlefield. Amidst the raging conflict, a thunderous roar of dragons erupted from the western flank of the Xingluo forces. In that moment, the Duke of Gaul personally led his formidable cavalry, breaking through the western defenses of the Xingluo Empire with overwhelming force. Following this breakthrough, the imperial army surged forth like a tidal wave, widening the breach even further. Confronted with such an aggressive onslaught, the Xingluo forces had no choice but to retreat, leading their remaining troops off the battlefield in defeat. The Dragon Knights were the most elite unit of the duchy, comprised predominantly of noble progeny, including the Duke's own descendants. Xue Qinghe looked at Yi Qing and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke up, "Perhaps we should withdraw. To strike a rock with an egg is tantamount to courting death." "Is that so?" Yi Qing turned to the others, who awaited her decision. Observing the fierce determination burning in the eyes of the warriors, she smiled knowingly and firmly declared, "We shall not retreat. Indeed, in terms of weaponry and combat experience, we may not match them, but no one can win indefinitely, even if they are an elite force. That does not render them invincible. We have faced elite troops before, have we not? Indeed, let us engage them in a proper battle." The spirits of the warriors were reignited, and based on the information at hand, Yi Qing and her companions resolved to bolster their defenses at the heart of the canyon. Yi Qing retrieved several sets of combat gear prepared by Master Wei prior to their departure, specifically designed to counter cavalry attacks. "Let us fight valiantly." The soldiers, equipped with the new gear, felt a surge of morale as they eagerly awaited the enemy's arrival. Meanwhile, Rex halted his march upon reaching the canyon's entrance. "Sila, come here," he called, unfolding the map and summoning Sila to his side. "You lead 300 brothers through the narrow path, embarking lightly." "Understood?" "Understood, Commander. In 3 hours, I need you to appear behind them and execute a flanking maneuver with me. Can you accomplish this? I guarantee the mission will be completed. Brothers, follow me." Next, Rex summoned Count Kroll, who was stationed on the right side, to join the action. "Your Excellency Chenfeng, you shall stealthily advance with your men along the flanking valleys." "Is that feasible?" "Of course. I shall honor my fallen brothers with their blood." Chenfeng, eager for battle, readied himself for the fray. Before departing, Rex patted his shoulder and reminded him, "Remember, it is only by surviving that we can better commemorate those who have perished in battle." "Understood." With troop movements concluded, Rex slowly donned his helmet, drawing his sword, which gleamed ominously at the valley's entrance. "Brothers, let us march. We shall cleanse the shame of our comrades with the blood of our enemies." The first line of defense in the valley was manned by a brave and fearless spear squad led by Yuanwan. At this moment, they listened intently as the thunderous sound of hooves reverberated throughout the valley, their palms slick with sweat and hearts racing to the brink. Yuanwan stood at the center of the formation, encouraging each soldier with a steadfast and calm voice. Do not fear. We are warriors. We possess the strength to hold this ground. Yet, despite his encouragement, many warriors trembled involuntarily at the sight of the advancing enemy vanguard. The fear once instilled by foes deeply etched in their souls, difficult to erase. Everyone, maintain your composure. Do not falter, Yuanwen shouted hoarsely, as the enemy drew nearer. Closing the distance to 300 meters, 200 meters, finally stabilizing at 100 meters, Yuanwen issued his command without hesitation, release the arrows. In an instant, the archers at the rear responded swiftly, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows that cascaded through the air. The arrows sliced through the sky, producing a sharp, ringing sound. However, for the formidable cavalry, this barrage was but a mere tickle. They raised their shields effortlessly, warding off the onslaught of arrows, and simultaneously brandished their sharp spears, charging forth. The warhorses roared, and the knights bellowed, surging toward the defense line like a deluge. Yet this was precisely what Yuanwen and his soldiers had anticipated. They were fully prepared, having set a grand trap for their adversaries. Pull. With a command, two soldiers unhesitatingly tightened the ropes in their hands. In an instant, a series of specially designed caltrops appeared before the cavalry like magic. The dragon cavalry, clearly forewarned, reacted swiftly, tugging at the reins to urge their steeds to leap high, attempting to evade the sudden peril. However, at that moment, the hidden swordsmen on either side seized the opportunity, launching their ambush with the ferocity of a descending tiger. They wielded sharp broadswords, their gazes piercing and resolute, as they accurately targeted the legs of the steeds beneath the dragon cavalry, delivering devastating blows. Accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of the wounded horses, the unfortunate creatures collapsed, struggling in agony, causing even the once mighty dragon riders to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. Before the dismounted knights could rise, soldiers surged around them, brandishing an array of weapons, their eyes gleaming with hatred and determination as they unleashed a merciless onslaught upon the fallen dragon cavalry. In an instant, a chaotic dance of blades and the cacophony of battle cries and screams filled the air, observing their brethren under siege. The dragon cavalry at the rear raised their crossbows without hesitation, ready to provide formidable support. However, at that critical moment, with a sweeping motion, Yuanwen commanded the stone walls on either side to spring forth, as if enchanted, sprouting an abundance of closely knit stone pillars. These pillars stood as formidable shields, effortlessly deflecting the arrows aimed at the dragon riders. Nevertheless, the besieged dragon cavalry did not surrender easily. Armed with their sturdy armor and vigorous protective soul power, they struggled to rise again, successfully repelling the surrounding enemy soldiers, and began to regroup, preparing for the anticipated reinforcements from their comrades. At that juncture, they were astonished to see the enemy forces parting to either side, creating a wide avenue before them. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the dragon riders were filled with bewilderment, yet they dared not relax their vigilance, quickly heightening their awareness and preparation for any impending danger. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, a row of crossbowmen silently arranged themselves opposite them. Forming pairs, they alternated in formation, steadily aiming their bolts at the heavily armored behemoths before them. A taut string reverberated in the air, followed by a relentless volley of crossbow bolts whistling through the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the triggers were pulled in rapid succession, a relentless rain of bolts descended upon the dragon riders. Initially, they believed such weaponry could not breach their defenses. Some even abandoned their shields, opting to rely on their armor and protective soul power. Yet, they miscalculated. The dragon riders screamed in piercing agony. These bolts, meticulously crafted by the shadow guards, easily pierced through the proud defenses of the dragon cavalry. Under the relentless barrage of arrows, the advance force of the dragon riders found themselves utterly suppressed. The situation had escalated to a dire peril. In the rear, the dragon cavalry were frantic, eager to charge forward and lend their support, yet their commander, Rex, decisively restrained them with an outstretched hand. Hold on. Rex's deep voice resonated with an undeniable authority. My lord, if we do not intervene, our brethren will perish. A nearby officer urgently called out. Yet, Rex remained unmoved, calmly observing the battlefield, his gaze fixated on the precipice's edge. He awaited a pivotal moment. At last, upon perceiving the long-anticipated signal, he issued the command without hesitation. Dismount. Prepare to charge. With this decree, the dragon cavalry sprang into action. They nimbly descended from their steeds, swiftly arranged themselves, and advanced with remarkable speed. observing the enemy dismount. Yuan immediately launched a signal flare into the sky, where the fireworks erupted. Yet, the heights on either side remained ominously silent. What transpired above? There was no time for Yuan to ponder this, for Rex had already crossed the tripwire and joined the vanguard, which immediately unleashed a denser hail of arrows to suppress Yuan's crossbowmen. They then formed a shield wall, advancing steadily and resolutely forward. Yuan could only lead his soldiers into a bloody melee against the enemy. As the fierce battle raged on, the casualties among the rebels steadily rose, a heartbreaking sight. These valiant warriors, though filled with fervor and unwavering conviction, found their courage somewhat diminished in the face of the disciplined, fully armed, and well-trained dragon cavalry. On the battlefield, under Rex's command, the dragon cavalry displayed exceptional tactical prowess. Operating in tightly knit units, they coordinated seamlessly, each group functioning like a finely tuned machine, offering mutual support and flanking each other. Such close cooperation significantly amplified their combat effectiveness, rendering it exceedingly difficult for the enemy to exploit any weaknesses. The rebel forces found themselves in a precarious position, their assaults effortlessly countered while suffering severe losses. Despite the gallant resistance of the rebel soldiers, they were relentlessly pushed back by the ferocity of the dragon cavalry's onslaught. The front lines advanced, and only 2 hours had passed. To secure precious time for himself and his troops, Yuan resolutely made a daring and crucial decision to confront Rex directly. Gripping his razor-sharp spear tightly and raising his sturdy shield high, he leaped forth, akin to a meteor ablaze with indomitable spirit, charging headlong into the ranks of the dragon cavalry towards their commander, Rex. In the face of this sudden turn of events, Rex exhibited an extraordinary calmness and keen insight. Upon witnessing the enemy commander daringly infiltrate his ranks alone, he merely blinked slightly, instantly discerning his adversary's intent. Without hesitation, he raised his gleaming spear, aiming its sharp point directly at the oncoming Yuan. Meanwhile, the surrounding soldiers swiftly retreated, understanding the unspoken command, clearing a wide space for the two commanders poised for their fateful duel. A confrontation that would determine the battlefield's fate was about to commence. Yuan and Rex stood a short distance apart, locking eyes in a tense standoff, their gazes igniting sparks in the air. The tension of battle permeated the air, evoking an imminent clash of fierce confrontation. In that instant, both combatants sprang into action, dashing forward like arrows released from a bow. Their long spears sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, as though eager to rend the very atmosphere. Yuan initiated the assault, wielding his spear with the swiftness of a tempest, charging towards Rex with an overwhelming presence. The spear's tip glimmered with a frigid light, each strike infused with immense power and velocity. Rex, however, was not subdued by Yuan's onslaught. He deftly sidestepped, skillfully evading the attack. In the same motion, he thrust his spear forward, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, aimed directly at Yuan's vital points. Yuan reacted with remarkable speed, leaping backward just in time to avoid Rex's thrust. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he closed the distance once more, his spear dancing through the air like a wandering dragon. His movements were fluid and instinctive, each maneuver laden with profound intent as he sought to uncover Rex's vulnerabilities. Rex, equally determined, gripped his spear firmly, employing exquisite technique to deflect Yuan's relentless strikes. His defense was impenetrable, leaving no opening for Yuan to exploit. After several intense exchanges, both warriors retreated momentarily, catching their breath and adjusting their stances, preparing for the next round of combat. Swift resolution, Yuan bellowed, entering his martial spirit embodiment state. Instantly, his form was enveloped in a thick layer of true armor, emanating a formidable aura. Simultaneously, 5 dazzling soul rings shimmered behind him. Without hesitation, Yuan unleashed his second soul skill, Earth's Might. This ability significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities and mastery over earth elements by 30%. Following this, he activated his 4th soul skill, Heart of the Earth, further amplifying his strength and attack power by an additional 15%. With unwavering resolve, Yuan launched an exceptionally fierce offensive, momentarily pinning Rex down. After creating distance once more, Yuan lowered his center of gravity, ready to unleash his most potent 5th soul skill, Earth Dragon Break. He roared, and the once solid rock spear in his hand began to transform, gradually morphing into a formidable earthen dragon. This dragon, fierce and imposing, surged forward like a cannonball aimed directly at Rex. Upon witnessing the ferocious earthen dragon, Rex's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Then, A thunderous boom resonated. As the dust settled, Yuan was taken aback to see Rex standing unscathed before him, crackling with arcs of lightning. It turned out that at the moment the Earth Dragon lunged at him, Rex had activated his fourth soul skill, Lightning Combat Aura. This powerful ability instantaneously bolstered his defense by 50%, successfully withstanding the Earth Dragon's ferocious assault. Quite a fierce attack. You truly are a formidable opponent. Rex flexed his neck, producing a crisp crack of his joints, and without a moment's hesitation, launched another assault. His figure darted like a specter, the weapon in his hand glimmering with a chilling light, surging toward Yuan with formidable momentum. Both combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding, as tension enveloped the arena. Suddenly, Yuan plunged the tip of his gun into the ground and flung dust toward Rex. Temporarily blinded, Rex retreated a step, prompting Yuan to charge forward. Just as he believed he was about to strike Rex spun around with remarkable speed, executing a swift counterattack. The shot was as rapid as lightning, leaving Yuan no time to react before the tip pierced his body. He staggered back, his long spear clattering to the ground. Rex observed Yuan with a hint of triumph gracing his features, while Yuan clutched his wound, his eyes reflecting a mix of frustration and resignation. How careless. Just as the tide seemed to turn overwhelmingly in one direction, reinforcements from the rebel forces arrived. Fifth soul skill, Storm of Fury. With a fierce shout, a colossal greenish-blue bird soared above the dragon riders, casting a shadow over them. Yet, this immense creature did not linger. It erupted into a myriad of smaller birds, resembling a torrent of green, cascading down upon the dragon riders with relentless ferocity. These swift birds descended like a tempest, closing in on the dragon riders in the blink of an eye. As they collided with the ranks, an immense pressure surged forth, threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. The once orderly formation of the dragon riders descended into chaos under the force of this overwhelming power. In that moment, Rex sought to regroup his forces and restore the line. However, Lei Hao seized this fleeting opportunity. In a dazzling flash, he descended from the heavens like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly at Rex. With a resounding clang, Rex hastily raised his spear to block the strike. But it was too late. Lei Hao's assault was relentless, clashing with Rex's weapon and igniting a shower of brilliant sparks. Two powerful currents of lightning intertwined in the air, colliding and creating a breathtaking spectacle. In an instant, thunder rumbled and the skies darkened as the entire battlefield became shrouded in the intensity of their clash. Another formidable opponent has arrived. Rex marveled inwardly. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he thrust forward, sending Lei Hao flying. Almost immediately, Rex advanced, executing an upward swipe that successfully disarmed Lei Hao. Yet, Lei Hao was far from finished. He swiftly grasped the gun's handle, engaging Rex in a fierce struggle. Just as they reached a stalemate, Lei Hao unexpectedly released his grip and dashed toward the Tang Dao embedded in the ground, utilizing the blade as a pivot. He spun rapidly and accelerated toward Rex. First soul skill, Thunderblade. As Lei Hao's furious roar echoed, the blade in his hand began to shimmer with dazzling electric light. Rex, upon witnessing this, immediately raised his weapon in preparation for confrontation. However, at that moment, Lei Hao's figure suddenly transformed, splitting in an instant into two. And then even more. This was indeed Lei Hao's fourth soul skill, Thunder Shadow. Countless replicas of Lei Hao swiftly surrounded Rex completely. Faced with such a bizarre situation, Rex remained undaunted. He bellowed loudly, unleashing his own third soul skill, Thunderous Might. In an instant, innumerable bolts of lightning struck from all directions, effortlessly dismantling all of Lei Hao's duplicates. Yet, Lei Hao had anticipated this turn of events. Seizing the opportunity while Rex executed his skill, he quietly approached Rex's front. There, he unleashed his own third soul skill, Thunder Flash. The brilliant blade light surged like lightning, striking Rex with tremendous force. Severely wounded, Rex was sent flying several meters before finally coming to a halt. After repelling Rex, Lei Hao did not lower his guard. He turned to assist the injured Yuan and instructed Yu Qing to provide covering fire to ensure a safe withdrawal from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the rebel army began to retreat in an orderly fashion. However, the Dragon Knights were unwilling to relinquish their prey and sought to continue the pursuit, but Rex halted them. Cease the pursuit, Rex commanded, panting heavily as he touched his injured chest. First, eliminate those pesky horse snares and barricades. Rex sat upon a stone, acutely aware of the pain in his chest. Fortunately, his armor had offered some degree of protection, mitigating the damage. He took a few deep breaths, attempting to ease the pain. Moments later, he rose to his feet and surveyed the battlefield anew. After a quarter of an hour, the refreshed Dragon Knights mounted their steeds, continuing their advance toward the valley's mouth. Meanwhile, Lei Hao and a handful of others, along with the remnants of the rebel army, struggled to reach the final line of defense at the valley's entrance. They bore weary expressions, their bodies marked by the scars of war. Upon seeing the injured Yuan Wan, Su Xiao hurriedly approached to assist Lei Hao in supporting him. What transpired up ahead? Su Xiao inquired anxiously. Yuan Wan coughed a few times, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then managed to say, "We encountered some trouble. The opposing commander is quite formidable." He paused to catch his breath before continuing. "When I launched the signal flare as per our original plan, the attacks from both flanks were supposed to commence simultaneously. But for some reason, there was complete silence, as if no one was there at all." Complete silence? How is that possible? Yi Qing exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. The royal guards were clearly deployed up there for defense. There shouldn't have been any issues. It is well known that although Rubio's royal guards are notoriously brutal, their combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Consequently, Yi Qing found it incomprehensible why the high ground position remained inactive. Just as the crowd succumbed to confusion, someone finally stepped forth to provide an explanation. "Traitors shall perish." Chen Feng stood resolutely at the cliff's edge, his gaze coldly surveying the densely packed insurrectionists below. Behind him stood a legion of black-armored soldiers, each wielding crossbows, exuding an aura of unyielding steel and chilling intensity. At Chen Feng's command, a multitude of arrows was unleashed, cascading down like a torrential downpour, enveloping the battlefield in a veritable storm of projectiles. This sudden onslaught caught the rebels off guard. Many fell before they could react, struck down by the rain of arrows. However, at this critical juncture, Yi Qing stepped forward. She summoned her soul power to activate the third soul ring, Wind S Guardian. A formidable barrier of wind rapidly unfurled, enveloping the insurrectionists in its protective embrace. Gaining a moment of respite, the rebels did not remain passive. They immediately launched a counteroffensive. Armed with superior weaponry and indomitable courage, they engaged the black-armored troops in fierce combat, successfully suppressing their advance. "Quick! Establish a defensive line," Yi Qing shouted, maintaining the wind barrier while directing her fellow rebels to fortify their defenses. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the true peril emerged from behind them. Full-scale assault. With Sila's fervent cry, the raiding party he commanded swept in like a black whirlwind from the rear of the insurrectionists. These warriors, having shed their cumbersome armor, nimbly weaved through the enemy ranks, their blades gleaming menacingly. Each strike unleashed a spray of crimson. The rebels were caught utterly unprepared by this sudden attack, and chaos erupted behind them. Lei Hao and Su Xiao, frantic with urgency, led a spear-wielding contingent in an attempt to thwart the raiding party. But the cavalry's charge was an unstoppable torrent of steel, scattering them with ease. Simultaneously, Rex's main force surged onto the battlefield like ravenous wolves. These well-equipped, highly trained heavy cavalrymen resembled a moving mountain, effortlessly tearing through the insurrectionists' already fragile defenses. Their lances and swords mercilessly harvested lives, transforming the battlefield into a vast slaughterhouse. In the rear medical area of the rebels, Nia hurriedly tended to the wounded, her brow glistening with beads of sweat as she anxiously observed the continuous influx of injured soldiers being brought in. Just then, the guard unit stationed at the high ground arrived in haste, bringing several injured men with them. Seeing this, Nia felt a surge of suspicion. She quickly crossed her arms and blocked their path, demanding, "What is going on? Shouldn't you be stationed at the high ground? Why are you here?" Faced with Nia's inquiries, the members of the Royal Guard wore expressions of bitter resignation. One of them responded, "We suffered a sudden assault from the enemy. The high ground has been lost. Commander Yi Qing has ordered us to request reinforcements." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Nia's countenance changed dramatically, clearly unable to maintain her composure. She had no time to discern the veracity of this information and resolutely made her decision. She turned to Xue Qinghe and the remaining reserve troops, exclaiming, "The situation is urgent. Everyone, follow me to the battlefield at once." With that, she led the charge, hastening towards the front line engulfed in chaos. At this moment, the medical area remained eerily tranquil, with only Tang Nan and a few military doctors diligently tending to the wounded. However, just as everyone was engrossed in their work, the Royal Guard began to reveal their long-concealed true nature. These members of the Guard approached the doctors like phantoms, silently and stealthily. Their actions were swift and sinister, catching everyone off guard. While one doctor was still focused on treating a patient, a sharp blade suddenly emerged from behind, ruthlessly slicing across his throat. The unfortunate doctor had no time to react, his eyes widening in terror as he clutched his gushing neck. With a surge of excruciating pain, he collapsed to the ground, his life force gradually fading. The entire incident transpired so swiftly that others scarcely had time to raise the alarm. Meanwhile, Tang Nan remained wholly absorbed in treating a critically injured soldier. He was so focused that he remained oblivious to the lurking danger. After successfully dressing the wound and releasing a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed that the patient seemed to want to convey something to him. "The wound is treated, right? Do you wish to tell me something?" Tang Nan queried, looking at the soldier in confusion. However, just as he attempted to turn and inquire further, a massive hand, as if belonging to a specter, reached from behind and firmly covered his mouth with a cloth. Ugh! Tang Nan instantly realized that something was amiss. He struggled to resist. Yet, for reasons unknown, his body suddenly grew inexplicably heavy, a wave of drowsiness engulfing him. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. On the front lines, the curtain of slaughter was slowly drawn, the stench of blood permeating the air like a thick fog, making it difficult to breathe and tightening the heart. The soldiers of the rebellion fought valiantly, resisting with unwavering courage, yet against such a formidable enemy, their efforts seemed futile. However, in this moment of despair, a group of fearless rebel soldiers did not choose to retreat or evade. Instead, they huddled tightly together, forming an indomitable last line of defense with their own bodies. Alas, this fortuitous scene was short-lived, as in the blink of an eye, the line of flesh and blood was ruthlessly shattered by the dragon cavalry. The morale of the rebels plummeted instantly. On the battlefield, the severely injured Lei Hao and others continued to exert every effort to hold the line, but as casualties mounted, the defense wavered dangerously, on the brink of collapse. Compounding the dire situation, Yi Qing's soul power had been entirely depleted, and the barrier that had once been supported by this energy dissipated accordingly. In the distance, the reinforcements clad in black armor seized the opportunity to once again suppress the few crossbowmen within the rebel forces who posed a threat to the dragon riders. At this moment, Qin Feng led a contingent of black-armored soldiers, merging the three factions into a single unit, encircling the uprising army completely. Exhausted, Yi Qing slumped onto the ground, her gaze fixed on the cavalry charging towards her, only to be toppled by the arriving Lei Hao. She watched as Yuan Wen continued to valiantly support his comrades nearby, and she heard Lei Hao's voice ringing in her ears. "Don't give up, Yi Qing. Reinforcements have arrived." With a fierce roar, Nia unleashed her fourth soul skill, the blazing firestorm, releasing a torrent of fiery projectiles from the skies. Countless searing fireballs rained down upon the dragon riders and the black guards, as if determined to reduce them to ashes. Simultaneously, Shuqinghe led the last reserve troops, bursting forth from the rear of Sealer like a surging flood, delivering an unexpected blow to the enemy. The already tense situation grew increasingly complex as both sides plunged into a chaotic melee. Upon witnessing the enemy reinforcements, Rex felt a tightening in his chest and immediately quickened his assault. Brandishing his weapon, he charged bravely into the enemy ranks, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough amid the turmoil. Meanwhile, on the high ground, the Rangers arrived just in time to provide robust support for the rebels. Emerging stealthily from the woods, they unleashed a rapid volley of crossbow bolts, successfully targeting the unsuspecting black-armored soldiers. This sudden onslaught relieved the distant threat from the high ground, allowing the remaining crossbowmen of the uprising to breathe a sigh of relief as the pressure lessened significantly. At that moment, Zhao Gang led a cadre of elite rangers, appearing behind Qin Feng's black-armored troops. They traversed the battlefield like phantoms, sowing great confusion among the enemy ranks. The entire battlefield descended into chaos, blurring the lines between friend and foe. Renewed hope surged within Yi Qing as she struggled to stand, summoning every ounce of strength to issue her final command. Her voice hoarse yet resolute. "To all brothers still standing, listen. Unleash your full potential and charge with all your might. Let us break free and return home." Her words resonated across the tumultuous battlefield, inspiring every surviving soul. The warriors rallied, mustering the last remnants of their courage, and recklessly surged towards the direction of the Rangers. The surrounded rebels erupted once more with unimaginable fighting spirit, and under the dual assault from the Rangers, they breached the defensive line led by Qin Feng. Subsequently, the remaining rebels successfully escaped through this gap, vanishing into the depths of the forest, while those on the periphery swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. The battle had come to an end. Chapter 34. An impossible bargain. 3 hours after the fierce combat in the canyon had ceased, the remaining rebels, aided by the Rangers, successfully regrouped. They began a brief period of rest within a secluded grove. "Lei Hao, how many of us are left?" Yi Qing inquired about their current situation as she sat upon a stone. Lei Hao glanced around and shrugged, responding, "Just this lot, perhaps a little over 100. Upon hearing the news, Yiqing felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She had not anticipated the sudden ambush nor the loss of the high ground. In her mind, she attributed the failure of this battle to her own missteps. Just as she began to spiral into self-reproach, Zhao Gang approached her, offering solace to the young woman. "Do not lose heart, my dear. To have faced such elite forces and reached this point on your first attempt is commendable. Moreover, I believe the opposing side will need some time to regroup before they can continue their advance. In that case, your mission can still be accomplished." Encouraged by Zhao Gang's analysis, Yiqing managed to regain some composure and walked over to Yuanwen, eager to glean more details about what had transpired. "Yuanwen, when exactly did the high ground fail to respond?" "Let me think." Yuanwen closed his eyes, striving to recall every detail of that fateful moment. "I remember distinctly that when I launched the signal flare as per our plan, there was no response from the high ground. The time must have been close to noon." "Noon?" Nia, who was tending to Yuanwen's injuries, expressed disbelief, her grip tightening unconsciously, causing Yuanwen to shudder in pain. "That is impossible. They had already retreated by the afternoon. This group of individuals?" Yiqing felt a flicker of confusion at this revelation. "They are Rubio's personal guard. When they withdrew, they insisted it was you, Yiqing, who requested their assistance, which is why I led the reserve team forward without hesitation." Nia's voice dwindled, losing confidence as she spoke. "Me? Since the last pre-battle meeting concluded, I have not seen them again. How could this possibly be my command?" Yiqing's mind swirled with confusion as she slowly sat upon a stone, attempting to reorganize her thoughts. It seemed I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Accompanied by a light-hearted voice, a petite figure gracefully descended from the air. Shortly thereafter, a vibrant bird alighted delicately on Yiqing's shoulder. "Is it you?" Yiqing recognized her voice, a surge of surprise filling her heart. The owner of the voice was none other than Miss Salas from the Shadow Guard Intelligence Bureau. "Have you come with urgent news?" Yiqing inquired hastily. "Correct. There is indeed an urgent matter. Otherwise, I would not be delivering the message in this form." Controlling a doppelganger can be quite exhausting. Miss Salas playfully winked and gently pecked at her foot, signaling Yiqing to remove the letter bound there. Yiqing wasted no time, swiftly untying the cord and retrieving the letter. As she read its contents, Miss Salas cast a trusting glance toward those present. "Wishing you all a successful completion of this mission. Commander Keller has high hopes for you." Miss Salas's tone was infused with encouragement and anticipation. As the words fell, the charming little bird transformed into a cloud of shimmering dust amidst a dazzling radiance, quietly dispersing. "Wow, is this an instance of controlling a doppelganger? Could this truly be real?" Lei Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the astonishing spectacle before him, his mouth agape, nearly unable to close. Previously, he had only heard from his father that Selous was the favored pupil of Commander Keller and was universally acknowledged as the most gifted candidate to succeed the next head of the intelligence division. However, after witnessing this extraordinary event, curiosity about Selous blossomed within Lei Hao. If not for the fear of being shot by those frantically pursuing Selous, he would have eagerly sought to meet this enigmatic and formidable figure. Is this some sort of jest? Upon finishing the letter in his hand, Yiqing could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming aloud. The people around him were perplexed and bewildered by his reaction. Without hesitation, Yiqing passed the letter to others for their perusal. Once everyone had read the contents, they collectively turned their gaze toward the ranger in the distance. And upon confirming that he remained oblivious, they mirrored Yiqing's expression, exclaiming in unison, "Are we being toyed with?" The current mission objective has been altered. The target for the Storm Squad is now to eliminate the leader of the insurgents, Rubio, and eradicate all remaining factions. What is going on? How should we proceed? Lei Hao asked, seeking the opinions of others, as the mission requirements must be fulfilled, even if it involves former comrades. Yuanwen expressed his stance. "We must eliminate Rubio as instructed." "I concur with the need to eliminate Rubio," agreed Su Xiao after a moment of contemplation. "I remain neutral," Nia stated. "I also hold a neutral stance, but I find his behavior exceedingly abnormal." Yiqing shared his thoughts. At first, Rubio presented a stark contrast to his subsequent actions. Furthermore, judging by the Rangers' attitudes, their acquaintance with Rubio aligns more closely with the individual who had just returned to the insurgents, rather than the brutal killer he later became. Hence, I suspect something may have influenced him. If we can uncover it, there may be a turning point. The group began to rack their brains, striving to unearth useful clues. But the results were far from satisfactory. Lei Hao was the first to concede defeat, painfully rubbing his temples as he lamented, "Oh no, I can't take it anymore. My head feels like it's about to explode. Nia, please give me some medicine to help me out. Prolonged contemplation had left his mind buzzing, as if it might burst. I don't possess such things, Nia replied helplessly. You should ask Tang Nan. He might have the herbs you need. Oh, all right. Where is Tang Nan, then? Lei Hao inquired eagerly, looking at Nia. Nia frowned as she pondered. I seem to have left him at the medical camp. Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence, their faces reflecting a sense of exasperation. They could hardly have imagined that someone would forget a companion at the medical camp. The atmosphere quickly turned awkward and somewhat comical. Wasn't the situation dire? With the front line so perilous, bringing along that little scamp, Tang Nan, would only place him in jeopardy. But fear not, for Xue Qinghe has already returned to fetch him. Moreover, the hiding place I selected is exceedingly discreet. Even if the enemy racked their brains, they would never suspect we are concealed here. Nia hurriedly explained, attempting to allay everyone's worries. However, before she could finish her sentence, a soldier from the rebel army rushed in, breathless, bearing shocking news. A catastrophe had struck at the medical camp. The group hurried to the camp, and the sight that met their eyes was utterly horrifying, a scene of unspeakable carnage. A thick stench of blood permeated the air, and mangled bodies lay strewn about. Blood pooling everywhere, as if the entire area had been transformed into a crimson sea. The reserve forces, who had arrived earlier, were laboriously searching through this horrific tableau for any potential survivors. What on earth transpired here? Someone murmured. How could the enemy have discovered this location? Another asked, bewildered. Yet, at this moment, there was no time to ponder such questions. Lei Hao and the others unhesitatingly threw themselves into the search for survivors, weaving through the piles of corpses, carefully turning over each body in hopes of finding even a faint sign of life. As time ticked by, they toiled tirelessly into the night. Just when despair began to settle in, a miracle occurred. They discovered a survivor, barely clinging to life, buried deep among the corpses. Nia swiftly enacted emergency treatment, exerting every effort to save this fragile existence. After a tense struggle, the individual finally opened his eyes, and as he recognized Yuqing and the others before him, the terror that had once gripped his face began to fade. Ultimately, through his account, they learned that the architect of this atrocity was none other than Rubio. Yuqing. I believe there is nothing left to discuss with Rubio, Lei Hao stated, gripping the dagger at his waist, his fury barely contained. Indeed. Ever since he slaughtered those prisoners of war, it has been clear that he is unworthy of being called human, Yuqing echoed, his fists clenched. Yet he restrained Xue Qinghe, who was eager to confront Rubio. What do you intend to do? What else is there to do? They have taken Tang Nan. I must rescue him. At that moment, Xue Qinghe exhibited an unusual loss of composure. Yuqing calmly reasoned, stay composed. You heard it yourself. They did not harm Tang Nan, merely rendered him unconscious before taking him. Thus, Tang Nan must hold significant value to Rubio. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. Let us remain calm, for we can no longer bear the loss of another comrade. After listening to Yuqing's heartfelt advice, Xue Qinghe could only helplessly lean against a massive, ancient banyan tree, feeling a swell of frustration within. Yuqing and a few others, fully aware of the situation, silently gathered the bodies with great care and then set them ablaze using Nia. The flames roared to life, illuminating the entire night as if to dispel the endless darkness and sorrow. Amidst the flickering light, Yuqing and the others offered silent prayers. May you not suffer the same torment in your next life. May the departed souls find peace. As the fire grew fiercer, smoke billowed forth, enveloping the scene in an atmosphere of solemnity and gravitas. Yuqing gazed at the dancing flames, overwhelmed with emotion. These deceased were once vibrant lives, each perhaps with their own dreams, families, and stories, now forever at rest. Xue Qinghe observed this somber tableau from afar, his heart heavy with grief. He understood that this war brought not just death and destruction, but also immense sorrow and suffering. Yet, he also comprehended who the true instigator of all this was. Tang Nan, please don't die. Xue Qinghe silently prayed. After laying the deceased to rest, Yuqing entrusted the remaining soldiers of the uprising to Zhao Gang's rangers. What about you? Zhao Gang inquired, sensing the unusual nature of their actions. We can offer you assistance. Thank you, Senior. But this conflict belongs to the Shadow Guards and Rubio. We do not wish to entangle more people, especially. Yuqing glanced at the exhausted soldiers, who were already fast asleep. I do not want them to experience fratricide. It could become an indelible shadow upon their souls. So, I kindly ask you to lead them away from here. And what about you? Zhao Gang asked before departing. We We wish to visit some newly acquainted friends. With that, Yu Qing led Lei Hao and the others into the dense forest. In the Dragon Knight's camp, Rex sat within the tent, attentively listening to Sayre's report on casualties. Sayre, what is the casualty report? Rex's voice was somber, yet his eyes shone with determination. The good news is that virtually none of our brothers have perished. Thank the heavens. Sayre's tone carried a note of relief and reflection. However, he quickly furrowed his brow and continued. The bad news is that most of our brothers are injured, with some suffering grave wounds. The enemy's attack angles were particularly cunning, striking precisely at the weak points of our armor. Notably, the strength of their weapons was not particularly formidable. Based on the number of enemy corpses on the battlefield, they have likely suffered losses of nearly 1,000 men. Moreover, Count Kroll's forces have also been severely impacted, losing about one-third of their strength. Additionally, our scouts have successfully reached the enemy headquarters and discovered that they have already relocated. What shall we do next, Commander? Please advise. Rex nodded slightly, signifying his acknowledgement of Sila's report. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Well, if that is the case, let us temporarily set aside the pursuit. Allow the troops to rest for a day and regain their strength. After this battle, I believe the rebels have suffered a significant blow and are gravely weakened. It will likely take them several months to recover. Just as Rex was speaking, an intense pain suddenly surged through his chest, causing him to furrow his brow. Commander, what is wrong? Sila inquired with concern, noticing Rex's discomfort. It is nothing. Rex raised his hand to indicate he was unharmed. Yet the tension in his furrowed brow revealed that the wound was indeed substantial. The opposing commander was formidable, had I not been clad in armor. I might have perished on the spot, Rex remarked with a light laugh, relieved to be alive. He then turned and called out, What do you wish to hear, gentlemen? No sooner had he spoken than Lei Hao and the others appeared behind him, understanding his unspoken invitation. Seeing this, Sila immediately drew his sword, positioning it protectively in front of Rex. Do not be alarmed, Sila, Rex reassured him calmly. They have merely come to engage in conversation with us. Look, they bear no weapons. Relax. With that, Rex leisurely lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Sila, still uncertain, sheathed his sword and quietly retreated behind Rex. Come now. What would you like to discuss? Rex asked with an air of composure, a subtle smile lingering on his lips as if he had everything well in hand. We come to discuss a collaboration. There is a business proposition that I wonder if you might find intriguing. The visitor stated candidly. Oh, how curious. Just hours ago, we were locked in a life and death struggle on the battlefield, and now you come to propose an alliance? Rex chuckled heartily at the unexpected suggestion, but refrained from outright rejection, gesturing for them to continue, intrigued by what they might propose. We will assist you in eliminating Rubio. In return, you must spare those warriors who surrender to you. What say you? Upon hearing this, Rex gazed thoughtfully at the flickering candlelight, his eyes darting with contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he replied, If you can indeed accomplish this, I shall agree to your terms. However, I suspect you will still require our assistance in dealing with his subordinates, correct? Indeed, came the unwavering response. Very well, then. I accept this arrangement. You may proceed with your tasks. In one day's time, inform me of their precise location, and we shall take care of the rest. May our collaboration be fruitful and enjoyable, Rex stated with assurance. Cheers to a pleasant partnership. Lei Hao and his companions did not engage in extensive conversation and then vanished like phantoms without a trace. Commander, I harbor some concerns, said Siler, preparing to voice his apprehensions. However, Rex preempted him, stating, You are worried this might be a trap, correct? Siler nodded silently, observing this. Rex offered a faint smile and gently patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, Do not fret. This will not be a trap. How can you be so certain? Siler inquired, puzzled, because I sensed no malice in their tone. Moreover, given their skills, they could easily eliminate us without needing to negotiate face-to-face. He continued, Additionally, I spotted an acquaintance among them. An acquaintance? Siler asked, intrigued. Yes, if I am not mistaken. Their approach for cooperation likely stems from an agreement reached by our esteemed Count with them. It is this deviation from their usual conduct that compelled them to seek collaboration. Rex's confidence was rooted in the fact that at the inception of this situation, the leadership of the Gaul Duchy had already received a detailed report from Hobian City regarding the rebellion. At that time, the higher-ups had paid particular attention to this insurgency. Consequently, they dispatched Rex to lead a military exercise under the pretext of conducting a field investigation. During this period, Rex sent numerous spies to gather intelligence. From the information provided by these spies, Rex gradually realized that the emergence of this rebel faction was not coincidental, but rather orchestrated by unseen hands. After sending the relevant reports back to the capital, surprisingly, the higher-ups exhibited a keen interest in the mysterious team that had successfully abducted the rebel leader from the Lord's residence. They commanded Rex to establish contact with the group and delve deeper into their true circumstances. Initially feeling lost, Rex never anticipated that the other party would proactively seek him out for cooperation. Faced with such an opportunity, he readily agreed. Politics is a fickle and enigmatic affair. Rex mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he poured himself a cup of tea, savoring the fragrant steam rising from it. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his gaze and declared with unwavering resolve, "The entire army shall rest for a day to recuperate." Simultaneously, dispatch multiple elite reconnaissance teams to establish a comprehensive search network centered around the rebel headquarters, ensuring we uncover their tracks at the earliest possible moment. Having relayed his orders, Rex slowly rose, lifted his teacup, and approached the window. The moonlight, like silver, bathed the earth, illuminating his resolute features. He gazed out at the luminous moon hanging high in the sky, pondering to himself, things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 35, Preparing for War. After reaching an agreement with Rex, Lei Hao and his companions hurried back to the headquarters of the uprising. However, upon their arrival at the headquarters, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished, just as they had heard in the reports. The place had been completely ransacked by Rubio, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. "They truly left us with not a single coin," Lei Hao remarked. Surveying the surroundings with a sense of helplessness, he took a step forward, venturing into the debris in search of anything that might still be of use. The others also dispersed, each beginning to gather supplies. Nia approached the remnants of the forge, a sight once familiar to her, with a heart full of trepidation. Cautiously, she sifted through the collapsed bricks, hoping to uncover the important chest she had buried there. After considerable effort, Nia finally succeeded in locating the chest she had hidden so deep. However, when she opened it with eager anticipation, her heart sank upon discovering that the space, which should have been filled with materials for weapon crafting, was now entirely bare. This unexpected turn of events caused her expression to darken significantly. "Damn it. Are these guys dogs? I buried this chest so discreetly, and yet they managed to find it," Nia muttered angrily under her breath, feeling a wave of frustration and disappointment wash over her, as those materials were crucial to her. Yet, after a meticulous inventory, a sly smile suddenly crept across Nia's face. "Well, these individuals are not particularly sharp, are they?" she mused to herself. It turned out that while most of the materials had vanished, a few key items had been preserved. Without hesitation, Nia extracted all that remained from the chest and rose to thoroughly inspect the integrity of the workshop. Meanwhile, Lei Hao and Yi Qing arrived at the threshold of Rubio's chamber. Taking a deep breath, Lei Hao raised his foot and forcefully kicked the door. With a loud bang, the door flew open, and a wave of darkness surged forth from the room. Almost immediately, a swarm of black bats burst forth from the shadows, hurtling towards Lei Hao. The sudden onslaught left him startled, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? That bastard Rubio. What kind of trick is this?" Cautiously, the two entered the room, discovering an unusually tidy arrangement within. The furniture was meticulously organized, and the books on the shelves were aligned in perfect order. Even the potted plants by the window were lush and vibrant. Lei Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. "Is this truly the room of a madman? It feels no different from that of an ordinary person," he murmured, filled with curiosity. Lei Hao approached the bookshelf and casually pulled out a volume. Flipping through the pages, he found them densely annotated with various notes, alongside detailed comments in the margins. These signs indicated just how diligently and attentively Rubio had engaged with the text. Closing the book, Lei Hao turned to Yi Qing, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "Do you think this guy might be suffering from split personality disorder?" On the surface, everything appeared remarkably normal, yet beneath lay a hidden madness unbeknownst to others. Yi Qing shot him an exasperated glance before turning to continue her search for clues elsewhere. Noticing this, Lei Hao wisely returned the book he was holding to its rightful place. However, as he pushed the book back, a particular volume on the shelf caught his attention, standing out in an unusual manner. Curiosity piqued, he reached out and pulled the book from its confines. In that instant, the entire bookshelf trembled as if triggered by some hidden mechanism, and astonishingly, it began to shift slowly, revealing a concealed passageway leading into the cellar. "Who would have thought you had such a knack for finding things?" Yi Qing remarked with a hint of playful sarcasm. Hearing this, A smirk of pride crept onto Lei Hao's face as he chuckled in response. Hee, indeed. Observing Lei Hao's self-satisfied demeanor brought a sense of comfort to Yi Qing, prompting a slight smile as she softly complimented him. Well done. With praise lighting up Lei Hao's face like a blooming flower. They wasted no time and resolutely stepped into the cellar. The air within the cellar was thick with the scent of decay and dampness, the dim light casting an oppressive atmosphere. Navigating through this dark and humid space, they persevered, and at long last, their efforts bore fruit as they uncovered the manuscript of Rubio, which they had tirelessly sought. A spark of excitement flickered in Yi Qing's eyes as she eagerly picked up the manuscript for closer examination. Moments later, she lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with exhilaration and joy, calling out to the others, I believe we should let everyone else take a look. With that, she dashed out of the cellar like a gust of wind. Lei Hao, seeing this, quickly followed in her wake. Once they had gathered everyone, Yi Qing cautiously handed the manuscript to the others. They encircled her, their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized the mysterious pages. The manuscript was densely filled with text, documenting not only Rubio's subsequent plans, but also an array of bizarre, indecipherable symbols. Faced with this chaotic assortment of words, their comprehension was significantly hampered. They spent considerable time painstakingly deciphering the contents, word by word. After much effort, they finally discerned the location of their new camp hidden within the lines. To their astonishment, it was a staggering 50 kilometers away. With the enemy's precise position now revealed, a weight lifted from Yi Qing's heart. She resolved to relay this crucial information to Rex promptly, ensuring that necessary preparations could be made. At that moment, Su Xiao quietly picked up one of the manuscripts and began to murmur to himself, seemingly having discovered something intriguing within its pages. The demon descends upon the earth, and the world succumbs to fear. In this chaotic hour, I beseech your arrival, to wield the power of destruction and reshape the order of the world. May the wings of the demon stir a tempest, sweeping sin and terror across the land. With your wrath, incinerate all that is beautiful, allowing the shadows of despair to envelop all living beings. Let the curse of demons descend upon the world, shattering the hopes and dreams of mankind. At this juncture, Su Xiao's countenance instantaneously darkened, as if he had encountered a profound catastrophe. His eyes brimmed with anxiety and trepidation, beads of sweat glistening upon his forehead. He swiftly located Yi Qing and entrusted the manuscript into her hands. I suggest we must depart immediately. Su Xiao's tone was fraught with urgency, as if time were the essence. Upon receiving the manuscript, Yi Qing immersed herself in its contents with unwavering focus. As she delved deeper into the reading, her brow instinctively furrowed. It was evident that she recognized the significance and urgency of the information contained within. Subsequently, she hastily inquired with Nia about the status of their equipment collection. Nia, what have you managed to find? Yi Qing's voice carried a hint of urgency. Nia, while responding, meticulously arranged the collected materials upon the table. The items were scarce. They had nearly depleted the majority of the ore, yet curiously, the raw materials for gunpowder remained untouched. I, too, am perplexed as to why this is the case. Nia's words conveyed a sense of bewilderment. Nia then detailed the materials displayed on the table: saltpeter, sulfur, remnants of ore, and other essential components for crafting explosives. This news was undoubtedly a boon for Lei Hao and the others, who wasted no time in commencing the production of gunpowder. Lend me the firearm, Shui Qinghe, Yi Qing instructed, handing him a sleek pistol. Wow, is this a firearm? Shui Qinghe examined the elegant weapon closely. It was indeed a fine piece. Its compact form and smooth lines were a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. The barrel was cylindrical, slender, and gleaming with metallic luster, adorned with intricate engravings. Shui Qinghe found himself increasingly enamored with it. Yi Qing proceeded to instruct him on its usage. Align your eye with the sight, aim carefully, and squeeze the trigger, much like drawing a bow. She placed her hand gently on the back of Shui Qinghe's hand, guiding his movements. Fire. At Yi Qing's signal, Shui Qinghe accurately struck the marked spot on the wooden pillar. Upon witnessing his first successful shot, Shui Qinghe leaped with childlike exuberance, his face radiating with a brilliant smile. Now, let me teach you how to reload, Yi Qing continued, guiding him until he was adept at handling the firearm. Observing Shui Qinghe's swift mastery of the weapon's intricacies, Yi Qing couldn't help but admire his innate talent. No wonder Uncle Yang had advised her in his letter to entrust the firearm to him. As the sun began to set, Lei Hao and his companions finalized their equipment upgrades. Soon, they would make those scoundrels aware of their resolve. The consequences of angering the Shadow Guard. Chapter 36. The ceremony when chaos descends upon the world. order will dissolve into mere illusion. As Yuqing led her companions into a fierce battle against the Dragon Knights in the valley, Rubio's plot was quietly unfolding. Rubio stood anxiously before the headquarters entrance, awaiting the arrival of news that would satisfy his ambitions. Time dragged on, each passing minute feeling interminably long. At last, unable to contain his anticipation, Rubio raised his gaze toward the setting sun. It was then that his subordinate appeared within his line of sight. "My lord," the subordinate said respectfully. "Have you brought the person I requested?" Rubio inquired eagerly. "Indeed, he is here," the subordinate replied, gently laying the unconscious Tang Nan on the ground. "Excellent. You have performed admirably. As per my instructions, you have cleared the enemies from the stronghold before those individuals arrived, correct?" A hint of pride seeped into Rubio's voice. "Yes, my lord. Not a single soul was spared," the subordinate responded promptly. "And what news do you bring regarding the doctor?" Rubio pressed on. "Aside from this lad, all others have been executed, leaving no survivors." The subordinate's report was succinct and decisive. Upon hearing this, a faint, almost imperceptible smile crept upon Rubio's lips, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Take him to the vehicle," he commanded his subordinate, then led the entire uprising toward the newly selected headquarters. By the time the rebels arrived at their new stronghold, the night had deepened into an inky darkness, and the clock hand silently pointed to midnight. Just as this weary yet spirited army settled in, Rubio eagerly summoned all senior officers for an emergency assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, I must convey a piece of heartbreaking news," Rubio declared, his expression grave and his tone somber, as if burdened by immense sorrow, though a sly glimmer flickered in his eyes. He feigned an air of profound grief as he announced to those present, "Our esteemed Deputy Commander Yuqing has betrayed our shared ideals and aspirations." As Rubio passionately delivered his speech, a cacophony of dissent erupted from the audience. "Nonsense," a furious officer shouted. "To suggest that Miss Yuqing has betrayed us? It is utterly absurd. Indeed, there is no foundation for such claims. How can one make such an assertion so easily?" Another echoed. "Humph. The real betrayal likely resides within your own treacherous heart." More officers stepped forward, their emotions running high, indignantly condemning Rubio's baseless accusations. These officers, closely acquainted with Yuqing, understood her character and loyalty well. They could not accept such unfounded slander and resolutely demanded a reasonable explanation from Rubio. In an instant, the venue erupted into a cacophony of voices, with arguments rising and falling like the tide. The generals clamored for Rubio to furnish irrefutable evidence to substantiate his claims. In the face of their vehement protests, a sinister and triumphant smile curled at the corners of Rubio's lips. It seemed he had anticipated this moment, reveling inwardly. At last, the day has come. This chaos played directly into his hands. Act now. With a single command from Rubio, his loyal confidants surged forward like ravenous wolves. Swiftly brandishing their weapons, they mercilessly struck down their unsuspecting comrades, delivering fatal blows without hesitation. The sudden onslaught caught the generals off guard. Those who managed to react found their efforts futile, prolonging their lives by mere minutes. As the intertwining of blood and violence unfolded, time ticked inexorably onward. Half an hour later, Rubio had nearly completed the purging of the insurrectionists. The camp, once brimming with vitality and hope, now lay in a dismal silence. The ground stained crimson. All who dared oppose him were either captured and imprisoned or publicly executed as a grim warning to others. Rubio stood amidst the pool of blood, gazing with satisfaction at the scene before him. His eyes betrayed a madness and cruelty, as if these lives were inconsequential to him. He reveled in the ecstasy of slaughter, utterly indifferent to the suffering and mortality of others. Yet, the brutality of this cleansing did not satiate Rubio's insatiable hunger. He yearned for far more. Insufficient, vastly insufficient. Covering his face with one hand, he laughed maniacally, his features contorted in a grotesque expression. Within him burned an unquenchable fire, endless desires gnawing at his nerves like a venomous serpent. Mere killing could no longer satisfy his insatiable appetite. He craved a pure, unblemished, and flawless soul. Ha! Unable to contain the tumultuous emotion swelling within him, Rubio staggered into the basement that had long been prepared. At that moment, his devoted subordinates were diligently arranging the ceremonial side according to his meticulous design. Meanwhile, the central figure of this nefarious ritual, Tang Nan, lay quietly in the center of the magical array, resembling a precious sacrificial offering. Rubio slowly crouched down, a morbid obsession gleaming in his eyes as he gently caressed Tang Nan's lifeless face, as if admiring a rare treasure. "My lord, everything is prepared." One of the subordinates reverently presented a dagger inscribed with mysterious runes. Rubio eagerly grasped the dagger, the chilling sensation in his palm igniting his excitement to a fever pitch. His hands trembled with exhilaration, a strange flush rising to his cheeks. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. Tang Nan, who was supposed to remain in a deep slumber according to the plan, unexpectedly awakened. They had never anticipated that Tang Nan's body had developed a certain resistance to sedatives long ago. Ugh, my head aches terribly. What on earth has happened? Tang Nan groggily opened his eyes, only to be met with the startling realization that his hands and feet had been tightly bound. Though he could not recall when this had occurred. At that moment, Rubio noticed Tang Nan's awakening. He exhibited no signs of surprise. Instead, he felt an inner sense of satisfaction. For him, it was far more gratifying that Tang Nan experienced this sacred moment fully conscious. Noble one, are you adequately prepared to embrace the exhilarating and wondrous new life that lies ahead? Rubio approached Tang Nan with an elegant and resolute gait. A cryptic smile gracing his lips, his gaze intensely fixed upon the young boy before him. Tang Nan found himself utterly bewildered by the sudden utterance. His mind a whirlpool of confusion and uncertainty. He widened his eyes, attempting to glean insight from the other's expression and tone. Yet he was met with naught but obscurity. Just as he was on the brink of deeper contemplation, a shocking turn of events unfolded. In an instant, a glimmering blade flashed in Rubio's hand, and before he could comprehend the situation, a razor-sharp dagger plunged mercilessly into Tang Nan's heart. What? Tang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the dagger embedded in his chest, an excruciating pain radiating throughout his entire being. A hoarse gasp escaped his throat, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, he grasped the impending calamity, yet it was far too late. Blood surged forth from his beating heart like a breached dam, flooding out in torrents. In the blink of an eye, the crimson liquid engulfed every rune. As if heralding the commencement of a gruesome sacrificial rite, Rubio recited an incantation, intoning an ancient and enigmatic prayer. Demons descend upon the earth, plunging the world into terror. In this chaotic hour, I beseech your arrival, to wield the power of destruction and reshape the order of the world. May the wings of the demons stir a tempest, sweeping sin and fear across the land. Burn all that is beautiful with your wrath, casting the shadow of despair upon all living beings. Let the demon's curse descend upon the world, shattering the hopes and dreams of mankind. Accompanied by the recitation of the prayer, the once-dull runes began to shimmer, emanating a heart-stirring glow. Subsequently, Rubio's acolytes appeared like phantoms, roughly dragging forth several incapacitated soul masters, who had long since lost their will to fight. These once mighty soul masters were now reduced to mere offerings for this nefarious ritual, their blood trickling across the ground, pooling into the runes. With each droplet of blood that flowed into the circle, the magical array radiated an exquisite brilliance, akin to the most resplendent stars in the night sky. However, this luminescence was short-lived, as a startling transformation soon transpired. All the blood, as if drawn by an invisible force, began to flow back toward the center of the array, where Tang Nan lay. An ever-growing mass of blood coalesced into a colossal sphere, enveloping Tang Nan in a cocoon woven from crimson. Within this sanguine chrysalis, Tang Nan appeared to lose consciousness, silently suspended in midair. His body was drenched in blood, and his once pale visage now bore an eerie countenance. The air around him was thick with the pungent scent of blood, eliciting nausea in those nearby. Outside the blood cocoon, Rubio and his minions watched intently, their eyes gleaming with madness and anticipation. At this moment, the first light of dawn began to rise, piercing through the inky darkness of the night. As the initial rays of sunlight touched the earth, the shadows receded, and the world began to awaken. Time was running short for Lei Hao and his companions. Chapter 37. A dream that must awaken eventually wake up, little brother. Her familiar and melodious voice, akin to a gentle spring, softly flowed into Tang Nan's ears, tenderly awakening him from his slumber. Slowly, he opened his drowsy eyes and, through the haze, discerned a figure standing at the foot of his bed. Sister, what brings you here? As Tang Nan rubbed his drowsy eyes, a look of perplexity adorned his face, just as he was grappling with his astonishment. Sister Xiao Wu gracefully approached the window, effortlessly drawing back the curtains. In an instant, the first rays of morning sunlight flooded the entire room, bathed in the radiant glow. Xiao Wu stood invigorated, resembling a blossoming flower. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a radiant smile graced her lips. Come on, rise and shine. The sun has already warmed your backside. Sister Xiao Wu cheerfully exclaimed, her tone imbued with warmth and affection. Before Tang Nan could fully comprehend the situation, his sister Xiaowu had already reached out without hesitation, pulling him from the warmth of his cozy bed. "Hurry up. Third brother has prepared breakfast and is waiting for you," she urged incessantly, leaving Tang Nan with no choice but to emerge from his room in a daze. As he stepped out of his door, he spotted his brother exiting the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate of freshly prepared breakfast, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Witnessing this scene, Tang Nan's drowsiness dissipated significantly, and his stomach began to grumble in response. "Good morning, Nan. Did you sleep well?" Good morning, brother." After Tang Sen had arranged the breakfast, he casually removed his apron and draped it over the back of a chair. With a smile, he called out to Tang Nan, "Come and eat." Upon gazing at the sumptuous spread laid out on the table, Tang Nan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he pointed at a steaming pot of soup that exuded an enticing aroma and curiously inquired, "Brother, when did you learn to make soup? It smells so delicious." Tang Sen felt a slight embarrassment as he scratched his head, hesitating to offer an explanation. Just then, a familiar and melodious voice floated in from the direction of the kitchen. "What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the soup I made?" Little Snow gracefully emerged from the kitchen, still clad in her immaculate white attire, adorned with an apron that matched Tang San's, which only enhanced her delightful charm. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Nan was instantly filled with panic, his body involuntarily retreating, nearly losing his balance and falling due to an unperceived chair behind him. "Oh dear. Be careful, little brother." Xiaowu timely supported Tang Nan from behind, gently guiding him to take a seat at the dining table. Tang San and Xiao Shui also took their places, all partaking in the delightful morning repast. During the meal, while others were engrossed in their food, Tang Nan's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Shui. "What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face?" Xiao Shui noticed a stare and inquired, her eyes meeting his. Instinctively, Tang Nan averted his gaze. "Why are you here?" Xiao Shui was amused by his question. Xiaowu, seated beside her, clarified, "Have you forgotten, brother? Xiao Shui is our roommate." "Roommate?" "Indeed, we rented this apartment together with Xiao Shui. You were the one who proposed it." As his sister explained, Tang Nan began to recollect, yet he was astonished to find a complete absence of related memories. Suddenly, his vision blurred, the surroundings shrouded in an oppressive darkness. As if veiled by a black curtain, he found himself in an utterly pitch-black chamber, with only a few feeble torches casting a dim, yellow light, barely illuminating the eerie space. Eyes widened in disbelief, he scanned his environment. Beneath his feet lay the lifeless form of a man, severed in two. His pallid complexion devoid of vitality, as if all life had been extinguished. "You have finally arrived, my lord. I have fulfilled the mission you entrusted to me." Upon uttering these words, a strange smile crept across the man's face, and he slowly closed his eyes, slipping into eternal slumber. Just as Tang Nan remained in a state of shock and confusion, a faint rustling sound emanated from ahead. He focused intently, and a group of figures gradually emerged from the darkness. These individuals were cloaked in shadows, their true faces obscured, armed with various weapons. They pointed them menacingly at Tang Nan. "Demon." Upon hearing this designation, Tang Nan was engulfed by a wave of perplexity. He could not fathom why these individuals would refer to him in such a manner, and their sudden appearance left him utterly bewildered. However, when he cast his gaze downward to behold the object clutched in his hand, everything appeared to find its explanation. In his left hand, he tightly gripped the breath of death, a sinister essence that coiled around his fingertips like a shroud of black smoke. The breath of death exuded a suffocating stench of decay, reminiscent of a dark force surging forth from the depths of hell, capable of effortlessly engulfing all life in its vicinity. In stark contrast, his right hand clutched a heart that pulsated with relentless vigor. This heart, teeming with vitality, released a stream of crimson blood, the metallic scent pervading the air, inciting Tang Nan's olfactory senses to the point of nausea. Tang Nan could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his heart brimming with trepidation and confusion. He was utterly astounded by the unfolding events. Incapable of comprehending why these two objects had manifested in his grasp, nor could he fathom the significance they bore. In that moment, it felt as though he had plunged into a harrowing nightmare from which he could not escape. Terrified, he relinquished the bloody heart from his right hand, attempting to cast it aside. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he found himself confronting an unfamiliar visage. The other's eyes were cold and devoid of compassion, exuding an aura that sent chills down his spine. Tang Nan's throat felt parched. He yearned to elucidate the series of events to the stranger before him. but the words eluded him as they lingered on the tip of his tongue. At that instant, time seemed to come to a standstill. In the next breath, the scene around Tang Nan shifted once more, returning him to the warmth of a shared meal with his brother and sister. As he grasped the reality of what had transpired, he noticed the concerned faces of those around him, all gazing at him with worry. "Nan, are you all right?" Tang San asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Moments earlier, they had witnessed Tang Nan suddenly release the chopsticks from his trembling hand. His expression one of sheer terror as he looked at them. I am fine," he stammered. Tang Nan remained utterly astonished by the scene he had just witnessed. He had intended to express everything he had seen, yet at the crucial moment, the words lingered on his lips, unspoken. Tang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the plate before him, which held a meat chop severed in two, along with a fork he had just cast aside, still impaled with a small piece of meat. He propped his head with his hand. Astonishment etched across his features as he surveyed his surroundings, struggling to comprehend the surreal events unfolding before him. At that moment, Xiaoshui quietly approached his side. She extended her hands, gently caressing Tang Nan's cheek, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "What's wrong? Are you feeling feverish?" Her gaze radiated warmth, and a charming smile graced her lips, causing Tang Nan's heart to race, beating wildly like a drum. Compelled by an irresistible urge, he reached out with his right hand, yearning to touch Xiaoshui's warm skin. However, just as Tang Nan reveled in this blissful moment, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly pierced through the air. "Tang Nan, is that you?" With the utterance of those words, the horrific scene he had just witnessed re-emerged before his eyes. He gazed in terror at the figure confronting him, armed and ready, their face obscured by shadows. Yet, from the tone of voice, Tang Nan immediately recalled a familiar name, Shuqinghe. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware that the cold breath of death from his left hand was mere centimeters from the foe's throat. Hesitating, he raised his right hand once more, seeking to ascertain the identity of this enigmatic figure. Shuqinghe? Yet, just then, everything around him was abruptly yanked back into reality. Tang Nan saw Xiaoshui glaring at him, her expression filled with confusion and discontent. "Why are you touching me while calling out his name?" Her voice echoed in his ears, jolting him from his daze. It was then that he finally recognized something was amiss, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over him. Suddenly, his head throbbed as if pierced by 1,000 needles, a torrent of memories crashing into him like a tidal wave. He clutched his head in anguish, instinctively retreating. Those around him attempted to approach, but he barked fiercely, "Stay away from me." In that instant, the entirety of his past came flooding back, memories flashing through his mind like scenes from a film. "I will destroy him." Tang Nan's roar reverberated throughout the entire space. As his emotions surged, the surroundings began to unravel. The others seemed to lose their footing, dissipating into nothingness before him. The light around gradually dimmed, ultimately succumbing to an endless abyss of darkness. In the next moment, his body appeared to lose all control, collapsing backward involuntarily. Accompanying this strange sensation was a profound sense of suffocation, as if he had been mercilessly cast into an infinite ocean, surrounded by unending darkness and tumultuous waves. Yet, in this chaotic realm, the only glimmer of hope lay in the faint light that was slowly fading away. He struggled desperately, extending his hands in an attempt to grasp that last semblance of brightness. But no matter how hard he tried, it remained just beyond his reach. The light, like a phantom, always kept a certain distance from him, rendering it unattainable. As that glow gradually vanished, he slowly sank into the depths of the sea, gently closing his eyes. But all was not yet concluded. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate, before Tang Nan gradually reopened his eyes. He lifted his gaze to behold a resplendent starry sky, shimmering with infinite brilliance and mysterious hues. Beside him stood an unfamiliar girl, quietly gazing at the heavens. Her countenance exuded an air of grace and tranquility, reminiscent of a noble lady from antiquity. However, the most captivating aspect was the delicate, luminescent scales adorning her neck. At that moment, they found themselves upon a vast expanse of grassland, enveloped in serene silence, save for the gentle whisper of the breeze rustling through the blades of grass. "You have finally awakened. How do you find my lap as a pillow?" The girl was the first to notice Tang Nan's return to consciousness, her tone warm and inviting. This unexpected greeting left Tang Nan somewhat flustered, and he struggled to rise from her embrace. "I should be leaving," he stammered, his voice tinged with a slight hoarseness, as if he had yet to fully recover from his earlier unconsciousness. Tang Nan remained silent, uttering not a single word, merely preparing to turn and depart. However, the girl seemed to have anticipated this moment, standing quietly without saying much. She raised her hand, pointing towards the distant starry sky, as if to guide Tang Nan on his path forward. Venture in that direction. That is where you ought to be. The stars will illuminate your journey ahead. Tang Nan raised no objections. Instead, he offered a faint smile. Then, with unwavering resolve, he strode in the direction indicated by the girl. Thank you, Binghua. Tang Nan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to her before departing. Safe travels, Nan. Binghua's gentle voice echoed behind him. Tang Nan continued his journey, indifferent to the passage of time. After an indeterminate duration, a door suddenly appeared before him, standing steadfastly. He approached the door with swift steps, grasped the handle firmly, and without hesitation, pushed it open. It was time for the dream to awaken. Chapter 38. A delayed revenge. 22 hours after the ceremony commenced, the main entrance shone brilliantly under the luminous moonlight. The guard team stationed there idly maintained their vigil at this primary line of defense. They meandered back and forth, their eyes wandering, seemingly disinterested in their duty. Why are we even stuck doing this? One soldier could not help but voice his frustrations to a nearby comrade, his tone laden with dissatisfaction and resignation. His companion shrugged, offering a faint smile of acceptance. There is nothing we can do. It's our turn. We just have to endure. He gently patted the soldier's shoulder in consolation. Just hang in there a little longer. Once we finish this round of patrol, we can take a brief respite. However, upon hearing this, the soldier's expression did not brighten. Instead, he sighed gloomily. I truly envy those assigned to execute the cowards. As the soldier continued to lament, he suddenly felt a sharp prick at his neck. Instinctively, he reached up to touch the spot, only to be astonished to find a needle resting in his palm. What is this? Confusion clouded the soldier's mind. Yet in the next instant, the world around him began to spin, as if it were swaying. Before he could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the soldier who had moved ahead noticed his comrade's unusual condition and halted, preparing to investigate. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Don't move. One more step, and I'll blow your head off. Accompanied by the sharp click of a trigger. A cold metallic sensation pressed against the back of his head. Now, raise your hands. Feeling a crossbow aimed at him, the soldier dared not make a rash move. He reluctantly dropped his weapon and slowly raised his hands. The figure behind him mercilessly bound him. It was only at this moment that the soldier realized the true identity of his captor, Miss Yuqing, who had been declared a traitor to the rebel army by Rubio, along with her companions. Commander Yi? I thought you were. His voice trembled, emotions surging uncontrollably. He had once firmly stood by Yuqing's side. Yet, faced with Rubio's brutal and merciless suppression, the soldier had been compelled to capitulate and was forced to join the opposing camp. Suddenly, as if recalling something crucial, the soldier spoke urgently. The backyard. Commander. Hurry to the backyard. What has happened there? Yuqing hurriedly pressed for more information. Rubio's execution squad was there, executing all who dared to oppose him. They planned to carry out these executions at dawn. If they rushed over now, perhaps they could still avert this tragedy. The soldier's tone was filled with urgency and tension. Yuqing did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, she suddenly rose and walked towards the backyard. Nia, witnessing this, quickly stopped her, perplexed, and asked, Sister Yuqing, do you really believe what he said? Lei Hao cast a worried glance in her direction, yet Yuqing's gaze remained resolutely steadfast. She looked at Nia and calmly replied, I trust him. Consider this, if he were a subordinate of that madman. How could there be such a rational individual capable of conversing normally with us? Thus, this soldier is not our enemy. What is your name, warrior? Pain? Hammond, Pain. Yuqing raised her arm high, and with a gentle sweep, a flash of cold light appeared, severing the ropes that had tightly bound the soldier. The soldier, feeling a sense of relief, began to move his previously restrained limbs, his eyes brimming with gratitude and respect. He was prepared to follow her command. But she decisively refused him. You need not partake in the ensuing battle. Pain, you have already shed enough blood for this land. Now, let us bring an end to this misguided war. Yuqing's voice was firm and composed, her gaze revealing a resolute determination. She retrieved a gleaming badge from her bosom and unhesitatingly tossed it to Pain. Take this and seek out Zhao Gang and his rangers. They will provide you with refuge. Pain deftly caught the badge, staring intently at it, and instantly grasped Yuqing's intent. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he deeply bowed to Yuqing, then swiftly vanished into the dense foliage. With Pain's departure, only Yuqing and a few others remained. Let us depart, everyone. Arm yourselves. It is time we serve these scoundrels their just deserts. In the camp's backyard, after a period of detouring, Yiqing and her companions arrived at the rear of the camp. There lay a vast expanse of grassland, surrounded by dense woods. Concealed within the thicket, they spotted their target, Rubio's execution squad. On the boundless grassland, over 100 executioners clad in black armor, their expressions cold and unyielding, formed a tight circle, creating an impenetrable defense. Within that circle stood the besieged rebels. Their numbers far surpassed those of the executioners, yet at this moment, they appeared utterly helpless and fragile. Each rebel was tightly bound, unable to move. Worse still, their spiritual power seemed to be suppressed by some mysterious runes, rendering them completely incapable of resistance. They resembled a flock of unthreatening poultry, silently awaiting the judgment of fate. The captain of the execution squad slowly stepped forth from the crowd. He wielded an enormous and weighty war hammer, its handle glinting with a cold sheen. As he struck the ground with force, a deep, resonant sound echoed, as if the very earth trembled in response. Listen well. The captain's voice was icy and devoid of mercy. I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you are willing to rise and express your intent to join us, I will spare your lives. Upon hearing these words, some of the dissenters began to waver. Faced with the specter of death, they struggled to their feet. The captain, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of delight. He immediately commanded his subordinates to release the bindings on these individuals' hands and tossed each of them a sharp dagger. Take up these daggers and slay your comrades. The captain displayed a sinister grin, his eyes shimmering with cruel intent. Only in this way shall I bestow upon you the chance for rebirth. The group of soldiers gripped their daggers tightly, their gazes meeting with an unspoken trust and understanding. Their initial hesitation was swiftly replaced by resolute determination, as if they had uncovered a wellspring of inner strength. In silent accord, they made the same decision, unhesitatingly hurling their daggers towards the captain. Die, you scoundrel! They roared in unison, their voices resounding like thunder, filled with boundless fury and resolve. The daggers shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the captain. Taken aback by the sudden onslaught, the captain bellowed in rage, "You! Fine, fine, I will make you understand what true hell is." Nevertheless, the warriors who had just thrown their daggers exhibited no semblance of fear or retreat. They turned to their brothers beside them, their hearts heavy with remorse and guilt. "Forgive us, brothers, for the suffering we have caused you," they sincerely apologized, their tone imbued with care and contrition for their comrades. Just as they braced themselves for the arrival of death, a familiar and invigorating voice reached their ears. What admirable courage! It proclaimed. You are warriors worthy of respect. Now, get down. This voice shone like a beacon of hope, illuminating their despairing souls. Without hesitation, they obeyed the command and swiftly dropped to the ground. What is happening? The execution squad members, taken aback, were met with a series of thunderous sounds. In an instant, dozens of executioners writhed in agony on the ground. Following this, another deafening roar erupted, and more fell, unable to react, their cries echoing in the air. The panicked team rushed to check on their comrades, only to be astonished to find merely a few tiny puncture wounds on their bodies, from which blood flowed incessantly. Another resounding blast shook the air, and even more succumbed to the ground. The execution squad finally grasped the enemy's position, with some charging into the forest without hesitation. However, with each booming sound, ominous flames began to erupt from within the woods. Following the charge, the valiant warriors inexplicably began to fall one by one. The scene transformed into utter chaos in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, the captured soldiers picked up the weapons strewn across the ground and stealthily freed their comrades from their bindings. Armed once more, they unleashed their fury upon the panicked enemies without mercy. The tumult intensified. The captain shouted for the soldiers beside him to rally closer, raising his shield. Yet, in the next moment, a deafening bang echoed, and the commanding officer, who had been issuing orders just moments before, collapsed without warning, breathing his last. Blood streamed from the bullet wound in his head. He received the punishment he deserved. However, the captain's sacrifice did not deter the remaining warriors. On the contrary, they pressed forward with fearless resolve. 10 minutes later, all members of the execution squad had been dealt with. The surviving soldiers began to assess the injuries of their comrades, embracing one another in exhilaration, grateful to have evaded this calamity. At that moment, Yiqing and several others emerged from the woods, each gripping two oddly shaped iron tubes. As they approached the soldiers, the warriors, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt on one knee, offering their highest respect. "Commander, I knew you would not abandon us." Yiqing gazed at the soldiers before him, seeing their once-still eyes reignite with the flame of hope. "I apologize for the suffering you have endured," Yiqing announced with deep remorse, conveying his final command as their leader. "Everyone, Evacuate immediately, harboring the hope of survival, and distance yourselves from this perilous place." Upon hearing this order, astonishment and hesitation washed over the crowd. Yet when they caught sight of the glimmer of tears in Yi Qing's eyes, understanding dawned upon them. "Understood. Commander, take care." The soldiers were acutely aware that this separation might be their last, but they resolutely obeyed the command. After bidding their final farewells, they swiftly turned and vanished into the forest, gradually receding from view. Meanwhile, Yi Qing stood silently, watching them depart, silently praying for their safety. At that moment, a cacophony of noise and roars erupted from behind them. The enemy, drawn by the earlier sounds, surged forward like a relentless tide. Yi Qing and his companions faced the advancing foes, unfazed as they raised their firearms. Fire! With Yi Qing's furious command, the guns erupted with terrifying flames. The first volley felled dozens of enemies. However, the foes behind the vanguard, witnessing their comrades fall, hesitated for merely a second before charging again. To their astonishment, they saw the opposition hurl several wooden sticks towards them. Just as they felt mocked, those seemingly ordinary sticks landed amidst their ranks and suddenly exploded. Those enemies who could not evade in time were instantaneously propelled into the air by the explosion. "Well done, Nia. Keep throwing," Yi Qing exclaimed with fervor. "Understood," Nia replied, generously hurling her prepared explosives into the midst of the foes. As the adversaries were rendered dizzy by the sudden blasts, Yi Qing and his companions unleashed a second volley of fire, striking them with the fury of a tempest. The firearms continued to spew flames, and the cacophony of explosions echoed, as if the very fabric of the world were about to tear apart. In that moment, the psychological defenses of the enemies crumbled, and they, in a state of panic, discarded their weapons and fled desperately toward the rear. However, at that instant, dawn broke, and a chillingly immense pillar of light surged from the center of the camp. The enemies, who had turned to flee, abruptly halted, their hands trembling involuntarily, and then turned back to Yi Qing and his companions, letting out a desperate roar. "Blood! What the hell is that light?" Yi Qing's brow furrowed tightly, his face a mask of confusion and concern. "I think we all know," Lei Hao inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, though his voice betrayed a tremor. Their eyes met, and an intense unease surged within them. Undoubtedly, the demons were about to descend. Aware that time was of the essence, Yi Qing and his group needed to reach the center of the camp swiftly. Yet, a tide of enemies surged forth, blocking their path. Seemingly fortified after the pillar of light had risen, in the face of gunfire, they no longer quailed. It now took several bullets to bring one down. Time was running out, and they resolved to unleash their ultimate maneuver. "There's no time left, Nia. Clear the way." "Understood. These fine gifts are for you." With a flourish, Nia sent several tightly bound high explosives soaring through the sky like meteors, landing amidst the enemy ranks. With thunderous detonations, the shockwaves and smoke engulfed the battlefield, plunging the enemy's camp into chaos. Following this, Yi Qing and his companions charged forth like tigers descending from the mountain. They infused their formidable soul power into the ammunition. Then, at the moment they were perilously close to the enemy, pulled the trigger. The projectile shot forth like lightning, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the foes before them, barely pausing as they continued to penetrate through the subsequent enemies, the third, the fourth. Just then, the enemy finally noticed the brief moment when the weapons needed reloading. As they thought they had seized an opportunity to exploit Yi Qing and his companions' vulnerability, Yi Qing and his group swiftly stored their firearms in the soul guide, then drew 2 more guns from their waists. Fire! With a roar, a torrent of firepower erupted once more, catching the enemies off guard yet again. Nevertheless, the enemy still held a significant numerical advantage. They, relying on their overwhelming numbers, gradually closed in, encircling Yi Qing and his companions. At that moment, their ammunition was dwindling, and the situation grew increasingly dire. "Nia, how much explosives do you have left?" "Not much. Just enough for 1 detonation." After receiving Nia's response, Yi Qing murmured to himself, "It is time." Suddenly, everyone felt the earth trembling beneath them, and the dragon cavalry appeared behind the enemy like divine warriors descending from the heavens. The enemy, realizing their presence, emitted excited roars. Most of them abandoned their assault on Yi Qing and his group, turning to charge at the dragon cavalry. "Charge! Break them!" The dragon cavalry let out a thunderous roar, riding their formidable steeds, brandishing their razor-sharp lances, surging towards the enemy like a torrent of steel. Their eyes were filled with determination and valor, as if this strike would affirm their glory and dignity as dragon cavalry. At the moment of contact, the lances in the dragon cavalry's hands pierced through the air like lightning, effortlessly lifting the enemies before them. Their mighty steeds mercilessly crashed into the foes, sending them sprawling to the ground. The dragon cavalry trampled over their fallen adversaries, relentlessly pressing forward. However, the enemy was not to be underestimated, leveraging their numerical superiority. They managed to stem the tide of the dragon cavalry's charge. Those who had been knocked down quickly regained their footing and, undeterred, attacked the surrounding cavalry. It seemed they had lost all sensation of pain, disregarding their wounds, wildly swinging their blades in an attempt to halt the advance of the dragon cavalry. Faced with such tenacious foes, the dragon cavalry showed no sign of retreat. They were the finest warriors of the principality, endowed with fearless courage and exceptional combat skills. Wielding their short swords, each slash cut through the air with a sharp whistle, mercilessly slaying any enemy that drew near. Despite the relentless tide of foes, the dragon cavalry steadfastly held their ground, refusing to yield an inch. While the enemy's attention was captivated by the dragon cavalry, Nia seized the opportunity, unhesitatingly tossing all the explosives into the fray. In an instant, the sound of explosions reverberated through the air, flames soaring skyward, illuminating the entire battlefield. The enemy let out anguished cries, fleeing in all directions. With the explosive force, they successfully blasted open a massive breach. Without hesitation, Yi Qing and his companions surged through this opening, racing towards the heart of the camp. Upon reaching the center of the camp, they found little obstruction. Soon, they located the entrance to the underground passage and plunged in without hesitation. However, once they entered the passage, they realized they were a moment too late. The ritual had been completed. Chapter 39, The Demon Cashier. The ritual has finally been completed. Rubio gazed excitedly at the blood cocoon before him, which had taken on a preliminary shape. The exhilaration within him surged to the point of bursting forth. However, at that very moment, several intruders appeared, disturbing his fervor. Rubio, let us settle the score. Yi Qing and his companions entered the underground chamber, discovering the enormous blood cocoon and Rubio himself. Without much preamble, they swiftly aimed their firearms at him. Yet, Rubio, upon seeing the iron pipes raised against him, displayed no trace of fear in his eyes. He stood resolutely, as steady as a mountain, as if the cold iron pipe were nothing more than a trivial toy. He then spread his arms wide, adopting a confident and impassioned stance to commence his speech. Order shall crumble, chaos shall rise. Come, witnesses of this historic moment. Only thus shall you earn the right to be the first spoils of my master's arrival in this world. Despair, wail, suffer. Xue Qinghe, weary of Rubio's hubristic rhetoric, could no longer endure it. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively pulled the trigger. Simultaneously, Yi Qing and the others swiftly followed suit, 12 muskets firing in unison, the dense hail of bullets raining upon Rubio's form. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Despite enduring such a fierce onslaught, Rubio remained steadfast before them, his body pierced by projectiles, blood gushing forth incessantly, only to be healed in turn. Behold, this is the gift bestowed upon me by my master, eternal life, Rubio proudly proclaimed, showcasing the blessing granted to him. Yet, his words failed to sway Lei Hao and his companions, for they knew all too well how to confront demons. It seems your master did not reveal to you that eternal life is a fallacy. Lei Hao retracted his musket into the soul guide, drawing forth the Tang Dao at his waist. The solution to this predicament was simple: extract his heart, and he would be doomed. But at that moment, a fissure suddenly appeared behind Rubio, within the blood cocoon. This crack resembled an insurmountable chasm, akin to a mysterious seal being partially torn asunder. Immediately, a powerful, suffocating aura emanated from the cocoon as it split open. This force surged forth like tumultuous waves, carrying with it boundless pressure and impact. The brows of Lei Hao and his companions furrowed tightly, as they sensed an unprecedented weight and threat bearing down upon them. As the fissure widened, a figure gradually emerged from within the blood cocoon. It was a tall, slender man, clad in ill-fitting garments that hung loosely upon his frail form. His hair, a cascade of white, flowed like strands of silver, starkly contrasting his pale skin. Most chilling of all were his cold, profound eyes, which seemed capable of piercing the very soul. Just a glance from him sent a bone-chilling aura cascading over Lei Hao and his companions, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Under the oppressive force of this formidable aura, they unhesitatingly summoned their martial spirits. The man did not linger his gaze on Lei Hao and the others for long. It swiftly shifted to his side, where Rubio stood. At that moment, Rubio was engulfed in an extreme state of fervor, his eyes brimming with madness and obsession, as if he had lost all semblance of reason. The man observed him quietly, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. Behold, the Prince of Chaos has arrived. He shall bestow upon us all the gift of annihilation. Rubio's visage twisted grotesquely, his face inscribed with madness and fervor, as he fervently proclaimed his so-called incantations. Yet, at this juncture, an unforeseen event transpired that took everyone present by surprise. A flash of cold light surged forth, followed by a muffled thud. The man standing behind Rubio unexpectedly struck without warning, brandishing a sharp blade that pierced through Rubio's chest with blinding speed. He effortlessly lifted Rubio high, as if to exhibit his triumph to the onlookers. What on earth is happening? Rubio struggled to expel a mouthful of blood, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He widened his eyes and laboriously turned his head, attempting to discern who had so treacherously attacked him. However, upon glimpsing the icy indifference on the face of the man behind him, understanding dawned upon him instantaneously. When Rubio was finally lowered, a copious flow of blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in his chest. He became exceedingly weak, ultimately collapsing helplessly before his master. Even so, Rubio mustered his remaining strength, fervently demanding the reward he believed he rightfully deserved: eternal death. The man seemed to comprehend Rubio's desire, slowly extending his right hand. Instantly, a pulsating heart materialized in his palm. Undoubtedly, it was Rubio's own heart. Subsequently, the man's left hand invoked the breath of death. In that moment, the breath of death transformed once more into a pitch-black sword, exuding an aura of despair and lamentation. With a decisive sweep of his arm, the man unhesitatingly cleaved Rubio in two. At that moment, a look of gratitude appeared on Rubio's face. Thank you for your gift. However, just then, the man's gaze suddenly turned perplexed. He stared quizzically at the severed Rubio, as if the unfolding scene was utterly foreign to him. Rubio's complexion was as pale as parchment. Yet he keenly sensed the awakening of his master's consciousness. You have finally descended, my lord. I have fulfilled the mission you entrusted to me. After uttering these words, a faint smile of satisfaction graced Rubio's lips, and he gently closed his eyes. Demon! Lei Hao's cry resounded like thunder, echoing through the stillness of the space. Capturing the man's attention, he slowly turned his head, regarding Lei Hao and the others with a look of confusion. As he lowered his gaze to behold the pulsating heart cradled in his hands, a flicker of confusion danced in his eyes. Yet it swiftly dissipated as he seemed to comprehend the unspoken message. Gradually, he raised his head, and with a voice that resonated with the gravitas of the abyss, he uttered his inaugural words before the assembly. Do you too desire eternal demise? His declaration instantly aroused vigilance among Lei Hao and his companions. Lei Hao's eyes widened as he fixated on the longsword clutched in the man's left hand, an inexplicable familiarity surging within him. At last, a name surfaced in his mind: Cassiel. Recognizing the identity of his adversary, Lei Hao unhesitatingly unleashed his lightning flash skill, propelling himself forward with the swiftness of electricity. And in the blink of an eye, he confronted Cassiel, delivering a strike with all his might. Oh, it seems you still remember me. Cassiel effortlessly parried Lei Hao's assault, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with malice, as if mocking Lei Hao's audacity. This smirk incited Lei Hao's fury. But before he could retaliate, Cassiel exerted force and sent Lei Hao hurtling backward, crashing violently into the adjacent wall. The abrupt turn of events left all present momentarily stunned, their instincts dulled by shock. Seizing the opportunity, Cassiel swiftly approached them. Demonic energy explosion. He intoned sharply, his right hand tightening around the still-throbbing heart, which he then crushed mercilessly. In an instant, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted forth, akin to a volcanic explosion. Yi Qing and the others barely had time to react before they were violently propelled away by the overwhelming force. Let us see how you fare against this. A glint of cunning flickered in Cassiel's eyes as he waved his right hand, causing the blood pooling on the ground to stir as if summoned by some arcane force. Coalescing into 5 colossal blood blades, these blades shimmered with an eerie luminescence, emanating an oppressive aura. Subsequently, with a mere flick of his fingers, the blood blades shot forth like arrows aimed at Yuan Wan and his companions. In response, they summoned every ounce of their strength to counter the onslaught of these formidable blades, yet their efforts proved futile against such overwhelming power. Just as Yuan Wan and the others found themselves ensnared by the blood blades, Cassiel's attention shifted to a particular guest, Xue Qinghe. A subtle smile graced his lips as he softly declared, "Perish." With those words, a terrifying wave of black energy surged forth like a ferocious beast, charging directly at Xue Qinghe. Faced with this sudden assault, Xue Qinghe remained unperturbed, He swiftly unfurled his wings, as pure as snow, and with a vigorous flap, ascended gracefully, evading the oncoming black wave. In that moment, Shuqinghe executed a swift turn in midair, leveraging his momentum to launch an attack against Cassiel. His speed was blinding, akin to a flash of lightning, and in an instant, he stood before Cassiel. Kashur dared not to be negligent. He swiftly raised the breath of death to counter Shuqinghe's assault. In a heartbeat, the clanging of metal resonated continuously, as both combatants exchanged blows, fiercely battling for several rounds without yielding any ground. Observing that he was not at a disadvantage, a surge of confidence welled up within Shuqinghe, intensifying his offensive. Each strike he unleashed brimmed with boundless might, compelling his opponent to take heed. Enough. I have grown weary of this. With the sharp sound of metal colliding, Kashur's demeanor shifted to one of palpable impatience. He had lost interest in toying with his adversary, feeling the monotony of the skirmish. Kashur began to channel the formidable power within him, igniting the breath of death into a blazing, pitch-black flame. In the next instant, with a mere flick of his wrist, the dark inferno surged forth like a ferocious fire dragon, aimed directly at Shuqinghe. The unfortunate Shuqinghe was utterly incapable of withstanding such a terrifying assault. Sent hurtling backward and crashing into the wall behind him, rendered unconscious. TCH, how exceedingly dull. Gazing at the motionless form of Shuqinghe sprawled on the ground, Kashur shook his head in disappointment, murmuring to himself, I had hoped that after such a long time, you might exhibit some improvement. He then unleashed a deadly sword aura, intending to end him. At that moment, the unconscious Shuqinghe, in a daze, caught a glimpse of the relentless sword energy rapidly approaching him. At this juncture, whether to rise and evade or to employ a soul technique for defense was no longer an option. Damn it. Reluctantly, Shuqinghe instinctively raised his longsword, attempting to block the fatal strike. However, in this critical moment, an unexpected event occurred. Thunder chains of malice. Suddenly, 2 chains erupted from Shuqinghe's right hand. These chains, seemingly imbued with life, coiled around his arm at remarkable speed, generating an immense pulling force that yanked him to the right. It was this unforeseen turn of events that allowed Shuqinghe to narrowly evade Kashur's sword energy attack. Nia, go check on his injuries. After rescuing Shuqinghe, Lei Hao wasted no time and charged back towards Kashur. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as the two engaged in combat once more. Oh, I didn't expect you to dispose of the surprise I prepared for you so swiftly. Kashur chuckled lightly, yet his movements grew increasingly rapid. If this is the finest you can offer, I must say, you truly are a dreadful master. Lei Hao retorted mercilessly, his feet never slowing. Seizing an opportunity, he propelled himself upward, leveraging the momentum from the breath of death to leap over Kashur's head and position himself behind him, where he delivered a powerful thrust of his sword. However, Cassiel's combat experience was incredibly rich. Almost simultaneously as Lei Hao initiated his attack, Cassiel sensed something amiss and swiftly adapted. He inverted the blade he held in his left hand, narrowly intercepting Lei Hao's thrust. At the same time, his body began to rotate with the force, and he elegantly executed a swirling slash with his sword, striking Lei Hao fiercely. The lightning-stricken Lei Hao transformed into a flash and vanished. The moment Cassiel observed this phenomenon, he detected Lei Hao's movements appearing to his right. Nevertheless, this time Cassiel discerned the underlying truth. The Lei Hao before him was merely a clone. Mere trifles. He smirked slightly, arrogantly lifting his chin, his gaze piercing through the void, precisely capturing Lei Hao's true form, launching a surprise attack from above. At last, I have found you. This is your true self. With unwavering confidence, Cassiel raised his right hand, unleashing a powerful magical explosion. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the explosion struck yet another clone. Ha ha. Lei Hao's mocking laughter echoed from the right, filled with scorn. He regarded this self-satisfied demon with disdain. Cassiel's fury ignited, and he turned to face Lei Hao, unleashing another fierce strike. But once again, it was merely a clone. How is this possible? Cassiel's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend why all 3 clones appeared so lifelike, deceiving him time and again. At that very moment, he was completely ensnared in Lei Hao's meticulously laid trap. Just as Cassiel struck the final clone, the deadly formation prepared for him by Lei Hao was finally complete. Boom. As soon as Cassiel's foot landed, he triggered the runes that Nia had set in advance. A deafening explosion erupted, and the ground suddenly shattered. The unexpected blast caught Cassiel off guard, causing him to lose his balance. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Su Xiao, Yuan 1, and Lei Hao simultaneously unleashed their most powerful strikes. Ice Obliteration, Lightning Flash, Earth Dragon Break. 3 formidable skills illuminated the air, racing towards him like shooting stars. Cassius exerted all his strength, desperately relying on his death's breath to hold on. But ultimately, he could not withstand the combined assault of the 3. He was akin to a target struck by cannon fire, violently slammed into the solid wall. Soon after, Yi Qing and Nia joined the fray. Tempestuous storm, blazing firestorm. In an instant, countless dense fireballs rained down like droplets of rain, while innumerable azure birds surged toward Cassiel's position like a whirlwind. This fierce bombardment lasted a full 5 minutes, filling the entire space with dazzling light and searing energy. At last, Nia and Yi Qing ceased their attack. The battlefield was now shrouded in dust and debris, a scene of utter devastation. Surely, this fellow cannot be dead just yet. Lei Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Beside him, Yi Qing wore a grave expression, bow drawn and eyes fixed intently on the swirling dust ahead. I think, not yet. Yi Qing's voice trembled with uncertainty, yet was predominantly laced with tension and concern. As seconds ticked by, the enveloping dust began to dissipate. However, the subsequent scene left everyone astounded. Caxiu appeared before them, unscathed. What astonished them further was the sight of 3 pairs of jet-black wings sprouting from his back. Chapter 40. The Dilemma. While Lei Hao and his companions battled the demons in a state of dire urgency, the plight of the Dragon Knights on the ground was equally distressing. They swung their swords with ferocity, felling the encroaching enemies one after another. Just a little longer, and they would completely eradicate these foes. Rex felt his taut nerves begin to relax, musing to himself, it seems these enemies are not as formidable as they appear. Yet, just as he let his guard down, the situation took a dramatic turn. The sky darkened ominously, cloaked by a thick layer of clouds. The once bright blue heavens were transformed in an instant into an abyssal darkness, as if the apocalypse had descended. This unforeseen change sent chills down their spines, causing cold sweat to break out. Rex gazed at the abnormal sky, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Suddenly, several obsidian pillars erupted from the battlefield, resembling sinister claws reaching forth from the depths of hell. Just as the Dragon Knights were taken aback by this bizarre sight, the pillars began to shimmer with a series of mysterious runes. These runes, akin to ancient incantations, emitted a disquieting glow. Then, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The rebels began to convulse violently, their arms twisting grotesquely, morphing into razor-sharp claws. The armor that once adorned them fused with their flesh, becoming an extension of their very beings. They babbled incoherently, eyes reflecting boundless madness. These transformed rebels were no longer mere humans. They had morphed into terrifying monstrosities. With ferocious and frenzied zeal, they charged at the Dragon Knights, unafraid of death. Simultaneously, reports from scouts indicated that the surrounding rebel forces were hastening back, evidently intent on joining this fierce battle. At this moment, the tide of war had quietly shifted, the scales of victory gradually tilting away from the Dragon Knights. Confronted by such bizarre and formidable adversaries, the Dragon Knights found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Rex understood that to break free from this dire strait, they must first eradicate these fiends. Thus, he conceived a plan to harness the power of soul techniques to obliterate the monsters before him. He raised his voice, exclaiming, "Thunderous fury," as he summoned his soul technique. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated tempest did not manifest, and even his soul rings faded into dullness. How could this be? Rex was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at his own hands, acutely aware that his soul powers still surged within him. Why could he not unleash his soul skills? Anguish roared within him, and his expression betrayed his resentment. Just as Rex grappled with confusion and uncertainty, an adversary lunged at him with the ferocity of a famished tiger, forcefully bringing him down to the ground. Rex had no time to react. He could only muster every ounce of strength to hold the enemy's neck firmly, preventing the deranged assailant from sinking his teeth into his throat. Nearby, Silo witnessed the dire predicament of his commander, his heart racing in urgency as he attempted to rush to his aid. Yet, he was ensnared by other adversaries who appeared unexpectedly, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Was this foe part canine? How could he possess such immense strength? Rex's eyes widened as he fixated on the approaching sharp fangs, contemplating grimly. He dared not relent for an instant, focusing intently to summon every fragment of his power to thwart the enemy's assault. Just as Rex believed his demise was imminent, a swift whoosh echoed, and an arrow, akin to a bolt of lightning, hurtled forth, striking the enemy squarely in the head with unerring precision. Seizing the moment, Rex unhesitatingly grasped the weapon that had fallen beside him, and with a decisive stroke, severed the enemy's head entirely. At last, this fearsome creature lay vanquished. It seemed that the Dragon Knights were also facing their own tribulations. As he sighed in realization, a mysterious figure approached Rex and jested with him. At the same time, the stranger extended a hand, signaling Rex to take hold. After a moment's hesitation, Rex chose to grasp the stranger's hand, utilizing the support to rise once more. Upon regaining his footing, Rex remained vigilant, warily inquiring about the stranger's identity. "Who exactly are you?" In response to Rex's query, the mysterious figure smiled faintly and introduced himself. "I am merely a wandering ranger, Zhao Gang. I came primarily out of concern for that young girl, Yi Qing, to ascertain her well-being. What, do you intend to apprehend me?" Hearing the stranger's introduction, Rex offered a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively, explaining, "Of course not. This is hardly the time for captures." After a brief pause, Rex continued, "So, would you care to lend a hand?" However, as the two conversed, several foes stealthily approached, attempting to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Zhao Gang reacted swiftly, drawing his bow and unleashing a flurry of arrows that struck the heads of the assailants with pinpoint accuracy, swiftly dispatching them. After neutralizing the ambushes, Zhao Gang turned his gaze toward Rex. "Under normal circumstances, I might have ignored this entirely," he remarked, his eyes drifting toward the warriors who had mutated into monsters, a trace of sorrow evident in his expression. "Let this be for their peace. Rangers, let us advance." At the command of Zhao Gang, the rangers behind him brandished their weapons and joined the fray. Amidst the fierce battle, a valiant ranger entered the fray. In the midst of the chaotic crowd, Zhao Gang suddenly recognized several familiar figures. Without hesitation, he reached out and firmly seized a soldier, pulling him back to his side. "Pain, did I not instruct you to remain behind with the other fledgling survivors?" Zhao Gang admonished, lightly tapping Pain's head with his index finger. His tone stern as he reprimanded him for disobeying orders. However, Pain resolutely shrugged off Zhao Gang's hand, responding with righteous conviction. "I cannot stand idly by and watch as you all bleed and fight while I choose to cower. I will not, nor will they." Zhao Gang gazed into Pain's eyes, sensing an intense fury within him. He understood that this young man was filled with determination and courage. Thus, Zhao Gang solemnly patted Pain on the shoulder and earnestly cautioned, "Very well, lad, but promise me one thing. Do not fall in battle, for I cannot explain your demise to that child, Yi Qing." With that, the two swiftly rejoined the main force, plunging into a new round of combat alongside the Dragon Knights. In the basement, Lei Hao and the others looked on in disbelief as Kashur emerged from the smoke. What caught their attention even more was the newly manifested wings at his back. 3 pairs of black wings unfurled from him, each pair exuding a chilling aura of darkness, reminiscent of a messenger from hell or a fallen angel as he slowly stepped forth from the haze. At this moment, Kashur was transformed. Enveloped in an aura of mysterious and formidable power, his once handsome visage now appeared cold and imposing, his gaze embodying a disdainful indifference. His presence swept through the room like a biting wind, instilling an unprecedented pressure upon all present. Particularly, Xue Qinghe stood frozen in shock upon witnessing this transformation. "What is this?" Xue Qinghe was plunged into profound astonishment as he beheld the 3 pairs of wings behind Kashur. "Ladies and gentlemen, is this the surprise gift you prepared especially for me?" Kashur let out a terrifying laugh. He glanced at the wings behind him before shifting his gaze to the astonished faces before him. With an air of arrogance, he unfurled his wings and, in an instant, surged towards the crowd with unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, Mia, Yi Qing, and Su Shao were sent flying as if struck by a powerful blow. Before they could regain their bearings, Kashur unleashed a series of devastating slashes, sending Yuan hurtling away like a baseball struck from a bat. Upon witnessing his companion under siege, Lei Hao resolutely stepped forward. However, at that moment, a sudden onslaught of vines ensnared his body. Yet, Kashur did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, he stood leisurely in front, as if he were an audience relishing a comical monkey's performance, seemingly eager to observe how this individual would extricate himself from his bindings. "What are these things?" Lei Hao gazed at the purple vines that relentlessly spread across his body, and he sensed his soul power being siphoned away by these tendrils. "I must escape immediately." Realizing the urgency to break free from the vines, Lei Hao swung wildly at them, but their regenerative capabilities exceeded his expectations. Each time he severed a portion of the vines, that segment would swiftly regenerate as he struck at another. This formidable resilience compelled Lei Hao to adopt a different approach. He ceased his frantic slashing, instead gathering his strength before erupting forth with astonishing speed towards Kashur, who was still watching the spectacle. Upon seeing Lei Hao charge at him once more, Kashur burst into laughter and brandished his weapon, the breath of death, in preparation for the confrontation. Meanwhile, Yu Qing and the others, having caught their breath, took advantage of Lei Hao's diversion to search for Kashur's weaknesses. However, after several discussions, they concluded that no weaknesses existed. This predicament was dire. The pressing question was, who had become the vessel for this demon? In previous encounters, the demon's form would have begun to crumble by this time. Yet, after such a prolonged battle, with their soul power nearly depleted, this individual showed no signs of fatigue. Your soul power is running low too? And yours? Upon hearing Nia's complaint, Yu Qing suddenly sensed something amiss and promptly inquired about the other's conditions. Half. One-third. After listening to Yuan Wan and Su Zhao's responses, Yu Qing turned his gaze towards Xue Qinghe. At that moment, he was still preoccupied with the wings behind Kashur. Xue Qinghe? What's wrong? As he regained his composure, Xue Qinghe looked at Kashur with a complex expression. Suddenly, he noticed something and rushed forward. Come, let me see how much more surprise this body can provide me. Kashur excitedly raised his right hand. In the next moment, a small hammer materialized in his grasp. Subsequently, Kashur swung the hammer, attacking Lei Hao, who was already struggling to defend against Kashur's onslaught. Within mere exchanges, Kashur exploited a flaw in Lei Hao's defense, landing a blow to his abdomen. Lei Hao was sent crashing heavily into the wall. Just as Kashur intended to deliver a finishing strike, Xue Qinghe, sensing something was amiss, swiftly intervened. Ah, it's you again. Little angel, planning to continue hiding away? Kashur's mischievous grin deeply provoked Xue Qinghe. Enough of this banter. In a fit of rage, Xue Qinghe wielded his sword. Yet it was precisely this anger that provided his opponent with an opening. Kashur seized the opportunity of Xue Qinghe's missed strike, swinging the hammer once more. Xue Qinghe, recognizing the hammer that had left a lasting impression on him, finally discerned the true identity of this body's owner. But it was in that moment of shock that he faltered. He was seized and flung away. Once again, as he fell to the ground, Xue Qinghe felt dizzy. The blood streaming from his forehead gradually brought him to a state of calm. He sensed that everything around him seemed to slow down. With great effort, he stood up and watched as the demon approached him step by step. Recovering his senses, Lei Hao felt as if his insides had been shaken into chaos. After spitting out blood, he struggled to rise from the wall. The moment his feet touched the ground, a sharp pain in his abdomen nearly incapacitated him. At that moment, Nia and the others arrived by Lei Hao's side. Nia, give me the painkillers. Upon seeing Nia approach, Lei Hao frantically demanded the pain relief medication. Calm down. Don't take them all at once. As Nia pulled out the painkillers, Lei Hao seized them all, injecting several doses into himself. Ha, ha, ha. Feeling the pain subside, Lei Hao gasped for breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and charged forward once more. The others, realizing they could not stop him, prepared to create opportunities for Lei Hao. Xue Qinghe watched as Kashur slowly aimed the sword's tip at his throat, perhaps wishing to fulfill his suspicions. At the moment the sword was about to plunge down, he shouted, Tang Nan, is that you? Return to me. With that utterance, Xue Qinghe closed his eyes, until he heard the response he longed for. Xue Qin, he. Reopening his eyes, Xue Qinghe saw a hint of tenderness in Kashur's gaze. Even as the sword's edge hovered perilously close to his throat, he could almost feel the breath of death. At that moment, the demon slowly extended his right hand, seemingly to confirm his identity. However, in the next second, the demon retracted his hand, his expression once again turning fierce. Such a dull struggle, just as the demon, having regained control of his consciousness, was about to kill him. The fifth soul skill, Thunder's Fury, activated, enhancing all attributes by 20%. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Lei Hao's hair transformed into a pale blue hue from the infusion of soul power. He arrived at the instant Kashur regained his senses, preemptively directing the deathly breath poised at Xue Qinghe's throat down into the ground. Come on, demon. Let us do this again. Lei Hao kicked Kashur away and then charged towards him with lightning speed. This is truly entertaining. Kashur's face lit up with excitement as he watched Lei Hao continuously surprise him. Suddenly, he stomped the ground, and with a deep rumble, the earth began to tremble violently. In an instant, numerous blood-colored spikes shot up from the ground like mushrooms after rain, surging towards Lei Hao. In response to Kashur's assault, Yuan Wan stood his ground. Almost simultaneously, he began chanting an incantation, his hands swirling as if stirring the very air around him. Following this, a plethora of rock spikes emerged from all directions, forming a formidable shield to block the path of the blood-red spikes. The spikes from both sides collided with a thunderous crash, sending sparks flying and dust swirling into the air. The shockwave from the impact radiated outward. A cloud of dust was stirred up. The blood-red scythe struck from behind Kashuer, while Yuanwen's spear lunged in from the side. The clash resounded as Kashuer deftly evaded the thrust of the spear. With a swift turn, he blocked the scythe with his wings and sent both attackers flying. At that moment, Lei Hao burst forth from the smoke above. The distance closed. Lightning flashed. Under the influence of the wrath of thunder, Lei Hao's speed intensified, albeit at a great cost to himself. Hold on. He gritted his teeth and growled softly, his eyes gradually turning crimson, as if two flames were ignited within. Veins of blood spiderwebbed across his eyes, shrouding his vision in a blood-red haze, distorting the world around him. The duration of the wrath of thunder was limited to 3 minutes. He had to resolve this within that time frame. The blade grazed Kashuer's cheek. He was struggling to keep pace with his opponent. As more wounds accumulated, panic began to set in for Kashuer. He hastily prepared to unleash a magical energy blast to repel Lei Hao. However, Lei Hao seized Kashuer's right hand and raised it towards the sky. Not a chance. The overwhelming energy shattered the ceiling, revealing the sky above. In the final 2 minutes, shadow of thunder. Countless clones surrounded Kashuer, each one attacking in succession. As the pain coursed through his body, Kashuer, in a fit of rage and humiliation, plunged his sword into the ground, releasing a surge of energy that obliterated all the clones in one fell swoop. But this left him wide open. By the time Kashuer realized it was a trap, Lei Hao's blade had already pierced his body, poised to penetrate his heart. Kashuer gripped the blade tightly with both hands, managing to halt the lethal strike just before it could reach his heart. In the last minute, hurry up and die, demon. Lei Hao gritted his teeth, forcefully pushing the blade further in. As the blade gradually sank deeper into Kashuer's flesh, blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Yet at that moment, a strange smile crept across Kashuer's face. Oh, is that so? Let me see what choice you will make. With that, he began to manipulate all the blood blades, concentrating their firepower on Xue Qinghe, blocking all possible escape routes with 5 massive blood blades, akin to an indomitable fortress. You despicable fiend. Lei Hao's eyes widened in fury as he glared at the villain before him. At this moment, he faced a daunting decision: to eliminate the terrifying demon immediately. Knowing that doing so would mean watching his comrades fall victim to the merciless blood blades, or to abandon this golden opportunity and turn to save his teammates. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. In but a fleeting second, Lei Hao made a resolute decision. Without hesitation, he withdrew the blade that was poised to pierce his heart, summoning all his strength to fiercely stomp down upon Kashuer's body, utilizing the force of this powerful rebound to leap upwards. In a moment of dire urgency, he successfully rescued Xue Qinghe, who was on the verge of being impaled by the bloodied blade. However, his adversary seized the opportunity, driving the bloody dagger through Lei Hao's body, inflicting severe injury upon him. Nevertheless, he persevered, determined to bring his comrade to Nia's side. Captain, you. Xue Qinghe could scarcely believe that Lei Hao would forego the chance to vanquish their enemy in order to save him. Gazing at Xue Qinghe, who was ensnared in despair, Lei Hao solemnly declared, "One of the most vital tenets of the Shadow Guard is to never sacrifice a companion." With those words, he tilted his head and fell into unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this, Nia immediately rushed to provide emergency treatment for Lei Hao. As Xue Qinghe beheld the gravely injured Lei Hao, the phrase "never sacrifice a companion" ignited a spark of clarity within him. If they were willing to lay down their lives for him, then he too must strive with all his might for them. With newfound resolve, Xue Qinghe unfurled his wings once more. This time, he would bring an end to it all. Chapter 41. Angels and Demons. When you comprehend the reason for wielding a sword, you have truly matured, little Xue. These were the words her grandfather had imparted to her the first time she grasped a sword in her youth. She had once sought counsel from Uncle Yang, inquiring about the meaning behind it, yet he had said nothing, merely lifting her high above his head with a jovial smile. Only you can discern the truth. And now, she understood. Yi Qing, take the captain away from here. Xue Qinghe's eyes and weapon radiated with a golden light. After catching Yuanwen and Su Xiao, who had been sent flying by Kashuer, she approached them. At that moment, Kashuer, having grown bored, also intended to conclude this tedious game. They simultaneously extended their hands. Domain activated. At the same time, Angel Sanctuary. Demon Domain. The collision of these two realms erupted in a dazzling display of light, astonishing Yi Qing and the others. To their surprise, the pretty boy possessed such power? With the activation of Xueqing's domain, Nia observed that Lei Hao's injuries had significantly healed, and he was now largely out of danger. All right, what should we say next? Sister, after confirming that Lei Hao is unharmed, Nia grasped her scythe once more, preparing for the next round, when she was interrupted by Yi Qing. No, we must exit. Huh? What? We must go out. Something outside is undoubtedly aiding in stabilizing his condition. Xueqinghe, can you hold him off until we find it? Yi Qing glanced at Xueqinghe, who raised his hand in an okay gesture. Instantly, Yi Qing and the others carried Lei Hao back down the stairs. Meanwhile, Kashur attempted to intervene but was thwarted by Xueqinghe. You are my opponent. Is that so? Kashur scoffed at his audacity. My apologies, Qin Jie. Xueqinghe removed the divine mask that Qin had prepared for her. Crafted from Qin's soul skill, it can flawlessly disguise all aspects of a person, including their martial soul. The true visage was unveiled, golden hair, a porcelain complexion, and 3 pairs of pristine wings. Standing before Kashur was the newly emerged 6-winged angel, Qian Ringshu, gazing at the radiant angelic aura emanating from her. Kashur's heart was suddenly engulfed by a tumult of emotions. After a moment of hesitation, his previously bewildered gaze transformed into one of fierce determination. Very well. Let us see what you're made of. With a swift motion, Kashur summoned 5 blood blades that charged towards Qian Ringshu. She adeptly soared into the sky, evading the onslaught of the blood blades. It wasn't until all 5 blades converged from the same direction that she seized the moment, harnessing her 4th soul skill, Judgment Sword. Numerous blades engulfed in divine flames materialized around her. Under her deft command, the Judgment Sword collided with the blood blades, resulting in a violent explosion. Amidst the chaos, the debris cleared, and Qian Ringshu executed an angelic assault, her right fist striking Kashur squarely on the face. Is that all you've got? After enduring the blow, Kashur seized her right hand and forcefully hurled her to the ground, following up with several sword energies imbued with black flames. As Qian Ringshu was flung away, she swiftly adjusted her stance and activated her 3rd soul skill, Void Wings. The sword energies passed through her form, stripping away layers of earth beneath her. Interesting, Kashur mused, touching his still aching face. The sensation of burning was all too familiar to him. How long had it been since he felt such a searing pain? His thoughts were abruptly yanked back to the present as he unleashed his death breath towards his adversary once more. On the battlefield, after lifting Lei Hao from the ground, Yi Qing and her companions were quickly drawn to the ominous black stone pillars standing in the arena. Years of experience informed them that these were the source of the demon's infinite endurance. The soul skills of soul masters required soul power to activate. The purpose of these pillars was to absorb the soul power used to unleash soul skills and suppress the assimilative forces of this world. This explained why soul masters fighting beneath the pillars could utilize their soul power yet were unable to release their soul skills. It seems our objective is clear: destroy these pillars. Nia, do you have any reserves left? Just a bit, but it should suffice if used sparingly. The two exchanged knowing smiles, promptly loading their firearms. Yuan Wen took on the task of clearing a path, while the severely injured Xie Xiao remained to tend to Lei Hao. Amidst the battlefield, Yuan Wen led the charge, his keen marksmanship complemented by the firepower support of the 2 ladies behind him. They swiftly approached the perimeter of the first stone pillar's location. At this juncture, the joint forces of the Dragon Riders and Rangers had also deduced the function of these pillars and were relentlessly assaulting them. By the time the trio arrived at the pillar, the coalition had already eradicated all enemies surrounding the first stone pillar. As some began to strike the massive structure, the core crystal hidden within the pillar was revealed, emerging into the sight of the crowd. Nia swiftly ascended to the location of the crystal and placed an explosive charge within. You few who do not wish to fly, run. She commanded the surrounding individuals to hastily distance themselves. 5 seconds later, a fiery explosion erupted, sending shards of crystal soaring into the sky, creating a splendid display akin to fireworks. With the shattering of the crystal, the corrupted rebels exhibited a notable decline in their combat prowess. Observing the effectiveness of their plan, the morale of the allied forces surged, allowing them to rapidly conquer the remaining obsidian pillars and shatter the ritual crystals concealed within them. Just as they prepared to assault the final pillar, an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly enveloped them. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated from behind, and they were astonished to witness 2 angels soaring into the sky like meteors, engaging in a fierce aerial duel. They intermittently separated, only to collide with ferocious intensity. Unleash the boundless fury. Incinerate all. As Kashur's deep and resonant chant filled the air, Countless black fireballs hurtled towards Qian Rinxue like a torrential downpour. Qian Rinxue exerted all her might, maneuvering her wings to evade, yet ultimately, she was struck by a black flame projectile, plummeting like a fallen star. She hurtled towards the ground. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qian Rinxue managed to adjust her posture, executing a breathtakingly close flight along the ground before laboriously returning to the sky. That was close. She exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over her. However, before she could catch her breath, a new wave of attacks from Kashur descended upon her like a torrential storm. Caught off guard, Qian Rinxue found herself unable to respond in time, and was brutally struck by her opponent's sword, tumbling helplessly to the ground once more. Yet it was not over. Seizing the opportunity, Kashur transformed into a bolt of black lightning, descending with an unimaginable velocity, akin to a meteorite plummeting towards Earth. Upon returning to the ground, he was taken aback to discover that his adversary had vanished without a trace. Have they fled? Kashur mused internally, maintaining heightened vigilance as his gaze swept across every corner. Suddenly, a muffled explosion resonated, its sound akin to an external signal, tightening Kashur's chest with apprehension. He immediately realized that the ritual crystals he had set up might have been entirely eradicated by the enemy. As these crystals disappeared, he felt the power within him ebbing away, an unsettling sensation that ignited his anxiety. In this critical moment, Qian Rinxue, having activated her void wings, emerged from the ground beneath him like a specter. Her movements were swift and fierce, leaving Kashur no time to react. As a precise angel strike landed squarely upon his chin, the painful impact forced Kashur to stagger back, exposing his unguarded heart. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue raised her sword for a thrust. Yet, at that very moment, a binding force halted her advance. As the incantation escaped Kashur's lips, an enigmatic force suddenly enveloped Qian Rinxue, rendering her immobile, akin to a statue. Ha! It is time for everything to come to an end. Kashur cackled triumphantly, brandishing a blade exuding a chilling aura of death, mercilessly aimed at Qian Rinxue's head. Yet, in a twist of fate, an unexpected event unfolded. The lethal strike that should have severed her head bizarrely halted before her neck, as if obstructed by an invisible force. Kashur attempted to exert his strength, only to realize that his body instinctively resisted the blow. This insolent brat, daring to defy me. Recognizing that it was Tang Nan's will interfering with him, Kashur seethed with rage, resolved to extinguish his consciousness first. However, before he could act, Qian Rinxue miraculously broke free from the binding spell. In a flash, her form shimmered, and the sword in her hand, aglow with sacred light, pierced through Kashur's chest with the swiftness of lightning. Wounded gravely, Kashur grasped the sword with both hands, exerting every ounce of strength to prevent his adversary from withdrawing it. Immediately, he retaliated with a fierce punch, sending Qian Rinxue hurtling backward. At this moment, both combatants had reached their limits, utterly exhausted. Poised for a final clash of life and death. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Kashur yanked the sword from his chest, summoning all his strength to snap the blade in two. He raised the remnants of the weapon, preparing to deliver his ultimate strike. Struggling to her feet, Qian Rinxue slowly lifted her right hand upon seeing the severed weapon in Kashur's grip. Fifth soul skill, sacred sword. With her exclamation, her right hand ignited in a blaze of divine fire. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged resolutely towards Kashur. A path to self-destruction, Kashur wielded the remnants of the blade, accurately predicting her position, and with the last vestiges of his strength, he struck downwards with ferocity. Unexpectedly, a piercing sound echoed. What was that? Kashur, taken aback, looked down to find a blade emerging from his back, piercing his heart. When did she position herself behind me? It is impossible. Suddenly, memories flooded back like a tidal wave, and he recalled everything that had just transpired. Enlightenment dawned upon him, followed by a resigned smile. So it was truly you. Your Highness. Chapter 42. Dirge. Just as Kashur was about to swing his sword, everything in his sight was frozen in place. Then, his consciousness was drawn back into the sea of his spirit. What has happened? I am back here again. As Kashur surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had been pulled back into the spiritual realm, he found himself unable to return. Reflecting on the peculiar events that had transpired, he quickly grasped who was behind it all. Enraged, he approached Tang Nan, whom he had sealed within the core of the magic array. At this very moment, Tang Nan remained ensconced in slumber within the core. This persistent interloper has thwarted my endeavors time and again. I shall obliterate him. With that, he raised his hand, gathering a surge of magical energy. intent on shattering the intruder's consciousness entirely. Enough, Kashur. A voice, youthful yet remarkably composed, emanated from behind him. Upon hearing the commotion, Kashur turned to behold a young man whose visage bore a striking resemblance to the Tang Nan within the magical array. Humph, who do you think you are? Kashur scoffed, emitting a chilling laugh. He then spun around, determined to eliminate this nuisance who had jeopardized his plans. Noticing that his opponent was entirely dismissive, the young man shook his head in resignation. With a snap of his fingers, he dispersed the magical energy that Kashur had conjured, successfully drawing the latter's attention. Are you seeking death? An irate Kashur redirected his focus toward this audacious individual. In the next instant, an uncountable number of lightning arrows surged toward the young man. Yet, curiously, all the arrows veered off course as they approached within 3 meters of him. It was as if he had been favored by fortune, boldly advancing toward Kashur. However, this was not mere luck. It was the result of a magical field of deflection. When Kashur realized the nature of the enchantment, the young man was almost upon him. With only a mere 3 meters separating them, Kashur resolved to resolve the matter with a close-range magical explosion, only to find that his body had inexplicably frozen in place. What is happening? Do not be alarmed. It is merely a rudimentary immobilization spell, the young man replied with a smile. Then deftly circumvented him to approach the still-sleeping Tang Nan. No, it cannot be. When did you utter the incantation? Incantation? At the mention of this term, the young man could not suppress a laugh. He gently raised his hand, instantly releasing Kashur from his bindings. However, unexpectedly, he quickly ensnared Kashur once more. Amid Kashur's astonishment, the young man proclaimed loudly, Glakes, do you remember what Kelsagad taught us? Incantations are not the sole means of casting spells. With sufficient mastery, one can perform magic without reciting a word. The young man's gaze swept over the mark upon Glakes' neck, hesitating momentarily before breaking into a smile. It appears that since your joining with Tyr, your spellcasting abilities have waned significantly. I recall you were never fond of wielding bladed weapons, were you? Kelsagad, from where do you hail? Upon hearing his true name, Glakes was taken aback, and upon recognizing the invocation of the great mage's name, he summoned all his strength to break free from his bindings and charge forward. Who are you truly? Glakes, filled with rage, advanced, conjuring a long sword of magical lightning in his grasp, intent on vanquishing this audacious intruder. A mere glance from the other party instilled within him an inexplicable dread, rendering him utterly immobile. The corners of Glek's mouth trembled, his lips quivering incessantly. Have you not yet deduced my identity? I had anticipated that upon calling out Aunt Kay's name, it would trigger your memory. The young man, somewhat disheartened, shook his head. He then unfurled his wings. Surely, this would jog your recollection. One wing black, the other white, and the audacity to utter the name of the Grand Sorcerer. You are. Glek finally confirmed the identity of the individual before him, yet he struggled to accept this reality. Nonetheless, there he stood, directly in front of him. He relinquished the sword in his hand and solemnly knelt on one knee before the young man. However, the first words that escaped his lips took the young man by surprise. Your Highness, tell me why you abandoned us. Listening to the furious inquiry, the young man scratched his head with a wry smile and began to explain. I believe I had made it clear at the time. That duel was an outcome we had long anticipated. Thus, to say I abandoned you seems a tad excessive. If what you mean by explanation is that convoluted official rhetoric, then indeed, Your Highness, you have received your answer. Ha ha ha. Very well, I apologize. I confess I concealed certain information from you. Had I disclosed everything, I feared you might have rushed to confront those individuals directly, faced with the other's incredulous remarks. The young man awkwardly averted his gaze from his piercing eyes and shifted the topic. So, how did the plan unfold? As you instructed, she seamlessly took over all affairs. Everything was in perfect order before my departure. That is reassuring. Upon hearing this response, the young man chuckled with relief. Glek then expressed his doubt. So, Your Highness, you were already aware that I was hiding in the Death's Whisper? Indeed, otherwise, why do you suppose your subsequent actions proceeded so smoothly? Silently attaching yourself to a local, discreetly implanting suggestions, and gradually distorting his beliefs to sway more individuals through his influence. You have truly grown astute. That much remains unchanged. Why did you not stop me? That is your task, your responsibility. What reason would I have to intervene? Moreover, the young man glanced at Tang Nan within the crystal. I find this lad rather intriguing. At that moment, the space trembled. Realizing time was of the essence, the young man waved his hand, conjuring a teleportation array beneath Glek's feet. This array will activate once you recall all of this. It will safely transport you back. However, Prior to that, I shall extract a portion of your magical energy. I trust you shall not mind? Your Highness, as you wish. Observing the other party nod in agreement, the young man unhesitatingly cast a spell, swiftly siphoning off half of Gleck's magical energy. After completing this act, the young man watched as Gleck departed, then turned his gaze to Tang Nan. He slowly extended his hand, gently caressing the crystal. Cough. The precious magic I just extracted is now to be bestowed upon this individual. It truly feels a bit reluctant. The young man murmured softly yet quickly reined in his emotions, concentrating his spirit to channel the magic into the crystal. As the magic surged, the surface of the crystal shimmered with an extraordinary radiance, and the once firm seal gradually loosened and shattered. At last, through his efforts, the seal was completely broken. Yet this was not the end. The young man smiled as he awakened the child before him. It was time for the dream to end. Tang Nan slowly opened his eyes, the clarity of his vision gradually returning. The first sight to greet him was a beautiful face, misty with tears yet radiating a gentle smile, a stunning angel gazing at him in tranquility. In that moment, Tang Nan realized he was comfortably cradled in the angel's embrace. Was this a dream, or was I on the brink of death? Confusion and unease intertwined within him as he struggled to lift his hand, attempting to touch the scene before him to ascertain its reality. However, just as he hesitated, the angel reached out her hand, gently clasping his and tenderly placing it against her cheek. Feeling the warmth and softness emanating from her skin, Tang Nan's doubts dissipated in an instant. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes as he finally comprehended that this was not an illusion, but an authentic existence. In that moment, all fear and pain gradually faded away, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. Do you understand, Tang Nan? The angel inquired softly, her eyes brimming with affection. Tang Nan nodded slightly, revealing a faint, fragile smile. Yes, beautiful angel, are you here to guide me away from this world? Despite the sacred fire that Qian Rinxue had employed to mend his damaged heart in the instant of his grievous injury, the ramifications of that trauma continued to severely impact his physical condition. Each breath was accompanied by excruciating pain, as if countless fine needles were piercing his chest. Tang Nan's breath had grown increasingly feeble, resembling a flickering candle on the verge of extinguishment. Yet, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to voice a request. Could you sing me a song? Qian Rinxue gazed at the pale and profoundly weakened man before her, and a surge of complex emotions welled up within her heart. She softly inquired, do you truly wish to hear me sing? Tang Nan nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Is it not said that angels sing a dirge to commemorate the souls they take? I too wish to hear the dirge that belongs to me. Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Heh, where did you come across such a notion? Yet, a trace of imperceptible sorrow flickered in her gaze. Nevertheless, if this is your desire. Qian Rinxue took a deep breath and began to sing the lullaby she once sang while Tang Nan stood by her side in the subterranean ruins. Although her voice lacked melodic beauty, each note was imbued with heartfelt emotion. Tang Nan listened intently, a look of contentment illuminating his face. Gradually, his eyes began to close slowly, as if he were enveloped in cherished memories. Qian Rinxue bowed her head in silence and gently kissed Tang Nan's forehead, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. You are the pure and unblemished angel. May you find peace in your dreams. Rest well. After uttering these words, she embraced Tang Nan tightly, imparting her final warmth. Chapter 43. The conclusion. Everything has come to an end, with Qian Rinxue piercing through Cassius's heart. The demon was banished back to its original realm. The sky, in turn, transformed back into a canvas of blue and white clouds. After the Dragon Knights cleared away all the corrupted beings, they began to tidy up the battlefield, once strewn with corpses. Yiqing stood alone amid the ruins, surrounded by crumbling walls and dismembered limbs, the air thick with the scent of blood. She walked steadily toward a makeshift gravestone erected by the surviving members of the rebellion in honor of their fallen comrades. Though humble, it was imbued with profound respect. Yiqing knelt slowly, gently placing the broken sword she held before the gravestone. Behind it lay many shattered blades, symbols of every warrior who had once fought for their ideals. Yiqing gazed silently at these broken swords, an overwhelming sorrow welling up within her. May your souls find peace, she whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. At that moment, Zhao Gang quietly appeared behind Yiqing. He observed her with a glimmer of sentiment in his eyes. They were all good children. They defended justice with their lives. Zhao Gang's voice was deep and powerful. He extended his hand, offering a badge to Yiqing. Looking down at the badge in her hand, Yiqing felt a sharp pang in her heart. It was the very badge she had entrusted to Pain, now returned to her. She grasped it tightly, feeling the lingering warmth it held. I understand. Yi Qing's voice trembled slightly. Their sacrifices will not be in vain. We shall continue to move forward. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement. Rubio is dead. Our mission is complete. Next, we prepare to leave this place and return to headquarters. Lei Hao and Tang Nan have sustained severe injuries and require immediate treatment. Yi Qing articulated their subsequent plans. Just as Yi Qi was about to turn away, a faint cough echoed from a distance. She focused her gaze and saw Commander Rex of the Dragon Knights emerging from the nearby ruins, his expression grave, as if he had something to convey. Sir, do you require anything? Yi Qing's voice was cold and resolute, her gun unwaveringly aimed at Rex. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Rex appeared flustered, hastily raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Please, do not shoot, beautiful lady. Rex's tone bore a hint of fear and flattery. He was acutely aware of the formidable weapon wielded by the woman before him. Having just witnessed its terrifying power, Rex had no desire to become a victim of its wrath. He had initially intended to retrieve the letter he had meticulously prepared, but upon noticing Yi Qing's vigilant gaze, he hastily withdrew his hand. Our collaboration has reached its conclusion, Mr. Rex, Yi Qing stated coldly, holstering her handgun and turning to leave. However, before she could take more than a few steps, Rex seized her arm. Wait, do not depart. I truly have a pressing matter to discuss. Please allow me to finish. Rex implored urgently. As he spoke, he presented the long-prepared letter to Yi Qing, adding, I implore you to deliver this missive to your superior. Yi Qing accepted the envelope. A flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, yet she nodded in acknowledgement, indicating she would relay it to her officer. Subsequently, she turned once more to depart, leaving Rex standing in contemplation, gazing at her retreating figure. What an intriguing individual, he mused. After Yi Qing and her companions carefully placed the injured Lei Hao and Tang Nan into the carriage, they were poised to set off when a sudden clatter of hooves pierced the air. The group turned to see Zhao Gang leading a band of gallant adventurers racing towards them. Upon reaching the carriage, Zhao Gang dismounted and earnestly expressed his desire to converse with the shadow guards. The occupants of the carriage held a brief discussion, weighing the pros and cons, ultimately consenting to their request for companionship. However, due to the presence of the injured requiring attention, Yi Qing stepped forward, volunteering to remain behind to guide Zhao Gang's party, while the others hastened to return to headquarters. After 3 days and nights of relentless travel, Nia and her companions finally arrived at headquarters. With no time for rest, they immediately transported the critically weakened Tang Nan to Dr. Fanas for urgent treatment. The medical room of the Shadow Guard headquarters was permeated with the sharp scent of disinfectants. Dr. Fanas, having just completed multiple surgeries, wearily removed her drenched surgical gown. Her eyes reflected fatigue, yet were also filled with the satisfaction and relief of having successfully completed her procedures. Just as Dr. Fanas prepared to sit down and savor a cup of freshly brewed tea, a sudden loud crash resounded, followed by the door being thrust open. Young Hong rushed in, his expression fraught with anxiety and concern. Like a whirlwind, he dashed towards Dr. Fanas, not pausing even for a moment. His rapid approach generated a gust of wind that knocked the teacup from her hand, scalding tea splattering across her face. The flame of ire ignited within Dr. Fanas as she stared incredulously at this reckless individual. Yet, before she could chastise him, Yang Hong, unable to contain himself, asked, Dr. Fanas, how is my apprentice faring? Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Dr. Fanas wiped the tea from her face and retorted, You, my dear, are perpetually so reckless. Before entering, could one not have knocked on the door? The surgery went smoothly. Your apprentice is out of danger and currently in recovery. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong's anxiously suspended heart finally found solace, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Although he still harbored some dissatisfaction, Dr. Fanas understood Yang Hong's concern for his apprentice. With a resigned shake of her head, she gestured towards a nearby chair, inviting Yang Hong to sit. Gratefully, he nodded and took a seat beside Dr. Fanas. She relayed both good and bad news. Your apprentice has been granted a second chance at life. The sacred flame of Xiao Xue has timely mended his heart, enabling him to endure thus far. Upon receiving this news, half of the weight lifted from Yang Hong's heart. Yet he was aware that the situation was far from simple. Indeed, Dr. Fanas's tone shifted, her expression turning grave. However, it is precisely due to the devastating impact of the sacred flame that his heart has become exceedingly fragile. A complete recovery will require considerable time, and he may face some unpredictable after effects. Frowning, Yang Hong gazed heavily at Dr. Fanas. She sighed softly and placed a small bag before him. Yang Hong, puzzled, accepted the bag and opened it to reveal some dark, unrecognizable matter. What is this? He inquired, bewildered. These are some detached tissues from your apprentice's left hand. I noticed something amiss during the surgery, so I collected some for analysis. Take a look, Dr. Fanis said, her tone serious. Yang Hong scrutinized the dark substances. A sense of foreboding swelling within him. Dr. Fanis continued, according to my analysis, his left hand, along with the entire arm, has undergone a complete transformation. In other words, he is now partially one of us. This change could significantly impact his body and abilities, and the precise implications remain to be observed. Yang Hong's face darkened, his expression grave as if cast in shadow, his brows furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, his eyes flickering with indescribable anger and confusion. How could this have happened? At that moment, Dr. Fanis spoke. Perhaps there was some oversight during that infernal ritual. If you seek a definitive answer, you might consider consulting my brother, Lovis. After all, he is an expert in matters of the soul, and perhaps he can provide you with clarity. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong, as if awakening from a dream, slapped his forehead in realization. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this? How dreadful. My memory is truly lacking. While he chastised himself, he felt a sense of relief that someone had reminded him. Then, in an instant, his previously anxious demeanor transformed, and he appeared invigorated. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, Yang Hong departed the infirmary without a backward glance, carefully closing the door behind him. A few days later, Yiqing led the rangers to finally arrive at headquarters. She hurriedly led the warriors straight to Raven's office. Along the way, Yiqing casually handed Rex's letter to Yang Hong. At that moment, Yang Hong was preparing to escort Xiao Shui back, and upon returning, he rushed back to the office. As soon as Yang Hong stepped into the office, he displayed a relaxed demeanor and eagerly inquired, "How did it go? What was the conversation like with the ranger named Zhao Gang?" His tone brimmed with anticipation, as if he could hardly wait to learn the outcome of Raven's dialogue with the other party. Raven smiled and replied, "It went exceptionally well. They are precisely the elite talents we require. Moreover, they have shown a keen interest in our plans. Consequently, they have agreed to collaborate with the Shadow Guards, which will establish them as a vital cornerstone and stronghold in the region of Gaul." Raven then shifted the topic to the letter that the Dragon Knights had entrusted to Yiqing and the others, a hint of curiosity and concern flickering in his gaze. What intentions does Gaul truly harbor? He murmured to himself. It's an invitation. They wish for me to visit their residence and engage in a deeper discussion, Yang Hong responded. Clearly, Gaul is actively seeking collaboration with us, indicating they have their own strategies regarding the current situation. Subsequently, their conversation naturally transitioned to trivial matters. When the topic turned to the injured Lei Hao, Raven's face rarely showed a trace of worry. To some extent, he did not wish for Lei Hao and his team to ascend once more into the elite squad. Thus, Raven maintained a reserved stance regarding their promotion. This child's temperament is remarkably akin to his mother's, Raven lamented. Indeed, although they have not met often, that stubborn character is deeply ingrained, impossible to disguise. By the way, where is your precious disciple now? Raven inquired. Yang Hong smiled slightly and replied, "Oh, he was taken away by Xiao Shui a few days ago. She said she would care for him well." Upon hearing this, Raven couldn't help but exclaim in realization, "Oh." Following this, the two exchanged knowing smiles, as if sharing an unspoken bond, raising their glasses together, gently clinking them before taking a hearty sip. In the residence of the snow-clear river in the Heavenly Palace, Chen, standing behind Qian Rinxue, gently urged, "Miss, you should take a good rest." Qian Rinxue, squatting by the bedside to guard Tang Nan, displayed an expression Chen had never seen before. "Chen Jia, don't worry, I'm fine. But since he was taken to the medical room, you haven't had sufficient rest. Continuing like this is not good for your health." I just wanted Qian Rinxue's cheeks suddenly flushed with a noticeable crimson. "I understand. How about I prepare a cup of coffee for you?" "Yes, thank you." Having already perceived everything, Chen quietly rose and left the room, granting the two a moment of tranquil solitude. As she brewed her coffee and gently pushed open the door, she was taken aback to find Miss Qian Rinxu peacefully nestled by the bedside, already lost in slumber. Clearing her throat, Chen lifted the coffee cup to her lips, savoring a delicate sip before placing it slowly upon the table beside her. Then, with utmost care, she cradled the young lady in her arms, as if holding an invaluable treasure, and gently laid her upon the soft bed. After completing this tender act, She did not hastily depart, but instead stood quietly for a moment, gazing at the two serene figures resting on the bed. Outside, a gentle breeze wafted through the partially drawn curtains, bringing with it a few refreshing breaths of air. Chen subtly shifted her stance, leaning against the window. The still warm cup of coffee cradled in her hands, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the sleeping pair. Observing their tranquil expressions, a warm smile crept across her lips. "My dear miss, may you dream beautifully," she whispered softly, her voice imbued with tenderness and concern. With that final blessing, she turned silently and returned to her seat by the window, continuing to relish the rich aroma of her coffee. At that moment, the room was enveloped in a serene and cozy ambience, instilling an overwhelming sense of peace. Chapter 44. Burdened by heavy debt. Xiaoxue. As Tang Nin slowly opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with Qian Ringshu, who was almost pressed against him. Her fair and luminous neck captivated his gaze, compelling him to look further down. But a fleeting ounce of rationality promptly halted his descent. A strong premonition surged within him, warning that such an action would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Therefore, he pinched his cheek firmly, reminding himself to remain composed. At that moment, the noise stirred Qian Ringshu from her slumber. Groggily, she rose from the bed. It was only then that Tang Nan noticed she was merely clad in a flimsy nightgown. His mind began racing. Where am I? Why am I here? Why is Miss Xiaoxue sleeping beside me? Hadn't I perished already? No. Wait, am I truly dead? Is this for real? Am I currently in heaven? After this whirlwind of thoughts, Tang Nan inadvertently tumbled out of bed. Just then, Chun, intending to call the two for breakfast, happened to witness Tang Nan clumsily rolling off the bed, lying on his back with his limbs awkwardly sprawled. Well, it seems you're recovering quite well. Chen couldn't help but be amused by the comical scene before her, letting out a light chuckle as she reached down to help him up. Once Tang Nan regained his footing, she gestured for him to look out the window, then calmly began to assist Miss Qian Ringshu in adjusting her attire. "Who are you?" Tang Nan inquired, his expression filled with skepticism. "I'm Chen, the prince's steward, and a colleague of Miss Xiaoxue," she replied with a tranquil tone. "What is happening here?" Tang Nan remained utterly perplexed. "You were brought here to recuperate by His Highness. He specifically arranged for your stay," Chen patiently elucidated. "And what of Xue Qinghe and the others?" Tang Nan continued to inquire. "He is well. At this moment, he is probably attending to his grooming. Once I awaken you both, I shall proceed to prepare breakfast," Chen succinctly replied, deftly assisting the still drowsy Qian Rinshui in changing her attire. "Chen, what time is it now?" Qian Rinshui yawned, and, upon noticing Tang Nan's bewildered expression, became instantly alert. "Tang Nan, you're awake?" "Ah, just now," she exclaimed. The two shared a gaze, and a minute passed in silence, neither knowing how to break the awkwardness. At that moment, Chen discreetly produced a pocket watch, glancing at the time. "Miss Xue, there are 15 minutes until you must be at court. You have 10 minutes to reach the kitchen," Chen gently informed her. Upon hearing Chen's words, Qian Rinshui quickly feigned a look of panic. "Oh no, I've overslept. Please, take a moment to enjoy the scenery. I shall bring you some food shortly," she declared before rushing out like a gust of wind. Just as Tang Nan was about to speak, Chen halted her. "I apologize, but His Highness has instructed that you remain here to recuperate peacefully. Please do not make it difficult for me," Chen said with a serious expression. "Very well." Tang Nan conceded with a resigned nod. Observing Chen's compliance, she performed a simple bow before turning to leave, gently closing the door behind her. However, at the moment the door clicked shut, the previously concealed Qian Rinshui finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Sister Chen," she said sweetly. "It's nothing, Mississippi. It is merely my duty," Chen softly replied, retrieving Xue Qinghe's garments from her wrist bracelet. "Alas, it is time for court again," Qian Rinshui mumbled, a hint of dejection in her tone. Yet, her eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief as an idea struck her, casting a mischievous glance at Sister Chen. However, Chen seemed to have anticipated her intentions and preemptively warned, "Miss, do not entertain any thoughts of mischief. This is court. All the ministers and His Majesty will be watching you. Moreover, I cannot perfectly imitate all your habits. If you frequently substitute others in your place, it will inevitably lead to exposure. Therefore, it would be best for you to comply." Devoid of a reasonable counterargument, Qian Rinshui lowered her head in disappointment. Observing this, Chen offered some consolation, saying, "Once you attend the morning court, you can leave the subsequent matters to me." How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshui's frown transformed into a radiant smile as she eagerly donned her attire. Subsequently, Qin presented the newly crafted divine mask to Qian Renxue. It's a promise, Qin affirmed. With the divine mask adorning her face, Qian Renxue transformed once more into Xue Qinghe and cheerfully set off for the morning court. Her smile had multiplied. Observing the young lady's transformation, Qin felt a sense of joy and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. What shall I create today? Meanwhile, Tang Nan, confined within his chamber, fixated his gaze upon his inky black left hand, pondering this peculiar matter. Strangely enough, he felt no unusual sensations throughout his body, yet an inexplicable feeling lingered, as if someone were secretly watching him from behind. This bizarre sensation left Tang Nan perplexed, however, unable to decipher it. He decided to shift his focus toward finding some amusement instead. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. How about a game of chess? A game of chess would indeed be delightful, but one must have an opponent. Tang Nan replied casually. Isn't that precisely my role? The voice retorted. Just as Tang Nan recalled his half-finished thought, he sensed something amiss and slowly turned to look behind him. Before he could utter another word, a face abruptly appeared before him, making a grotesque grimace. Ah, a ghost. Tang Nan was instantly terrified, and in a panic, instinctively threw a punch. To his astonishment, his arm passed right through the figure's head. The eerie spectacle caused Tang Nan to faint on the spot. Am I truly that frightening? After more than 10 minutes, Tang Nan gradually reopened his eyes, only to be astonished by the sight of a person who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, seated at his desk, staring intently. Who are you? Tang Nan stammered, filled with dread and confusion. The young man, meanwhile, was lost in contemplation, pondering how to concoct an excuse to explain everything. Just as he was deep in thought, Tang Nan broke the silence, his voice trembling. Are you a demon? After a moment's hesitation, the young man provided an ambiguous response. Well, I suppose I am, but not entirely. Such an unclear answer evidently failed to convince Tang Nan. However, the young man was well prepared for this. He had previously implanted a false memory within Tang Nan's mind, awaiting the opportune moment to trigger it. Just as Tang Nan was about to voice his skepticism, that memory was activated. Suddenly, the name and identity of the stranger surfaced vividly in Tang Nan's mind. Identity? How did you come to be? Upon hearing Tang Nan utter the name he had devised, the young man secretly rejoiced, knowing the memory had successfully been triggered. Yet, Tang Nan remained suspicious of this unexpected presence. As he raised his gaze to scrutinize the figure, the long-dormant Luo was finally awakened. You little rascal, sneaking out again, are you? Luo emerged from the side, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Before Tang Nan, two ethereal entities engaged in a fervent dispute. Well, you insufferable dragon. Have you woken to wreak havoc? Do not presume I am unaware of your antics while I slumbered. You little rascal. The two figures wrestled playfully, neither conceding an inch. Tang Nan found himself an unwitting spectator to this farcical display, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. However, this seemingly chaotic quarrel alleviated his suspicions. Given that Shermu knew Lai and their interaction appeared so natural, he surmised there was likely nothing amiss. Thus, his trust in Shermu grew a shade stronger. At that moment, Qian Renxue, having concluded her morning audience, emerged from her chamber, freshly attired and bearing breakfast. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Tang Nan, grinning foolishly at the bookshelf. What are you looking at? Why are you laughing? Oh, nothing, he stammered, his vague explanation arousing her curiosity. Yet, she deemed it unnecessary to pry. Recognizing that everyone harbors their own little secrets, she set the prepared breakfast upon the table. Tang Nan gazed in astonishment at the delightful array of food, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Is this breakfast? Indeed. What of it? Isn't it perhaps a tad excessive? Nevertheless, unwilling to dismiss Qian Renxue's kindness, he ultimately devoured every morsel. I am so full, he exclaimed, collapsing onto the floor like a salted fish, awaiting the gradual digestion of his meal. Just then, Shermu reappeared. Shermu strolled leisurely to the windowsill, casting a condescending glance at Tang Nan, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Is this little feast sufficient to fill you up? Your appetite leaves much to be desired. Faced with Shermu's jests, Tang Nan felt a twinge of helplessness, yet retorted defiantly. What brings you here so suddenly? Surely, you did not come merely to mock me? However, before he could finish, an unseen hand seemed to constrict his heart, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain. This sudden agony was unbearable, forcing him to curl up in a desperate attempt to alleviate his suffering. Gasping for air, He clutched at the atmosphere as though it were his only lifeline. Struggling to rise, he frantically rummaged through the medical kit, seeking any remedy to soothe his torment. Yet, as time passed, the pain intensified rather than subsided. Darkness encroached upon his vision, and his body uncontrollably tilted backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Accompanied by a resounding surge of electricity, Tang Nan's body convulsed violently before slowly reopening his eyes. He gasped for breath. As though he had been yanked back from the brink of death, his gaze filled with astonishment and confusion. Tang Nan surveyed his surroundings and noticed Qian Renxue, who held a pair of metallic discs, intently gazing at him with a look of concern. What had just transpired? Tang Nan's voice was somewhat faint, laced with uncertainty. Qian Renxue took a gentle breath and explained, "You suddenly collapsed. Recalling Aunt Fanaz's advice, I utilized this device known as a defibrillator to assist in restarting your heart." As she spoke, she raised the peculiar, disc-shaped instruments in her hands. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan was overwhelmed by a surge of gratitude. He reached out to touch his chest, feeling his heart still beating robustly, and couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of trepidation. "Thank you, Xiaoshui. If it weren't for you, I fear." Tang Nan attempted to struggle to his feet, yet his body betrayed him, and he fell heavily to the ground as soon as he stood. "Be careful." Qian Renxue hastily set aside the defibrillator in her hands and supported Tang Nan, expressing her concern. "The doctor has warned that your heart is exceedingly fragile at this moment. It requires time for gradual recuperation." Tang Nan gritted his teeth and made another attempt to rise, but each effort ended in failure. After several tries, he ultimately resigned himself to defeat. Lying exhausted on the ground, time ticked away, and after several hours, Tang Nan finally regained some strength and laboriously pulled himself up. In the days that followed, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the arduous process of readapting to his fragile heart. During this period, whenever Qian Renxue completed her tasks, she would often gaze from her office at Tang Nan, who was engaged in various rehabilitation exercises. Yang Hong and Dr. Fanaz would occasionally arrive through the portal to monitor his physical condition. As time passed, roughly 2 months elapsed. At last, following Dr. Fanaz's final examination, she officially declared that Tang Nan could resume a normal life. By then, it had been over 6 months since Tang Nan had left home. Yearning for his family, he resolved to embark on his journey back home to visit his loved ones. After tidying up his affairs, Tang Nan returned with renewed vigor to the original address of the Blue Academy. However, upon discovering that the academy's name had changed to Shrek, he was momentarily taken aback. After inquiring with nearby students, he learned that the former principal had gifted the academy to the current dean, Flinder, resulting in the name change. Without any desire to delve into the gossip, Tang Nan merely asked for directions before hastily making his way to his dormitory. Upon returning to his room and pushing the door open, he was utterly stunned. Inside, his sister sat in a chair, glaring at him with her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Sister?" Tang Nan greeted awkwardly. "1 moment, 2 moments. Without a word, you just vanished. Not even a goodbye. You know to come back, right?" Seeing her long-lost brother finally return, Xiaowu stood up, her demeanor fierce as she enumerated his transgressions while approaching him. However, what happened next took Tang Nan by surprise. Xiaowu suddenly embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Next time, don't come back." Tang Nan understood that his sister's words were merely expressions of frustration, and he quickly sought to comfort her. "Sister, I apologize. I thought you all had abandoned me." Xiaowu replied, her voice trembling. "No, how could that be? Neither my brother nor I would ever forsake you." Tang Nan reassured her, promptly retrieving a charming plush rabbit he had prepared earlier and presenting it to her. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiaowu's eyes, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by tears. She accepted the plush toy, cradling it in her arms and savoring its warmth. The siblings embraced, sharing their mutual longing and concerns. At that moment, a series of gurgling sounds emanated from Xiaowu's stomach. The astute Tang Nan, beaming with a smile, inquired, "Sister, what would you like to eat?" Delicious. Truly, my brother's culinary skills are unmatched." Xiaowu exclaimed, ravenously devouring the carrot feast before her as if autumn winds had swept away fallen leaves. This voracious display prompted Lu Huaxi and Shurimo, who were observing Tang Nan's mental landscape, to remark, "How long has this girl gone without a meal?" Meanwhile, Tang Nan, with a gentle smile, served the freshly prepared dishes and kindly reminded her, "Sister, eat slowly, don't choke. There is plenty more." Just then, Dai Lauda and his companions, having learned of the news, hurried over. They gathered together to celebrate Tang Nan's return, raising their glasses in a toast to his homecoming. Laughter and cheers filled the air as Tang Nan finally reintegrated into the vibrant life of the campus. A few days later, Tang Nan received a letter from Shuqinghe. Shuqinghe? What could this mean at such a time? He pondered, perplexed, as he opened the letter. To his astonishment, it revealed a lengthy bill detailing his medical expenses, an exorbitant sum of 80,000 gold soul coins. Upon reading the final figure, Tang Nan's eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted. The letter concluded with a playful note. Please repay promptly. Your faithful partner, Shuqinghe. Chapter 45. A day as a substitute teacher. Having returned to the normalcy of campus life, Tang Nan found himself seated alone on a bench along the picturesque walkway. However, he was too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery, his thoughts consumed by a singular concern, a lack of funds. While he understood that treating his heart required a significant financial investment, his irritation was exacerbated by the incessant chatter of a wandering spirit that buzzed around his ear. Shurimo, can you please maintain some decorum? Tang Nan exclaimed, startling a group of students passing by, who looked at him in bewilderment as he conversed with the air. My apologies. I was merely rehearsing lines for a script. I hope I didn't frighten you. He laughed, offering an explanation before letting out a sigh. He truly could not fathom why he had agreed to allow Shurimo to possess him, this possession being a fabrication of false memories constructed by Shurimo. He picked up the bill once more, continuing to peruse its contents, including the monthly allowance provided by the Spirit Hall and the consultation fees. It only amounts to 300 gold soul coins. Just as he was lost in his worries, he suddenly noticed someone standing before him. He raised his head to find it was his senior, Director Qinming. Director? What is the matter, Tang Nan? You seem to be in dire need of money. Qinming remarked, casting a glance at the paper in Tang Nan's hand and noting the recorded income and expenses. Tang Nan awkwardly scratched his head and said, Indeed. It's a bit true. I suffered a serious injury due to some matters. What? Qinming's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he immediately approached with concern, meticulously inspecting his junior's injuries. Startled by Qinming's sudden action, Tang Nan quickly exclaimed, My injury has healed. Dizzy by the commotion, he hurriedly clarified, I just need some money to pay for medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Qinming finally released Tang Nan and began to ponder the dilemma his junior had just presented. So, you were in need of a part-time job, correct? Realizing there might be hope, Tang Nan eagerly replied, Yes. Do you have any good leads, senior? Well, there are indeed some job opportunities, but Director Qinming hesitated as he looked at the somewhat endearing junior before him. Are you sure you can handle it? It's for the senior class of Shrek Academy. Wow, is that our substitute teacher? How adorable. He looks about our age. Can he really be our teacher? As the classmates murmured amongst themselves, Tang Nan stood on stage, feeling somewhat awkward as he gazed at these students who were significantly older than him, inwardly lamenting his predicament. He had not anticipated that the part-time job arranged by the director would be to substitute teach these upperclassmen, to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. He solemnly wrote his name on the blackboard and faced the students for a self-introduction. Hello, everyone, my name is Tang Nan, and I will be your substitute teacher for this martial spirit theory class. The sound of Tang Nan's voice instantly captivated all the female students present. They gazed at him with sparkling eyes, some even blushing with excitement. Had it not been for the classroom decorum, they might have rushed forward to embrace this charming substitute teacher. Meanwhile, the male students seated nearby clearly expressed their displeasure at the exaggerated reactions of their female classmates. They cast hostile glances at the seemingly frail substitute teacher, muttering to themselves, Humph, it's just because he looks good. What's so impressive about that? In that moment, Tang Nan felt as if he had become the center of attention in the entire classroom, with two distinctly different gazes converging upon him like a spotlight. Oh dear. How embarrassing, he thought, feeling somewhat flustered. He quickly lowered his head and opened the book in his hands, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere by preparing to begin the lesson. After all, the theoretical knowledge about martial spirits had been thoroughly explained to him by his master and elder brother, so comprehending and imparting this content was not overly challenging for him. Now, let us start with the fundamentals of martial spirit theory. Tang Nan stood at the podium, beginning to articulate the knowledge related to martial spirit theory. His explanation clear and accessible, prompting the students below to nod in agreement. However, within the classroom, there are always a few troublemakers. In one corner, a student is scheming on how to make this substitute teacher's life a bit more challenging. Thus, when it comes to practical experience, How to deal with the various characteristics of martial spirits is crucial. While Tang Nan was diligently writing relevant content on the blackboard, someone suddenly posed a question from the audience. "Teacher, may I ask how old you are?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Nan blurted out, 13. This answer struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting a commotion throughout the classroom. Only when Tang Nan became aware of the uproar did he realize that the students were gazing at him with peculiar expressions. "What is the matter?" Tang Nan inquired, tilting his head in confusion. At that moment, a student intent on causing disruption immediately stood up and proclaimed, "Teacher, I believe that merely discussing theory is nothing more than empty rhetoric. In my opinion." Tang Nan regarded the malicious grin on the other person's face, yet maintained his composure, responding, "Oh, might I inquire if this esteemed classmate has any valuable suggestions? Perhaps our teacher could demonstrate for us?" As the saying goes, practice reveals true knowledge, right, my friends? Indeed. At that moment, Tang Nan finally comprehended that the other party had intentionally sought to provoke him. He surveyed the surrounding students who were cheering him on. Despite his reluctance, he realized he had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Taking a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions, he wore a strained smile and resolutely declared, "Very well, let us proceed this way. The playground is currently deserted. Why not transform our lesson into a practical exercise right now?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned without hesitation and stepped out of the classroom first. The students, thrilled that their teacher had accepted the challenge, eagerly followed in a rush, cascading down the stairs. Their commotion quickly attracted the attention of other classes, with many students curiously peering out of windows, fascinated by the unfolding events. Once they all gathered on the spacious playground, the students formed a large circle around Tang Nan, who stood at the center. He loudly proclaimed, "All right, now that everyone is here, is there any classmate who wishes to step up and experience this first?" No sooner had he spoken than a student stepped forward eagerly, approaching Tang Nan. The student clasped his hands in a salute, then retreated a few steps to reveal his martial spirit, the golden leopard, along with the 3 soul rings that emerged behind him. Upon closer inspection, the 3 soul rings exhibited a combination of yellow and purple hues, 2 yellow and 1 purple. His strength appears quite commendable. Tang Nan felt a flicker of surprise but quickly regained his composure, releasing his own martial spirit. As the spirit imprint of blue-silver grass materialized before everyone, astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers. They had envisioned countless possibilities regarding the type of martial spirit their teacher might possess. Yet never could they have anticipated that it would be blue-silver grass. The revelation struck them like a thunderclap, stirring tumultuous waves within their hearts. However, even more astonishing revelations lay ahead. As the soul rings behind Tang Nan began to manifest one by one, the students' eyes widened in disbelief. 2 yellow and 1 purple. They murmured in hushed tones, their voices tinged with incredulity and shock. The sight before them utterly dismantled their preconceived notions. The martial spirit, long dismissed as useless, blue-silver grass, had somehow been cultivated to such a remarkable level, even achieving a 3rd purple soul ring. At this moment, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Yet, it was not just them. Even Tang Nan found himself momentarily stunned upon witnessing the emergence of the 3rd soul ring. He scrambled to recall when he had acquired it, but found himself completely at a loss. However, now is not the time for scrutiny. Tang Nan, adopting a serious demeanor, earnestly inquired about the name of his opponent. "Sugwada, I beseech your guidance." Just as he prepared to charge forward, a group of classmates suddenly emerged, obstructing his path. "Apologies, Gwada, but let us confer with the teacher first." One of the students, standing before Su Gwada with a smile, blocked his way. "Zhao Tianhao, spare me your antics. I am well aware of your character." Su Gwada brusquely pushed aside the hand that hindered him. Yet, immediately, his subordinates encircled him, glaring menacingly. Su Gwada did not flinch, returning their fierce gazes with equal intensity, rendering the atmosphere palpably tense and serious. "This is troublesome." Tang Nan sighed helplessly, then called out loudly, "Hey, classmates! Are we going to fight or not? If we don't soon, class will be over." This declaration struck like thunder, successfully capturing their attention. The previously charged and confrontational atmosphere between the two sides softened considerably. Noticing the numerical superiority of his opponents, Sugwada felt a twinge of doubt. Realizing that prolonging the altercation might not be in his favor, thus he wisely retreated back into the crowd. This shift altered the dynamics, leaving only Zhao Tianhao and his entourage of a dozen or so followers to challenge Tang Nan. "Teacher, How about we make this interesting? Zhao Tianhao suddenly proposed a bold suggestion, causing Tang Nan to hesitate. However, when his gaze fell upon the student who had instigated the conflict, Tang Nan's expression hardened with determination. He recognized this as an opportunity to make the instigator acknowledge his mistake. Without hesitation, he replied, "Very well, what stakes do you propose? If we win, you shall serve me tea for a week. How does that sound?" Zhao Tianhao's tone brimmed with provocation and confidence, firmly believing that he would not be bested by this seemingly younger opponent. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan's lips curled into a subtle smirk, a fleeting expression of amusement crossing his face. He mused to himself about Zhao Tianhao's audacious arrogance, yet he felt no fear. Rather, he viewed it as a splendid educational opportunity. "And if you lose?" Tang Nan countered, intending to make Zhao Tianhao aware of the duality inherent in all matters. Taken aback, Zhao Tianhao momentarily faltered, clearly unprepared for such a question, but he quickly regained his composure and confidently declared, "You may dispose of us as you wish." "Excellent." With that, Tang Nan placed his left hand behind his back and thrust his right hand before him in a provocative gesture. "Who among you will step forward first?" Zhao Tianhao, eager to take the lead, advanced, swinging his fist with a fierce gust aimed at Tang Nan's head. Yet, Tang Nan merely turned his head slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. "Is that all? Do try to be quicker." Tang Nan's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. In response to Tang Nan's provocation, a surge of anger welled up within Zhao Tianhao. Clenching his teeth, he summoned his strength once more, his movements accelerating gradually. Each strike encapsulated the entirety of his strength. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he could never make contact with Tang Nan's form. Every time it appeared he was about to strike his target, he was met instead with the fleeting shadow left by Tang Nan. As the seconds ticked away, Zhao Tianhao felt the weight of mounting pressure. His breath quickened, and beads of perspiration began to form on his brow. He realized his attacks had become increasingly disordered, lacking any semblance of strategy. In stark contrast, to the spectator's eyes, Tang Nan moved with elegance and composure, effortlessly evading Zhao Tianhao's assaults with mere shifts of his body, as if he had anticipated every move of his opponent. As Zhao Tianhao grew more frantic, anxiety gnawed at him. Despair and helplessness flickered in his gaze. He could not fathom why. Despite pouring every ounce of his energy into the fight, he still failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Tang Nan. In a fit of exasperation, Zhao Tianhao let out a furious roar, channeling all his strength into his right fist and launching a ferocious blow at Tang Nan. This punch, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, carried an overwhelming force and a fierce momentum, seemingly destined to shatter his adversary in one decisive strike. However, just as Zhao Tianhao's fist was poised to collide with Tang Nan, a brilliant blue light suddenly erupted from Tang Nan's hand. A slender strand of blue-silver grass swiftly coiled around Zhao Tianhao's fist like a cunning serpent, abruptly halting his assault. "What?" Zhao Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a canvas of incredulity. He had never anticipated that such a powerful strike could be effortlessly thwarted by a mere tendril of blue-silver grass. Struggling with all his might, he attempted to free himself from its grasp, yet that seemingly fragile blue-silver grass proved to be astonishingly resilient, resisting his every effort to break free. Tang Nan's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of amusement. "Your strength is commendable, but do you truly believe it can harm me?" With that, he gently tapped his arm, and in an instant, the restraints binding his fist, woven from blue-silver grass, were lifted. Zhao Tianhao, propelled by an astonishing velocity, hurtled towards Tang Nan. Yet, with a mere flicker of movement, Tang Nan effortlessly evaded the impending strike, leaving Zhao Tianhao to crash heavily onto the ground. "Curse it!" Zhao Tianhao exclaimed in frustration, rising once more, his eyes ablaze with fury and indignation. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his soul power, exuding an overwhelming aura. He then bellowed, unleashing his first soul skill, the Tiger Roar Fist. This punch surged forth like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, imbued with a fierce momentum and formidable strength, aimed squarely at Tang Nan. Nevertheless, in the face of such a fierce assault, Tang Nan remained remarkably composed. He tilted his body slightly to the right, effortlessly sidestepping Zhao Tianhao's fist. In a flash, Tang Nan retaliated, striking with the swiftness of lightning as he deftly seized Zhao Tianhao's outstretched arm. With a powerful tug, he skillfully harnessed Zhao Tianhao's momentum, fluidly maneuvering beneath him. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, captivating all who beheld it. Just then, Tang Nan executed an unexpected maneuver. channeling his force and leveraging Zhao Tianhao's charge to deliver a stunning over-the-shoulder throw, sending Zhao Tianhao crashing down to the ground. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with onlookers wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Lying on the ground, Zhao Tianhao felt as if the world were spinning around him, his head ringing, until the panicked shouts of his peers brought him back to a semblance of consciousness. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld Tang Nan, grinning broadly beside him. "Well done, my classmate. Keep up the good work," Tang Nan remarked, before abruptly shifting his tone and unleashing a powerful left punch that struck the ground beside Zhao Tianhao with astonishing force. The impact created a massive crater, sending debris flying and leaving spectators in awe. Zhao Tianhao gazed in terror at the gaping hole, a wave of indescribable fear washing over him. Yet, Tang Nan appeared unfazed, smiling as he gently helped Zhao Tianhao back to his feet. Those witnessing the scene stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianhao remained seated on the ground, his right hand trembling as it moved towards his neck, recalling the chilling intensity in his teacher's gaze as that punch was thrown. What a gaze it was, brimming with a lethal aura that made him acutely aware of the specter of death looming near. In that moment, the atmosphere was thick with silence, and no one dared to challenge Tang Nan again. He surveyed the crowd, calling out, "Is there anyone else?" His voice echoed through the air, met only by silence. Everyone present had come to a clear realization of their teacher's formidable prowess. Following this encounter, Zhao Tianhao found himself tasked with cleaning the classroom for a full 3 weeks. After that, a rumor regarding the substitute teacher began to circulate within the academy. One should never provoke the substitute teacher, for one's blind confidence may lead to dire consequences. Chapter 46, Life Working at the CAF, Part 1. Since Tang Nan delivered that lesson to the students on the playground, the entire incident rapidly disseminated throughout the academy. A multitude of students flocked to Director Qin Ming's office, their intentions surprisingly uniform. "Director, when will Teacher Tang come to our class to teach?" "Director, I am eager to have a spar with Teacher Tang." The students expressed their anticipation and admiration for Tang Nan in a cacophony of voices, and the once spacious office became inundated with eager faces. The uproar soon reached Dean Flanders. Faced with such chaos, the dean had no choice but to intervene personally. After some inquiry, Dean Flanders understood the students' affection for Tang Nan. However, considering the need for teaching order and faculty arrangements, he regrettably decided to temporarily halt Tang Nan's teaching duties. Yet, upon learning of the difficulties Tang Nan was currently facing, a twinge of compassion stirred within him. After careful deliberation, he appointed Tang Nan as the academy's advisor, tasked with assisting other teachers in their instructional efforts. Additionally, Tang Nan would receive a monthly stipend as remuneration. This arrangement would not excessively encroach upon Tang Nan's precious time for personal development while allowing him to earn additional income to address his medical expenses. Tang Nan gladly accepted this proposal, confident that this stable source of income would enable him to repay his debts swiftly. At that moment, he received a letter from Xiao Shui, which read, "There's a surprise waiting for you here." Confounded by the closing words and the address provided, Tang Nan resolved to visit the location mentioned in the letter the following day. The next morning dawned bright and breezy. With the mysterious letter in hand, Tang Nan arrived at the entrance of a brand new CAF, following the address inscribed within. He gazed up at the legendary establishment, his heart brimming with curiosity. The CAF's exterior design was ingeniously crafted, its unique and exquisite decor captivating the eye and emanating an extraordinary charm. Filled with joy and anticipation, Tang Nan gently pushed open the door. As the melodious chime rang out, a smiling waitress clad in a maid outfit approached him. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" However, the moment their eyes met, both Tang Nan and the waitress widened their eyes in astonishment. "Tang Nan, Sister Nia?" To Tang Nan's surprise, the person standing before him was indeed Nia. This unexpected encounter left him utterly bewildered. Just then, another figure emerged from the back room. Yi Qing, dressed in an elegant black suit, stood tall and poised, exuding an air of professionalism. "Ah, Tang Nan has arrived." Yi Qing quickly spotted Tang Nan at the entrance and hastily signaled Nia to invite him in. "Sister Yi Qing, what brings you here?" Tang Nan inquired, his mind brimming with curiosity upon the sudden appearance of Yi Qing and her companions. He presumed that given their identities and responsibilities, their presence in such a place must bear some significant mission. However, in response to Tang Nan's query, Yi Qing wore a relaxed smile and gently replied, "Oh, don't be nervous, Xiaonan. We are not here to undertake any arduous tasks. We merely seek a moment of respite. Vacation? Tang Nan expressed his surprise, evidently unable to fathom why they would choose this location for leisure. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively and elaborated. Indeed, we performed exceptionally well on our last mission. But Lei Hao and the others suffered considerable injuries. The doctor advised them to rest for a while, so after careful consideration, Uncle Yang decided to arrange for us to come here for a brief recuperation while also attending to some intelligence-related matters. At this revelation, Tang Nan involuntarily shifted his gaze to the surroundings, focusing on the establishment. With a slight furrow of his brow, he pressed further. And what is the story behind this place? Yi Qing smiled gently, extending her delicate fingers to lightly gesture towards the shop front as she clarified. Oh, this is actually a venue lent to us by Shueqinghe. He expressed a desire for us to find some engaging activities to pass the time, believing this location is ideal for intelligence gathering, serving as a temporary base. We found the proposal quite agreeable and happily accepted it. What do you think? Does it seem adequate? As her words concluded, a subtle glimmer of anticipation flickered in her beautiful eyes, as if she were genuinely interested in Tang Nan's opinion of the place. Ah, it is indeed quite nice, Tang Nan mused inwardly. This CAF, situated in the heart of a prime commercial district, must be quite profitable. Just as he contemplated the potential daily earnings of the establishment, the door swung open once more. With the cheerful sound of jingling bells, a voice called out, "Sister Yi Qing, Sister Nia, we're back," little Shui exclaimed, straining under the weight of a large pile of belongings as she stepped inside. Close behind her were two young men, Lei Hao and Yuan Wen, who carried an even greater load. After unloading their items, the trio warmly greeted Tang Nan. "Oh, Tang Nan has arrived. Have you been waiting long?" Lei Hao inquired with a smile, his demeanor so carefree that one could hardly believe he had recently faced life and death trials. "Welcome. However, the shop still requires some time before it can officially open," Yuan Wen added after exchanging pleasantries, gently patting Lei Hao on the shoulder to signal him to help transport the materials to the kitchen at the back. Little Shui's smile radiated like the warm sun of spring, capable of warming the hearts of all around her. Confronted by the delightful and charming Xiaoxua, Tang Nan felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks and a flutter in his heart as he stammered, It's all right. But what exactly did you summon me here for?" Xiaoxua, covering her mouth with a smile, replied, "I heard that His Highness mentioned you are burdened with a significant debt. So I wanted to invite you here to do some odd jobs. I was specifically sent by His Highness, you know." "Oh, I see." Tang Nan chuckled awkwardly. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. "If you are here, then who will take care of Shueqinghe over there?" "Do not worry, Sister Chen is here." In the prince's palace, Shueqinghe, disguised as Chen, was engrossed in her paperwork when, for some unknown reason, she let out a sneeze, only to immediately resume her tasks. In the CAF, Tang Nan looked perplexed at the array of tools before him and then turned to the individuals standing behind him. He noticed Lei Hao wearing a sycophantic grin as he gently patted Tang Nan on the shoulder. Yet, for reasons unknown, this smile filled Tang Nan with an unsettling premonition. As anticipated, the next moment, Lei Hao gave a thumbs up and, with a look that seemed to say "you are the one," addressed Tang Nan, "Brother, we have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Tang Nan, now even more bewildered by Lei Hao's words, instinctively tilted his head as if to express his confusion. Just then, Lei Hao and the others unveiled the pastries they had just completed, laying them out before Tang Nan. At that moment, the realization dawned upon him, and he finally comprehended the true intent behind Lei Hao's actions. Tang Nan gazed intently at the first three cake designs, selectively bypassing those that did not qualify as cakes, before his attention settled on the fourth cake. He scrutinized it carefully and mused aloud. Could this dark exterior be the legendary black chocolate cake? No sooner had he spoken than he eagerly scooped a small piece of cake with his spoon and swiftly brought it to his mouth. At that moment, the cake's creator, Yi Qing, who had been silently observing from the side, finally spoke up. "Not quite. This is actually a white chocolate cake." Tang Nan was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Yi Qing, then glancing down at the piece of cake he had mistakenly believed to be black chocolate. An overwhelming contrast of flavors surged within him, and he felt as though the world was spinning, his body involuntarily leaning backward. Ha, a white chocolate cake. I can't believe this is a white chocolate cake." In the depths of his mind, Tang Nan found himself laughing heartily at this revelation, while Lu Was beside him could only gaze at him in speechless disbelief. "Are you all right, Sister Yi Qing?" There is truly no need to feel pressured about such things. Fortunately, Tang Nan quickly regained his composure, straightening up while feigning nonchalance to reassure Yi Qing. His gaze then shifted to the next cake. So, what might this cake be? He inquired, cautiously pointing at the seemingly ordinary strawberry cake before him. Standing nearby, Xiao Shui flashed a confident smile, declaring, "This is a strawberry cake." She placed her hands on her hips, evidently proud of her creation. However, after taking a bite, Tang Nan's expression remained inscrutable, though his hand gripping the fork trembled slightly. So sweet. How much sugar did she add? He thought, feeling as if his teeth were on the verge of dissolving. He looked at Xiao Shui, who awaited his response with anticipation. Despite feeling discomfort, he managed to maintain a calm smile and replied, it's quite good. Upon hearing Tang Nan's assessment, Xiao Shui burst into joyful cheers. Then I'll take charge of making the pastries. As she declared her intention, Tang Nan, fully aware of her skills, quickly interjected, "No need. I'll do it." He then sprang into action, crafting a strawberry cake with remarkable speed and presenting it to the group. Everyone eagerly indulged in the cake. And in that instant, their taste buds seemed to be enchanted by a magical flavor. "Wow, this taste is absolutely incredible," Lei Hao and several others exclaimed simultaneously, clearly impressed by the cake. They soon became immersed in the delightful experience, relishing every mouthful that brought them immense satisfaction. "This is delicious." Xiao Shui savored the cake crafted by Tang Nan, her face radiating sheer bliss, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment and pride. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Nan found himself unable to restrain his emotions, exclaiming, "If you like it, I would be willing to make it for you every day." The moment he uttered those words, a glimmer of surprise sparkled in Xiao Shui's eyes, and she looked at Tang Nan with eager anticipation, asking excitedly, "Really?" Faced with Xiao Shui's enthusiastic reaction, Tang Nan couldn't help but feel a tinge of shyness, his cheeks slightly flushing as he quickly turned his head away and softly replied, "Of course." Yet at this very moment, his heart was already a tempest of emotions. Observing this, Xiao Shui couldn't help but break into a playful smile. She deftly picked up a small piece of cake and gently offered it to Tang Nan, saying, "Hee, then thank you. Open your mouth and give it a taste." Tang Nan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately bit into the cake, quickly turning his head away, fearful of Xiao Shui discovering his current embarrassment. In the depths of Tang Nan's mind, a voice echoed, "This is hilarious. Look at Luo's. His face is as red as a monkey's backside. If you keep chattering, I'll let you experience what deep sleep truly means." Sound of drawing a sword. "Yes." Sit obediently, with Tang Nan confirmed as the pastry chef. The CAF named Candlelight Dream officially opened its doors. Chapter 47, Life as a CAF Worker, Part 2, with the successful opening of Candlelight Dream. The CAF quickly became the talk of the town on its very first day. Every customer who entered the establishment left with several bags of freshly purchased pastries, their faces alight with joy as they savored the delicious treats. "I'm exhausted." After a long day of bustling activity, Lei Hao and a few others were now sprawled helplessly on the sofas in the CAF, completely underestimating the enthusiasm of the young patrons for the new establishment. From the moment the doors opened at dawn until closing time at night, they tirelessly attended to a steady stream of customers, hardly finding a moment to catch their breath or rest. "Yeqing, could you please check how much we've earned today?" Lei Hao mustered his strength, raising his trembling hand to inquire, but it soon fell limply as though buffeted by a strong wind. "Let me see." Yeqing donned her glasses and examined the ledger. And after a brief moment of calculation, the resulting figure sent waves of excitement through everyone present. 500 gold soul coins. As this number escaped Yeqing's lips, the room fell into a stunned silence, followed by a surge of elation washing over each individual. "How much?" Lei Hao's eyes widened, hardly believing his ears. He leaped up in excitement, only to stumble and fall to the ground due to fatigue. However, this did not dampen his spirits, rather, it heightened his exhilaration. Following Yeqing's confirmation of the income, cheers erupted in the room. "My goodness, the earnings from today are equivalent to the reward we receive for completing a task. Shouldn't we just focus on this from now on? Are you sure? Working like this every day, won't you feel stifled?" Nia, standing nearby, mercilessly doused Lei Hao with cold water. She continued, "And let us not forget, who is truly responsible for this high income. Don't you have any awareness of that?" Having spoken, Nia promptly pulled Tang Nan, who was sipping a drink nearby, into the spotlight. "This individual is indeed our true hero." As Nia spoke, she positioned the hard-working Tang Nan among them. Tang Nan was joyfully tossed into the air by the excited crowd, and everyone basked in the joyous moment. However, was it truly as it seemed? The following day, Lei Hao, hurry up. The guests urgently require 3 chocolate cakes. Upon hearing the call, Lei Hao promptly responded, all right. I will get them right away. He swiftly turned and dashed towards the kitchen. His footsteps hurried as he endeavored to meet the guests' demands. On the 3rd day, where have Yi Qing and Yuan Wen gone? Lei Hao inquired, holding 3 plates of cake. Yi Qing, bearing freshly baked pastries, replied, Yuan Wen has gone to collect supplies. At that moment, they were both inundated with numerous orders, busily engaged in their tasks. On the 4th day, has Tang Nin not arrived yet? The cakes are nearly sold out. There are still dozens of orders waiting. Nia exclaimed anxiously. Yuan Wen then responded, Tang Nin may take some time to arrive. He has numerous responsibilities to handle at the academy today. Oh dear, these patrons are overwhelming us. How much stock of pastries do we have left? Not much. Those 15-week cakes must be prepared without delay. The team anxiously deliberated on their strategies, scrambling against the clock. On the 10th day, Sister Yi Qing, what is this? Tang Nan, who had just rushed in to assist after class, noticed the new regulation hanging at the shop's entrance and furrowed his brow in confusion. This establishment accommodates a maximum of 50 patrons simultaneously. Should you wish to purchase cakes, please proceed to the adjacent cake shop. Oh, this. Yi Qing replied with a resigned smile. It can't be helped. Tang Nan, your cakes have become exceedingly popular. Most visitors to our shop come specifically for the cakes. So you can understand, can't you? Her tone revealed a hint of exasperation. During this period, due to the overwhelming demand for cakes, Lei Hao and the other staff members had been working at an intense pace, scarcely finding time to rest. Moreover, they bore injuries that required additional time for recovery. After discussion, they decided to utilize the earnings from these days to acquire the adjacent shop and transform it into a dedicated cake store. This way, they could ensure a steady supply of cakes while also providing ample rest for the staff. Of course, the pastries originally offered in the CAF would continue to be available, ensuring no disappointment for the guests. Understanding the situation, Tang Nin exclaimed, oh, before turning and entering the kitchen to begin crafting the cakes for the next day's sale. Once this was accomplished, the mission would be deemed successful. After working late into the night, Tang Nin placed the final batch of pastries into the designated storage unit. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he hurried back to the dormitory. Tang Nin gently pushed open the door, the hinges emitting a soft creak. He cautiously peeked out, glancing left and right to ensure there was no one around, before stealthily closing the door behind him. However, just as he was about to shut the door, a delicate and clear cough suddenly resonated from behind him. Ahem, where have you been, Nan? The voice belonged to his sister, Xiao Wu. Tang Nin awkwardly turned his head, a faint smile of embarrassment gracing his face as he stammered an explanation. Sister. You're still awake? How could I possibly sleep soundly with you gone? Xiao Wu replied, moving closer to Tang Nan and playfully pinching his cheek. With a hint of reproach in her tone, she admonished her brother who was always bustling about. I hardly ever see you anymore. What on earth have you been up to? You never take the time to accompany your sister. Well, sister, I've just been busy. Tang Nin attempted to justify himself. Busy with what? Do enlighten me. Xiao Wu pressed on persistently. Tang Nin hesitated for a moment. The words that were on the tip of his tongue swallowed back down. He contemplated in his heart that it was best not to let his sister worry too much. Thus, he altered his phrasing and, with a light-hearted tone, explained, I am merely assisting the teachers at the academy with some matters, dear sister. You need not be concerned. It truly is nothing of great significance. Tang Nan's explanation successfully garnered the trust of the other party. After all, Xiao Wu had indeed heard from the dean that he had a task to assist the faculty in their work. Well, since that is the case, I shall refrain from further inquiries. By the way, Rong Rong is inviting us to indulge in some delightful cuisine tomorrow. Would you like to join? Xiao Wu asked with great enthusiasm. Faced with his sister's invitation, he felt somewhat troubled, yet he did not wish to directly decline and hurt her good intentions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Nin revealed a hint of a helpless smile and replied, Sister Rong Rong, I'm afraid I cannot join you, dear sister. I have work to attend to tomorrow. Upon hearing that Tang Nin would not be able to attend, Xiao Wu's eyes instantly dimmed, and the excitement on her face was replaced by a trace of solitude and disappointment. She gently bit her lip, as if she wished to express something, yet ultimately remained silent. Tang Nan, noticing the shift in his sister's emotions, felt a pang of concern in his heart. He quickly stepped forward, gently patting Xiao Wu's shoulder, and comforted her, Sister, please do not be disheartened. I sincerely apologize for not being able to accompany you this time. Should there be any expenses, do not hesitate to seek reimbursement from me. Xiao Wu lifted her gaze to meet Tang Nan's, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in her eyes. But she soon shook her head and said with a smile, I was merely teasing you. You should reserve your consultation fees for those elderly folks who truly need assistance with their medical expenses. I do not wish to become a burden to you. With that, she reached out, tenderly ruffling Tang Nan's hair, and softly said, All right, go get some rest. You have work tomorrow. Good night. Then, she turned and gently pushed open the door, slowly making her way into her own room. Tang Nan gazed at his sister's departing silhouette, a warm current surging within him. He understood that his sister was always so perceptive, never adding to his burdens. Once she had fully entered her room and closed the door, Tang Nan exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He silently rejoiced at not having revealed any cracks in his facade. Otherwise, his sister would surely have worried. Phew, that was a close call. Oh, is that so? The ever-curious Shimo, who had been observing the unfolding drama from the depths of the mental sea, could no longer contain himself. Appearing at Tang Nan's side with a hint of playful mockery in his expression, he teased, I never would have guessed you were such a siscon. Faced with Shimo's unexpected comment and the ambiguous smile on his face, Tang Nan merely shot him a glance of disdain, too apathetic to engage. However, Shimo persisted, pressing on with his inquiries. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Why won't you just admit it? Does it really matter whether I admit it or not? Tang Nan retorted irritably. I simply like her, and what business is it of yours? Hearing this, Shimo's interest was piqued, and he continued to prod. Oh, is that so? Then tell me, what is it that you like about your sister? Must you even ask? Tang Nan replied with utmost seriousness. She is my sister, and as her brother, it is only right that I take good care of her. At this point, he instinctively glanced at his left hand, which was wrapped in bandages. After a brief pause, he added, Before my brother returns, I will ensure she is well looked after. What's wrong? Are you starting to worry about your left hand again? Shimo discerned his inner turmoil. He then delivered a momentous piece of news, an exceptional opportunity that could enhance his strength. All it requires is a single technique. It could utterly transform your current predicament. His tone brimmed with allure and mystery. A technique? Tang Nan was perplexed by the unfamiliar term. Yes, in your terms. It could be regarded as a miraculous spell that converts soul energy into magical power. Once successfully cast, you would be able to effortlessly create various self-developed soul techniques. Shimo elaborated. However, just as Tang Nan felt a surge of excitement, Shimo suddenly shifted his tone. But what? A sense of foreboding welled up in Tang Nan's heart as he stared intently at Shimo, awaiting the continuation. Shimo squinted, his expression unusually grave as he stated. The cost will be that the assimilation of your body will intensify. After that, you may very well become an anomaly in this world. Confronted with Shimo's rare seriousness, Tang Nan realized he was not exaggerating. Silently, he approached the window and slowly unraveled the bandages concealing his left hand. As the wrappings loosened, his gaze fell upon his inky black left hand, and an indescribable weight settled in his heart. After a moment of silence, it seemed as if Tang Nan had come to a realization. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult of his emotions. Then he turned around, a faint smile gracing his face as he spoke to the ever-silent Shimo. Well, I understand. All things considered, this is rather good news for me. He gently waved his hand, bid Shimo good night, and then leaped onto his bed, surrendering to sleep. This left Shimo standing alone, quietly observing Tang Nan, lost in thought. What an intriguing individual. Chapter 48. The Life of Working at a CAF, Part 3. Candlelight Dream CAF. On this day, the CAF, which should have been bustling with life, finally returned to the serene ambience envisioned by Lei Hao and his companions, an atmosphere filled with tranquility, occasionally interrupted by the soothing melodies flowing gently from an antique phonograph. Lei Hao carefully delivered a freshly brewed cup of aromatic coffee to a patron's table before turning back to the kitchen, stretching contentedly and murmuring to himself, This is so relaxing. It should have been done long ago. In the midst of washing dishes, Su Xiao overheard his words and chuckled in agreement. Indeed. But it seems their primary purpose for coming here is to savor those delectable pastries. Just as the two were engaged in their light-hearted banter, a crisp chime from the entrance announced the arrival of new guests. Lei Hao quickly composed himself, straightened his attire, and approached with readiness to welcome them. The first to catch his eye was a stunning lady adorned in exquisite attire, radiating a captivating brilliance akin to a resplendent pearl. Following her was a rather seasoned gentleman, an icy beauty, a melancholic young girl, a charming sun-kissed lad, and a portly man. "Good day. How may I assist you?" Lei Hao greeted them with a warm smile. "Do you have any available seats?" they inquired in unison. "Of course, please follow me." Lei Hao smiled as he guided them to their seats, effortlessly pulling out a chair for one of them to sit. Once they were all settled, Lei Hao presented them with the menu. "What would you like to order?" One of the young women spoke first. "I would like a royal ice cream." Another chimed in. "I too would like a royal ice cream, and a tiramisu as well." The others followed suit, placing their orders for various desserts and beverages. In the kitchen, Tang Nan, distracted as he washed dishes, recalled the suggestion Shimo had made the previous night. Reflecting on it now, after a whole night had passed, he felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. To him, these scenarios seemed to belong exclusively to the realm of fiction. How could they possibly manifest in reality? Ultimately, you simply do not believe. Shimo's voice suddenly echoed from the depths of his mind. Only the ethereal figure of Shimo leaned against the table, exuding a palpable air of irritation as he remarked, "Such things do not belong to your world. It is entirely normal for a mere mortal like you to struggle with comprehension." "Are you angry, Shimo?" Tang Nan interjected with a smile, a subtle grin adorning his lips. Shimo rolled his eyes in exasperation before drifting behind Tang Nan, his tone tinged with resignation. "I merely offered you a pathway to strength. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you." With a dismissive huff, Shimo retreated into the depths of the spiritual sea. After bidding farewell to Shimo, Tang Nan returned to his seat, immersing himself in the flurry of work once more. However, just as he was engrossed in his tasks, Lei Hao conveniently placed an order before him. Upon receiving the order, Tang Nan's gaze widened in astonishment. "Wow, so many pastries? And they all require considerable skill to craft. Is the captain entertaining a gourmet this time? Wait, what's this about roasted chicken legs?" In response to Tang Nan's bewilderment, Lei Hao could only offer a resigned smile and shrug. "I have no idea." That young lady rattled off an extensive list of pastry names in just a few minutes. As for the roasted chicken leg, a rather rotund fellow discreetly requested it just as I was about to leave. "A rotund fellow? What does he look like?" Eager to learn more, Tang Nan pressed for a description. Red hair, quite flamboyant, with a hint of, shall we say, lewdness," Lei Hao replied, straining to recall the details. "No way." As Lei Hao's description unfolded, a familiar visage of the red-haired figure began to materialize in Tang Nan's mind. Her mouth fell agape in surprise as she cautiously extended her head to peer outside. Sure enough, her suspicions were confirmed, but when she truly beheld the individual seated there, astonishment washed over her features. "Sister?" The sight of Xiaowu and her companion sitting there, awaiting the pastries, took Tang Nan by complete surprise. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Lei Hao swiftly inquired, "Do you know them?" "Not at all." Tang Nan hastily feigned composure in response. However, his peculiar demeanor did not escape Lei Hao's keen observation. With an expression of knowing insight, Lei Hao let out a light "oh" and solemnly patted Tang Nan's shoulder, bestowing upon him a meaningful look of encouragement. "Go for it. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Captain, please don't let your imagination run wild." After a moment of venting his frustrations at the captain, Tang Nan wasted no time and began preparing the pastries. As he surveyed the menu, he noted that most of the pastries had already completed their foundational work, merely requiring some additional finesse. Naturally, there were a few more challenging items, such as those requiring baking, but for the seasoned Tang Nan, they posed no significant challenge. Just as he was intently blending the cream, a gentle breeze brushed past his ear, followed by a soft voice that whispered, "What are you up to?" Tang Nan's body involuntarily trembled for a moment as he turned his head, only to find that Xiao Shui had appeared by his side unbeknownst to him. Tang Nan reacted swiftly, retrieving the cake he had prepared earlier from a nearby cabinet, and with a smile, he offered it to Xiao Shui, saying, "Miss Xiao Shui, it would be wise to refrain from such pranks in the future." At that moment, Tang Nan's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Feeling somewhat flustered, he attempted to divert his attention and hastily inquired, "What brings you here so suddenly? Shouldn't you be busy at your post at this hour?" Xiao Shui took a gentle bite of the cake in her hand, savoring the delightful sweetness that melted in her mouth, and replied casually, "Well, actually, I came here specifically to oversee your progress at work. After all, His Highness is quite concerned about whether you can repay the loan on time." However, this was merely a facade. In truth, She sought an excuse to escape the burdensome paperwork and sneak away to unwind for a while. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted banter for a while, their conversation flowing effortlessly and the atmosphere becoming quite harmonious. It was not until Lei Hao approached, urging Tang Nan, that she snapped back to reality, hurriedly resuming the preparation of the pastries. 10 minutes later, everything was complete. Please enjoy. As Lei Hao presented the pastries one by one, Ning Rongrong and the others were instantly captivated by the exquisite treats laid out before them, each eager to indulge. However, only Xiaowu sat there, seemingly uninterested in the culinary delights. Ning Rongrong, perceptive to Xiaowu's unusual demeanor, quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xiaowu? Why do you look so glum?" Xiaowu, with a melancholic gaze directed out the window, softly replied, "It's nothing. I'm just wondering what Sangu is doing at this moment." Upon witnessing this, Oscar promptly reassured her, "Don't worry, Sister Xiaowu. Didn't the master say that San would be back in about a year? In reality, it's only a couple of months away." Meanwhile, Tang Nan, who had been quietly observing from a distance, noted his sister's discontent and pondered to himself. Just then, Xia Shui appeared beside him like a specter, a piece of cake in hand, and curiously asked, "Is that sulking sister of yours your biological sister?" Tang Nan shook his head and replied, "No, she is my sister-in-law." "Oh, then why don't you go greet her?" "I can't. I told her yesterday that I would be helping the teacher with some work today. If I suddenly appear here now, wouldn't it be obvious that I am lying? My sister would surely scold me." At that moment, Tang Nan's gaze was suddenly captivated by the cake in Xiao Shui's hands. A spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, as if he had conceived a brilliant idea. Consequently, he hurried back to the kitchen and began to craft a unique carrot ice cream. Tang Nan meticulously selected a variety of fresh carrots and skillfully crafted a unique carrot juice using a special technique. This exquisite juice was gradually incorporated into the ice cream making process, transforming the originally pristine white ice cream into a delicate shade of orange, reminiscent of the enchanting hues of a sunset. Tang Nan did not cease his endeavors. With deft hands, he meticulously carved a lifelike rabbit, delicately placing it atop the ice cream. This charming little creature seemed to convey that the dessert was not merely a culinary delight, but a splendid piece of artistry. After completing this creation, Tang Nan entrusted the carefully crafted ice cream to Lei Hao, requesting him to deliver it to his sister and the others. He took a moment to explain that this was a novel creation born from the chef's sudden burst of inspiration, hoping to gather their thoughts and suggestions. As his sister and the others savored the uniquely crafted carrot ice cream, they could not help but marvel at its exceptional flavor and refreshing taste, leaving a lingering impression. The exquisite rabbit atop the dessert further added a touch of whimsy and surprise. Observing the rabbit on the ice cream, Xiaowu finally broke into a smile, and the group shared a delightful experience together. Before departing, they eagerly packed several slices of cake to take with them. As night fell, the weary Tang Nan stealthily slipped into his room like a cat after a long day. Upon gently closing the door behind him, his peripheral vision caught sight of a beautifully crafted box resting on the table. Driven by curiosity, he could not resist the urge to lift the lid, revealing a tantalizing cake nestled within. Alongside the cake lay a note that read, "This is from the pastry shop we visited at that CF. The flavor is absolutely delightful. Love, sister." Tang Nan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he softly murmured, "Ah, sister, as long as you are happy." He then carefully folded the note and returned it to its original place. Lifting the cake, he approached the window and gazed quietly at the nightscape outside. In that moment, the city's clamor seemed to be barred from entry, leaving only the serene night and the cake in his hands as his companions. He took a deep breath, savoring this rare tranquility. Epilogue. The banquet turmoil upon receiving this letter. Please come see me immediately. Shueqinghe. On that day, while working at a CAF, Tang Nan was busily attending to customers when he unexpectedly received a mysterious letter from Shueqinghe. Curiosity piqued, he took the envelope, a wave of perplexity washing over him. He intended to inquire about the matter with the messenger, but the servant merely relayed, "His Highness wishes for you to come promptly," before hastily departing. Left in a state of confusion, Tang Nan could only wait until his lunch break to report this incident to Yi Qing, deciding to head straight to the palace. Thanks to the unique seal on the letter, he encountered little obstruction or inquiry along the way. However, upon entering Shueqinghe's residence, he felt an unusual scrutiny, as though countless eyes were observing him, making him feel quite uneasy. Under the guidance of Butler Chun, Tang Nan arrived at the door of Shueqinghe's office. Chun slightly bowed and respectfully stated, "His Highness is inside." You may convey any request you have to me. After delivering his message, he performed a courteous gesture and departed. Tang Nin took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within, and gently pushed the door open. As the door swung ajar, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped him. The room was elegantly arranged in simplicity. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the desk, casting a warm glow. Xueqing sat at the desk, engrossed in the documents before him. Upon hearing the door open, he lifted his gaze and smiled warmly at Tang Nan. Tang Nan entered the room, her footsteps betraying a hint of hesitation. Xueqing rose to greet her, his voice warm and gentle as he said, "You have arrived. It is truly delightful to see you." His voice, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze, eased Tang Nan's tension ever so slightly. Tang Nan nodded cautiously and inquired, "Your Highness, may I ask why you summoned me?" Xueqing smiled gently, gesturing for Tang Nan to take a seat, and then slowly replied, "Tang Nan, the reason I called you here is to discuss a matter of great importance. I wish for you to undertake a formidable task." "What? Me? Attend the banquet? As your fiancée?" Upon hearing that she was to participate in the event as Miss Tang, Tang Nan became quite exhilarated. Across from her, Xueqing calmly elucidated, "There is no alternative. My actions at that time must remain discreet." The news reached the emperor, who expressed a keen interest in meeting you personally. Thus, there is no room for refusal. Wait, am I even allowed to decline? Absolutely not, he asserted with unwavering conviction. With that, Xueqing clapped his hands. "Chen, please come in." "At your command, Your Highness," Chen replied. "Take him to change his attire. We have approximately an afternoon before the event, and I appreciate your assistance in this matter." "Yes, this way, young Master Tang." Tang Nan was brought into an exquisitely adorned dressing room, preparing to don the attire for the banquet. Steward Chen stood nearby, assisting with a delicate corseted gown in hand, ready to adorn Tang Nan. With gentle precision, Steward Chen slipped the corset dress over Tang Nan's form, meticulously adjusting the waistline to ensure the garment embraced his figure flawlessly. "Young Master Tang," Steward Chen said, "please take a deep breath. This will allow the corseted gown to better accentuate your physique." Tang Nan sighed deeply with a sense of resignation. Although Steward Chen's movements were deft and swift, Tang Nan still felt a lingering discomfort. At that moment, Xueqing entered the dressing room, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes and a sly smile gracing his lips. "Ah, partner, how does this outfit feel?" he remarked. "Yet, I must say, this cinched-waist dress truly compliments you." Tang Nan turned to Xueqing, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "Xueqing, are you mocking me?" Just as he finished speaking, Chun Yi behind him tightened his grip, leaving him momentarily speechless. Xueqing replied, "Mocking? No, I am merely offering compliments. You wear it with such distinctive charm. I dare say, tonight you shall undoubtedly be the center of attention at the banquet." Tang Nan gritted his teeth but ultimately refrained from retorting. He understood that any resistance would be futile, at least for the moment. Steward Chen silently continued her tasks nearby, her movements professional and meticulous, striving to ensure Tang Nan's comfort. "Master Tang," she said, "please bear with us a little longer. We shall be finished shortly." Once everything was complete, Tang Nan stood before a grand mirror, gazing at his reflection clad in women's attire, feeling a mix of strangeness and helplessness. At that moment, Xueqing entered the room, observing Tang Nan's appearance, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Well, my fiancée, how do you find this ensemble? Does it suit you?" Tang Nan turned around, striving to conceal his embarrassment. "Xueqing, do not go too far." Xueqing approached, gently patting Tang Nan's shoulder, and then leaned in close to his ear, whispering, "There is no choice, Tang Nan, you owe me." Tang Nan gritted his teeth, his voice low. "I understand, but..." At that moment, Butler Chen entered, interrupting their conversation. "Your Highness, young Master Tang, it is time to commence today's ceremonial lesson." Tang Nan turned to Butler Chen, a glimmer of desperation flickering in his eyes. "Butler Chen, must I truly proceed in this manner?" Butler Chen replied with a gentle yet resolute smile, "Young Master Tang, etiquette is the second language of nobility. Mastering it will allow you to navigate this stage with greater ease and grace." Tang then took a deep breath and finally nodded. "All right, I shall learn. Xueqing, I will repay this debt in due time." Xueqing smiled and turned to leave the room, leaving Tang Nan and Butler Chen to commence their etiquette lessons. In the ensuing days, under Butler Chen's rigorous instruction, Tang Nan gradually learned how to walk with grace, dine with decorum, and engage in conversation at court gatherings. Despite the tempest of resentment brewing within him, Xueqing silently observed from the sidelines as the sun dipped lower in the sky, heralding the approach of night. After a bout of hasty, last-minute practice akin to grasping at straws, Tang Nan ultimately succeeded in passing Butler Chen's stringent training. At this juncture, she began to execute the final, crucial step. With utmost care, she retrieved 3 slender silver needles from her bosom and skillfully inserted them into the acupuncture points on Tang Nan's throat with precision. Chen, what are you doing? No, this can't be. My voice? Tang Nan suddenly realized that his vocal tone had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once deep and resonant timbre had inexplicably become exceedingly delicate. He stared in astonishment, incredulous as he reached to touch his throat, attempting to produce sound once more to confirm this astonishing reality. Do not be alarmed, young Master Tang. This alteration in your voice will only last for approximately 5 hours. Chen gently reassured him, carefully retrieving the 3 silver needles. Following this, she devoted her full attention to meticulously applying makeup on Tang Nan, attending to every detail as though she were sculpting a precious work of art. Standing by, Xue Qinghe witnessed the entire process and could not help but applaud in admiration. At the grand family banquet, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, Tang Nan's appearance became the focal point of attention, despite his fervent inner resistance to such scrutiny. Tang Nan's features are inherently exquisite, and clad in women's attire, he exudes an enchanting softness coupled with an undeniable air of nobility. His eyebrows, meticulously shaped into delicate willow leaves, stand in striking contrast to his deep-set eyes. Those eyes, despite the feminine disguise, continue to shimmer with unwavering determination and resilience. His complexion, under a refined layer of foundation, appears even more porcelain-like, reminiscent of artfully sculpted porcelain, emanating an ethereal elegance untouched by the mundane world. His lips, lightly tinted, strike a perfect balance, neither ostentatious nor lacking in feminine grace. Standing amidst the crowd, he endeavors to appear inconspicuous. However, his demeanor seems to arouse the curiosity of certain onlookers. Xue Lang, a similarly handsome young nobleman with a glimmer of cunning in his gaze, approaches Tang Nan, his tone laced with intrigue. My lady, I believe we may have crossed paths before. Tang Nan felt a tightening in his chest. He understood the necessity of concealing any sign of weakness. Thus, he replied in a gentle tone, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else, my lord. Xue Bing furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of Tang Nan's words. He glanced around, increasingly convinced that Tang Nan resembled someone he had encountered before, the spider-like figure. At that moment, Xue Qinghe approached, a playful smile gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. My dear brother, this is my fiancée, Yinan. You should take a moment to become better acquainted. Xue Bing was evidently taken aback by this revelation, gazing at Tang Nan in disbelief before turning back to Xue Qinghe. Fiancé? How is that even possible? Just then, music began to play, and the nobles gracefully entered the dance floor, twirling in elegant rhythm. Xue Qinghe extended his hand toward Tang Nan, a hint of provocation in his gaze. Fiancé, shall we share a dance? Tang Nan hesitated for a moment, yet under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he realized he had no option but to acquiesce. Reluctantly, he extended his hand and accepted Xue Qinghe's invitation. The two glided into the dance floor, swaying to the rhythm of the music. Xue Qinghe moved with grace and composure, each turn and step appearing effortlessly fluid. In contrast, Tang Nan appeared somewhat awkward, his movements fluctuating between haste and slowness, lacking in harmony. Xue Qinghe gently teased, My dear fiancé, it seems your dancing skills could use a bit of refinement. Tang Nan's cheeks flushed with a subtle hue. He endeavored to maintain his composure as he retorted, Do not presume that dancing is an innate talent of yours. This is my first experience adorning such a dress. Xue Qinghe smiled gently, seemingly pleased with Tang Nan's retort. Oh, then I should feel honored to witness so many of your firsts. Tang Nan bit his lip, aware that he found it challenging to gain the upper hand in verbal exchanges. Consequently, he resolved to respond through action. He began to concentrate more intently on his dance steps. Although minor mistakes occasionally occurred, his dedication and progress were unmistakably evident. Tang Nan softly retorted, It seems my progress has taken you by surprise, Xue Qinghe. A flicker of admiration crossed Xue Qinghe's eyes, and he could not help but concede that Tang Nan's adaptability was indeed remarkable. Indeed, your capacity for learning has truly impressed me. Perhaps you are inherently suited to stand in the spotlight. The two continued to dance in the ballroom, their banter laced with teasing and provocation, yet simultaneously revealing an ineffable rapport. As the music flowed, Tang Nan's movements became increasingly fluid, and he began to relish the sensation of moving to the rhythm. Although he felt a twinge of annoyance at Xueqinghe's jests, he could not deny that this moment of dancing with him brought forth an unprecedented joy. Xueqinghe, while maintaining his cunning smile, also displayed a newfound appreciation for Tang Nan in his gaze. As the dance concluded, they elegantly came to a halt in the center of the floor, earning enthusiastic applause from the surrounding nobles. At that moment, Xueqinghe suddenly drew Tang Nan close and delicately kissed him on the lips, a gesture that left all present, including Tang Nan himself, momentarily stunned. In the fleeting moment of the kiss, Tang Nan's mind went blank, his heart raced violently, and an involuntary blush crept across his cheeks. It was an unprecedented mix of humiliation and anger, as he felt utterly exposed under the scrutinizing gaze of the onlookers, completely unguarded. This was intolerable. Once the kiss concluded, Tang Nan instinctively pushed Xueqinghe away. Almost reflexively, he raised his hand and, summoning all his strength, delivered a resounding slap to Xueqinghe's cheek. The sharp sound echoed through the banquet hall, amplifying the already profound silence. "You scoundrel!" A vivid handprint immediately appeared on Xueqinghe's face, his expression momentarily flickering with surprise before reverting to calm. He gently caressed his cheek, gazing at Tang Nan, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Oh, it seems my fiancé is rather agitated." Tang Nan disregarded Xueqinghe's taunts, turning on his heel and striding out of the banquet hall, leaving behind a stunned and silent assembly of nobles. At the opposite end of the hall, His Majesty the Emperor sat upon his throne, keenly observing every gesture and interaction within the gathering. When Tang Nan's hand struck Xueqinghe's face, the Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of interest. He turned to his brother, a man of equal handsomeness and wisdom, seated beside him, and they began to converse in hushed tones. "Look at that young lady. She possesses audacity beyond measure, daring to strike the crown prince in front of everyone," the Emperor remarked. "Indeed, it is a rare occurrence, brother. Her courage is commendable. Yet such an act is likely to bring considerable trouble to the crown prince," his brother replied. The Emperor nodded thoughtfully, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Commendable courage? No, I perceive her as blissfully ignorant of her recklessness. Nevertheless, her actions have certainly added a layer of intrigue to this banquet. Such scenes are seldom witnessed within the palace. However, brother, should we not intervene in this matter?" his brother inquired. The Emperor smiled faintly, his gaze returning to Xueqinghe and Tang Nan. "Patience. Let us observe how he navigates this predicament." In the Emperor's eyes, this was not merely a minor altercation but a test of his son's problem-solving abilities. He wished to see whether Xueqinghe could maintain composure in such an unexpected situation and how he would quell the ensuing storm. Despite the public slap from Tang Nan, Xueqinghe refrained from immediate retaliation. He understood that the Emperor's gaze was fixed upon him. He needed to exhibit the grace and wisdom befitting a crown prince. "I will remember this slap," he thought, "but not now. I must demonstrate my ability to handle all challenges with poise." With a gentle adjustment of his attire, Xueqinghe offered a warm smile to the gathered nobles, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to enjoy this splendid evening. Music, if you please." As the music resumed, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually returned to normal. Yet, all present were acutely aware that the slap exchanged that night would become a tale long recounted within the palace. Chapter 49, The Life of a CAF Worker, Part 4. In the days following the banquet, Tang Nan busied himself in the CAF. His mood was evidently affected, particularly by Xueqinghe's infuriating behavior, which filled him with rage and resentment. Lei Hao noticed Tang Nan's unusual demeanor and quickly approached Yu Qing for insight. "Hey, Yu Qing. What is wrong with little Nan? He seems on the verge of an eruption." After observing Tang Nan for a moment, she replied, "It appears he has endured quite the grievance." As Tang Nan diligently wiped the table, he silently protested against the actions of Xueqinghe in his mind. "Xueqinghe, one day, I shall surely bring you to your knees." His voice was low, yet each word emerged as if squeezed from between clenched teeth, brimming with fury. His hands moved rapidly across the surface of the table, exerting such force and speed that every scratch seemed to serve as a testament to Xueqinghe's transgressions. Beads of perspiration began to form on Tang Nan's forehead, yet he appeared oblivious, channeling his inner rage through this monotonous task. Observing this scene, Lei Hao felt a pang of concern, unaware of the depths of Tang Nan's discontent. He approached cautiously, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. "Xiaonan, what troubles you? Has something occurred?" Tang Nan raised his head, his eyes ablaze with a fiery indignation. He inadvertently cast a fierce glance at Lei Hao. a gaze brimming with warnings and threats, as if to convey, "Do not disturb me, I am in a perilous state." Lei Hao was taken aback by this sudden display of ferocity, and with an awkward smile, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. I merely express concern for your well-being. Please, continue. I shall take a seat over there." Tang Nan remained silent, continuing to scrub the table with fervent intensity, as if he sought to erase all traces of dissatisfaction and anger. His movements grew increasingly rapid and vigorous, until the surface of the table began to emit a low, resonant sound of friction. At that moment, Tang Nan's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the night of the banquet. He recalled the deeply humiliating actions of Xue Qinghe before the watchful eyes of the crowd. This could not go unpunished. He was determined to make him pay a price. As the day's work came to a close and everyone began to tidy up, a woman with long hair pushed open the door of the establishment. Tang Nan approached to welcome her, only to be met with a playful caress from Celius, who lifted his chin and stroked his face, leaving him feeling both awkward and helpless. "What exquisite skin! How do you maintain such a texture?" he exclaimed. Please, madam, do remain calm." Tang Nan attempted to extricate himself from her grasp, but she showed no signs of relenting. It was only when Yi Qing appeared that the situation regained some semblance of control. "Celius, cease your teasing of Tang Nan. He has had quite enough trouble for one day." Celius laughed and released her hold, darting over to Yi Qing's side, their interaction revealing a familiar closeness. "Oh, do not be so upset, Yi Qing. I was merely jesting. By the way, how has your recovery been? Have you considered working at the Intelligence Bureau? Grandma Keller has been pestering Commander Lei for personnel daily." Yi Qing sighed in resignation, simultaneously rejecting Celius's affectionate overtures. "Celius, you must amend this habit of yours, otherwise no one will dare to approach you." Celius appeared unfazed, retrieving a letter from behind her and handing it to Yi Qing. "You can open this later. It is not an urgent task. However, do give my proposal some serious thought." Yi Qing accepted the letter and, in turn, handed her a package of cake. "Take your cake and refrain from causing a ruckus here." Celius joyfully accepted the cake and abruptly kissed Yi Qing. "Oh yes, Yi Qing, you are the best. I shall come to visit you again soon." Yi Qing smiled gently and shook her head. "You, as always, are so irreverent." After bidding farewell to Celius, Yi Qing opened the letter. Her eyes swiftly scanned the text, and her expression gradually turned serious. The mission outlined in the letter was evidently significant, concerning unusual movements of supplies within the black market of Tiando City, potentially jeopardizing the security of the entire city. This task appeared to be complex. "We need to dispatch personnel to investigate the black market situation." Lei Hao approached, and the two began discussing the particulars of the mission. After a brief conversation, they agreed to send Nia and Su Xiao to execute it. Coincidentally, Nia and her companion returned just as the decision was made. "Ladies, it seems you have returned at an opportune moment. Tomorrow, you are to venture into the black market to procure some items." She handed the letter to Nia and Su Xiao. Nia took the letter, quickly skimmed its contents, and a look of embarrassment crossed her face. She then passed a flyer to Yi Qing, which bore the slogan, "Made Service, bringing you a unique experience." "What on earth? When was this flyer made?" "It was produced a month ago, and at that time, you were wholeheartedly in favor of it." She shot a disapproving glance at Lei Hao, clearly displeased with his forgetfulness. Then, Nia turned to Yi Qing, seeking her opinion. "If I am to go tomorrow, what about this flyer?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing replied, "No need to worry. Nia, you will carry on with your mission as planned tomorrow. As for maid service, we have a suitable candidate." She smiled slightly, exuding confidence, indicating that she had already found an appropriate replacement for Nia. A long O escaped her lips, her expression transforming into one of realization. "Sister Yi Qing, Captain, what are you planning?" He sensed something amiss, subtly moving towards the store entrance, seemingly ready to make an escape. Lei Hao cleared his throat, attempting to suppress his amusement. "Tang Nan, I need to ask you for a favor. You see, Nia has a reconnaissance mission today, and the store has an event, so..." Tang Nan instantly realized their scheme and, without a moment's hesitation, turned on his heel and fled. "Farewell." Before Lei Hao could finish his sentence, Tang Nan had already dashed towards the shop's entrance. Observing this, Lei Hao swiftly unleashed a burst of speed and quickly caught up with Tang Nan, hoisting him back to the kitchen. "Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet." Tang Nan fervently protested on Lei Hao's shoulder, his voice brimming with reluctance and defiance. "I refuse. Why must I always don women's attire? I am, after all, a man," he exclaimed, struggling while casting a desperate glance towards Yi Qing. Yet, Yi Qing merely responded with a smile, showing no inclination to intervene. Because you were simply adorable, Yi Qing remarked softly, a hint of playful mockery in her tone. Nia approached as well, chuckling as she patted Tang Nan's head in a comforting manner. Do not worry, no one will notice. Once you don the maid outfit, you will surely attract more patrons. After much persuasion from the group, Tang Nan finally relented. Fine, I shall wear it, but could someone fetch me a wig? Following the delightful transformation by Yi Qing and Nia, Tang Nan opened his eyes to behold an unfamiliar reflection in the mirror. The maid outfit fitted him impeccably, showcasing a style he had never before ventured to explore. The ensemble featured a sophisticated black and white color scheme, with a white lace-trimmed blouse adorning his upper body. Its collar and cuffs embellished with delicate lace that added a touch of femininity. The lower half consisted of a black short skirt, which swayed gently with his movements, accentuating the elegance of his long legs. The hem of the skirt was likewise adorned with lace, harmonizing beautifully with the lace of the blouse, further enhancing the overall aesthetic. A large bow cinched at his waist not only emphasized his figure, but also introduced a playful charm to the ensemble. Tang Nan's short hair has been artfully styled into a hairstyle befitting a maid's attire, adorned with an exquisite maid's cap, which is similarly embellished with lace and bows, rendering him both charming and graceful. His eyes, accentuated by a subtle touch of makeup, appear even more radiant, with long lashes fluttering gently, revealing a hint of bashfulness. Tang Nan's face bore a hint of discomfort, yet it could not obscure his delicate features. His lips were adorned with a subtle pink gloss, lending them a soft and lustrous appearance. Despite his inner resistance, he could not deny that this attire indeed rendered him distinctive, even somewhat charming. It felt rather pleasant. Tang Nan reassured himself internally as he prepared to embark on the day's work. Dressed in the maid outfit, Tang Nan, despite his profound reluctance, stood at the entrance alongside Yi Qing, welcoming the guests as they arrived in succession. Yi Qing's attire was elegant and appropriate, her maid outfit accentuating her grace and poise, while Tang Nan exuded a casual nonchalance, creating a striking contrast between the two. As the CAF door slowly swung open, the first guest stepped inside, prompting Tang Nan and Yi Qing to instantly display the warmth and courtesy befitting their roles as maids. Tang Nan smiled, albeit with a hint of reluctance in her heart. Welcome. May I inquire which specialty beverages you wish to savor from our CAF today? The guest, captivated by Tang Nan's attire and her warm smile, appeared slightly taken aback but quickly returned her smile. Oh, this ambience is truly delightful. I would love a cup of latte, please. Tang Nan nodded gracefully, elegantly noting the guest's order. Certainly, one latte will be ready shortly. Please feel free to take a seat. Yi Qing joined the conversation, her voice gentle and warm. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let us know. The guest, satisfied, made his way to a table, while Tang Nan and Yi Qing continued to welcome the stream of arriving patrons. Shortly thereafter, a gentleman of notable refinement entered, his gaze lingering on Tang Nan for a brief moment. I have heard that the service here is quite distinctive. It appears the reputation is indeed well-deserved. Tang Nan endeavored to maintain a professional smile, though he felt a twinge of helplessness at such praise. Thank you for your kind words. We strive to provide the utmost service to every guest. What would you like to order? I would like a slice of cake and a pot of tea. Do you have any recommendations for the cakes? Yi Qing seamlessly took over the conversation, well-versed in the CAF's menu. Our Black Forest cake is exceedingly popular, particularly when paired with our Earl Grey tea. The combination is simply exquisite. Then I shall have a slice of Black Forest cake and a pot of Earl Grey tea. Thank you for your recommendation. Tang Nan and Yi Qing bowed to the guests, expressing their gratitude. Please hold on. Your order will be ready shortly. Throughout the service, Tang Nan gradually discovered that he began to relish the process of interacting with the guests. Although he initially felt uncomfortable in the maid outfit, he now started to comprehend that serving others could bring a sense of accomplishment. Until the arrival of that person. Long time no see. I never expected to encounter you here. Shui Qinghe, donned in elegant casual attire, leisurely pushed open the shop door and greeted Tang Nan. Shui, ahem. What brings you here? Shui Qinghe responded with poise. I came for afternoon tea. What's the matter? Do you wish to send me away? Tang Nan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a smile as he approached Shui Qinghe, guiding them to an empty corner seat. What can I get for you? He inquired. Shui Qinghe returned a subtle smile, his gaze fixed on Tang Nan, seemingly relishing his discomfort. This outfit suits you quite well. Shall I offer you a position as a maid? In response to the playful teasing, Tang Nan endeavored to uphold his smile. May I place an order now? He asked. Of course, Xue Qinghe replied, flipping through the menu before rapidly enumerating black forest cake, dreamy chocolate cake, vanilla ice cream, and followed by a flurry of cake names. Tang Nan hastily noted down the names one by one. However, just as he completed his task, the words that Snow Qinghe uttered left him momentarily stunned. None of these. I would like a strawberry cake, thank you. This statement nearly provoked Tang Nan to hurl the order pad in his hand at him, yet the remnants of his rationality restrained him from doing so. He forced a smile in response. Please wait a moment. Your cake will be ready shortly. A few minutes later, Tang Nan presented the freshly made cake at the dining table. You ordered a strawberry cake. Do you require anything else? Snow Qinghe leaned back in his chair, his gaze playfully scrutinizing Tang Nan, as if relishing his discomfort. I feel something is still lacking. Tang Nan, don't you think? Tang Nan furrowed his brows, perplexed as he inquired, what is lacking? Xue Qinghe smiled faintly, deliberately slowing his pace of speech, his tone laced with unmistakable teasing. Xue Qinghe replied, what is missing? Of course, is your smile. I find your laughter far more enchanting. Tang Nan felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks as he forced a faint smile, silently drawing forth a hand crossbow and aiming it at Xue Qinghe. I am at work. Please show me some respect. Xue Qinghe feigned surprise, raising both hands in mock surrender, yet the mirth in his eyes deepened. Oh, I most certainly respect you, Tang Nan. I am merely admiring your professionalism. He then began to savor a delectable slice of cake. After a while, as if he had grown bored of teasing Tang Nan, he ceased his antics. However, before departing, he leaned in and whispered, maintain this demeanor, Miss Yunnan. I shall need you again in due time. With that, he patted Tang Nan's shoulder and left, taking with him a neatly packaged cake, while Tang Nan stood there, fist clenched, filled with indignation. Xue Qinghe, this is not over. From that moment on, Tang Nan donned a look of existential ennui as he continued to serve customers. His reluctant and disdainful expression unexpectedly captured the attention of many patrons. The contrast between his appearance and demeanor intrigued the guests, leading some to offer high praise. Wow, this maid's attire is so distinctive. Indeed. That reluctant gaze adds a unique flavor. Upon hearing these comments, Tang Nan couldn't help but internally scoff. What is wrong with these people's tastes? He felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, simply wishing for the day to conclude. Thus, the evening wore on. Just half an hour before closing time, the CAF welcomed a new customer. Xiao entered, surveying the surroundings as if searching for something. Tang Nan immediately recognized the potential for embarrassment if his sister were to recognize him, which could lead to an explanation he was not prepared to give. He quickly adjusted his voice, attempting to disguise his identity. Welcome. How may I assist you? Xiao Wu turned her gaze upon the maid-clad server, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Tang Nan endeavored to maintain his composure, though his heartbeat quickened. Oh, I would like to order a cappuccino along with a slice of carrot cake, please. Certainly, please hold on. Your cappuccino and carrot cake will be ready shortly. As Tang Nan turned towards the counter, Xiao Wu's gaze remained fixed upon him. She noticed subtle movements from the maid and began to sense something amiss. Frowning slightly, she appeared to ponder something. After a brief interval, Tang Nan returned, carefully placing a cappuccino and cake before Xiao Wu. Your cappuccino, please enjoy. Xiao Wu studied the maid before her and suddenly inquired, have we met somewhere before? Your voice sounds somewhat familiar. Tang Nan was taken aback. Yet he swiftly masked his unease and replied, oh, perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. I am new here, and I believe we have not met before. Xiao Wu remained somewhat skeptical, scrutinizing Tang Nan's features in an attempt to uncover any clues. Maybe I am mistaken, she mused. But you truly bear a striking resemblance to my brother. Tang Nan forced a smile, striving to appear at ease. Many people say that. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence. Xiao Wu chose not to press further, yet uncertainty lingered in her gaze. Upon returning to the counter, Tang Nan silently rejoiced at having narrowly escaped a predicament. As closing time approached, Xiao Wu finished her cappuccino, rose, and prepared to depart. She nodded in gratitude to Tang Nan before stepping out of the CAF. It was only after her departure that Tang Nan exhaled a sigh of relief. After work, with a sense of liberation enveloping him, Tang Nan tiptoed back to the dormitory. He had anticipated a quiet moment to change out of the maid outfit and indulge in some well-deserved rest. However, upon opening the door to his room, he was taken aback to find Xiao Wu seated beside his bed, evidently waiting for him. Her face lit up with surprise as she beheld Tang Nan's entrance, her eyes scanning his maid attire with a flicker of confusion and curiosity. Tang Nan, what is this? What is going on? Why are you dressed like that? Tang Nan felt a tightening in his chest. He was aware that his sister had misunderstood him. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to elucidate the events of the day. Sister, it's a long story. Xiaowu rose from her seat and approached Tang Nan, circling around him. If I hadn't heard Rong Rong mention seeing you frequently at that CAF, I would hardly believe it. What else do you wish to conceal from me, little brother? However, I must admit, I never anticipated that you would have such interests. You look rather charming in that outfit. Tang Nan felt a flush creeping across his cheeks, and he hurriedly waved his hands in denial. No, sister. You misunderstand. This is a requirement of my job. It is an event at the CAF, and I am merely assisting. Xiaowu raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconvinced by Tang Nan's explanation. A requirement of your job? Are you certain it is not merely your own desire to try this? I swear, it is purely work-related. You know that our CAF occasionally hosts themed events. Observing Tang Nan's anxious attempts to clarify, Xiaowu finally couldn't help but laugh. All right. I won't tease you any longer. I believe you. However, seeing you dressed like this truly takes me by surprise. Tang Nan let out a sigh of relief, gazing gratefully at his sister. However, just as he was about to change out of his attire, she smiled and gently pressed his hand down. Not yet. Can we? From that moment on, Tang Nan became his sister's exclusive maid and a dress-up doll. Chapter 50, Valentine's Day, Part 1, In the Dead of Night. The residence of Shui Qinghe was enveloped in tranquility. After a long day of arduous duties, Qian Rinxue finally had the opportunity to remove the heavy facade she had been wearing. She wearily leaned back in her chair, her brows betraying a profound fatigue. Beside her, Qin, her most devoted assistant, appeared just when she needed him the most. He offered her a cup of freshly brewed coffee, warm and fragrant. Miss, you've worked hard. Please enjoy this coffee, he said. Qian Rinxue accepted the cup, feeling the warmth radiating from it, and smiled faintly. Thank you, Qin. I truly needed this. It's wonderful to have you by my side, she replied with a gentle sigh. Miss, the Shadow Guards have completed their investigation, Qin announced, presenting her with a report from the Shadow Guards. Qian Rinxue took the document, scrutinizing it carefully. Her brow furrowed momentarily before she relaxed. A shipment of special goods is about to enter the auction house? So, the peculiar movements in the black market are all related to this shipment? Qin nodded. Indeed. The recent surge in bounties in the black market pertains to these goods. They have recruited numerous individuals intending to seize them. But upon learning that the auction house would receive the shipment, they abandoned their plans. Should we have them ascertain the specific details of the goods? Qian Rinxue shook her head. No need. I suspect these are the items pledged for national compensation. Let us not trouble them further. With that, she savored her coffee. Exhaling with relief, her gaze drifted to the special notation on the calendar, and she squinted playfully at Qin. Qin, I want to discuss something with you. Noticing her gaze fixated on the calendar, Qin was quick to recognize the marked date. Apologies, miss, she interjected, mimicking a stop sign with her hand. Valentine's Day in a few days is perhaps not an event you should partake in. Qian Rinxue wanted to say more, but upon seeing the stern expression on Chen's face, she swiftly swallowed her words. Internally, a stern-faced Qin is quite formidable. Yet, she had no desire to remain in this place, mired in tedious paperwork during such a time. Thus, she devised a different approach. Rising from her seat and walking over to Qin, adopting a tone that bordered on coaxing. Qin, don't you think I should take a day off for Valentine's Day? After all, it's a day devoted to love and romance. With that, she began to knead Qin's shoulders and continued. Isn't it wonderful to occasionally relax and indulge in the joys of life? Qin fell silent for a moment, evidently touched, prompting Qian Rinxue to press on with her appeal. Qian Rinxue, adopting a coy tone, said, Sister Qin, just for one day, please? I promise I will work doubly hard afterward. Observing Qian Rinxue's rare display of affection, Qin ultimately relented, her heart softening slightly. Very well, my lady. We shall proceed as you wish. However, you must assure me that you will exert yourself even more diligently thereafter. Yet amidst Qian Rinxue's elation, Qin laid down her conditions. Firstly, you must promise that while you are out, you will not utilize your martial soul or abilities. We must ensure that no rumors reach the palace. Secondly, I shall accompany you during your outings. Hearing that Qin would be by her side during her escapades dampened Qian Rinxue's spirits. She was not particularly keen on having Qin shadow her. Please, Sister Qin, Qian Rinxue pleaded. Qin sighed resignedly, my lady, I am well aware of your temperament. If I were to let you venture out alone, it is likely that tales of a chivalrous heroine rescuing innocent bystanders would soon emerge. However, Upon gazing into the sparkling depths of Qian Rinxue's eyes, Qin's resolve began to waver. If you have a suitable candidate in mind, you may propose it. If I find it acceptable, then so be it. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly responded, Sister Qin, what about him? Qin hesitated for a moment. If it is he, then I suppose it can be managed. Qian Rinxue, beaming with joy, declared, then it's settled, Sister Qin. She bounced back onto her bed like a jubilant little bird and soon drifted into slumber. Qin watched Qian Rinxue peacefully asleep, feeling a mix of exasperation and fondness. And she shook her head with a smile. Oh, my lady, you never cease to be a source of concern. The warmth of Valentine's Day had yet to dissipate, and the commercial street still lingered with a sweet ambience. Tang Nan had just finished a day of work and was preparing to return to her dormitory when she received a letter from Xiao Shui. The elegant handwriting on the envelope hinted at a sense of anticipation, and the contents of the letter took Tang Nan by surprise. The letter read, Dear Tang Nan, tomorrow His Highness has granted me a day off, so could you please meet me at the fountain in the commercial street around noon? You cannot refuse. I look forward to your reply. Xiao Shui added a note. Don't forget to bring a strawberry cake. Tang Nan held the letter, a slight furrow in his brow, his heart brimming with perplexity. He could not fathom why Xiu Xue had suddenly extended an invitation for him to go out. Yet the sincerity and enthusiasm conveyed in the letter rendered it difficult for him to decline. Just as Tang Nan found himself in a state of indecision, his elder brother Yuanwen noticed his distress. Yuanwen inquired, Xiao Nan, what troubles you? You seem hesitant while holding that letter. Tang Nan handed the letter to Yuanwen, conveying his perplexity. Tang Nan, Brother Yuan, I have received an invitation from Xiao Shui, but I am somewhat perplexed as to why she would extend such an invitation to me. After reading the letter, Yuanwen smiled and gently patted Tang Nan's shoulder. Yuanwen, little Nan, this is indeed an opportunity. Xiao Shui is a wonderful girl, and she has taken great care of you for quite some time. It is only fair that you show your appreciation in return, wouldn't you agree? Tang Nan felt a lingering hesitation, uncertain whether he ought to proceed. Tang Nan, however, I am uncertain about the attractions on the commercial street and what preparations I should make. Yuanwen gazed at Tang Nan with encouragement. Yuanwen, the commercial street is replete with delightful spots. You could take her to savor delectable cuisine, explore quaint shops, or perhaps enjoy a performance. The essence lies in embracing the experience and allowing yourself to unwind. With Yuanwen's encouragement, Tang Nan's hesitation gradually dissipated. He resolved to accept the invitation, granting himself an opportunity to relish a different way of life. Tang Nan, Brother Yuan, thank you for your suggestion. I believe I should give it a try. Yuanwen nodded in affirmation, expressing his support for Tang Nan's decision. Yuanwen, that's the spirit, my boy. Go forth. I am confident you will have a delightful time. With such sentiments in his heart, Tang Nan rose early, meticulously preparing himself. He donned a clean and sharp outfit, simple yet elegant. Before stepping out, he took the time to pack a small gift, a strawberry cake, as a delightful surprise for the recipient. By noon, accompanied by a sense of anticipation and a hint of nervousness, Tang Nan arrived at the bustling commercial street of Tiando City. Sunlight bathed the lively thoroughfare, where an array of shops lined the sides, teeming with people and brimming with vitality. Tang Nan stood beside the fountain, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Xiao Shui. His emotions were a blend of excitement and anxiety, his mind swirling with vivid imaginings of their meeting. Soon, Xiao Shui's figure emerged from the crowd. Dressed in a flowing gown, her face radiated a warm smile as she approached Tang Nan. She wore a delicate light blue dress, the hem swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of ripples dancing upon the surface of a tranquil lake. The fabric shimmered under the sun, exuding an air of freshness intertwined with elegance. A slender belt cinched at her waist accentuated her graceful silhouette, adding a touch of vivacity to her demeanor. The collar and cuffs were adorned with exquisite lace, hinting at a sweetness and charm characteristic of youth. Xiao Shui's long hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, with a few strands playfully fluttering in the wind, enhancing her gentle allure. When her gaze met Tang Nan's, her lips curled into a warm and inviting smile. Tang Nan, you're here. I'm so glad you kept our promise, she said lightly as she stepped closer to him, their proximity allowing them to sense each other's breath. She lowered her gaze slightly, observing the boy who stood a tad shorter than herself, a hint of bashfulness coloring his cheeks. Tang Nan, your cake. Tang Nan hurriedly presented the cake he had prepared, then stepped back a few paces to attempt to calm himself. Observing this action, Xiao Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Shui, internally as amusing as ever, the reaction remains delightfully entertaining. I shall indulge in a taste of the cake first. How delightful it is. sitting on the chair. Xiao Shui savored the delectable cake, and it was only after she regained her composure that Tang Nan inquired about the reason. Tang Nan, scratching his head, speaking of which. Why was I summoned? Xiao Shui, tilting her head, how peculiar. Did I not mention it in my letter? His Highness granted me a day off. So I intended to take the opportunity to unwind and enjoy a day of relaxation. Tang Nan, what I mean is, why call me? Xiao Shui, taking a bite of cake, of course, it's because you owe me. Have you considered how exhausting it was for me to take care of you for those few months? Most of it was resolved by Chun. So today, just relax and be at my side, serving me. Meanwhile, Chen stared blankly at the mountain of documents piled on the table. Chen, shouldn't I remind the young lady to address these matters sooner? After a moment of contemplation, she chose to accept this reality. She donned her mask, took her seat, and commenced her work. May everything proceed smoothly. Chapter 51, Valentine's Day, Part 2. The sunlight bathed the commercial street of Tiando City, casting a shimmering glow upon the cobblestone path. On either side of the street, an array of delightful shops and vibrant signs wove together a tapestry of prosperity. Xiao Shui walked gracefully ahead, her steps light, frequently glancing back at Tang Nan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The hem of Xiao Shui's dress swayed gently with her movements, the pale blue fabric appearing particularly fresh in the sunlight. She navigated through the crowd, occasionally pointing to the shops flanking them, introducing each establishment's unique charm to Tang Nan. In her hand, she held a string of freshly purchased candied hawthorn, the bright red fruits and golden syrup glistening enticingly in the sun. Tang Nan followed closely behind, holding several exquisite small bags filled with trinkets that Xiao Shui had selected from various shops. His gaze remained fixed on her figure, a smile gracing his lips. He occasionally nodded in response to her enthusiastic descriptions, and though the weight of his burden increased, his spirits soared with an unburdened joy. As they passed a shop brimming with an array of accessories, the wind chimes chimed melodiously in the gentle breeze, enticing passers-by to pause in admiration. Captivated by the glimmering ornaments, Xiao Shui tugged Tang Nan into the store. Upon entering the dazzling accessory shop, her eyes were immediately drawn to the shimmering items on display. The soft, radiant lights illuminated each piece, making them sparkle with brilliance. Colorful wind chimes hung from the walls, swaying gently in the breeze and producing delightful sounds that infused the shop with a touch of enchantment. Xiao Shui flitted between the display cases like a joyous butterfly, her curiosity piqued by every ornament. She picked up a delicate pair of silver earrings, holding them up to her ears before turning to Tang Nan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Tang Nan, what do you think of these earrings? Don't they suit me perfectly? Tang Nan approached, examining the earrings with great care before nodding with a smile. Tang Nan, it suits you perfectly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui's face broke into a satisfied smile. She carefully placed the earrings back into the display case and continued her search for other adornments that might catch her fancy. Soon, her gaze was captivated by a necklace embellished with vibrant gemstones. Gently, she lifted the necklace, examining the twinkling gems with delight. Xiao Shui, this necklace is truly exquisite as well, don't you think? Tang Nan gazed at the necklace, envisioning it adorning Xiao Shui's neck. He spoke earnestly. The vibrant hue of this necklace complements your eyes beautifully. Xiao Shui was amused by Tang Nan's words. She chuckled softly, set the necklace aside, and continued her journey of exploration. It seemed she possessed an inexhaustible enthusiasm for selecting accessories, as each piece captivated her attention. Ultimately, Xiao Shui chose several of her favorite adornments, with Tang Nan assuming the responsibility of settling the bill. As they departed the accessory store, Xiao Shui's hands were filled with small bags, and her face radiated satisfaction and joy. The two continued their leisurely stroll along the commercial street when they spotted several familiar figures. Hello, what a coincidence. Yi Qing waved at them, and Xiao Shui warmly returned the greeting. Yi Qing, are you also here for shopping? Xiao Shui inquired. Yi Qing smiled. Indeed, we are here to celebrate Valentine's Day. Xiao Shui, you look absolutely stunning today. Behind Yi Qing, Nia peeked out and upon seeing Xiao Shui, eagerly pulled her over, sparking an animated discussion among the three girls about fashion. Nia exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Shui, let us check out that clothing store over there. I'm sure there are some new dresses that would suit you perfectly. Really? Let us go take a look, Xiao Shui replied with curiosity. Hand in hand, the trio made their way to the clothing store, leaving Tang Nan, Lei Hao, and Su Xiao behind. The three boys remarked in unison, wow, their efficiency is impressive. Lei Hao patted Tang Nan on the shoulder, saying, I never expected you two to progress so swiftly. Tang Nan, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Captain, what are you talking about? By the way, didn't you always despise shopping?" Just as Lei Hao was about to clarify, Su Xiao interjected. He was brought here after being knocked unconscious by Yi Qing with a single punch. Upon hearing this, Lei Hao, filled with indignation, struck at Su Xiao. But the latter effortlessly caught his fist. Su Xiao remarked, "Calm down. This is hardly an unusual occurrence." Lei Hao, gritting his teeth, retorted, "At least have the decency to spare me some dignity." While the two engaged in their playful banter, Tang Nan posed a question to them. "Tang Nan, Captain, what is Valentine's Day all about?" Observing the innocent expression on his face, Lei Hao and the others exchanged glances before succumbing to laughter. They gently pulled Tang Nan into their midst and whispered, "Lei Hao, Valentine's Day is a significant occasion celebrated once every 7 years on the mainland." "You mean to say you are unaware?" "It is said that during this time, girls present love candies to the boys they cherish to convey their feelings. Should the boy accept, he will receive the blessings of the magpie god. However, if he were to betray her thereafter, he would be subject to her curse." Upon hearing the captain's explanation, Tang Nan donned a look of sudden realization. "Tang Nan, oh, is that so? Lei Hao, and then, is that all the reaction you have?" Tang Nan, tilting his head, "What should I do then?" Lei Hao covered his face, gazing at Tang Nan's innocent and bewildered expression. The initial impulse to scold him was suddenly suppressed. He shifted his thoughts. "Lei Hao, you should at least make some gesture for Valentine's Day as her boyfriend." Tang Nan, What? Boyfriend?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Nan's face gradually flushed, and by the end, warmth even rose from the crown of his head. Tang Nan, "No, Captain, you misunderstand. Xiao Xue and I are not in that kind of relationship." "Oh? Then what do you say our relationship is?" Tang Nan, "Of course, they are merely ordinary friends." Tang Nan turned around and saw Xiao Xue gazing at him with a smile, causing him to freeze in place. Xiao Xue inquired, "What are you discussing? It appears to be quite intriguing." Tang Nan hesitated before responding, It's nothing. We were merely conversing." Observing Tang Nan's reaction, Xiao Xue couldn't help but chuckle softly, deciding to tease him further. She approached Tang Nan, adopting a playful tone as she continued, "Is it merely a conversation? From your expression, it seems you harbor a secret." Tang Nan felt a flush of warmth spread across his cheeks. He was not adept at concealing his innermost thoughts, particularly in her presence. "Tang Nan, truly, there is nothing. Xiao Xue, please do not misunderstand." Observing Tang Nan's awkward demeanor, Xiao Xue resolved to cease her teasing, a hint of tenderness gracing her smile. "Xiao Xue, all right, I shall no longer jest with you. Here, take these items and place them into the soul guide device." A considerable heap of neatly packaged goods was tossed before Tang Nan, nearly burying him beneath their weight. Subsequently, after engaging in conversation with Yi Qing and others for a while, they proceeded towards their next destination. After parting ways with Lei Hao, Yi Qing, Nia, and Su Xiao, Tang Nan and Xiao Xue strolled leisurely along the pedestrian street. Tang Nan took a deep breath, gathering all his mental strength. Just as he was about to deposit the gift into the soul guiding device, a voice gently resonated in his ear. It was a feminine voice, strikingly familiar. "It is evident that you have been living quite joyfully." Tang Nan felt a sudden jolt of alarm, instinctively glancing around, yet he found no one in sight. However, as he refocused his attention, the voice echoed once more, "You too should take a proper rest." With the utterance of this phrase, peculiar images began to materialize before him. Initially, these visions were fragmented and sporadic, but they swiftly coalesced into clarity, as if a series of memories were being awakened. Tang Nan gazed in astonishment at the scenes before him, each resonating with his past experiences. At that moment, the figures and landscapes within these images began to merge with a silhouette amidst the crowd. This figure, shrouded in the throng, flickered in and out of view, and Tang Nan strained to discern her features. Just then, Xiao Xue, who was walking ahead, turned around and noticed Tang Nan, standing still like a statue, his gaze fixed to the right. Intrigued by his demeanor, she retraced her steps. "Tang Nan, who exactly are you?" Tang Nan instinctively reached out his hand to ascertain the identity of the other person. At that moment, Xiao Xue called out, "Hey, are you all right?" She gently poked Tang Nan's face, bringing him back to reality. Still disoriented, he looked around in astonishment, prompting Xiao Xue to question, "Are you feeling exhausted?" Tang Nan, "No," covering his left cheek, "I am fine. How about we find a place to sit for a while?" The two of them arrived at a long bench in the park to take a break. Seeing Tang Nan's weary expression, Xiao Xue stood up, intending to buy some delicious treats to reward him. Meanwhile, Tang Nan, left on the bench, gazed at his left hand, and a wave of familiarity washed over him. Thus, he called out the beginning and the end. Tang Nan, come out, Shimo. Emerging from the sea of consciousness, Shimo, what is the matter? Yawning, Tang Nan, was that illusion I just saw conjured up by you? Shirimoa, what is it? Seriously, don't bother me. Shirimo did not respond but angrily retreated into the sea of consciousness. Without any useful information, Tang Nan could only let out a helpless sigh. It was then he remembered that another person resided in his sea of consciousness. So, with a spirit of experimentation, he decided to try once more. Tang Nan Luyi, can you hear me? Lu Was, yes, I'm here. Speak. Lu Was's voice resonated in Tang Nan's ear. Tang Nan, what gift do you think I should give to Xiao Shui? Upon hearing Tang Nan's question, Shiremo, who was beside Lu Wasi, felt displeased. Shiremo, why on earth would you ask him this question instead of me? Lu Wasi, go away. Pushing Shiremo aside, let me think. How about a bouquet of flowers? Tang Nan, flowers you say? That seems quite reasonable. Thank you, Mr. Lu. After expressing his gratitude for Lu Wa's advice, Tang Nan promptly rose and hurried towards the nearest forest. He entered a shop adorned with elegant decor, where the air was infused with the fragrance of various blooms. The vibrant colors of the flowers, illuminated by soft lighting, captivated Tang Nan's gaze. He wandered amidst the blossoms, contemplating which bouquet would best convey his sentiments. Just as he found himself in a state of indecision, the shopkeeper, a gentle middle-aged woman, noticed him and approached. Her eyes reflected a deep affection for Flora and a genuine concern for her customers. Shopkeeper, sir, it appears you are troubled by your choice of bouquet. May I inquire whom you wish to gift? Perhaps I could offer you some suggestions. Tang Nan, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head and elucidated his intentions to the store manager. Tang Nan, I wish to present a gift to a girl of utmost significance in my life. Today has been a delightful day, and I desire to convey my gratitude through the beauty of flowers. The shopkeeper nodded, her gaze sweeping across the floral shop before eventually resting upon a meticulously arranged bouquet. Shopkeeper, in that case, I would recommend this exquisite bouquet. It is a harmonious blend of roses, lilies, and baby's breath. The roses symbolize passion and love, the lilies embody purity and elegance, while the baby's breath signifies everlasting affection. This bouquet is both graceful and fervent, making it an ideal gift. Tang Nan gazed at the bouquet recommended by the shopkeeper, feeling the beauty and significance of the flowers. Tang Nan, this bouquet is truly exquisite. I am certain she will adore it. I have chosen this one. Thank you for your recommendation. The shopkeeper smiled and began to meticulously wrap the bouquet for Tang Nan. Shopkeeper, I believe this bouquet will convey your heartfelt sentiments. Should you require a card or special wrapping, please do not hesitate to let me know. Under the skilled hands of the shopkeeper, the bouquet became even more perfect. With this heartfelt arrangement in hand, Tang Nan pushed open the shop door, preparing to return. At a corner of the pedestrian street, Xiao Shui, after purchasing her items, noticed Tang Nan's absence and began to search for her figure, her gaze wandering among the surrounding shops and passers-by. At that moment, two ruffians took notice of the solitary Xiao Shui. They exchanged glances and approached her. One of them, a man with long hair and flamboyant attire, approached with a sinister smile. Long-haired man, hey, beautiful, what are you doing here all alone? Would you like me to keep you company? Xiao Shui politely smiled, attempting to evade their gaze. Xiao Shui, no, thank you. I am waiting for a friend. Just then, a burly man with scars on his face also intrusively approached. Scarred brute, waiting for a friend? That just means you have time. We could chat and pass the time. Xiao Shui felt a twinge of annoyance and took a step back, attempting to maintain her distance. Xiao Shui, I truly do not need your company. I appreciate your kindness. The two exchanged a knowing smile, seemingly disregarding Xiao Shui's rejection. Long-haired man, don't be so cold. We merely wish to get to know you. Scarred brute, indeed. Let us be friends. Who knows, we might be able to assist you in the future. Just then, Tang Nan, gentlemen, my friend is not interested. I kindly ask you to leave. Tang Nan stood behind two ruffians, politely poking the scarred man's back, hoping to dissuade them from their course. However, the two thugs glanced at Tang Nan, deeming his slender frame insufficient to pose any threat, and thus chose to disregard him. The long-haired man even let out a derisive chuckle, shoving Tang Nan aside. Ruffian A, step aside, pretty boy, and don't get in the way. After being pushed aside, Tang Nan's gaze grew icy. He swiftly approached the scarred brute, and, drawing upon his medical knowledge, seized the man's spine with a firm grip. Scarred brute, in agony, ah. It hurts. It hurts. Overwhelmed by pain, the scarred brute collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. Observing this, the long-haired man immediately swung his fist towards Tang Nan. But Tang Nan's reflexes were quicker. He deftly tilted his head to evade the attack, and then extended a foot to trip the long-haired man. Long-haired man, as he fell ouch. Tang Nan subsequently unleashed his martial soul, the blue silver grass, which swiftly entwined around the legs of the two ruffians, immobilizing them in place. He did not resort to excessive force, yet this was sufficient to instill a sense of dread in the two miscreants. Tang Nan, calmly, I harbor no desire to bring you harm, yet I implore you to cease your harassment of my friends. The two thugs, sensing Tang Nan's formidable strength, began to feel a wave of trepidation wash over them, pleading for mercy. We were wrong. We shall leave at once. Please, do not harm us. We shall not dare again. Tang Nan, observing that they had already learned their lesson, retracted the blue-silver grass and permitted them to depart. Tang Nan, very well. You may leave now. The two ruffians scurried away, supporting each other as they walked, filled with feelings of humiliation and resentment. They retreated to a dimly lit corner, where they began to voice their grievances, contemplating a strategy to reclaim their dignity. Scarred man, rubbing his sore back, that kid. I didn't expect him to have some skills. We can't let this slide. Long-haired man, complaining indeed. He must taste the wrath of our strength. As they whispered conspiratorially, a voice suddenly emerged from the shadows, chillingly interrupting their conversation. Mysterious voice, with just the two of you. Do you truly believe you can reclaim what you've lost? The ruffians were startled by the unexpected voice, glancing around in search of its source. Scarred man, trembling who? Who is there? Stop playing tricks. Long-haired man, cautiously show yourself. We know you're nearby. From the shadows, a figure emerged, cloaked in black, donning a stern mask that revealed only a pair of piercing eyes. Mysterious figure, I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of attacking me. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. A profound sense of pressure enveloped them, and they recognized that this individual was beyond their capacity to confront. Long-haired man, stammering, we were merely speaking. We had no real intention. Scarred man, shivering, yes. We will leave at once and will not trouble you again. They felt an indescribable weight upon them, expecting to be reprimanded or threatened, yet to their astonishment, the mysterious figure proposed an unexpected offer. Mysterious figure, if revenge is what you seek, I can assist you. This secret elixir can render anyone unconscious without warning. With that, the mysterious figure produced a small vial from within the cloak, containing a liquid that shimmered with an ethereal glow. In the dim corner, the liquid seemed to emit an eerie light. The two exchanged glances, filled with both confusion and a flicker of intrigue at this sudden offer. Long-haired man, half convinced this really works? Mysterious figure, absolutely effective. Moreover, I assure you that I will create the perfect opportunity for you to strike. Scarred man could not help but inquire, why do you wish to assist us? We are not acquainted. The mysterious figure's voice carried a hint of amusement. The reason is inconsequential. What matters is that we share a common goal. Now, the choice lies with you. Accept my assistance or refuse. The two exchanged a knowing look, their hearts wrestling with the decision. Ultimately, the desire for vengeance triumphed over reason, and they resolved to accept the mysterious figure's aid. Long-haired man, with determination, very well, we accept your help. Scarred man, nodding, but how will we know when the time is right? The mysterious figure smiled gently, seemingly satisfied with the decision of the ruffians. Rest assured, I will notify you when the time comes. For now, focus on planning your actions, he said before vanishing once more into the shadows, as though he had never existed. With a slight smirk, he mused, My lord, what will you do next? Chapter 52, Valentine's Day, Part 3. As the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the commercial street, the entire thoroughfare appeared to be enveloped in a shimmering glow. The sky transformed into a canvas of warm hues, transitioning from deep orange to soft pink, eventually merging into a delicate lavender. This gentle palette intertwined with the streetlights, creating an ambience that was both cozy and romantic. At an indeterminate moment, an unusual figure emerged at the center of the street, cloaked in a deep black hood, wearing a mask and adorned in an exquisite suit. He placed a hat at his feet, cleared his throat, and began to call out, Ladies and gentlemen, do not miss this chance as you pass by. As his enthusiastic cries echoed, many stopped to gather around, eager to witness what was unfolding. Once he deemed the audience ample, he commenced his performance. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for an astonishing magic show, he proclaimed, gently removing his hood and slowly unveiling his mask, revealing a finely chiseled face. It belonged to a handsome young man with raven black hair, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint, enigmatic smile. He then donned the hood once more, concealing his visage yet again. Lowering his voice, he whispered, "Transform. O Master of Change." With these words, he removed the hood again, but this time, an astonishing metamorphosis occurred. The original dark-haired youth vanished, replaced by a gentle, refined beauty with flowing blue hair. Her skin was as pale as snow, her eyes clear as water, and her stunning features captivated all who beheld her. As the crowd witnessed this miraculous spectacle, gasps of astonishment filled the air, followed by enthusiastic applause. The magician, amidst the cheers and claps, continued to alter his appearance, at times becoming a benevolent elder, at others a charming child, with each transformation eliciting waves of admiration from the audience. Through his masterful artistry and captivating performance, the magician enchanted the entire assembly, earning resounding applause and fervent cheers. Among the throng, Tang Nan and Xiao Shui could not help but applaud the magnificent show. "Wow, this is incredible!" Xiao Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. What a stroke of luck to encounter such an entertaining event today. As they reveled in the joyous atmosphere, the magician became aware of their presence and revealed a mysterious smile. He then donned his mask once more and, with palpable excitement, proclaimed, "Next, we require a brave volunteer to assist me in my forthcoming magical performance. I implore all of you to raise your hands enthusiastically." After feigning a selection, his gaze fell upon Tang Nan. "Let us invite the dashing young man beside this lovely blonde lady to the stage. Would you be willing to lend me your aid?" As he extended his right hand, Tang Nan hesitated momentarily, but then made his way toward the stage. At that moment, Xiao Shui gently nudged him from behind, urging him to hasten his steps to the center of the stage. "You can do it," she encouraged. Thus, the bewildered Tang Nan was propelled forward, and the magician retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, gently covering Tang Nan's eyes. "Please relax, my young friend," he said softly. He then began to chant incantations, invoking the magic spirits of the wind, lead him to soar through the skies. In that instant, all eyes were fixed upon Tang Nan. Under the magician's command, he gradually lifted off the ground, ascending into the air. As he rose higher, the magician continued to direct him with gestures, prompting him to perform a series of breathtakingly intricate maneuvers. However, at that moment, Tang Nan was overwhelmed by a fierce wave of dizziness, as though his head were about to burst. Finally, upon returning to the ground, he found himself so disoriented that he had to sit down to recuperate. It was then that he was astonished to notice the ground around him suddenly illuminated by countless fireflies. These fireflies ascended and congregated, forming a magnificent new pattern, a pair of enormous wings. Tang Nan, upon gazing at the enchanting pattern, Tang Nan was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of vivid imagery in his mind. He envisioned a boundless, resplendent sea of flowers, where a gentle breeze caressed the blossoms, causing them to sway delicately, emanating an intoxicating fragrance. A figure knelt amidst the blooms, meticulously gathering the most exquisite flowers, their face aglow with a smile of pure joy and contentment. Then, it appeared that the individual heard a soft call beckoning them, slowly rising to their feet, clutching the cherished flowers tightly in their embrace. Their trembling fingers seemed to articulate the fervor within their heart. Subsequently, they unfurled their wings, as white as snow, akin to an elegant dove, soaring gracefully into the distance, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. The magician, bowing deeply, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed my performance. Until we meet again." With that, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped his feet, and the white mist rapidly spread, shrouding the entire stage. Once the smoke dissipated, the enigmatic magician had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. The audience, having witnessed this extraordinary spectacle, departed with satisfaction, engaging in animated discussions about the recent marvels, their hearts brimming with delight. Yet, amidst the bustling crowd, Tang Nan felt an urgency akin to desperation. He exerted every effort to seek out the figure of Xiao Shui, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not locate the familiar girl. Xiao Shui had simply melted away into the throng, as if a whispering wind had passed through, leaving no trace behind. "Tang Nan, what on earth has happened?" 10 minutes ago, the magician, spirit of the wind, please guide him to soar through the skies. As Tang Nan ascended into the heights under the magician's control, the crowd below bore witness to his aerial performance. Xiao Shui, observing his panicked expression, could not help but chuckle softly. Xiao Shui, giggling Tang Nan looked so amusing in that state. However, as she remained engrossed in the spectacle, a few individuals suddenly appeared beside her. Initially, She assumed they were merely pushed over by the throng and paid them no mind. Yet, upon catching a whiff of an unusual fragrance, her alertness surged. Xu Xue, vigilant, what is that scent? Something is amiss. A wave of dizziness and weakness enveloped her, her body gradually succumbing to a loss of control. Her eyelids grew heavier, ultimately closing slowly amidst her struggles. Captured. Let us make our exit. Goodness, the drug that fellow provided is remarkably effective. The unconscious Xiao Xue was taken away, leaving behind the boy still assisting with the performance in the center of the venue. In a bottomless alley, the two successful captors laid their prey upon the ground. The scarred brute, eager to indulge, rubbed his hands together in anticipation, only to be halted by the long-haired man beside him. Scarred brute, impatiently, what are you doing? Ah, long-haired man, don't be hasty. Gazing at Xiao Xue's delicate skin, this girl is clearly from a noble family. Such high-class goods are rare in the black market. If. Scarred brute, realizing, are you suggesting? Oh, that makes sense. Do you have connections? Long-haired man. Of course, we can head to the Ghost Fire Gang. I happen to know people there. The two wasted no time, hoisting the still unconscious prey and making their way towards the Ghost Fire Gang stronghold. Every word of their conversation was clearly overheard by the magician high above. Tang Nan, filled with frustration, wondered where she had vanished. After searching tirelessly for quite some time, he had scoured the surroundings, yet he still could not find any trace of Xiao Xue. The intensity of his exertion caused his heart to race. Tang Nan, no. I must broaden my search. Ignoring the pain in his body, he resolved to continue his quest when suddenly, the observing magician appeared to guide him. Magician, ah, wayward youth. What is it that you seek? Tang Nan, excuse me, are you the magician who performed earlier? Regardless, could you kindly inform me if you have seen where the girl beside me is gone? The magician, stroking his chin in feigned contemplation, are you referring to the blonde lady? It seems that not long ago, she was taken by two gentlemen who mentioned something about bringing her to the Ghost Fire Gang. The magician then sketched a rough map and handed it to Tang Nan. The magician, follow this route, and you shall arrive at the stronghold of the Ghost Fire Gang. However, I must caution you, young man, that it is not a place where reason prevails. Upon receiving the map, Tang Nan scrutinized the detailed directions, which sparked a sense of doubt within him. Tang Nan, why do you choose to assist me? The magician, with a hint of a smile, do not feel like a stranger. I am merely a benevolent bystander who happened to witness everything. Believe it or not. Receiving a response from the other party, Tang Nan glanced once more at the route map in his hand. He said nothing, simply turning on his heel to depart. He had no grounds to question this information, for it was the sole clue he possessed. 10 minutes later, Tang Nan arrived at the lair of the Ghost Fire Gang, a desolate warehouse situated on the outskirts of the city. The entrance to the warehouse was firmly shut, guarded by several imposing sentinels whose vigilant gazes made it evident that they would not permit anyone to enter without due cause. Tang Nan approached the door, endeavoring to resolve the issue through peaceful means. Tang Nan, please allow me to enter. My friend has been brought here, and I must rescue her. Guard. Friend? There is no one here for you. Step aside. Do not cause a disturbance. Tang Nan took a deep breath. Aware that he could not afford to squander any more time here, the safety of Xiao Xue outweighed all else. Tang Nan, I harbor no desire to create trouble. Yet if you deny me entry, I shall be compelled to forge my own path. Guard. Sneering, do you believe this place is so easily accessible that you can enter at will and depart as you please? Do not indulge in such fantasies. Tang Nan's gaze grew resolute. He understood that he had no choice but to force his way through with sheer strength. A subtle radiance began to emanate from his body. Tang Nan, I harbor no desire to inflict harm upon anyone, but I implore you to step aside. As Tang Nan issued his command, the blue-silver grass swiftly coiled around the guards like serpents. Their movements were both rapid and precise, deftly avoiding vital points while swiftly incapacitating the guards, rendering them immobile. The guards, in a state of terror, realized that their limbs were tightly bound, leaving them utterly voiceless. Tang Nan, my sincerest apologies. Tang Nan did not hesitate. He traversed past the subdued guards and surged into the stronghold of the Ghost Fire Gang. Upon entering their lair, he was immediately surrounded by a multitude of gang members, each one exuding an aura of menace and brandishing an array of weapons, clearly unwilling to permit him passage. One of the gang members bellowed, "Who are you to dare invade our territory?" Tang Nan understood that he must act swiftly. With every second of delay, Xiao Xue's peril intensified. There was no time for explanations. He could only rely on his own strength to break through. Tang Nan, I sincerely apologize for intruding without permission, but I must locate my friend. As his words fell, the blue-silver grass commenced its swift movements. Under Tang Nan's command, it undulated like a plethora of agile serpents, rapidly extending in all directions, ensnaring the members of the Ghost Fire Gang. Member of the Ghost Fire Gang, exclaiming, "What in the world is this?" The assault of the blue-silver grass was both swift and unexpected. It deftly maneuvered around the opponent's weapons, directly entwining their wrists and ankles, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Tang Nan, come forth. The blue-silver grass gracefully traced exquisite arcs in the air, swiftly entwining itself around the foremost adversaries. The blades of grass, sharp as daggers, tore through their garments, leaving faint crimson trails upon their skin. Member of the Ghost Fire Gang, exclaiming, "Be cautious. This grass can inflict harm." Yet, Tang Nan's assault did not waver. He deftly sidestepped a massive blade that came crashing toward him. Simultaneously, his blue-silver grass, resembling a serpent emerging from its lair, maneuvered past the enemy's weapon and ensnared their wrist with precision. Tang Nan, bind. With a low command from Tang Nan, the blue-silver grass tightened abruptly, ensnaring the arms of several adversaries with unwavering resolve. Their weapons clattered to the ground, producing a dull thud. However, the Ghost Fire Gang boasted a multitude of members, several of whom were skilled combatants. Some quickly adapted to the assault of the blue-silver grass, seeking ways to counter it. They either severed the grass blades with their weapons or evaded with agile movements. Members of the Ghost Fire Gang shouted, "Fear not. He is but one. Let us converge upon him." As more members of the Ghost Fire Gang joined the fray, Tang Nan found himself embroiled in a strenuous battle. He was compelled to fend off attacks from all directions while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to break free. Tang Nan, resolute in his heart, declared, "I cannot fall here. There are those who await my return." Under the guidance of Luo's, Tang Nan's blue-silver grass showcased a myriad of combat techniques. At times, it was as unyielding as steel, while at others, it flowed like silk, continuously altering its mode of attack and rendering the enemy perplexed. As the battle unfolded, Tang Nan gradually discerned the enemy's weaknesses, prompted by Luo's astute observations. He realized that despite the numerous members of the Ghost Fire Gang, they lacked effective collaborative strategies. Capitalizing on this insight, Tang Nan adopted guerrilla tactics, shifting his position incessantly to evade direct confrontation. "Now," commanded Luo. Seizing the moment, Tang Nan concentrated his soul power and unleashed a formidable strike with the blue-silver grass. It wove into a vast net in midair, ensnaring a group of adversaries, then rapidly constricted, rendering them immobile. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Nan broke through the encirclement and charged deeper into the warehouse. The leader of the Ghost Fire Gang, with a cold smirk, remarked, "Brave lad, your courage is commendable, but today your journey concludes here." A heavy hammer swung from the side, accompanied by a surge of powerful soul energy that struck Tang Nan directly. His body soared like a kite severed from its strings, crashing heavily to the ground. His heart, already weary from relentless exertion, finally succumbed. Blood gushed from his mouth as Luo was rushed to administer urgent treatment to his recently ravaged organs. Yet it was merely a drop in the bucket. "Tang Nan, you must leave this place. Your injuries," urged Luo. Tang Nan, struggling to rise yet again, gasped, "Master Lu, I can no longer summon the strength. My heart aches painfully, and my breath, cough, 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 as blood gushed forth from his lips." He laboriously crawled forward, only to find the leader of the Ghost Fire Gang pressing down upon him. With a swift motion, the leader released his foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending Tang Nan soaring like a mere ball. As he approached leisurely, upon witnessing Tang Nan's continued efforts to stand, he seized his hand and hoisted him up as one would lift a bundle of vegetables. The leader of the Ghost Fire Gang, with a cold smirk, taunted, "What, pray tell, do you intend to achieve by coming here, boy?" Tang Nan, severely injured, was lifted from the ground by the leader of the Ghost Fire Gang. His consciousness began to blur, yet Tang Nan, breathing heavily, "I have come in search of my friend." The leader of the Ghost Fire Gang raised an eyebrow, signaling his subordinates to verify the claim. Shortly thereafter, one of his men hurried back with confirmation that they had indeed acquired a valuable prize. The leader of the Ghost Fire Gang, with a sinister smile, "Your friend? Ah, that young lady. What a pity, she has already met her demise." This statement struck like a thunderbolt, igniting a torrent of unbridled fury and sorrow within Tang Nan's heart. Flames of rage blazed in his eyes. Even in his injured state, he could not quell the tumult of emotion surging within him. Tang Nan, with a fierce roar, "You lie." Driven by rage, Tang Nan summoned his last ounce of strength to draw the hand crossbow from his waist. aiming it at the leader of the Ghost Fire Gang. Tang Nan, go to hell. The crossbow was unleashed. A glimmer of cold light aimed directly at the vital point of the Ghost Fire Gang's leader. However, the leader reacted with remarkable swiftness, tilting his head to evade the fatal strike. The enraged leader of the Ghost Fire Gang exclaimed, "You foolish wretch!" In a fit of fury, he hurled Tang Nan against the wall like a rag doll. Tang Nan's body collided with the frigid surface, producing a dull thud before he helplessly slid down. Blood streaming from his head, Tang Nan, weakly opening his eyes, asked, "Do you seek vengeance?" A mysterious voice suddenly echoed. Tang Nan, his face betraying a look of astonishment, inquired, "Who are you?" "Answer my question." The voice responded coldly. Tang Nan, "Certainly." At that moment, a mark resembling a soul imprint suddenly illuminated the back of Tang Nan's left hand, radiating a faint glow. Subsequently, a series of azure blue patterns swiftly spread from his arm. These intricate designs extended along his left arm all the way to his head, enveloping his entire being. Tang Nan gazed in astonishment at the transformations unfolding within him. Feeling the pain in his body gradually subside and his strength steadily return, with a mixture of wonder and caution, he inquired, "Who are you? Why are you assisting me?" A voice resonated from the depths of his soul, imbued with both hesitation and resolve. "I am you." Chapter 53, Onward, Sir Knight. Monsters? Under the fearful scrutiny of the members of the Ghost Fire Gang, who believed Tang Nan to be on the brink of demise, he rose once more. His azure hair shifted to a pristine white, reminiscent of the purest snowflakes in the heart of winter, and his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. His left hand became even more formidable, enveloped in a scarlet biological exoskeleton, with his fingertips glimmering with a faint blue luminescence. Tang Nan's gaze turned cold and merciless. With merely a sweeping glance around him, he instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure upon those present. The members of the Ghost Fire Gang instinctively recoiled. As if confronted by a demon, they had never encountered such an unfathomable presence. The leader of the Ghost Fire Gang, striving to maintain morale, declared, "Do not be afraid. He is but a man. We shall confront him together." Although his voice resonated loudly, even he felt a twinge of fear. He commanded his subordinates to surge forth, attempting to overwhelm Tang Nan with their numerical superiority. As the leader's voice strained with exertion, the majority of the members summoned their courage, armed themselves, and charged at Tang Nan. Observing the encroaching throng surrounding him, the transformed Tang Nan calmly raised his left hand before the eyes of the Ghost Fire Gang members. Summoning the breath of death, "Tang Nan, coldly you shall all pay the price." Gripping the breath of death tightly, he faced the charging enemies with not a trace of fear in his eyes, only an unquenchable fury. He wielded the breath of death, the immense blade carving out dark arcs in the air. Tang Nan, roaring, "Come on, all of you." The first strike of the breath of death sent the foremost members of the Ghost Fire Gang flying. They soared through the air like leaves caught in a tempest, tumbling and crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. "Tang Nan, cold and ruthless you shall all fall beneath my blade." As they trembled in fear at the power of his strike, Tang Nan leaped into the crowd, beginning to dance with his sword. The members of the Ghost Fire Gang around him emitted a continuous wail, their attacks failing to land on him. In the depths of their despair, their morale was on the verge of collapse. However, the leader of the Ghost Fire Gang refused to concede defeat. He was persistently seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Tang Nan. Ghost Fire Gang leader, in a hushed tone, "Now is the time." He stealthily grasped a hammer and launched a full-force strike from behind Tang Nan. Yet, Tang Nan sensed the movement almost instantaneously. Just as the hammer was about to strike him, a dark demonic shadow materialized behind him. The demon reached out, seizing the hammer and deflecting it. Then, before the eyes of the onlookers, the demon let out a deafening roar, causing the surrounding minions to faint on the spot. After dispatching the lackeys, Tang Nan teleported directly in front of the leader. "Tang Nan, in a roar, now it is your turn." With that, he unleashed his left fist, directing a surge of magical energy towards his unsuspecting opponent's abdomen. This formidable force struck directly at the leader's midsection, propelling him backward to the ground in a kneeling position. The leader of the Ghost Fire Gang in agony. This scene shattered the morale of the gang's followers, prompting them to scatter in all directions. However, Tang Nan showed no mercy. He pursued each one with remarkable speed, using the breath of death to bring them down one by one. "Tang Nan, the ruthless, you have nowhere to escape." In the end, Tang Nan stood before the leader of the Ghost Fire Gang, as the demonic projection behind him extended its colossal arms, clutching the leader's head. His eyes were filled with an icy determination and resolute cruelty. "Tang Nan, are you prepared to embrace death?" His body trembled beneath the oppressive grip of the demon's arm, rendering even the act of breathing a laborious endeavor. He struggled desperately, yet found his strength utterly insignificant, akin to that of an ant in the face of such a formidable force. Though his heart was engulfed in despair, the leader of the Ghost Fire Gang endeavored to seize the last flicker of hope. He labored to extract a few words through clenched teeth, his voice quavering. Cough, cough, cough. That young girl, she is not dead. She is still alive. A glimmer of hope flickered in Tang Nan's eyes as he fixed his gaze intently upon the leader of the Ghost Fire Gang, striving to discern any hint of deception within his gaze. Tang Nan, coldly, you had better speak the truth. The leader of the Ghost Fire Gang sensed the murderous intent emanating from Tang Nan, realizing that his life hung by a thread. In a hurry, he divulged the precise whereabouts of the young lady. Leader of the Ghost Fire Gang, she is confined in the third room of the basement. When she was brought here, she was still unconscious, and her condition was quite pristine, so we did not harm her. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Upon learning that Xiaoshui was safe and sound, Tang Nan's gaze softened somewhat. A warm current surged within him, and the tension in his nerves gradually eased. Thus, he dispelled the demonic projection. Tang Nan, calm and composed, stated, if what you say is true, I shall grant you mercy. The leader of the Ghost Fire Gang felt a flicker of hope. He hastily nodded, showing utmost respect as he guided Tang Nan to the room where Xiaoshui was confined. His heart brimmed with trepidation, yet it was overshadowed by a profound reverence for Tang Nan. Please, follow me, the leader of the Ghost Fire Gang urged, leading the way. Under his guidance, Tang Nan arrived at the third chamber of the basement. The door was firmly shut, yet the light seeping through the cracks indicated that someone was indeed inside. In a hushed tone, the leader whispered, she is in there. Tang Nan inhaled deeply and then abruptly pushed open the door. His gaze swiftly swept across the room, ultimately settling on Xiaoshui. She lay amidst a pile of grass, serene as a slumbering angel, her breathing steady and rhythmic. Kneeling beside her, Tang Nan gently caressed her hair, ensuring her safety. Behind him, the leader of the Ghost Fire Gang, having lowered his guard, stealthily concealed his hand behind his back, waiting for the opportune moment to strike an unsuspecting Tang Nan with a powerful blow. Die! The leader shouted, his fist aimed at Tang Nan. However, his punch was abruptly intercepted by a sudden apparition that materialized, catching it effortlessly. Immediately, a large hand seized him as if he were a mere chick. The projection unveiled a terrifying grin to the now bewildered leader, while Tang Nan merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. With a swift motion, he clenched his left hand. The leader screamed in agony. The immense grip elicited desperate pleas for mercy as he thrashed wildly. Meanwhile, Tang Nan leaned against the wall, impassively observing as the leader's cries for mercy diminished. Xiaoshui, cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing the gentle cough of Xiaoshui, Tang Nan's crimson eyes reverted to their original hue, and his hair once again shimmered in a shade of blue. Consequently, the projection dissipated. He summoned the blue-silver grass to bind the already unconscious leader and turned his gaze back toward Xiaoshui. Unbeknownst to Tang Nan, Xiaoshui had actually regained consciousness long ago. Although she was still feigning sleep, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down her brow. As soon as she had been carried into the narrow alley, she had awakened and overheard the plans of the two men. However, her body had yet to recover, prompting her to continue her charade of unconsciousness until her arrival in this place. When she heard the commotion outside, triggered by Tang Nan's sudden intrusion, the now revived Xiaoshui skillfully freed herself from her bindings. She intended to slip away amidst the ensuing chaos, but upon hearing footsteps approaching, she hastily returned to her original position, planning to seize the opportunity as it arose. To her astonishment, it was Tang Nan in his transformed state, accompanied by the leader guiding him. Xiaoshui thought to herself, oh no, how am I going to explain this? Stunned by Tang Nan's transformation, she had not anticipated such a capability from him. Just as she pondered how to address the situation, the other party spoke first. Tang Nan, I apologize. Xiaoshui, in her heart, huh? Tang Nan, sobbing, it is all my fault. If only I had discovered it sooner. Tang Nan lamented to herself, tears cascading down her cheeks, completely oblivious to the fact that Xiaoshui had already opened her eyes and was watching her. Xiaoshui asked, so, if I come to find you in the future, will you be able to make me cake to eat every day? Tang Nan, of course, sobbing, you can have as much as you desire. Huh? Suddenly realizing something was amiss, he abruptly lifted his head and found the other person smiling at him with one hand propped under their chin. Tang Nan, trembling, asked, how are you feeling? Are you experiencing any discomfort? Xiaoshui replied, I'm perfectly fine. but could you carry me outside? My legs still feel quite numb. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan immediately complied, hoisting Xiao Shui onto his back and moving forward. As they traversed the path, Xiao Shui gazed at the fallen individuals on the ground. Her curiosity piqued about how Tang Nan had managed to defeat them. Yet, she refrained from inquiring further, as the injuries on his own body had already conveyed the story. They walked along the quiet streets of the night, distancing themselves from the clamor of the city, until they reached a grassy expanse on the outskirts. Lying on Tang Nan's back, Xiao Shui experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility. She looked up to behold the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky, a sight so breathtaking it rendered her momentarily speechless. Xiao Shui, with a gentle laugh, remarked, "Tang Nan, your performance tonight truly resembles that of a knight from a chivalric tale." A faint smile graced Tang Nan's face. "Tang Nan, if this can protect you, then I am willing to become your knight." Upon hearing this reply, Xiao Shui smiled and leaned against Tang Nan's back. "Then let us strive to grow stronger, my knight." They continued onward until they passed by Shrek Academy. The lights of the academy shone particularly bright against the night, and coincidentally, Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had just returned, also noticed them. "Xiao Shui, softly, it seems we have an audience. You may set me down now." Tang Nan gently set Xiao Shui down, and the two prepared to bid each other farewell. Before parting, Tang Nan retrieved the bouquet he had previously intended to present to Xiao Shui from his soul guide device. "Tang Nan, Xiao Shui, I have been meaning to give this to you." Xiao Shui accepted the bouquet, her eyes brimming with surprise and emotion. The fragrance of the flowers wafted through the night breeze, infusing the evening with a touch of romance. "Xiao Shui, Tang Nan, thank you. These flowers are truly beautiful." Suddenly, she bent down and gently kissed Tang Nan on the cheek. "Xiao Shui, this is my token of gratitude to you. Farewell." Tang Nan stood motionless, lost in thought. His hand instinctively brushed against his cheek, still warm from the lingering kiss of Xiao Shui. His heart raced, and his mind was a tumult of confusion. He struggled to comprehend the situation and felt utterly unprepared for it. His gaze wandered aimlessly towards Xiao Shui's retreating figure until she vanished from sight. It was only then that he snapped back to reality, realizing he had been standing there in a daze. His face flushed crimson, akin to a kettle brought to a boil. He felt as if he had been electrified, with an unfamiliar sensation coursing through him. Ultimately, Tang Nan, in a state of bewilderment, collapsed into the embrace of his older siblings, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Meanwhile, atop a distant building, a magician who had witnessed the entire scene nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, "Your Highness, you remain just as you were before." Chapter 54, The Warm-Up Match, Part 1. In the infirmary of the Shadow Guard headquarters, Ms. Fanas relished a moment of tranquility. Engaged in light conversation with her assistant, Xiao Lu, she cradled a fragrant cup of red tea, poised to take a delicate sip. "Fanas, Xiao Lu, has anything intriguing transpired at headquarters recently?" "Xiao Lu, teacher. The Shadow Guard has been diligently preparing for the forthcoming Soul Master tournament. The Spirit Hall has released numerous tasks in recent days, primarily concerning the collection of detailed information on participating students from various academies. Consequently, the headquarters is currently in a flurry of activity, with the intelligence department and various teams working tirelessly." Fanas, well, after this brief respite, let us concoct some restorative potions. "Ah, this tea is truly delightful." She lifted her cup to savor a sip, nodding in satisfaction while casting a glance at Xiao Lu, curious about his thoughts on her brewing. Just then, the infirmary door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang, and a figure burst in with urgency. "Yang Hong, Fanas, come quickly." The abrupt noise and shout startled Fanas, causing her to spill tea on her face. Stunned, she took a moment to regain her composure, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu discreetly retreated behind the medical curtain, eager to avoid the fallout. Fanas's demeanor darkened, though she refrained from expressing anger, instead dabbing at her face with a handkerchief, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Nevertheless, she maintained a veneer of calm. "Fanas, smiling Yang Hong, what is the matter? You seem quite flustered." Yang Hong, realizing his lapse, appeared anxious. "Yang Hong, I apologize, Fanas. However, Tang Nan's arm has exhibited some peculiar mutations. You should come and see." Upon hearing this, Fanas's expression turned serious. She set down her teacup and rose swiftly. "Fanas, mutations? This is not to be taken lightly. Lead me to him at once." "Xiao Lu, remember to prepare the potions afterward." However, before heading to investigate Tang Nan, Fanas resolved to impart a small lesson to Yang Hong. She suddenly reached out and, with lightning speed, delivered several sharp knocks to Yang Hong's head. Fanis, smiling, remarked, "This is for you. Remember to knock next time." Yang Hong, his head swollen from the blows, recognized his fault and could only accept it with a wry smile. Yes, Fanis, I understand. Once tempers cooled, Fanis and Yang Hong proceeded to visit Tang Nan. Upon entering Tang Nan's hospital room, Fanis's expression turned grave as she observed peculiar markings on Tang Nan's arm. Addressing Tang Nan, she instructed, "Let's remove the bandage and see." Obediently, Tang Nan slowly unwrapped the bandage from his left hand, revealing a mutated hand as the bandage fell away. Fanis exclaimed, "When did this happen?" Tang Nan, "It was approximately half a month ago." Fanis, "Half a month ago? Why have you only just now found me?" Fanis cast an irritated glance at Yang Hong, who could only chuckle and scratch his head while explaining, "I have only just returned after completing my tasks over at the Star Luo Empire." Fanis, speechless truly. Fanis stroked her chin, intently observing Tang Nan's left hand, running her fingers over its intricate patterns. After gathering her thoughts, Fanis stood up and exhaled deeply. Fanis, "Who has seen this arm?" Tang Nan, "Brother, sister, and little Shui, along with Captain and Yi Qing." "What happened, doctor?" Fanis, "Humph, it's nothing. Rather, how did your hand come to be like this?" Tang Nan, "I recall that at that time." Tang Nan recounted the circumstances of that time in meticulous detail, along with the sounds he heard in that moment. Tang Nan, "At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, and by the time I regained my composure, I found myself in the dungeon." Fanis, "Indeed, visions, fragmented images, and whispers, accompanied by the wounds inflicted by the patterns, are evident." After noting down some critical information from Tang Nan's account, Fanis reached a conclusion. She solemnly articulated her findings. "Tang Nan, you are currently undergoing demonization." Upon hearing this revelation, Tang Nan tilted his head in confusion, while Yang Hong's expression grew grave. "Yang Hong, are you certain?" The inquiry was met with an affirmative response. Fanis then proceeded to elucidate the concept of demonization to Tang Nan. Fanis, in essence, demonization arises from your fusion with a demon. This condition will intensify over time and with the extent of power you wield, until the host's body is wholly assimilated, ultimately becoming a demon. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis, as your constitution differs from that of the individuals we are familiar with. Wouldn't you agree, Luawas? Luawas, indeed. Luawas emerged from behind Tang Nan. Responding to Fanis, the two exchanged smiles, reminiscing. "Long time no see, dear brother and sister." Meanwhile, as Fanis concluded her assessment of Tang Nan's arm mutation, Yang Hong began to devise a subtle excuse to discreetly depart. He was aware of the pile of paperwork awaiting his attention, originally meant for Raven, who had collapsed again due to the rigors of continuous work. "Yang Hong, what a heartwarming moment. I shan't intrude further. I have matters to attend to." Just as he prepared to leave, he was unexpectedly called back by Fanis. "Fanis, Yang Hong, where do you think you're going?" Yang Hong turned around, offering an awkward smile. Yang Hong, I plan to visit the library for some research." Fanis smiled knowingly, having seen through Yang Hong's intentions. "Fanis, is that so? I presumed you were attempting to evade your responsibilities. Raven is exhausted, and those documents now require your attention." As Yang Hong attempted to retort, Fanis waved her hand lightly, causing several vines to sprout from the ground, deftly coiling around Yang Hong's ankles. "Fanis, no shirking. Return and complete your work. I will take care of Tang Nan." Yang Hong helplessly observed the vines entwining his feet, accepting his fate with a rueful smile. Yang Hong, all right, I understand. I shall attend to the paperwork." Only then did Fanis retract the vines, and Yang Hong rubbed his numb ankle before turning to exit the infirmary, heading towards the office. Witnessing this scene, Luawas chuckled softly. "Luawas, who would have thought? Marag is wary of handling paperwork." Fanis, with a wry smile, he simply cannot remain idle. He would rather not be confined to a desk. Fanis poured fresh red tea into her cup. Then he called out to Tang Nan, who was about to depart. Fanis remarked, "It seems I did not grant you permission to leave, little one." Tang Nan, "Oh, is there anything else?" Wrapping the bandage, Fanis, "Humph, of course. It's a medical examination. Did you not just mention that there is an issue with your heart, necessitating a checkup?" Tang Nan, "How long will it take?" Fanis, "Approximately a month. Various examinations and recuperation require time, and you will also need time to adjust to your left hand. We must avoid any episodes of uncontrolled rage, which would be quite troublesome." After speaking, he intended to prepare the necessary equipment. However, Tang Nan had no intention of obediently staying behind. In just a few days, his elder brother and the others would embark on the hunt for the fourth soul ring, and he was determined not to miss it. Seizing the moment when Dr. Fanas turned away, he planned to slip away unnoticed. Yet, just as he opened the door, a gentle cough halted him in his tracks. Fanas, do not be disobedient like your master. Wayward children face consequences. Feeling the weight of the doctor's gaze, Tang Nan recalled the prior descriptions by old Liu. He dutifully closed the door and returned to sit on the bed. Fanas nodded in satisfaction, retracting the teacup he had intended to discard. Thus, Tang Nan missed that soul ring hunt. Worried about his sister, he had even taken the precaution of writing a letter to inform them. A month later, Tang San and his companions completed their exhilarating soul ring hunt, returning triumphantly laden with their rewards. As the Soul Master competition drew near, the atmosphere within the academy grew increasingly tense. In the conference room, Dean Flander, Yu Xiaojiang, and Yang Hong convened to deliberate on how best to prepare for the forthcoming competition. Dean Flander remarked, "The Soul Master competition presents an excellent opportunity for us to showcase our strength. We must perform admirably, as it is a chance to promote our academy." Yu Xiaojiang concurred, saying, "Indeed, however, to conceal our true capabilities, we should select 4 additional students as substitutes." Yang Hong then proposed an audacious idea. "Flander, Xiaojiang, I believe we should organize a warm-up match. This will help our young monsters understand the disparity between them and the Soul Kings, thus better preparing them psychologically for the official contest." Exchanging glances, Dean Flander and Yu Xiaojiang discerned mutual agreement in each other's eyes. Dean Flander responded, "That is an excellent suggestion. The challenge lies in finding a Soul King to participate." Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Soul Kings are not easily found. Yet Yang Hong appeared self-assured, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Fear not, I happen to have a Soul King right here." Both Dean Flander and Yu Xiaojiang were taken aback, having not anticipated Yang Hong's preparedness. "Oh, Yang Hong, where did you find this Soul King?" Dean Flander inquired. Yu Xiaojiang added, "We are indeed curious about how you accomplished this." Yang Hong rose and approached the window, gazing into the distance. "Having traversed the continent for over a decade, I have cultivated some connections. Coincidentally, I have a few friends in Heavendo City, whose abilities are on par with that of a Soul King. I believe it will be no trouble to enlist their assistance." Dean Flander and Yu Xiaojiang exchanged glances of surprise, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity. "Very well, it is settled then. Yang Hong, you shall take charge of the arrangements, while I will organize the specifics of the warm-up match," Dean Flander decreed. "I shall inform Xiao San and the others to prepare," Yu Xiaojiang added. As preparations for the warm-up match commenced, the entire Shrek team felt an unprecedented sense of tension and excitement. The stage was set for a thrilling performance. Chapter 55, The Warm-Up Match, Part 2. After several days of intense preparation, Shrek Academy's warm-up match was finally ready. The Shrek 7 arrived early at the competition venue, poised to confront the impending challenge. They stood at the center of the arena, awaiting the arrival of their opponents. Daimubai, with confidence, declared, "Are we all prepared? Let us not disgrace ourselves in this warm-up match." Oscar replied, "Rest assured, boss. With Xiao San around, no matter who comes, they will be thoroughly defeated, right?" "Hey, fatty. What are you staring at?" Ma Hongjun, transfixed by the sight ahead, paid no heed to Oscar. "Woo, there are 2 beautiful ladies," he exclaimed, following Ma Hongjun's gaze. 5 individuals appeared before them, 2 of whom were strikingly beautiful, instantly captivating the attention of Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. In an effort to avoid any semblance of impropriety, Tang San averted his gaze elsewhere, thus escaping the disdainful looks from the ladies. "Ah, it has been quite a while since we last met." As they engaged in light conversation, a familiar voice resonated from the adjacent arena. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu curiously turned their heads, only to discover that it was none other than the former manager of the CAF. Ning Rongrong, in astonishment, exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, look over there. Isn't that Manager Yi and the others?" Xiao Wu responded, "Indeed, it is them. Sister Yi Qing, what brings you here?" Yi Qing and her companions had also noticed Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, and they approached with smiles. Yi Qing remarked, "We have been asked to lend a hand. We never anticipated encountering you here." After exchanging pleasantries, Dean Flander, teacher Yu Xiaojiang, and several others arrived at the competition venue. Upon seeing the Shrek 7 and Yi Qing's group, they wore satisfied expressions. Dean Flander declared, "Excellent. It appears everyone is prepared. Today's warm-up match presents a rare opportunity for you to hone your skills." Yang Hong then approached Yu Qing's group, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in his eyes. Yi Qing, are you ready to accept the challenge? He inquired. Yi Qing replied, we are fully prepared, Uncle Yang. At this moment, the 7 monsters realized that the individuals before them were the opponents they were to face today. However, they remained unfazed, even voicing their concerns. Oscar raised his hand. Excuse me, Dean, isn't it somewhat unfair that they only have 5 members? In response to this query, the composed Yang Hong merely snapped his fingers, summoning Tang Nan from the sidelines. Yang Hong stated, including him makes it fair. Just as Tang Nan was pulled up, he had just managed to get up and was still rubbing his sore backside, astonishment washing over him as he processed the situation. This unexpected decision left both the Shrek 7 and Tang Nan in a state of surprise, with Tang Nan wearing a look of utter disbelief, as he had never anticipated that he would also take to the stage. Tang Nan, me? Strike my brother? Am I capable of that? Tang Nan's tone betrayed his lack of confidence. He feared that he might hinder the team's progress. Just as he wore an expression of panic and trepidation, Lei Hao, unable to bear it any longer, tapped Tang Nan on the head. What are you afraid of? I've never seen you tremble during previous missions. Why the fear now? Lei Hao remarked. Yi Qing, with a playful wink, added, don't say that. He wouldn't want his family to discover what he has done in the past. She whispered. But be confident. We believe in you. Tang San approached as well, gently ruffling his brother's hair, his eyes filled with encouragement as he gazed at him. Tang San, have faith in yourself. Your talents are no less than those of your sister or mine. At this moment, Luo was, who resided in Tang Nan's sea of consciousness, spoke up. Luo was, do not be anxious. The hardships you have endured this past month have not been in vain. Stay spirited, and let your brother see you in a new light. With Luo's encouragement, Tang Nan finally summoned the courage he needed. He took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset. Tang Nan, thank you all. I will give my utmost effort. With Tang Nan's arrival, the Lei Hao team has become complete. Both the Shrek 7 and the Lei Hao team are prepared to embrace this warm-up match. The atmosphere of the competition has grown increasingly tense and intense, as both sides anticipate showcasing their best selves during the contest. Dean Flender announcing, all right, both teams are ready. The warm-up match begins now. With the Dean's command, Yi Qing and his companions promptly revealed their weapons. The Shrek 7, upon witnessing their adversaries brandish their arms, were taken aback. Meanwhile, Yang Hong, who had forgotten this detail, immediately called for a halt to the match. Yang Hong, wait a moment. I almost overlooked this. Lei Hao, you cannot use your weapons. They must be surrendered. Yi Qing and his companions exchanged glances. Apart from Lei Hao, the others began to obediently hand their weapons over to Yang Hong. Lei Hao, murmuring, how am I supposed to fight without weapons? Nia, snickering, no way. Surely, no one will back down from a fight simply because they lack weapons. Lei Hao, who says that? I don't need them to deal with them. Here. Yang Hong. Well then, I wish you all good luck. I hereby declare the match to commence. Everyone, spirit possession. As Yang Hong re-announced the start of the match, the Shrek 7 and the Lei Hao team swiftly engaged in an intense confrontation. The combatants took their stances for one-on-one battles. Dai Mubai initiated the attack right from the start, activating his White Tiger transformation in an attempt to seize the initiative. However, his opponent, Yuan 1, remained unruffled and composed in receiving the attack. Both entered a phase of power confrontation. Dai Mubai, come on, Soul King, is that all you've got? Let us see who is stronger. Yuan 1, youngster, quite audacious, but you indeed possess that qualification. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Yuan 1's mouth as the pressure increased, pushing Dai Mubai gradually backward. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, from the rear, provided timely support. Ning Rongrong, 9 treasures, manifesting the illustrious 9 treasures, one named Strength, the other Speed. With her assistance, Dai Mubai managed to stabilize his footing and subsequently counterattacked, activating the White Tiger Guardian Barrier along with the Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai, with a roar of fury, the immense force he unleashed sent Yuan Wen staggering back. As Yuan Wen regained his stance, brushing off the dust from his hands, his interest peaked further. Yuan Wen, truly worthy of a top-tier beast spirit. Let me see how much more you can do. Earth has power. Dai Mubai, I couldn't ask for more. The two charged towards each other once again. On another front, Ma Hongjun faced off against the fire elemental Nia. Upon recognizing his opponent as a beauty, Ma Hongjun, while fighting, did not hesitate to flirt. Ma Hongjun, beautiful lady. After this match, would you care to join me for a bite on the back street of our academy? Nia, sorry, I have plans. Moreover, if you wish to flirt, you ought to consider your own worth. Countless fireballs shot forth from behind Nia, hurtling toward Ma Hongjun. Following a series of explosions, a crimson bird emerged from the swirling smoke, and Ma Hongjun, now transformed, soared into the sky, casting a glance down upon Nia. "Gaze upon me and kneel before your superior," he proclaimed. Nia, observing her opponent's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. With a fierce glare directed at the self-satisfied Ma Hongjun still reveling in the air, she swiftly unleashed her skill. The fiery chains in her grasp surged forth like a bolt of lightning, ensnaring his ankle in an instant. "Descend at once, you plump fowl," she shouted through gritted teeth. Ma Hongjun, utterly taken aback, failed to comprehend that he had been bound. "When did this happen?" he muttered in confusion. However, before he could ponder further, Nia exerted her strength, hurling him to the ground like a heavy ball and chain. A thunderous crash resonated as he crashed into the earth, sending dust soaring and creating a massive crater. His body sank deeply into the mud, rendering him immobile. Nia, now brimming with triumph, approached Ma Hongjun with a glint of red in her eyes. "Keep squawking, you little plump fowl," she taunted, her voice deceptively gentle as she stood over the dazed Ma Hongjun, the cracking of her joints causing him to shudder with fear. "I forgot to mention, dear chubby one, I am no long-range soul master," she declared, her eyes aglow. "I excel in close combat." A chilling scream erupted from Ma Hongjun, echoing across the battlefield. While the others in the group thought to themselves, he had it coming. Tang Nan, well, Sister Nia probably wouldn't go all out, would she? Tang San, do not be distracted. Tang Nan and Tang San simultaneously unleashed their blue-silver grass, causing countless blades to burgeon in the air, intertwining to create a fierce struggle among the verdant tendrils. Both sought to disrupt and control one another with their respective blue-silver grass, while simultaneously searching for opportunities to provide assistance to other battlefields. However, at the moment Tang Nan became distracted, maneuvering his blue-silver grass to support other fronts, Tang San seized the opportunity. He swiftly approached Tang Nan and activated his third soul skill, the spiderweb binding, as a blue orb surged toward Tang Nan, enveloping him in a web-like snare. "Tang San, Tang Nan, be cautious." Tang Nan sensed the imminent crisis approaching, and he reacted swiftly. He struck the ground with his right hand, unleashing his third soul skill, Vast Renewal. In an instant, rows of new blue-silver grass sprouted before him, forming a formidable barrier that thwarted Tang San's web of restraints. "Tang Nan, I shall not concede so easily, my brother." Yet, Tang San offered no respite to Tang Nan. Employing the secret technique of the Tang sect, ghostly shadow and elusive footsteps, he deftly closed the distance with astonishing swiftness, unleashing a flurry of relentless assaults upon Tang Nan. "Tang San, focus your attention." Tang San's relentless assaults, coupled with his ethereal agility, rendered Tang Nan utterly incapable of seizing an opportunity for counterattack, preventing him from diverting his attention to assist others. Meanwhile, Tang San's side, bolstered by his presence and the support of two auxiliary soul masters in the rear, gradually seized the initiative. Lu was urged, "Remain calm, Tang Nan. First, seek an opportunity to create distance." Perceiving Tang Nan's mounting anxiety, he offered a strategy. "His movements are those of a practiced practitioner. If your reactions are insufficient, endeavor to anticipate his actions. Employ your natural form." Tang Nan, under the reminder of Luo's, Tang Nan promptly activated the natural form of his second soul skill, enhancing both his perception and the control over his blue-silver grass. With this natural form, he managed to barely withstand Tang San's offensive while also providing support to his teammates. Yang Hong, the situation on the battlefield was gradually reaching a stalemate. On one side stood the 7 monsters, bolstered by the formidable assistance of the 9 treasure-glazed tile pagoda and the limitless endurance provided by their food soul skills. On the other side was the elite Shadow Guard team, hindered from exerting their full potential. What would transpire next was indeed something to look forward to. The teachers seated in the stands were also engrossed in the spectacle. "Flinder, it appears that the little ones are cooperating quite well." Although Hongjun encountered a slight mishap, he nevertheless showcased the formidable suppression of the Phoenix martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang. Yet, there's an unsettling feeling about it. Just as Yu Xiaojiang pondered, the neighboring Zhao Wujia suddenly stood up and shouted, "What nonsense is this?" The trio of Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder, interrupted in their thoughts, quickly turned their gaze towards the stands, witnessing an astonishing scene. Tang Nan was performing medical duties on the field with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 56, Warm-Up Match, Part 3. During the time when Tang Nan was being subdued by Tang San, with the support of Tang San and the auxiliary soul masters, Lei Hao and his companions were compelled to abandon their formation, striving to maximize their individual combat prowess. However, facing formidable dual support from the enemy, Lei Hao and his comrades gradually found their soul power and stamina insufficient against their opponents. Lei Hao, pushed back by Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line, wondered whether the enemy's soul skills required any soul power at all. Just as he was lamenting, the blue-silver grass beneath him sprouted once more, prompting him to leap back in haste to evade it. Lei Hao exclaimed, "Damn it! The blue-silver grass is truly annoying." Nia remarked, "The assistance from the Seven Treasures glazed tile is terrifying. That big white cat can actually hold its own against Yuan Wen." Su Xiao added, "The reason it's evenly matched is that Brother Yuan Wen isn't even trying seriously. He hasn't even drawn his gun." As the three engaged in casual conversation, Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line interrupted them. After dispersing, Lei Hao targeted the fragile Xiao Wu, who possessed only 3 soul rings. Lei Hao declared, "I'll strike her to create a breakthrough." Upon seeing Lei Hao rushing towards her, Xiao Wu smirked, clasped her hands, and unleashed a rabbit shockwave. Seizing the moment when the opponent was defending, she teleported right in front of Lei Hao. Lei Hao exclaimed, "What?" The 9 Treasures glazed tile's auxiliary power activated, and Xiao Wu's charm skill successfully struck Lei Hao. Although he quickly broke free from the charm after a few seconds, when he regained his senses, he found his head caught between her legs. With a swift motion, Lei Hao was flung away and crashed heavily to the ground. "Ah, that hurts," he cried. Xiao Wu taunted, "It's not over yet." Lei Hao, startled, attempted to escape, only to be met with an even more powerful slam. To his growing terror, he realized he was unable to escape. With each impact, his injuries worsened. He recognized that he had underestimated his opponent, but at this moment, he was powerless against Xiao Wu's relentless onslaught. Tang Nan, still entangled with his brother, sensed that things were taking a turn for the worse upon witnessing this scene. "Tang Nan, this is Badwan Jin. If this continues, the captain won't be able to get out of bed for at least half a year. Tang San, do not lose your focus." Tang San seized the opportunity with a firm grip, employing the control crane to subdue Tang Nan. Upon witnessing her elder sister being thrown down for the 6th time, Tang Nan realized that there was no time to linger any longer. Tang Nan, though still somewhat inexperienced, "I shall give it my all." Tang Nan resolved to liberate his left hand. Over the past month, under the tutelage of his master, as well as Luowa's and Shimo, he learned to harness the magical energy of his left hand to enhance his soul skills and cast spells. However, the burden of such power was immense. His left hand emitted a faint glow, and in that moment, Tang San felt an uncontrollable force surging forth. With a flourish, Tang Nan broke free from Tang San's grasp. Then, pressing his left hand against his right, he shouted, "Blue-silver bind." An abundance of blue-silver grass erupted around Tang San, growing at an even swifter pace than before. The lush vegetation compelled Tang San to retreat. "Tang Nan, Sister Yi Qing." Tang Nan's movements captured Yi Qing's attention, allowing her to witness Lei Hao in peril. At that moment, the 8th round of the wrestling match was approaching its 7th fall. Yi Qing shouted, "Lei Hao." As the 7th fall was about to be executed, she summoned her soul power, utilizing the Wind Guardian to separate the 2 combatants. She then unleashed a powerful gust to drive Xiao Wu back and used the voice of the wind to instruct the others to promptly regroup. Upon receiving the command, the other 3 swiftly retreated to their respective halves. Just as the 7 monsters prepared to launch a counterattack, Tang Nan exerted her strength once more, conjuring a barrier composed of blue-silver grass to separate the 2 teams. Tang Nan, "Ha. Nia, understood." With a snap of her fingers, Nia ignited the barrier, the roaring flames temporarily halting the onslaught of the 7 monsters. This impressive display garnered applause from the teachers in the stands. Yang Hong, noticing the panting Tang Nan, nodded in approval. Yang Hong, although only a month has passed, his proficiency with the left hand is commendable. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Nan and Nia approached Lei Hao to assess his injuries. "Tang Nan, this is the 8th-section broadsword of my elder sister, the most formidable technique within the realm of." Fortunately, the 7th fall did not occur. "Nia, wow, such an injury. It has been ages since I last witnessed something like this. It seems as though every bone in his body has been shattered." "Hey, Yi Qing, do you recall the last time he was injured to this extent?" "Yu Qi, It seems to have been when he first commenced his training. I distinctly remember that at that time. He had apparently angered Dr. Fanas and was subsequently captured for experimentation." "Lei Hao, hey, can we refrain from discussing the past?" It hurts." In agony, Lei Hao could only emit cries of protest, his entire body racked with pain. "Tang Nan, Captain, please bear with me. I shall tend to your wounds. Nia and the others were taken aback by Tang Nan's words, with Nia even grasping Tang Nan's shoulders and shaking him. Nia, when did you acquire such healing skills? Tang Nan, did Dr. Fanis teach me that? A fortnight ago? Nia, what? He taught it so quickly, it took me several months to reach that level. Tang Nan, Sister Nia, please hold still for a moment. I feel quite dizzy. As soon as Tang Nan was released from the dizzying sway, she collapsed onto the ground, causing Nia to feel somewhat embarrassed. After regaining her composure, Tang Nan squatted beside Lei Hao and began to administer treatment to him. Tang Nan, Sister Yi Qing, please help me secure 5 more minutes. I beg you. Yi Qing, understood. Leave it to us. At that moment, as the 7 wonders broke through the firewall, intending to pursue their advantage, Yi Qing and her companions had already launched their offensive. The winds howled and flames surged. With the combined might of the 2 S-group attack soul techniques, the 4 successfully diverted the attention of the 7 wonders towards themselves. This allowed Tang Nan to focus on his healing tasks with peace of mind. Tang Nan, take a deep breath, focus your attention, and slowly release the soul power of the 3rd soul skill, just as Dr. Fanis has taught. Tang Nan adjusted his breathing and once again unleashed his 3rd soul skill. A pale green soul power emanated from his right hand, gradually permeating into Lei Hao's body. Tang Nan, Captain, allow me to first reassemble your shattered bones, and then I shall assist in realigning them. The process may be somewhat painful, so I ask for your endurance. Lei Hao furrowed his brow yet gestured for Tang Nan to proceed. The teachers in the stands were taken aback by this unfolding scene. Zhao Wujia, what nonsense is this? Interrupted by Zhao's exclamation, Flander and his companions finally noticed the commotion surrounding Tang Nan. Upon realizing that Tang Nan was administering treatment, all but Yang Hong were astonished by his actions. Moments later, having successfully repaired the bones, Tang Nan proceeded to realign them for the captain. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Lei Hao stood once more. Lei Hao, ouch. Thank you, Brother Nan. I hadn't anticipated. The pain? As Lei Hao attempted to move, the surge of pain overwhelmed him, contorting his face in agony. Tang Nan, standing nearby, swiftly continued with the treatment. Tang Nan, Captain, your bones have just healed. You need to recuperate gradually. After adjusting himself, Lei Hao stood up again. He slowly twisted his arm, confirming his physical condition before rejecting Tang Nan's further treatment. Lei Hao, there is no need for additional treatment. This state is sufficient for me to last until the end of the match. A faint flicker of lightning enveloped him, like a delicate film covering his entire body. Lei Hao, I was indeed a bit overconfident earlier. I recall when I first received this mission, I thought it would merely be a simple lesson for that arrogant brat, the Shrek 7 Devils. With a swift stride, Lei Hao approached Yi Qing, reappearing before the 7 devils. Lei Hao, you truly deserve the title of monsters. Yi Qing, observing Lei Hao's serious demeanor, felt a surge of joy within her. She feigned a joking tone and inquired, how do you feel? Lei Hao, stretching his neck and pretending to be relaxed, replied, not bad, the effect is quite good. He then turned to Tang Nan behind him. Yi Qing, you should also take your combat position. Leave the command to Nan. Yi Qing, all right. I'll do as you say. I entrust it to you, Nan. Faced with such a significant responsibility, Tang Nan felt somewhat uncertain. He glanced back at his master in the stands, who smiled and nodded in encouragement. Tang Nan, understood. Everyone, I look forward to your guidance. Meanwhile, their perception was profoundly altered as they beheld Lei Hao, who had been thoroughly incapacitated by Sister Xiao Wu S8, now standing before them in pristine condition. Ma Hongjun, my goodness. Isn't that brother supposed to be down for the count after Sister Xiao Wu's move? How's he still on his feet? Sister Xiao Wu, did you not exert your full strength? Xiao Wu, you, gluttonous fool, would you care to experience it for yourself? Do not worry. The force will be anything but gentle. With an expression of displeasure and fist radiating menace, she directly instilled fear in Ma Hongjun, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Lei Hao, little bunny, let us commence the second round. Tang San, they are attacking. Be cautious. Just as Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were bickering, Lei Hao and his companions, who had already devised a strategy, charged forward. As Tang San intended to block them with blue-silver grass, he was suddenly suppressed by a rush of wind. Yi Qing, young handsome, don't lose focus. Yi Qing unleashed her soul skill, effectively restraining Tang San's abilities and diverting his attention entirely to her. Meanwhile, without Tang San's support, even with the assistance of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the disparity in soul power was too great. Lei Hao and his group, with Tang Nan's aid, began to relentlessly constrict Dai Mubai and his companions' maneuvering space, forcing Ning Rongrong and Oscar to retreat to the edge of the arena. At this moment, Dai Mubai exchanged a glance with Tang San, and they suddenly shared a knowing smile. Then, Dai Mubai unexpectedly created an opening for Lei Hao. Seeing the unobstructed path, Lei Hao immediately perceived this as an opportunity. He swiftly broke free from Xiao Wu and charged directly towards the two support members. Just as Lei Hao was about to reach Oscar, he caught sight of Oscar's fearless gaze and realized something was amiss. Turning around, he discovered that the others had encircled him, each bound by a strand of blue silver grass. This was a tactic they employed against the Imperial fighting team when dealing with Yu Tianheng. Tang San, the plan is set. He raised his hand, enveloping Lei Hao completely. At the final moment of being wrapped, the surrounded Lei Hao exclaimed, "Really? The 7 monsters, what?" In response to the astonishment of the 7 monsters, the encased Lei Hao suddenly vanished. He then reappeared behind Yuan Wan, just before launching his 4th soul skill, Shadow Strike. "Tang Nan, when we launch our attack, Sister Yi Qing will be responsible for distracting my brother, ensuring that his attention is solely on her. Meanwhile, Captain and the rest of you should strike from multiple directions simultaneously. There is no need to expend excessive energy. We simply need to force them back. Our objective is to compress their available movement space, allowing our group attack soul technique to effortlessly eliminate them all at once." Tang Nan, the plan is complete. Blue-silver grass entangled. Just as the 7 monsters scheme seemed to falter, Tang Nan swiftly intervened, ensnaring them. When Lei Hao and his companions sought to resolve the conflict, a series of deep black cages ensnared them. Upon glancing at the 7 monsters, they beheld something utterly astonishing: the pitch-black figure of Tang San, accompanied by the dark soul rings behind him. Chapter 57. Blue-silver prison. At the climax of the warm-up match, Tang San unleashed his 10,000-year soul ring, an unexpected turn of events that left Lei Hao and his companions in utter shock. They found themselves trapped within cages that erupted from the ground, formed by Tang San's blue-silver grass, rendered immobile, forced to gaze at the ominous soul rings behind him. Lei Hao exclaiming, "Is that a 10,000-year soul ring?" Their understanding had been thoroughly transformed, especially as the 10,000-year soul ring appeared in the 4th soul ring position. Lei Hao in disbelief, "My goodness. The 4th soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring? Isn't that a bit excessive? Moreover, isn't the absorption period for the 4th soul ring still within the 1,000-year range?" Naya, amidst her astonishment, revealed a hint of a relaxed smile. Observing Tang San's darkened demeanor, she felt the cold aura emanating from him, which both intrigued and captivated her. Naya giggling, "Haha. I now understand why Uncle Yang refers to them as little monsters." However, her gaze lingered on Tang San, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Realizing that he appeared rather handsome, Lei Hao exasperated, "Hey, your focus is off." Yi Qing was similarly drawn in by Tang San's imposing presence. She glanced at him before turning to Naya, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks. "Yi Qing, now that you mention it, he does seem quite handsome." Blushing, Lei Hao frustrated, "Hey, what's with you, Yi Qing?" Meanwhile, upon seeing their adversaries temporarily ensnared, the Shrek 7 monsters prepared to launch a counterattack. At this moment, the protagonist Oscar, brimming with energy, began to chant his soul spell. "Oscar, spicy girl, spicy girl, explosive devilish little chili pepper." Throwing the peppers towards the crowd, "Everyone, consume these peppers and show them some color." Dai Mubai, roaring, "Haha, I feel an overwhelming surge of power. Let us go. Ma Hongjun, so spicy. This sensation is incredible. I'll make my opponents taste my flames." Zhu Zhiqing, spicy. After consuming the devilish little chili peppers, the effects immediately manifested as wild sparks ignited in the eyes of the 7 monsters, who began to launch a fierce counteroffensive. Meanwhile, Lei Hao and his companions, upon witnessing the consumption of the peppers, immediately endeavored to break free from their cages, only to discover with astonishment that these pitch-black blue-silver grass possessed a resilience far exceeding that of their previous forms. Moreover, and most importantly, Naya's flames could not penetrate them. "Naya, what the heck? Why can't this blue-silver grass be burned?" Yuanwen, it seems that the power of the 10,000-year soul ring has caused Tang San's blue-silver grass to undergo a mutation. The method of absorption, I surmise, likely involves him transferring the excessive power of the 10,000-year soul ring to some other entity. Yuanwen enhanced his soul power, delivering a decisive blow that shattered the confines of their prison. The others followed suit, augmenting their soul power to break free one after another. As the 7 prodigies, ablaze with fervor, rushed forward, Lei Hao and his companions readied themselves to confront them without hesitation. However, they seemed to overlook one individual. Is this indeed the 10,000-year soul ring? Tang Nan, captivated, gazed intently at the blue-silver grass, his hands gripping it firmly. In his eyes, the intricate patterns of the black soul ring were vividly apparent. This was made possible by the modifications initiated by Shimo, which allowed him to perceive the composition of the formations within the soul ring. According to Shimo's assertion, possessing this insight would enable him to unleash corresponding soul skills or spells. Yet, as soon as this idea was articulated by Shimo, it was promptly dismissed by Luowas, who argued that Tang Nan's current abilities were insufficient to replicate the soul skills of others. Instead, he needed to thoroughly develop his own soul skills. Now, witnessing his elder brother's soul skill, Tang Nan was inspired with a novel notion. Tang Nan, initially, did you not mention that as long as one possesses a technique, one can cast spells? Shimo, indeed, that is true, but why are you bringing this up at this moment? Tang Nan, I wish to replicate this soul skill. Upon hearing Tang Nan express this desire, the observer, initially drawn by mere curiosity and intent on enjoying the spectacle, set aside their previous indolence and, adopting a serious demeanor, earnestly inquired, of course, are you already familiar with the incantation? Tang Nan, I have roughly memorized it. As for the beginning and the end, well, given your current soul power, it is nearly impossible to release a complete version. However, a simplified version might be feasible. Nonetheless, I must decline. Tang Nan, why? Beginning and end, because your tone reveals hesitation, which is not what you truly desire. Moreover, we currently have more pressing matters to address. At that moment, Luo's reminder jolted Tang Nan from his contemplation. Tang Nan lifted his gaze to behold waves of golden light cascading from the heavens. It was the white tiger meteor shower. Tang Nan suddenly realized that he was still caught in the midst of battle and began to panic. However, positioned towards the rear, behind Lei Hao and the others, he found it improbable to call for the captain's assistance. Moreover, his spiritual power lagged significantly behind that of his companions, rendering him incapable of breaking free from the confinement. Observing the dire situation, Luo swiftly issued instructions. Deploy a spiritual barrier, focusing on the upper area. Let us first utilize this cage to withstand the onslaught. Following Luo's instructions, Tang Nan concentrated his soul power above the cage, forming a barrier that successfully withstood the initial wave of attacks. However, at that moment, he failed to notice the gradually emerging red light beneath his feet. Luo exclaimed, "Watch your step." Tang Nan, what? Immediately thereafter, a formidable assault erupted from the ground. The phoenix's cry, unleashed by Ma Hongjun, surged towards Lei Hao and his companions, with Tang Nan fortuitously positioned at the periphery. Struck by the edge of the cry, Tang Nan was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the earth. He felt a searing pain coursing through his body, clearly sustaining significant injuries. Lying on the ground, breathless and gasping, amidst the agony and chaos, his thoughts began to crystallize with increasing clarity. Tang Nan, to himself, what am I hesitating about? What am I afraid of? The captain and the others have high hopes for me, and my master is encouraging me. I cannot let them down. He realized that he feared failure, feared disappointing those who held unwavering confidence in him. He came to understand what he truly desired. Tang Nan, resolute, I am determined to win, no matter the circumstances. I shall emerge victorious. At this moment, Tang Nan's resolve ignited within him like an unquenchable flame, solidifying his inner strength with unparalleled conviction. Tang Nan, I am ready. Beginning and end, passional. If you are prepared, then let your truest thoughts resonate loudly. Tang Nan, I yearn for victory. Sure Mo sensed the transformation within Tang Nan. He understood that Tang Nan was now prepared. Sure Mo. Excellent. Tang Nan, you have taken the most crucial step. Now, all you need to do is concentrate and recall the incantation of that soul technique. Utilize your soul power and magical energy to construct it, and I shall assist you in achieving equilibrium between the two. Tang Nan closed his eyes, seeking to concentrate his mind. The image of Tang San's eternal soul rings and the intricate formations of their techniques emerged in his thoughts. He endeavored to memorize and comprehend the complex patterns and structures. Tang Nan, focusing intently, I have committed this to memory. I can achieve it. Beginning and end, guide Tang Nan on how to channel his soul power and allow it to flow along the designated path of the technique. Beginning and end. Now, relax your soul power, allowing it to flow naturally along the prescribed path of the technique. Do not strive for perfection. Simply release the utmost potential within you. Tang Nan, adhering to the guidance of the beginning and the end, commenced the construction of the soul technique. The technique of 10,000 years imposed tremendous pressure on his spirit. With the sensation that his mind was on the verge of explosion, Tang Nan gritted his teeth and completed the formation of the technique. With everything in place, he summoned all his strength and shouted towards Lei Hao, who was embroiled in a fierce battle ahead. Tang Nan, Captain, prepare for a counterattack. Tang Nan, the third soul skill, all-encompassing renewal, blue-silver cage. Tang Nan's cry captivated the attention of all present. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, countless blue-silver grasses erupted from beneath the feet of the 7 monsters, forming an impenetrable cage that ensnared them within. Lei Hao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this Nan's soul skill?" Despite their astonishment, Lei Hao and the others comprehended the gravity of the situation. We must not betray Nan's sacrifice, unleash our full power. Recognizing the weight of Tang Nan's efforts, they unleashed a barrage of soul skills: blazing firestorm, tempestuous gale, heart of the earth, earth power, shattering rock, thunder blade, thunder shadow, lightning flash, and wrath of thunder, while on the other side, the soul skills of the 7 monsters dazzled like fireworks. Yet, no matter how fervently they fought, Tang Nan's blue-silver cage remained unyielding. Each time the cage was breached, new blue-silver grass would sprout forth, mending the damaged sections. The moment the blue-silver grass ceased to grow, the match would reach its conclusion. "It's over," Lei Hao declared, as he directed a blade of electric energy towards Tang San's throat, while Tang San prepared to pierce Lei Hao with his 8 spider lances. In that tense standoff, a teacher in the stands shouted, "The match is over." Tang San turned his head to glance at Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong, who were ensnared by swirling winds and chains. Dai Mubai was pinned against his chest by a rock spear, while Ma Hongjun was frozen in place. And Oscar found himself at the mercy of Lei Hao's lightning shadow, which was poised dangerously at his throat. He understood that the outcome of this battle had already been determined. Tang San gazed at Tang Nan, who was not far behind Lei Hao, still panting heavily. A gentle smile of understanding graced his lips as he quietly expressed his gratitude to Lei Hao ahead of him. "Tang San, gently thank you for taking care of my brother." Lei Hao also quietly responded, expressing his approval of Tang Nan. "Lei Hao, it's nothing. This lad has been quite helpful to us." The two exchanged smiles and sheathed their weapons. The match concluded unexpectedly with Tang Nan's stunning last-minute victory. After the match, the teachers from Shrek Academy gathered to discuss every thrilling moment from the contest. They showered praise on both teams' performances, particularly lauding Tang Nan, whose outstanding display earned unanimous acclaim from the faculty. Principal Flander remarked, "This child, Tang Nan, is truly impressive. His rate of growth and combat intelligence are astonishing." Yu Xiaojiang added, "Indeed, he has not only improved in personal skills, but has also demonstrated exceptional tactical command, rivaling even Xiao San." However, a lingering question remained in Yu Xiaojiang's mind. He placed a hand on Yang Hong's shoulder and reiterated his earlier inquiry. "Yu Xiaojiang, Yang Hong, you have yet to inform me where Lei Hao and his companions hail from. Their combat style markedly differs from our academy's students." Yang Hong hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Just then, Fan Ass appeared unexpectedly, coming to his rescue. "Fan Ass, Teacher Yu Xiaojiang, I am the supervisor for Lei Hao and his team. I believe I can clarify the children's background, as they were previously engaged in mercenary work. It is not uncommon for them to feel constrained under such commissions." Yu Xiaojiang and the other teachers were taken aback, having not anticipated that Lei Hao and his companions originated from a mercenary group. "Yu Xiaojiang, a mercenary group? That is indeed surprising." Fan Ass smiled and elaborated, "Yes, our team requires various combat skills while executing missions, hence our combat style leans more towards practical and covert tactics, rather than the traditional notion of soul master combat." Principal Flander remarked, "That is quite intriguing. Practical experience is crucial for the growth of soul masters. And I believe this warm-up match has provided invaluable experience for the little monsters." Following the establishment of a cooperative intent with Principal Flander and the other teachers, Fan Ass suddenly produced a thick stack of invoices from her waist and placed them before Flander. A hint of mischief danced in her smile as she rubbed her hands together, appearing quite pleased. Fan Ass, "So, Principal Flander, please settle the fee for this commission, totaling 300 gold soul coins. Thank you for your patronage." Principal Flander looked astonished, as he had assumed Yang Hong had already taken care of the payment. Flander, "Huh? Yang Hong didn't pay?" Fan Ass maintained her smile, though her tone conveyed an undeniable firmness. "Fan Ass, no, the policy is to work first and pay later. though I am willing to extend this courtesy given my long-standing acquaintance with Mr. Yang Hong. As she spoke, Fan lightly struck the table with her palm, causing it to crack instantly. This action startled Flander and the other teachers present, leading them to realize that Fanaz was no ordinary character. Flander mused to himself, this woman must have intriguing discussions with Erlong. However, when Flander sought to find Yang Hong, he discovered that Yang Hong had long since vanished, evidently fleeing to evade the payment. Flander, filled with ire, exclaimed, Yang Hong, you scoundrel. Left with no other choice, Flander reluctantly settled the expense. With a bag of gold coins in hand, Fanaz returned to the infirmary, elated and buoyed for an entire week. Chapter 58. A day in the life of a young woman. The morning sun heralded the dawn of a new day. The young woman, Qian Renxue, languidly turned in bed, aware that, despite her reluctance, she could not escape the impending responsibilities that came with her identity as Xue Qinghe. Zhaoyang reluctantly understood. I shall rise at once. She slowly donned her garments and stood before the mirror, observing her hair, disheveled from sleep, and let out a gentle sigh. Zhaoyang's complaints revealed her resignation to the role she was about to assume. Qian Renxue, why is my hair in such disarray? Chen picked up a comb and approached Qian Renxue, meticulously tending to her hair. His touch was tender and practiced, and before long, her hair was neatly arranged. Chen, my lady, today is of great significance. The opening ceremony of the Senior Soul Master competition is imminent, and His Majesty will soon dispatch someone to inform us. Qian Renxue approached the window, flung it open, allowing the fresh air and morning light to fill the room. She inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of the new day. Qian Renxue to herself, a new day has begun. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door, accompanied by the voice of a servant reminding them of the time. Servant, Your Highness, the hour has arrived. Chen calmly replied to the servant outside while retrieving a mask from his pocket and presenting it to Qian Renxue. Chen understood. Please wait a moment. The princess is preparing her attire. Zhaoyang accepted the mask and donned it, obscuring her features and revealing only her eyes, which sparkled with determination. Beneath the mask, her identity transformed once more into Xue Qinghe, the composed and aloof prince. At the opening ceremony of the Senior Soul Master competition, the venue was adorned with solemn splendor, with colorful banners fluttering in the breeze, showcasing the emblems and honors of various academies. The emperor himself graced the occasion, accompanied by the disguised Qian Renxue, her brother Prince Xuexing, and advisors Yang Hong and Ning Fingji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, alongside several elders. They collectively reviewed the representative teams from various regions. Seated among the attendees, Xue Qinghe apathetically observed the incoming delegations. However, when the Shrek Academy's team entered, Qian Renxue's attention was captured by an advertisement affixed to their flag. Xue Qinghe, to himself Shrek Academy, truly inventive, to feature an advertisement on their flag. The advertisement displayed various recruitment information, clearly a unique promotional strategy employed by Shrek Academy. What was even more striking was that the representatives in front donned masks to conceal their appearances, evidently feeling a sense of embarrassment. Among the group, Qian Renxue quickly spotted Tang Nan, who, unlike the others, did not wear a mask but instead appeared like a curious child, gazing about with enthusiasm. Observing Tang Nan's unwavering vitality brought an involuntary smile to Qian Renxue's face. Xue Qinghe, inwardly this lad is always brimming with energy, regardless of the time. The emperor, noticing Xue Qinghe's expression, Xue, are you interested in Shrek Academy? Xue Qinghe, oh, father, I merely find their promotional methods quite intriguing. And it seems there are a few promising talents among their ranks. The emperor nodded, intrigued by Qian Renxue's insights, and turned to inquire of Ning Fingji, who gracefully introduced Shrek Academy. Upon mentioning Tang San, a remarkably gifted and creative soul master, the emperor nodded in acknowledgement, developing a newfound interest in Tang San. However, Prince Xuexing, standing behind him, dismissively remarked that they were merely a bunch of uncouth country folk. Hearing his brother's disdainful comment piqued the interest of the Snow Knight Emperor, who promptly questioned the Soul Douluo, Meng Shinji, behind him. The emperor, Meng Shinji, what is your perspective? Meng Shinji respectfully bowed, letting out a cold snort before articulating his thoughts. Meng Shinji, your majesty, in my opinion, this individual possesses extraordinary talent and is certainly no ordinary person. A judgment I made just a year ago. Now, he exudes an ominous aura, indicating that his strength has undoubtedly grown even greater than before. Your majesty, I dare say that this person will surely secure a position in the top 3 of this grand competition. Upon hearing Meng Shinji's remarks, The Snow Knight Emperor exhibited a hint of surprise, questioning why such a talent had not yet entered the academy. At that moment, Prince Xuexing, who had intended to leave quietly, was halted by Ming Xinji's comment. Ming Xinji, glancing at Prince Xuexing, perhaps the prince himself should provide an explanation. Prince Xuexing turned to his elder brother with a dazed expression, quickly lowering his head in contrition. Understanding his brother's temperament, the Snow Knight Emperor could only sigh in resignation. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out. Saras, apologies for my tardiness. I am curious to know what remarkable abilities this individual possesses that have captured the Emperor's interest so profoundly. The Snow Knight Emperor, there is nothing remarkable about him. Merely a trivial country lad. However, it is commendable that you, Bishop Saras, have traveled such a great distance to attend. Your efforts are appreciated. Saras, oh, Your Majesty. You jest. It was merely a long journey that caused some delays. With that, Bishop Saras disregarded the Emperor's comment and took his seat, an action that displeased the others present. Yet, in such a setting, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction for the moment. Meanwhile, Saras was contemplating his own schemes. Once everyone had taken their seats, the opening ceremony commenced in earnest. On the observation platform, the esteemed Emperor of the Snowy Night entrusted the opportunity to draw the participating teams for the exhibition match to Bishop Salas. Seizing the moment, Salas retrieved the name of Shrek Academy from the lottery box. 20 minutes later, with the host's thrilling announcement, Shrek Academy emerged victorious in the Soul Master Tournament. This outcome astonished all present, particularly the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall, who seemed to have anticipated this result all along. Rising with satisfaction, he bid farewell to the assembled crowd. Salas remarked, "What an exhilarating match. I must take my leave now, as I have matters to attend to." His demeanor starkly contrasted with the rudeness he had displayed upon his late arrival, clearly indicating his satisfaction with the results. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Salas exited the venue, leaving many in attendance puzzled by his abrupt departure. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Snowy Night observed Tang San's performance in the match, his expression grave. He recognized Tang San's potential and worth, resolving to act swiftly to ensure such a talent would be aligned with the Empire. "Fengji," he said, grasping Ning Fengji's hand. "Act quickly and ensure we are a step ahead of them." "Rest assured, Your Majesty," Ning Fengji replied confidently. "This young man will undoubtedly stand with us." His words reflected an understanding and faith in Tang San, believing that through appropriate engagement and communication, they could secure him as an ally of the Empire. An hour later, Ning Fengji and Xuexinghe arrived at Shrek Academy, their mission being to engage with Tang San in hopes of persuading him to ally with the Empire. In the reception room of Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji and Xuexinghe engaged in a profound dialogue with Tang San, discussing the Soul Master Tournament while also addressing Tang San's potential and future. During their conversation, Xuexinghe mentioned Tang San's mother and the tragic circumstances of her death during childbirth. At that moment, a slight commotion was heard from outside the door. With keen perception, Xuexinghe detected the disturbance, but knew he could not afford to be distracted. He had to concentrate on engaging with Tang San. In his thoughts, Xuexinghe mused, "There are individuals outside, but this is not the time to address it." Following this, he elaborated on the grievances between Tang San and the Spirit Hall, attempting to persuade him to join their cause against the Spirit Hall. "Tang San," Xuexinghe implored, "you must be well aware of the ambitions and actions of the Spirit Hall. We hope you will stand with us." Tang San had just vowed to never coexist with the Spirit Hall. In the face of Xuexinghe's invitation, he found himself in a state of hesitation. He required time to contemplate and to weigh his stance in future. "Tang San, Your Highness Xuexinghe, I require some time to ponder." Xuexinghe, understanding Tang San's hesitation, did not press him but instead granted him the tranquility to reflect. "Xuexinghe, I comprehend your concerns, Tang San. This is a token of my sincerity, a badge for you to contact me at any moment." He bestowed the badge upon Tang San and, alongside Ning Fengji, prepared to depart. Just as they were about to leave Shrek Academy, Xuexinghe abruptly halted. His intuition suggested that the commotion outside was likely connected to one individual, Tang Nan. Xuexinghe harbored numerous inquiries and sought to ascertain many matters. "Xuexinghe, Master Ning, I have certain affairs to attend to. Please proceed without me." Although Ning Fengji felt somewhat taken aback, he refrained from probing further and merely nodded. Ning Fengji, "Very well. Your Highness Xuexinghe, we shall reconnect later." After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji, Xuexinghe turned back toward Shrek Academy. Within the confines of the academy, he conducted a thorough search, relying on his instincts and the sounds he had previously detected, ultimately locating Tang Nan's chamber. Standing outside the door, He took a deep breath and then rapped gently on the door. Inside, Tang Nan was diligently grinding medicinal herbs, following a recipe bestowed upon him by his master, reputed to possess formidable efficacy. However, in imparting this recipe, his master had neglected to mention a crucial detail. It was, in fact, a formulation for gunpowder. Tang Nan, perplexed, how does this resemble gunpowder? Tang Nan operated with utmost caution, entirely oblivious to the peril that surrounded him. At that moment, Xueqinghe, having received no response from outside, resolved to enter the room uninvited to assess the situation. Gently, Xueqinghe pushed the door open and beheld Tang Nan, who was engrossed in his tasks with his back turned. Suddenly, a brilliant idea surged into his mind. Xueqinghe exclaimed with fervor, "What are you up to?" Tang Nan, startled, exclaimed, "Ah." In his moment of panic, he inadvertently struck a spark that ignited the finely ground gunpowder within the canister. An explosion ensued, enveloping Tang Nan in a wave of heat and smoke. Although the force of the explosion was not particularly powerful, it was sufficient to astonish him. Leaving his face charred and blackened, Tang Nan exclaimed, "Xueqinghe, you old rascal." After a considerable commotion, he eventually settled down. Tang Nan, wiping his face clean, "So you came over solely for business and merely to pay me a visit?" Xueqinghe, "Naturally. I came to check on a good partner and the future queen of the empire." Tang Nan, drawing out the crossbow arrow, "You had better." Xueqinghe, raising both hands, "All right. All right, I'm not joking anymore." Tang Nan, turns to fetch water. Xueqinghe, "Tang Nan, did you just eavesdrop on our conversation outside?" The atmosphere in the room became tense, as Tang Nan stood by the table, water jug in hand, poised to pour. Upon hearing Xueqinghe's question, his hand instinctively froze in place. Tang Nan turned around to face Xueqinghe, striving to present himself as a normal individual. His voice remained calm, yet the tumult within him was difficult to conceal. "Tang Nan, no, Your Highness Xueqinghe, I did not eavesdrop." Yet, his hands trembled, betraying the turmoil and unease within him. Xueqinghe's gaze was sharp. He noticed Tang Nan's quivering hands, but chose not to press further. Perhaps, in his heart, he had already discerned the truth. "Xueqinghe, very well. Tang Nan, I trust you. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me." His tone conveyed a hint of tolerance and understanding, as he refrained from further interrogating Tang Nan, opting instead to place his faith in his words. Subsequently, Xueqinghe turned and exited the chamber, leaving Tang Nan alone to confront the profound silence enveloping the room. Tang Nan closed the door and turned to lean against it, letting out a deep sigh. His heart was a tempest of complex emotions, laden with the grievances of being misunderstood, as well as the uncertainty and anxiety regarding the future. In front of Xueqinghe, he endeavored to maintain a facade of strength, yet in solitude, his vulnerabilities were finally laid bare. "Tang Nan, I truly did not eavesdrop. Yet how could I remain indifferent to matters concerning my mother?" Tears, which he could no longer suppress, finally cascaded down his cheeks. He chose not to wipe them away, allowing them to flow freely. Upon returning to the palace, Xueqinghe was at last able to discard the heavy fade she had worn and embrace her true identity. Quietly, she leaned over the table in her chamber, her gaze fixated on the bouquet of flowers that Tang Nan had presented to her, the fragrance seemingly imbued with a trace of his essence. Qian Ruxue, with a heavy heart, if he were to uncover the entire truth, would he become like his brother? This question reverberated within her, as she feared that once Tang Nan learned the complete reality, he might transform into an adversary of the spirit hall, much like Tang San. She was acutely aware of Tang San's profound animosity towards the spirit hall, and as his younger brother, what choices would Tang Nan make upon discovering the truth? Yet, Qian Ruxue soon shook her head, momentarily casting aside these worries. She understood that excessive concern could not resolve issues, and that she required further information and comprehension to form an accurate judgment. Qian Ruxue to herself, "Very well, I shall take one step at a time." She resolved to refrain from pondering events yet to unfold, instead focusing on the present circumstances. Rising to her feet, she poured fresh water onto the flowers on the table, tenderly nurturing them as if tending to her own heart. Subsequently, Qian Ruxue removed her outer garments and lay upon her bed, allowing her body to relax and her thoughts to settle. Good night. Chapter 59. Confrontation with the Elephant Armor Academy. In the morning at Shrek Academy, the vendors in the back street, as per usual, set up their stalls early, preparing for a new day of bustling activity. The streets gradually grew lively, with people engaging in their daily commerce and conversations. However, an unexpected explosion shattered this tranquility, startling everyone present. The sound emanated from within the academy, leaving the vendors exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Just as they assumed it was merely a false alarm, a figure descended from the sky, landing on the street. This youth was evidently thrust out of the academy by the force of the explosion. His clothing was disheveled, and his face bore a hint of panic. The boy was none other than Tang Nan, as he hurriedly rose from the ground, anxiously brushing the dust from his attire. Tang Nan exclaimed, "I'm late, I'm late." He seemed oblivious to the astonished gazes of the surrounding vendors, having no time to elucidate the events that had just transpired. A singular thought consumed him. He was running late. With no time to linger, Tang Nan hastened toward the exit of the academy, his figure swiftly vanishing at the end of the street. The vendors, emerging from their astonishment, began to murmur among themselves. The vendor uncle remarked, "Was that the friend of that chubby boy?" The vendor aunt replied, "Goodness, what a commotion so early in the morning. It was utterly terrifying." The nearby stall owner added, however, "That child appeared quite anxious. Perhaps he has some urgent matter to attend to." My competition. 5 minutes earlier, a thunderous explosion erupted from Tang Nan's room, the force of the blast propelling the door outward, nearly striking a passing student. Tang Nan coughed, exclaiming, "How could this thing possibly explode?" Emerging from the smoke-filled room, he appeared disheveled. Spotting his startled classmates, he quickly offered his apologies and, under their astonished gazes, proceeded to reattach the door that had been blown off its hinges. Once back inside, Tang Nan eagerly inquired about the sequence of events. "Tang Nan, what is the reason behind that scroll's explosion?" "Shimo, it is simply because the scroll you inscribed was originally a spell scroll for the fireball spell. Isn't it quite normal for it to explode?" "Tang Nan, why are you giving me this?" "Shimo, clearly, it was you who couldn't sleep last night and asked me to find you something to do early. And now you blame me? You chose this yourself." Last night, Tang Nan, feeling discontented after inadvertently overhearing a conversation between Xue Qinghe and his brother, tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. Thus, he delved into the sea of consciousness, intending to have a discussion with Master Lu. Coincidentally, Lu Wei's had just entered a state of soul slumber at that moment. Consequently, Shimo took the time to thoroughly explain the general classifications of magic to Tang Nan. He elaborated that the release of magic can occur not only through incantations and the drawing of magical symbols, but also through the use of spell scrolls, which are the most commonly employed method. The principle behind this technique involves the caster pre-engraving the necessary spell symbols onto paper, thereby utilizing it as a medium for the swift release of magic. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, and he immediately expressed a desire to examine a spell scroll. In response, Shimo pulled out a multitude of scrolls from his pocket, each adorned with the engraved symbols he had prepared. Although these were intangible and could not be physically grasped, it was evident that this had been a well-planned endeavor. Tang Nan gazed at the array of stone slabs and promptly selected one with an exceptionally unique design. As he lifted it, the intricate symbols inscribed upon the slab surged into his mind. "Tang Nan, it feels rather delightful." Having memorized the incantation, Tang Nan promptly seized a pen and paper, intending to transcribe it. However, alas, he made a mistake. He had exerted too much force. "I refuse to believe I cannot conquer this." After a night of diligent effort, Tang Nan finally completed his first spell scroll in the gentle light of dawn. Though his eyes were bloodshot, a contented smile graced his face. "Tang Nan, with a sense of accomplishment at last, I have completed it." Though it required considerable effort, the endeavor proved to be quite intriguing. However, just as he was about to meticulously examine his creation, he inadvertently brushed against the scroll with his left hand. This accidental contact caused the magical energy within his hand to be infused into the scroll. Suddenly, the scroll began to emit an extraordinary radiance, and a powerful surge of magical energy reverberated throughout the room. Tang Nan sensed impending danger and prepared to cast the scroll aside, but it was already too late. Tang Nan, panicking, "Oh no. The fireball spell condensed within the scroll has been accidentally triggered, causing it to form and rapidly expand." An explosion soon followed. Just as Tang Nan was still debating with Shurimo, Luo was emerged to remind him. Luo was, "Tang Nan, you would be wise to check the time." Tang Nan was taken aback and quickly glanced at the clock on the wall, only to realize that the time for the competition was swiftly approaching. Tang Nan, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." Without hesitation, he leaped out of the window and began to sprint fervently towards the competition venue. Along the way, Luo was persistently urged Tang Nan to hurry. "Tang Nan, Master Lu, why did you not remind me?" "Lu was, your brother knocked on the door half an hour ago to remind you, but you were too engrossed in copying the scroll to hear him." Tang Nan suddenly recalled that there had indeed been a knock on the door earlier. But he had been entirely engrossed in the crafting of the scroll and had not noticed it at all. He quickened his pace, traversing the streets of the academy as he hurried towards the competition venue. The other students along the way cast curious glances at his frantic demeanor. One student remarked, "Look, isn't that Tang Nan? Why is he in such a rush?" Another student speculated, "Perhaps he has an urgent matter to attend to." Tang Nan finally arrived at the venue just before the competition commenced, breathless as he stood among the team. The others looked at him in surprise at his disheveled appearance. Damu Bai inquired, "Tang Nan, what has happened to you? The match is about to begin." Tang Nan, breathless, I apologize. I overslept. Tang San, it matters not. What is important is your presence. Gently patting his shoulder, give it your all, for this is your inaugural match. Do not bear too much pressure. Tang Nan stood at the entrance of the competition venue, taking several deep breaths in an effort to steady his rapid breathing. He could feel his heart pounding vigorously within his chest. Tang Nan observed the slight furrow of his elder sister's brow, her eyes betraying a hint of concern for him. In contrast, his elder brother exuded an air of unwavering confidence. As Tang Nan gazed at them, the corners of his mouth gradually lifted, unveiling a resolute and warm smile. He wished to alleviate his sister's worries and to reciprocate his brother's trust. Tang Nan, I will strive diligently. Upon witnessing Tang Nan's smile, Xiao Wu's worries gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride and anticipation. Xiao Wu, keep it up. Little brother, vanquish them. Tang Xin responded with an encouraging nod, his eyes brimming with trust and support for Tang Nan. The host announced, now, let us welcome the Shrek Academy to the stage. This team concluded their performance match with remarkable speed and efficiency, leaving us eager to witness their splendid display. Ah, the allure of fragrant blossoms and refreshing dew, truly a testament to health and vitality. It seems Shrek Academy never fails to astonish us. Let us keep our eyes peeled. As the host's enthusiastic introduction resonated, Tang Nan's team entered the competition arena, becoming the center of attention. The advertisements emblazoned on the back of their uniforms stood out prominently among the myriad of teams, igniting whispers among the audience. The other members of the team felt a profound sense of embarrassment in light of such scrutiny, bowing their heads in an attempt to evade the gaze of the spectators. Meanwhile, Tang Nan glanced at the towering figures across from him, nervously swallowing his apprehension. Tang Nan, my goodness, what do they eat to grow so tall? At this moment, Ma Hongjun quietly approached Tang Nan and whispered his plan. Ma Hongjun, Tang Nan, when I give the signal, let us tear off these embarrassing team uniforms. What do you think? At first, Tang Nan hesitated, for tearing off the team uniform might cause trouble for the squad. Yet, upon witnessing the awkward expressions of his teammates, he ultimately succumbed to the compelling aura of Ma Hongjun. Tang Nan, whispering in response, very well, I understand. I shall be attentive to your signals. Ma Hongjun, upon receiving Tang Nan's affirmation, strode forward with newfound confidence, provocatively challenging the captain of the Xiangjia Academy, Hu Yanli. Ma Hongjun, hey big guy, what's the purpose of being so tall? Don't you realize it's exhausting for me to look up at you? The members of the Xiangjia team, witnessing Ma Hongjun's taunt, were visibly displeased, and the atmosphere between the two teams grew increasingly tense. Hu Yanli, humph, little chubby. Soon, I shall flatten you into a pancake. Ma Hongjun, oh, with a knowing glance, if you wish to engage, let us have a grand showdown. At Ma Hongjun's signal, several members swiftly tore off the back of their team uniforms almost simultaneously, while Tang Nan neatly removed his and stored it away, revealing the school uniforms beneath. The spectators were taken aback by this sudden display, erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Audience, wow, what are they doing? Other spectators, this is truly unexpected. But it certainly looks much better this way. Dean Flander, in a fit of rage, you little rascals dare to tear my advertisement uniforms. You are doomed. Tang Nan, noticing the dean's anger, were doomed. The host was also ignited by this sudden action. Host, the Shrek Brigade has once again torn off their uniforms. It seems they are thoroughly prepared. I hereby declare the commencement of the competition. Hu Yanli, form the formation to face the enemy. Tang Nan and Tang San. What? Form the formation. Under the command of Hu Yanli, the Elephant Armor Academy arranged itself in a formation resembling the Big Dipper, with Hu Yanli at its center. Tang San, observing from the stands, could not help but feel a jolt of apprehension. Meanwhile, Hu Yanjin, the dean of the Elephant Armor Academy, reveled in his triumph. Hu Yanjin, Shrek Academy, I am eager to see how you intend to break through the formation I have painstakingly devised. Tang Nan, we are in serious trouble. As soon as the two sides made contact, A situation of overwhelming strength emerged. The teammates of the Elephant Armor team, relying on their physical prowess and the power of their martial souls, adopted a strategy of brute force that inflicted considerable hardship on Tang Nan and his companions. However, thanks to Tang Nan and the support of another substitute, the healing soul master Jiangzhu, they managed to ensure that the injuries sustained by the combatants were not too severe. At that moment, Shrek's Talon attempted to confront the opposing side head-on with his powerful guerrilla martial soul but was severely injured in the process. Fortunately, Tang Nan intervened at a critical moment and pulled Talon to safety. Nevertheless, this action created a gap in their defense, allowing the Elephant Armor team to gradually advance past midfield and apply overwhelming pressure, while handing Talon over to the healing support of Jiangzhu behind him. Tang Nan organized the retreat of the others. Tang Nan waved his hand, conjuring a vast expanse of blue-silver grass that obstructed the path of the elephant-armored team. Coupled with Ma Hongjuan's flames, they created a sea of fire, granting them a fleeting moment to catch their breath. Tang Nan, how infuriating. These fellows are exceptionally tough. What should Master Lu do? Lu weighs. It's simple, just think it through. Tang Nan, how to break it? Lu was. Throughout history, regardless of the formation, it is essential to heed the commands of a leader to harness its full potential. In other words, the commander serves as their brain. By eliminating him, one can dismantle this formation. Tang Nan, however, the formidable defenses of this behemoth are no trifling matter, and we lack the capacity for such explosive assaults. Seeing that Tang Nan had yet to grasp the concept, Luawas reiterated his point. Luawas, causing him to lose effectiveness does not necessarily mean we must eliminate him. It suffices to ensure that he is unable to receive battlefield information in a timely manner. A team deprived of command, Tang Nan understood Master Lu's intentions. Otherwise, he would lose his rightful power. Comprehending this, Tang Nan activated his third soul skill, Myriad Transformations, transforming the area where the Elephant Armor team stood into a vast and dense forest. Subsequently, he bound everyone together with blue-silver grass. And with the transformed Ma Hongjun leading the way, they soared into the sky. Tang Nan, esteemed colleagues, I have devised a plan. Huyan Li, futile. Such meager blue-silver grass cannot ensnare us. Pointing to the sky, I dare say, let's see how long you can linger up there. At that moment of Huyan Li's arrogance, Jingling and Zhu Qing, forming a dual assault from the side thickets, launched an attack against him. Huyan Li, truly a nuisance. Seeking death, just as he prepared to retaliate, the two adeptly slipped back into the grass, concealing themselves once more. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from a distance. A harbinger of doom. The announcer then declared that a member of Team Elephant had been eliminated from the arena. Huyan Li, still bewildered by the turn of events, heard the announcer's voice once more. 2 more players from Team Elephant had been cast out. Huyan Li, this is bad. Their intent is to eliminate us one by one. It was only then that Huyan Li grasped the enemy's strategy. He hastily shouted for the remaining teammates to rally around him. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions on the stands breathed a sigh of relief, while Huyanjin's countenance darkened ominously. Tang Nan, it is time. Observing the gathering of Huyan Li and his companions from the sky, Tang Nan realized that their plan had progressed to the next stage. He promptly signaled Zhu Zhuqing and the others within the field to swiftly withdraw. Excitedly, Ma Hongjun prepared to unleash his 4th soul skill, Phoenix Crying to the Heavens. After a brief delay following the release of the soul skill, vibrant red light suddenly flickered beneath the feet of Huyan Li and his group. Subsequently, the phoenix soared upwards, transforming the expansive blue-silver grass into a sea of flames. The teammates from the Elephant Armor Academy found themselves ensnared in this inferno, choking on the thick smoke that hindered their breathing, while the ever-growing blue-silver grass continued to obstruct their movements. In less than a few minutes, they would succumb to asphyxiation and lose the match, an outcome Huyan Li dreaded above all else. Elephant Armor teammate, cough, cough. It's hopeless. If this continues, we'll perish here. Raise his hand. Referee, just as this teammate prepared to surrender under the unbearable circumstances, Huyan Li grasped him firmly. A scream pierced the air as a massive boulder was hurled from the smoke, aiming directly at Tang Nan and his companions. What astonished them even more was the emergence of a colossal figure from the Haze Chapter 60. The fall of the giant. Is this a giant? From the smoke, a towering giant, as imposing as a mountain, suddenly appeared. It hurled the boulder towards the Shrek team, creating a tremendous crater that filled everyone with apprehension. Without hesitation, Tang Nan ordered the defenseless Feng Zhu to evacuate the arena. This battle was no longer suitable for her. The giant let out a deafening roar. the sound wave sweeping across the arena, causing every heart to tremble in response. It then swung its enormous fists, launching a fierce assault on Tang Nan and his group. Giant, roaring roar. The giant's fist descended like a meteor, accompanied by a thunderous rush of air, crashing down upon them. Tang Nan and his companions scattered to evade, while the ground erupted in clouds of dust and debris under the giant's colossal strikes. Ma Hongjun, Brother Nan, think of a way. If this continues, we'll be worn out before long. My transformation time is about to expire. Tang Nan, I understand. Jun Gu, hold on a little longer. Once the match concludes, I shall treat you to a feast. Ma Hongjun, all right, after this round, I shall indulge in a grand meal. Hey, big guy, look over here. Your Jun Gu is right here. While Ma Hongjun distracts the giant, Tang Nan swiftly begins to analyze their adversary. Tang Nan, currently, I do not see any other members of the Xianjia team on the field. Could it be that they have been absorbed? It seems plausible, otherwise, it would be difficult to provide a clear explanation. If that is indeed the case, then this formidable individual must possess strength that surpasses that of the Soul Sect. If that is the case, Tang Nan gazed at the giant, a sudden conjecture surging within him. He felt the need to validate it. Thus, he hurriedly called out to Talon and Huang Yuan. Tang Nan, gentlemen, please lend me a hand. Under Tang Nan's direction, the two individuals each lifted a massive stone. Ready for action, Tang Nan observed the giant's movements, and the moment he witnessed the giant raise its hand, Tang Nan commanded, aim for his right knee. The boulder, under his direction, struck the giant's knee with tremendous force. The sudden assault caused the giant to momentarily lose his balance and collapse to the ground. However, the giant quickly regained his composure and surged back to his feet, charging towards them once more. Tang Nan, indeed, it resembles the structure of the human body. If that is the case, then let us take action. Immediately, Tang Nan rushed to Jingling and Sister Zhuqing to share his plan. Tang Nan, Jingling. Sister Zhuqing, you should do this in a moment. As Ma Hongjun brazenly taunted the giant from the air, he suddenly noticed that Tang Nan had stealthily appeared atop the giant's head. Although Ma Hongjun did not immediately comprehend Tang Nan's intent, he chose to trust him and continued to provoke the giant from above. Ma Hongjun, in his heart, what does this mean? Never mind. I just need to keep drawing attention, right? Observing that the giant had yet to sense his presence, Tang Nan swiftly placed his right hand upon the giant's head. Tang Nan, according to the principle of my older brother's second soul skill, the third soul skill, all things renewed, was unleashed. As the soul skill was activated, the blue-silver grass ruptured from the joints and acupoints of the giant. Jingling and Zhuqing, upon recognizing this signal, immediately targeted the location of the blue-silver grass to launch a precise assault. In an instant, the giant was racked with agony. However, this also alerted the giant to Tang Nan's presence. Enraged, he raised his hand, intent on crushing the audacious thief who dared to stand atop him. Tang Nan, Jun Gu, catch me. Tang Nan leapt from the summit of the giant's head, and Ma Hongjun caught him with unwavering steadiness. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, you little rascal. You nearly gave me a fright. Tang Nan, there is no time for explanations, Jun Gu. We must act swiftly. Under Tang Nan's command, the entire team commenced an orderly counterattack. Simultaneously, Jingling and his companion leaped high and delivered a powerful strike to the giant's vital point, eliciting a painful wail from the creature. Meanwhile, Tai Long and Huang Yuan continued to hurl massive stones from the ground, seizing the opportunity while the giant was preoccupied. Their combined efforts sent a boulder crashing into the giant's knee, causing it to tumble to the ground. Observing this from the stands, Daimu Bai and his companions erupted into cheers, while the expression on Hu Yinjin's face grew increasingly grim. We must eliminate the control-type Soul Master. Think of a solution. We are on the verge of defeat. Enough. Silence. Within the giant's mind, the thoughts of the four began to spiral into chaos, and the giant itself began to mutter incoherently. Giant, enough. Silence. Ma Hongjun, can't withstand it? Then let us see how you fare against my move. Phoenix of Flames. Combined with Phoenix Ascension, this combination struck the giant squarely in the face, raising a tremendous cloud of dust. However, amidst the haze, a flicker of red light suddenly emerged. A wave of energy shot forth, catching Ma Hongjun off guard and rendering him unconscious upon impact. When the dust settled, what astonished everyone was the appearance of a helmet-like soul bone on the giant's head. Host, a soul bone. It is indeed a soul bone. The Xianjia team has unleashed their final trump card. Ma Hongjun was caught unprepared. It seems the tide of battle will shift once more. My anticipation grows. Salaris. With a scornful smile, this soul bone can enhance his mental strength, thereby augmenting his control over others. I hope he does not disappoint me, Hu Yinjin. On the battlefield, the giant declared, to compel me to use this is your honor. Now, you may perish. The giant raised its left foot to stomp on the still unconscious Ma Hongjun. Just as the giant's foot was about to descend, Ma Hongjun awakened and saw the enormous foot looming overhead. It was too late to evade. Ma Hongjun. No. At that moment, Tang Nan suddenly appeared beside Ma Hongjun. Giant. Ridiculous. With a resounding thud, the giant's foot came crashing down, while the furious Xiao Wu was restrained by Tang San and others in the stands. Tang San, Xiao Wu, remain calm. On the battlefield, the giant exclaimed, foolish mortals, you are courting death. Just as the giant reveled in his arrogance, he suddenly sensed an immense force pressing against his foot. Before he could react, his foot was violently lifted, causing his colossal frame to lose balance and stagger backward. The giant uttered in disbelief, this is impossible. At that moment, a pale blue, humanoid projection materialized behind Tang Nan, where he and his companion had just stood. The sight of his magically transformed left hand became apparent to all present. Ma Hongjun remarked, what is this? Initially believing he was doomed, Ma Hongjun attempted to push Tang Nan away upon witnessing him rush in. However, he was taken aback as Tang Nan merely responded with an unexpectedly disdainful smile, then raised both hands to brace against the giant's foot. Simultaneously, the bandages that had wrapped around his left hand were inexplicably undone. A faint crimson light flickered in Tang Nan's eyes, and the demonic projection emerged to assist him in countering the giant's force. With a powerful shout, Tang Nan propelled the giant's foot away with a surge of strength. Ma Hongjun, regaining his senses, gazed in astonishment at Tang Nan's left arm, rendered speechless. Ma Hongjun, brother Nan, pointing at his left hand, what is this? Tang Nan, that one? This is, Ma Hongjun, a soul bone. Tang Nan, indeed, it is the soul bone. It was gifted to me by my master. Ma Hongjun, I can't believe you saved such a precious item for this moment. You've truly exhausted me. I must insist on a second helping at dinner later. Tang Nan, certainly. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you. Tang Nan, thinking at last, I managed to deceive them. But why did I rush over just now? Glancing at the projection behind, how did this thing even appear? The projection vanishes. Never mind. I must think of a solution. Master Lu, do you have any good ideas? Lu Wasis, there is a way. The structure of this giant is akin to that of the human body, is it not? Based on its recent ramblings, it seems that this form requires the unified will of 4 individuals to unleash its full potential. Therefore, if we wish to eliminate it with utmost efficiency, we must sever its mental connection with the others. Tang Nan, so it is. Lu Was, strike at the nape of his neck to sever the nerves there. This should cause this fellow to crumble. Understanding the location of his weakness, Tang Nan once again devised a battle plan. He dispersed everyone. Host, it is truly unexpected that Tang Nan, a contestant from Shrek, possesses a soul bone. This battle has already delivered us an abundance of surprises. Calming himself, now we can see that the Shrek team has once again adopted a scattered formation, encircling the giant in the center. They are continuously attacking and harassing the elephant armor team from various directions. However, it is evident that these assaults have yielded limited results. The presence of contestant Tang Nan from Shrek has yet to be observed. One wonders what surprises he will unveil. Meanwhile, on the giant's back, Tang Nan was panting heavily. Feeling an unusual fatigue, his mind filled with confusion. He could not comprehend why this climb was so arduous. Compared to before, the physical exertion was immense. Just as he pondered this, the giant, losing patience due to the relentless assaults from the Shrek members, began to gather energy in its head, preparing for a round of overwhelming bombardment. Tang Nan, anxiously, time is of the essence. We must hasten our pace. Tang Nan, disregarding his physical exhaustion, focused his mind and quickened his ascent. He understood that every second was of paramount importance. At last, after 2 minutes, he successfully reached the designated position. Tang Nan, opening the elemental vision indeed, the intertwining point of soul power connections lies right here. He had no time to rest and promptly summoned the breath of death, preparing to launch an assault on the giant's soul power nexus. However, when his weapon struck the giant's neck, it merely emitted a crisp sound, failing to inflict any significant damage. Tang Nan, no. I am utterly exhausted. Tang Nan felt his strength rapidly waning as he pressed closely against the giant's back, hoping not to be detected. His heart raced with anxiety as he contemplated his next course of action. Tang Nan, who else is there? Jun Gu has been injured. And Sister Ju Qing. Her netherworld slash should be powerful enough, as long as Tang Nan gazed upon the giant's formidable exterior. Recognizing that a greater force of attack was essential to breach the Colossus's defenses. Tang Nan, do you possess any spells capable of breaching defenses? Sure, Mo. Allow me to take control. I shall inscribe the ritual, as this will yield the utmost efficiency. Tang Nan understood that he must make a decision to allow Shimo to assume control. Tang Nan, very well. Tang Nan relaxed his mind, allowing Shimo to take control. Shimo swiftly devised an improved version of the explosive spell formula. Tang Nan, the beginning and the end, rest assured, young one. The beginning and the end signaled to Zhu Zhuqing and the other team members the location to strike. Upon receiving the signal, Huang Yuan and Talon launched Zhu Zhuqing like a projectile, propelling her straight towards the giant's neck. Tang Nan, the beginning and the end, he arrived and ordered an explosion. As Zhu Zhuqing soared through the air, he leaped to a safe distance and activated the spell located at the giant's nape. A thunderous explosion resonated, tearing open the giant's neck and revealing conspicuous fissures in its skin. Zhu Zhuqing, nether slash. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a powerful strike. Her nether slash striking true at the giant's vulnerable point. In an instant, the giant crumbled under the force of her blow. The contest concluded with Shrek Academy's resounding victory. The audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers. She sat in an inconspicuous spot, savoring a slice of strawberry cake, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. The cake's sweetness starkly contrasted with the tension of the match, imparting a sense of contentment. Qian Ruxue, in her heart, such moments are indeed rare. However, behind her, Chen stood quietly, glancing at the time before gently reminding Qian Ruxue. Chen, miss, do not forget that you have an important meeting shortly. Upon hearing Chen's reminder, Qian Ruxue felt the swift passage of time, a wave of melancholy washing over her. She lowered her gaze, the strawberry cake in her hand seemingly losing its previous allure. Qian Ruxue, indeed, time always slips away so quickly. Observing Qian Ruxue's despondent demeanor, Chen felt a twinge of sympathy. Chen, miss, if you wish, we can linger for another half hour. I will take care of the meeting arrangements. Qian Ruxue raised her head, gratitude flickering in her eyes. Qian Ruxue, Chen, you are the best. Chen nodded and quietly stepped aside, her gaze shifting to Tang Nan, who was assisting Ma Hongjun on the ground. Then, casually inquiring, she asked, Miss, what do you think of Tang Nan's performance? Qian Ruxue, he performed admirably. Both his tactics and strategy were impeccable. Taking a bite of cake. Chen, it seems you are quite taken with Tang Nan, perhaps harboring feelings for him? Qian Ruxue was taken aback, not anticipating Chen would broach such a topic. Her face flushed crimson, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed. Qian Ruxue, Chen, what are you talking about? I certainly do not. Chen, observing Qian Rushue's flushed cheeks, realized her teasing had struck a chord. She smiled slightly and continued to provoke her. Chen, oh, is that so? Then why does your reaction become so pronounced whenever Tang Nan is mentioned? Realizing she had been teased by Chen, Qian Ruxue felt both flustered and annoyed. Resolving to confront Chen, Qian Ruxue, Chen, how dare you mock me? With that, she pretended to be angry and chased after Chen. Chapter 61. The aftermath of the match. Shrek Academy Infirmary. Ouch, that hurts. Sister, be gentle. Apologies, I will be more careful. With Tang Nan's guidance, Xiao Wu cautiously re-wrapped the bandage around his left hand. Beside them, Ma Hongjun was subjected to a hasty and rough application of bandages. This stark treatment incited Ma Hongjun's dissatisfaction. Hey, Sister Xiaowu, it's evident that both my brother Nan and I are injured, yet the disparity in our treatment is rather excessive, he remarked. Xiaowu retorted, what did you say? If it weren't for you, you glutton, my brother wouldn't have been hurt. I should be commended for not making you endure the 8. With a fierce glare directed at Ma Hongjun, she caused him to tremble in fear, scurrying behind Tang Nan for refuge. Observing this, Tang Nan promptly interjected, attempting to speak a few kind words on Hongjun's behalf. Tang Nan, sister, please don't be angry. Jungu is simply too caught up in the moment. Moreover, he has already learned his lesson, so there's no need for you to remain upset. Ma Hongjun, exactly. Calm down, Sister Xiaowu. Rest assured, I will not make such a mistake again. After the soothing words from Tang Nan and the apology from Ma Hongjun, Xiaowu finally relinquished her thoughts of employing the 8 Division throw on Ma Hongjun. However, before departing, she still clenched her fist, producing a cracking sound as a final warning to him. Xiaowu, do not betray my trust, you glutton. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut, and the sound of footsteps outside gradually faded away. Ma Hongjun, having narrowly escaped a dire consequence, let out a sigh of relief. Ma Hongjun, thank you, Brother Nan. If it weren't for you, I would probably have found it difficult to get out of bed later. Tang Nan, it's all right, Jun-gu. Allow me to apply the medicine for you first. Please turn around. Tang Nan unwrapped the bandage and began to reapply medicine to Ma Hongjun's wounds. During the process, Ma Hongjun suddenly recalled something and inquired of Tang Nan about his thoughts on Xiao Wu. Tang Nan, what? My sister? Let me ponder. It's that kind of familial feeling, I suppose. Ma Hongjun, is that so? Tang Nan, Jun-gu, if you continue to speak like this, I fear that my sister may unexpectedly return and hear you. I would be unable to save you. Tang Nan's words startled Ma Hongjun, prompting him to cover his mouth and anxiously glance towards the door. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Nan forcefully manipulated Hongjun's dislocated arm. With a sharp crack, the arm was reset. Subsequently, Tang Nan expertly applied a splint and meticulously wrapped it with bandages. Tang Nan, all set. Jun-gu, your cooperation has been commendable. Now, all that remains is to rest well for a day or two. Ma Hongjun, all right. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. When dinner time comes, I will call you. Remember, you promised to treat me to a grand feast. Tang Nan, all right. See you later. After bidding farewell to Ma Hongjun, Tang Nan finally settled back into his chair to rest for a moment. At that moment, Lu Wasi emerged from the sea of consciousness. Tang Nan, Master Lu? What brings you out? Lu Was, with a sullen expression, pray tell, why did you choose to rescue that chubby little boy back then? Tang Nan, awkwardly glancing to the side well. I was just thinking that Jun-gu is in danger, so I rushed over. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Lu Wei's delivered a sharp rap to Tang Nan's head without mercy. Just as he prepared to strike again, he halted, followed by a resigned sigh. Lu Wei's, honestly, can't you weigh your own capabilities before rushing to save someone? Do you understand that if it weren't for the demon projection behind you, you would have been finished? Do you really think you are the same as that chubby fellow? When he steps down, he might just be severely injured, but you are different. You would meet your demise. Tang Nan was about to defend himself when Shimo unexpectedly emerged to speak on his behalf. Shimo, love is, please calm down. After all, Tang Nan is still young. Young people tend to be a bit impulsive. Love is, and you, Shimo, I haven't even mentioned you yet. Shimo, huh? What does that have to do with me? Love is, doesn't he concern you? Was it you who orchestrated that incident? During the last sparring session, why didn't you inform him that when his magic power is insufficient, it would draw upon his life force as a supplement? He nearly had his life force drained due to that ancient soul technique. Love is scolded Shimo, the instigator, with palpable anger. Following that match, Tang Nan lay in bed in a deep slumber for 3 full days, and for the subsequent week, he remained in a state of extreme physical weakness. Unable to counter Love's accusations, Shimo could only obediently accept the lecture alongside Tang Nan. Love's, Tang Nan, you must remember that you should not constantly aspire to learn magic that does not belong to this world. It is too early for you. Shimo, but little Nan indeed possesses considerable talent. He was able to memorize and replicate the ancient soul technique in an instant. Although it seems I did most of the drawing work, being able to cast spells so swiftly makes him a genius in our realm. Love is, oh, why didn't you tell him that many geniuses, in their hubris, have ended up mad? Tang Nan, raising his hand timidly, what do you mean by the demon projection that you just mentioned, Lord Lu? Love is, it is the manifestation that appears behind you during the competition. In essence, it is the embodiment of the demon within you. The reason it retains a human form may be due to the fact that your level of demonization is still mild. As your demonization deepens, the projection will gradually take on a more corporeal form. Love is, nevertheless, I shall refrain from saying more. Before you rush to save others next time, consider those who care for you. Do not constantly throw yourself into peril for the sake of rescuing others. You still have your family and friends to worry about. After imparting this heartfelt advice, Love is retreated into the sea of consciousness, while Shimo gazed out at the scenery, returning to his previous languid demeanor. Shimo, it's all right, my boy. Don't take it to heart. Love has a typical sharp tongue but a soft heart. He can be quite prideful. However, he does make a valid point. You should indeed start with the basics. Once the Soul Master tournament concludes, I will find a suitable time to teach you properly. Tang Nan, why would I not want my master to teach me? To elaborate, please, I'm a top graduate from a prestigious magic academy on the mainland. One who has advanced several grades consecutively. It truly saddens me that you would seek a rural person as your mentor in the presence of someone so accomplished. Tang Nan, it seems I have yet to pay my respects as your disciple, haven't I? Sweat, Shimi, then let us commence now. Tang Nan, do not refuse me. Beginning and end, what? Meanwhile, at the Shadow Guard headquarters, within the confines of the Shadow Guard's office, Yang Hong sat at his desk, fully engrossed in the intricate designs he was sketching. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Fan Ass entered with a displeased expression, cradling a hefty stack of documents that seemed to weigh her down. Yang Hong, looking up, surprised Fan Ass. What brings you here? What are these documents? Fan Ass, irritated, these are reports submitted from various branches. I brought them while assisting the Intelligence Department's messenger with their routine physical examination. Yang Hong, apologetically, I appreciate your effort. Fan Ass, I will review these documents immediately. Fan Ass placed the documents on Yang Hong's desk, creating a small mountain that nearly occupied half the surface area. Fan Ass, you'd better expedite this process. Keller's side is already overwhelmed, and the messengers are enduring long treks daily. At this rate, the little ones won't be able to keep up. Oh, and this. Fan Ass produced a letter from her waist and handed it to Yang Hong. Fan Ass, an urgent letter from the Spirit Hall. You should take a look. Yang Hong accepted the letter, opened it, and upon reading its contents, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his face as he exclaimed in disbelief. The letter demanded that the Shadow Guard ascertain the relationship between Tang Nan and Tang San, as well as confirm any ties they may have with Tang Hao. The contents of this confidential missive evidently left Yang Hong both astonished and troubled. Yang Hong, what a nuisance. How has the Spirit Hall come to notice Tang Nan? Fan Ass, the Spirit Hall has set their sights on Tang Nan? Yang Hong, no. I believe they are merely suspicious. However, the fact that they have entrusted us with this task indicates that they lack a comprehensive understanding of the relationship between Tang Nan and Tang San. If that is the case, it becomes manageable. Fan Ass, what do you propose? Yang Hong, I will inform Lei Hao and his team to concoct a report that is half true, half false, ensuring that any connection between Tang Nan and Tang San is thoroughly obfuscated. We must not allow the Spirit Hall to draw any conclusions regarding blood relations. Furthermore, we do not need to affirm or deny their ties to Tang Hao. A vague conjecture will suffice. After contemplating Yang Hong's strategy, Fan Ass ultimately agreed with his plan. Her gaze was soon drawn to the design sketches on Yang Hong's desk. Fan Ass, what is that? Yang Hong, this is the new design for the firearm. Given the increasing frequency of demon invasions, it's time for the young ones to upgrade their equipment. Fan Ass picked up the design and scrutinized it, unable to suppress a laugh. Fan Ass, I would not have guessed. You have a knack for this sort of thing? Yang Hong, you haven't gone to that place to further your studies, have you? Did those stubborn little fellows actually let you in? Yang Hong, Fan Ass, it is best not to let them hear such words, or you may find yourself on their blacklist. Yang Hong's just did not catch Fan Ass off guard. She set aside the design sketches and found a place to sit. Fan Ass, oh, by the way, I have delightful news. I have discovered a location to awaken them. In a valley within the Sunset Forest, I found a spot teeming with life energy. Yang Hong, Sunset Forest? A valley? Wait, are you referring to the Twin Elements Eye? Isn't that the territory of the solitary Gubo? Fan Ass, is it? Regardless, I did not encounter him during my reconnaissance a few days ago. I entered the lake and established a spatial node there to absorb life energy. If all goes as anticipated, in a few years, some of the less gravely injured should awaken. Yang Hong, upon hearing this good news, could hardly contain his excitement. The corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably, and his hand holding the documents trembled with anticipation. Yang Hong, Fan Ass, this is indeed splendid news. Let us invite old Lei for a drink tonight. What do you say? Fan Ass, if you manage to process these documents before nightfall, that could be arranged. Put in some effort. I must return to the infirmary, as I still have many supplies to inventory. A rare expression of ease and delight graced Fan Ass's face as she gently closed the door. Yang Hong gazed at the documents on the table, took a deep breath, and began to diligently read and handle them. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. He truly hoped it would continue this way. Chapter 62. Probing. Intriguing. In a corner of the observation platform, a man who had witnessed Shrek Academy's triumph over the Elephant Armored Academy displayed a look of excitement. After witnessing Tang Nan's performance, his interest in the latter deepened. On his way back, he traversed a secluded passage. In the shadows of the passage, a figure suddenly called out to him. Mysterious figure, Mr. Shernyan, please hold. Shernyan halted his steps and turned to face the source of the voice. His gaze was cautious as he attempted to discern the identity of the person cloaked in shadows. Shernyan, who are you? Why do you seek me? The mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in an aura of enigma, as if merging with the darkness. His face was obscured by a mask, making it impossible to discern his true appearance. The mask was adorned with bizarre patterns, emitting an eerie glow. The mysterious figure's voice was deep and hoarse, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. He spoke, "I am quite intrigued by Tang Nan of Shrek Academy, and I believe you are as well." Shi Nian's heart stirred. Yet he refrained from giving a direct reply, countering with a question, "What is your interest in him?" The mysterious figure chuckled, his laughter laced with cunning and allure. His tone softened, as if tempting something hidden. He then aimed his hand at his own neck and made a slicing motion, saying, "I presume this is what you have in mind." The gaze of Shi Nian flickered uncertainly, as if he grasped the enigmatic man's intent. A faint, cold smile crept upon his lips. "It seems we share a common objective." However, Shi Nian paused for a moment, contemplating the mysterious individual's proposal. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and his soul power surged. In an instant, his soul skill, Nightmare, was unleashed. "Before I ascertain your true intentions, I cannot afford to take risks. After all, I do not have a penchant for sharing my prey." Shi Nian's Nightmare soul skill was one that could plunge an opponent into their deepest fears and terrors, striking at their vulnerabilities. Yet, the mysterious figure remained unervingly composed. Not only was he unaffected, but he also dared to mock. "Is this what you call a Nightmare soul skill? It feels more like a mere tickle." A surge of alarm coursed through Shi Nian. He had never encountered an adversary who could so effortlessly resist his soul skill. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes, realizing that he was facing no ordinary foe. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired sternly. The enigmatic man did not respond directly. Instead, he slowly extended his hand, causing the surrounding space to appear to warp. The environment grew eerie and indistinct, suffused with an air of uncertainty and danger. The air within the passage seemed to solidify, the light dimmed, and mist coiled around them, swirling slowly to form a suffocating cage that ensnared Shi Nian tightly. Panic surged within him. "This mist, it is constricting my consciousness." The once ornate walls had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of darkness and silence. All he could hear were his own breaths and heartbeat, which resonated with alarming clarity in the stillness. He felt his hands begin to move involuntarily, as if another will was controlling his body. "No, this cannot be. My body." Shi Nian gazed in terror at his hand, which slowly reached to the side, grasping a small knife that glinted ominously. His heart brimmed with resistance. Yet his body continued its actions uncontrollably. "Stop, please stop." The knife inched closer to his neck, cold and unyielding. Shi Nian could distinctly feel the chill of the blade, his heartbeat quickening, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he remained a prisoner within his own body. The threat of death loomed over him, the glint of the knife reflecting in his terrified eyes. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Yet all would be rendered meaningless with the blade's cruel passage. His hand mercilessly pressed the knife closer to his own neck. At that moment, Shi Nian could feel the chilling cold of the blade's edge, the metallic chill seemingly piercing his skin, and he could almost envision the scene of blood splattering in the next instant. "Shi Nian, struggling move. I command you to act." Deep within, a potent instinct for survival began to surge. Shi Nian tightly shut his eyes, striving to concentrate all his mental strength to resist the force that sought to control him. Just as the blade grazed his skin, drawing blood, Shi Nian's soul force and mental energy erupted in a powerful wave. His soul ring shone with a brilliant light at that moment. "Shi Nian, determined break. I command you to shatter." Finally, under Shi Nian's furious roar and the impact of his mental force, the illusion began to fracture. The blade halted just before it was about to pierce his neck. Shi Nian opened his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead, and, in terror, he reached for his neck to confirm the absence of blood. Only then did he lean against the wall, gasping for breath. As the surroundings began to clarify, he, believing he had escaped the illusion, started to mock the opponent's illusionary arts as trivial. "Shi Nian, mockingly, it seems your illusion is rather lackluster. I have seen through your tricks." However, the mysterious figure merely smiled softly and snapped his fingers, causing the surrounding space to twist and change once more. Shi Nian's confidence shattered in an instant as he realized, to his horror, that he remained ensnared in the illusion. "Shi Nian, shocked this is impossible. I clearly." Everything in the illusion once again became hazy. The passage and exit he thought he had escaped to now felt utterly out of reach. The mist enveloped the surroundings anew, thicker and more sinister than before. Shi Nian, terrified within, I am still here." The mysterious figure's voice echoed within the illusion, tinged with amusement and pride. "Mysterious figure, oh, it seems you are still too naive. Do you think you can so easily escape my illusions? Shinian felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over him. Beginning to realize that the opponent he faced possessed soul and mental powers far exceeding his expectations. Shinian, no. Deep in despair. Shinian's roar reverberated through the illusion, revealing his unwillingness and rage. Yet, just as he felt most helpless, a clear sound of a snap reached his ears. Suddenly, the surrounding illusions shattered like broken glass, peeling away piece by piece. Shinian was astonished to find himself back in the corner of the passage where he had first encountered the mysterious figure. Everything there appeared unchanged, as if the terrifying experience had merely been a dream. Shinian, bewildered, what is happening? Could it be? The mysterious figure stood before him, a smile gracing his face, seemingly pleased with Shinian's reaction. Mysterious figure, gently laughing, it seems you have experienced but a fragment of my illusions. Now, do you still consider them insignificant? Shinian's heart sank. He realized he had gravely underestimated his opponent's strength. The attitude exhibited by Shinian transformed into one of considerable respect. Your strength surpasses my expectations, he remarked earnestly. The enigmatic figure nodded, seemingly approving of Shinian's demeanor. Now, are you willing to reconsider our collaboration? Shinian fell silent, aware that opposing such an individual would be exceedingly unwise. The mysterious figure appeared to anticipate Shinian's shift in attitude, gradually elucidating his plan. His voice imbued with a hint of sincerity. My objective is quite simple. Eliminate Tang Nan for me. Shinian, puzzled, responded, why don't you handle it yourself? The enigmatic figure fell silent, a flicker of complexity illuminating his gaze, as though concealing undisclosed secrets. You wouldn't refuse, would you? He purred enticingly. With those words, Shinian's mind was ensnared by the psychological suggestion laid before him. Under its influence, he readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. I will take care of Tang Nan, he affirmed. The mysterious figure nodded once more, then turned to depart, leaving Shinian under the sway of suggestion. Go, fulfill your task, he urged softly. Shinian turned and made his way toward the exit. In the luminous night of Tiando City, the stars shone brilliantly. After a delightful dinner, Tang Nan, feeling elated, decided to take a stroll and savor the tranquil evening. He wandered aimlessly, the clamor of the city gradually fading, replaced by the serene and harmonious ambience of the night. Unbeknownst to him, he had become Shinian's target. Concealed in the shadows, Shinian's gaze fixated on Tang Nan, his movements now devoid of hesitation. He began to unleash his soul technique, silently guiding Tang Nan away from the city toward the outskirts. As the influence of Shinian's soul technique took hold, Tang Nan's steps unconsciously shifted direction, compelled by an inexplicable urge, as if something beyond the city beckoned him forth. Tang Nan, perplexed how strange. Why am I compelled to walk in this direction? Tang Nan succumbed to the impulse, wandering further along the narrow path until he found himself ensconced within a dense growth. The towering trees loomed above, their branches intertwining to allow the moonlight to filter through, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. At that moment, Shinian perceived the opportune moment had arrived. He unleashed his nightmarish soul technique. An invisible force of mental energy began to entwine around Tang Nan, striving to ensnare him within the illusory realm of nightmares. Shinian, with a calm demeanor, declared, now, succumb to the agony. Tang Nan was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness, his consciousness beginning to blur as the surroundings twisted and distorted. He was aware of what was occurring, yet remained powerless against the meticulously orchestrated nightmare of Shinian's soul technique. His vision gradually faded, ultimately surrendering to the nightmarish environment. In Shinian's mind, satisfaction blossomed. At last, he had fallen under my control. Observing Tang Nan's struggles within the nightmare, Shinian believed that Tang Nan had become entirely ensnared by his soul technique. He prepared to approach Tang Nan to fulfill the task assigned by the mysterious figure. However, just as Shinian relaxed his guard, convinced of his imminent success, he was struck by the startling realization that the Tang Nan who should have been sprawled on the ground had vanished without a trace. Shinian, bewildered, exclaimed, What? He swiftly scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Tang Nan. A foreboding sense gripped him, making him aware that the situation was not as he had presumed. With heightened vigilance, he wondered, could it be? Just then, he felt a chill sweep past him, followed by a powerful hand tightening around his throat. Tang Nan, coldly, why have you chosen to strike against me? Tang Nan's left hand clutched Shinian's neck with the unyielding grip of an iron vice. His gaze transformed into a blood-red hue, revealing a depth and coldness that belied his youth. Tang Nan, coldly interrogating, who sent you? What is your purpose? Shinian felt the oppressive aura emanating from Tang Nan, a pressure that instilled a flicker of fear within him. There was no warmth in Tang Nan's eyes, as if he could penetrate into the depths of his soul. Shunyin to himself his gaze. No, this cannot possibly belong to a mere youth. Tang Nan's inquiries pierced the soul of Shinian like a sharpened sword, rendering him unable to evade their impact. Tang Nan, answer me, or you shall not leave this place alive. Shunyin struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Tang Nan's grasp. But the latter's strength was so overwhelming that he found himself utterly immobilized. Shunyin, with great difficulty, I will speak. Tang Nan slightly loosened his grip on Shunyin's hand, yet remained vigilant. Tang Nan, you had better not deceive me, or else. At that moment, Shunyin gasped for breath, feeling an unparalleled sense of liberation. As Tang Nan released his grip, the unwilling Shinian resolved to attempt once more to wield his nightmarish soul technique. Shinian concentrated his mental energy, striving to draw Tang Nan back into that terrifying realm of consciousness. However, this time, the nightmarish soul technique appeared utterly ineffective against Tang Nan. Shinian, in a state of anxiety, thought to himself, it cannot be. How could my nightmarish soul technique fail? Tang Nan stood at his place, coldly gazing down upon Shinian. Tang Nan, such a petty trick? Do you still wish to escalate this? Are you underestimating me? Infuriated by Shunyan's actions, Tang Nan resolved to show no mercy. A resolute glint flickered in his eyes as his soul power surged intensely, emanating a formidable aura that erupted from within him. Tang Nan, in fury, this is of your own making. With Tang Nan's invocation, the breath of death was unleashed. Upon witnessing this, Shunyan felt a chill surge through him. He realized that he had thoroughly provoked Tang Nan, and what lay ahead was a full-force strike. Shunyan, in his mind, this is dire. I must devise a countermeasure. Yet, before Shunyan could formulate a plan, Tang Nan had already swung the breath of death towards him. The blade had not yet arrived, but the fierce aura emanating from it left Shunyan gasping for breath. Acting swiftly, Shunyan activated his soul power barrier. A translucent shield enveloped him entirely, attempting to withstand Tang Nan's assault. Shunyan, anxiously, it comes so swiftly. The breath of death, imbued with formidable power, crashed against the soul power barrier, producing a cacophony akin to countless sparks igniting in the night sky. The surface of the barrier rippled, revealing the strain of absorbing the impact. Shunyan, in his mind, I must hold on. However, Tang Nan's onslaught did not relent. Outside the soul power barrier, he summoned a crimson demon projection. The projection's eyes gleamed with a blood-red light, and its emergence rendered the surrounding air dense with foreboding. It bore a terrifying grin before seizing Shunyan's soul power barrier with both hands. The enormous palms gripped the shield as if it were a mere plaything, gradually tightening their hold. Under the immense power of the demon projection, the barrier began to contort, emitting a piercing squeal, signaling imminent fracture. Shunyan in terror no. This power. He sensed an unprecedented crisis, acutely aware that his soul power barrier might not withstand such an onslaught. Desperately, he infused more soul power into the barrier, hoping to endure just a little longer. Tang Nan, coldly, it is over. As Tang Nan's words fell, the demonic projection clenched its fist, and with a resounding crash, the soul power barrier of Shunyan was shattered under immense pressure. The fragments of the broken barrier scattered like starlight dissipating in the night sky. Shunyan, despairingly, The shattering of the soul power barrier left Shunyan completely exposed to Tang Nan's assault. Lying on the cold ground, despite being gravely injured, he stubbornly pressed for the true identity of Tang Nan. His voice trembled, revealing his confusion and fear. Shunyan, urgently, who are you truly? Why? Tang Nan stood before Shunyan, the tip of the death's breath sword aimed at Shunyan's heart. His gaze revealed no trace of compassion. Yet he did not strike immediately. Tang Nan, silently, you need not concern yourself with my identity, for the deceased require not the burden of excessive knowledge. In that moment, Shinian felt the impending shadow of death, his heart raced wildly within his chest, and the cold light of mortality reflected in his eyes. Yet, just as the blade was poised to pierce his heart, it halted abruptly. To his astonishment, Shinian discovered that Tang Nan's right hand had firmly grasped his own left hand, which wielded the sword, thus averting the fatal strike. Shinian, in disbelief, what is happening? A look of struggle manifested on Tang Nan's face. His right hand straining with prominent veins, evidently exerting every ounce of strength to impede the actions of his left hand. Tang Nan, I cannot act in such a manner. I cannot bring myself to take his life. Tang Nan was seized by a violent headache, compelling him to clutch his head and retreat in agony. His body trembled as if something within his mind was clashing fiercely. At that moment, Shernyan became acutely aware of Tang Nan's distress. He recognized this as a perfect opportunity for escape. Shernyan thought to himself, if not now, when? With great effort, he struggled to rise from the ground. Though his body continued to quiver, he summoned every ounce of strength to flee the scene. His figure swiftly vanished into the night, leaving Tang Nan alone in the stillness. Tang Nan clutched his head, his breath coming in rapid gasps. After a brief moment of catching his breath, his eyes gradually transitioned from a crimson hue back to their original blue. Within his gaze lingered a hint of confusion and astonishment. Tang Nan, what is happening? How did I end up here? He looked around and realized he was in an unfamiliar environment, the sights before him entirely different from those in his memory. A profound sense of confusion and unease enveloped Tang Nan. Tang Nan, thoughtfully, where is this? How did the breath of death come to rest in my hands? Tang Nan gazed in astonishment at the breath of death in his hand, striving to recollect the events that had transpired. Yet his memories appeared to shimmer and fade into obscurity. Tang Nan, looking up. What? Is it already this late? I must hurry back. Tang Nan suddenly realized that night had fallen. Fearing a lecture from his sister, he hurriedly ran towards the academy. In the enveloping darkness, he sprinted with all his might. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him only when the oppressive presence that had haunted him faded away. He paused to catch his breath, his heart brimming with gratitude for his narrow escape and thoughts of the future. In his mind, he mused, this time, fortune favored me. Yet I shall not surrender so easily. After recuperating, he intended to confront Tang Nan, for the resentment and dissatisfaction simmering within him compelled him to seek retribution. However, as he immersed himself in thoughts of vengeance, a mysterious figure silently appeared behind him. The presence of this enigmatic individual was devoid of any forewarning. With swift and decisive movements, he erased Shernyan's memories. As the memories faded, Shernyan's gaze turned bewildered. He found himself inexplicably unable to recollect the recent events. Shaking his head, he attempted to recall, but nothing surfaced. Strange, how did I end up here? I remember having an important task to complete. Only vague impressions lingered in his mind. He recollected needing to eliminate some of the Academy's elite competitors, yet the specifics and motivations had become obscured. Did I forget something? He pondered in astonishment. After ensuring that Shernyan's memories had been successfully obliterated, the mysterious figure vanished into the night, leaving Shernyan in a state of utter confusion. You have worked hard, so now prepare for your final fate, Shernyan. Chapter 63, Confronting the Dawn. Recently, a new legend circulated within the Academy concerning a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Whenever night descended, the shadow would manifest in a corner of the Academy, becoming a topic of conversation among the students during their leisure hours. Some claimed that this figure was a remarkably handsome man, exuding an aura of chilling detachment, with deep-set eyes and striking features that rendered him seemingly unapproachable. His presence was always accompanied by an overwhelming charisma that instinctively compelled others to retreat. Student A, I heard that the man in black is incredibly handsome, yet his gaze is so cold that one dares not meet it. Student B, I've heard about him too, but does he truly exist? Could it be mere fabrication? Others asserted that this figure was, in fact, a colossal black bird, soaring through the night sky, occasionally perching atop the Academy's rooftops to quietly observe all below. Its feathers were as profound as the night itself, and when its wings unfurled, they seemed capable of eclipsing the starlight. Student C, one night, I saw a massive black bird fly by. Its eyes shimmered in the darkness. Student D, indeed. I have witnessed it too. It resembles a guardian of the night from a novel, so striking. Yet, no one had truly glimpsed the true visage of this shadowy figure. Whenever someone attempts to draw near, it vanishes into the embrace of the night, akin to a phantom, eluding comprehension. Meanwhile, within the confines of the dormitory, Tang Nan applies an ice pack to his aching muscles, striving to recollect the recent occurrences. He is engulfed in confusion, forever since his inexplicable appearance in the outskirts. He awakens each day to find his body sore. Most perplexing of all, he found himself awakening on the college lawn yesterday, an experience that struck him as profoundly bizarre. Tang Nan, to himself, what on earth is happening? How could I possibly awaken on the lawn? He began to question whether he was sleepwalking, as he could find no other plausible explanation. Tang Nan, to himself, could it be that I have truly begun to sleepwalk? Tang Nan recalled the legends circulating within the Academy about the shadowy figure that emerged in the dead of night, and an involuntary shiver of fear coursed through him. He had no desire to become the subject of his peers' discussions, nor did he wish to attract attention for such a reason. Tang Nan, filled with concern, mused. If this is indeed somnambulism, it would spell trouble. As this thought crossed his mind, he let out an awkward laugh. At that moment, Tang San, who had come to summon him for a meeting, knocked on the door. Tang San, brother, it is time to attend the meeting. Tang Nan, oh, very well. I shall be there shortly. The words of his elder brother interrupted Tang Nan's contemplation, prompting him to set aside his thoughts and rise to prepare for the meeting. A few days later, during the match against Songhui Academy, Shrek Academy made an unprecedented decision to field all the primary players from both the first and second teams. This unexpected shift astonished the audience, leaving even the host in a state of disbelief. Host, enthusiastically, ladies and gentlemen, today we shall witness a significant transformation at Shrek Academy. They are sending both their first and second team's main players into the fray simultaneously, a feat unparalleled in the history of this grand competition. The audience buzzed with speculation, each person pondering the implications of Shrek Academy's strategic maneuver. Audience member A, what is Shrek Academy up to? Do they possess unwavering confidence in their victory? Audience member B, this is utterly surprising. Songhui Academy is in for quite a challenge. However, what took the teachers in the stands by surprise was the revelation that every member of Songhui Academy possessed a gem spirit. Captain of the Songhui team, prepare to savor this, Shrek. As the soul abilities were unleashed, a vibrant, multicolored mist enveloped the arena, shrouding both Shrek and Songhui within its embrace. The spectators, including the non-participating Oscar, Ningrongrong, and Jiangzhu, were led to mistakenly believe that Songhui Academy had employed a 7-person spirit fusion technique, leaving them utterly astounded. Oscar, exclaiming, is that a 7-person spirit fusion technique? How is that possible? Yet, on the sidelines, mentor Yu Xiaojing, through calm observation and analysis, quickly discerned that what Songhui Academy displayed was not a genuine spirit fusion technique. Yu Xiaojing calmly, everyone, remain composed. That is not a spirit fusion technique, merely a fusion of soul skills. He elucidated that achieving a spirit fusion technique is exceedingly challenging, requiring a profound bond between the soul masters and an intricate understanding and flawless coordination of each other's abilities. If Songhui Academy could truly execute a 7-person spirit fusion technique, their power would surpass that of ordinary beings, verging on the divine. Yu Xiaojing, analyzing what they are exhibiting, is a fusion of soul skills. While formidable, it is not invincible. Under Yu Xiaojing's explanation, Oscar, Ningrongrong, Jiangzhu, and the other team members gradually regained their composure. Nearby, Yang Hong gazed thoughtfully at the swirling multicolored mist. Yang Hong, it has been ages since I witnessed such a collective display of soul skill fusion. It seems Songhui Academy is indeed formidable. Yet, I find it curious. Where is that old fellow? By his usual disposition, he should be here flaunting his prowess at this moment. Ah, well, I hope the young ones are all right. Lua should be able to handle such illusions. The Shura illusion is a potent collective mental attack that immerses enemies in the torment of their past sufferings, stripping them of their capacity to resist amidst the anguish. As anticipated, nearly all of the Shrek participants fell victim to its effects. None are spared. Your Highness? Your Highness. How noisy. Awakened by the clamor surrounding him, Tang Nan opened his eyes once more to behold a young man clad in armor, gazing at him with palpable concern. The name slipped from Tang Nan's lips effortlessly. Glaex. What is all this ruckus? I am still alive. Glaex replied, my apologies, Your Highness. I merely grew anxious, considering you have been toiling for 2 consecutive days. How fares your health? Tang Nan, I am perfectly fine. It's merely been 2 days. It is not as if I have never endured such a situation before. Rather than discussing this, it would be more appreciated if you could pour me a cup of coffee. Tang Nan leisurely picked up the empty cup and handed it to the other person. Before long, a steaming cup of coffee was placed upon the table. Glaex remarked, Your Highness, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Tang Nan, indeed, the flavor is truly delightful. By the way, how are the arrangements progressing? Glaex, I report that, as per Your Highness's directives, we have located a stronghold of the Dragofolk on the outskirts of the main city, and we are currently monitoring it discreetly. Tang Nan, indeed. Maintain surveillance and report any movements promptly. Oh, and remember not to alarm the enemy. We must not allow them to sense our presence just yet. Glaex, understood. Glancing at a towering pile of documents, I shall take a few for Kelsegard. During this critical period, His Highness must prioritize his health. Before Tang Nan could respond, Glaex had already gathered a substantial stack of documents and departed the room. Tang Nan, truly, everyone is so concerned about my well-being. Just as Tang Nan was about to take a sip of her coffee, the door to the room was suddenly flung open. Immediately thereafter, a clumsy young female lich tumbled to the ground. Tang Nan was startled, Yet he set down his cup, swiftly rolled over the table, and helped the other person up. Tang Nan, are you the new lich beside Kel'Thuzad? What is your name? What has transpired? The lich took a deep breath and, in a flustered manner, replied, Kite is. Your Highness. Oh, this is dire. The lady has run away once more. Tang Nan, huh? Has my little sister run away again? Tang Nan calmly turned around, sipping his coffee, as he offered solace to the flustered female demon junior. Tang Nan, do not be anxious. With time, you shall grow accustomed to it. Caddis, yet. Your Highness. Tang Nan, remain calm. She won't run away. She'll return once she's tired of playing. My sister is simply born to be energetic. If it weren't for her lack of combat prowess, I dare say my father and I would have considered sending her off to the Adventurers Guild. Tang Nan gazed out the window at the birds soaring through the sky, a lingering sense of incompleteness enveloping him. Tang Nan, wake up, startled by the voice. Tang Nan turned to look at Caddis. Tang Nan, is it you who is speaking? Katie. Your Highness, what are you saying? Katie's voice suddenly warped, and the surroundings gradually dissolved into darkness. He could not comprehend what was transpiring. Memories began to surge in his mind. Your Highness, you have betrayed us. Why deceive us? Brother is a great deceiver. Nan, why have you chosen this path? Tang Nan, enough. Silence, all of you. Within the Shura illusion, Tang San, empowered by his enhanced purple extreme magic eyes, eliminated all members of the Songhui Academy. However, just when he believed the battle had concluded and that the surrounding environment would dissipate, he unexpectedly discovered that the surroundings had not vanished. Instead, they were enveloped by a thick mist of blood. Tang San, what is happening? Haven't the members of Songhui Academy been defeated? From Tang San's side, the figure of Tang Nan gradually came into view, gripping the breath of death tightly as he leisurely approached the fallen members of Songhui Academy. His movements, though unhurried, emanated a chilling aura from the deadly blade in his hand. As the blade was slowly raised, it appeared that Tang Nan was poised to extinguish their lives. At that moment, Tang San sensed something amiss and swiftly intervened, using his blue-silver grasp to halt Tang Nan's advance. Tang San, Nan, please remain calm. The competition has already concluded. What? Upon activating his purple extreme demon eye, Tang San beheld Tang Nan enveloped in a sphere of fiery red energy. At that moment, Tang Nan turned to face Tang San, but his demeanor was utterly unfamiliar. Tang Nan, they are foes. Foes must be eradicated. Tang Nan turned around, directing the blade's edge toward Tang San. Tang Nan, will you also obstruct me? Tang San, beginning to darken, they cannot die. Upon hearing Tang San's resolute response, Tang Nan remained indifferent, gazing at him coldly, and swiftly stepped in front of Tang San. Tang Nan, strike. Clang, clang, clang. Tang San, calmly. Tang Nan, awaken. The breath of death emanating from Tang Nan was imbued with a fierce sword intent, repeatedly assailing Tang San. With agile movements, Tang San deftly evaded the onslaught, while his 8 spider lances emerged from his back to counter Tang Nan's swift assaults. Each clash of the lance and sword produced a resounding metallic ring, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The 8 spider lances not only effectively defended against Tang Nan's strikes, but also sought opportunities for a counterattack. Gazing into the blood-red eyes of his adversary, Tang San could not help but feel a sense of shock. He was bewildered by the transformation his brother had undergone. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Tang Nan seized the opportunity to deliver a sweeping blow that sent Tang San flying. Upon receiving the impact, Tang San skidded to a halt, leaving several meter-long grooves in the ground with his 8 spider lances. As he looked at the still trembling lances, cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. Tang San, who are you really? Where is my brother? In the face of Tang San's fury, Tang Nan did not respond. Instead, he slowly raised his sword. Tang Nan, the second round. Just as Tang Nan was tormented by his chaotic memories, the magician he had encountered earlier appeared before him. The magician, with an air of mystery, spoke. Your Highness, the path of your destiny is fraught with uncertainty and challenges, yet it is your will that shall determine your course. Tang Nan, Your Highness? Are you referring to me? The magician. The magician remained silent as a series of blurred images unfolded within the illusion, resembling omens of the future and echoes of the past. However, Tang Nan displayed a demeanor of indifference while observing these visions. The magician, it appears that Your Highness has yet to recognize your true self. With that, the magician raised his hand, transforming one of the images into a luminous orb and thrusting it into Tang Nan's body. Before Tang Nan could react, he was overwhelmed by a sensation akin to falling from a great height. The magician, I hope this will assist your highness in rediscovering yourself. You shall be stained with the blood of your loved ones, and you will face betrayal from those closest to you. Ultimately, you will possess nothing. As he attempted to grasp the magician to inquire about the meaning of those words, he found his hands drenched in blood, which filled him with shock and terror. Tang Nan, filled with terror, exclaimed, "What is happening? Is this blood?" As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was no longer amidst the smoke-filled arena, but rather ensconced in a battlefield shrouded in gunpowder. The sights surrounding him were rife with the vestiges of war, tattered banners, fallen weapons, and scattered armor, all of which instilled a profound sense of unease within Tang Nan. His heart sank further upon discovering his brother lying in a pool of blood beside him. Tang Nan, brother. In the Shura illusion, the battle between Tang San and Tang Nan intensifies. Tang San is engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions. He yearns to safeguard his younger brother while simultaneously needing to thwart Tang Nan's relentless onslaught. Tang Nan's assaults resemble a tempest, each swing of his sword accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, relentlessly targeting Tang San's vital points. Tang Nan, roaring, "I shall not be defeated." A flicker of anxiety crossed Tang San's eyes. Though his movements were swift, he consistently held back, unwilling to harm Tang Nan. However, Tang Nan's assault was merciless, his blade probing for weaknesses in Tang San's defense. Tang San, in his heart, "I must swiftly conclude this battle. Tang Nan cannot continue like this." At long last, during a fierce clash, Tang Nan seized upon Tang San's moment of vulnerability, his sword's tip aimed directly at Tang San's chest. Tang San's heart raced. He understood that there was no retreat left for him, and action was imperative. Tang San, filled with anxiety, called out, "Tang Nan, wake up." In the moment when the sword tip was about to pierce his chest, Tang San's 8 spider lances shot forth like lightning, embedding themselves into Tang Nan's body. The devouring ability of the 8 spider lances was activated, beginning to siphon off Tang Nan's soul power. Tang San, resolute, this is the only way. Tang Nan's body trembled violently as his soul power began to be devoured by the 8 spider lances. A flicker of anguish passed through Tang San's eyes. He understood that this was a necessary sacrifice to awaken his brother, yet a sense of guilt lingered in his heart. As the soul power dissipated, Tang Nan's gaze grew increasingly bewildered, his consciousness gradually emerging from the illusion. His eyes transformed once more into a pale blue hue. Tang Nan, is this an illusion or something else? Tang Nan finally emerged from his chaotic thoughts, gazing at his injured brother who, despite his wounds, continued to smile back at him. Yet, he still found it hard to believe that the scene before him was not an illusion. In a bid to affirm his senses, he bit his own hand. The sharp pang of pain served as a reminder that he had indeed returned to reality. Tang Nan, in anguish, this is not an illusion. This is reality. Upon realizing the truth of everything, Tang Nan's emotions suddenly shattered. He clung tightly to his brother, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Tang Nan, weeping brother. I am so frightened. I feared I would lose you. Tang San, gently, Nan, it is all right now. Your brother is here. I shall not abandon you. Tang San gently caressed Tang Nan's back, conveying comfort and strength through his voice and actions. Tang Nan wept in his brother's embrace, his tears and sobs gradually subsiding until exhaustion claimed him, and he peacefully fell asleep in Tang San's arms. It was only then that the dense mist generated by the Shura illusion began to dissipate. The audience beheld the sole figures remaining on the arena, Tang San and Tang Nan, standing resolutely at the center. The host proclaimed, "The outcome is abundantly clear. I declare the victors to be the Shrek Academy." Following the host's announcement, Tang San, too, could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed. In the stillness of the night, Tang San gently placed his brother on the bed, tucking him in carefully to ensure he could rest in tranquility. Just as Tang San was about to depart, Tang Nan seized his hand. "Tang Nan, in a dreamlike state, brother, please don't leave." Tang San, rest assured, I shall never abandon you, my brother. Tang San stood vigil by the bedside until he was certain that Tang Nan had peacefully drifted into slumber. Only then did he quietly depart from the room. Tang San, to himself, rest well. Tang Nan, everything will be better tomorrow. Chapter 64, Encountering the Storm Griffin in the central region of the Stardoe Forest. Lei Hao, wow, why on earth did we have to come to this dreadful place for such a miserable task? Yi Qing, there's no helping it. You should have paid more attention to the details of the commission when you accepted it. The Lei Hao team, having accepted a task to collect samples, found themselves in the eerie heart of the Stardoe Forest. Upon their arrival, they were met with an unsettling atmosphere that sent chills down their spines. Just as they were about to set off, Yang Hong returned with Tang Nan, who had just finished a match with the Songhui team. Spotting Lei Hao and the others, he casually handed Tang Nan over to them, knowing that it would be safer for Tang Nan to accompany them. Seeing Lei Hao's disgruntled expression, Yiqing warmly reassured him, "No need to complain. Since we are already here, let us fulfill our commission diligently." With that, she picked up the map, meticulously studying the surrounding terrain. Meanwhile, Su Xiao maintained a vigilant watch nearby, ever alert. Nia and Yuan Wen busied themselves with kindling a fire and erecting tents. Yiqing glanced at Lei Hao and suggested, "If you truly feel bored, why not take Tang Nan to scout the area for any dangers or unusual occurrences? This way, both of you will have something to occupy yourselves with while ensuring our safety." Upon hearing this, Lei Hao found it to be a splendid idea. He took Tang Nan by the hand, and together they ventured deeper into the forest. They tread cautiously through the woods, and before long, they arrived at a serene lakeside. The surface of the lake shimmered with brilliant reflections of the sun, while the surrounding trees and foliage glistened in the sunlight. Concealed within the thicket, Lei Hao and Tang Nan observed their surroundings intently. At that moment, a massive figure emerged along the lake's edge, capturing everyone's attention. It was an enormous creature, its form as grand and imposing as a mountain. Slowly, it approached the water's edge, bending down to scoop up the lake water with its colossal palm, before drinking deeply with evident relish. With wide eyes, Lei Hao exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, what kind of soul beast is this? It's truly colossal." His face reflected sheer incredulity, as if he were witnessing a marvel beyond imagination. Tang Nan meticulously observed the creature before him, and after a moment of bewilderment, he exclaimed, "This is the Titan ape." Instantly, memories of his previous encounter with the colossal beast flooded his mind, filling him with trepidation. However, upon hearing Tang Nan's words, Lei Hao unfurled his sleeves without a moment's hesitation, preparing to confront the magnificent Titan ape. He proclaimed loudly, "Oh, if that is the case, allow me to give it a try." Clearly, he was brimming with confidence in his own abilities. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Nan hastily seized Lei Hao. Her voice laced with urgency, "Captain, please, remain calm. That soul beast is the pinnacle of power among 10,000-year soul beasts. If you charge recklessly, you will undoubtedly be obliterated." She clutched tightly to Lei Hao's belt, exerting all her strength in a desperate attempt to deter his impulsive actions. After a fierce struggle, Tang Nan ultimately succeeded in dissuading Lei Hao. He exhaled a sigh of relief, yet the lingering dread in his gaze remained fixed upon the distant Titan great ape. At that moment, the great ape, seemingly aware of their scrutiny, paused its drinking, slowly turned its head towards the direction of the brush where Lei Hao and Tang Nan lay concealed, and let out a deep, resonant roar. "Tang Nan, we've been discovered. Run, Captain." Before Lei Hao could react, Tang Nan unleashed an astonishing burst of strength, seizing Lei Hao's arm and dragging him towards the camp like a tempest. Lei Hao felt the world blur past him, the wind howling in his ears, leaving him no time to respond. "Lei Hao, wait a moment, kid, Lei Hao attempted to urge Tang Nan to halt, but his words were swiftly interrupted. With a look of sheer terror on his face, Tang Nan gazed ahead, sprinting with every ounce of his strength as if something dreadful were pursuing them from behind. Thus, the two raced on until they finally reached the camp, where they came to a stop. Breathless, Tang Nan released Lei Hao's arm, his face a mask of fear and anxiety. Lei Hao could only shake his head in exasperation, thinking to himself that the lad was far too timid. At dinner time, after a day filled with reconnaissance and tasks, they gathered around the campfire, relishing the rare moments of respite. As night fell, the flickering flames illuminated their faces, warming both their bodies and spirits. "Lei Hao, wow, as expected. Your culinary skills are truly exceptional, little brother." Tang Nan, "Ahem, Captain, please eat slowly. There is still plenty left." Nia, "Yes, take your time, electric rat." Yiqing, "By the way, how did you perform in the competition, Tang Nan?" Tang Nan, "Well, it's been all right. I only participated in 1 or 2 matches, and afterwards, my brother and master advised me that I might not be suited to continue, so they didn't let me compete anymore." In truth, it was Yang Hong who discerned that the spirit hall had set its sights on Tang San, to ensure that Tang Nan would not be associated with him. A decision was made to withdraw Tang Nan from further competitions, allowing him to remain as far from public scrutiny as possible. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Nan was entirely oblivious to this situation. Lei Hao teasingly, "Hey, young lad, how far have you progressed with that young lady?" Tang Nan's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. He stammered his response, clearly taken aback by the unexpected question. Tang Nan, Who is it?" "Lei Hao, it's Miss Xiaoxua. After your last date, haven't you gone out together again?" Tang Nan, "After that, Time became quite limited, so I rarely went out. Realizing, Captain, Xiao Xue and I are not in that kind of relationship. Lei Hao continued to tease Tang Nan, seemingly having seen through his thoughts. Lei Hao, is that so? I was under the impression that you had already confessed your feelings to her. The blush on Tang Nan's face became increasingly pronounced. He endeavored to deny it. Yet his words inadvertently revealed his affection for Xiao Xue. Tang Nan, how is that even possible? Such a matter cannot simply be uttered in passing. Lei Hao continued to press, causing Tang Nan's responses to become increasingly incoherent. Lei Hao, so, are you admitting that you have feelings for her? Tang Nan endeavored to refute. Yet his words grew increasingly feeble. Tang Nan, I do not. How could I? Gradually becoming incoherent, Lei Hao and the other team members couldn't help but laugh at Tang Nan's reaction. The topic eventually faded as Tang Nan's face turned increasingly red, leading to a mental shutdown. The next day, after a night of rest, Lei Hao and his companions were revitalized and resumed their mission. As they traversed the starry forest, searching for their objective, Lei Hao, feeling somewhat aimless, fixated his gaze upon a massive cave. Lei Hao, excitedly, hey, with my years of adventurous intuition, I have a strong feeling that cave must harbor treasures. Tang Nan, Captain, what are you looking at? Lei Hao pulled Tang Nan closer and began to quietly disclose his plans. Upon hearing the captain's thoughts, Tang Nan felt a twinge of concern. Tang Nan, Captain, should we inform Sister Yiqing about this matter? Lei Hao cast a glance at Yiqing, who was intently studying the map, his eyes narrowing into slits. Lei Hao, there's no need. It's merely a straightforward reconnaissance mission. Such trivial matters do not warrant her attention. If I were to inform her, would I still be able to proceed? Tang Nan, however. As Tang Nan was about to say something, Lei Hao abruptly silenced him with a meat bun, dragging him towards the direction of the cave. Meanwhile, Yiqing pondered how troublesome it is. Locating a soul beast during its dormant phase proves to be quite a challenge. Gazing at the map filled with numerous crossed-out markers, she found herself ensnared in a predicament, left with no choice but to rely on luck. Lei Hao, scout the vicinity, she commanded. Where is Lei Hao? Yiqing turned her head, only to discover that he had vanished without a trace. Just as she was about to lose her temper, a voice called out, Hey, Sister Yiqing, look over here. Following the direction of the sound, Yiqing and a few others were astonished to see Tang Nan and Lei Hao standing aloft, waving at them. Lei Hao, why do you always act alone without a word? Yiqing exclaimed. Naya remarked, Electric Rat, it seems we are in for some delightful surprises. However, at that moment, Yiqing and the others suddenly spotted something alarming. They hurriedly urged the two to pay attention, but the distance rendered their warnings unintelligible to Lei Hao and Tang Nan. Captain, it seems Sister Yiqing is signaling for us to come down. She appears quite anxious, Tang Nan said, puzzled. Lei Hao furrowed his brow, straining to discern what was unfolding in the distance, but the separation was too great for him to grasp Yiqing's intentions. Thus, he shouted, Hey, what are you all saying? At that instant, a colossal adult griffin descended from the sky, landing steadily behind them. The griffin unfurled its wings, exuding an aura of formidable power that instilled a sense of fear and oppression. Tang Nan's pallid visage betrayed a tremor in his voice as he addressed Lei Hao, Captain. It seems there is a formidable creature behind us. A jolt of alarm coursed through Lei Hao, yet he quickly regained his composure, urging Tang Nan to remain calm. In a hushed tone, he instructed, Steady yourself, young one. Let us proceed as though all is well. Do not glance back, and strive to appear as natural as possible. With their fists tightly clenched, the two advanced cautiously, feigning ignorance of the terrifying griffin lurking behind them. Their hearts raced, and beads of perspiration formed on their foreheads. The griffin, perplexed by their demeanor, unleashed a thunderous roar, its massive wings flaring open to unleash two razor-sharp gusts of wind, aimed directly at Lei Hao and Tang Nan. The wind blades howled as they struck, sending Lei Hao crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a deep crater. Meanwhile, Tang Nan was securely caught by Yiqing, emerging unscathed. Tang Nan, are you all right? Yiqing inquired with genuine concern. Tang Nan, somewhat shaken, replied, it's nothing. Just the captain. Yet, Yiqing chuckled lightly and said, it's nothing. He won't perish from such a height. At that moment, Lei Hao struggled to emerge from the pit, his face smeared with dust and mud, in a most disheveled state. Angrily, he confronted Yiqing. Hey, are you kidding me? Why didn't you catch me? Without hesitation, Yiqing swung his fist and struck Lei Hao on the head, causing a sizable bump to form. With indignation, Yiqing retorted, So you think you can act on your own and still have a leg to stand on? After dealing with Lei Hao, the group commenced their strategy meeting. Thanks to Lei Hao's unintentional blunder, they were able to identify their target for this mission, the Storm Griffin. Chapter 65. The Battle of Wits against the Griffin. The Storm Griffin is said to belong to the ancient kingdom of Bastogne. According to the collected literature, Bastogne once boasted a Griffin Knight Order of nearly 1,000 members, which fueled its relentless expansion. Legends tell of the kingdom's king, who rode a griffin that could tear multiple Soul Emperors to shreds on the battlefield in a single strike. With this invincible force, the kingdom occupied almost half of the continent. Lei Hao asked, "So what happened to this kingdom afterward?" Yuan Wen replied, "Afterward, due to a nationwide rebellion, all of Bastogne was engulfed in flames of war. The king perished, and the Knight Order suffered heavy casualties. Some accounts attribute the rebellion to a high-ranking officer of the Knight Order who suddenly raised the banner of revolt, leading his troops to attempt an assault on the capital. Other records suggest that a strangely dressed priest incited the king with rumors, convincing him to execute members of the Knight Order, orchestrating a tragic drama. In any case, the rebellion left the kingdom severely weakened, ultimately leading to its fragmentation under the relentless turmoil. The Storm Griffin faded into the annals of history." Yuan Wen adjusted his glasses. Yuan Wen continued, returning to the matter at hand. The Storm Griffin is a powerful and proud soul beast, capable of launching attacks using both wind and thunder attributes. Taming them is no simple feat, however, once they grant their approval. Their fierce loyalty and sense of honor make them unparalleled companions, far superior to war horses or other flying mounts. Lei Hao exclaimed, "I see. So our goal is to hunt it down. Sounds good. Nia, Su Xiao, let us go." With excitement, Lei Hao declared, "Let us go. We are avenging ourselves." However, before they could take off, they collided with a wind barrier set up by Yi Qing. The barrier emitted a dull thud, sending them bouncing back. Bang! Yi Qing, with an air of resignation, said, "Lei Hao, I wasn't finished speaking. Why the rush? The mission's commission does not require us to eliminate it." After being rebounded, Lei Hao appeared somewhat perplexed. "Huh? Then what are we supposed to do? Pluck its feathers?" Yi Qing patiently elucidated the true objective of the mission. "Well, something along those lines. We are to collect its biological samples." Lei Hao appeared somewhat taken aback. "Lei Hao, do you mean to capture him alive?" 10 minutes later, the group gathered at the base of the cliff beside the cave, collectively peering into the depths where the griffin lay. They began to deliberate strategies. "Lei Hao, capturing him alive is quite troublesome. Is there any effective method?" Yi Qing, "None." Nia, "None." Su Xiao, "None." Yuan Wen, "None." Tang Nan, "That captain. It seems that the griffin is nesting." Tang Nan cautiously pointed to the depths of the cave. The others followed his gaze and indeed discovered several eggs nestled within the embrace of the griffin. Nia remarked, "I can't believe it. This griffin is actually a female?" Lei Hao retorted, "Whether it's male or female matters not. With the 5 of us working together, we need not fear subduing it. Unless it is a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years." Impatient, Lei Hao rolled up his sleeves, ready to ascend, but was swiftly restrained by Yuan Wen, who grasped his collar and pulled him back down. Yuan Wen cautioned, "Lei Hao, do not be hasty. In our current situation, recklessness would not serve us well." Yi Qing added, "Indeed, moreover, this cave is exceedingly confined, and we cannot spread out. A swift resolution is impossible. We are still uncertain whether another male griffin lurks nearby. If it returns while we are acting, we would find ourselves ensnared like dumplings." Just as the group found themselves at an impasse regarding their course of action, Tang Nan timidly raised his hand. Tang Nan, "Well, I have a solution." Everyone turned to him in unison, and the intensity of their gazes made Tang Nan feel somewhat bashful. "Tang Nan, if our objective is merely to lure out the griffin, perhaps we could attempt this." With that, he produced a vial of potion from his bag, an anesthetic he had previously prepared for emergencies. "Once we draw it out, we can seize the moment to administer the injection, which should grant us a window to escape." Yi Qing, "Indeed, that is a clever strategy. Who shall we send as bait?" Nia, "Ideally, it should be someone the griffin finds irresistibly enticing and who can run swiftly." Both nod in agreement, their gazes converging on Lei Hao. Lei Hao, noticing their stares, "Come on. If you want me to do it, just say so directly, no need for subtleties." Yi Qing and the others smile, giving him a thumbs up. Yi Qing, "Then it's settled. Lei Hao, Tang Nan, accompany him and be ready to inject the anesthetic at the right moment. Nia and Su Xiao, you two will be responsible for supporting Lei Hao. Once he distracts the griffin, Yuan Wen and I will collect samples." With a plan in place, Lei Hao wasted no time in climbing up. while the others peered out with anticipation. Standing at the cave's entrance, Lei Hao gazed at the massive griffin, exuding confidence. Lei Hao, enthusiastically, come on, big fellow. Look over here. As arcs of electricity crackled around him, emitting a series of pops, he attempted to capture the griffin's attention with dazzling light. Lei Hao, oh whoa. Then, he began to mimic the griffin's call. Despite his imitation sounding more like a comical jest, he persevered nonetheless. Lei Hao leaping, hey, you big oaf, over here. Look this way. In front of the cave, Lei Hao performed a peculiar dance, his movements exaggerated and amusing, seeking to pique the griffin's curiosity. Lei Hao waving his arms, come on, dance with me. Nia, wow, I didn't expect the electric rat to have such abstract talent. Yi Qing, has this guy been reading all sorts of bizarre novels lately? However, the griffin merely lay there, observing Lei Hao's antics with an expression akin to that of a condescending adult regarding a childish human. Its gaze conveyed a hint of disdain, even raising a paw in a bored gesture before turning away to slumber. The group? It seems we have been disregarded. Seeing himself ignored, the already irate Lei Hao could no longer contain his frustration, drawing his blade and preparing to charge forward. Lei Hao, damn it, I'm going all out with you. Tang Nan, holding on to him with blue silver grass, captain, please calm down and don't stoop to the level of a soul beast. After much effort, he finally managed to persuade him. Seeing Lei Hao's abstract expressions, the others could only reconsider their approach. Yi Qing, with a hint of resignation, Lei Hao, this is futile. The griffin won't pay you any mind. Nia, laughing, put in a bit more effort. Look, the griffin is completely ignoring you. Lei Hao, come on. If you're capable, you give it a try. While the two were still exchanging barbs, Tang Nan inquired about the griffin from Yuanwen. Yuanwen, according to documented records, the storm griffin is a carnivorous soul beast, particularly fond of preying on horses, especially those that are frolicking about. Upon receiving this information, Tang Nan had a sudden inspiration and conceived a potential plan. He swiftly retrieved some special herbs and potions from his backpack and began to concoct a mixture that could mimic the scent of horses. Tang Nan, with focus, if the griffin is fond of the taste of horses, then this potion may perhaps capture its attention. Tang Nan skillfully blended a variety of herbs, and before long, he concocted a potion that exuded a strong scent reminiscent of horses. He tossed the vial to Lei Hao. Tang Nan, this is a volatile agent. When applied to one's body, it emits a corresponding scent. I doubt the griffin would forsake the food right before its eyes. After opening the vial, Lei Hao smeared the potion across his skin, and a potent aroma reminiscent of horses swiftly enveloped the air. The griffin twitched its nose, redirecting its gaze towards Lei Hao. Instantly, it rose to its feet and charged at him. Lei Hao, in his mind, it's taken the bait. I never anticipated it would be this effortless. Observing the griffin's attraction, a smile crept upon Lei Hao's lips as he turned and leaped off the cliff, with the griffin extending its wings in pursuit. With the griffin distracted, the others commenced their actions as per the original plan. Yi Qing and Yuanwen ventured into the cave to begin sample collection. Yi Qing approached the griffin eggs, inspecting the embryos within before commencing her sampling work. Meanwhile, Lei Hao, now empowered by lightning flash, darted through the dense forest. Above him, the griffin circled ominously, fixating its gaze upon him. Suddenly, a sound akin to a lightning strike echoed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the tempestuous griffin appeared before him, blocking his path. Lei Hao, oh no, this is troublesome. I didn't expect it to fly this swiftly. The griffin roared, raising its foreclaws and striking at Lei Hao with a speed akin to lightning. He hastily drew his weapon to defend himself, but was still overwhelmed by its force. Lei Hao, such heavy claws. The immense power forced Lei Hao to one knee. Undeterred, he bellowed defiantly and pushed back against the griffin. Griffin, roaring roar. As the griffin flapped its wings furiously, the surrounding air began to swirl, forming two small whirlwinds. Under the griffin's control, these whirlwinds gradually coalesced into a more formidable storm. Lei Hao attempted to counter the tempest with his soul power, but his efforts seemed feeble against the griffin's might. The whirlwind lifted his body, carrying him skyward. Subsequently, he plummeted like a severed kite, accelerating towards the ground under the force of gravity. Ultimately, he landed heavily on the hard earth, producing a dull thud. As the griffin approached Lei Hao with intentions of feasting, Tang Nan, who had been lying in ambush atop a tree, leaped down and seized the griffin's back. He injected a prepared tranquilizer into the griffin's body. Feeling the disturbance upon its back, the griffin thrashed wildly, flinging Tang Nan off. Lei Hao, I've got you, kid. Tang Nan, thank you, Captain. At that moment, the earth shook violently, and the two turned to see the enraged griffin charging towards them with fierce determination. Tang Nan, it's over. I'm furious. Lei Hao, you foolish lad. What are you dawdling for? Run. The two fled in haste. As the griffin behind them smashed through the obstructing trees, emitting furious roars. Lei Hao, brother, surely this potion of yours hasn't expired, has it? Tang Nan, is it possible? I infused it with double the dosage. However, just as the two were fleeing, Tang Nan suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his heart, rendering him unable to stand. Tang Nan, please refrain from falling ill at this moment. Tang Nan collapsed to the ground in agony, struggling to breathe, nearly unable to rise. As he beheld the griffin drawing ever closer, he resignedly closed his eyes, seemingly acquiescing to the whims of fate. However, Lei Hao refused to surrender. His instincts kicked in as he swiftly activated his lightning skill, wrapping his arms around Tang Nan and instantly burrowing into the nearby thicket to conceal themselves. With utmost caution, Lei Hao parted the foliage that concealed them, his gaze fixated anxiously on the griffin not far off. He observed it methodically tracking their scent, advancing step by step toward their hidden position. A sense of dread washed over him as he muttered to himself, "This creature is swifter than I anticipated. We must devise a plan to escape this place post-haste." Urgently, he turned back to Tang Nan, his voice laced with concern. Tang Nan, how do you feel? Can you endure any longer? Tang Nan lay on the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment, his lips quivering slightly as he struggled to draw breath. A pained expression etched upon his face. His left hand clutched at his chest with a vice-like grip. Observing the agonized state of Tang Nan, Lei Hao rapidly searched his mind for a feasible solution. Think, he murmured to himself. Ah. The old woman's first aid class seemed to have taught some methods for dealing with such situations. Perhaps it is worth a try. With a mindset of tentative hope, Lei Hao focused his energy and summoned a bolt of blue lightning within his palm. He took a deep breath, gently placing his hand over Tang Nan's heart, and then delicately released his soul power. In response to the potent surge of electricity, Tang Nan's heart began to beat once more. Tang Nan exclaimed with gratitude, "Thank you, Captain. We've been saved." At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of something, his face betraying a look of terror. He pointed into the distance, his voice trembling as he said, "Captain, look quickly." Lei Hao followed the direction of Tang Nan's finger and saw a griffin swooping toward them. Without a moment's hesitation, both Lei Hao and Tang Nan dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the griffin's attack. After missing its target, the griffin circled in the air, poised to strike once more. At last, the effects of the tranquilizer took hold, and as the influence spread, the storm griffin tumbled to the ground like a fluffy white ball. Lei Hao gasped, "Oh my goodness, we've finally made it to this moment." Tang Nan, it appears that the dosage of the anesthetic was still insufficient for the soul beasts. The two individuals who were rescued quickly rose to their feet, brushing off the dust from their bodies before proceeding to assess the condition of the griffin. Tang Nan, indeed. There are no visible injuries. The effects of the anesthesia are quite pronounced. Taking advantage of the situation, Lei Hao began to show off, mocking the unconscious griffin. Lei Hao, boastfully meow, weren't you quite capable? Why have you fallen silent? Stinky bird, if it weren't for Yi Qing, I would surely feast on roasted chicken legs tonight. However, just as Tang Nan was about to examine the griffin further and pry open its eyelids, he noticed that the griffin's eyes were fixed intently on him, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Tang Nan, awkwardly hello. Tang Nan politely greeted the griffin and gently closed its eyelids before leaping off its back. However, at that moment, the griffin regained consciousness, its eyes ablaze with fury. It let out a ferocious roar, unleashing a powerful storm imbued with lightning. Lei Hao and Tang Nan had no time to react and were engulfed by the tempest. 10 minutes later, as the storm subsided, the scene was left in utter disarray. The griffin, triumphant, emitted a long cry before taking flight once more, soaring towards its nest. 2 minutes later, Lei Hao, emerging from beneath the fallen trees like a loach surfacing from the mud, coughed out the leaves lodged in his mouth. It seems I am quite fortunate to be alive. However, given the delay, Yeching and the others should have completed their sample collection by now. Let us go take a look. Yet, sensing an unsettling absence of response, he suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. Hey, you little rascal, are you still alive? He searched frantically but found no trace of Tang Nan. Ultimately, he had to accept the grim reality. Brother Nan, it appears you are missing. Chapter 66, Inadvertently Entering the Relic. Help! Tang Nan screamed as he was swept up into the sky by the storm, hundreds of meters above the ground. As the tempest dissipated, he began to plummet like an arrow in free fall. Don't panic. Maintain your balance. Lu was reassured the frantic Tang Nan. immediately offering the best course of action. Spread your arms to increase friction. Unleash your soul power barrier, Tang Nan. Luo's voice rang out again, this time more urgently. Tang Nan took a deep breath, channeling all his mental energy as he unleashed his soul power. Around him, a translucent barrier materialized. The brilliance of his soul energy flickering amidst the storm, enveloping his body like a protective cocoon. Tang Nan's body plunged into the dense canopy like a shooting star. The leaves rustled violently under the impact of the soul power barrier, while branches succumbed to its pressure, snapping one after another. The soul power barrier gradually shattered with each collision against the branches, each strike resonating like a heavy hammer upon Tang Nan's form. Protected by the cushioning of the branches and the safeguard of the soul power barrier, his body rebounded like a bouncing ball, repeatedly striking the ground until he finally came to a halt. Tang Nan struggled to turn over, attempting to rise. But the excruciating pain coursing through his body and the extreme depletion of his spiritual energy caused him to collapse once more. A faint smile of bitterness appeared on his face as he coughed, hoarsely uttering his final words. Cough, cough, cough. I've snatched back a life. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of dizziness washed over him, his consciousness began to fade, and he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness again. Sound of space tearing. Arrival at the spatial node confirmed. Prepare for on-site investigation. Duration, 30 minutes, commencing now. Toka, do not let your guard down. Do you recall our mission? Who goes there? Sound of clashing swords. Who are you, truly? Ouch, it hurts so much. Where am I? As Tang Nan regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness. Assuming he had been swallowed by a spirit beast, he was gripped by panic. Fortunately, Luo's appeared just in time, delivering a sharp blow to his head, which helped him regain his composure. What are you panicking for? If you had been swallowed by a spirit beast, would you still be able to speak? Tang Nan, that's true, isn't it? Lu Wei's let out a helpless sigh, then extended his index finger, and a sphere of white light materialized at its tip. It was a spell of illumination. Tang Nan exclaimed, Wow, Master, may I learn? Lu Wei's initially intended to refuse, but considering the pitch-black surroundings, he realized that relying solely on his meager accumulated magical power would not sustain him for long. Thus, he reluctantly consented to Tang Nan's request. Tang Nan, whispering to himself, channel the magic, converge at my fingertips, O light. Illuminate the path ahead. Under the guidance of Luo and Shimo, Tang Nan effortlessly unleashed the illumination spell on his first attempt, conjuring a luminous orb that was twice the size of the one just created by Luo, now resting upon his fingertips. Marvelous. The radiance of the orb illuminated the surroundings, allowing Tang Nan to discern his location. It appeared he had arrived in an underground cavern. Huh? When did the bandage come undone? As the light illuminated the space, Tang Nan noticed the bandage that had once encircled his left hand seemed to bear signs of having been removed. However, at that moment, he did not dwell on it. He lifted his gaze and beheld an opening above him that appeared to stretch into infinity. Tang Nan, could it be that I have fallen from this place? Filled with doubt, Tang Nan attempted to ascend the smooth walls of the cave, only to find his efforts thwarted. After several futile attempts, tumbling down like a ball, he ultimately relinquished the notion of escaping through this route. This predicament was dire. Now, where should I go? It seems I have no choice but to resort to this tactic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, climbing the mountain to confront the tiger. If the tiger is not at home, I shall face whatever awaits. All right, I shall proceed to the left. Tang Nan glanced around and, after organizing his companions, opted to explore the left side. Suddenly, a shocking realization struck. Tang Nan had vanished. Yuqin and Yuanwan, who had successfully collected samples from the ground, encountered Lei Hao and his group, who were still frantically searching the ruins for Tang Nan. After hearing Lei Hao's account, Yuqin found the situation increasingly troubling. At that moment, an enormous commotion erupted several hundred meters away. Sensing it might be the disturbance caused by Tang Nan, they hurriedly made their way toward the source of the noise. Upon their arrival, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. The tree trunks bore deep gashes from blades, and dozens of trees lay severed, creating an eerie semblance of a prolonged battle having taken place. What on earth? Was there a fight here just moments ago? They pondered as they ventured further in to investigate. The cuts were remarkably smooth, raising questions about who might have been practicing swordplay in this vicinity. Nia felt a chill run down her spine as she examined the marks. Just then, she noticed something beneath a tree stump. After clearing away the debris above, what she uncovered sent her into a state of shock. This is. Nia's reaction drew the attention of the others, who were equally taken aback at the sight of what she held. Is this Tang Nan's medical kit? Exhausted, Tang Nan had lost track of time in the cave, and the illuminating orbs flickered dimly, just as he was on the brink of depleting his last ounce of strength. A faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Though weak, the light was like an oasis in a desert to Tang Nan, instilling a renewed sense of hope and vigor within him. His eyes brightened, and a smile graced his face. At last, a way out, he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with excitement and weary raspiness. Tang Nan quickened his pace, almost sprinting towards the radiant light. However, upon reaching the cave's entrance, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. It was a precipice, he exclaimed in shock. For at the end of the cave's mouth lay an expansive space, yet below was an unfathomable chasm. Tang Nan's feet came to an abrupt halt at the edge of the cliff, his body leaning forward due to inertia, nearly plunging into the abyss. With all his might, he clutched the ground tightly, barely managing to steady himself. That was utterly terrifying. Tang Nan crouched at the edge of the precipice, cautiously peering downward. His eyes gradually acclimated to the light below, revealing a magnificent edifice before him. My goodness, where have I found myself? Tang Nan murmured, his heart brimming with confusion as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly devoid of alternatives. He had to descend, but how could he do so? Just as Tang Nan pondered his descent, it appeared that fate was playing a small jest upon him. Sound of rocks cracking. Suddenly, the rock beneath Tang Nan's feet fractured, leading to his impending doom. In utter disbelief, he glanced down, and after extending his hands in acceptance, he tumbled downward in a chaotic roll. Ultimately, his body collided with a large stone, leaving him sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. As he cast his gaze upward, he finally beheld the source of light, a celestial aperture positioned at the pinnacle of the space above. Sunlight streamed through the opening, illuminating Tang Nan's face. Lying there, despite the pain coursing through his body, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The light emanated from that very spot, implying, I can ascend from this place. Renewed with hope of escape, Tang Nan gathered his resolve once more, yet a concerning thought crossed his mind. Alas, it appeared rather too high. Tang Nan carefully assessed the situation. The height of the celestial cave far exceeded the controllable range of his blue-silver grass. It seemed that departing by means of the blue-silver grass was no longer a feasible option. Ah, if only Xue Qinghe were here, he murmured, involuntarily conjuring the image of Xue Qinghe in his mind, along with the hint of playful mockery that always danced in his eyes. However, as the memories deepened, the unpleasant experiences of being teased by Xue Qinghe began to surface. Tang Nan's brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head, seemingly attempting to cast aside those unwelcome recollections. Why should I rely on that scoundrel for assistance? Tang Nan's voice carried a note of defiance. What else can that guy do besides thinking of ways to torment me? I refuse to believe I can't find a way out. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and began to observe his surroundings in search of a possible escape route. His gaze swept back and forth between the cliff and the celestial cave, striving to discern a viable path. After a thorough reevaluation of his surroundings, he finally fixed his gaze upon the majestic tower-like structure. Since I'm idling anyway, I might as well explore that place, he thought. Tang Nan painstakingly ascended the stairs to stand before the long-forgotten stone door. With utmost caution, he pushed it open, the door creaking heavily as it slowly parted. A waft of stale air surged forth, carrying with it a faint mustiness and the weight of ages past. He stepped into the ruins, the radiance of his soul power illuminating the interior. Before him lay a spacious hall, its walls adorned with murals depicting scenes and creatures that eluded his understanding. At the center of the hall stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested various objects that appeared to be ritualistic in nature, alongside weathered books and scrolls, now eroded by time. Tang Nan approached the stone platform, his gaze drawn to an ancient tome partially buried within it. With great care, he opened the book. Its pages had yellowed with age, yet the inscriptions remained distinctly legible. Tang Nan's fingers delicately turned the yellowed pages of the ancient tome, his eyes meticulously scanning the archaic script. As he gradually deciphered the recorded history, a narrative unfolded before him regarding the first king of Bastogne and his covenant with the Storm Griffin clan. The manuscript recounted that long ago, the monarch of this land, in a bid to safeguard his realm and its denizens, ventured into the Soul Beast Forest to forge a pact with a formidable entity known as the Storm Griffin. These majestic creatures soared through the skies, capable of summoning tempestuous winds and rains, reigning as sovereigns of the heavens. The text elaborated on the ceremonial rites between the king and the Storm Griffin, depicting a solemn and enigmatic ritual that demanded the ruler to exhibit unparalleled courage and unwavering resolve. The king was required to confront the tempestuous forces within the domain of the Storm Griffin, proving his worthiness and determination. Only upon passing this trial could the monarch establish the covenant and acquire its immense power. Once the pact was sealed, the Storm Griffin would become the king's guardian beast, bestowing formidable strength to aid in the protection of his kingdom and its people. In turn, the monarch was obliged to ensure the preservation of the Storm Griffin's habitat, thereby maintaining harmony. With an insatiable curiosity, he continued to leaf through the ancient book, yearning to uncover further details regarding the covenant's establishment. The manuscript referenced several pivotal rituals and incantations, with the most critical being the acknowledgement of the Lord of Storms. The recognition of the Lord of Storms, indeed? Tang then found himself lost in thought, momentarily entranced by the words before him. Inadvertently, he lifted the ancient tome, triggering a mechanism hidden within the ruins. The stone slab beneath his feet was abruptly withdrawn. Not again, he exclaimed. Chapter 67, a series of unforeseen events recap. After being swept into the sky by a tempest, Tang then succumbed to unconsciousness following the impact. Upon awakening, he discovered himself in a foreign location. Through exploration, he stumbled upon a site presumably linked to the first king of Bastogne and successfully activated a mechanism. Beep, beep, beep. Nia, does this contraption actually work? Shut it. You dead mouse. I've never used this thing before. On the ground, Lei Hao and his companions anxiously observed the soul power detector in Nia's hands, crafted by Master Wei based on soul-guiding devices discovered in previous ruins. Its core was composed of a unique crystal capable of locking onto soul power and indicating a general direction. However, it appeared that the detector in Nia's possession was malfunctioning. As the device registered the residual soul power from Tang Nan's medical kit, it began to emit beeping sounds. Realizing that the detector had locked onto Tang Nan's position, Lei Hao and the others felt a surge of excitement. Yet, the pointer on the device began to spin uncontrollably. No matter how Nia adjusted its orientation, the needle continued to whirl. What on earth is happening? They exclaimed in confusion. After attempting various adjustments with no success, Lei Hao and his companions concluded that the equipment was faulty and decided to abandon it in favor of a more dispersed search strategy. Unbeknownst to them, the issue lay not with the detector, but rather that they were situated directly above Tang Nan. Oh my! Triggering the mechanism, Tang Nan fell into a pipe and, after a tumultuous descent, landed in a new chamber. My backside hurts, he lamented, rubbing his sword Ri while feeling several bumps on his head. Kid, be more cautious next time you meddle with such things, Louis chimed in, as if having anticipated the incident all along. Could you possibly speak up sooner next time, Louis? Tang Nan retorted, somewhat exasperated. Where am I? He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the structure resembled a grand hall. His gaze fell upon the ancient tome that had precipitated his fall. As he picked it up and opened it again, he was astonished to see the inscriptions gradually fading away. What on earth? Tang Nan was taken aback by this phenomenon. At that moment, a loud roar erupted from behind him, startling Tang Nan and causing the ancient tome to slip from his grasp once more. What transpired next left him wide-eyed. The tome, upon hitting the ground, began to levitate as if imbued with life. Good heavens! Is it coming to life? Never having witnessed such a spectacle, Tang Nan was momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he lunged for the floating tome, but to his surprise, it deftly evaded him and soared toward a nearby passage. Don't run. Tang Nan immediately gave chase. To his surprise, the book proved to be remarkably agile. Tang Nan pursued it for quite a while before seizing the opportunity to leap and finally catch it. Ha! At last, I have you, he exclaimed, stuffing the book into his bag, determined to prevent its escape. As he reached for the medical pouch nestled between his legs, he suddenly realized something was amiss. After a prolonged search, it dawned on him that the medical pouch that had once hung there had vanished without a trace. Alas! All my efforts over the past few days have been in vain, he lamented, tears welling in his eyes at the thought of the herbs he had painstakingly gathered. Just then, the ground trembled unexpectedly, and distracted by the commotion, he failed to notice that the book had once again slipped from his grasp. Damn it! Don't run away, Tang Nan shouted, but as he chased after it, the path ahead dramatically shifted. The ground began to slope downward, forming a profound chasm, as if the earth had suddenly split apart. Oh no! Tang Nan exclaimed, hastily coming to a stop, his gaze fixated on the chasm. Its sides alarmingly steep and seemingly bottomless. The book hovered momentarily at the edge of the fissure, as if waiting for something, before continuing its flight and disappearing into the abyss. Anxiously, Tang Nin scanned his surroundings. He was unwilling to let what might be his only chance of escape slip away. I must devise a plan, he thought. Raising his eyes, he noticed a protruding pillar at the top of the passage. An idea sparked in his mind. He intended to use the blue-silver grass to hook onto the pillar and swing across. However, just as the blue-silver grass prepared to grasp the pillar, Tang Nan suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. It was then that he realized his soul power had not been replenished. The thinness of his soul energy rendered the blue-silver grass incapable of extending any further. Watching the book drift farther away, Tang Nan resolved to seek an alternative route. Tang Nan rummaged through his waist pouch. Let me see, this item is of no use. This flint is useless as well, and the Zhuge crossbow. Not applicable either. The flying claw? Also of no use. Wait, this thing seems to be useful. Tang Nan picked up the discarded flying claw. This device was crafted by Tang San, designed with steel claws capable of firmly grasping a target, though it required a complex manipulation of the hands. Considering the urgency of the moment, Tang Nin decided to simply detach the flying claw and replace it with a more resilient rope made from blue-silver grass. Taking into account his own strength, he attempted to modify the hand crossbow, transforming it into a rudimentary launcher. He then aimed the crossbow at a stone pillar and gently pressed the trigger. With a soft sound, the flying claw shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, firmly anchoring itself to the stone wall. With a strong pull, Tang Nan gracefully soared across the chasm, successfully traversing it with the aid of the flying claw, and continued his pursuit of the ancient tome. After a series of frantic chases through the passage, he finally spotted the mysterious tome lying quietly on the ground ahead. Devoid of any movement, he approached cautiously, each step taken with utmost care, fearful of disturbing the book once more. When he finally stood beside the tome, he extended his hand and gently picked it up. You certainly know how to cause a stir, Tang Nan remarked, gripping the book tightly. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped him, and a powerful storm erupted within the chamber, causing his hair and clothing to whip about violently. He looked up to see a colossal storm griffin materializing before him. Its feathers resembled the deepest night, and its eyes sparkled with a lightning-like brilliance, casting an oppressive aura throughout the chamber. Is there also a storm griffin here? Tang Nan's voice betrayed a mix of surprise and tension. The previous griffin had already given him considerable trouble, and this one appeared to be even larger. This is enormous. The storm griffin's gaze locked onto Tang Nan, and it slowly flapped its massive wings, causing the surrounding air to swirl and small whirlwinds to begin to form. Tang Nan could feel the griffin's power, an almost suffocating force. This is bad. He realized the danger and quickly placed the tome behind him, beginning to retreat cautiously. The storm griffin let out a deafening roar, its voice echoing through the chamber, as if proclaiming its territory and authority. Tang Nan took a deep breath. My apologies. Great Griffin, I won't disturb your slumber any longer. I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and fled. However, to his astonishment, the passageway had somehow become blocked. Unaware, he collided headfirst into a stone wall. When did this path get blocked? Dazed and seeing stars, Tang Nan spun around a few times before collapsing to the ground. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, leaving only the sound of the storm griffin's breaths and Tang Nan's heavy panting in the chamber. The storm griffin did not launch an attack as Tang Nan had anticipated. Instead, it stood silently in place, its gaze profound, seemingly lost in contemplation. When Tang Nan regained consciousness, he was beset by a throbbing headache and his vision was blurred. He slowly propped himself upright and gingerly touched his forehead, where a significant bump had formed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was still within the confines of the chamber, with the storm griffin stationed nearby. To his astonishment, the creature did not assail him. Rather, it stood vigil beside an ancient and enigmatic sarcophagus. The sarcophagus, adorned with intricate patterns and symbols, bore a striking resemblance to the classical script he had encountered before. Tang Nan gazed at the distant griffin, his mind filled with uncertainty. I must approach. Yet how can I divert its attention? Furrowing his brow, he pondered various possibilities, yet none seemed to present a flawless solution. As time ticked away, his anxiety intensified. Just then, fortune smiled upon him. A miracle unfolded. The griffin suddenly yawned and, to Tang Nan's astonishment, turned its back. This unexpected turn of events filled him with exhilaration, his eyes widening in disbelief at his good fortune. The griffin appeared entirely oblivious to Tang Nan's presence, yawning leisurely as if it had succumbed to a state of relaxation. Cautiously, Tang Nan observed the griffin's actions, secretly grateful for this unforeseen opportunity. What a stroke of luck. As the griffin rolled over, Tang Nan stealthily approached the sarcophagus. This was a rare chance. Should he miss it, opportunities like this would be scarce. Resolute, he decided to seize this moment and discover what lay within the sarcophagus. Upon his hand brushing against the sarcophagus, a surge of energy emanated from the ancient artifact at his waist, as if drawn by a mysterious force. Desperately attempting to break free from Tang Nan's grasp. Though surprised, he held on tightly, trying to quell its restlessness. Nevertheless, it continued to struggle until it ultimately broke away. Darting towards the sarcophagus. Before his very eyes, the artifact embedded itself into the opening at the front of the sarcophagus, merging seamlessly. Tang Nan stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Then, an even more astonishing phenomenon occurred. A handle resembling a control lever emerged from the center of the sarcophagus. Tang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Driven by curiosity, he reached out, and as he grasped the handle, a jolt of electricity surged through it, causing him to grimace and involuntarily shudder. This object is electrified. Tang Nan began to flail about. Boy, let go. Love is his warning, snapped Tang Nan back to reality. He immediately released his grip, instinctively retreating. Suddenly, he felt a faint tremor beneath his feet, and in the next moment, he collided with something soft and furry. Upon touching it, he found it surprisingly pleasant. Just then, a chill crept up his spine, causing him to freeze in place. His anxious gaze lifting to find the griffin staring directly at him. Hello, mighty griffin. I apologize for disturbing your slumber, Tang Nan said with an awkward smile, silently praying that the creature would not erupt in fury. However, the griffin showed no signs of anger, merely observing him with an inscrutable expression. Relieved, Tang Nan thought to himself that he had not provoked it. He carefully turned to leave, but just as he took a few steps, a shadow darted past him like lightning, blocking his path. Tang Nan focused his gaze and discovered it was the sharp claws of a griffin. At that moment, the creature had opened its eyes, its piercing stare fixed intently upon Tang Nan, as if warning him against any hasty departure. A sense of dread gripped Tang Nan's heart, and he realized he was in a predicament. He forced a faint smile, attempting to ease the tension. He understood. I can head back, can I? With that, he turned away, but the smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a countenance of deep dejection. Tang Nan gazed intently at the lever before him, his expression growing grave. It was indeed a predicament of dire proportions. Should he choose to pull the lever, he risked a shocking jolt of electricity, while refraining from action might condemn him to become prey for the griffin. It seemed he was ensnared in a cul-de-sac. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he pondered how he might evade the imminent shock. Suddenly, the wisdom imparted by his master flickered to life in his mind. Tang Nan strained to recall, murmuring to himself, I remember my master mentioning that certain special materials can obstruct the conduction of electric attribute soul power. Yes, back at the old academy, I assisted an elder from the neighboring village during surgery, and the rubber gloves we used seemed to serve this very purpose. With this thought, a glimmer of hope ignited in Tang Nan's eyes. If this is the case, then I should be safe from electrocution. I truly am a genius. With newfound determination, Tang Nan hurriedly rummaged through his waist pouch, exerting tremendous effort to retrieve the gloves buried at the bottom. He was astonished by the sheer number of items he had stashed away. The pouch, a gift from his master, was indeed remarkable. After donning the rubber gloves, Tang Nan took a deep breath and resumed pushing the lever. Just as he anticipated, the gloves effectively insulated him from the electric current. Excellent. With renewed vigor, he pushed the lever again, and the coffin began to respond. The previously motionless lid slowly creaked open, revealing a dark and foreboding interior. However, at that moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The current surging from the lever suddenly grew more ferocious, akin to a wrathful beast. This violent energy swiftly shredded Tang Nan's rubber gloves into fragments that scattered into the air. Alarmed, Tang Nan's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. He instinctively sought to release the lever, but it was already too late. The raging current gripped his hand like a fierce claw, anchoring him to the lever. As the relentless electricity coursed through his body, Tang Nan was engulfed by excruciating pain, as if every cell within him were ablaze. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony and continued to push the lever. Hurry up, he silently urged himself, summoning every ounce of strength with each agonizing motion. Yet, paradoxically, the intensity of the current escalated, as if it were determined to resist him to the bitter end. Cold sweat began to beat on Tang Nan's forehead. He felt his strength waning rapidly, teetering on the brink of collapse. I can't hold on much longer. His consciousness began to blur, And just as he was on the verge of losing awareness, he heard a familiar voice. Hold on tight. As the voice echoed in his mind, the energy that threatened to tear him apart was swiftly absorbed by his left hand. Simultaneously, the bandages that had ensnared him were gradually replaced by a layer of hard keratinous scales. With every last ounce of his strength, he forcefully pushed the lever down, driving it to the bottom. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the coffin finally opened completely, revealing a beautifully crafted warhammer within. This warhammer shimmered with a mysterious glow, as if it contained boundless power and majesty. Tang Nan tightly gripped the warhammer. Feeling its weight and texture, he slowly raised the hammer above his head, a surge of inexplicable excitement swelling within him. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Alert! Tang Nan turned his head to see the colossal griffin charging toward him with astonishing speed. In the instant Tang Nan lifted the hammer, the storm griffin sensed the aura emanating from the child before it, an aura that exuded danger and a chilling pressure. Acting on instinct, the griffin launched an attack. As the griffin barreled toward him, Tang Nan coldly and skillfully raised the hammer, swinging it forcefully at the beast. The hammer sliced through the air with a fierce wind, striking the griffin with a resounding impact. The creature let out a pained cry, sent flying far away before crashing against a nearby stone wall, sending shards of rock scattering. The griffin attempted to rise, but was hindered by the agony of a shattered left leg, preventing it from standing. It gazed at Tang Nan, emitting a mournful wail. Meanwhile, Tang Nan's eyes sharpened, transforming into a vivid crimson, radiating an aura of formidable authority. His entire being exuded a powerful presence, akin to an invincible emperor descending upon the world. However, in the next moment, Tang Nan felt a sudden heaviness in his head, followed by a wave of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had returned to its clear blue hue. What just happened? Where did this hammer come from? Why is it so heavy? Struggling to lift the war hammer, he looked at the griffin buried beneath the rubble, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon hearing that voice, he had opened his eyes to find the scene before him. Did I do this? In disbelief, Tang Nan quickly inquired of Lewis, who merely responded with an indifferent, affirmative answer. Tang Nan gradually lowered the war hammer in his grasp, preparing to seek an alternate escape route. However, at that moment, a mournful cry of a griffin reached his ears, halting his steps. A sense of guilt washed over him as he perceived that the griffin was not as ferocious as he had initially imagined. With slow, deliberate steps, he moved towards the source of the lament. At that moment, the griffin was still struggling to rise, but each attempt ended in failure. Eventually, it noticed Tang Nan approaching, intending to emit a roar to deter him. Yet, upon perceiving that Tang Nan no longer exuded the menacing aura associated with his warhammer, it abandoned that thought. Choosing silence, the griffin signaled its willingness to allow Tang Nan to come closer. Sensing the griffin's tacit acceptance, Tang Nan summoned his courage and approached the magnificent beast, meticulously examining its injuries. Its left foreleg was fractured. Well, it's nothing a simple bandage can't fix. He instinctively reached for the position where his medical kit was normally secured at his waist, only to realize with dismay that it had fallen off earlier. Truly, he wondered if he had enough soul power. When had it been replenished? To his astonishment, he discovered that his soul power had indeed restored itself. With this newfound energy, Tang Nan easily administered treatment to the griffin. Ha ha ha, all done. All right, my friend, you can try to stand now, he announced, clapping his hands to signal the griffin to rise. The griffin glanced at its left claw entangled with blue-silver grass and tentatively attempted to stand. Upon realizing it could indeed do so, it effortlessly extricated itself from the pile of rubble. The griffin unfurled its mighty wings and let out a roar that echoed through the heavens. It then turned its gaze toward Tang Nan. What? Are you still staring at me for? You're not holding a grudge, are you? Tang Nan exclaimed, bewildered by the griffin's attention. As the griffin approached him, he felt a surge of panic until he realized it was not attacking but instead grasping his collar and tossing him onto its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, it smashed a large hole in the ceiling. In an instant, it soared upwards, carrying Tang Nan back to the surface. What is that commotion? Lei Hao and his companions, searching on the ground, felt a sense of unease as they headed toward the source of the sound. They beheld the storm griffin bursting forth from the underground. By the heavens! What is happening? A griffin emerged from below. Lei Hao exclaimed. Everyone, be cautious. Don't act rashly. Yi Qing warned. Wait, it looks like there is someone on that griffin's back. Is that Tang Nan? Su Xiao pointed out. Following Su Zhao's direction, Lei Hao and the others indeed spotted Tang Nan seated atop the griffin. Simultaneously, Tang Nin noticed Lei Hao and the others on the ground and excitedly waved to them. "Hey, Captain, I'm over here." With a swift rush, the griffin descended like lightning before Lei Hao and his companions, causing them to grip their weapons tightly, eyeing the colossal creature with caution. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Nan hastily leapt from the back of the griffin, eager to elucidate the situation to his comrades. However, before he could utter a word, Lei Hao swiftly pulled him behind himself, expressing concern as he inquired, "Are you all right, young man? Are you injured?" As he spoke, Lei Hao meticulously examined Tang Nan's physical condition. Tang Nan promptly reassured him, "Do not worry, Captain, I am fine." Hearing this, Lei Hao finally exhaled in relief. Just as he began to relax, the storm griffin suddenly spoke. "Your name is Tang Nan, is it not? We shall meet again soon, child." No sooner had the words left its beak than the storm griffin spread its immense wings once more, soaring into the heavens and vanishing into the distant sky, leaving Lei Hao and the others in a state of bewilderment. Lei Hao questioned, "Did it just speak?" Nai responded, "Though I hesitate to admit it, it appears so." Yuanwen remarked, "What a rare occurrence indeed." Yi Qing pondered, "Is this a blessing or a curse?" Su Xiao concluded, "We will likely need some time to process this." Tang Nan, what's going on? So he can actually speak. All right, everyone, let's slowly digest this matter after it concludes. Yi Qing clapped his hands, pulling the crowd back from their astonishment. It was time to return home. Oh yeah, off to home. Chapter 68. Farewell to the storm griffin. The first ray of dawn pierced through the night's veil like a sharp sword, transforming it into delicate fragments, softly cascading upon the high walls of the Shadow Guard headquarters. The sunlight illuminated the walls, enveloping them in a golden aura, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. However, at that moment, a deafening explosion abruptly shattered the tranquility and gravity of the scene. Boom! With a resounding crash, a thick plume of smoke surged within the headquarters, resembling a colossal black dragon that slowly ascended from the premises, soaring towards the heavens. It twisted and turned in the air as if striving to break free from its constraints and flee to the horizon. Wow, here it comes again. At a reconnaissance post several kilometers away, the young Shadow Guard Lin Shi, on night duty, gazed at the billowing black smoke emanating from the headquarters and could not suppress a tremendous yawn. He turned to his companion beside him and jested. "How many times has it been this month, old Chui?" Old Chui looked up, squinting at the ever-rising sun, his eyelids drooping uncontrollably as he mumbled, "Ha. Probably the 7th time? I can't keep track anymore. Let us not get distracted. Just a few minutes left until the shift change. Hang in there." Despite his words, he could not resist another long yawn. What is Chief Yang up to these days, causing explosions in the maintenance area every day? Lin Shi languidly leaned against the railing, stretching his limbs, displaying an utterly exhausted expression. After a night of patrolling, he was already drained and eagerly anticipated returning to the dormitory for a good sleep. Old Chui, observing Lin Shi's weariness, could only sigh in resignation. He replied, "I don't know, but it must be something formidable, otherwise he wouldn't be blowing up the maintenance area daily. However, I fear Old Wei will surely lose his temper again. Haha, probably. I hope he doesn't throw out his back again." Lin Shi chuckled at the memory of Old Wei chasing after Yang Hong with a hammer not long ago. A scene both thrilling and chaotic. Old Wei, in a fit of rage, had run around the Shadow Guard headquarters, hammer in hand, pursuing Chief Yang for several laps, until Dr. Fan Ass intervened to calm them down. Recalling Dr. Fan Ass, Lin Shi suddenly had a thought. He turned to Old Chui and inquired, "Old Chui, who do you think would win in a fight between Dr. Fan Ass and Old Wei?" Huh. Old Chui, upon hearing this question, glanced at the eager Lin Shi and replied without hesitation, "Dr. Fan Ass." "Why?" Lin Shi asked, puzzled as he regarded Old Chui. In his mind, Dr. Fan Ass was the epitome of an icy beauty, poised and graceful. Old Chui calmly took a sip of water and then, with a sense of relief, patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. With profound significance, the elder spoke, "Young man, remember this. Never allow yourself to be deceived by the superficial appearances of things." What? Lin Shi was bewildered by Lao Chui's sudden remark. He could not fathom why Lao Chui would utter such words, nor could he discern their connection to Dr. Fannis. He merely gazed at him with a face full of questions. At that moment, a shadow swept over them, swiftly followed by a gust of wind that surged towards them. Where did this wind come from? Lin Shi exclaimed in astonishment. "Hold on tight, kid," Lao Chui shouted, taken by surprise. The two of them clutched the railing tightly as their bodies swayed with the fierce wind. The howling gust whipped past, nearly blinding them. Once the wind subsided, They finally discerned the true nature of the shadow. Quick, notify headquarters. Lao Chui urged anxiously, regaining his senses. Lin Shi immediately sent out an urgent red signal to report the situation to headquarters. Coughing, Yang Hong emerged from the area where the explosion had occurred, deftly removing his glasses to wipe away the ash before donning them once more. Another failure, huh? He murmured to himself. Upon hearing the explosion, the Shadow Guard team swiftly arrived at the scene, expertly managing the firefighting efforts. Their movements were swift and efficient, and soon they had extinguished the flames. After the fire was put out, the team leader approached Yang Hong, who was seated on a rock in contemplation, to report. Report, sir. There are no additional losses in the maintenance area, and the fire has been contained. Yang Hong offered a wry smile to the team leader, eliciting a hint of embarrassment from him. The leader scratched his head, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Just then, a red signal flare shot into the sky, exploding with a dazzling light and a resounding boom. Emergency assembly. As this command was issued, the headquarters erupted into a flurry of activity. The Shadow Guards sprang into action, quickly donning their gear and checking their weapons. Within mere minutes, all Shadow Guard teams at headquarters had completed their weapon deployments. Every individual wore a serious expression, gripping their arms tightly, ever ready for battle. Commander Raven stood atop the command platform, his gaze sweeping over the defensive positions surrounding him. Deep in thought, he pondered, who could have initiated this sudden assault? Why would they choose our headquarters as a target? At that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through, the powerful force making it almost impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open. The rushing sand and wind evoked an inexplicable sense of dread. A long, haunting howl pierced the sky, and the tempestuous wind suddenly dissipated. As people reopened their eyes, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. Enormous storm griffins loomed in the air, their wings spanning several dozen meters, exuding an overwhelming presence. Astonishingly, there were as many as 28 of these storm griffins, circling above the headquarters like a pack of ferocious predators. The young Shadow Guards stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with terror and disbelief. They had never encountered such an immense congregation of griffins, let alone witnessed them acting in unison. Gripping their firearms and crossbows tightly, they anxiously aimed at the soaring griffins, their fingers delicately resting on the triggers, awaiting their commander's command. What on earth was happening? Raven stood nearby, equally bewildered by the astonishing sight before him. His brow furrowed as he fixated on the circling swarm of griffins above. Suddenly, a storm griffin plummeted like a bolt of lightning, landing gracefully on the open ground. However, to everyone's astonishment, this griffin did not launch an attack. Instead, it gazed intently at Raven. He noticed what appeared to be bandaged wounds on its left claw, and a flicker of understanding sparked within him, leading him to surmise that it bore no malice. He swiftly gestured for the Shadow Guards to lower their weapons. Stand down. They are not here to attack us, Raven proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the previously tense Shadow Guards finally breathed a sigh of relief, relinquishing their arms. At that moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. The griffin opened its mouth and uttered a human voice. I apologize for the intrusion. I seek someone. What? Gasped the Shadow Guards, including Raven. In astonishment, they could scarcely believe that the creature before them was a being of 100,000 years. Raven coughed lightly a few times, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, my lord, this is beyond my authority. Just then, the tardy Yang Hong finally arrived. He raised his hand, signaling the other Shadow Guards to return to their posts, then slowly approached the griffin. Since you are here to seek someone, please, come in. Yang Hong regarded the magnificent griffin, feeling slightly troubled, and continued, however, my place may not be particularly suitable for your stature. I wonder if you... The griffin evidently comprehended Yang Hong's implication, nodding gently in acknowledgement. Understanding. Immediately, a powerful whirlwind erupted around the griffin, enveloping it entirely. When the tempest subsided, a mature gentleman with a head of white hair appeared beside Yang Hong. Yang Hong smiled and inquired, May I ask how to address you? The white-haired gentleman replied in a calm tone, I am Alex, the Lord of Storms. Master, you called for me? Tang Nan exclaimed joyfully as he pushed open the door, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. His master was sharing tea with a stranger, and the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Tang Nan quickly greeted the gentleman. Good morning. The gentleman smiled back. Good morning, young brother Tang Nan. However, Tang Nan suddenly paused, perplexed, and asked, Who are you, sir? At this remark, Yang Hong could not suppress a laugh, while Alex remained unperturbed, calmly raising his left hand to reveal the blue-silver grass bandages wrapped around it. He softly remarked, Do you not remember me? I mentioned that we would meet again soon. upon seeing the bandages on the gentleman's hand. Vivid memories of the storm Griffin encountered in the ruins flooded Tang Nan's mind, leaving him utterly stunned. He could scarcely believe his eyes, stammering as he inquired. "Wait a moment, are you that Griffin from last time?" Tang Nan's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, his heart brimming with trepidation. He never imagined that this seemingly mature and seasoned gentleman was, in fact, the fierce Griffin. Noticing his reaction, Yang Hong hastily explained to Tang Nan. Soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years possess the ability to transform into human form, but the decision lies solely with them. Do not panic, Tang Nan. Alex is not here to seek compensation from you. For what, then? To this, Alex stood up, approached the window, and whistled into the air. Soon, a majestic griffin soared into view, landing gracefully before the window. Clutching a colossal warhammer in its beak, it gently presented it to Alex. Taking the hammer, Alex placed it upon the table and declared, "This hammer is named Starbreaker, forged from a piece of celestial iron. It was the weapon of the last king of Bastogne, symbolizing power and glory. To wield this hammer signifies one's eligibility to meet us and forge a contract." Eligibility, you say? Indeed, my child. You are entitled to forge a contract with us. However, the time is not yet ripe. Due to the upheaval a millennium ago, the Griffins have been compelled to scatter across the continent, and we no longer bask in the radiance of our former glory. Now, I require your assistance. But why? Are you not afraid that we might harm you? After all, the relationship between humans and soul beasts is not always amicable. Alex raised his left hand with a smile, replying, "Initially, I harbored similar concerns, but when I witnessed your unhesitating act of tending to my wounds, I realized you bore no ill intentions. Moreover, your master, Lord Yang Hong, possesses the same kind-hearted spirit. Well then, Alex, what is it you wish for us to do? Whatever is within our capabilities, we shall endeavor to assist." Alex took a deep breath, mustering the courage to voice his request. A new settlement, a sanctuary where we can safely thrive and survive. He anticipated that this request might be deemed excessive, even fearing rejection. To his astonishment, Yang Hong readily acquiesced, stating, "This is a simple matter. Leave it to me." His eyes radiated confidence and determination, as if he had already devised a plan. With a snap of his fingers, a spatial rift opened beside him. "Shall we proceed?" "My lord." Upon Yang Hong's invitation, Alex stepped into the rift without hesitation, followed closely by Yang Hong after instructing Tang Nan to explore freely. As Alex slowly emerged from the enigmatic rift, an expansive and magnificent realm unfolded before his eyes, resembling a vibrant and splendid tapestry. Alex, wide-eyed and whispering to himself, was profoundly awestruck by the breathtaking spectacle before him. Here lies a unique realm forged by the formidable energy contained within the duality of water and fire. Seemingly a dreamlike world. As Alex found himself entranced by the breathtaking scenery, a figure stealthily emerged behind him. Fanas, wielding a crossbow, pressed the cold arrowhead against Alex's waist. Her tone severe as she inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to this place?" Her gaze was filled with vigilance and suspicion, fixed intently on the unexpected intruder before her. In response to Fanas's interrogation, Alex remained remarkably composed and courteous. With a smile, he elucidated, "I apologize for the intrusion. Esteemed lady, I have come at the sincere invitation of Mr. Yang Hong." Upon hearing Yang's name, Fanas's taut nerves relaxed slightly, and she gradually lowered her weapon. "Marag, please provide a detailed explanation," she commanded, her tone tinged with mild discontent yet revealing a hint of resignation. "All right, Fanas, please do not be vexed. I shall explain immediately." Marag replied with an eager smile. He then succinctly recounted the circumstances, including their encounter with the Lord of the Storm Griffins and the requests presented by him. After absorbing Marag's account, Fanas nodded thoughtfully, grasping the overarching situation. "So, the Lord of the Storm Griffins seeks to establish a sanctuary for their kin here, correct?" "Indeed, Miss." "Fanas," Alex affirmed gravely. "Very well, I consent. After all, this land is sufficiently expansive, allowing you to soar freely through the skies." Fanas's gaze wandered across the vast expanse of earth before her, a flicker of anticipation dancing in her eyes. "It would be splendid to infuse this land with vitality and vigor," she murmured softly, as if envisioning a future brimming with life and prosperity. Witnessing this scene, Alex knelt solemnly on one knee, expressing his most heartfelt gratitude to the two. "I sincerely thank you for your assistance. I, Alex, the Lord of the Storm Griffins, hereby represent the entire Griffin clan in signing a covenant with the Shadow Guard. We shall heed the call of the Shadow Guard." With the promise secured, Alex sprang into action, diligently working to reunite the scattered storm griffins across the continent. Each subsequent day saw griffins arriving at this location, guided methodically by the Shadow Guard as they traversed the mysterious rift. When the final batch of griffins successfully passed through the fissure, Alex fulfilled his monumental task. At that moment, having assumed human form, Alex perched upon a cliff, gazing down at the sanctuary of the griffins below. His heart swelled with emotions. At last, I have succeeded, my old friend. You have not deceived me. Alex's thoughts began to drift into the distance, conjuring the image of King Bedak of Bastogne, his once inseparable companion. He seemed to hear Bardak's final words. Do not worry, my brother. Even after I depart from this world, your wishes shall be fulfilled by another. Do not weep. My friend, I am merely weary. I shall not perish easily. May I rest my eyes for a moment? At that moment, Yang Hong approached Alex with 2 bottles of wine and inquired, What troubles you? You appear rather glum. Alex accepted the wine from Yang Hong, smiling as he replied, It is nothing. I merely recalled a friend's dying request. The two began to engage in light conversation. Alex continued, He once hoped I would truly savor the essence of life, but at that time, such thoughts eluded me. Yang Hong, intrigued, asked, And what of now? Alex downed the wine in one gulp, reflecting, Now, the survival of our kin is assured, and I can finally lay down the burdens of leadership. Yang Hong enthusiastically proposed, Then allow me to guide you in this experience. Alex readily consented, I appreciate your assistance, Lord Yang Hong. However, I must adopt a human name. What shall it be? Looking at the wine bottle in his hand, Alex found inspiration. Let it be Sui Yun. Chapter 69, The Journey to Giant Sword Mountain in accordance with their mission. The Lei Hao squad set forth to Giant Sword Mountain, located at the border between the Tiando and Xinglua empires. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, yet Tang Nan followed closely behind Lei Hao with a somber expression, appearing somewhat anxious and uneasy. Cheer up, lad. It's a rare occasion that this mission doesn't involve arduous labor. No need to be so tense trailing behind me. Lei Hao chuckled, patting Tang Nan's shoulder in an attempt to ease his tension. Nevertheless, Tang Nan remained visibly strained, as if burdened by a heavy concern. I wish to be cheerful, but why must this fellow accompany us? Tang Nan suddenly pointed at the nearby Xue Qinghe, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. It turned out that Xue Qinghe had also been assigned to this mission, accompanying them on their journey. Oh, I'm merely passing by. Hearing you say this truly hurts my feelings. After all, the last time we teamed up, you clung to me without letting go, Xue Qinghe lamented, deliberately adopting a pitiful expression as if deeply wounded. That was because I was unaware you were a scoundrel, a rogue, a pervert, Tang Nan shouted furiously, his eyes ablaze with indignation. You mustn't speak so recklessly. I assure you, I have done nothing, my partner, Xue Qinghe quickly clarified, wearing an innocent look. Silence. Scoundrel. Do you believe I want to shoot an arrow at your head? Tang Nan gritted his teeth, gripping his crossbow tightly, seemingly ready to unleash a bolt at any moment. In the face of Tang Nan's threat, Xue Qinghe showed no sign of fear, instead smiling slightly and provocatively replying, Come on, give it a try. The atmosphere between the two grew tense, yet Lei Hao and the others had long since grown accustomed to such antics. Oh dear. Their camaraderie remains as strong as ever. Yi Qing gazed upon the bickering duo with the tenderness of a caring mother, while Lei Hao harbored a sense of skepticism. Are you certain? Don't you wish to know about your brother and the others? Just as the atmosphere began to soften, Xue Qinghe gracefully approached Tang Nan and whispered, Well, what of it? Tang Nan replied disdainfully, yet deep within, the ire that had once consumed him had nearly dissipated. Your brother and his companions successfully advanced, securing the 4th position. Soon, they will arrive at the Giant Sword Mountain to participate in the next phase of the dueling competition. As for me, I must reach there first to coordinate with the Starluo Empire. Xue Qinghe spoke calmly, his gaze lingering on Tang Nan's slender waist. Oh, so that's how it is. Tang Nan mused, nodding thoughtfully. Just as he was about to articulate a response, he suddenly felt Xue Qinghe tightly embrace his waist and begin gesturing animatedly. Hiss. Nan. Have you gained weight? It seems your clothing size requires adjustment. Xue Qinghe murmured. Xue Qinghe. Tang Nan exclaimed in indignation, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. Farewell, everyone. See you later. At the foot of the Giant Sword Mountain, Xue Qinghe joyfully waved his hand, bidding farewell to Lei Hao, Tang Nan, and several others. As his figure gradually vanished into the bustling crowd, Tang Nan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That fellow has finally departed. Meanwhile, The team responsible for the safety of Lei Hao and the others successfully met with their contacts. Leading them was their old friend, Rex, the commander of the cavalry regiment from the Gallia Duchy. Though clad in casual attire, Rex's distinctive aura made him instantly recognizable. He greeted everyone warmly. "Greetings. It has been a long time. What is the current situation with the captain?" Tang Nan inquired of Lei Hao. In response, Lei Hao explained, "Following our last operation, the leadership from Gallia extended an invitation for negotiations. After engaging in amicable discussions, the relevant cooperation agreements were signed. The Gallia Duchy has now officially commenced collaboration with the Shadow Guards. Since we are acquainted with their personnel, we will be responsible for escorting them." After gaining a general understanding of the situation, Tang Nan was somewhat enlightened. The two parties then commenced a round of pleasantries. After exchanging cordialities for a while, noticing that the sky had darkened, Lei Hao and his companions took the others for a stroll around the vicinity, leaving Rex and Tang Nan in the inn. Tang Nan sat in the lobby of the inn, surveying his surroundings. The decor exuded a rustic charm and warmth, instilling within him a sense of reassurance. "You seem to be preoccupied with something," remarked Rex, seated opposite Tang Nan, his gaze revealing a hint of concern. Tang Nan smiled faintly, attempting to mask her unease. It was nothing, merely that the recent events had been rather overwhelming. Suddenly, this calmness felt somewhat disconcerting. "By the way, why didn't T-Brother Rex accompany the captain and the others on their outing?" "Well, I have another task and an appointment to keep." Rex, resting his chin on his hand, began to scrutinize Tang Nan. "Have we met before?" he inquired. "Huh? Have we?" Tang Nan instinctively tensed, trying to recall when they might have crossed paths. Wait a moment, that face. Wasn't it the officer who came to my aid at the banquet?" Realizing this, Tang Nan immediately felt flustered. Meanwhile, Rex became increasingly captivated by her. At that moment, a hand clad in a white glove gently tapped his shoulder. "I must say, Your Excellency Rex, it's quite impolite to scrutinize others so casually," Shui Qinghe smiled, appearing behind him. He then stepped in front of Rex, addressing him directly. "I was quite surprised to hear you wished to meet with me. I hadn't anticipated. Do you have any thoughts regarding my fiancée?" Startled, Rex promptly bowed and apologized. "I beg your pardon, Your Highness. I merely did not recognize Miss Tang Nan." "No, Your Highness, you misunderstand. I simply prefer a more androgynous style of clothing. It is entirely understandable that Lord Rex did not recognize me, so please do not be upset." Tang Nan's tone softened, momentarily rendering both Rex and Shui Qinghe speechless. Realizing his faux pas, Rex quickly recalled the purpose of his visit. He respectfully retrieved a stack of documents from his breast pocket and carefully handed them to Shui Qinghe. A glimmer of anticipation and anxiety flickered in Rex's eyes. The Duke had recently learned that the venue for the high-ranking Soul Master competition would be situated beneath the Great Sword Mountain. Considering the duchy's proximity, the Duke wished to offer his modest assistance. This is a detailed list of supplies, encompassing various resources and support. The related materials will arrive in a few days. I kindly ask you, Your Highness, to speak favorably before His Majesty, expressing our support and contribution to the competition. Rex's voice was imbued with sincerity and respect. Fully aware of the significance this opportunity held for the Gaul Duchy, Shui Qinghe smiled as he accepted the list and began to peruse its contents meticulously. His gaze was focused and serious, as if assessing the value and feasibility of the proposal. After a moment, he lifted his head and looked at Rex. "Rest assured, I recognize the efforts of the Gaul Duchy. Your sincerity and hard work will not go unnoticed. I will do my utmost to secure greater recognition and recompense for you before His Majesty." Shui Qinghe's words were filled with confidence and determination, providing Rex with a sense of reassurance and satisfaction. "I will arrange for Captain Rosink to coordinate with you for a smooth transition of the forthcoming matters. Should any issues arise or should you require further assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me," Shui Qinghe added. "Understood. Then I shall take my leave," Rex replied, departing with composure. Rex's footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the door. Though he maintained his usual composure, turmoil raged within him. The calm demeanor he had displayed before Shui Qinghe had now dissipated entirely. The moment he closed the door, it felt as though he had been liberated from a stifling space, the stark contrast rendering his breath shallow. The corridor was dimly lit, and the morning light filtering through the windows failed to dispel the pervasive gloom. Leaning against the cold wall, Rex endeavored to steady his emotions. He recalled Shui Qinghe's gaze, a profound and piercing look that seemed capable of penetrating the very depths of one's soul, leaving no avenue for escape. Fear, suffocation. Rex murmured to himself, his hand instinctively clenching, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palm. He had faced countless crises and encountered the most terrifying of beasts. Yet he had never experienced true fear until now. The very presence of Xue Qinghe instilled in him an unprecedented sense of oppression. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, attempting to expel the negative emotions that threatened to consume him. He understood that, as a subject, he could not exhibit any weakness in the presence of Xue Qinghe. His Highness is indeed a formidable individual, Rex whispered, his voice tinged with a mixture of reverence and resignation. He recognized that Xue Qinghe's terrifying nature stemmed not only from his strength, but also from his intellect and cunning. In the presence of such a figure, any lapse in vigilance could lead to catastrophic consequences. Rex straightened his posture, a calm facade returning to his face. He knew he must not allow this experience to cloud his judgment or actions. He needed to be more cautious and meticulous to ensure he could fulfill the significant responsibilities entrusted to him. Meanwhile, after Rex closed the door, silence enveloped the room, leaving only Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan. In that instant, Tang Nan swiftly pressed his left hand against Xue Qinghe's neck, forcefully pinning him against the wall. His eyes blazed with anger and discontent as he demanded, "Xue Qinghe, have you had enough of this jesting?" In response to Tang Nan's inquiry, Xue Qinghe lowered his head. Maintaining a tranquil expression, he replied softly, "I am not jesting, and did you not also refrain from exposing me?" Tang Nan listened to these words, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. He furrowed his brows slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of regret as he said, "I merely wish to prevent everyone's flawless impression of you from dissipating into mere illusion." His gaze averted from Xue Qinghe's scrutiny, the grip of his hand gradually loosening. Xue Qinghe offered a gentle smile, kindly inquiring, "We are friends, are we not?" Tang Nan remained silent for a moment before ultimately releasing his hold on Xue Qinghe. He turned away, sighing softly. "As a friend, I do not wish for my actions to interfere with your work." Xue Qinghe gently approached and rested her head on his shoulder, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. He spoke softly, suggesting, "Since that is the case, perhaps you could attend the upcoming mobilization conference for the promotion team." His tone carried a hint of gentle anticipation and sincere invitation. Why?" Tang Nan asked in surprise. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly and explained, "Because rumors about my fiancé have spread across the continent, thanks to your actions at the last banquet. Now, it is said throughout the land that the fiancé of the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire is a courageous woman, unyielding to royal authority, who boldly expresses her thoughts." Upon hearing this, Tang Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment and sighed helplessly, remarking, "Well, in fact, these rumors are indeed hard to refute. After all, there are few in this world who would dare to slap the Crown Prince in broad daylight." "Very well, I apologize. It was my fault. So please let go of your hand." Tang Nan attempted to pry free Xue Qinghe's grip around her waist, but after several futile attempts, she realized she could not budge her at all. In the end, she could only resignedly abandon her struggle. "If you do not agree, I shall not release you." Xue Qinghe suddenly adopted a playful tone, her demeanor markedly different from her usual self, leaving Tang Nan momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing? Let go." Tang Nan said in a fluster, but Xue Qinghe firmly held onto his arm. "No, please don't," Xue Qinghe continued to plead playfully. "Will you promise me? Did you not just say you would maintain my perfect image? You agree, right, partner?" Tang Nan widened his eyes, utterly at a loss on how to navigate this predicament. He had initially intended to strike Xue Qinghe with the breath of death, but now found himself in a state of confusion. "All right, I can see, just let me go?" Tang Nan said helplessly. Hee, that's wonderful." Xue Qinghe replied with a satisfied smile, finally releasing his grip. However, the moment Xue Qinghe let go, Tang Nan swiftly shoved him aside and quickly enveloped him in blue-silver grass. "Xue Qinghe, I warn you, if you dare to do anything untoward, I shall end your life. Do you hear me?" Tang Nan shouted angrily, tugging at the blue-silver grass with force. "No excessive physical contact. No unreasonable demands. If you dare to act out of line, I will shoot a hole in your head with a crossbow." Tang Nan continued his threats. All right, I will comply." Xue Qinghe nodded eagerly, indicating his willingness to adhere to the agreement. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's promise, Tang Nan felt a slight sense of relief and loosened the bonds of the blue-silver grass. "Now let us hurry. In a few days, I'll ask Sister Yi Qing and the others to pick out some clothes. You better explain everything clearly then, understood?" Tang Nan looked at Xue Qinghe with utmost seriousness. "Understood, partner." Xue Qinghe responded, planting a quick kiss on him before being pushed out of the room by Tang Nan. "Get out. With a clang, Xueqing had chuckled softly. He is indeed so easy to handle. His mood seemed quite buoyant. He recognized Tang Nan's special trust in him, and he intended to leverage this trust to fortify their relationship. Standing upright, he straightened his clothing and stepped away. He needed to begin preparing for the forthcoming matters, ensuring he was ready for their next encounter. Ha! Tang Nan's heart raced like a drum, and he could feel his cheeks burning with warmth. Leaning against the door, he listened as Xueqing's footsteps gradually faded away, allowing his body to relax at last. His hand unconsciously brushed against his lips, where Xueqing's warmth still lingered. What is happening to me? Tang Nan murmured, his emotions a tumultuous mix of confusion and complexity. Just then, Shirimo, who had been lurking nearby, teasingly chimed in. Hey, why is your face so red? Shirimo, shut your mouth. Sound of space tearing. Arrival at the teleportation location. Commence exploration mission. For the Divine Emperor. Chapter 70. The scholar Qian Te beneath the profound night sky, a battered man, bloodied and scarred, struggled to prop himself up, attempting to rise from the ground. Grasping a sharp long sword tightly in his right hand, his left arm hung limply at his side. His body bore multiple wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain, pooling into a dark crimson stain. Cough, cough, cough. Who are you people? The man demanded with all his remaining strength, his voice resonating through the darkness before him. Anger rendered his voice hoarse, yet he endeavored to maintain an air of firmness and authority. Before him, a dark silhouette emerged slowly from the remnants of the dying campfire. The man widened his eyes, striving to discern the features of his counterpart. But as the night cloaked the surroundings in impenetrable darkness, he could only perceive a vague outline. Just as the man lingered in a daze, the shadow suddenly lunged forward, astonishingly swift, and knocked him to the ground once more. This time, he was utterly bereft of the strength to resist, collapsing into a pool of his own blood. In swift succession, the shadow advanced ruthlessly, mercilessly trampling upon the man's still conscious hand, subjecting it to relentless torment. The man groaned in anguish, his heart brimming with despair and dread. At that moment, he heard the final utterance. May your souls find forgiveness from the God Emperor, heretic. Bang. As the second phase of the Soul Master tournament approached, tension enveloped the air, and the Shadow Guard headquarters was no exception. However, at this critical juncture, Raven received an alarming communique from the Intelligence Bureau. A squad of Shadow Guards had failed to establish contact with their messenger for an entire week. Are you saying that a squad of Shadow Guards has been uncommunicative for a week? Raven furrowed his brow, a look of unease crossing his features. Indeed, the out-of-contact squad is led by Kevin, tasked with dispersing any potential beast hordes that might have gathered locally, replied Deputy Yi. Kevin's squad? That should not be the case. Given the composition of his team, a Soul King and 4 Soul Lords, they should possess the capability to contend even against a Soul Emperor. Even if they were overwhelmed, they ought to have been able to safeguard one member long enough to relay a message. Unless, Raven's tone grew grave. Unless they simply did not have the opportunity to send out a warning, Deputy Yi ventured. Raven nodded in agreement, the weight of this possibility heavy upon him. Such a thought filled him with profound concern. However, until he could ascertain the whereabouts of Kevin's squad, all conjecture would be futile. The only course of action was to await further intelligence and search for additional clues. Raven paced anxiously within his office, his brow furrowed, his mind racing through various scenarios, seeking a plausible explanation for Kevin's squad's sudden disappearance. He was acutely aware that this incident could involve myriad unknown dangers. Yet his primary concern lay with the safety of Kevin and the other team members. He earnestly hoped for their safe return. After much contemplation, Raven resolved to cease waiting and take decisive action. He recognized the urgency of the situation. Failing to ascertain the facts swiftly could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he made the firm decision to dispatch an elite team to investigate the truth near the Giant Sword Mountain. Yilian. Identify which Shadow Guard squads are closest to the vicinity of Giant Sword Mountain, Raven inquired solemnly. Deputy Yilian swiftly perused the documents in her possession, reviewing recent reports. After a brief moment, she replied, the closest to Giant Sword Mountain is the Storm Squad located in Coal City. They are currently receiving exchange students sent by the Gallic Duchy. Upon hearing this news, Raven could not help but frown. However, the situation was urgent at this moment, leaving Raven no choice but to place his hopes on Team Lawn to accomplish this critical mission. There was no alternative. He resolved to send them to investigate. With a determined tone, he declared his decision. Subsequently, he issued a command to his aide, Yilian, Please inform the intelligence department to dispatch a messenger team to Coal City to take over Team Land's task. Additionally, relay the latest mission details to them, emphasizing the necessity of locating the missing Kevin team and bringing back news, regardless of the circumstances. In Coal City, Tang Nan, compelled to attend a mobilization meeting in half a month, was presently in his room, gazing at the scenery. His emotions were complex, rendering him unable to find joy in the moment. At that juncture, the consciousness known as Shimo emerged from the depths of his mind, exclaiming, "I must say, young man, could you not take a stroll? I am utterly suffocated in here." Tang Nan, turning his face to the side, "No, if I go out, I might run into that scoundrel Shueqinghe. I certainly do not wish to see him." "Sure, Mo, speechless, come on, my dear brother, in just half a month, you will still have to be dragged over by him to participate in the event. Moreover, if you despise him so much, why not simply pack your things and flee? Or could it be that?" Shurimo leaned in close to Tang Nan's ear and whispered, "You might actually have feelings for someone else, right?" Tang Nan, "Shimo, be quiet." Flushed with anger, Tang Nan seized Shimo's face and began to manhandle it mercilessly. "I certainly do not harbor any affection for that fellow. If you continue to speak recklessly, I shall turn you into a ball." With that, she hurled the crumpled Shimo away like a ball. Shimo, rubbing his face, exclaimed, "Damn it. If you don't like him, why the dramatic reaction? How about this? I could transform you into a girl, then you wouldn't feel so awkward at the events." "Tang Nan, I have said." "Wait, what do you mean?" Tang Nan was about to scold him when he suddenly realized the implications and hurriedly inquired. "The concept of transformation magic. With sufficient magical power, it is indeed possible to temporarily alter one's appearance. Should we give it a try?" Tang Nan, wait a moment. Do you mean to say that you currently possess ample magical power? Sure, Mo. Indeed. I would never deceive you. Sure, Mo raised an eyebrow with a sense of pride, as if to imply that he was fully capable of fulfilling Tang Nan's desires at this very moment. Tang Nan, but where did you acquire such magical power? Sure, Mo, huh? Don't you remember? Last time in the ruins, you absorbed all that energy with your enchanted left hand. That energy has now been transformed into magical power. The amount is sufficient to cast several high-level spells, my friend. Noticing Tang Nan's bewildered expression, Shurmo's eyes narrowed into slits. Sure, Mo, wait a moment. When did you learn to harness energy with that arm? Tang Nan, casting an awkward glance elsewhere, stammered, I can't do it. Ha ha. Shurmu, rendered speechless, retorted. Could it be that you are genuinely a prodigy in magic? No way. I must seize an opportunity to have a serious discussion with your master, Yang Hong. Such talent wasted on anything but magic would be a travesty. Just as Shurmu was busy envisioning a bright future, Luo was, who had been absent from the sea of consciousness, reappeared and promptly delivered a sharp reprimand. Luo was stated, cease your daydreaming, Shurmu. Whether this child can learn magic is up to me to decide. Shurmu shot back defiantly. What the heck? You old codger. Who do you think you are? Aren't you just another resident? By what right do you dictate what is possible or not? Luo was turned his piercing gaze upon Tang Nan, whose heart quaked under the intensity, leading him to meekly acquiesce. I'll listen to you, Grandpa Lu. Shurmu, unable to contain his sarcasm, exclaimed, for heaven's sake, can you not possess a modicum of ambition? Before Shurmu could finish his tirade, Luo was swept his hand, sending him back into the sea of consciousness, and then, raising his fist, delivered another swift reprimand to Tang Nan. Tang Nan, oh dear, what are you doing, Master Lu? Caught off guard by an inexplicable blow, Tang Nan soon found himself subjected to Lu Wei's soul-searching inquiry. Lu Wei's, Tang Nan. Can you recall the last time you practiced your swordsmanship? Feeling the intensity of Lu Wei's piercing gaze, Tang Nan sheepishly turned his attention to the scenery outside. This evasive reaction prompted Lu Wei's to raise his fist, ready to deliver another strike. Suddenly, Yiqing anxiously burst through the door. Yiqi, Tang Nan, gather your belongings and prepare to depart. Additionally, we require you to prepare 5 sets of emergency medical supplies to carry with us. Tang Nan, oh, all right. Sister Yiqing, it will be ready in 10 minutes. Grateful for his rescue, Tang Nan first apologized to Lord Lu, who had just returned from the Sea of Spirits, and then promptly set about preparing 5 doses of emergency medicine as per Sister Yiqing's request. In a flurry of urgency and excitement, he hurriedly departed from Kuer City, spurred on by Lei Hao and the others. Along the way, Tang Nan gained a general understanding of the task at hand and was curious as to why Sister Yiqing appeared so flustered. Thus, he inquired, what kind of person is Brother Kevin? Yiqing, Kevin is considered a veteran within the organization. His time of service nearly matches Lei Hao's age. Lei Hao, hey? Yi Qing. I remember we're only a few years apart. Ouch. Yi Qing, enough with the nonsense. In any case, Kevin is an experienced veteran, and his squad members are all longtime collaborators. Thus, the fact that he has been missing for a week is beyond my comprehension regarding what they might have encountered. As she spoke, Yi Qing's emotions became somewhat agitated, causing her to refrain from elaborating further. At that moment, Nia quietly whispered into Tang Nan's ear, "Brother Kevin is the apprentice of Commander Raven, and he used to often accompany Yi Qing and the others, making him their senior." Ah, Tang Nan pondered, beginning to understand Sister Yi Qing's reaction. The group hastened their pace and, as night fell, arrived at the last reported location of Kevin's team. Situated within the local Soul Beast Forest. Although its area was merely one-third of several other vast forests, traversing it would still require considerable time. Given the urgency, Lei Hao and the others abandoned the idea of resting and immediately commenced their search. Yi Qing, time is of the essence, spread out as usual. Nia and Su Xiao will form one group, Lei Hao, you and I will be in another group, and Yuan, you and Tang Nan will be together. Signal any discoveries with flares, green for locating the target and red for encountering an attack. Understood? Everyone, understood. With the teams assigned, the three groups promptly plunged into the depths of the forest in different directions. In the dense thicket, Tang Nan and Yuan chose to follow the river in their search. As they combed along the waterway, they found no clues. It was then that Tang Nan suddenly sensed something in the nearby underbrush, seemingly watching them. Tang Nan, whispering Brother Yuan. It seems there is someone lurking in the bushes at 7 o'clock. Yuan was initially startled, but soon verified the accuracy of the information. Realizing Tang Nan's perceptiveness was indeed commendable, Yuan silently summoned the power of the earth and gently pressed his foot down. Instantly, a stone pillar erupted from the underbrush. Just as Tang Nan had indicated, a figure dressed like a scholar was forced out by the stone column. The scholar stumbled and fell to the ground. And as he attempted to rise, Yuan's rock spear was poised before him. Yuan, who are you? What is your intention in following us? Faced with Yuan's pressing inquiry, the already startled scholar quickly divulged everything he knew. My name is Qiante, and I hail from the Duchy of Pras. The scholar's panicked expression and the fear in his eyes convinced Yuan of his sincerity. He immediately retracted the rock spear and helped him to his feet. Yuan, I apologize. I hope I haven't harmed you. And no, it's fine. Qiante brushed off the dust from his shoulders, yet his trembling legs betrayed his fear, prompting Yuan and Tang Nan to pause and gather themselves for a moment. As the campfire blazed to life, Yuan inquired about Qiante's reason for being there. Qiante, I am a scholar, and my father taught me that true knowledge comes from experience. Thus, I have journeyed far and wide since the age of 12. Yuan, you claim to be from the Duchy of Pras, but why have I never heard of such a place? Qiante, with a wry smile, well, my homeland is situated in a remote area of the Star Luo Empire. It is rather obscure, so it is not surprising that you haven't heard of it. Yuan furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the scholar before him, and asked, what is your soul power? This is no place for someone like you. Qiante lowered his head, a hint of embarrassment and helplessness crossing his face, and quietly replied, I do not possess any soul power. Upon hearing this, Yuan, who had been preparing to add fuel to the fire, froze, dropping the kindling to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qiante, as if he had encountered the most absurd declaration imaginable. Regaining his composure, a flicker of wariness and suspicion crossed Yuan's eyes. He once again aimed the spear tip at the scholar's throat, his voice icy as he said, no soul power? Are you jesting? His tone was filled with incredulity and anger, deeply dissatisfied with Qiante's response. Yuan took a deep breath, striving to temper his emotions. Yet his gaze remained as frigid as ever. He pressed further. Please tell me, sir, how did you come to this place, and what is your purpose here? His words carried a formidable weight, making escape seem impossible. Qiante's face turned pale with fear, his body trembling slightly. In a mournful tone, he explained, I merely lost my way while passing through here, and I owe my survival to a kind stranger who recently shared some provisions with me. Otherwise, I would have perished from hunger. I swear, I speak only the truth. His expression was profoundly poignant, with tears brimming in his eyes, evoking a deep sense of pity. Yuan gazed intently at Qiante's face, attempting to discern any cracks in his demeanor and tone. However, Qianti's performance was so remarkably natural that it rendered Yuan Wen unable to easily ascertain whether he was fabricating the truth. Ultimately, Yuan Wen resolved to trust Qianti's words and lowered his weapon. Rubbing the back of his head, he awkwardly offered, "My apologies. I hope you won't hold it against me. It was merely a matter of professional habit." With that, Yuan Wen retracted his firearm and forced a sheepish smile. Yet, Qiante did not reciprocate. Instead, he silently retreated to a corner, crouching down and retreating into himself. As he muttered to himself, a stream of despondent thoughts spilled forth. "I know I am looked down upon. Even my family has little faith in me. Not even a thief would bother to steal my possessions." As Qianti's voice grew increasingly subdued, a palpable aura of melancholy emanated from him, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld him. Witnessing Qianti's desolation, Yuan Wen felt a wave of remorse wash over him. He hastily approached Qiante to apologize and expressed his willingness to take him for a stroll in the nearby town. At the mention of this suggestion, Qiante finally lifted his head, and at that moment, a signal flare streaked across the sky, emitting a brilliant crimson light. Chapter 71. An unexpected assault after parting ways. Yi Qing and Lei Hao chose to surge towards the heart of the forest, treading upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves. Their silence was punctuated solely by the sound of their footsteps echoing through the woods. As they ventured forth, they discovered a campsite. The remnants of belongings and the smoldering embers of a fire indicating that someone had recently departed. They decided to take a brief respite here while remaining vigilant of their surroundings, just in case. The fire had not yet fully extinguished, and it was evident that the occupants had left only moments ago. Lei Hao sifted through the ashes of the fire, meticulously examining the environment. Meanwhile, Yi Qing scrutinized the layout of the campsite, pondering its unfamiliar arrangement. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting a stray leaf from the ground. Yi Qing's gaze followed the leaf's flight, coming to rest on an inconspicuous mark in one corner of the campsite. It was a small patch of flattened grass, suggesting that someone had rummaged through it. Approaching with caution, Yi Qing observed closely and discovered a small iron fragment buried in the soil. Gently picking it up, she brushed away the dirt, revealing a symbol that represented the Shadow Guard. Yi Qing's expression stiffened, the iron piece feeling cold and heavy in her hand. The emblem stirred a tempest within her heart. "I found it." A hint of a smile broke through her anxious facade. She understood the significance of this symbol. It was the clue they had been relentlessly pursuing, now appearing amidst this desolate campsite. However, just as tension thickened in the air, Yi Qing's keen senses detected a faint sound nearby. She immediately signaled to Lei Hao, urging him to remain on high alert. Their gazes locked onto the direction of the sound, their focus unwavering as they attentively observed their surroundings. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them like a tempest. Lei Hao reacted swiftly, unhesitatingly tackling Yi Qing to the ground, and together they rolled into the dense underbrush deep within the camp. Arrows rained down upon the spot where they had just stood, producing a crisp sound of impact. "Yi Qing, are you all right?" Lei Hao inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Yi Qing replied, gripping the iron shard tightly, her gaze resolute and composed. Alarm bells rang in her heart as she realized they had been discovered, and the approaching adversaries bore ill intentions. Furrowing his brow, Lei Hao's eyes flashed with a fierce determination as he lowered his voice. "We must leave this place immediately." Yi Qing nodded, stowing the iron shard close to her chest. Cautiously, they peered from the foliage, intently scanning their surroundings in search of the enemy's position. Just then, a new volley of arrows descended like rain, forcing them back into the underbrush once more. With a sudden change of expression, Lei Hao swiftly retrieved a signal flare from his pocket, pulling the cord with force. In an instant, a brilliant red light sliced through the sky, illuminating the entire forest as if it were midday. Simultaneously, the barrage of arrows temporarily ceased. Seizing the opportunity, they focused intently on the direction from which the arrows had come, finally pinpointing the enemy's approximate location, hidden within the trees about 100 meters away. "Cover me, Yi Qing. I'll take him out." As soon as Lei Hao finished speaking, he swiftly crawled forward, using the trees as cover to stealthily approach the enemy's hideout. Meanwhile, Yi Qing retrieved a smoke arrow from her storage device and fired it directly in front of Lei Hao. Instantly, a large cloud of smoke erupted before him, and it seemed the enemy had sensed something amiss as arrows once again began to fly through the smoke. Yet, Lei Hao, like a cheetah, rapidly advanced under the cover of the haze. "I'll see what you're truly made of." With that declaration, Lei Hao activated his lightning dash, plunging into the thicket. However, upon striking at a shadowy figure, he discovered it was merely a tree stump. "Not good. I've been tricked." realizing the precariousness of his situation and preparing to retreat. Lei Hao was suddenly surrounded by a dazzling array of fiery sparks, resembling a myriad of stars twinkling in the night sky. Upon witnessing these sparks, Lei Hao was taken aback, for he recognized them as the distinctive glow emitted when firearms were discharged. They have guns? The thought flashed through his mind, leaving him astonished and bewildered. In that moment of hesitation, countless projectiles rained down upon him, seemingly destined to strike his body. Yet, just as calamity loomed, a miracle transpired. A windshield barrier materialized around Lei Hao, acting like a transparent wall that timely obstructed the incoming projectiles. The bullets collided with the windshield, producing a crackling sound. Yet they could not penetrate this protective layer. Concurrently, a blue-silver vine emerged, slithering around Lei Hao's back like a serpent. This vine appeared to possess its own consciousness, clinging tightly to him, preventing him from being struck by the bullets. However, the enemy's next round of fire had already been unleashed, and their overwhelming firepower shattered the windshield. At the very moment the windshield was shattered, blue-silver grass exerted a forceful tug, pulling Lei Hao to safety and successfully extracting him from the encircling enemy. Nevertheless, during his flight, Lei Hao unfortunately suffered a gunshot wound, blood gushing from the injury, staining his garments crimson. Ah, cursed fate! Just as Lei Hao caught his breath, the crack of gunfire erupted once more behind him. Bang! 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 Yuan Wen summoned the might of the earth, delivering a powerful punch that struck the ground. With a thunderous sound, a stone wall erupted swiftly, shielding them from the enemy's onslaught. Simultaneously, Yi Qing and Tang Nan hastened to the base of the stone wall, anxiously assessing Lei Hao's condition. They discovered that he had been shot in the right shoulder, blood pouring incessantly from the wound. Tang Nan immediately activated her natural form, utilizing her abilities to attend to Lei Hao's injury. Damn it! I underestimated them. Lei Hao cursed in frustration. A gun? Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. The group found it hard to comprehend that their adversaries were armed with firearms, but their doubts were dispelled when Tang Nan extracted a bullet from Lei Hao's wound. At that moment, Qiante, being cautiously dragged by Yuan Wen, peered out to observe the situation outside. However, he had scarcely begun to assess the surroundings when Yi Qing, reacting swiftly, pulled him back. Almost simultaneously, a bullet whizzed past Qiante's scalp, causing him to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. Who is this person? Yi Qing inquired, pointing at Qiante. We encountered him while searching. He said he was lost. Yuan Wen explained, and after a glance at Qiante, Yi Qing dismissed him and began strategizing their next move. We must devise a plan. Prolonging this stalemate is untenable. Yet the enemy's firepower is relentless. As the two deliberated, a sudden, deafening crash resonated from the stone wall, akin to thunder, leaving their ears ringing. What is happening? The group gazed in astonishment at the stone wall, a wave of unease and confusion washing over them. However, before they could ponder further, a sharp ice shard pierced through the wall like lightning, hurtling towards Qiante with astonishing speed. Qiante, paralyzed by fear, could not evade the impending doom. The ice shard halted mere inches from him, threatening to impale his body. The sheer terror of the scene caused him to faint, collapsing onto the ground. Before the others could recover from their shock, more ice shards cascaded down like rain. These shards glimmered with a frigid light, bearing an imposing force as they rained down upon the group. So many ice shards. Who exactly is our adversary? I don't know, but they certainly are not benign. Lei Hao, have you provoked someone? Not at all. I haven't even visited a tavern recently. Could it be those girls from Tianshui Academy? It is unlikely. The individuals from Tianshui College will not arrive for another week. Just at that moment, several people were valiantly resisting the onslaught of ice spikes when, all of a sudden, numerous colossal fireballs, accompanied by the ice spikes, came crashing down upon them. What the hell? Run! They shouted in unison, swiftly dragging the still-dazed Qiante along as they fled in haste. The impact of the fireballs upon the ground triggered a violent explosion, simultaneously melting all the ice spikes, which in an instant enveloped the area in a thick fog. Cough! Cough! How on earth are we supposed to fight like this? Lei Hao exclaimed, struggling to crawl out of the crater created by the blast. Yi Qing and several others quickly followed suit. Seizing the opportunity while the icy mist had yet to dissipate, they needed to devise a strategy without delay. With both fire and ice in play, if this continued, they would surely be annihilated. Let South charge in close and confront them, one suggested. What are you thinking? We are in the light while they remain hidden. If you dare to rush in, they will unleash a barrage of firepower. Don't you remember how we were just hit? Yi Qing, don't you possess an area attack soul technique? The area is too vast, without visibility, How can I pinpoint their positions? Then what do you propose we do? Tang Nan, observing the captain and his team, inquired within the sea of consciousness if Lu Waz had devised a solution. Lu, do you have a way? Let me ponder for a moment. I have a plan, though it may be somewhat impractical. What is it? We can exploit the human eye's adaptability to light. By suddenly unleashing a burst of intense illumination within their line of sight, we can render them momentarily blind, achieving a state of photopic adaptation. Upon hearing Lu Waz's proposed solution, Tang Nan began rummaging through his satchel for materials capable of emitting a powerful light. At that moment, Qiante, who had been quietly observing, suddenly regained his composure. After overhearing the argument among Yi Qing and the others, he timidly raised his hand and said, I have a solution. What method? Everyone turned their attention towards him. Taking a deep breath, Qiante continued, I happen to possess an extraordinary item. He produced a black tube, resembling a high-explosive device, which he had procured from the black market. They say it can emit a brilliant light upon detonation. If we can set it off, their vision will be obscured for a time, allowing us to charge forward. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Yi Qing and the others sparkled with excitement, but they were also filled with doubt. Is this thing really available on the black market? They inquired. However, as they deliberated, the mist gradually dissipated, and time was of the essence, leaving them no room for further contemplation. Without hesitation, Lei Hao seized the item, preparing to throw it. At that moment, Qiante exclaimed loudly, the activation time is only 3 seconds. What? 3 seconds? That distance is too great. We must advance another 50 meters at least. Yi Qing muttered under his breath while contemplating a strategy. Meanwhile, Lei Hao, undeterred, activated his lightning dash skill and surged forward. No problem. Yi Qing, you cover me. Here we go again? Seriously. Yuanwen, Tang Nan, provide fire support. Bang, bang, bang. Yuanwen, Yi Qing, and Tang Nan tightened their grips on the triggers, their gazes fixed and resolute as they aimed at the adversaries across from them. With a command, their firearms erupted in flames, bullets cascading like raindrops towards the enemy. The foes reciprocated fiercely, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire. The sounds of gunfire reverberated as the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, and the battle raged on ferociously. Meanwhile, Lei Hao lay prone on the ground, carefully inching forward. When he was within 30 meters of the woods, a sudden barrage of ice spikes descended from the sky, like a torrential storm, targeting him. Damn it! Here goes nothing. Realizing he had been detected, Lei Hao sprang to his feet, one hand clutching a knife and the other a gun. He deflected the incoming projectiles with his blade while recklessly charging towards the forest. At last, Lei Hao reached the farthest distance. He swiftly disengaged the safety mechanism and hurled the item forcefully into the woods. Then, he immediately dropped to the ground, shielding his head with both hands. Merely 3 seconds later, a deafening explosion resonated through the forest, accompanied by a blinding flash of white light that illuminated the entire woodland. Chaos ensued, with the enemy indiscriminately firing their weapons amidst a cacophony of anguished cries. Come on, you bastards! Seeing the adversaries lose their fighting spirit, Lei Hao sprang to his feet, weapon in hand, and plunged into the forest. Yi Qing and the others, sensing the urgency, hurriedly followed, anxious for Lei Hao's safety. At that moment, a towering beam of white light erupted from within the woods. When the radiance faded, Yi Qing and her companions arrived to find only Lei Hao. Damn it. They got away. Lei Hao vented his frustration, glaring furiously at the tree stumps. Just then, a green flare streaked across the sky, signaling that Kevin's squad had been located. Chapter 72. New reinforcements in the makeshift medical facility in Coal City. Lei Hao and his companions anxiously awaited at the entrance. Upon hearing the sound of the door latch being drawn, they hurried to the entrance. Nia removed her mask, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, and announced, "It's all right. The treatment has been largely successful. The injuries of Kevin and his comrades had been mostly attended to. What can I say? If we had arrived just a moment later, it might have been too late." Nia pointed to Kevin's squad member, who lay peacefully asleep on the hospital bed. Each of them bore at least 4 life-threatening wounds. Especially concerning was Kevin, whose bullet was mere millimeters from his brain. Fortunately, a sole bone on Kevin's head had mitigated the impact, preventing the bullet from penetrating. Thank heavens. Thank you for your hard work, Nia. By the way, where's Tang Nan? I'm not overworked. After all, most of the tasks were handled by Xiao Nanzi, and I merely assisted. Just then, Tang Nan emerged from behind the curtain, still drafting a medical report. Sister Yi Qing, I have some bad news. Kevin's condition is quite dire. A bullet is lodged in his forehead. We should send them back to headquarters immediately. Here's the medical report. Let's send it along too. Understood. I will respond to headquarters right away. The messenger is likely prepared. I think I heard someone calling me. As soon as Yuqing spoke, Kai Liu's appeared behind her. Impressive efficiency. Kai Liu smiled and gently ruffled Tang Nan's hair. Thank you, little brother. Tang Nan shyly lowered his head, his cheeks flushed. He mumbled, You're too kind. It's what I should do. The sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping them in warmth and beauty. Unexpectedly, Kai Liu's grasped Tang Nan's hand tightly and asked, Little brother, would you be interested in becoming a messenger? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tang Nan's eyes. He gazed at the radiant eyes of Kai Liu's, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Nan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, Messenger, what is that role? And Sirius's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she slowly elaborated. The messenger serves as an intelligence operative under the jurisdiction of the Intelligence Bureau, responsible for relaying information to the Shadow Guards and facilitating logistical support. Moreover, they have the opportunity to travel extensively. Is that true? Tang Nan was somewhat moved by this revelation. At that moment, Lei Hao immediately embraced Tang Nan, shielding him protectively while assertively declaring, Sirius, let me make it clear, do not entertain any thoughts of targeting my younger brother. Ah, isn't that the electric rat? Hey, who even coined that nickname? Lei Hao retorted, you already have Nia as your medical officer, so Tang Nan should be with us. Huh, are you referring to that fiery pepper Nia? Please, her methods can't compare to my younger brother's. Ouch. Nia, overhearing this remark, widened her eyes in indignation and delivered a punch to Lei Hao's head, leaving a noticeable bump. Electric rat, what do you mean by that? She shouted angrily. Did I say something wrong? If you explode over such a trivial matter, how can you be a medical officer? Lei Hao replied defiantly. Believe me, I can make you a level 3 cripple. Nia threatened. Who was afraid of whom? I've tolerated you for too long. Lei Hao boldly countered. Electric rat, fiery pepper. As their argument escalated, their emotions surged, leading to a physical altercation. Yuan Wan and Su Xiao, witnessing this, hurriedly approached to intervene, attempting to separate them. However, the two were engrossed in their tussle and paid no heed to their pleas. Stop it. Both of you calm down, Yuan Wan shouted. Yet, Nia and Lei Hao appeared to have lost their senses, completely disregarding the attempts to mediate, continuing their scuffle. With no other option, Yuan Wan and Su Xiao forcibly separated them, each holding one to prevent further conflict. Yuqing sighed helplessly, feeling somewhat exasperated by Sirius's behavior. Yet she understood her good intentions. Turning to Sirius, she noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes and couldn't help but express her concern. All right, Sirius. Refrain from constantly seeking to recruit others. Such actions may lead others to perceive the Intelligence Bureau as excessively utilitarian, tarnishing its reputation. By the way, has the workload for messengers been particularly heavy lately? Sirius nodded with a grimace, lamenting, indeed. Recently, that detestable employer has issued numerous reconnaissance tasks, causing the Intelligence Bureau to be inundated with daily task reports. Furthermore, we must allocate personnel to convey directives promptly, yet few new recruits are willing to join the Bureau. I am truly overwhelmed. After speaking, Sirius sighed in resignation, her eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Yuqing, gazing at Sirius with sympathy, gently wrapped her arm around her shoulder, offering comfort. You have worked hard, Sirius. Once this mission concludes, allow me to treat you properly. Upon hearing these words, Sirius's face instantly lit up with a smile, her gratitude evident as she replied, Thank you, Yuqing. I shall set off now. Having spoken, she picked up the documents in her hand, waved goodbye to Yuqing and the others, and then turned to leave the room. Cyrus hastened back to headquarters within a day, delivering the intelligence report. Raven, upon receiving the mission brief, wore a grave expression and, after a moment's hesitation, promptly summoned Dr. Fanis. What is the matter? Why is Raven in such a hurry? Upon arrival, Fanis looked at the anxious Raven with confusion. Dr. Fanis, you must examine this, Raven urged, handing over the medical report. As Fanis perused the account of Tang Nan, his demeanor grew serious. Numerous fatal injuries. And gunshot wounds? Indeed, Raven affirmed. According to Nia, she and Su Xiao discovered them in a cave, where they were already unconscious and severely injured. An emergency examination revealed that most of their wounds had received basic treatment, but their breaths were weak. Had they arrived any later? It is likely they would not have survived. Raven recounted Yuqing's report with a somber tone. Moreover, According to the accounts from Lei Hao and his companions, they encountered an unidentified force of over 20 individuals while operating in the vicinity of Kevin's team. This group included soul masters proficient in fire and ice attribute soul skills, and they were also armed with firearms. By comparing the bullets, it was possible to confirm that they were indeed the assailants of Kevin's team. However, what astonished me most was Lei Hao's description of an adversary seemingly possessing abilities akin to spatial soul skills. As he prepared to attack at close range, a beam of light suddenly appeared beneath his opponent's feet, causing the person before him to vanish in an instant. Raven furrowed his brow, his voice betraying his concern. A beam of light? Vanished? Fanas mused, pondering the implications of this description. At that moment, Yang Hong returned with Su Yian after an extended absence. What is going on? Fanas, why are you here? Yang Hong asked, perplexed by the unusual gravity on Fanas's face. Fanas did not respond, but silently handed him a mission report. As Yang Hong examined the document, his expression gradually turned serious. Well, if that's the case, things could become troublesome. We must call for reinforcements for the little ones, Yang Hong declared with evident concern. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, and two captains from the Shadow Guard appeared at the doorway. Their expressions relaxed and strides firm. Report. Liuli Squad. Iron Dome Squad. Present. They announced in unison. Captain Dong Qian of the Liuli Squad and Captain El Tian of the Iron Dome Squad, both formidable warriors, were known for their exceptional combat skills and experience. The elite squads they led, Liuli and Iron Dome, were among the finest. In contrast to Lei Hao's Storm Squad, the Liuli Squad excelled in mobile warfare, executing swift, agile maneuvers to deliver lethal strikes in complex environments. The Iron Dome Squad excels in assault operations. Furthermore, their adeptness with firearms significantly enhances their lethality on the battlefield. Just in time, although you have recently returned from the Starry Empire, we must call upon your expertise. Team Lan has encountered difficulties in Coal City. You are to lead your squad to provide assistance immediately. Upon seeing the two captains, Yang Hong's eyes brightened. He was aware of the strength and capabilities of these two teams and believed they could undoubtedly aid Lei Hao in resolving the issues at hand. Without hesitation, he issued the command. The two captains exchanged a glance before taking the mission briefing, which they read attentively. Once they comprehended the gravity of the situation, they accepted the urgent task without a moment's pause. Dong Qian remarked, I never expected to see that little rascal Lei Hao back in the elite squad after such a long time. Lu Tian added. It seems he has grown considerably since this operation. Yang Hong replied, I appreciate your efforts. After the mission concludes, you may take some time to rest in Coal City, which will soon host a high-level Soul Master tournament featuring one-on-one duels. Time is of the essence. We shall depart in half an hour alongside the medical team to retrieve the injured. The two replied in unison, understood. After the captains left, Lei Wen expressed his surprise at Yang Hong's decision. It was not common to dispatch two elite squads for support simultaneously. Sir, have you discovered something? He inquired. If I am not mistaken, our adversaries do not belong to this world. Are they demons? Lei Wen asked. No, they are not. They are also human, albeit from another realm. Lei Wen was not taken aback by this revelation. Is that so? Well, I have encountered enough peculiarities already. Suddenly, he recalled something and retrieved a document from the pile, handing it to Yang Hong. I just remembered, an urgent file from the Spirit Hall arrived recently, bearing the seal of the Pope. Yang Hong took the document and, upon reading it, his expression grew somber. The paper contained a singular directive, suspected sighting of Tang Hao. Please investigate immediately. Ah, what a troublesome fellow. Yang Hong grumbled before tossing the document into the fire, watching it burn to ashes. Chapter 73, Full of Doubts. Let us celebrate. Drinks are on me, Qiante declared, sprawled on the sofa, occasionally emitting loud belches laced with the strong scent of alcohol. Nearby, Yi Qing and the others wrinkled their noses in distaste as they observed him and Lei Hao, who had returned with him. The cause of this scene stemmed from their previous venture into the forest, where they had borrowed Qiante's equipment. After returning to the town, Qiante had managed to find them, seeking financial support from Lei Hao and the others as compensation for his assistance. At that moment, Yi Qing and the others had gone out to gather intelligence, leaving only Lei Hao, Yuan Wan, and Tang Nan at the hotel. They lacked confidence in the value of those items and casually handed over several hundred gold soul coins. Qiante, filled with excitement, eagerly opened the pouch and was overwhelmed by the sight of such a fortune, causing him to leap with joy. He immediately grabbed Lei Hao and insisted on treating him to drinks. Although Lei Hao initially intended to decline, he was forcibly dragged along by Qian Tai. Eventually, the two returned inebriated after indulging in a night of revelry. With a slight blush adorning his cheeks, Lei Hao leaned against the chair, recounting their exploits, defeating a dozen burly men and downing 4 barrels of beer. I was astonished at how much he could drink with such a slight frame. So, is this the reason you went drinking with him and ended up brawling with others? Those fellows couldn't handle their losses. Besides, they initiated the confrontation first. Lei Hao pouted and whistled as he glanced away. It seems our little mouse has remained true to his nature. Upon hearing the commotion, the others in the room turned towards the entrance, where a graceful woman was entering, the captain of the Yuli team, Dong Qian, followed closely by the captain of the Tiexiong team, LV Tian. Hello everyone, long time no see, Dong Qian greeted warmly and affectionately. In contrast, LV Tian coldly remarked, long time no see. His tone bore a hint of indifference yet conveyed a profound depth. Captain Dong Qian? I never expected you two to come to our aid. Yi Qing exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with surprise and joy. However, this astonishment was swiftly replaced by elation as a smile crept across his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, upon seeing them, Lei Hao sobered up to some extent, his previously hazy eyes gradually regaining clarity. Yet, he maintained an expression of discontent. His brows furrowed and lips pursed, seemingly unwelcoming of their arrival. What brings you here? My presence alone suffices, Lei Hao stated with a hint of impatience, as if to convey that their assistance was unnecessary. Indeed, our little mouse has grown up, no longer needing his sister's company. Oh, how just a few years ago. He was the passionate little brat trailing behind me, Dong Qian teased, her tone infused with affection and exasperation. Hey, Dong Qian, there is no need to say more. Lei Hao protested, his face flushed as he attempted to rise in indignation, only to stumble and fall flat on his back. This comical scene elicited laughter from those present, the sound echoing in the air, filled with joy and ease. At that moment, Tang Nan, who had just seen off Kevin after assisting Siliosi, returned and was greeted by the sight of the captain sprawled on the floor, his expression a mix of confusion and helplessness. Yi Qing, what happened? Is the captain drunk? It's nothing. Tang Nan just had a bit too much to drink, Yi Qing replied, exasperated as he glanced at Lei Hao. He then introduced Tang Nan to the others. Allow me to introduce our new member, who primarily handles medical duties. Tang Nan, these are the companions of Yingwei. Do say hello. Greetings. Please, do offer your guidance. Tang Nan nervously greeted, prompting Dong Qian to playfully pinch his cheek. Loosen up a bit, little brother. I assure you, I am not a villain. That hurts. Dong Qian continued. So, as it stands, we possess no further intelligence regarding that mysterious group of adversaries, do we? Yi Qing affirmed, indeed, despite conducting several more searches, we have found no trace whatsoever. LV Tian added, we examined the projectiles collected by Lei Hao and his team. Although the material appears similar to ours, the strength of these projectiles far exceeds our own. Simply put, their weapons could effortlessly penetrate our protective soul power. Dong Qian's expression grew grave as she remarked, if that is indeed the case, we are in a precarious situation. Our current circumstances are exceedingly perilous. If this continues, the situation shall only worsen, placing us at a severe disadvantage. With merely a week remaining until the second phase of the Senior Soul Master Tournament, should those individuals re-emerge and launch an attack at this critical juncture, it would undoubtedly escalate into a significant political incident, with dire consequences. After speaking, she furrowed her brow tightly, her heart laden with anxiety and unease. After a moment, Dong Qian seemed to conceive a plan. She lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she declared, tomorrow, I shall organize the sisters into several small groups to search various locations, striving to thoroughly investigate this area and ensure no detail is overlooked. Only in this manner can we minimize risks and safeguard everyone's safety. Hearing this, the others shook their heads in dissent. LV Tian countered, no, we are still unaware of our opponent's true capabilities. Recklessly splitting our forces could lead to complications. What do you propose we do then? Faced with the current predicament, LV Tian felt utterly helpless, unsure of the way forward. Just as everyone wore expressions of confusion and despair, the intoxicated Qian Tai suddenly sat upright and exclaimed, I've remembered something. While drinking, I inadvertently overheard that a large caravan has arrived in the city, trading with solid gold. No sooner had he uttered these words than Qian Tai slumped back onto the table, fast asleep once more. Dong Qian pointed at Qian Tai, asking, I forgot to inquire. Who is this young man? Yiqing replied with a chuckle. Ah, I neglected to introduce him. This is Qiante, a scholar from the Principality of Prolos in the Star Luo Empire. We encountered him in the forest while on a mission. LV Tian furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. A large caravan trading in gold seems rather suspicious. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating as he began to ponder. Would a substantial caravan truly engage in trading with solid gold? It seems rather improbable. Yet, what if what Qiante said is true? In the depths of his thoughts, Lu Tian contemplated for a moment before opening his eyes and calmly articulating, I propose we conduct reconnaissance in the cities closest to Xing Luo and Tiandu. If they indeed employed firearms, they would certainly require a substantial procurement of related raw materials, particularly in the black market. There may be clues to uncover. His suggestion resonated with the group, immediately garnering their unanimous agreement. Nods of approval echoed as they expressed their support for the plan. Without delay, a few members sprang into action, initiating their investigative efforts. After a period of diligent work, they finally made some progress. Naya remarked, Brother Lu Tian's proposal is indeed sound. Not long ago, a merchant convoy passed through here. The timing coincides with our discovery of Kevin's team. She produced their collected information, noting that the merchants had behaved peculiarly, communicating solely through gestures during transactions, and, most strikingly, they utilized gold rather than the standard imperial currency. And in vast quantities. Lu Tian replied, Our findings are similar. They procured a significant amount of gunpowder materials and minerals. It is almost certain that they are the ones we seek. Yet, as he perused the reports, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Just then, Dong Qian returned with her team, but she brought disheartening news. They had failed to track the elusive merchant convoy. It was as if the group had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. How could this happen? We are utterly unable to locate them. This is exceedingly strange. Dong Qian furrowed her brow, her expression laden with confusion. She could not fathom how such a large convoy could completely disappear from the city without leaving a single clue. This bewilderment frustrated her, for as a seasoned hunter, she had never encountered such a perplexing situation. Recalling the earlier events vividly, Dong Qian remembered that when they had followed the convoy to an alley, they had seen the merchants turn into it with their goods. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the shocking sight of an empty alley, devoid of both cargo and personnel. This inexplicable occurrence left her deep in thought. After meticulous analysis, the group recognized that despite their considerable efforts, their progress in this mission was minimal. They remained oblivious to the true objectives of the convoy, its composition, and the forces behind it. To make matters worse, they were now at a loss regarding the whereabouts of their targets. Just as everyone felt overwhelmed and uncertain of their next steps, the door to the meeting room was abruptly flung open with a resounding crash. Startled, the group turned to see Rex burst in, breathless and anxious. Miss Tang Nan, we have a grave situation, he exclaimed, panting heavily. Upon hearing these words, both Lu Tian and Dong Qian exchanged puzzled glances, directing their inquisitive eyes towards Miss Tang Nan, seemingly seeking clarification regarding her circumstances. Tang Nan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched her head and gestured for them to wait for a more opportune moment for explanations. She then hurriedly inquired, What has transpired? Rex, with an expression of sheer panic, grasped Tang Nan's hand tightly and trembled as he uttered, The City Lord and His Highness have both gone missing. Chapter 74, Pursuit. The City Lord was engaged in a lively conversation with His Highness, Prince Shuqinghe, within the opulent banquet hall. Dressed in an exquisitely tailored robe adorned with golden floral patterns symbolizing his esteemed status, the City Lord shared a palpable excitement for the upcoming Advanced Soul Master Tournament with the Prince, who was resplendent in a magnificent white cloak. With a smile, the City Lord raised his goblet to toast the Prince, expressing, Your Highness, I must convey my deepest gratitude. Your tremendous support in the preparations for the Advanced Soul Master Tournament has been invaluable. Without you, our endeavors could not have progressed so smoothly. Prince Shuqinghe nodded gracefully, responding, My lord, you are far too modest. This tournament is not merely your glory, but a source of pride for the entire empire. I am delighted to contribute to such a grand occasion. The two shared a knowing smile, the atmosphere brimming with camaraderie. At that moment, a servant hurriedly passed by, clutching a wine jug. His anxious demeanor betrayed the festive energy of the banquet, causing his steps to falter. Suddenly, he stumbled and collided with the City Lord, causing the wine jug to tilt and spill its contents over the City Lord's attire. Are you blind? The atmosphere in the banquet hall froze instantly as the City Lord's robe became drenched, the golden patterns appearing somewhat ludicrous against the backdrop of spilled wine. The servant, flustered and panicking, fell to his knees, attempting to wipe the stains from the city lord's robe. After being forcefully brushed away by the city lord, he repeatedly bowed his head in supplication, exclaiming, "My lord, I am utterly to blame. I deserve punishment." Observing the commotion, Prince Xueqinghe immediately rose, displaying no hint of displeasure, but rather a gentle smile. "My lord, there is no need to reprimand this servant. Accidents are inevitable. Someone, please escort the city lord to change attire. We shall resume our conversation shortly." Although the city lord felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, the prince's magnanimity and understanding alleviated his discontent. He nodded with a smile, accepting the prince's proposal. "Your Highness is truly generous. Your kindness commands my utmost respect." With that, he turned to retire to his chambers to change, while Prince Xueqinghe positioned himself outside the room, waiting. "Good night, Your Highness. It has been a while, Rex. You have worked hard these past few days." While Prince Xueqinghe awaited outside, Officer Rex happened to pass by. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement, they engaged in conversation, unwittingly steering the topic back to the impending Advanced Soul Master Tournament. "Which team does Your Highness favor? Pray, Rex, why not share your insights first?" "In my estimation, the academy with the greatest potential to reach the top 8 in the Empire is undoubtedly the Four Elements Academy. Their members boast an average prowess and elite combat strength that ranks among the finest on the continent." After absorbing Rex's analysis, Xueqinghe nodded thoughtfully, then proclaimed, "Indeed, however, I hold a stronger belief in the capabilities of the Shrek Academy." Shrek Academy? Upon hearing this name, Rex began to recall that it was the team that had barely qualified for the second stage. Suddenly, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream emanating from the Lord's chamber. Exchanging a glance filled with concern, both Xueqinghe and Officer Rex immediately rushed towards the Lord's room. "What has transpired?" they chorused in unison. Upon bursting into the room, they were met with a shocking sight. A mysterious circle of light had formed beneath the Lord, radiating with a luminous glow, seemingly harboring a force of unknown origin. The Lord stood at the center of the circle, his face pale, clearly startled by this unforeseen phenomenon. Without a moment's hesitation, Xueqinghe dashed towards the Lord, intent on embracing him and leading him away from the perilous situation. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, the circle suddenly expanded, enveloping both of them within its confines. Officer Rex sought to intervene, but it was too late. A brilliant burst of light erupted from the circle, blinding in its intensity. Within this radiance, the figures of the Lord and Xueqinghe began to blur, as if being drawn away by some unseen force, gradually vanishing from sight. Rex stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding events. His heart was a tumult of shock and confusion. Yet it was overshadowed by a deep concern for the safety of these two pivotal figures. The room was left with only the fading circle of light and the lingering tension in the air. Cursed be this fate. What on earth has occurred? After the initial shock subsided, Officer Rex swiftly regained his composure. As a seasoned officer, he understood the paramount importance of maintaining calm and discretion in such dire circumstances. Should the disappearance of the Lord and Xueqinghe become known to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite panic and chaos. Think, Rex. Who could possibly remedy this grave predicament? Ah, Miss Tang Nan. Rex thought of Tang Nan, a trusted confidant of Xueqinghe, whose shadow guards were well versed in handling such incidents. Without a moment's delay, Officer Rex departed from the Lord's estate, mounting the swiftest steed and galloping towards the residence of Miss Tang Nan and her shadow guards. He was acutely aware of the urgency. Every second could be crucial to the safety of the Lord and Xueqinghe. Upon arriving at Miss Tang Nan's abode, Rex dismounted hastily, practically bursting through the front door. He had no time to await further reports and directly sought out Miss Tang Nan, succinctly and urgently explaining the situation to her. "Miss Tang, the situation is dire. Both the Lord of the city and His Highness Xueqinghe have vanished under mysterious circumstances," intoned Officer Rex, his voice low and taut. Hearing this news, Lei Hao and his companions were taken aback by the swiftness of their adversaries' actions. Who would have imagined such audacity? Time is of the essence. We must locate them without delay. Upon swiftly arriving at the chamber where the Lord and His Highness Xueqinghe had disappeared, they meticulously scrutinized every corner of the room in search of any potential clues. They examined the windows and doors, confirming that there were no signs of forced entry. They inspected the walls and floor for possible mechanisms or concealed passages. They even probed the items within the room, hoping to unearth any hint related to the disappearance of the Lord and His Highness Xueqinghe. However, after an exhaustive investigation, they found no evident clues apart from the residual traces of a luminous circle on the ground. This enigmatic circle appeared to be a portal that had materialized out of thin air, leaving no physical evidence behind, which left them feeling utterly helpless. This is impossible. Not a single flaw. It's as if we are confronted with a flawless crime. Could this be the work of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? But come on. The sect master is the mentor of Xueqinghe. What kind of teacher would abduct their own student? Just as Lei Hao and his companions were engulfed in frustration, Tang Nan found herself entranced by the traces of the luminous circle. A light pillar? A teleportation? It bears resemblance to my master's portal, she murmured, brushing her fingers over the circle's remnants as she inquired of Lovis. Master Lovis, have you ever encountered this form of teleportation? There was a hint of anticipation in her voice. Lovis merely cast a cursory glance at the circle before responding. This is not a teleportation spell. It's a variant, a summoning spell. Such magic requires leaving a spell mark on the object or person to be summoned beforehand. Is that so? A glimmer of hope flickered in Tang Nan's eyes. Then is there a way to resolve this, perhaps by summoning them back? Before Lovis could respond, Shimo, standing beside him, interjected eagerly. No, such summoning spells are irreversible. However, he continued, a confident smile blossoming on his face, I possess the skills to track our targets. Just give me some time, and I can reverse engineer their location. Then we can use a teleportation spell to reach them. Just as Shimo was about to elaborate further, Lovis silenced him with a gesture. When Tang Nan appeared puzzled, Lovis admonished, really? Teleportation spells require a substantial amount of magical energy. Even the most experienced archmage needs several assistants to provide that energy. Are you not concerned about sending Tang Nan alone? What if something were to happen? No. The old fellow remarked that the magical energy reservoir within the little one was sufficient for several large-scale teleportations. Transporting 100 individuals would pose no challenge. However, Shimo, feeling indignant, retorted, yet, Tang Nan is not from our side. Releasing a substantial amount of magical energy all at once could potentially exacerbate his degree of demonization. I cannot allow him to take such a risk. Luo's voice conveyed a sense of concern and protection for Tang Nan. Nonetheless, time is of the essence, Lui. Tang Nan interjected amidst their dispute, his gaze resolute and urgent. In a few days, my brother and the others will arrive in Coal City. And if we do not locate Xueqinghe before then, chaos will ensue in Coal City, which would pose a grave issue for the entire empire. I implore you, Lui. Allow me to attempt this. Observing Tang Nan's unwavering determination, Luo was recognized that the young man was not jesting. He ultimately honored Tang Nan's choice. Very well, lad. This time you shall make the decision, but I will regulate the intensity of your magical energy release to ensure it remains within safe limits. The outcome rests on you. Shimo. Okay. Shimo cracked his knuckles, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. Prepare to witness the prowess of an exceptionally talented graduate from the esteemed Academy of High Magic. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, who had been quietly observing the surrounding situation, keenly noticed Tang Nan's unusual demeanor. With graceful strides, she approached him, her face reflecting concern and curiosity. Gently inquiring, what is it, Tang Nan? You seem to have discovered something. Do you have any thoughts? Tang Nan gazed into Yi Qing's eyes, which brimmed with anticipation and trust. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and after a considerable pause, stammered, Yi Qing Jia, I believe I may have discovered some clues, though I am not entirely certain. However, before he could finish his thought, a booming and urgent voice interrupted him. Kid, the location has been confirmed without error. We can proceed with the transmission immediately. It was revealed that the tracking of the target location had been successfully completed. Upon hearing this news, Tang Nan's eyes sparkled, and his previously hesitant demeanor transformed into resolute determination. He excitedly exclaimed to Yi Qing Jia, I have a plan. With that, he rubbed his hands together, eager to proceed. A short while later, Lei Hao's gaze carried a palpable sense of perplexity as he observed Tang Nan intently sketching intricate formations upon the ground. An unease settled in his heart. He was well aware of Yang Lao's capabilities, yet he felt compelled to inquire for his own reassurance. Tang Nan, are you certain this will be effective? Lei Hao's voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Tang Nan did not cease his actions. He attentively listened to the commands from Shi Mo while explaining to Lei Hao, it should work. My master taught me how to track. The residual magical energy left when the city lord was teleported can be used for precise location. His voice was calm and confident, instilling a sense of reassurance in Lei Hao and the others. Meanwhile, the rest were busy arranging their weapons and equipment, bracing themselves for any potential dangers. Rex had ventured out to delay the dissemination of information, ensuring their operation remained undisturbed by external influences. Initially, Dong Qian's Lioli team and El Tion's Iron Dome team were somewhat hesitant upon hearing this plan. However, witnessing the unwavering determination of Tang Nan and Lei Hao, they too resolved to partake in this endeavor. Let's get this done. With the final stroke, Tang Nan inscribed the teleportation array's intricate patterns, rising to signal everyone, except for Lei Hao and a few others who stepped into the magic circle without hesitation. Dong Qian's Lioli team and El Tion's Iron Dome team hesitated for a moment before joining them. Once everyone had entered the magic array, Tang Nan commenced charging it under Shermo's guidance. Take a deep breath. Naturally release your magical energy. Shermo's voice echoed in Tang Nan's ears. He inhaled deeply, channeling magical energy from his left hand into the array. As the energy flowed in, the runes etched within the array gradually illuminated, emanating an enigmatic glow. Let us depart. Tang Nan's voice rang resolutely. With his command, the beam of light within the array intensified, enveloping all present. Amidst their surprise and tension, the teleportation commenced. Within the luminescent column, their figures began to blur, the surrounding space seeming to contort and whirl. This was an uncharted journey. They were unaware of where they would be transported or what challenges awaited them. As the light beam dissipated, their forms vanished from the original location, leaving behind an empty room and the lingering vibrations of magical energy in the air. Chapter 75, The Ambush. My head feels so dizzy. Why can't I move my hands? Xueqing's consciousness gradually sharpened from a state of chaos. He felt an excruciating headache, as if a colossal weight pressed upon his chest. Struggling to open his eyes, he found his vision to be hazy, and the sensation of being bound in his limbs jolted him awake, making him realize he was not in the safety of his residence. As his vision gradually focused, he discovered that he was restrained, his hands and feet tightly bound by sturdy ropes. He attempted to struggle, but the ropes remained unyielding, clearly indicating that his captors did not intend to allow an easy escape. At that moment, a burly man entered his line of sight. This man bore scars on his face, and a fierce glint shone in his eyes. He approached Xueqing, roughly seizing his chin and forcing him to look up. Scrutinizing his face intently, the burly man muttered something that Xueqing could not comprehend, perhaps a dialect or an entirely different language. His gaze revealed a mixture of appraisal and disdain, as if he were scrutinizing an inanimate object rather than a living being. With a huff, the burly man finally relinquished his grip, a look of evident contempt crossing his face. He stepped back a few paces and began to yell something at Xueqing, who could only catch scattered words, unable to grasp the meaning behind them. Xueqing's eyes swept across the room, ultimately landing on the Lord, who remained in a state of unconsciousness, carelessly abandoned on the cold stone floor. Though devoid of visible wounds, his pallor indicated he had not yet awakened from his stupor. At that moment, Xueqing recalled everything. It seemed they had been transported here by a beam of light. He needed to find a way to escape. Attempting to summon his soul power, he discovered to his dismay that it had inexplicably vanished. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart as he tried to reach out to the Lord, hoping to rouse him, but the constraints of the ropes severely limited his movements. He could only wriggle his body, gently kicking at the Lord with his foot in the hopes of attracting his attention. My Lord, can you hear me? Xueqing whispered, fully aware that remaining silent might be the wiser choice, yet he could not bear to witness the Lord remaining unconscious. Meanwhile, he quickly pondered strategies in his mind. He needed to find a way to untie the ropes. Just as he strained to devise a plan, a seemingly flamboyant man approached him. This man, clad in opulent attire, exuded an air of nonchalance. His eyes sparkled with amusement, as if he were savoring an entertaining performance. He crouched down to meet Xueqing's gaze, then spoke in a language completely incomprehensible to Xueqing, his tone dripping with mockery and disdain. Xueqing felt the man's gaze rove over him, as if mocking his futile struggles. A surge of anger welled up within him. Yet he also recognized that this man might hold the key to their escape. He had to remain alert and seek an opportunity. However, just as Xueqing prepared to speak, attempting to communicate with the man, the latter suddenly chuckled, a trace of cruelty evident in his smile. In a swift motion, he struck Xueqing's neck with a precise blow, executing the action with a clean efficiency. Xueqing felt a sharp pain radiate from his neck, and then darkness enveloped him, his consciousness fading rapidly. In the final moments before losing awareness, he heard the triumphant laughter of the flamboyant man. Meanwhile, As the beam of light gradually dimmed until it vanished, Lei Hao and his companions found themselves momentarily blinded by a flash, only to realize the next instant that they were in a completely unfamiliar environment. Yet what took them by surprise was the awkwardness of their arrival. They fell from the sky like kites with severed strings, plummeting straight down. Clearly, none of them had anticipated that this would be the scene awaiting them at the end of their transportation. Thus, the unsuspecting crowd, in an exceedingly awkward and comical manner, tumbled from several meters above like a heap of stacked R-huts, crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. Positioned at the very bottom, Lei Hao bore the brunt of this immense force, enduring the majority of the impact. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg, nearly suffocating him. At that instant, Lei Hao's heart was filled with anguish and helplessness, and involuntarily, pained groans escaped his throat. He struggled with all his might, writhing in an effort to extricate himself from the mountain of companions that had formed above him. "Hey, get off me, quickly!" Lei Hao's voice reverberated around them, laced with unmistakable helplessness and a fierce anger. He flailed his arms wildly, attempting to push away the companions who were pressing down on him. His comrades, feeling both embarrassed and pained, scrambled to climb off Lei Hao, assisting one another while checking for injuries. "Sorry, Lei Hao, we didn't anticipate this," Lu Tian said, extending a hand to help him up. "We need to confirm the landing site before the next teleportation," Dong Qian grumbled, rubbing her sore shoulder. Lei Hao rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Though the pain made him wince, his primary concern was their current location and mission. "Enough complaining. We must swiftly locate Shui Qinghe and the city lord," he asserted. They quickly surveyed their surroundings, attempting to discern their environment. It appeared to be an abandoned mine, marked by signs of previous excavation. Just as Lei Hao and his companions prepared to embark on the search for Shui Qinghe and the city lord, they realized Tang Nan was missing. An unsettling wave of anxiety surged within them as they began to search frantically. "Tang Nan, where are you?" Lei Hao called out, his voice echoing in the vast space. As they anxiously searched, Tang Nan's voice emerged from behind a dirt slope. "I'm here." They hurried over, and upon rounding the slope, were momentarily stunned by the sight before them. The once youthful Tang Nan had transformed into a young man. His stature had grown taller, his features more mature, and a faint blue horn had sprouted from his left forehead. Yet, his eyes reflected a bewildered innocence. Upon seeing this new version of Tang Nan, Lu Tian and the others instinctively aimed their weapons at him, perceiving him to be no different from the demons they had encountered. Yuqin and the others quickly stepped in front of them, seeking to explain. "Tang Nan? What has happened?" Lei Hao inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Tang Nan in an effort to uncover the reason for his transformation. Tang Nan gazed at his own hands, seemingly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with this sudden transformation. "I cannot comprehend it. During the teleportation, I sensed a powerful surge of magical energy, and then this occurred." "Yi Qing, are you certain he is unharmed?" El Tian once again sought confirmation from Yi Qing regarding Tang Nan's condition, his index finger poised on the trigger, ready to act at any moment. "Do not worry. Dr. Fanis has assured us that he is fit for the mission. He is not our adversary." Phew, what a false alarm. Upon hearing that Tang Nan's physical state had been cleared by Dr. Fanis, El Tian and the others relaxed their taut nerves, shifting their weapons away from Tang Nan. Meanwhile, within Tang Nan's mental realm, Luawa's provided an explanation. The excessive release of magical energy at once has intensified the degree of demonic transformation. The changes in his body are merely a disruption caused by an overabundance of released magic. To what extent has the demonic transformation progressed, Lu Yu? Close to 40%. But as long as he refrains from releasing a large amount of magic for a while, I can manage to suppress it back down. Although Luawa spoke in an unruffled tone, a subtle furrow appeared on his brow. "Maintain your composure, lad. Do not let the demon lead you astray." Taking Luawa's words to heart, Tang Nan exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, El Tian approached him. "My apologies, Tang Nan. Let us consider that incident as if it never transpired, and please do your utmost to forget it." As El Tian spoke, he swiftly reached out, grasping Tang Nan's arm firmly and pulling him up from the ground. Then, with a sincere expression, he looked into Tang Nan's eyes, filled with regret and remorse, and continued. "We are truly sorry for what you encountered in Gaul. Who could have anticipated such a dreadful mishap? However, after enduring such a harrowing ordeal, your survival is nothing short of miraculous. My boy, I believe that one day you may indeed become the protagonist of a remarkable legendary tale." Hearing this, Tang Nan bashfully scratched his head, a shy smile gracing his face as he softly replied, "Hee hee, I could hardly claim to be a legend. Yet, Just as his words trailed off, a faint glimmer of light unexpectedly emerged from the depths of the dark tunnel at their line of sight. This sudden change caused every individual present to tense up immediately. Several reacted almost simultaneously, swiftly darting behind a nearby earthen mound like agile leopards, crouching down to conceal themselves, holding their breath in fear of revealing their presence to a potential threat. Lei Hao cautiously peered from his hiding spot, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the unfolding scene ahead. Suddenly, he gasped in astonishment and lowered his voice, exclaiming, "They're coming. Goodness, there are quite a number of them." Beside him, Lu Tian, having overheard Lei Hao's words, promptly approached with caution and peered outwards. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly assessed, "I estimate there are approximately 15 individuals, and they are well-equipped. Judging by their formation, they resemble a trained reconnaissance team. It seems our activities have raised their alertness, prompting them to dispatch this unit for reconnaissance." At this juncture, Dong Qian, standing nearby, inquired with a serious expression, "Have we devised a strategy to counter them?" After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Tian quickly formulated a plan. He pointed towards the distant adversaries, exuding confidence, and declared, "Here is the plan. With a total of 15 foes, we shall each take responsibility for one target. When I give the command, we will all open fire simultaneously, aiming for a swift and decisive strike. Additionally, Dong Qian, I want you to lead the women around to the flanking position. When they reach our ambush's midpoint, you will launch a coordinated attack. Remember, it is crucial to remain silent and concealed, ensuring our intentions are not discovered prematurely." Upon concluding his instructions, Lu Tian cast a glance at the group, his eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. The others nodded in agreement, signaling their understanding and readiness to follow his lead. Dong Qian deftly readied her crossbow, gesturing to the women behind her with a swift motion, whispering, "Sisters, follow me." Time elapsed steadily as both parties took their positions, quietly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. At last, the reconnaissance team unwittingly stepped into the carefully orchestrated ambush circle set by Lei Hao and his companions. In that moment, Lu Tian approached Tang Nan, calmly inquiring, "If I recall correctly, you are a control-type soul master, are you not?" Tang Nan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in response, "Yes, Brother El Tian. Why do you suddenly inquire about this?" El Tian's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "That's splendid. You shall initiate the first strike in this operation. Once you make your move, the rest of us will immediately follow up with subsequent actions." Upon hearing this, Tang Nan felt a wave of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. After a brief hesitation, he said, "Do you really want me to do it? All right then." Although a hint of unease lingered in his heart, he reminded himself that this was not his first mission. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself with encouragement. "You must be confident, Tang Nan. This is just like all the previous tasks, nothing to be overly concerned about." With that, Tang Nan focused intently, his gaze fixed on the target as they gradually approached the center of the arena. At that moment, he held his breath, his eyes wide, as his soul power surged within him, swiftly transforming his martial spirit into its natural form. Without hesitation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Entanglement. In an instant, countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground like agile serpents, intertwining with dense vines to form a colossal and resilient net, sweeping towards the enemy. In the blink of an eye, these blue-silver grasses and vines came to life, ensnaring the adversaries with unyielding force, rendering them immobile. "Fire!" El Tian bellowed. No sooner had his words left his mouth than a volley of firearms and crossbows unleashed a barrage of flames and arrows, cascading towards the enemy like a tempest. Smoke engulfed the scene as bullets and arrows intertwined, creating an impenetrable web of death that mercilessly enveloped the unsuspecting foes. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, the enemies fell as if reaped like wheat. Witnessing this, the group rejoiced, emerging from their hiding spots to search for valuable clues. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seemingly incapacitated adversaries began to rise one by one. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden twist, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Those, like Lei Hao, who feared the enemies might seize the opportunity to sound an alarm, quickly recovered from their shock. Without hesitation, they discarded their firearms, darting forward like lightning towards the foes. Simultaneously, they unleashed their most formidable soul skills, illuminating the area with radiant energy, their momentum akin to a raging storm. Some were engulfed in blazing flames, as if a fire deity had descended. Others wielded sharp, icy blades, emanating an aura of chilling cold, while yet others summoned immense, thunderous power, with sounds that reverberated like a mighty roar. Thus commenced a heart-stopping struggle for survival. Lightning flash, ice obliteration, tempestuous winds, metallic storm. Spare a life, Lei Hao. The enemies, initially caught in a state of bewilderment, had no time to react as Lei Hao and his companions unleashed a relentless assault. Akin to a tempest sweeping through. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the adversaries were utterly powerless, deprived even of a fleeting chance to resist. Along the way, Lei Hao executed his moves with precision, his blade striking cleanly. One enemy was struck on the head by the back of his knife and collapsed on the spot, while the others fell into pools of blood without exception. How curious. Why do I feel so exhausted? Lei Hao gasped for breath, large beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. At that moment, it felt as if every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. An unprecedented level of fatigue that he had never experienced, despite having endured countless fierce battles before. It was as though the inexhaustible energy within him was now dissipating uncontrollably. Astonishingly, his companions exhibited similar conditions. They too were panting heavily, clearly pushed to their limits. Yet, one individual stood apart, Tang Nan. Although he appeared somewhat fatigued, he fared significantly better than the rest. Let us set aside these concerns for now. We must swiftly cleanse the battlefield and leave no trace behind. And do not forget to properly entertain our esteemed guest. As Lu Tian spoke, he deftly adjusted his weapon and pointed towards the captive tightly grasped in Lei Hao's left hand. With his command, everyone sprang into action, rapidly commencing the cleanup. They turned over the bodies of the fallen enemies and peeled back their tattered garments, only to be astonished to discover that each adversary was clad in exquisite plate armor. Unlike the cumbersome armors they were accustomed to, these appeared more lightweight and agile, yet equally robust, capable of effectively withstanding bullets. No wonder our firearms had little effect, Lei Hao murmured, gently tapping a piece of armor, which emitted a crisp metallic sound. This armor must be the work of skilled artisans, Lu Tian remarked, crouching down to examine the armor's structure. The material was not ordinary metal. It seemed to be some kind of alloy, both light and durable. And look here, Su Shao pointed to the seams of the armor. These joints are exceptionally tight, with almost no gaps. This might be the key to its bullet-resistant properties. Lu Tian nodded, realizing that they faced not mere soldiers, but foes equipped with advanced protective gear. We must exercise caution. If their armor is so sophisticated, their weaponry and tactics are likely formidable as well. We need to reassess our strategies and equipment, Lu Tian continued. We must devise a way to counter this plate armor, or we shall suffer losses in the future. We must act swiftly, Lei Hao rose with unwavering determination. For Xue Qinghe and the city lord await our rescue. We cannot linger here for too long. Chapter 76. Joint Operation Delightful Wine, Delectable Food, and a collection of poems from home. The man paced back and forth with the poetry book in hand. His interest peaked as he swirled the wine in his glass before downing it in one gulp. At that moment, a young man clad in a long robe entered. His face contorted with complaint. A poetry book? Do you still have the leisure to read such things? I truly cannot fathom how someone as overly confident as you became the leader. Do not allow the turmoil within to govern your actions, my brother. The divine emperor watches over us. Until now, have we not been executing our objectives with remarkable composure? The man closed the book, maintaining his calm demeanor as he regarded the young man, then approached the table to pick up a piece of bread, offering it to him. How goes the work? The young man accepted the bread, taking a bite, his previously furrowed brow beginning to ease. The task is complete. We have extracted the memories of that individual. I verified them, and they indeed align with the information provided by the smuggler. He is, without a doubt, the ruler of that city. Excellent. And what of the portal? The crystal to activate the portal is still charging. We have set up all the conversion crystals we brought, yet the efficiency of the magical winds remains somewhat unsatisfactory. Fear not, my brother, the man reassured, his gaze sharpening. We shall deliver the fruits of victory to the emperor. However, I have my doubts about that smuggler from the Duchy of Proles. Something feels amiss. Do you suspect him to be a spy sent by the demonkin? The man's words elicited a nod from his companion, though he merely smiled and shook his head, patting the young man's shoulder. Even so, we have no other option. Moreover, this has indeed yielded some results. Very well, I need not say more. I shall take my leave. As the young man finished the bread and prepared to depart, he offered a reminder to the man. At the eastern boundary of the barrier, magical fluctuations have appeared. You might want to send someone to investigate. I was already aware of that. I dispatched Douglas and a team to investigate, and they are expected to return shortly. After the young man departed, the man began to fixate on the empty wine glass, lost in contemplation. The magical fluctuations at the barrier's edge, Douglas and his team should have arrived by now. Yet the man poured himself another glass of wine. Surely, nothing will go awry. Meanwhile, Lei Hao and his companions gathered around the recently awakened Tong, attempting to extract some valuable information from him. However, as Tong began to speak a lengthy discourse in an unintelligible tongue, all fell into deep thought. You bastards. Let me go, and we'll go one-on-one. Release me, you scoundrels. Let us settle this one-on-one. What on earth is this nonsensical language? Lei Hao, tilting his head in confusion, nudged the most knowledgeable member of their group, Yuan. Typically well-versed in various languages and cultures, Yuan appeared equally perplexed this time. He shook his head helplessly, expressing a hint of astonishment and resignation in his voice. I have never encountered this language before. What? Even you don't know it? Lei Hao exclaimed in disbelief, taken aback by the notion that Yuan could be unfamiliar with the language. He glanced once more at the furious individual before him, who was still vehemently shouting, and squatted down to attempt communication. Hey, do you understand human speech? Where are your companions? In response, the person spat in Lei Hao's face, arrogantly declaring, wait. The Divine Emperor will unleash his fury and annihilate you all. Although Lei Hao calmly wiped his face, he still could not comprehend the words. However, judging by the expression on the individual's face, it was clear they were cursing at him. Thus, he decisively struck the hilt of his knife against the person's neck, rendering them unconscious. How frustrating. I can't get any answers. Just then, Su Xiao returned with news, informing them to hurry to Lu Tian's location. The group swiftly mobilized and made their way to the edge of a cliff where Lu Tian awaited them. Ah, you've arrived, Lu Tian exclaimed, lying at the cliff's edge and handing a pair of binoculars to Lei Hao, gesturing for him to look down. Don't drop your jaw in astonishment. Skeptical yet intrigued, Lei Hao lifted the binoculars and peered downward, his gaze meticulously scrutinizing the scene below. As he adjusted the focus, a vast and intricate encampment gradually came into view. The site sprawled endlessly, with tents and temporary structures scattered throughout, resembling a miniature village. In the camp, a multitude of activities unfolded. Some individuals were transporting supplies. Others were training, and many were maintaining equipment. Lei Hao observed that the layout of the encampment was remarkably organized, with each area serving a distinct function and purpose. Goodness! What is this? Lei Hao exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded at the sight. Lu Tian analyzed. This appears to be an abandoned mine that they have repurposed into a stronghold. While Lu Tian continued his analysis, Lei Hao and the others were captivated by the bizarre figures below. Look, that person is so short. Naya, wow. That beautiful woman has such peculiar ears. They're pointed. Lei Hao, that fellow is green. Are his teeth really that large? Lei Hao, wow, that hammer looks incredibly heavy. Tang Nan, why am I the only one getting hit? Li Hao Lu Tian, now, returning to the matter at hand. We must devise a plan to locate His Highness Xue Qinghe and the Lord of the City. Any brilliant ideas? Dong Qian, what if we quietly infiltrate? We have the clothing of those individuals we just encountered. Disguising ourselves should pose no issue. Li Hao, that won't work. The moment we speak, we'll reveal ourselves. Lu Tian, what do you mean? Su Xiao, we just attempted to interrogate that captive, but regrettably, we could not comprehend a single word he uttered. Lu Tian, this complicates matters. Pulls out binoculars. The area is vast. Even if we infiltrate, finding His Highness will not be a simple task. We must locate the Lord of the City swiftly. Dawn is approaching. Yi Qing, perhaps we do not need to infiltrate. Everyone, what do you mean? Yi Qing, we merely need to create a tremendous commotion to draw everyone's attention. Lu Tian, then, where there are guards. It is likely that the Lord of the City is present. It's worth a try? After much contemplation, Lu Tian ultimately concurred with Yi Qing's suggestion. At that moment, a sudden exclamation from Li Hao and the others captured their attention, who were deep in strategic discussions. Look, what are those people holding? So impressive. The group, peering through their binoculars, beheld a cadre of armored figures wielding weapons resembling their firearms, yet far more elegant. Wow, those look formidable. Can we procure a few later? Li Hao, we must absolutely acquire them. We can use them as templates to enhance our own weaponry. However, the most crucial aspect is whether we can obtain their gunpowder formula. Lu Tian. As Lu Tian scanned the surroundings with his binoculars, he was suddenly captivated by a particular sight. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. This is serious. What do you see? Dong Qian, if I am not mistaken. It appears to be an artillery position. Lu Tian pointed towards the northeast corner of the camp, and the others followed his gesture. indeed spotting a small encampment equipped with several large black tubes. May I ask, what is artillery? A type of large firearm. Based on our conjecture, this weapon will serve as our means to confront the soul fighter. However, what? However, this weapon is still in the hypothetical experimental stage. The development of such large-caliber artillery has yet to be completed. The charge quantity and issues regarding barrel explosions are still under research, and it is likely we will need to endure a few more detonations. Wait, are you implying that the recent explosions at headquarters were due to this? Amidst the exploratory phase, our team's recent objective has been to assess the potency and safety of experimental weaponry. Regrettably, we have made no discernible progress. With a bitter smile, Eltion remarked, if we are to capture attention, we must create a considerable commotion in one location, thus rendering such large-scale destructive weaponry a significant concern for us. Dong Qian, lead your team closer. If you cannot seize it, devise a means to obliterate it. Understood. Let us proceed, ladies. At that moment, Nia, who had remained silent for an extended period, unexpectedly posed a question that caught everyone off guard. May I inquire if your soul energy has been restored? Upon hearing her words, the group became aware of their own soul energy status, realizing that, much like Nia had stated, the energy expended during battle had not been replenished. Meanwhile, due to his unique constitution, Tang Nan found his magical energy surging despite his soul energy being depleted. This is quite troublesome, Eltion thought. Recognizing that this situation rendered their soul energy an irreplaceable resource. Once exhausted, they would lose their means of survival. We have no choice. Distribute the recently removed armor among us and equip ourselves. Furthermore, we should resolve conflicts primarily with firearms and other physical methods, conserving soul energy for defense. Given the circumstances, our pairing strategies must be adjusted. Considering the current predicament, Eltion resolved to revise their plan. Dong Qian, take Nia with your team. Her explosives will aid you in swiftly dismantling the artillery. Lei Hao, Yi Qing, and Su Xiao will handle mobile distractions, while Yuan Wen will accompany us for guerrilla maneuvers. Can you manage alone, Tang Nan? Eltion hesitated, observing that Tang Nan was merely a medic and not a combatant. To his surprise, Tang Nan responded without a trace of doubt, I can. This declaration left Eltion with a more profound impression of him. He solemnly placed a modified bonebreaker into Tang Nan's hands, a short-barreled, double-barreled firearm. This has been enhanced for greater power, though its range has been limited to 2 meters. Exercise caution unless absolutely necessary. Thank you, Brother L. Good lad. Turning to the others, everyone, let us create a ruckus. Yura, they chorused in unison. Outside the camp, Eltion's squad lurked like phantoms in the shadows, each member taut with anticipation, their focus unwaveringly fixed ahead. Eltion crouched behind a massive rock, observing the camp's movements through the crevice. His gaze was sharp as that of an eagle, missing not a single flutter of the grass. Meanwhile, his comrades occupied advantageous positions, weapons at the ready, prepared for action. In the meantime, Dong Qian's squad stealthily approached the artillery positions of the camp like a swarm of specters. Their footsteps were as light as those of a feline, barely stirring the ground beneath them. Each step was meticulously calculated to evade any potential sources of sound. The team members exhibited an instinctive synergy, understanding each other's intentions without the need for verbal communication. At last, Team Dong Qian successfully reached their designated location. Crouching low, they scanned their surroundings with vigilant eyes. Upon confirming their safety, Dong Qian gently raised her hand, executing a prearranged signal. This seemingly simple gesture stood out vividly in the darkness, signifying that they were in position and poised to act at any moment. Meanwhile, from a higher vantage point, Yi Qing, Lin Feng, and Su Yao were tasked with monitoring the progress of the operation. They carefully concealed themselves behind massive boulders, gripping powerful binoculars, their gaze unwaveringly fixed on every movement of Team Dong Qian. When Dong Qian signaled, Yi Qing immediately relayed the message to Eltion through the Wind S voice. Eltion, Team Dong Qian is in position and ready to commence. Her voice resonated clearly in Eltion's ears. In an instant, Eltion responded with the swiftness of a cheetah. Without hesitation, he raised his heavy, metallic shimmering firearm. His eyes ablaze with determination as he locked onto the enemy within the camp. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, his figure appeared exceptionally resolute and imposing. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, he gently squeezed the trigger. The resounding crack of the gun shattered the stillness of the night. The blazing bullet tore through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward its target with astonishing speed. In an instant, it struck true. The enemy, hit squarely let out a cry of anguish as their body was violently propelled backward, sending dust swirling into the air. This sudden strike was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly inciting chaos within the camp. What was once an orderly encampment was thrown into disarray as the enemies erupted into panicked screams, frantically searching for the source of the attack. Their cries and hurried footsteps melded into a cacophony, rendering the entire camp a tumultuous uproar. What had transpired? Inside the tent, a man engrossed in a collection of poetry was jolted awake by the gunfire, just as he pondered whether the shots were merely an accidental discharge. His anxious aide rushed in to report the situation. "Report. Sir, the camp is under attack." The aide's voice was rife with tension, his face etched with concern. "What? How many are there?" The man rose from his seat, attempting to discern the situation. "The numbers are unclear. However, they are currently assaulting our eastern encampment, and our forces are converging on that direction." The aide responded, his voice tinged with uncertainty, clearly unprepared for the sudden onslaught. "Very well, no need for such complications. Notify the troops stationed at the artillery platform to bombard that area." The man swiftly issued his command, seeking to utilize the might of artillery to suppress the enemy's offensive. His gaze revealed a hint of coldness, clearly reflecting his anger at the assault. However, as the man issued the command to fire the artillery, Dong Qian and her companions, shrouded by her soul technique, the glazed wall, stealthily approached the artillery position. The movements of Dong Qian's team were both nimble and swift. They utilized the cover of night and the glazed wall to silently near the artillery site. As they drew close enough for a surprise attack, Dong Qian shattered the glazed wall into countless fragments, launching them at the unsuspecting enemies who were preparing to fire. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, the enemies offered little resistance, allowing Dong Qian's team to effortlessly seize the artillery position. Simultaneously, Dong Qian swiftly redirected the cannon, aiming it at the enemy forces gathering towards Ltion. "If I am not mistaken, this is how we shall commence fire." Nia ignited the fuse at the cannon's end, and with the flame burning, the cannon emitted a deep, resounding boom. Then came a thunderous explosion, scattering the crowd in disarray. "Well done, everyone, make haste." Ltion observed the disoriented enemies and promptly commanded the others to retreat in a different direction. They traversed through the enemy ranks, hastily scavenging some weapons and ammunition before advancing westward. The scattered enemies along the way were left to Yi Qing and her companions to handle, utilizing their vantage point. Yi Qing and her team accurately shot down those attempting to pursue, providing robust cover for Ltion's team's withdrawal. Meanwhile, Dong Qian, having fired a round from the artillery, became aware of the encroaching enemy and swiftly decided to evacuate the area. "Here's a little gift for you." Nia tossed a bundle of specially designed high explosives into the cannon, and seconds later, the entire artillery position was sent skyward. The deafening roar of the explosion lit up the sky, reducing the position to a mere ruin. "Report, the artillery position has been destroyed." The anxious words of the lieutenant did not incite anger in the man. Rather, he felt a surge of exhilaration, a smile creeping onto his lips. "How intriguing. Let us see what surprises the enemy has in store for me. Notify everyone to advance slowly. Additionally, inform Badakus to wait for the fish to bite. Gunfire urgent assembly." The commander has ordered a gathering towards the western camp. Amidst the chaotic cover, Tang then stealthily infiltrated the enemy camp. His objective was to locate Xue Qinghe and safely bring him back. To avoid drawing attention, Tang then employed the recommended gray magic veil, a spell that rendered him invisible to the naked eye, allowing him to move through the camp almost undetected. Tang Nan moved with both swiftness and caution, employing the cover of a magical veil as he meticulously searched every conceivable hiding place. After a period of searching, he came to a halt in front of a wooden cabin, vigilantly guarded by 2 sentinels. This cabin, distinct from the surrounding structures, exuded an air of secrecy and significance, instilling in Tang Nan an instinctive belief that Xue Qinghe might be concealed within. Tang Nan stealthily approached, and after incapacitating the 2 guards with his blue silver grass, he cautiously entered the wooden cabin, ensuring that no other dangers lurked nearby. Inside, the dim light revealed the unconscious figure of Xue Qinghe, bound to a rudimentary chair, clearly under the influence of a slumber-inducing spell. "Hey, Xue Qinghe, wake up. Stop shaking him, lad. He's under a sleep spell, and no amount of shaking will rouse him. Just infuse him with a bit of magical energy." Luo's intervened, halting Tang Nan's reckless antics and offering a viable solution. Tang Nan swiftly approached Xue Qinghe and, following Master Lu's guidance, infused a trace of magical energy into Xue Qinghe. Tang Nan gently placed his hand upon Xue Qinghe's forehead, closing his eyes to concentrate, and gradually infused a gentle magic into Xueqinghe's being. This magic, imbued with the power to dispel the slumbering spell, swiftly coursed through Xueqinghe, dissipating the fog that enveloped his consciousness. As the spell was lifted, Xueqinghe's body gradually regained vitality. His eyelashes fluttered softly before he slowly opened his eyes, gazing around with a dazed expression. Where am I? Who are you, handsome? Initially, he appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly unaware of his surroundings and the identity of the young man before him. Xueqinghe, awaken. We must leave this place, Tang Nan softly urged, urgency lacing his voice. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Xueqinghe's gaze sharpened, and he finally recognized that the young man before him was his partner, Tang Nan. A smile crept upon his lips. Tang Nan, what are you doing here? I'm here to rescue you. What else did you think? Tang Nan jested, his tone lighthearted. Xueqinghe chuckled softly. I thought I was dreaming. Consider it a dream, you rascal. Indeed, Tang Nan replied. The two exchanged smiles and began to banter back and forth, the initially tense atmosphere transforming into one of ease and joviality, as if the suffocating danger that had loomed over them had been momentarily cast aside. Despite still being ensnared in peril, the sight of each other unharmed gradually alleviated their tension. All right, enough with the jokes. We cannot afford to delay any longer, Tang Nan stated, his expression turning serious. He understood all too well that their current situation was dire, with precious little time remaining. If they did not act swiftly, the consequences would be dire. With that, Tang Nan extended a hand toward Xueqinghe, his gaze resolute. Xueqinghe nodded slightly in agreement, then without hesitation grasped Tang Nan's outstretched hand. Drawing upon the strength, he pushed himself up from the chair, slowly regaining his footing. Once stable, gratitude illuminated Xueqinghe's features as he softly remarked, Well then, I truly must thank you for your assistance this time, partner. Chapter 77. The Bitter Struggle. All right. Bang, I understand. There are quite a few of them. Bang. Whoosh. Cough, cough, cough. But I didn't expect it to be never-ending. Eltion crouched behind a rocky barricade constructed by Yuan, dodging the bullets and arrows fired by the adversary. They were currently using this cover to draw the enemy's attention. Report your status, Eltion commanded. Half remaining. 1/5 left. Almost depleted. 1/4 remaining. Damn it. Eltion felt the weight of the situation as he checked his powder pouch, discovering he had only 1/5 left. The predicament suddenly became quite daunting. As the enemies closed in from all directions, Eltion realized that if he did not relocate his position soon, it would be the end for him. He raised his bone whistle and let out a series of sharp notes, signaling for assistance. Upon receiving the sound from her vantage point, Yiqing promptly reported the battlefield situation to Eltion. The enemy numbers to the west were relatively sparse, presenting a potential avenue for breakthrough. After relaying this crucial information to Eltion, Lei Hao and his companions swiftly dealt with the surrounding foes. Ha, ha, ha. Can you believe these fellows are so difficult to handle even without soul power? Lei Hao exclaimed, wiping the blood from his blade. Breathless as he gazed at the fallen adversaries, Su Xiao quickly scavenged ammunition from their bodies. What's the matter? Are you exhausted already? Lei Hao teased. This is nothing. Ha, ha, ha. Who said I was tired? These rascals aren't even enough to fill my teeth. He laughed, accepting the ammunition Su Xiao handed him, loading as much as he could carry. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, a signal from Eltion that it was time to break through. Let us move. We must reach them first, Yiqing commanded. Just as they prepared to assist Eltion, an unexpected incident occurred. A cold arrow shot silently from the shadows. Its speed so swift that, before Yiqing could react, it grazed past her right cheek, the rush of air cutting her skin and leaving a shallow crimson mark. The three instantly scattered, acutely aware of the sting from the wound on her face. Yiqing's heart raced. She realized they had been targeted by the enemy. In that moment, several more arrows flew towards her. Reacting with remarkable speed, Yiqing crouched low, utilizing the terrain and cover to evade the incoming onslaught. However, before she could pinpoint the enemy's location, another volley of arrows was unleashed upon her, meticulously covering all potential escape routes. Su Xiao, you must go support Eltion. We'll finish things up here and regroup with you. With that, Yiqing dashed from her cover, determined to locate the source of the attack. Her movements were agile and decisive, each roll and leap deftly avoiding the lethal projectiles. She understood that she had to find the sniper's position quickly, or she would remain in a perpetual state of peril. While evading, Yiqing began to observe the trajectory and angles of the arrows, attempting to deduce where the sniper might be concealed. Her gaze was sharp, akin to that of a leopard, swiftly scanning the surrounding shadows and cover for any suspicious signs. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on a nearby watchtower. Without hesitation, she drew an arrow from her quiver and with all her strength, aimed toward that position. Whirling Gale Arrow. The wind vortex transformed into a brilliant green beam, slicing through the vast expanse and striking the watchtower with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the tower trembled violently before collapsing into a heap of rubble. Yuqing and her companions believed the crisis had been averted and prepared to continue their retreat. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A tremendous force suddenly breached the wall behind Lei Hao, sending debris and dust swirling into the air. Out of the cloud of dust emerged a diminutive yet heavily armored dwarf warrior, his eyes ablaze with fervor for battle. The dwarf wielded a massive warhammer, his movement swift and powerful as he swung it towards Lei Hao. Despite Lei Hao's quick reflexes, he was unable to evade the sudden onslaught, and the impact of the warhammer drove him into the wall, creating a fissure under the tremendous force. Lei Hao, Yuqing and the others exclaimed in shock, immediately redirecting their attention to this new threat, ready to protect Lei Hao and retaliate. The dwarf warrior, emboldened by his successful strike, unleashed a furious roar and brandished his warhammer, preparing for another assault. Yuqing swiftly knocked an arrow, this time a standard one. Yet her arrows rained down upon the dwarf warrior in an attempt to thwart his advance. At that moment, another cold arrow was loosed. Yuqing sidestepped just in time to evade it. But the situation grew tense once more as she had to contend with the dwarf warrior while remaining vigilant against the unseen archer. As she focused intently on the dwarf, a silent arrow suddenly shot forth from behind her. Though Yuqing possessed keen senses, the dual threats inevitably distracted her. The cold arrow, imbued with lethal intent, aimed directly at her vital points. In the final moment, she sensed the impending danger. Her body instinctively reacted, but it was too late to fully evade the strike. In that critical instant, Lei Hao, having momentarily regained his composure thanks to his protective soul energy, sprang into action. His figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Extricating himself from the wall he had been slammed into and racing towards the dwarf warrior with astonishing speed. His gaze was resolute and unyielding, the blade in his hand gleaming with a chilling light. Just as the dwarf's warhammer was poised to descend upon Yuqing, Lei Hao's blade found its mark against the dwarf's back. His strike was both precise and forceful, infused with potent soul energy that impacted the dwarf's heavy armor. Even the dwarf's formidable protection could not fully withstand the blow. He staggered forward, causing his hammer's attack to veer off course. With a resounding crash, the dwarf's warhammer struck the ground, the earth fracturing under the immense impact, while the warrior himself was sent hurtling away by Lei Hao's assault, crashing heavily into a nearby wall. Seizing the opportunity, Yuqing leaped back, evading the dwarf's reach. She quickly steadied her breath, knocking another arrow, ready to strike once more. In her eyes glimmered a resolute light, even as the wound on her cheek continued to bleed. There was no retreat for them now. As the tension escalated like a surging tide, the mysterious archer, lurking in the depths of shadow like a specter, finally emerged from the dense obscurity under the watchful gaze of the onlookers. Each step he took was as light as if he were treading upon clouds, his form wavering, yet exuding an astonishing confidence and composure. Undoubtedly, this demeanor indicated his absolute mastery over his exquisite archery skills and unparalleled stealth techniques. At that moment, he gently brushed aside the white strands of hair that obscured his face, revealing a pair of exquisitely elongated ears reminiscent of the finest works of art. Thus, his true identity was unreservedly laid bare before all. He was, in fact, an elf. This sudden appearance of the elven archer was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering the stalemate, and undoubtedly presenting an unprecedented challenge to Lei Hao and Yuqing, who found themselves amidst the fray. The elf's visage seemed to be cloaked in frost, chillingly devoid of any extraneous expression. Yet, within his deep, ocean-like eyes flickered in unwavering light, a resolute determination that signified an unyielding pursuit of his objective. His delicately quivering ears appeared to be finely attuned to even the most subtle and imperceptible changes in sound around him. Simultaneously, he gripped a colossal bow radiating a cold luminescence, its string drawn taut in a crescent shape. The sharp arrowhead pointed directly at Lei Hao and Yuqing. The ferocity of his stance left no doubt that, should he release his grip, the lethal arrow would soar forth with blinding speed, aimed at their very lives. It was evident that he had no intention of retreating or ceasing hostilities at this moment. "We seem to have a guest," Lei Hao whispered, his gaze firmly fixed on the elven archer, subtly adjusting the blade in his hand in preparation for a potential assault. We must conclude this battle. Yi Qing urged Lei Hao, a hint of urgency lacing her voice. Lei Hao nodded, understanding her intent. They needed to act swiftly, confronting both the dwarven warrior and the elven archer without granting them excessive opportunities. Meanwhile, it appeared that their adversaries were also aware of Yi Qing's intentions. The elven archer subtly signaled to the dwarven warrior beside him. The dwarf scoffed derisively before hefting his hammer, leaping to strike between the two, and then aimed a blow at Lei Hao. At the elven archer's cue, the dwarven warrior instantly grasped his intent. Their seamless coordination revealed that this was not their first encounter fighting side by side. The dwarf's disdainful grunt indicated that he regarded Lei Hao and Yi Qing as little threat, yet it also signified his readiness to engage with full force. The dwarf warrior moved with remarkable swiftness and strength, hoisting his heavy hammer and leaping into the air, positioning himself between Yi Qing and Lei Hao, effectively severing their alliance. Despite his diminutive stature, the force behind his leap was astonishing, landing with a resounding thud that caused the ground to tremble slightly. Without hesitation, the dwarf swung his hammer and struck at Lei Hao. This blow was imbued with immense power, the hammer tracing an arc through the air with a sound akin to the tearing of the wind as it hurtled towards Lei Hao. Reacting swiftly, Lei Hao evaded the dwarf's mighty strike by sidestepping, but the hammer crashed down onto the very spot where he had stood moments before, producing a deafening roar and leaving a deep crater in the ground. Yi Qing was poised to concentrate her firepower on the dwarf warrior, her arrow already nocked and ready to be released, but at that moment, the arrows of the elven archer appeared like phantoms, compelling her to alter her strategy. The elven archer's arrows were precise and rapid, each shot aimed at disrupting Yi Qing's rhythm, diverting her attention away from the dwarf warrior. Yi Qing was forced to evade quickly while simultaneously contending with the elven archer's relentless barrage, rendering her unable to mount an effective assault against the dwarf. With the elven archer's intervention, the battlefield was divided into two distinct zones of combat. On one side, Yi Qing faced off against the elven archer in a long-range duel, both seeking opportunities to exploit weaknesses in the other's defenses. Leveraging her agility and archery skills, Yi Qing engaged in a contest of arrows with the elven marksman. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lei Hao confronted the dwarf warrior in close combat. Utilizing his speed and agility, he deftly avoided the dwarf's hammer strikes while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Though the dwarf was small in stature, his strength was formidable, and each swing of his hammer was fraught with devastating potential. Lei Hao had to tread carefully. A single hit could spell dire consequences. As the battle raged on this front, the situation for Eltion's group was equally dire. They encountered the enemy's heavy cavalry during their retreat, and upon seeing them, a wave of shock washed over them. Goodness, is that a wild boar or a porcupine? Such a massive creature. Iron String, responsible for heavy fire support within Eltion's squad, observed as a heavily armored boar charged towards them, bearing riders who roared ferociously in battle. The riders bore a resemblance to those possessed by beastly martial spirits, yet there was a stark difference. The seemingly dense fur contrasted sharply with their bulging muscles. As the enemy charged, the group immediately prepared for a volley of arrows. But their adversaries showed no signs of slowing down. Eltion swiftly devised a new tactic. Iron String, triangular arrows, siege spears. Yuan 1. Find a way to delay them. Yuan 1 sprang into action, harnessing the power of the earth to conjure several spikes of rock in an attempt to halt the enemy's advance. However, the foes effortlessly shattered the rock spikes with their formidable tusks and continued their relentless charge. With a roar, Iron String and the triangular arrows set aside their firearms and swiftly retrieved the siege spears, completing their setup in haste. The siege spear is a formidable siege weapon, capable of unleashing a volley of 10 to 15 specially crafted arrows in one round, each weighing up to 10 kilograms. Powerful enough to pierce through heavy armor and the protective soul power of a level 50 soul master. They aimed the siege spear at the charging porcupines, and with a single volley, the front row of porcupines fell to the ground. However, the second row of porcupines surged forward, either leaping over or barreling through their fallen comrades, maintaining their relentless speed as they charged towards Lution's squad. Realizing that the enemy had breached the safety line and that the siege spear had yet to be reloaded, Lution instructed the remaining few to raise their large shields, preparing to intercept the enemy's onslaught. Just as the enemy's heavy cavalry was a mere 100 meters away, poised to launch their final, devastating charge, a sudden shift occurred on the battlefield. A frigid gust swept in from the side, causing a sharp drop in temperature, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Subsequently, a towering ice wall erupted from the ground, forming a barrier between Lution's squad and the enemy. Su Zhao's figure emerged behind the ice wall, having finally arrived at the battlefield. As the team's master of control, his ice powers played a crucial role at this critical moment. Although the ice wall could only hold for a fleeting 5 seconds, in the heat of battle, every second was immensely valuable. Now, quickly reload, Lu Tian shouted, determination gleaming in his eyes. Tai Xian and San Jiaojian swiftly lowered their siege spears, beginning the reloading process. Despite the urgency, their movements were deft and rapid, honed through years of teamwork, allowing them to execute this vital operation with remarkable efficiency. The ice wall held against the enemy's assault for 5 seconds before shattering with a resounding crash, scattering countless shards of ice. Yet, those fleeting 5 seconds had bestowed precious time upon Lu Tian's squad. Siege spear, fire. With a thunderous roar from Tai Xian and San Jiaojian, the siege spear unleashed a cacophony reminiscent of thunder. The specially designed heavy arrows streaked through the sky like shooting stars, striking the enemy's heavy cavalry. This volley proved devastating, sending the front row of porcupines and their riders flying, granting Lu Tian's squad further opportunity to regroup. In this critical moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a torrent of arrows descended like a swarm of locusts, creating an impenetrable barrier that thwarted the cavalry's fierce charge and held the encircling infantry at bay. Ha ha, it seems we have arrived just in time. Accompanied by a clear and resounding laugh, Dong Qian's squad emerged from the flank like divine reinforcements. The unexpected appearance of this fresh force caught the enemy completely off guard, leaving them reeling. In an instant, the sounds of battle, the cries of war, the clatter of crossbow bolts being reloaded, intertwined, resonating across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Su Xiao wielded his longsword with vigor, his blade flashing as he repelled numerous foes. With his assistance, Lu Tian's squad successfully withstood the overwhelming charge of the enemy's cavalry. Despite the fierce intensity of the battle at this moment, the Tian squad, after an arduous and valiant resistance, gradually stabilized their position and began to mount a methodical counterattack. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the confrontation between Yi Qing and the elven archer had reached a fever pitch. Initially exchanging shots from a distance, their duel had evolved into a fierce close-quarters melee. The elven archer's agility and precision remained undiminished in this intimate combat, while Yi Qing relied on her exceptional melee skills and reflexes to engage her opponent. After several rounds of skirmishing, Yi Qing suddenly faltered, losing her balance and collapsing to the ground. This fleeting moment of vulnerability presented an exquisite opportunity for the elven archer. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly nocked an arrow, aiming at the fallen Yi Qing. In that critical instant, a confident smile graced the elven archer's lips as he seemed to have already secured his victory. However, just as he prepared to release the arrow, a green flare erupted in the sky, illuminating the night with a resplendent burst of light, shattering the tranquility of the darkness. The elven archer's attention was involuntarily drawn to this unexpected signal flare, and this brief distraction granted Yi Qing a precious opportunity. Reacting swiftly, she utilized the strength of her legs to kick the arrow aimed at her away, executing the maneuver with remarkable speed and accuracy, showcasing her extraordinary combat prowess and reflexes. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qing performed a backflip to regain her footing, her movements fluid and agile. As she turned, she deftly retrieved her own arrow and drew her bowstring taut. This entire sequence unfolded in a flash, highlighting Yi Qing's exceptional instincts and agility. The elven archer, quick to regain his composure, promptly knocked another arrow, setting the stage for a tense standoff between the two. Both adversaries drew their bows simultaneously, the tips of their arrows facing each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. In a surprising turn, the elven archer suddenly whistled a clear, crisp note, seemingly a signal. As the sound resonated, he began to retreat slowly, breaking off the confrontation with Yi Qing. Before disappearing into the shadows, he uttered a farewell, prompting Yi Qing to release her taut bowstring. What a troublesome fellow, she thought. Meanwhile, the dwarven warrior also heard the elven archer's whistle. He and Lei Hao had been locked in combat for quite some time, both parties thoroughly exhausted. Upon hearing the signal to retreat, the dwarven warrior set down his heavy hammer and thumped his chest, a gesture of respect within his race, honoring Lei Hao as a fellow warrior. Subsequently, the dwarven warrior too withdrew from the battlefield, vanishing into the night. Lei Hao did not pursue, for he too was utterly spent. The ferocity of the battle had surpassed all expectations, pushing his body and spirit to their limits. Leaning on his blade, he knelt on the ground, panting heavily. That fellow can really fight. As the green signal flare illuminated the sky, the encircled enemies ceased their assault and began to retreat in an orderly fashion. The observers were hesitant to make any rash movements. Lu Tian, watching the enemy's withdrawal, couldn't help but ponder their intentions. Why had they suddenly retreated? It must have been because they had obtained what they needed, or their objectives had been fulfilled. But what exactly was it? A sudden realization dawned upon Lu Tian. He instructed the relatively unscathed Dong Qian's team to follow the retreating enemies while maintaining a safe distance, and urged the others to hastily gather supplies. A sense of unease washed over him. Tang Nan, could anything have happened to her? Chapter 78. An unconquerable foe. Could anything have happened to Tang Nan? Half an hour earlier, could she still be moving? Xue Qinghe? Having just located Xue Qinghe, Tang Nan darted through the intricate maze of the encampment. Their foremost objective now was to track down the Lord and ensure his safety, swiftly extricating him from this perilous situation. Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe navigated cautiously through the encampment, employing Tang Nan's magical veil to elude the enemy's gaze while remaining vigilant against potential encounters with patrols or sentries. Although Xue Qinghe had recently awakened from unconsciousness, he had sustained little harm, and his strength quickly returned after a brief respite. Do you possess any clues regarding the location where the Lord is imprisoned? Tang Nan inquired softly, their footsteps light and swift in the twilight. Xue Qinghe nodded. Fragments of memory from before his capture still vivid in his mind. I recall being taken to a house devoid of light, where there was a tent. Oh. I believe I heard a sound akin to a bell. A bell? I see. It must be near that structure resembling a bell tower to the east, Tang Nan concluded. Adjusting their course and leading Xue Qinghe towards the eastern part of the camp, they skillfully avoided several squads of patrolling enemies, with Tang Nan's magical veil proving invaluable, allowing them to pass undetected beneath the enemy's watchful eyes. Xue Qinghe marveled at Tang Nan's abilities as they approached the large tent on the eastern side of the encampment, where the guards appeared to be more vigilant than elsewhere. Taking refuge behind a nearby tent, Tang Nan whispered, "It seems we require a strategy." He pondered how they might divert the guards' attention. Just then, a sudden glow emanated from the arm of one of the sentinels, and as if responding to an unseen command, they hurriedly made their way towards the western part of the encampment. Observing the guards vacate their posts, Tang Nan's demeanor relaxed considerably, while Xue Qinghe sensed something amiss. However, there was no time for contemplation. They needed to locate the Lord without delay. The two swiftly entered the tent and commenced their search. After an exhaustive examination of the places Xue Qinghe remembered where the Lord might be held, both felt a pang of anxiety and confusion. Where could they have imprisoned the Lord? Just as they were about to depart and continue their search, Tang Nan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Xue Qinghe's head. To his astonishment, he noticed that Xue Qinghe's once snow-white hair had gradually transformed into a golden hue. "Xue Qinghe, your hair," Tang Nan exclaimed, pointing in surprise. Xue Qinghe froze momentarily, then reached up to touch his hair, sensing the unusual change in color. A flicker of alarm crossed his expression. "What is happening? I distinctly remember that Chan infused the mask with soul energy before we left. How can it be depleting so quickly?" "No." Xue Qinghe struggled to maintain his composure. And at that moment, he suddenly grasped the nature of their predicament. The soul energy within the mask was being siphoned away, mirroring his earlier experiences in Gaul, where a similar phenomenon had occurred within the rebel camp. After assessing the situation, Xue Qinghe discreetly glanced at Tang Nan. Noticing that the latter was not looking in her direction, she promptly removed her mask to inspect the remaining soul energy within it. "Xue Qinghe, what is the matter with you?" Tang Nan's voice emerged from behind, having noticed her unusual behavior and seeking to inquire about her condition. In that moment, Xue Qinghe's silhouette was vividly captured by Tang Nan, as clear as a masterpiece etched deep within the annals of time. Her figure hesitated slightly before she slowly turned around. Akin to a snowflake dancing gracefully in a gentle breeze, elegant and unhurried. Tang Nan stared at her, transfixed, when suddenly, a violent headache surged over him like a tidal wave, drowning all his thoughts in an instant. The pain felt as if an invisible hand was recklessly stirring the depths of his memories, causing long-buried past events to gradually resurface. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching image slowly unfolded before his eyes. The blood-soaked Xiao Shui, her complexion as pale as parchment, struggling to support her head with trembling hands. Her lips quivering as she repeatedly uttered apologies. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." Her voice was laden with infinite remorse and anguish, piercing through Tang Nan's heart like a sharp dagger. "Hey, Nan? What's wrong?" Xue Qinghe's anxious inquiry suddenly pierced the air, like a flash of lightning breaking through the dark night sky, jolting Tang Nan back from that dreadful recollection into the present reality. He raised his head in a daze, gazing at Xue Qinghe's face, which was filled with shock and concern, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Xue Qinghe hurriedly approached him, extending her hands to steady him as he swayed precariously. Tang Nan instinctively recoiled, his footing faltering, and he found himself leaning against the cold, hard wall, barely managing to steady his form. With wide eyes, he stared in disbelief at everything before him, his mind swirling with countless questions. Why was Xia Shui covered in blood? What had she done that compelled her to apologize so desperately? Yet, despite the increasing number of enigmas swirling in his mind, he distinctly felt a profound emotion rising from the depths of his heart, akin to a raging fire, consuming his very soul. What could it possibly be? Just as Tang Nan was engulfed in confusion, a sudden round of applause echoed from the doorway. They then noticed an unexpected figure appearing at the entrance they had just come through. An elegant man stood there, leaning on a sword, observing them with keen interest. His posture was relaxed, yet his eyes sparkled with sharp intensity, clearly intrigued by the unexpected presence of these uninvited guests. Dressed impeccably, the details of his attire revealed that he was no ordinary individual. His sword leaned casually against his shoulder, one hand lightly caressing the hilt. This seemingly nonchalant gesture betrayed his mastery of the weapon and confidence in combat. It seems we have guests, the man remarked, his voice deep and melodious, laced with a hint of amusement, as if he did not perceive Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe as a threat. What is he saying? I can't understand. Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe immediately became alert, acutely aware that the sudden appearance of this man was no mere coincidence. Perhaps this was the trap he had meticulously devised for them. Xue Qinghe, can you still wield your sword? Tang Nan inquired calmly, handing him a long sword. Fortunately, his body had nearly recovered. Xue Qinghe accepted the sword from Tang Nan, a confident smile gracing his lips. Do you recall the scene from our last practice? I shall do my utmost to cooperate with you. Before Tang Nan could finish his words, Xue Qinghe had dashed forward. Upon witnessing his charge, the opponent erupted in hearty laughter, seemingly delighted by such a direct approach. Yet, his mirth did not impede his reflexes. In an instant, as Xue Qinghe closed the distance, the man swiftly brandished his sword to parry the attack. The clash of their blades produced a crisp metallic resonance. This elegant man was evidently no ordinary adversary. His sword play was fluid and graceful, each strike exuding an air of composure, akin to a dance. The two engaged in a series of exchanges, neither gaining the upper hand. As the shimmering lights of their swords intertwined, Tang Nan finally discerned an opportunity. He swung the breath of death, joining the fray with a trajectory that was almost unpredictable. During the skirmish, the man recognized the disparity between the two. Xue Qinghe's sword, as light and agile as his form, delivered swift and precise strikes, each imbued with an elegance that was nearly elusive. In contrast, Tang Nan, wielding the sword that emanated a sense of death, struck with an overwhelming force and destructiveness. Their contrasting rhythms formed a perfect complement. Xue Qinghe's light sword fell like a gentle rain, while Tang Nan's heavy sword struck with the ferocity of thunder. This interplay of light and heavy assaults gradually began to weigh upon the elegant man, and as the battle progressed, the frequency of their attacks intensified. A flicker of seriousness crossed the man's gaze as he began to regard the two young warriors earnestly. Interesting, then let us see how you handle this. His voice carried a note of excitement, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for combat. As he raised his hand, a magical array briefly materialized on his arm, followed by a series of runes swirling around him, forming a formidable protective barrier. When Xue Qinghe's strike met the barrier, it was as if he had struck solid rock, sending him sprawling backwards. The young ones are still too inexperienced. The man disdainfully flicked his fingers and began to chant an incantation. Be engulfed in the surging tide of flames, firestorm. As he uttered the spell, searing fireballs appeared behind him, soaring like a meteor shower towards Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe! Tang Nan shouted, recklessly positioning himself in front of Xue Qinghe. Under Xue Qinghe's astonished gaze, Tang Nan extended his left hand, a peculiar radiance shimmering upon his palm, absorbing the deluge of the firestorm entirely. Tang Nan, what have you done? Tang Nan's action left Xue Qinghe astounded. She had never witnessed such prowess from him before. The man also displayed a look of astonishment, for he had not anticipated that this individual could absorb magic. Tang Nan stood resolutely in place, gasping for breath, his body straining to maintain an upright posture. He could feel the torrent of absorbed magic swirling within him, as if it threatened to rend him asunder. His complexion was pallid, his forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat, yet his gaze remained unwavering, fixated intently on the man before him, ever ready to re-engage in battle. Steady your breath, young one. Master your emotions. Leave the magic to us. The voice of Luo's resonated within Tang Nan's mental sea, urging him to maintain stability while collaborating with Shimo to disperse the surge of magic coursing through him. Luo understood that if Tang Nan failed to harness this foreign power, he risked succumbing to a berserker state, endangering not only his ability to fight, but also his very life. Although Shimo was perplexed by the sudden emergence of this magic, he did not squander time in addressing the crisis. He earnestly countered Luo's doubts, asserting his ignorance regarding the source of the magic. Despite the turmoil of questions swirling within him, he recognized that now was not the moment for blame. They must first confront the immediate peril. Silently, the two focused on dispersing the magic throughout Tang Nan's body. Drawing on his extensive experience and formidable mental strength, Luo guided the energy to flow within Tang Nan, striving to achieve an even distribution across every cell. Meanwhile, Shimo utilized his acute sensitivity to the magic, discerning its flow patterns to assist Luo in exerting better control over this formidable force. Through the combined efforts of Luo and Shimo, the magic within Tang Nan gradually stabilized. While he could still sense its presence, it no longer roiled tumultuously as before. His breathing became more regulated, and the discomfort in his body lessened significantly. "Thank you." Tang Nan silently expressed his gratitude to Luo and Shimo. "Humph, it seems you possess some skill after all." The man readjusted his combat stance, his eyes once again alight with fervor for battle. At that moment, Tang Nan leaned closer to Xue Qinghe and whispered, "When he casts his spells, his shield becomes exceedingly fragile." "Understood. Do you trust me? What do you intend to do?" "Hold for 5 seconds. I have a way to flank him." Luo, Shimo. "Do you have a plan?" "A simple magical barrier will suffice. I will draw the magic circle." Upon receiving Shimo's response, Tang Nan chose to place his faith in Xue Qinghe. "Let the flames engulf you in a torrent of firestorm." The man unleashed another fiery tempest, scorching fireballs raining down upon Tang Nan and his companion like meteors. With Shimo's assistance, Tang Nan conjured a sturdy shield. The barrier trembled violently under the relentless bombardment of the firestorm, yet Tang Nan gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the assault, as he propelled himself through the thick smoke. Interesting. The man, witnessing Tang Nan emerge from the haze, retaliated with even greater ferocity. However, at that moment, Xue Qinghe appeared silently behind the man, his figure resembling a ghost, with his light sword aimed directly at the man's vital points. Startled, the man swiftly swung his sword in an attempt to thwart Xue Qinghe's assault. Yet, the blade merely passed through Xue Qinghe's form, as if she were but an ethereal illusion. A flicker of doubt crossed the man's mind, but he could only hope that his protective shield would withstand the impending strike. Just as he clung to this faint hope, Tang Nan had already dashed to a position 5 meters in front of him. "Taste this." Tang Nan drew the bone breaker bestowed upon him by El Tion, aimed at the man, and pulled the trigger. A barrage of pellets, akin to ice-shattering blades, effortlessly breached the man's defenses. Not good. It worked. Just as the two believed they had the upper hand, a resplendent shield of light suddenly enveloped the man. This luminous barrier radiated a sacred aura, firmly safeguarding him while deflecting Xue Qinghe's onslaught. The light sword struck the shield, producing a crisp metallic clang, yet failing to inflict any harm upon the man. "Keister, I recall that your flamboyant fighting style could use some refinement." A figure materialized silently behind Xue Qinghe, moving with rapid precision and skill, swiftly subduing him. Before Xue Qinghe could react, he found himself firmly restrained. Despite his vigorous struggles, he could not escape his captor's grip. "No need for alarm. After all, you have Lucius with you." "Ah. That is why I was reluctant to act as your guardian." Lucius sighed in resignation, his tone betraying his dissatisfaction with the task. Under Lucius's control, Xue Qinghe continued to struggle in vain. Lucius's strength and technique rendered escape impossible, compelling him to temporarily abandon his resistance and await an opportunity. "The Grand Mage sent me to inform you that the portal is ready. The team can assemble to depart." "What about this person?" Lucius inquired with a glance at Xue Qinghe, seeking Keister's direction regarding the next steps. Keister chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed, as if everything were well within his grasp. "Take him away. We still require his memories," he replied succinctly, his tone revealing the significance he placed on Xue Qinghe. "And what of the other one?" Lucius asked, shifting his gaze to Tang Nan, seemingly requesting Keister's opinion. "Leave him to you. Dispose of him as you see fit. Just remember to bring this young man back," Keister instructed, humming a tune as he sauntered away, his attitude carefree as if this entire affair were merely an entertaining interlude. Left behind, Lucius sighed in exasperation, muttering, "What a hassle." At the same time, he seized Tang Nan's sword arm and flung him away. Release him. Upon hearing Tang Nan's furious roar, Lucius was momentarily taken aback and uttered the first words Tang Nan and his companions comprehended. Child, cease this futile resistance. Depart from here. In response to this counsel, Tang Nan remained silent, resolutely brandishing his sword. Upon grasping Tang Nan's intent, Lucius released his grip on Xue Qinghe and drew his own blade. Clang, clang, clang. Child, surrender. During the fray, Lucius continued to advise Tang Nan to relinquish his struggle while simultaneously pressing the attack. His swordsmanship was exquisite, each strike imbued with formidable power and an overwhelming presence, aimed at compelling Tang Nan to yield. Yet, Tang Nan stood unwavering, his eyes glinting with determination, fueled by an unwavering commitment to protect Xue Qinghe. I must discern his sword. It was then that Tang Nan recalled the purple extreme magic his elder brother had taught him long ago. Through years of diligent practice, he had refined it to an intricate level. At this heightened stage, the purple extreme magic enabled Tang Nan to perceive every subtle movement of his opponent. Moreover, his natural form granted him acute awareness, allowing him to better anticipate his adversary's maneuvers. I see it clearly. With the dual enhancement of the purple extreme magic and his natural form, Tang Nan finally perceived Lucius's actions. He could capture every nuance of Lucius's technique, even predicting his next assault. This revelation instilled a flicker of hope in Tang Nan, who began to adapt to Lucius's rhythm, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. However, despair washed over Tang Nan as Lucius, sensing his adaptation, accelerated his onslaught. Lucius's swordplay became increasingly ferocious and relentless, each strike crashing down like a tempest, leaving Tang Nan struggling to defend himself. Despite his newfound clarity, his body failed to respond in time for effective defense or retaliation. Under Lucius's relentless barrage, Tang Nan became increasingly battered and bruised. His garments were torn by the edge of the sword, blood staining his body, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to concede. He understood that should he falter, Xue Qinghe would be thrust into a perilous predicament. Ultimately, desiring to conclude this senseless conflict, Lucius severed Tang Nan's left arm in a single stroke. Agony surged through Tang Nan's entire being. His body trembled violently, and the sword slipped from his grasp. He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his wound, staining the earth around him. Witnessing this, Xue Qinghe was engulfed in sorrow and fury. He struggled to rush to Tang Nan's aid, only to find himself ensnared by Lucius's magic, unable to break free. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Yet he was powerless to assist Tang Nan, forced to watch helplessly as he collapsed to the ground in agony. Lucius stood before Tang Nan, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. Although he had persistently urged Tang Nan to concede, witnessing his steadfast resistance and indomitable spirit stirred a flicker of respect within him. You have done your utmost, my child, Lucius murmured, his voice tinged with a sigh of resignation. Now, it is all over. As Lucius prepared to turn and depart with Xue Qinghe, believing the battle had concluded and Tang Nan had lost the will to continue, Tang Nan's voice resonated once more, imbued with determination and defiance. Wait, though weak. His voice reached Lucius with clarity. Lucius halted, pivoting slightly, and beheld the bloody Tang Nan, who, with his remaining strength, grasped the sword with his right hand and rose once again. I have not fallen. Enough. Tang Nan, you need time to heal. In the realm of the mind, Luo was fervently sought to mend Tang Nan's wounds, desperately imploring him to retreat for the time being. I cannot give up here. Tang Nan's voice was deep and resolute, imbued with unwavering conviction. Xue Qinghe is my friend. I cannot allow him to fall into your hands. Lucius gazed at the bloodied yet resolute Tang Nan, a wave of unprecedented astonishment surging within him. He had encountered countless warriors, but it was exceedingly rare to find someone like Tang Nan, who, despite grievous injuries, could rise again through sheer willpower. A profound respect for Tang Nan blossomed in Lucius's heart. He realized he was not merely facing an ordinary adversary, but a true warrior deserving of equal respect. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lucius unsheathed his sword, preparing to offer Tang Nan a death befitting a warrior. Just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, Xue Qinghe unleashed the last vestige of soul power from the divine mask. Her body surged forth, propelled by an overwhelming force, shattering Lucius's binding magic and appearing before him. Enough. I will go with you. Spare him. The blade halted at Xue Qinghe's throat. At that moment, having lost the divine mask, she revealed her true self, and Lucius, gazing upon the fearless young woman, retracted his sword. I respect your choice. Lucius stepped back, granting them a modicum of space. At this juncture, The already dazed Tang Nan could no longer endure. As he began to fall, he was caught just in time. I'm sorry, Nan. It's all my fault. Who are you? The disoriented Tang Nan struggled to articulate this question, his voice cutting through the fog in his mind like a bolt of lightning. Both strange and eerily familiar. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he slowly and gently opened his heavy, leaden eyelids. The gaze remained as hazy as ever. Yet he could vaguely perceive a figure standing before him. Xue Qinghe extended her blood-stained hand, gently smoothing the slightly disheveled strands of hair. Her eyes were intently fixed on Tang Nan as she softly uttered, "It's me. How could you have forgotten me?" Then, with utmost care, Xue Qinghe bent down, tenderly cradling Tang Nan's frail body as if it were a rare and delicate treasure. Every movement was imbued with such gentleness. Fearing that any inadvertent pressure might inflict further pain or injury upon him. At last, she carefully placed Tang Nan against the wall, where he, devoid of strength, could merely lean against it to sit up. Xue Qinghe crouched beside him, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice quavering with profound remorse as she implored. I am so sorry, truly sorry. Please, hold on. You must survive. I would willingly pay any price, as long as you emerge unscathed. I beg of you. Forgive my transgressions. The crystalline tears danced in her eyes, yet she resolutely restrained them from spilling over, striving to maintain a facade of composure. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe closed her eyes, slowly channeling her last vestige of spiritual energy into Tang Nan's body. Please, survive. Tang Nan slowly closed his eyes. After completing all of this, Xue Qinghe rose and turned to Lucius, extending his hands. Let us proceed. With a touch of emotion, Lucius toyed with the soul-deprived divine mask in his hands, channeling a surge of magic into it to reactivate its power. Put it on. I shall ensure your safety. Faced with Lucius's actions, Xue Qinghe accepted the mask he offered and posed a question. Why? In response to this inquiry, Lucius cast a glance at Tang Nan before firing a green flare into the sky, declaring, there is no reason. Chapter 79. The Impending Great Battle Brat. This is all I can do for you. Tang Nan slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a scene shrouded in a thick haze. As if enveloped in a heavy fog, an excruciating pain throbbed in his head, and every inch of his body felt as though it had been crushed by a heavy weight, the agony unbearable. Struggling to sit up, he scanned his surroundings and discovered himself lying amidst the ruins of shattered walls. Debris and dust lay scattered about, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke. He endeavored to recall how he had arrived at this desolate place, but his memories were akin to a torn canvas, fragmented and incoherent. He remembered being on a mission, engaged in fierce combat with enemies, and the visage of Xue Qinghe. Yet everything that followed was a blur. As Tang Nan grappled with the shards of his memories, his ankle was suddenly caught by a protruding stone, sending him crashing to the ground, causing him to wince in pain. He attempted to rise, only to discover a startling truth. His left hand was missing. Lowering his gaze to his left arm, he found it empty from the elbow down, save for a gory wound. He tried to recall when and how he had lost his hand, but his mind remained a void. All he could feel was the sharp sting emanating from the wound and a profound sense of helplessness. With his right hand bracing against the ground, he struggled to regain his footing. Lu Yi, are you still there? He called out with great effort, hoping for a response from Lu Wei's. But the sea of his consciousness echoed back silence. No reply? His head throbbed painfully. Supporting his head, fragmented images flickered before his eyes. The visceral sensations made it impossible for him to discern reality from illusion. Is this truly how wretched I have become? Tang Nan lifted his head, momentarily taken aback by the figure before him. The individual bore a striking resemblance to him, yet exuded a distinctly different aura. Leaning against the wall, the person's gaze conveyed a sense of indifference and disdain, as if observing a trivial stranger. A surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within Tang Nan, prompting him to instinctively retort, I am not. Oh? Then why are you crying so uncontrollably? The man's voice carried a hint of mockery, yet also revealed a trace of concern. It was only then that Tang Nan became aware of the tears streaming down his cheeks, having unknowingly transformed into a weeping figure. He touched his face, feeling the tears continue to cascade, realizing he had been oblivious to his own sorrow. Am I crying? Tang Nan's voice wavered with confusion, as a torrent of memories suddenly flooded his mind. He recalled the final smile of Xue Qinghe, along with her respectful and hopeful farewell. Please, survive. In that moment, it felt as though something had struck his heart with great force, overwhelming him with emotion, and he collapsed to the ground in despair. How much longer do you intend to weep on the floor? The man crouched before him, his expression one of displeasure, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. His tone bore a hint of reproach, mingled with an undertone of resignation. There is still a chance, an opportunity to redeem everything. The man's voice suddenly took on a serious tone, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Tang Nan felt a stirring within, raising his gaze, filled with expectation and hope. However, the man's subsequent words jolted Tang Nan back to reality. Allow me to take control of your body. And then Tang Nan's heart sank as he comprehended the implication. Without hesitation, he firmly refused. I decline. Yet, the man displayed no sign of anger, merely smiling faintly as he conjured a piece of parchment before Tang Nan. This is a contract. You may impose any restrictions upon it. Once the contract is established, I shall act according to the stipulations therein. The man's voice resonated with confidence, as if conveying to Tang Nan that this was an irresistible proposition. Why should I trust you? A demon? Tang Nan's tone was laced with skepticism and vigilance. His gaze remained fixed on the man, his heart awash with conflict and inner turmoil. Rest assured, demons hold contracts in the highest regard, and you possess no other choices, do you? The man's voice bore a teasing note, yet also hinted at a sense of helplessness. His gaze flashed with determination, as if assuring Tang Nan that this was his sole path forward. The two locked eyes, and in that moment, Tang Nan made his choice. At the temporary encampment of the Shadow Guards, as the vice-captain of the Yuli team, Li was delivering a brief situational report. The good news is that Captain Dong Qian and her team have located the city lord, who is currently in a state of unconsciousness. Nia is examining his condition. Additionally, they have discovered the retreat route of the enemy and are currently maintaining a safe distance to track their movements. That news, we have not discovered any trace of Tang Nan and His Highness Shuqinghe. In light of this situation, it could be considered a form of progress for them. However, upon hearing that there was still no sign of Tang Nan, the mood of Lei Hao's team, particularly Lei Hao himself, became exceedingly fervent. He rose to leave, but was detained by LV Tian. Lei Hao, at this juncture, we must make the most prudent choice. LV Tian, let go. I must search for Tang Nan. Lei Hao forcefully shook off LV Tian's hand. In this moment, his sole desire was to search once more. Yet, LV Tian continued to obstruct him. Unyielding, LV Tian's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. He can take care of himself. Lei Hao, our focus must now be on the enemy. Do you understand? Are you still the same person you were years ago? A flicker of anguish crossed Lei Hao's eyes. Yet he remained resolute. I am acutely aware, but I must provide his family with an explanation. Do you understand? Lei Hao, as a shadow guard, Tang Nan should possess sufficient awareness. LV Tian's voice bore a note of severity, attempting to impart the weight of the responsibilities and mission of a shadow guard to Lei Hao. Shadow guard? Please, what kind of shadow guard is he? He is merely 13. Lei Hao's roar echoed in the air, his gaze brimming with fury and discontent. He could not accept that Tang Nan, merely a child of 13, were such a heavy burden. LV Tian's complexion turned pale, a glimmer of shock in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Tang Nan was so young. Just a mere child of 13. A tightness gripped his chest, as if something were constricting him. He staggered back a few steps, his expression filled with incredulity. Just as Lei Hao prepared to break free from LV Tian's restraint and recklessly seek out Tang Nan, a rapid footfall shattered the tense atmosphere. Dong Qian, leading her team, hurriedly returned, a hint of fatigue on her face but excitement gleaming in her eyes. She swiftly approached the group, her voice tinged with exhilaration. Everyone, listen to me. We have good news. The gazes of Lei Hao and LV Tian instantly converged on Dong Qian, their expressions rife with anticipation and tension. Dong Qian took a deep breath and continued. During our reconnaissance mission, we located the position of His Highness Shuqinghe. He is currently heading towards a newly discovered enemy encampment, which is far more populated than the numbers we previously encountered, and we have uncovered some new information. This revelation pierced through the gloom like a ray of sunlight, relieving everyone present. A flicker of hope illuminated Lei Hao's eyes, and his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. A look of relief also graced LV Tian's face. Lei Hao, let us swiftly conclude this battle, and then we shall retrieve Tang Nan together. Understood. Let us proceed. Why are you helping me? Shuqinghe, following behind Lucius, gazed at his broad back, filled with confusion. She could not help but inquire, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Lucius momentarily paused, turning his gaze towards her, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference yet imbued with profound depth. A subtle smile graced his lips, enigmatic in nature. All my actions adhere to the doctrines I have long upheld. With that, Lucius retrieved a piece of armor from behind him and handed it to Shuqinghe, saying, Put this on, it may prove useful shortly. although still shrouded in uncertainty. Xue Qinghe accepted the armor and donned it silently. The armor, both sturdy and lightweight, instilled a sense of reassurance within her. She lifted her gaze, only to find Lucius had resumed his advance, guiding her through the lengthy cableway to a stronghold far grander than the preceding encampment. Not far ahead, Kester awaited their arrival. Spotting Lucius approaching with Xue Qinghe, he waved his hand in jest, remarking, "Lucius, you've arrived rather late. Haven tea you?" He then cast a glance at Xue Qinghe. Bound and restrained, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Wow, does this align with your doctrines? Can even this pretty face be considered female? Brother, this one nearly severed me moments ago." Lucius shot Kester an exasperated look, replying, "Had you not acted so recklessly, who could have breached your defenses with such ease?" His tone carried a hint of resignation, yet his gaze remained resolute. "When shall we commence our journey?" Lucius inquired further. "Soon, once our little beauty extracts his memories." Kester responded with a touch of flippancy. Listening to their exchange, Xue Qinghe felt utterly bewildered, grasping none of their discourse. However, she understood that now was not the time for impulsive actions, so she began to observe her surroundings quietly. A diverse throng of individuals surrounded them, their stark differences leaving her momentarily disoriented. Meanwhile, approximately 1,000 meters away, in a minuscule cavern, Lei Hao and his companions lay in wait, scrutinizing the enemy's movements. LV Tian gazed at the considerably larger encampment, inhaling sharply. This scale surpasses that of the previous camp. He noticed multiple artillery positions strategically located at elevated points throughout the camp. "What is that?" Yeqing whispered, her voice laced with tension, pointing at a colossal structure resembling a circular wall situated at the heart of the encampment. "That thing is ominous," LV Tian responded, suddenly agitated. He recalled the combat reports he had perused, which contained alarming descriptions. When the wheel emitted light, it would form a barrier akin to a soul power shield, from which a tide of malevolent demons would emerge. As he recited the report's details, his expression darkened further. "It is a large-scale portal." "What?" The group gasped in disbelief upon hearing this revelation. "If this is indeed the case, we must brace ourselves for what lies ahead, regardless of the cost. They must be retained here." Lu Tian's words struck deeply like a nail in the hearts of all present. They glanced at one another, resolute in their determination. "Understood. Then let us embark on a grand endeavor." With a snap, as Tang Nan reopened his eyes, they had transformed into a crimson hue, reminiscent of blazing flames. Exuding an eerie yet formidable aura, Tang Nan slowly rose to his feet. Though his movements were somewhat rigid, each gesture was imbued with strength. He lifted his right hand and gently waved it, as if an invisible force were drawing forth his left hand, which had been buried beneath the rubble. It soared from the debris and landed steadily upon his wound. Tang Nan's countenance bore no trace of hesitation. He calmly placed his left hand upon the severed wound, his movements both adept and resolute. In the next moment, his right hand unleashed a formidable surge of magical energy, which surged forth like a warm torrent, instantaneously flooding into his left arm. Under the nurturing embrace of this mystical force, the wound began to mend with remarkable swiftness as bones and muscles rejoined, and blood resumed its life-giving flow. In but a fleeting instant, Tang Nan's left hand was restored, as if it had never been harmed at all. Tang Nan attempted to move his newly attached left hand, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his face. His voice bore a low timbre, as if he were conversing with himself, yet also proclaiming his resolve to the world. Order and chaos, vitality and destruction, life and death exist within a mere thought. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes, as if he had already discovered his path. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, his voice infused with strength. "Xue Qinghe, await my return." Tang Nan gradually summoned the breath of death, its blade shimmering with a cold, icy light in the dim illumination. He gently caressed the sword's surface, as if engaging in a mysterious communion with the weapon. With each touch, ancient runes began to emerge along the blade, akin to awakened spirits, emanating a soft azure glow that enveloped Tang Nan's figure in a veil of enigmatic radiance. Tang Nan's face bore a faint smile, his eyes shimmering with an ineffable nostalgia. He raised his sword high, and with a casual sweep, a rift in space was cleaved open by the tip of his blade. "Let chaos reign." Tang Nan's voice resonated with a subdued excitement as he inhaled deeply, stepping resolutely into the fissure. Chapter 80. The Sword and the Hammer. With an hour and a half until dawn, the Shadow Guard convened an urgent strategy meeting. Lu Tian, glancing around, his tone resolute, "Time is of the essence. Does anyone have a viable plan?" Dong Qian, with a sharp gaze, to bring His Highness Xue Qinghe back. We must delay their advance. That colossal wheel, if what Lu Tian claims is true, serves as their sole means of escape. We must destroy it. Yi Qin, furrowing his brow, but that location is perilously dangerous. Setting aside the destruction, can we even make it through? Their numbers could be several times ours, even hundreds. We require firepower far greater than before. Lu Tian, pondering for a moment, we do have a solution for the firepower, albeit it carries some risk. Tai Xian, do you still have the experimental weaponry stored? Tai Xian, nodding. It's still here, boss. Lu Tian, and the ammunition? Tai Xian, hesitating, there's still a portion left. But boss, you wouldn't mean to Lu Tian, nodding firmly, precisely, let us proceed with the test here. Tai Xian, taking a deep breath, understood. I'll inform the heavy artillery in the triangular arrow teams. Dong Qian, puzzled, experimental weaponry? Lu Tian, explaining, it's a small cannon designed for long-range lethality. Currently in its initial testing phase. During the first test, several of them were damaged due to barrel explosions. I hadn't reported back to Master Wei at that time. These artillery pieces were designed by Master Wei and Yang Hong to enhance the Shadow Guard's capabilities against large and numerous foes. However, given that the gunpowder formula remains unrefined, they adopted the method of crafting small cannons to determine their production direction. Yi Qin, still apprehensive, but even so, how do we stop them? Lei Hao, suddenly interjecting. His tone grave, there is a way. The group turned in unison to the serious-faced Lei Hao. Yi Qin, upon seeing his expression, seemed to grasp his intent. Yi Qin, shaking his head, no, Lei Hao. Lei Hao, determined, by destroying those 4 blackstone pillars, we can halt their progress. Lu Tian, eyes sharp, is this information reliable? Lei Hao, glancing at Yi Qin, our last mission in Gaul exemplified this. After we destroyed all the pillars, the corrupted enemies exhibited a visibly diminished strength. Yi Qin witnessed it all. Feeling Lu Tian's gaze upon her, Yi Qin nodded in agreement, frowned, expressing her concern, however. The explosives we currently possess lack the capability to obliterate these stone pillars. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin and Lei Hao exchanged a calm glance, and then simultaneously turned their attention to Nia, who was approaching to assess the situation. Nia, appearing bewildered, inquired, what transpired? Why are you all staring at me? As she noted the collective gaze upon her, confusion washed over her. Instinctively, upon seeing Lei Hao approach with a mischievous grin and rubbing his hands together, she guarded her waist pouch. Hold on, she cautioned. Let me make myself clear. Do not entertain any thoughts about my belongings. Lei Hao, chuckling, replied, oh come on. This is your moment to shine. In response, Nia delivered a sharp slap to Lei Hao's face, exclaiming, get lost. I only have this little stock left. And if I give it to you, you'll surely squander it all. The two engaged in a playful scuffle, creating a moment of chaos. Meanwhile, Lu Tian chuckled softly before stepping in to separate them, assuring Nia, do not worry, Miss Nia, we shall take responsibility for this expenditure. Once we return, we will replenish your supplies in full. With Lu Tian's reassurance, Nia felt a sense of relief and decided not to press the matter further. Since you, brother Lu Tian, have spoken, I shall let it go, she sighed, reaching into her pouch to pour out her entire stock. Upon counting, she declared, a total of 23 high explosives. Each of these pillars requires 5 explosives. I will handle the detonation. Oh, and by the way, she added, pulling out a list. Here are the materials needed for the crafting. Thank you, brother Lu Tian, for covering the expenses. As Nia released the lengthy list, Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. But accepting the situation with a wry smile, he tucked it away, mentally calculating his finances. Having resolved the ammunition issue, Lu Tian stood before a hastily drawn operational map, decisively tapping the marked locations of the stone pillars. We are responsible for demolishing these 4 pillars, divided into 2 teams to ensure absolute success. However, Lei Hao suddenly interjected, his brow furrowed and voice low. No, there are too many of us. The enemy is on high alert, and increased numbers will only heighten the risk of exposure. Allow me to go alone. I am confident in my ability. Lu Tian swiftly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. You alone? Lei Hao. This is not the time for heroics. Is the situation with Tang Nen not enough to make you realize the gravity of the matter? I refuse to witness anyone else die alone. Lei Hao's expression darkened, his fist clenched as he raised his voice. The incident with Tang Nan is my responsibility. And precisely because of that, I cannot allow more people to take risks. My solo approach presents a smaller target, greater speed, and thus, a higher probability of success. Lu Tian stepped forward, nearly shouting, You alone? If something goes awry, there will be no one to provide support. This is sheer folly. Unyielding. Lei Hao met Lu Tian's gaze directly. And what is your plan? Charge in with a group and be captured by the enemy? Lu Tian. The voices of two individuals clashed within the confines of the tent, the atmosphere fraught with tension. The other team members exchanged glances, none daring to interject. At that moment, Dong Qian entered briskly, her expression grave. Cease your quarrel. The enemy has made new movements. Both Lu Tian and Lei Hao turned to her simultaneously, asking in unison. What is the situation? 5 minutes prior, at the heart of the camp, flickering flames illuminated the pale yet resolute visage of Xue Qinghe. His hands were bound by magical chains, and his steps were somewhat unsteady, yet his gaze remained steely, devoid of fear. Kester trailed behind him. The blade of his sword pressed against Xue Qinghe's back, his tone icy. Move faster, we cannot keep the archmage waiting. Xue Qinghe let out a derisive laugh. His voice hoarse yet laced with scorn. Do you truly believe this will yield the results you desire? How laughable. Kester offered no reply, but forcefully shoved him forward towards the elevated platform at the center of the camp. Upon the platform stood Archmage Estair, quietly poised. Grasping a staff adorned with a violet gem, his gaze profound and indifferent. Beside him stood an elven swordsman clad in silver armor, arms crossed. His expression stern as he surveyed the trio. Lord Estair, we have brought him, Lucius said, inclining his body slightly in a gesture of respect. Estair nodded, his eyes narrowing on Xue Qinghe, his tone tinged with reproach. How many times must I reiterate that such matters must not be addressed at this juncture? Xue Qinghe raised his head, meeting Estair's gaze directly. Kester chuckled lightly, stepping closer to Estair, murmuring, Little White, proceed with the spell. Time is of the essence. Estair nodded, lifting his staff and beginning to chant an arcane incantation, the violet gem at the staff's apex gradually glowing with an eerie luminescence. Xue Qinghe felt a powerful mental force invading his consciousness, as if invisible hands were tearing at the fabric of his memories. At that critical moment, a shrill tearing sound suddenly pierced the air. The space before the platform appeared to be rent asunder by an unseen force, a pitch-black rift abruptly materializing. From this fissure, a torrent of dark energy surged, seemingly connecting to another realm. All present in the camp were momentarily paralyzed by this unforeseen occurrence. Estair's incantation was abruptly halted, the glow from his staff dimming. He fixated on the rift with caution, and in the next instant, a slender figure began to emerge from the void. It was a young demon, strikingly handsome, with skin as pale as snow and white hair cascading loosely over his shoulders. His eyes were as deep as the night sky, yet exuded a chilling cruelty. His presence seemed to freeze the very air around him. Xue Qinghe struggled to lift his gaze towards this unexpected visitor, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Demon? Kester demanded sharply, his hand already poised on the hilt of his sword. The demon offered no reply, merely casting a dispassionate glance around the camp, ultimately settling his gaze upon Xue Qinghe. His voice was deep and frigid, as if emanating from the abyss. This person I shall take away. Aster's expression grew grave, and the staff in his hand shimmered with renewed light. Arrogant. Do you believe that you alone can snatch someone from our grasp? The demon's lips curled into a slight, icy smile. Let us see you try. Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear before Aster in the next heartbeat. Aster's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly brandished his staff, conjuring a violet magical barrier that sprang into existence. However, with a mere flick of the demon's hand, Aster's purple barrier shattered like glass, its fragments dissipating into the air. The Grand Mage's face paled instantly, clearly taken aback by how effortlessly his defense had been breached. Just as the demon prepared to advance further, a flash of silver suddenly cut through the air. Behind Aster, an elven swordsman clad in light armor swiftly drew his sword, its blade like lightning, aimed directly at the demon's throat. The demon slightly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike, yet was forced back a step. The elven swordsman moved with the swiftness of the wind, his swordplay sharp, marking him as a master of his craft. He glared coldly at the demon, murmuring a phrase in the elven tongue before launching another assault. The demon's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise but quickly regained composure, evading the elven swordsman's strikes with an almost ghostly grace. Meanwhile, the others in the camp reacted swiftly. Lucius, Castor, and the other guards drew their weapons and quickly encircled the demon in an attempt to confine him. Aster retreated several paces, commencing the incantation of a new spell, the purple gem atop his staff glowing once more. The demon surveyed the encroaching crowd with a smirk playing upon his lips. He uttered something softly, then raised his right hand, palm upward. A dense wave of dark energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive black greatsword. The blade was entwined with dark mist, seemingly capable of devouring all light, with faint runes flickering along its edge, exuding a chilling aura of death. Was that the breath of death? Shueqinghe, confronted by the familiar sword, found herself momentarily lost in confusion. The demon grasped the breath of death, and with a gentle sweep of the blade, a torrent of black sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The surrounding guards, unable to draw near, were repelled by this formidable force, tumbling to the ground. Although the elven swordsman barely managed to block the sword energy, he too was forced back several steps, his expression now serious. Castor bellowed in fury, charging toward the demon with his longsword, but the demon merely raised a hand, and the edge of the breath of death clashed with Castor's blade. Castor felt an immense force resonate through his sword, numbing his grip and involuntarily causing him to stagger backward. Lucius, catching Castor from behind, immediately drew his sword and surged forward to engage the demon in a fierce duel. In that moment, sparks flew as blades clashed around the two combatants. Just then, Astor completed his incantation, brandishing his staff as a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, aiming directly at the demon. The demon lifted his gaze momentarily, and with a gentle sweep of the death's breath, the black sword aura collided with the violet lightning, erupting into a brilliant radiance. As the light dissipated, the demon remained steadfast in his position, unscathed. Observing this, the elven swordsman once again swung his blade towards the demon, yet the demon had grown impatient. With a sudden flourish of death's breath in his hand, the black sword aura surged forth like a tempest, sending the elven swordsman hurtling back, crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to rise for a moment, the demon cast a cold, disdainful glance at the onlookers, his tone laced with contempt. Is this all you can muster? I expected more. Suddenly, a heavy tread echoed through the air. A stout, bearded dwarf approached with a massive battle axe hoisted over his shoulder. The axe was adorned with flickering runes, still stained with dried blood. This dwarf was Grom Ironforge, hailing from the mountain clans, known as the Dragon Slayer. He had once single-handedly vanquished an adult dragon, earning him widespread renown. Grom reached the side of the elven swordsman and, in a gravelly voice, remarked, "It seems I have arrived just in time. Who is this foe that has left you in such disarray? Can you still fight, Erlen?" Erlen, disdainful, rose once more. A renowned magic swordsman from the Elven Kingdom's White Tower, he was adept not only in swordsmanship but also in weaving magic into his techniques, capable of unleashing formidable magical sword arts. His blade bore ancient elven runes, capable of releasing elemental forces such as fire, frost, or lightning during combat. Erlen had intended to assist Estair in this mission, yet he found himself in a precarious position instead. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Erlen coldly stated, "This demon possesses formidable strength. Beware of his sword, it can consume life." Grom grinned broadly, gripping his axe tightly. "Consume life, you say? Ha! My axe can cleave through even a dragon's scales. Allow me to confront him." With that, Grom charged towards the demon, his battle axe raised high, the runes upon its blade igniting with a fervent glow. With a mighty roar, he brought the axe crashing down, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at the demon's head. The demon tilted his head slightly, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. With another flourish of death's breath, he coalesced the black sword aura to clash against Grom's axe, producing a deafening boom. Though Grom's axe was momentarily deflected, he did not falter. Instead, he utilized the recoil to swiftly adjust his stance and swung his axe horizontally once more. Simultaneously, Erlen rejoined the fray. His longsword shimmered with a silvery light, the runes on the blade igniting to unleash a barrage of frost sword auras, attempting to impede the demon's movements. Meanwhile, Estair stood at a distance, wielding his staff to summon violet lightning from the heavens, striking towards the demon. Despite the united assault of the three, the demon remained unperturbed. With a gentle sweep of death's breath, the black sword aura surged forth like a tempest, deflecting Grom's axe while simultaneously shattering Erlen's frost sword auras. When the lightning of Esther struck down, the demon merely waved his hand, conjuring a barrier of black mist that completely absorbed the bolt. Lucius struggled to rise, gripping his longsword tightly, his gaze unwavering. "As long as I stand, I shall not allow you to act with impunity, demon." The demon raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly intrigued by Lucius's tenacity. He spoke in a low voice, "Foolish knight, your faith cannot save you." Lucius remained silent, lifting his longsword high, the holy light upon the blade erupting once more. He proclaimed, "In the name of the Lord, dispel the darkness." The holy light transformed into a dazzling beam, striking towards the demon. The demon waved his hand, and the black sword aura collided with the holy light, resulting in a brilliant explosion. However, this time, Lucius's holy light did not shatter completely, but instead engaged in a brief stalemate with the demon's dark power. Erlen and Grom, witnessing this, seized the opportunity to launch another assault. Erlen unleashed a multitude of luminous projectiles, attempting to hinder the demon's movements, while Grom swung his battle axe, engulfed in searing flames. Aimed at the demon furrowed his brow slightly, evidently taken aback by Lucius's persistence. With a sudden sweep of his hand, the breath of death surged forth again, obliterating all three attacks. Yet, Lucius did not waver. His armor lay in tatters, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But his resolve remained steadfast. The demon coldly regarded Lucius, a hint of mockery in his tone. Your persistence is utterly futile. Meanwhile, Lution peered through his telescope. His brow furrowed. Something is amiss. The chaos within the camp exceeds our expectations. Who is that sudden assailant? Leihao narrowed his eyes and murmured, he doesn't seem like an enemy, yet he is not one of us. Can such a handsome demon truly exist? What do you think his purpose is? Yi Qing, standing beside them, calmly analyzed. Regardless of whether he is friend or foe, this is our opportune moment to act. The enemy's attention is drawn to him. We can take advantage of this to destroy the stone pillar. Lution nodded, swiftly making a decision. Very well. We shall proceed as planned. Leihao, Su Xiao, and Yuan, you three form a group. I shall team up with Tai Xian and Old Wolf. The rest will provide support. Triangle archers and heavy artillery. Continue operating the cannons and be ready to assist at a moment's notice. In unison, the group replied, understood. At that moment, the chaos within the camp had escalated to a fever pitch. The demon faced four opponents, Esther, Erlen, Grom, and Lucius. Yet he navigated the onslaught with remarkable ease. His movement showed no sign of slowing. The black breath of death danced in his hand like a living entity, effortlessly neutralizing the attacks with each swing of his sword. Increasingly, their comrades were falling victim to the fray, sustaining injuries. Kester stood at the edge of the battlefield. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the demon. The more he observed, the more he sensed something amiss. The demon's power appeared to be not waning but rather intensifying. This peculiar phenomenon stirred a sense of unease within him. Why does this fellow possess such enduring strength? Keist murmured to himself, suddenly struck by a thought. Could he be siphoning the magic from this place? He immediately summoned the magic within him, his eyes gleaming with a faint blue light as he activated the Eye of Magic. This advanced spell allows the caster to perceive the flow of magical energy, granting insight into the source of an enemy's power. Through the Eye of Magic, Keist discerned a dense aura of dark energy enveloping the demon, which was being continuously absorbed from the depths of the earth. To his astonishment, he realized that the entire camp's magical field was gradually being consumed by the demon. Even the magical power of Astor was being insidiously weakened. This is terrible. Keist's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Astor, quickly, open the portal. We must evacuate at once. Astor, deeply engrossed in combat with the demon, paused momentarily at Keist's exclamation. What? Evacuate now? The mission is not yet complete. Keist rushed to Astor's side, urgency lacing his tone. This creature is draining the magic from this place. Our strength is being devoured. If this continues, we shall all perish. Upon hearing this, Astor's countenance changed, and he promptly activated his staff, attempting to sense the flow of magical energy around him. Indeed, he discovered that his power was being siphoned away by an invisible force, while the demon's strength was steadily increasing. At that moment, a series of explosions erupted around the camp, and the stone pillars, once positioned at the four cardinal points to channel magic, collapsed in response. Damn it! Astor muttered under his breath, then raised his staff to begin chanting the incantation to open the portal. The purple gem atop his staff radiated a brilliant light, and the circular wheel in the center of the camp activated, slowly unveiling a massive portal. Subsequently, Astor launched a green signal flare, prompting a throng of troops to surge towards the portal in haste. The demon, sensing Astor's actions, sneered, trying to escape. Alas, you were too late. With the breath of death raised high, the black sword aura coalesced upon the blade, poised to obliterate the portal at any moment. However, just as he prepared to strike, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest, causing his body to convulse violently, and he spat a mouthful of blood, staining his pale lips. The demon glanced down at his trembling hands, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Has my body reached its limits? Despite his formidable power, it was evident that this body could not endure such intense energy output for long. Gritting his teeth, the demon attempted to forcibly suppress the backlash within him. but every muscle in his body cried out in agony, on the verge of collapse. Everyone noticed this change and immediately prepared to seize the opportunity to slay him. At that moment, Xueqinghe finally broke free from the chains that bound him. He surveyed the chaos around him, recognizing that it was the perfect moment to escape. He swiftly rose to his feet and dashed toward the outskirts of the camp. However, his movements did not escape the keen gaze of Kester, who stood atop a platform. His icy eyes fixed intently on the retreating figure of Xueqinghe. With a commanding voice, he ordered, "Archers, shoot him down. He must not escape." Dozens of archers immediately drew their bows, unleashing a flurry of arrows that rained down upon Xueqinghe. Simultaneously, several mages conjured fiery fireballs, hurtling towards his back. Hearing the whistling sound behind him, Xueqinghe's heart tightened, realizing he had nowhere to flee. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself to withstand the impending onslaught. Yet, just as the arrows and fireballs were about to strike, a shadow abruptly appeared behind him. The demon unfurled its massive black wings, enveloping Xueqinghe like a protective barrier. The arrows and fireballs collided with the wings, producing a dull explosion, yet they failed to harm Xueqinghe in the slightest. Stunned, Xueqinghe felt the warmth emanating from the wings, an inexplicable emotion washing over him. Slowly, he turned to gaze at the figure shielding him. The demon's face was as pale as parchment, blood staining the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. He looked down at Xueqinghe, a faint smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a familiar warmth. Xueqinghe's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Why, you're Tang Nan, aren't you?" The demon did not answer immediately. Instead, he gently folded his wings, shielding Xueqinghe behind him. His voice was deep and gentle, laced with a hint of playful familiarity. "Partner, after all this time, you truly failed to recognize me?" At the sound of that familiar voice, Xueqinghe's heart jolted, his eyes instantly brimming with tears. "It really is you, Tang Nan. You're alive. But how could you have changed so much?" Tang Nan shielded Xueqinghe behind him, his black wings gradually folding away. Although his complexion was pale, his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. Despite the breath of death being no longer at his disposal, he raised his left hand, and a Haotian hammer materialized in his grasp. Tang Nan tightened his grip on the hammer's handle, a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Now, let you witness the power of this world." At once, Aistel, Erlin, and Grom launched their assaults, magic, arrows, and battle axes hurled towards Tang Nan. However, he remained utterly unfazed, as a subtle magical aura suddenly enveloped his body, evidently a form of potent auxiliary magic. "Magic augmentation, Gale Shadow," Tang Nan murmured, his speed surging abruptly, his form darting like a wraith, evading all attacks effortlessly. Simultaneously, the Haotian hammer in his grasp began to swirl, the force of his strikes accumulating with the ferocity of a tempest. His feet remained firmly planted, confined to a single step. Yet the Haotian hammer swept forth like a gale. Each swing unleashed a thunderous might, the power compounding with every strike. Keister's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "We must interrupt him. His hammer's power is building." Yet it was too late. Tang Nan's strikes quickened, each one magnifying in strength, the air resonating with a faint rumble of thunder. His figure danced within that single step like a whirlwind. Wherever the Haotian hammer passed, the ground fractured, the atmosphere quaked. Aistel's countenance paled as he sensed the horrific force contained within Tang Nan's strikes. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "We can no longer delay. We must retreat immediately." Suddenly, he thrust his staff into the ground, gripping its top with both hands, and began to chant an obscure incantation in a loud voice. A dazzling light erupted from the purple gem atop the staff, and a massive teleportation array rapidly unfolded on the ground. Large-scale teleportation, spatial leap. Aistel's voice carried a note of resoluteness. He understood that this spell would drain him of all his magical energy, potentially leaving him in a state of prolonged weakness. Yet at that moment, he had no other choice. Tang Nan's hammer momentum has accumulated to the 79th strike, cascading forth like a cataclysmic avalanche or a surging tsunami, with visible waves of energy rippling through the air. Is this the chaotic wind hammer technique? Xueqinghe, gazing upon this technique previously encountered only in texts, was profoundly astonished. In a thunderous climax, Tang Nan's final strike, the 81st blow, descended upon the ground, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that engulfed the entire encampment. The earth fractured, and clouds of dust erupted into the air. Yet, just as the force of the hammer was about to consume the camp, the teleportation array of Aster was finally completed. A brilliant light enveloped Kester and his companions, and in the next instant, their figures vanished from sight. As the dust settled, the camp lay desolate, devoid of life. With only the debris and tattered banners remaining, Shuqinghe stood behind Tang Nan, awestruck by the scene before him. He whispered in disbelief, "Did they escape?" Tang Nan sheathed the Haotian hammer, panting slightly as he spoke. Indeed, Estair utilized the teleportation array to whisk them away. However, this strike should suffice to leave a lasting impression on them. Tang Nan uttered his final words, and at last, his body could no longer withstand the strain. Collapsing in exhaustion, Shuqinghe, with swift reflexes, caught him in his arms, cradling him securely. Tang Nan's form gradually underwent a transformation. His once tall and imposing physique slowly diminished, and his dark wings gradually faded, ultimately reverting to the youthful visage that Shuqinghe recognized, an innocent yet resolute Tang Nan. Shuqinghe gazed down at the boy in his embrace, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He softly remarked, "You stubborn fool, still so defiant." At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Lu Tian and his companions rushed over, their faces initially etched with tension and concern. But upon seeing Shuqinghe and the boy he held, expressions of astonishment swiftly replaced their worry. "Your Highness Shuqinghe, are you unscathed?" Lu Tian advanced quickly, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Lei Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Tang Nan in Shuqinghe's arms, stammering, Is that Tang Nan? Ha! Overcome with joy, you little rascal, you're alive." Yiqing and Dong Qian also stepped forward, their gazes filled with confusion and delight. Yiqing murmured, "It seems we have missed quite the spectacle." However, before they could fully recover from the shock of Tang Nan's miraculous revival, their attention was drawn to the scene before them. A gaping abyss loomed, its depths unfathomable, with the edges still crackling with violent energy, as if it had just witnessed a cataclysmic disaster. "Wow, it appears we missed an extraordinary performance," one remarked. "Who knows? We should head home." Chapter 81. The Holiday, Part 1. Morning light streamed through the hotel window, casting a warm glow upon the bedside. Tang Nan's eyelids fluttered, and he finally emerged from a prolonged slumber. Groggily, he propped himself upright, rubbing his throbbing temples, feeling an unusual heaviness in his chest. His collar hung loosely off his shoulders, and the strands of hair that fell before him had transformed into a soft, silvery blue hue. Tang Nan sat dazedly on the edge of the bed, his head feeling as heavy as if filled with lead. He rubbed his eyes and yawned. Completely oblivious to his current appearance, silver hair cascading over his shoulders, delicate fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hem of his pajamas, exuding an aura of languor. "Ugh. My head feels so dizzy. What happened? How did I get back?" He mumbled, his voice clear as a mountain spring, yet entirely unaware that it had transformed drastically. At that moment, a soft knock echoed from outside the door. Instinctively, Tang Nan replied, "Come in. The door is unlocked." The door swung open, and Rex entered, carrying a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. With his head bowed, he spoke respectfully, "Miss Tang Nan, I have brought you your medicine. This is a special tonic instructed by His Highness." Rex's words trailed off as he lifted his gaze to meet Tang Nan's eyes, his entire being freezing in place. His face flushed visibly, and he nearly dropped the bowl in his hands. "Miss Tang Nan, you..." Rex stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. His eyes darting away in panic yet unable to resist stealing a furtive glance back. Tang Nan furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity lacing his voice. "Rex, what is the matter with you? Wait, what did you just call me?" Upon uttering these words, he suddenly froze, lowering his gaze. He glanced at the silver hair cascading over his chest, then raised his hand to touch his own face. In a sudden burst of realization, he leapt to his feet and dashed to the mirror in the corner of the room. "I apologize, it was not my intention. The medicine is placed on the table, and my subordinate shall take their leave for now." Rex, flustered, hastily set the medicine on the table, causing the bowl to teeter perilously on the tray, splashing water dangerously. As he turned, his silver armor collided with the doorframe, producing a resounding clang, nearly sending his sword flying. "My sincerest apologies, Miss Tang Nan. Please, do mind your appearance. I shall take my leave at once." Rex stammered, practically fleeing in disarray. Tang Nan stood frozen in place until the sound of Rex's footsteps faded into the depths of the corridor. Only then did the bewildered Tang Nan turn to gaze into the mirror, where a vision of himself was reflected. The girl in the mirror boasted cascading silver hair, her brows and eyes exquisitely crafted, and even the signature beauty mark at the corner of her eye bore an alluring charm. He trembled as he touched his face, then glanced down at his slender figure, and in that instant, he was jolted awake. What on earth has transpired? Ah, what is happening? The incessant chatter is unbearable. In the realm of the mind, Shimo stretched lazily, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and was met with the sight of a perplexed Tang Nan, displaying a look of utter astonishment. Wow, little one, have you finally chosen to take that step? Such determination. Shimo, spare me the sarcastic remarks and quickly help me understand the situation. Well, you see. It appears that your body's magical output has been excessively vigorous, resulting in a chaotic surge of magic. And then Tang Nan observed the evasive demeanor of Shimo and gradually deduced the instigator behind the events. He seized his face and began to interrogate him fiercely. What on earth did you do? Speak up. I will tell you. I will tell you. Unable to withstand the torment, Shimo finally recounted his tale. It turned out that after signing the contract with Tang Nan the previous day, he had set off to rescue Shui Qinghe. However, during the battle, he had repeatedly unleashed a significant amount of magical power. In a final display of bravado, he had forcefully opened a portal to escape, which also consumed a vast reservoir of his magic, disrupting the equilibrium of his body and leading to magical chaos. Upon understanding the sequence of events, Tang Nan ceased his reproach, realizing that this was merely the cost of signing the contract. Nevertheless, he still vented his frustration by subjecting Shimo to further punishment. With a creak of the door, little brother, we're back. Who is this young lady? 10 minutes earlier, at the Lord's mansion. Thank you for your treatment. I feel much better now. After Nia and the other doctors conducted their final checks and care, the Lord's complexion had visibly improved. Although still somewhat weak, he was now able to sit up and converse with everyone. Shui Qinghe stood by the bed, gently narrating the events that had transpired. Despite some parts sounding incredulous, the Lord listened intently, his eyes filled with gratitude. Unbelievable, the Lord murmured in astonishment. I never imagined so much had occurred, and that I was saved. I am truly at a loss for how to repay this kindness. Shui Qinghe smiled modestly, responding, Your Excellency, you flatter us. It is our duty. The Lord nodded, his gaze sweeping over Eltion and the others, a hint of anticipation in his voice. In that case, may I inquire about your plans? If possible, I have a humble request. The Soul Master Tournament is about to enter its second phase, and I wish for you to safeguard the security of this city. I would provide a substantial reward for your services. Would you be willing? Eltion hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Shui Qinghe. She nodded slightly, and at her encouraging gaze, Eltion took a deep breath and replied earnestly, Your Excellency, it would be our honor to serve you. We accept your invitation. Upon hearing this, the Lord's face broke into a joyful smile. Wonderful. With your protection, I can rest easy. To express my gratitude, I have decided to host a grand banquet on the evening of the mobilization meeting for the second phase of the Soul Master Tournament. I sincerely hope you all will attend. In unison, everyone responded, Thank you, Your Excellency. After bidding farewell to the Lord, Eltion and his companions departed the mansion, heading towards the inn. Along the way, Leihao could not help but whisper, Are we really going to be the Lord's guards? Do we have the time for this? Eltion chuckled, confidence lacing his tone. Do not worry. The 3 teams will take turns on the guard duty, leaving ample time for rest. Rather, we should seize this opportunity to relax. How about we go out for a drink tomorrow? My treat. Yay. As the group engaged in conversation, they entered the inn. Upon stepping into the lobby, they spotted Rex standing at the foot of the staircase, his face tinged with a hint of embarrassment. What's the matter, Rex? Liu Tian inquired, approaching him with a puzzled expression. Rex shook his head, a note of shame in his tone. It's nothing. I was merely entrusted by His Highness Shui Qinghe to deliver some medicine. I apologize for the interruption. Farewell. He quickly departed. The group exchanged glances before ascending the staircase. Upon reaching the door of Tang Nan's room, they were greeted by a lively exclamation. Little brother, we're back. Leihao boisterously pushed open the door, only to find a disheveled girl sitting on the bed, her hands grasping at the air as she spoke to herself. They exchanged looks for a moment. Who is that young lady? The group responded in unison. Oh, now it makes sense. After listening to Tang Nan's explanation, they adopted expressions of realization. They had not anticipated that such otherworldly powers would exhibit a repulsive reaction. Nevertheless, their attention remained fixated on Tang Nan. For the transformation from a gentle and adorable boy to a charming girl was indeed captivating. They surrounded Tang Nan, captivated until dusk. At that moment, a letter was delivered to their room. Upon opening it, they discovered it was a response from headquarters. The letter commended them highly for their performance in this mission and arranged for an extended vacation. allowing them to return to headquarters only after the conclusion of the second phase of the Soul Master competition. Upon hearing this news, the group erupted in joyous cheers. How wonderful! Finally, we can truly relax, Lei Hao exclaimed, waving the letter with a beaming smile. Yuan Wen also revealed a rare, relaxed expression. This period has been exhausting. It's about time we caught our breath. Yi Qing had already begun planning their holiday activities. I heard that a new batch of clothes has arrived on the west side of the city. We should go try them on. Liu Tian nodded with a smile. Great idea. Everyone has worked hard during this time. It's time to unwind. However, while the others reveled in the joy of their impending vacation, Tang Nan sat in the corner of the room, struggling to adapt to the sudden change. In an effort to ease his emotions, he decided to take a stroll outside. He rose, casually draped a loose jacket over himself, and quietly pushed open the door, slipping out of the inn. On the streets at night, a gentle breeze brushed past. Carrying a slight chill, Tang Nan wandered aimlessly, yet his heart remained turbulent. He looked down at his toes, muttering in frustration, why did it have to come to this? Just then, he sensed a familiar presence approaching. Before he could react, a hand pressed against the wall beside him, trapping him between the wall and the person. Out for a walk alone at this hour? Not very safe, is it? Xue Qinghe's voice chimed in his ear, laced with a hint of teasing. Tang Nan abruptly lifted his head, meeting the gaze of Xue Qinghe, whose eyes sparkled with mirth. Instantly, his face flushed crimson. He instinctively sought to retreat, only to discover that the cold wall loomed behind him, leaving him no avenue of escape. What are you doing? Tang Nan stammered, his voice tinged with a hint of alarm. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, a teasing lilt in her tone. I merely worried for my fiancée's safety while she was alone outside, so I came out to check. Tang Nan's expression darkened in an instant, and he gritted his teeth as he retorted, Who is your fiancée? Do not speak nonsense. Xue Qinghe raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his tone. Oh, is that not the case? I received someone's consent to address you as such. Tang Nan shot him a glare, her tone laced with a hint of indignation. That was your own decision. I never agreed. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, his voice tinged with affectionate teasing. Is that so? Yet, I believe you embody this role quite perfectly at this moment. Tang Nan's complexion deepened in hue, and his fist clenched tightly. If you continue to speak nonsense, what will you do? In the past, you could not defeat me. What makes you think you can now? Xue Qinghe leaned in slightly, drawing closer to Tang Nan's face, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. Tang Nan suddenly found himself at a loss for words, his heart inexplicably quickening its pace. He turned his head away, a hint of panic lacing his tone. You shouldn't stand so close. Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, her voice imbued with a touch of tenderness. All right, I won't tease you any longer. However, do remember the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. Tang Nan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, What opening ceremony? Xue Qinghe raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her tone. Of course, it is your inaugural official appearance. Surely, you haven't forgotten? Tang Nan's complexion instantly flushed crimson as he realized that Xue Qinghe had recognized him long ago. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, Did you know it was me all along? Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, a hint of pride lacing his tone. Of course, did you think you could conceal yourself from me? Tang Nan's complexion grew increasingly flushed, his fists clenched tightly. You. Xue Qinghe gently patted his shoulder, a hint of tenderness in his voice. All right, don't be angry. After saying this, he planted a kiss on her cheek. Xue Qinghe chuckled, a teasing note in his tone. Then I'll see you the day after tomorrow, my dear. With that, he turned and departed the alley, leaving Tang Nan standing alone, his face ablaze and heart racing. Xue Qinghe, I want to. Synopsis. A youth who perished alongside a malevolent dragon has arrived in this unfamiliar land. Here, he shall reclaim all that he has lost and confront his past. I will return, I promise.